Chapter 1, I'm a tea egg seller, treat me to tea? On the outskirts of Blue Cloud City, in an old factory built in the last century, in a dormitory building, Chun Yu, who had just woken up from his nap, opened his computer and yawned as he logged on to the small handmade store he had opened on Dark Domain. Eyes scanned a strip of the latest news on it. Mr. Chen, we received your goods. The quality is excellent. We would like to continue to order in large quantities. Shen Yu opened a dialog box, and the avatar on the opposite side was a bearded man wearing sunglasses covered in a white turban. As if he was worried about Chun Yu's refusal, without waiting for him to reply, the other party sent several more messages one after another. Can you supply us with this shipment as soon as possible? The sooner the better. For the price, keep it to your satisfaction. How about it, Mr. Chen? Please think about it. Looking at the other party's message, Chen Yu was a bit puzzled. He was just a waitlisted worker selling tea eggs, so how did the other side look at him? It's a long story. A year ago he traveled to this world, thought he could obtain the God's hero system, start hanging life, have a car, villa, beautiful women for company. The system is indeed there. However, what Shen Yu got was a system called the Strongest Hand Rub Master. Mechanical product comprehension 100%. 100% comprehension of electronic circuit engineering. Carrier product comprehension 100%. Hand rubbing manufacturing ability 100%. Note, this system upgrades with the host's crafting experience, unlocking the tech tree for more hand rubbing skills. After graduating from college, Chun Yu has little access and connections, and has been working in the factory that is about to close down. Yesterday he also heard from his workmates that the boss had run away with his sister-in-law because business was so bad that he couldn't pay his wages. In order to earn a living, many workers are doing odd jobs with the factory equipment, but there's not enough to go around. Shen Yu's dumb mouth can't do anything, and he can't steal the customers of those old workers. So I had to spend my own money to get a cart and sell some tea eggs in front of the factory every day to make a little money. Last month, he heard from others that the Dark Domain network business abroad is very hot, so he tried to open an online store. The name is an engineering genius store delayed by tea eggs. However, it didn't take long for Chen Yu to receive his first order, and the other party was the bearded Arab who was now softening up with him. He claimed to be a businessman from an Arab country in the Middle East, and Chen Yu's first business for this small store was an order placed by the bearded man. After that, the other party is even more out of control. Become Chen Yu the only patron of this small store, and time again, he made a lot of money for Chen Yu. Looking at the message from the bearded man on the screen, Chen Yu quickly returned an okay emoticon over. Just place a direct order and make a payment. It ships within a week. No foreign shipping. After returning a message to the other party, Chen Yu was just about to take a nap when the cell phone on the table dripped and rang. Hello? Chen Yu was a bit confused. After graduation, he did not do well. Almost none of his former classmates contacted him. It is reasonable to say that no one will call early in the morning. May I ask if you are Chen Yu? Mr. Chen? The voice on the other end came out of the phone, sounding thick and polite, not like a scam call. I'm Chen Yu. What can I do for you? Chen Yu also politely returned. There seemed to be a brief silence on the other side of the phone. Chen Yu also heard whispers on the other end, as if the other party was surprised that he would answer the phone like this. That's right, Mr. Chen. We'd like to invite you over for tea. If you're free, how about we send someone over to pick you up? The other party said back. Tea? We knew each other before? Chen Yu was a little excited and asked, where to drink tea? Just tell me a place, I'll go. No need to drive to pick me up. At the Blue Cloud City Public Security Bureau. Public Security Bureau? Chen Yu was first shocked in his heart, followed by a flash of surprise. Anyway, he didn't break the law, and the head of the Public Security Bureau wants to invite him for tea, which is an honor that ordinary people can't get. Maybe he's going to give him a stable job. In that case, if it's convenient now, I'll go over there. What do you think? Chen Yu rolled over and sat up, inquiring with gusto. There was another moment of silence on the other side of the phone. Of course you can. We've already prepared the tea. You can come over anytime. Mr. Chen. Good. I'll leave right away. Chen Yu heart really some excitement. Their own in this broken factory dry a year has no friends. Did not expect the Public Security Bureau actually invited him to drink tea? Is this treatment something that the average person can enjoy? After simply packing up, Chen Yu immediately went out and pedaled his bike and set off. Meanwhile, Blue Cloud City Public Security Branch, Criminal Investigation Detachment Office. Is this kid really stupid or fake? Is he playing with us? When he answered our call, instead of not being afraid to run away, he actually said he would come over on his own. One of the cadets put down the phone and wondered. Criminal Investigation Branch Chief Kong Mullen, however, shook his head and said, the way I see it, he must have his own cards in the bag. That's why he dares to arrogantly indicate that he wants to come to the Public Security Bureau. All teams, stand by and be ready to fight. 20 minutes later, Chen Yu had already crossed his shoulder bag and walked straight into the Public Security Bureau's office hall. "What can I do for you, young man?" A police officer sitting in the office area looked at him and asked politely. "Oh, I'm the Chen Yu who answered your calls just now. Didn't he say he wanted to treat me to tea?" Chen Yu smiled and said, "No, I'm rushing over here." However, what Chen Yu never expected was that civilian police officer's face changed abruptly and dramatically when he heard him say his name. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the police drew their service guns and aimed at Chen Yu. "Don't move, put your bag down, hands behind your head, and get down. Go get the CID detachment over here. Suspect present, suspect present." In just the blink of an eye, Chen Yu saw several criminal police officers topped with riot shields and heavily armed rushing out. Even their hands held ebony 79 submachine guns. What? What does this mean? I thought I was invited here as a guest for tea? Chen Yu was dumbfounded, being held by several blackened guns against his head. How could he dare to move a bit? The head of the criminal police, Kong Maolin, walked up and took a photo and compared it to Chen Yu. "Boy, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" "What's the good news?" Chen Yu asked tentatively. "The good news is that we'll be serving tea later." Kong Maolin sneered, took out his silver handcuffs and said, "The bad news is, come all the way here. Don't rush back. Honestly, sit in jail here. Take him to the interrogation room and invite Director Zhao over. Later on, Director Zhao and I will interrogate him personally." With a wave of Kong Maolin's hand, a group of criminal police officers escorted Chen Yu towards the interrogation room. Chapter 2: Your hands rubbing seamless steel pipes? What the hell? 10 minutes later, Director Zhao Changfeng rushed to the scene and took charge of the interrogation together with Criminal Police Detachment Chief Kong Maolin. Chen Yu sat down on a very narrow, regretful chair. Both hands were handcuffed in the iron rings of the table, and there was an incandescent lamp in front of his head. 2 meters in front of him was a thick blast glass, and the two parties spoke by phone. "Chen Yu." Director Zhao Changfeng propped his hands on the table and asked slowly, "We'd better get to the point. Do you know why the Public Security Bureau wants to arrest you?" "I don't know." Chen Yu was confused. He didn't do anything. He's just a tea egg seller on call. How come he has to be arrested and interrogated? Confess and resist. We've seen a lot of people like you, Chen Yu. It's useless to play dumb here. Criminal Police Detachment Chief Kong Maolin coldly said, "If you cooperate with the investigation, maybe there's a chance to reduce your sentence afterward. Move with emotion, reason with reason, grace and mercy." The doorway of interrogation has long been the old criminal police officer to feel through. Looking at the opposite face of the stupid Chen Yu, Kong Maolin is even more in the heart to conclude that not an hour. This case he will be able to detect. "It seems as if you don't know what you've done," Zhao Changfeng said. "In that case, let's refresh your memory, shall we?" "Chen Yu, what industry did you work in after graduating from college?" "After graduation?" Chen Yu's old face blushed as he asked. "Can I not say this?" "I can't, truthfully." Zhao Changfeng shook his head. "Now you know you regret it?" Kong Maolin sneered in his heart. It seems that this kid's psychological defense is very fragile. However, what he and Zhao Changfeng hadn't expected was that Chen Yu had heatedly laughed twice. "It's weirdly embarrassing to say that I didn't have much to show for it after graduation, so I got a factory job as a laborer. As a result, that factory owner ran away with his sister-in-law. I had no choice but to get a wheelbarrow to sell tea eggs," Chen Yu said with an innocent face. "Right, officer. When you said that, I just remembered that the tea eggs in the pot today haven't been put out of the fire yet. They should have become charcoal by now." These words, listening to Zhao Kong, two people cannot help but twitch the corners of their mouths twice. "Don't worry about the tea eggs. We'll have someone search your place later and turn off the fire for you." Zhao Changfeng knocked on the table and said seriously, "Let me ask you, besides selling tea eggs, what other side businesses do you have?" "Vice?" Hearing this, Chen Yu suddenly understood, and hurriedly asked, "You mean the online store I opened on Dark Domain Online?" "That's it." On the side, Kong Maolin asked in a deep voice, "What kind of things are you selling in that online store of yours? For sale?" "It's just custom steel pipes, stuff like that." "What did you say? Customized steel pipes?" Zhao Changfeng's eyes narrowed as he pursued the question word by word. "It's just to the specifications and dimensions they ask for. Then they supply the materials and I do the work. I seem to be getting by with this handiwork, and my customer reviews are currently at 100%. "Officer, why do you ask?" Chen Yu said honestly. Kong Maolin gestured over to the door, and a few moments later a dry police officer came in carrying a laptop. "This an engineering genius shop delayed by tea eggs is you, right?" Kong Maolin pointed at the screen and asked Chen Yu. "Right, this is it. The name of the store I came up with in reference to the recent trend in our country." Chen Yu was a little bit proud and said to the two of them. Zhao Changfeng held back his anger and asked, "Be serious. Don't think that we'll arrest people without evidence. Now tell us honestly, what exactly is it that's being sold?" It's customized steel pipe alright. Shen Yu wanted to scratch his head, but realized that his hands were handcuffed, so he could only say, "Didn't you see it? The goods I hang in this store. OEM customized steel pipes." Good. Zhao Changfeng was exasperated and laughed, and asked rhetorically, "Then I'll ask you again. What are the specifications and standards of the steel pipes that the other customer prescribed to you for those few orders that you've recently received, and you repeat them?" Well, they first asked for a batch of 40 mm caliber, 1104 mm length alloy steel tubing, and then a batch of 7.62 caliber high-strength molybdenum chromium steel tubing. Shen Yu honestly said, "There is also a 40 mm caliber, fist-sized conical steel shell." Well, that's all there is. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhao Changfeng and Kong Maolin both fell silent. Only after a long while did Zhao Changfeng ask, "If the records of our investigation are correct, you seem to have missed one item. These steel pipes are all seamless, right?" "Yes, the customer requires seamless steel pipe. Surely we must meet the demand." Shen Yu hemmed and hawed and said, "After all, our craftsmanship is here. People don't say they want seamless. Even if they want 18 folds of steel pipe, I can rub it out for him." "Interesting." Kong Maolin smiled and asked, "Young man, think more carefully. Doesn't a good thing of this quality have a higher-end atmospheric name?" "What other names?" Shen Yu froze and said, "Isn't it just seamless steel pipes? I make money doing business based on my ability. Is this also illegal?" These words rendered both Zhao Kong speechless. "Boy, let me give you a friendly reminder," Zhao Changfeng said in a cold voice. "These things you made, besides being seamless steel tubes, they have another name, which is gun barrels and gun barrels. The two sets of 40 mm stuff you were talking about are the main material used to make RPGs and rockets, and the 7.62 mm seamless steel tubing is even used to make the famous AK-47 rifles." Kong Maolin slapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Now you should understand why the Public Security Bureau is looking for you and why they want to arrest you, right? Gun barrels? Gun barrels? This." Shen Yu's eyes went wide, thinking back to the attentive attitude and generous outburst of the white-turbaned bearded man earlier. Could it be that the steel pipes they sold to them were not taken to be used as automobile parts, but to be made into weapons? "You've got a lot of nerve, kid." Zhao Changfeng took out a few photos and spread them on the table. The photo shows a backdrop of a battlefield with several disassembled gun barrels sitting on the ground and an RPG. Western news agencies are reporting that the firefight in the Middle East has intensified in recent days, with both sides committing more than 100,000 troops in size. Our media investigated on the battlefield and found that some parts originating from China were actually found in the weapons of an Arab country in the Middle East. This includes, but is not limited to, rifle barrels, RPG tubes, and artillery shells to name a few. We suspect that this is evidence that the Eastern powers intend to come down and influence the war in the Middle East. Looking at the Western media news playing on his laptop, Chen Yu's heart pounded wildly. In that case, he had actually been tricked by that bearded man. The ones he sells are transformed into all sorts of guns and weapons when they arrive on the battlefields of the Middle East. You don't have to be so mean. Chapter 3, The Uninformed Are Innocent. I'll donate another $1 million. Zhao Changfeng turned off the news and said coldly, "Do you know that this news has already made a scene abroad? The Blue Cloud City Public Security Bureau. It is after receiving the instructions of the provincial leadership to carry out a series of investigations, and finally found Shen Yu's head. Are you kids stupid?" On the side, Kong Maolin even asked with a puzzled face, "What do you do when people tell you to do something? What can this special standard steel pipe be taken for? Don't you know in your heart? This kind of thing, not to mention a college student, even a rural old man should know that it's against the law, right?" Zhao Kong and the two of them couldn't figure out why Chen Yu, the kid, could actually foolishly do this kind of work for the Middle Eastern bearded man. I really didn't think of that. Shen Yu froze for a while, and said somewhat helplessly, "I'm just okay with my handiwork, and I'm not a police professional, so I'm not at all sure about the specifications of the guns, and since they give more money and are nice, I'll just work for them. It can't be helped." Chen Yu has never seen his parents since he was a child, and it was his grandmother who brought him up and sent him to college in the city. There is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty, and there is only one medicine to cure it, and that is money. Therefore, when the business opportunity of the bearded man appeared, Chen Yu hardly thought too much about it before he answered a single order. "Nice guy?" Zhao Changfeng slammed the table and rebuked in a cold voice, "Do you know that bearded man is the head of one of the largest mercenary groups in the Middle East? The people they've killed are only in the thousands. You didn't kill anyone directly though," Kong Maolin also added. "However, because of the weapons assembled from these gun barrels and gun barrels you built, there will likewise be a very large number of deaths and injuries produced." Meanwhile, in the conference room next door, a group of Public Security Bureau cadres were looking at the interrogation images on the big screen. This kid was actually arrested on suspicion of peddling arms and weapons. How old is he? Is he 25? Just now, Team Kong and Bureau Zhao said that this kid has committed a crime, but it's a bit difficult to handle. The sale of arms is not prohibited in the Middle East, and can barrels be categorized as arms weapons? It depends on whether he really didn't know or not. If he made something without his knowledge, it's not a subjective offense and he may not even be able to be arrested. The police are talking. Today the scene is really let them open their eyes. A college graduate actually sell arms. That, I really don't know. Chen Yu honestly said. 2 officers, I really didn't know that I was making gun barrels. I just thought that the bearded man was placing an order with me because he saw my excellent craftsmanship. Crafty? Zhao Changfeng skimmed his mouth. If you have to say so, it's right. Your kid is rubbing, but they are now the most scarce seamless steel tubes gun barrels. People cannot like it? However, the problem at hand is also obvious. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, Zhao Changfeng was equally clear about one thing. If Chen Yu had really made the steel pipe without any knowledge, then the nature of the matter would be different. What's more, what Chen Yu did was only seamless steel pipes. Various other parts were assembled after they arrived in the Middle East, a process he was unaware of. The most important point is that the arms business there in the Middle East is a perfectly legal existence. With these 3 together, it would not be so easy to directly convict Chen Yu. On the side, Kong Maolin asked somewhat unwillingly, Chen Yu, explain clearly, did the other party mention to you that these steel pipes were going to be made into gun weapons? No, wow, really? Chen Yu said with an innocent face. That bearded man tricked me. He said he was an automobile dealer and wanted to purchase some inexpensive parts, so I believed him. Really? Kong Maolin's face turned cold and said, I advise you to confess and be lenient. If you lie, there are audio and video recordings now, and your sentence will be aggravated at that time. I promise I really don't know. Officer. Chen Yu was so anxious that his head was smoking, but he froze now and couldn't think of how to prove his innocence. This appearance, looking at Zhao Changfeng on the side, he couldn't help but twitch in his heart. How simple it is. Just bring this kid's computer and check it out. Won't we know if what he said is true or not? However, looking at Chen Yu's look of being so anxious that he had nowhere to scratch, Zhao Changfeng seemed to realize that this guy didn't look like he was acting and was really a bit naive. But you can't be this naive, can you? You wait here for a while, we'll go out to a meeting to discuss this, Zhao Changfeng said, and took Kong Maolin with him as he got up and went out the door. Entering the conference room next door, looking at the room full of dry police, Zhao Changfeng frowned and said, You've seen the situation. What should we do now? Who's going to say? Bureau Cho, a young police officer said. Let's send someone to his place to check the computer and browser records, so we'll know right away if he's lying or not. Yes, and if he lied, that means he intentionally manufactured an arms weapon and should be punished severely. On the flip side, if this kid is really naive and overly so, then I'm afraid we have no reason to detain him and convict him. Hearing the words of the police officer, Zhao Changfeng waved his hand and said, Send someone to get evidence immediately. Half an hour later, Chen Yu's computer has been sent to the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Kong, 2 people and a group of police officers will be chat records turned over, but did not find a tiny bit of corroboration. You're free to go for now. Chen Yu, between the current evidence and the inability to convict you, the Bureau has taken the following measures against you. Chen Yu is fined for his behavior and also given a serious warning. After returning to the interrogation room, Zhao Changfeng smiled and signaled the dry police to turn off the incandescent light, uncuffed Chen Yu, and handed the computer to Chen Yu. What's the fine, officer? Chen Yu asked with a curious expression. That number. Zhao Changfeng stretched out a finger and gestured. $10 million? Chen Yu ate a shock. 10 million is not a small amount of money, although he made money, but it was all hard money. Hearing his words, Zhao Changfeng's face darkened and he said, $1 million fine. Young man, $10 million? Are you stupid? What are you thinking? Now he has really believed Chen Yu, this kid brain straight. Open mouth on 10 million? This is the concept of money is not at all $1 million? Good talk. I can pay the fine right now. Or how about this? I'll donate another $1 million out to the Public Security Bureau. Do you think it's okay? Chen Yu said and fished out a gold card from his coat pocket. Seeing this card, Zhao Changfeng and Kong Maolin's eyes almost glazed over. Big dragon gold card? The 2 men were engaged in police work and naturally understood that the card would require $5 million for a start. But this thing is normal when you think about it. What kind of stuff is Chen Yu selling? It's true what they say about the Middle East being full of dirtbags and oilmen. It's not wrong at all. Zhao Changfeng stared at a naive Chen Yu and asked, Young man, are you sure you want to donate an additional 1 million yuan to our Public Security Bureau now? Chapter 4, I heard you sell tea eggs across the border? Of course it's true, Chen Yu said with a serious face. Aren't you the director of the Public Security Bureau? Where would I dare to lie in front of you? You boy. On the sidelines, Criminal Police Detachment Chief Kong Maolin tapped his head. He could sort of see that this Chen Yu was really a bit naive. In the Public Security Bureau in front of us, the electronic equipment is almost all old models that will soon be obsolete. The buildings everywhere are of the last century style, and even the walls have lost their paint from age. To say the least, Zhao Changfeng was really a bit moved by the fact that Chen Yu wanted to donate money. In the past few months, he applied for an unknown number of approvals to the leaders of the relevant departments at the higher level, wanting to get a portion of the money for the Public Security Bureau to be used for renovation and refurbishment. But what? Money is tight these days, whether it's personal or public. The response from the higher-ups will always be that it's being dealt with. So let's wait for the notification first. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that this payment will not be approved even in a year and a half, not to mention a month. However, Zhao Changfeng still said with a straight face, "Young man, your money is better to keep it well. I am worried that you look like this is very easy to be swindled by others." Exactly. Kong Maolin also nodded his head and said, "From now on, especially those unlawful elements on the network, you should not believe everything they say. Do you know?" "Got it. Thank you, officers." Chen Yu hurriedly nodded in agreement. "I didn't do anything illegal. I just sold some steel pipes to a foreign bearded man." Chen Yu pondered in his heart. Now that the Public Security Bureau has said that his behavior is not illegal, then this doorway to make money is better to stay for a while. I can't spend the rest of my life selling tea eggs. However, when it came to the turn to pay the fine by credit card, there were some minor problems. Chen Yu's big dragon gold card can't actually be swiped on the Public Security Bureau's old-fashioned machine. Tell you what, young man, take some time, go to the bank, make a transfer, and just pay the fine in 3 days, Zhao Changfeng said. His heart also secretly complained about the higher authorities. This machine cannot even swipe people's cards. How humiliating to say. Chen Yu promised, and after leaving the Public Security Bureau, pedaled his bike all the way here to Dalong Bank. There were still quite a few people in line in front of them, so Chen Yu didn't feel annoyed and stood at the end of the line to queue up. In fact, with the weight of the gold card in Chen Yu's hand, as long as he flashed it, the bank would immediately invite him to go to the VIP room to conduct business alone. However, Chen Yu didn't really like that kind of scene of being stopped by all the passers-by and surrounded by amazement. He has a shy personality, not to mention being surrounded by people. Sometimes he feels awkward when he bumps into acquaintances on the road to say hello. During the time spent in line, Chen Yu took out his cell phone in passing and swiped through the chat group. He's kept the class chat group since graduation, and today, there are a lot of chat messages from the class group. Chen Yu clicked in to take a look. Everyone is discussing the old classmates reunion in a while. "Hey, I heard that you can get $12,000 a month now. Where do you work?" Hey, it's nothing. I'm just going to get a part-time job at the company my dad owns, pouring water and sweeping the floors." "Company? Didn't your family rent a newsstand?" "Old Gao, your kid is all about bragging. Ha 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 ha." In the class group, the student called Lao Gao was instantly red warm after being demolished by the class president Lu Jia. "What's wrong with a newsstand? I make $10,000 a month at the newsstand. Don't underestimate me yet." Yes, $10,000. "Okay, our family doesn't run a company, but as soon as I graduated, I interned at our local research institute, currently $8,000 a month after transfer." "Oh, that's what you call an iron rice bowl." The smug tone of class president Lu Jie made Chen Yu feel a little uncomfortable even through the screen. However, people do have bullish capital. Both parents work in the system, and both positions are not low. Give your son a little bit of a walk in the park, and it won't matter at all. On the contrary, Chen Yu himself was now definitely considered to be one of the worst in the class. "The factory where I work is about to close down. Not to mention that the boss owes half a year's wages and has run off with his sister-in-law." It was also at this time that someone in the group eyed Chen Yu. "Yo, brother Chen, it's rare for you to show your head for 1,000 years. People haven't seen you talk to the group in a while, and the squad leader said you didn't even answer the phone when he called you yesterday. Where did you work after graduation?" A few students picked up the news and asked Chen Yu. "Nothing, just doing a little business with foreign countries, selling handmade products and stuff," Chen Yu casually replied back. After coming out of the Public Security Bureau, Chen Yu realized that he was actually in the business of selling arms. The fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better, of course, or else there would be a great deal of trouble. Anyway, he's graduated now, and these classmates are just old and dead, so he's just going to talk casually. However, the students visibly froze. What did Chen Yu just say? Doing business with foreign countries? And sell handmade products? Was this still the same person as the Chen Yu they had learned about? "Look, our brother Leap just knows how to joke." "Brother Leap, weren't you selling tea eggs in front of that what's-his-name factory before? How come it's only been a few days and you're doing business with foreigners and selling handmade products?" Lu Jia, the class president, said conspiratorially in the group. "It's not the foreigners who want to buy your tea eggs, is it? Ha ha ha. The message was followed by a series of laughing and crying emojis posted by several classmates. Yeah, you really don't say it, squad leader. How come tea eggs don't count as handmade products anymore? Selling tea eggs to foreigners, that's still considered promoting our Chinese culture. Brother Chen, it's not embarrassing. That's right, it's worthy of being our brother Chen. He was #1 in school, and he's also #1 in promoting Chinese culture after graduation. With Lu Jia leading the satire, a group of students immediately echoed his words. Chen Yu was privately evaluated by them as the most unproductive classmate. This kid can still do business with foreigners? For a while, the group was in a state of laughter, and no one cared about Chen Yu's thoughts at all. Of course, even less people took Chen Yu's words to heart. What else can an engineering graduate do after selling tea eggs for a year? And over here, looking at the snickers and taunts of his classmates, Chen Yu just laughed. His classmates laughed at him, which was understandable. After all, who would believe what was happening to him, even if he told it? Next, #1, Chen Yu. The line over the counter finally reached Chen Yu. Please wait. However, Chen Yu had just taken a step when she heard a female voice next to her. Chapter 5, Schoolgirls Let Me Rub Pipes Live? Hearing that female voice, Chen Yu turned his head to look, and immediately felt even more embarrassed in his heart. This person was no one else but the recognized school beauty in their university, Xiao Yunan. Xiao Yunan was dressed in a pullover and black skirt, stepping on small leather shoes, with a slender and well-proportioned body, and a head of long hair draped behind her head like a big wave. At this moment, she was curiously sizing up Chen Yu, her eyes as if they were a vast expanse of autumn water. Chen Yu secretly screamed bad in his heart and wanted to leave, but Xiao Yunan had already arrived in front of him. You looking for me? Chen Yu felt his face a little hot. There were few girls in engineering universities, let alone a beauty like Xiao Yunan. I'm ashamed to say, he'd barely spoken to a girl this close until he graduated. Classmate, are you the last Chen Yu senior from our university? Xiao Yunan introduced herself. I'm a junior in our school. My name is Xiao Yunan. There's no need to introduce yourself so clearly. I know you. Chen Yu's face turned red. I'm afraid that no one in the entire mechanical university would not recognize Xiao Yunan in front of them. I should call you Senior Chen then. Xiao Yunan's eyes lit up and a soft smile appeared on her pretty face. She would recognize Chen Yu solely because he was always ranked first in all subjects when he was in college. As a result, his personal headshot, which hangs on the school's honor roll almost year-round. Xiao Yunan was also a student of the mechanical university, and after a while, she had an impression of Chen Yu's face. When Chen Yu pulled out his cell phone to look at the chat group just now, she happened to glance at it. I didn't expect to actually see the big dragon gold card in Chen Yu's pocket. After discovering the gold card, Xiao Yunan then carefully went to look at Chen Yu's face, and surprisingly realized that it was not the same school bully Chen Yu from before the mechanical university. Now, Xiao Yunan also thought secretly in her heart, in this day and age, college students are unemployed upon graduation and have a hard enough time finding a job. But Chen Yu had only graduated a year ago, and he even had a big dragon gold card in his hand. This is a great opportunity. You have to coax Chen Yu to your side. At that moment, Xiao Yunan looked at Chen Yu with soft eyes and smiled. Senior Chen, why are you here at the bank? Just call me Chen Yu. I'm here to do some business at the bank. Schoolmate Xiao, do you have something to do? Chen Yu thought about it. Paying fines to the Public Security Bureau is not a good thing to say, so he explained vaguely. It's not much of a big deal. Senior Chen, I've heard of you long ago when I was in college, but I haven't had the chance to see you since I graduated. It had to be said that Xiao Yunan had an excellent talent in coaxing men. That tilted little face, full of anticipation, was very easy to make people feel protective. By the way, senior, where will you work after graduation? Just now I seem to see that you have a gold card in your hand. Seeing that Chen Yu did not mention the matter of the gold card in the slightest, Xiao Yunan had to take some initiative and ask him. Well, Chen Yu searched for a moment. If she said that her proper job was selling tea eggs, would Xiao Yunan believe that a tea egg seller could have a gold card in her hand? But to say that you are hand-rubbing the barrels of guns for Middle Eastern bearded men, wouldn't that scare people to death? I've been doing a little business lately, supplying products to foreign countries and such, so think of it as me opening an online store. Chen Yu thought about it and simply used this excuse to put it off. Open an online store? Wow! Senior Chen, you're so thoughtful. Xiao Yunan blinked her eyes and said, how did you come up with the idea of opening an online store? Is it because your parents pulled strings for you and found foreign customers? Mom and dad? Chen Yu shook his head and said, my mom and dad died when I was little. I'm an orphan. No one to hold a relationship for me. If he really had parents like that, why would he still be hanging around the old factory after graduation? Oh, I'm sorry Senior Chen, I didn't mean to mention your sadness. Xiao Yunan's face showed a hint of sadness, but her heart instead became more elated. There were no parents, which meant that if she took Chen Yu, the golden mountain of Chunyu would be hers in the future. So, Senior Chen, who is currently taking care of your online store? Is there a full-time anchor to carry your load, and is there an advertising channel? Xiao Yunan shifted her body with a smile and said, otherwise, I'll go home with you later and you'll show me your online store, okay? Not good. Shen Yu's heart panicked. Letting Xiao Yunan go back with him was still a good idea. When the time comes, it's not a big deal for her to know that he's an on-call youth selling tea eggs. It's a big deal to know that he's selling goods to a bearded man in the Middle East. He had only just come out of the Public Security Bureau today, and the director, Zhao Changfeng, had reminded him on his way out that this matter should be kept low-key and not publicized everywhere. Not good? Xiao Yunan blinked her eyes while Chen Yu hurried to the front of the counter and apologized to the impatiently waiting customer service inside. Transfer $1 million to our city's public safety department and give me a note. Chen Yu lowered his voice and said to the customer service, Gold card VIP Chen Yu. External transfer of $1 million. As a result, the female customer service agent inside, not knowing if she was angry at the wait or what, wore a carry-on microphone and repeated it in a deliberately loud voice. Chen Yu was sweating for a while. He didn't turn his head, but he could even feel the blazing gaze coming from Xiao Yunan behind him. $1 million. Xiao Yunan's heart was even more pounding. It seemed like she was really leaning on a gold mountain today, although Chen Yu was a bit wooden. In her opinion, this was not a problem at all. Taking out the small notebook she had with her, Xiao Yunan quickly wrote down her address and phone number. On this side, Chen Yu finished the remittance, stuffed the slip and the gold card into his arms, turned his head and just wanted to walk away, when Xiao Yunan chased after him again. Senior Chen, it's not easy for us to meet. Why don't we have dinner together tonight, okay? Xiao Yunan reached out to put her arms around Chen Yu's arm, but Chen Yu walked so briskly that she barely managed to catch up. No way. I've still got tea eggs cooking in the pot, Chen Yu said subconsciously without even thinking about it. Ha? Xiao Yunan froze. Yeah, that what? I said I bought tea eggs this morning and haven't eaten them yet. Next time. After saying that, Chen Yu went out of the door of the bank and pedaled his bike to run away. However, Xiao Yunan still caught up from behind and stuffed the note with the address and phone number in Chen Yu's pocket. Senior Chen, remember to call me back. Watching Chen Yu fly away, Xiao Yunan was silent for a while, standing on the side of the road a little messy. Is it because you're not pretty enough? Why is this guy acting like a wooden head, pedaling all the way back to the factory dormitory? Chen Yu drilled into the room and immediately opened the computer and logged into the small store on the dark domain network. Recalling Xiao Yunan's words, Chen Yu couldn't help but ponder over them as well. Since the Public Security Bureau has said that it is not illegal for him to do so, why does he not think of ways to broaden his sales channels? Selling steel pipes to Middle Eastern bearded men can make money, but not a lot of money. At this time, Chen Yu suddenly remembered what Xiao Yunan said about selling goods live. Why don't you try it? Chapter 6, First Live Broadcast, Lost. Chen Yu was still really moved, because he had once watched those big anchors live on the short video platform. Just a few shouts of family on the internet, and man, the orders are dropping like snowflakes. For those popular anchors, creating tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of sales in one live broadcast is not a problem. So, Chen Yu said to do it, immediately took out his cell phone and opened the hottest short video software in China now, Douyin. After passing the registration of the live room account, as well as the authentication of his real name, he finally obtained a live room of his own. Of course, Chen Yu also knew one thing. It's not enough to rely on hard power. You have to get some perks to draw traffic in. Chen Yu simply filled up $2,000 in one breath, and then divided it into $2,100 red packets and hung them in the live broadcast room. In this way, every 10 minutes, the live broadcast will automatically give out a $100 red packet. At $2,000, that's like buying him about 3 hours of stream pushing time, and it's a surefire way to get viewers into squat. Chen Yu yards a few steel pipes in front of himself. With everything taken care of, he clicked the on-air button with confidence. In just a few minutes of work, Chen Yu saw many viewers pouring into the live broadcast room. From 100 or so at the beginning, it eventually rose to around 600 or 700. Of course, these viewers are here for the live streaming bonus. What is this live room for? And the engineering genius live room? How come the anchor doesn't squeak? Looking like a college student? Stupid. Holy, why can't I collect this red packet and have to wait 10 minutes to collect it? Soon, a barrage of viewer pop-ups raced across the screen. For the sake of the red packet, the crowd in the live room was still maintained at around 300 to 400 people. Live family, you can see the steel pipe in front of the anchor. Chen Yu smiled and said to the phone screen, these are all purely handmade by the anchor. I undertake a variety of custom-crafted steel pipe. The price is preferential, and there are discounts for large quantities. As he spoke, Chen Yu swept his camera in passing towards the few steel pipes that were yarded in front of him. As a result, a scene unexpected to him appeared. Who does this dude call family? He can't click on the link to this little store of his. Why is it reporting a virus? Opening a broadcast instead of selling food and daily necessities. Selling steel pipes? Is the anchor a head and two arms? That's right. Let's retreat immediately when the red envelopes in the live broadcast are finished. I just looked. That little store. Only 3 sales a month. Must be a fraud. Good lord. There was actually a lot of cursing on the public screen of the live stream. Chen Yu was a bit confused now. No, wasn't that the same routine he used to watch other anchors bring in? How is it that when it comes to him, this solution doesn't work instead? The results were predictable. 3 hours later, Chen Yu turned off the live broadcast. His traffic was still steady. Just no one gave him a single order. And the vast majority of viewers ran right after grabbing the red packets. Tossed half a day. The result is a dime did not earn. He also lost $2,000 in the red bag into. Chen Yu couldn't help but slap his cheeks. Good lord. It's a good thing he didn't send the link to the live stream to his college class group just now to pull popularity. Otherwise, there was no telling how the class president, Lu Jia, and his group would taunt themselves. What exactly is the problem? Chen Yu pondered for a moment that the quality of these steel pipes in his hands was absolutely fine. Since it's not the stuff that's wrong, it's, obviously, the people. Right. Chen Yu suddenly sat up and called out. Live effect. The viewers of this live broadcast room of his did not come for him as a person or merchandise at all, but stayed in order to grab the red packets. Chen Yu searched for a moment. If it is earlier in the day, their entire live, Vita Lighter may not really have traffic. But now, if you dare to do this, the next second the live broadcast will immediately be blocked, and then you're just waiting to be blacklisted. Thinking about it, Chen Yu finally thought of someone, and that was the schoolgirl he met today, Xiao Yunan. And it's rumored that Xiao Yunan is doing webcasting herself. Of course, the content of her live broadcast would definitely be very different from Chen Yu's. Chen Yu searched for a moment, to let him hand rub a variety of mechanical products. He was not in a position to do so, but the water of the network live broadcast is too deep. If he really let himself get down, he might have to send his pants in. In that case, why don't you ask Xiao Yunan to see if she has any experience? Flipping out the note, Chen Yu entered the number into the Weixin search box, and sure enough, he searched for Xiao Yunan's account. Remarks, I'm Chen Yu. There's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. After sending the verification message over, it occurred to Chen Yu that he was being a bit abrupt. After all, it was only today that the two had met for the first time. However, less than 10 seconds after his verification message was sent, the other person went through his friends. Xiao Yunan said, Senior Chen, how are you? Chen Yu said, that's schoolmate Xiao. I have something I want to consult you about. Xiao Yunan said, why are you so polite? Senior? Just say it. Chen Yu said, I've been broadcasting live on Douyin recently, and the results are not too good, so I want to learn from you. Since Xiao Yunan was so enthusiastic, Chen Yu simply stopped pretending and directly showed his cards. Xiao Yunan returned, although it's easy to start a live broadcast, but it's hard if you want to broadcast well. Senior Chen, why do you want to start a live broadcast? Chen Yu said, I'd like to bring in some goods, mainly some products I made myself. Xiao Yunan said, the threshold for a bandwagon anchor is even higher. Between eloquence and face talent, at least one of them must be accounted for. Seeing this message, Chen Yu couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Eloquence is something that can't be practiced in a day or two, and as for face value and talent, that's even less relevant to oneself. If that's the case, why don't you spend a little money yourself and have someone bring it to you? Isn't Xiao Yunan in front of you a good candidate? Chen Yu immediately said, otherwise, I'll just pay someone to be a carry anchor for me. Xiao Yunan returned, Senior Chen, have you settled on a candidate? And how much salary are you going to offer? Chen Yu said, it's not confirmed yet, but I've considered it. 80,000 a month. I can recruit people, right? After Chen Yu issued these words, Xiao Yunan on the opposite side of the table was silent for half a minute. Then, she sent Chen Yu a surprised emoticon. $80,000 a month? The first thought in Xiao Yunan's mind, who was lying on the bed, was that Chen Yu was joking, hiring someone to carry goods for a month and paying them $80,000 in salary? What the hell is he selling that he's so confident? Chapter 7, the effect is remarkable. 80,000 won't be wasted. Surprised as she was, Xiao Yunan moved. Don't look at her current account with 70,000 to 80,000 followers, but it would be nice for her to have over 1,000 in gift money for a live broadcast. Xiao Yunan said busily, Senior Chen, are you still recruiting? I'd like to give it a try. By the way, what kind of products do you sell? Chen Yu said, of course I'm recruiting. The bandwagon is mainly based on customized mechanical product parts. Right, such as steel pipes and things like that. Steel pipe? Xiao Yunan froze for a moment. It was the first time she had heard of someone selling steel pipes on software like Douyin. which was definitely considered a cold product. But she didn't want to care that much. Today she had seen with her own eyes that Chen Yu had a Huaxia gold card. So, she immediately sent a message to Chen Yu. I applied for the job. Senior Chen, why don't we meet tomorrow? Tomorrow? Chen Yu thought for a moment and replied back to her. Okay, then tomorrow morning. Let's meet in front of the old machinery factory in Blue Cloud City. The old machine shop? How could someone like Chen Yu, who was holding the Huaxia gold card, ask her to meet up at a place like the machinery factory? However, the temptation of 80,000 salary or offset her doubts, immediately gave Chen Yu back a good. By the time Chen Yu arrived at the entrance of the old machine shop the next morning, he saw Xiao Yunan standing on the side of the road from a distance. The schoolflower's temperament was indeed superbly eye-catching. Xiao Yunan's black hair was draped over her shoulders and a black dress set off her snow-white crystalline skin. After seeing Chen Yu, she even revealed a sweet smile. Schoolmate Xiao, why did you come over so early? Chen Yu looked at the time. The two had agreed to meet at 8 o'clock, and it was only 7:45 now. We said we'd apply for the job, so of course we're going to come a little early, Xiao Yunan said with a coquettish smile. From now on, you can just call me Yunan, and I'll call you brother Chen Yu or boss, or just call me Chen Yu. Chen Yu feels that the name boss is strange. He just graduated a year ago. So, brother Chen Yu, what do you think of my image and temperament? Does it meet your criteria? Xiao Yunan said, and also delicately turned her body. The cozy scent of her body was even more overwhelming, causing Chen Yu's face to turn a little red. Well, it fits, Chen Yu answered repeatedly on his mouth, but in his heart, he secretly thought. In fact, in addition to Xiao Yunan, he does not know any other girl with a good image and temperament right now. Taking a step back, even if Xiao Yunan didn't manage to make his live bandwagon work, he himself would only lose $80,000 at most. Thinking of this, Chen Yu said, then we're settled. You'll be my lead anchor here. I'll transfer the salary to you now. Saying that, Chen Yu took out his cell phone, then transferred money to Xiao Yunan, dropping, your account is credited, $50,000. Dropping, your account has arrived, $30,000. When she heard these two collection beeps, Xiao Yunan's big, beautiful eyes immediately widened. It was the first time she had ever seen Chen Yu so bold. Good lord, this broadcast hasn't even gotten off the ground yet, and the paychecks are hitting her first? Brother Chen Yu, I now realize that you're even more handsome than yesterday, Xiao Yunan, with a red face, said, if it weren't for the fact that there are people here, I'd have to kiss you fiercely twice. Chen Yu was taken aback by her blunt statement and digressed to ask, how do we go about our next live broadcast? Seeing Chen Yu being silly, Xiao Yunan couldn't help but laugh. That's hard to say, brother Chen Yu, didn't you pay me to solve this problem? Xiao Yunan confidently tossed her hair, tying her black hair into a more competent ponytail, and said, you start another broadcast, and this time I'll broadcast with you. I still have some fan base in place. Granted, she has less than 100,000 followers, but the group is simply too sticky. Aside from brushing fewer gifts, whenever Xiao Yunan was on the air, her popularity would never be low. Who wouldn't be happy to see a beautiful woman for nothing? Chen Yu agreed to Xiao Yunan's request and took out his own cell phone to open Douyin again. This time he directly charged $5,000, and then divided it into 10 500 red packets and hung it in the live room, on air, with the huge diversion effect of the $5,000 red packet. Within a short minute, his live room was flooded with nearly 1,000 viewers. Isn't this that second cutie yesterday's live broadcasting room? He's back on the air. Look, you guys, 10 500 red envelopes, more than yesterday. No, anchor, are you a fool with too much money? Or are you here to hand out benefits on purpose? Such a big bonus. The public screen in the live broadcast room was very lively. However, the content of the audience's discussion was the same as what Chen Yu thought, all about red envelopes. But, it was also at this time that Xiao Yunan curiously came over to look at the live broadcast screen. At that moment, Chen Yu could even feel the originally screen-swiped pop-ups in the live broadcast room pause for a few seconds. Immediately afterward, the entire public screen exploded. This is the school beauty of Mechanical University. Xiao Yunan, how come she didn't use her own account to start broadcasting? Instead she broadcasted with this second cutie. She's on the air with this second cutie. Is it possible that this anchor is stupid and spends a lot of money to give Xiao schoolgirls? That kind of thing don't. Anchor off and stay away from our schoolgirl. A bar of pop-ups, frantically swiping the screen. Looking at Chen Yu's heart was a bit speechless. These viewers, who were squatting and waiting to grab the red packets, had treated him with no small amount of contempt and hostility before. Now well, the moment Xiao Yunan appeared on camera, this hostility was directly amplified dozens of times. For a while, Chen Yu was a bit skeptical as to whether he had made the right choice in asking Xiao Yunan to help with the live broadcast or not. However, at this time, Xiao Yunan turned her head and threw a reassuring smile at Chen Yu. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast. I'm Xiao Yunan. Everyone should recognize me, right? As you can see, I'm not live on my own account today, but with this one beside me. His name is Chen Yu, and he's also a graduate of the Mechanical University. Xiao Yunan's sweet smile and pretty face really caused the curses in the live broadcast to subside quite a bit. Seeing Xiao Yunan mentioning himself, Chen Yu also quickly waved his hand and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yu, last year's graduate of the Mechanical University. People might wonder why I'm in the same frame as Senior Chen Yu. The reason is simple. Right now I'm Senior Chen Yu's full-time lead anchor." Xiao Yunan continued to introduce to the audience. Senior Chen has only graduated for a year, but he is already holding a Wasia gold card. He is an absolute success story. These words caused Chen Yu to mutter a bit in his heart. Isn't that a little too flashy? Isn't Xiao Yunan pulling hate on herself by doing this? However, Chen Yu clearly still doesn't understand webcasting. With just a few short words, Xiao Yunan managed to retain over 1,000 viewers in this live broadcast room. And, with her introduction, the live public screen quickly blew up again. Chapter 8, Chen Yu's Workshop. Business is back. Wasia gold card? He actually has a Huaxia gold card? That's something only big bosses have. Seriously? He just graduated a year ago. Schoolgirl Xiao, stop it. Hurry up and tell him to step aside and stay away from you. Being rich is a big deal, isn't it? I forbid you to stand with my goddess. On the public screen of the live broadcast room, a bar of pop-ups flew by. At this moment, the audience was not only filled with envy and jealousy towards Chen Yu, but at the same time, a deep curiosity rose in their hearts. This guy, what the hell does he do? Seeing that her appetite for fishing was almost gone, Xiao Yunan said sweetly, "As for today, I'm going to join Senior Chen and take everyone on a tour of the place where Senior Chen works. Aren't you all curious as to how Senior Chen earns so much money? Don't quit the live broadcast." Saying that, Xiao Yunan also cast an inquiring look at Chen Yu. "No problem, let's go." Chen Yu nodded and led Xiao Yunan towards this old machinery factory. If it was before, he really didn't dare to bring Xiao Yunan in like this. After all, the factory wasn't his. But now, the boss ran away with his sister-in-law, and all levels of supervisors in the factory. Even old Wang, the gatekeeper, dragged a bag of rebar back to his hometown. A whole lot of electronic equipment in the entire machine shop was damaged because it was left unmanaged. Now, the factory is left with Chen Yu and 10 or so old workers who are owed wages and rely on the equipment here to take casual work to make money. As for the steel pipe workshop that Chen Yu usually used, now only he himself had a gate key, which could actually be counted as his personal asset. Xiao Yunan blinked her eyes and asked Chen Yu, "Senior Chen, why is your workplace in such a place?" "Oh, that." Chen Yu said naturally, "This factory has some of the equipment I need, and the point is to use it casually without costing me any money." However, Xiao Yunan was surprised. "Wow, so the entire factory is your asset?" "Senior Chen." Chen Yu just wanted to explain, but seeing the heated discussion in the public screen of the live broadcast room, he still endured in the end. A plant of this size, even though it's a bit older, costs millions a year to run. Xiao Yunan pretended to be surprised and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "I've seen this factory before. It's that machinery factory in our Blue Cloud City that's about to close down. Is this factory owned by that Chen Yu? Wasn't there a rumor that the owner ran away? Now the owner is him. Chen Yu? You can make that much money with such an old, shabby place? It's simply impossible, isn't it? That's just it. It's so fake. What's profitable in a factory like this?" In such a short period of time when the two of them were walking to the workshop, Chen Yu actually realized that the popularity of his live broadcast room had already reached 125 people. 2,000. Yesterday he sent out $2,000 in red envelopes in one go, and the final result of the attraction was about a few hundred people. But today, with the help of Xiao Yunan, the popularity of the live broadcast room unexpectedly broke through 4 digits and reached the 2,000 mark. Chen Yu thought in his heart, if every live broadcast Xiao Yunan can attract so many people to him, 80,000 is indeed worth it. Soon, Chen Yu brought Xiao Yunan here to the steel pipe workshop and then pulled out the key to open the door. "You step back a bit, don't touch." Chen Yu reminded her of this, then grabbed the door handle and pulled hard and furiously. Crunch! The rusty big iron door made a huge commotion, as well as a large area of rust and dust peeling off, startling Xiao Yunan. Is this kind of place really where Chen Yu usually works? Now, not to mention that the audience in the live broadcast room didn't believe it. Even she was full of unbelief. And the view from the workshop once the doors were open was indeed very much in keeping with the state of this old factory. The workshop is about 100 or 200 square meters, in which a dozen or so different large machinery and equipment are stacked. Many of these devices were covered in a thick layer of sticky black motor oil. There are also several pieces of equipment that are simply in scrap condition, all rusted out. Standing in the doorway, Xiao Yunan was about to get dizzy from the pungent motor oil odor. In a corner of the workshop, there is also a small work corner that Chen Yu temporarily made, with tables, chairs, benches and an old laptop. Holding her cell phone, Xiao Yunan followed Chen Yu into this workshop. Looking at an oddly shaped piece of machinery in front of her, Xiao Yunan froze for a moment. Senior Chen, what is this equipment for? Foreign imports? You mean this? Chen Yu looked at it and said naturally, I modified it myself with parts from various discarded devices. Modify it yourself? You? How did you do it? Xiao Yunan was dumbfounded and subconsciously asked. It's just following my own ideas. Chen Yu heatedly smiled and said proudly, I lacked some machine tools and equipment for special processing on hand, so I disassembled parts from other discarded equipment and then tested and assembled them myself. That's all. But this kind of equipment requires not only manual ability, but also the ability to do programming programs and circuit design? Oh, that one I know a little about, and I redid a new program and circuit system along the way. Chen Yu smiled. Is there anything else you want to ask? Hand rolling your own machine tool equipment? If this dude's telling the truth, he's got a lot on his mind. Seconded. But the equipment looks old and dirty. Will it really work? What can pull out pus is a good ointment. This environment, what more do you need a bicycle? As I recall, the anchor previously carried goods of steel pipes. Right. Ordinary steel pipes need to use this kind of precision large-scale equipment? In the frantic scrolling of the public screen in the live room, a few individual professionals seemed to notice that something was wrong. Do you kids use so much specialized equipment and hand-roll your own brand new machining equipment just to make ordinary steel pipes? Right, Yunan. Wait for me. I'll go if there's any new business coming in, Chen Yu said, walking over to that laptop and turning it on, then skillfully opening his own little dark domain web store. Live is live, but the Middle Eastern bearded man, an old client, can't be forgotten. Xiao Yunan was also curious and came over with her cell phone, only to see Chen Yu skillfully open a software, and after the readout, the black spiderweb interface appeared on the computer. What's this? Have you noticed that the words on this software are in a foreign language? This looks like the dark net. Suddenly, a pop-up screen drifted by, causing a brief silence to appear in the live broadcast room. The dark domain network, that was an existence that was mysterious to the extreme in the eyes of countless people. Chen Yu didn't care about the commotion in the live broadcast room because, after he clicked on the dark domain network small store, a new pop-up message appeared. The other person's avatar, too, was a geezer in a white turban, and it was flashing. Chapter 9, receiving a big order from a Middle Eastern oilman. Aha, not the bearded guy from last time? Chen Yu was slightly surprised in his heart because the avatar of the bearded old patron was wearing sunglasses. The personal information on the dark domain website is easily unchanged. Not to mention the two parties doing business. Must be a big deal. Ha! Chen Yu chanted to himself before his eyes noticed Xiao Yunan behind him, who was holding up her cell phone and filming. Originally, in order to facilitate the use of Chen Yu specifically with a homemade small program, this dark domain network software into a fully Chinese version of the Chinese version. Now, however, in order to prevent his secret from being discovered by the viewers of the live broadcast, Chen Yu opened a page and randomly entered a string of programs into it. In the next moment, all the text on the page of the dark domain network turned into obscure characters. This scene also caused the audience in the live broadcast room to explode. They couldn't understand the text at all. It wasn't Chinese, much less English. Senior Chen, how did you change the software to look like this? Xiao Yunan was a bit puzzled, so she asked Chen Yu about it. You mean this? Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, the answer is simple, because it is necessary to ensure customer privacy. Of course, in fact, Chen Yu on the other side exactly what is the origin, is not looking for him to do business on this point, also is not at all the bottom of the air. After tapping on the other person's avatar, a line of text appeared in the chat box. After seeing the other party's greeting and self-introduction, a smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. As expected, this person was also recommended by the bearded man and intended to purchase some things from him. However, behind Chen Yu's back, Xiao Yunan was using her cell phone to live-stream the entire scene. After seeing the conversation on the computer screen, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all talking. But one thing that is never in short supply on the internet is talent. Soon enough, some viewers realized that what Chen Yu and his opponent were using was actually a Middle Eastern language. It's a Middle Eastern language. The other party seems to be a real foreigner. Really? Quickly translate for everyone. What are they talking about? I can't see clearly from too far away, but the other party seems to be complimenting the anchor on the quality of the product. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The anchor is really doing business with foreigners. No wonder he has a great Dragon Kingdom gold card at such a young age. The viewers of the live stream were talking. In fact, The $5,000 red packet set by Chen Yu had already been snatched up by this time. However, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room remained stable at the level of 2 to 3,000 people, and no one quit the live broadcast room. The person with the name Middle East Oilman said, "Mr. Chen, the quality of your goods is really great. After we received the goods, after comparing them, they even met the international standard." Chen Yu said, "This is all appropriate. Since it is selling handmade products, it is definitely necessary to ensure the quality." The Middle Eastern Oilman said, "Earlier, I had a few other suppliers like you here, but now I've changed my mind, and I'm going to keep just you as a cooperative ally." Seeing the other party's message, Chen Yu was taken aback. He himself was just a mediocre young man in waiting. And what was the other side? It was a Middle Eastern landlord. Even if Chen Yu does not need to think, can guess, I'm afraid there are a lot of big companies on the other side of the line begging for cooperation, where he has any competitiveness to speak of. What's more, by the time so many big companies were knocked down by themselves, wouldn't that be inviting trouble for them? Thinking of this, Chen Yu once again typed out a line. "That's not necessary, is it? My ability alone is limited. I may not necessarily be able to fulfill your needs." The Middle East Oilman replied, "Who said that? You can rest assured, Mr. Chen, from now on, your safety is under our protection, and we'll let whoever dares to go against you die." The conversation between the two was once again translated and posted on the pop-up screen by a viewer of the live broadcast who knew a Middle Eastern language. "No, why did this foreigner even bring up personal threats? Dude, can you translate? Don't question it. I'm a Middle Eastern language elective student who passed the 6th grade. It's really weird. What exactly did the anchor sell that could make the foreigners exaggerate so much?" There was a lot of talk among the audience. However, most of them had already changed their opinion of Chen Yu quite a bit. To them, it seemed that this anchor with an ordinary appearance was really not an ordinary person. However, Chen Yu didn't care about the live broadcast. Chen Yu immediately said, "Then what products do you need this time?" The Middle Eastern Oilman replied, "You just asked the right question. This time I was introduced by him, and I intend to order 2 more batches of goods from you. Among them, I want 3,762 barrels with the same specifications as last time, and 501,100 millimeters grade ones." And the Middle Eastern Oilman quickly quoted Chen Yu's price, 60 pounds a stick for the former and 100 pounds a stick for the latter. So much? Chen Yu rough calculation. Just this order has been able to bring him nearly $1 million in income. The first time this guy approached himself to work with him, he made such a big offer? No problem. Deal. Deposit first, call over it. This batch of goods is more. All shipped within a month. Overseas does not include shipping. After finalizing this big deal, Chen Yu's mood was suddenly better. The big foreign customers are not often, but they are quite generous every time. With their own funds at hand, it is entirely possible to gradually and steadily expand the domestic market. Even if he couldn't sell barrels to China, it wouldn't be hard for him to make some refined products with his skills, right? How's it going? After Chen Yu turned off the computer, he walked back next to Xiao Yunan and glanced at the screen. Good guy. Now the number of people in the live room has actually reached more than 3,500. Even more fierce than before when spending red packets to push the stream. "See, I told you so." Xiao Yunan laughed. "As long as your live content is colorful enough, you're not afraid of not being able to keep your audience. Now they're curious about your products. That's it then. The anchor to introduce you to the various processing products that can be undertaken at the moment. Everyone who has a need can private message me in the background." After Chen Yu sat down, he picked up the steel pipe in his hand and explained it to the audience. Unbeknownst to him, while he was explaining, in the office of the Blue Cloud City Mechanical Research Institute, Lu Jia was sitting on an office chair, looking at the live broadcast screen in the computer with a face full of unbelief. What he was watching was clearly this live broadcast between Chen Yu and Xiao Yunan. Chapter 10, If he can roll a gun barrel in his hand, I can build an atomic bomb. Don't look at Lu Jia weekdays, people. In fact, the Mechanical Research Institute is an idol to the extreme errand. The time spent at work every day for Lu Jia is basically spent watching beautiful women dance and brushing up on their videos. As a result, today, by chance he clicked on a live room that was giving out red envelopes, and he didn't expect to see Chen Yu and Xiao Yunan. These two people, Lu Jia knew them both. Chen Yu was in one of his classes, and Xiao Yunan was the schoolgirl who was 1 year younger than them. No, how did those two get together? At first Lu Jia's eyes were almost glazed over. He couldn't figure out that Chen Yu, who was usually incredibly introverted and couldn't hit a fart with 3 sticks, was actually able to chase after Xiao Yunan. However, as the live broadcast proceeded, Lu Jia realized that the two people were only in a relationship of employment, and Xiao Yunan had come over to bring goods to Chen Yu's diversion. Humph, and big business abroad? Lu Jia skimmed his mouth and hummed disdainfully from his nostrils, saying, I've never heard of any finishing steel pipe that can be sold at such a high price. Yu Chen, you can't fool my fiery eyes. Although Lu Jie is idle, but after all, he is also a mechanical university graduate, so he knows the mechanical products and semi-finished products very well. What kind of pipe costs 50 or 60 pounds a piece? Are you gold-plated or diamond-plated? Even if there really was a steel pipe at this price, there was absolutely no way it could have been made by Qin Yu. It was also at this time that the door to the office opened and a young man wearing glasses walked in. Brother Lu, did you see today? That Chen Yu from our class actually engaged in live broadcasting, and the popularity is not low. The youth came in and sat on the sofa and asked Lu Jie. This person's name is Feng Ming. At first, he was also in one of Chen Yu's classes. His level was not good, but because he hugged Lu Jie's thigh, after graduation, Feng Ming was also arranged by Lu Jie to work in this research institute. The two people liked to mix with nothing to drink and brag. Saw it. Lu Jie pulled out half a pack of cigarettes and threw it over, saying with a disinterested face, people like him, even if they toss and turn, they won't be able to toss and turn any waves. At most tomorrow, the popularity of this live broadcasting room of his will have to fall to single digits. I don't think so, Feng Ming said with a serious face. You saw that software that Chen Yu used, right? That one is a real dark domain network software. And that foreign client, I'm afraid it's real too. What did you say? Hearing these words, Lu Jie instantly sat up straight and said in surprise, impossible. I read that the steel pipes he sold to the foreigners cost 60 pounds apiece. Isn't this a money grab? We're all mechanical majors. Who doesn't know the market price of these things anymore? Lu Jie lit a cigarette and said with a sneer, if he, Chen Yu, can really sell steel pipes at this price, I think, all the steel mills in Blue Cloud City can close down. That seems pretty likely to me. However, Feng Ming shook his head. Brother Lu, I just took a screenshot and compared it to the steel pipe size and specification standards uttered by the foreigner in that software. There's a type of steel pipe that I'm afraid really sells for that kind of money. Feng Ming said seriously, that is, this. With that, his hand lifted and made the sign of 8. Guns? Pipe? Lu Jie's eyes widened instantly after he opened his mouth and realized. Yeah, how did he forget about that? It's true that those steel pipes for civilian use don't sell for that price, but what if the other Chen Yu is selling steel pipes for military use? Could it be that this kid, Chen Yu, is building gun barrels for foreign dirt bags? Feng Ming's few words caused Lu Jie's entire body to receive a huge and incomparable shock. If this kid Chen Yu was really building gun barrels, then he would be dead. Immediately, Lu Jie immediately reopened Chen Yu's live stream. On the screen, Chen Yu is smiling as he explains to the audience the standards of the various steel tubes he hand rolls. Looking at the steel pipes placed on the workbench, Lu Jie immediately typed on the keyboard. He's selling illegal products. Everyone report him together. He's selling a military product. It's illegal. Lu Jie sent a few pop-ups out at light speed. And what happened? The popularity of the live broadcast room had now broken straight through 5,000 people online. And the pop-ups that flew across the public screen made the 2 lines he had sent out directly disappear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Jie cursed viciously. To say that he had a grudge against Chen Yu. It was still in college. When he was still in college, Lu Jie pleaded several times with the neighboring Chen Yu. When the exams to hand him some cheat sheets to ensure that he did not fail the subject on the line. With the laxity of the invigilation at that time, the matter of Chen Yu's nod was nothing at all. As a result, no matter what Lu Jie's good voice, or to Chen Yu stuffed red packets, this guy is dead set on refusing to help, so that he directly flunked 8 subjects. This incident made Lu Jie keep a grudge in his heart, and he couldn't even figure out how a powerless orphan could dare to be so crazy. As a result, now, Chen Yu actually went wild in front of him again, thinking left and right. Lu Jie felt unwilling, and immediately picked up the cell phone on the table. Drop. Recharge successfully, $20,000. Lu Jie, with an iron face, registered a small number and directly charged 20,000 into it. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Feng Ming, who was next to him, froze for a moment. You stay out of this, Lu Jie said angrily, then searched for Chen Yu's livestream, and in one breath, he directly swiped 100 rockets first and opened another Duke's Guardian. This time, he went straight to the top of the gift list, gaining access to the gold pop-up and pop-up centered screen. Immediately afterward, Lu Jie quickly typed out a few words, just to warn the viewers of the live broadcast. This anchor is making illegal ordnance products. The foreign businessman earlier ordered not ordinary steel pipes, but gun barrels. As Lu Jie's dirt cheap gold pop-ups appeared on the public screen, there was a brief lag in the broadcast room. However, it was just when Lu Jie had a smile on his face, thinking that he was able to completely waste Chen Yu. This little cutie. What's all this nonsense? If college students can rub their hands on gun barrels, can't I build atomic bombs? That's right. Swiped so much money in one breath. Underage, right? I guess the refund will go in a while. Anchor, this is a technical job. It's normal for some people to be jealous. This list one is a clown. Looking at a pop-up screen defending Chen Yu in the live broadcast, Lu Jia's face went black. Damn. What a bunch of idiots. Lu Jia was so angry that he simply hated to be able to personally run to the steel mill now to confront Chen Yu. But then wouldn't his identity be exposed? On the other hand, Chen Yu, who was sitting in front of the camera, also noticed the dirt-colored pop-up and couldn't help but frown. Who the hell is the other guy? Chapter 11. Whoever dares to touch Chen Yu will be smashed to death with money. However, doubts aside, Chen Yu's heart was not panicked at all. His steel pipe business is, for now, limited to the big landowners of the Middle East. As for domestic, Chen Yu hadn't really thought about whether anyone in the country would buy the kind of steel pipe that the soiled big man had asked for. But you know, with his skills, he can build more than just that kind of steel pipe. What if there's another customization business? Damn, are all these people watching the live stream stupid? Lu Jia watched as the public screen in the live broadcast room was melting, with viewers praising Chen Yu for his strong skills and ability. Moreover, what made him almost vomit blood was that he had just swiped $20,000 of gifts to take the top spot, not realizing that instead he had also attracted another wave of traffic to Chen Yu. 6,500. Feng Ming on the side was also surprised. Chen Yu, this kid is making a lot of money today. Some of the millions of fans anchors may not have such a flow. Cut the crap. Feng Ming, which side are you on? Lu Jia twisted his head and asked angrily, scaring Feng Ming, who immediately did not dare to squeak. Looking at the smiling Chen Yu in the live broadcast, Lu Jia's heart gave birth to another idea. Okay, don't you want popularity? Even Xiao Yunan can call over as an anchor, so I'll give you a good fire today. Immediately, Lu Jia charged another $10,000 and used the paid message function of the live broadcast to frantically brush the screen. $100 for a paid message will allow the outgoing message to hang on the public screen for half an hour. For $10,000, that's 100 messages on a hanging screen. Lu Jia said he would do it, constantly reminding viewers with messages that Chen Yu was making illegal ordnance products. It's only been minutes and there are already dozens of paid messages on the hanging screen. Chen Yu, who was explaining the product, also discovered the other party's attempts, but it is not possible to delete these paid messages even if he is the anchor, but also has no right to delete these paid messages. What now? And at the same time, far beyond the Great Dragon Kingdom, in the Middle East, here in the main hall of an opulent palace, several Arabs wearing white turbans and covered in white were sitting cross-legged on the floor. There were several brand new rifles sitting on the floor right in front of them, as well as an assembled, black and oily bazooka. One of them, a Middle Eastern oilman, picked up the rifle and squinted in admiration at the uncannily accurate rifling cut into the muzzle and the beautifully crafted barrel. Lord, this is simply the most perfect masterpiece I have ever seen. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that it was actually a product hand-built by a young man from the Great Dragon Nation. What Chen Yu didn't realize was that the barrels he had provided to these Middle Eastern oilmen had saved the day. For them, money is not a problem. Precision products and semi-finished products that are being snagged by foreign countries, that's what's on fire. Until then, their armed men were using the same old rifles from the last century, which could lose more than 70% of their accuracy at 100 meters. Going into battle with that kind of weapon would be no different from a burning stick. It would be giving away heads. The first rifles assembled through his barrels, 5,000 in all, were all listed for the mercenary corps. The white-turbaned oilman exclaimed, with such a good weapon, our mercenaries have really taken several victories. Hearing this from him, the bearded man sitting next to him laughed out loud. Commander, this Chen Yu from the Great Dragon Country will most likely become our biggest collaborator in the future. I've heard that this kid is still worried about his business lately, and is live streaming on their domestic software to bring in goods. Oh, live bandwagon? The white-turbaned petroleum man came to interest. Immediately let his men take over a cell phone. Give him a way to find Chen Yu's live broadcast. He wanted to see what the other party was actually doing. Soon, the live feed appeared, and the oilman and the bearded man and the others all sat up and looked at Chen Yu, who was explaining the product on the screen. That's him? The oilman was surprised. Such a youth? Is he ever 25 years old and looks like just an ordinary college student in a foreign country? Lasker, you're not mistaken, are you? That's absolutely right. Commander, he's our key partner, Mr. Chun. The bearded man whose name he had called nodded in a hurry. It was incredible. Oilman eyed the live feed and asked again, have you guys inquired with him about what other products he offers besides barrels? No questions have been asked as of yet. The one thing we are armed with in short supply is firearms. All other weapons and ammunition can be put on hold for the time being, the bearded Lasker said to him, after the second batch of goods is delivered. If necessary, I would like to personally travel to the Great Dragon Kingdom to interview this young man for cooperation, but it looks like he seems to be very popular with the audience. There are actually hundreds of messages? Oilman said, and his eyes noticed one paid message after another on the public screen. Through the software's own translation function, all those messages sent by Lu Jia were automatically converted into Arabic characters, which were clearly read by the oil man. The next moment, the oil man's face immediately turned ironic. Those messages, in fact, were calling on viewers to report Chen Yu, and were outspoken in saying that what Chen Yu had built was a gun barrel. Bastard! What kind of person is he? How dare he denigrate our partner like this? The oil man was annoyed. If Mr. Chen is really banned or even captured by the Great Dragon Kingdom, where are we going to find such a collaborator? At that moment, he immediately said to the bearded man, Lasker, go and recharge the account right away. Use the most expensive gifts, the most expensive messages, and brush down all these unfriendly ones. They, the big landed families, were stretched thin everywhere in terms of supplies, so to speak, and were poor all over, with only money left. With a sign from the oilman, Lasker immediately moved someone over to recharge. Meanwhile, on the side of the Great Dragon Country, Lu Jia was still completely unaware of what kind of group of people he had provoked. 98 strips, almost brushed. Looking at the paid messages that were almost too crowded for the public screen, Lu Jia's face was all smug smiles. So many messages hanging, there are 6 or 7,000 people in the live room. Even if there is a report of Chen Yu in 10 people, it is guaranteed that he can be blocked. On the other side in the workshop of the steel factory, Chen Yu's face was also a bit ugly. He hadn't offended anyone himself, had he? Who on earth is trying to him over one by one? Who the hell is this guy and why is he so obnoxious? Xiao Yunan was even more anxious than him. It was hard to accumulate popularity and traffic. Things could get really messy if those viewers who don't understand the situation get sidetracked. There was even more cursing in the live broadcast room, and a significant portion of the audience was still on Chen Yu's side. However, it was also at this time. Suddenly, the screen of the live broadcast lagged for a few seconds. It's over. It's not going to be banned, is it? Chen Yu secretly screamed out in his heart. Chapter 12, Orders for Speed? You'll have to pay more. Generally, if the live feed is lagging, it's either a network problem or it's going to be blocked. Strictly speaking, this is Chen Yu's first smooth live broadcast. I did not expect that only 2 hours of work to be taken down. However, after a brief lag, Chen Yu's live broadcast screen was not cut off. Instead, on the public screen, one by one, the Kuanpang Wanli gift reward rose one after another. It's the most expensive gift from Douyin. One is worth $16,000, with thousands of live stream viewers witnessing it with their own eyes. Within just a minute, a mysterious account had rewarded Chen Yu with millions of dollars in gifts. And all of those messages that Lu Jia had previously spent $10,000 to brush out were also brushed away by the new $1,000 messages. Anchors are excellent in their abilities and skills. They can't do it themselves. Don't be jealous of others. If any more rumors and slanders against the anchor are dared, we will take legal action. Immediately afterward, a paid message worth $1,000 and in big red appeared on the screen one after another, leaving the audience completely subdued. What exactly is this anchor's origin? His account is only in the teens. Where did he get his big brother? Yeah, you guys, that overseas IP account has already swiped almost $3 million, and it hasn't stopped yet. Boy, there's definitely a big man helping people behind the scenes. There's absolutely no way this is scripted. The viewers were talking, and the situation in the live broadcast room had far exceeded their perceptions. If it was really Chen Yu who was trying to make a script to attract traffic, the two sides simply wouldn't have invested so much money at once. Other than that, how long would Chen Yu have to rub the steel pipe to earn these millions of gift money? Meanwhile, on the Mechanical Research Institute side, both Lu Jia and Fengming's faces went white. Brother Lu, this can't be that Chen Yu's own trick, right? Fengming gulped and asked shakily, where would I know to go? Lu Jia feigned composure, but both of his clenched hands turned a greenish-white color. How could someone suddenly swipe so many gifts for Chen Yu and use that threat-like tone to warn him? Clicked on the list of a small number. Lu Jia is even more stunned to find that the other party was registered a few minutes ago. IP or even overseas areas. Could it be those buyers from Chen Yu? Lu Jia said incredulously, but isn't foreigners' money? It's only been a few minutes, and they've swiped a few $1 million out. To say money, Lu Jia hand is also a small savings, but for him to give all this deposit to Chen Yu for the sake of a fight? How could that be possible? I also think that it's mostly those Chen Yu buyers. Fengming also said, Brother Lu, let's just forget about it for now. If we keep on confronting each other, we might be in big trouble. What's the best option at a time like this? Call the police. Of course, but Lu Jia thought for a moment. If he calls the police now, isn't it at least necessary to collect some evidence? He said that Chen Yu was making arms and armaments with empty words, and if the police didn't find out the problem, he would become a rumor monger. Thinking of this, Lu Jia's face turned ugly and he greatly exited Chen Yu's live broadcast room. On the other hand, Chen Yu watched as the amount of bounties in the live broadcast room was still skyrocketing. Suddenly, the broadcast inexplicably ended. Xiao Yunan was puzzled. Senior Chen, why did you turn off the broadcast? This is the best time to attract popularity. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu however shook his head and laughed bitterly. You didn't see it. Just now it wasn't me who took the initiative to shut down the live broadcast, but the platform detected an abnormality in my live account and was forced to kick me offline. Chen Yu said to Xiao Yunan, Yunan, you go back first. I have to step up my work to catch up with the orders in the next 2 days. When the account is restored, then we can do the next live broadcast. Saying so on his lips. In fact, Chen Yu had already secretly decided in his heart, Xiao Yunan's role for him, that is to get the diversion of this first live broadcast right. As for the opportunity to broadcast again afterward, it doesn't matter if Xiao Yunan appears on camera or not, simply do it alone. Only after sending Xiao Yunan away did Chen Yu let out a long breath of relief. He already had a somewhat introverted personality, and just now these 2 hours Xiao Yunan had been coming up beside him, making him not to mention how nervous he was. After opening the dark domain network, Chen Yu contacted the white turbaned oil man once again. The gifts in the live stream just now, were they swiped by you guys? After a while, the other party replied to him with a hahaha emoji. Petroleum Man said, that's right, we just learned that you were live streaming on a platform in the Great Dragon Kingdom, so we went over to send some gifts as a token of our appreciation. Looking at the other party's reply, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a bit headstrong as well. He had guessed early on that the account with the overseas IP might have been registered by the big landlords, but he didn't realize that the other side was really so well informed. Chen Yu said, it's just a little thing. I understand how you guys feel about helping your friends, but next time don't brush your gifts like that. It'll cause more trouble. And my live broadcast was forced to end by the official website today. Oil Man said, sorry about that, my friend. I just wanted to be supportive. That order of ours, can you mention the speed again? It's best to deliver within half a month. Half a month? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. This time wasn't too tight, but letting him work overtime for nothing? That won't do. It'll cost extra. Chen Yu said, overtime is not a problem, but the wages may have to be increased by 5%. The oil man said, don't 5%. I'll give you a 20% increase in your labor, and we'll have a good partnership. Looking at the other party's incomparably bold statement, Chen Yu was also really taken aback. Good guy. An increase of 20% all of a sudden is like giving him almost $200,000 extra. After shutting down the computer, Chen Yu planned to start catching up now. After all, the other party's order quantity this time was quite a lot. Looking at a machine in the workshop, Chen Yu does not mind the strong smell of oil here. Cold rolling mills, laser cutting machines, rifling mills, and a variety of high-heat furnaces, electric furnaces, and other equipment. Some of these devices were old as hell, but they were fully capable of the task after Chen Yu's modifications. And in the corner of this workshop, there are also yards of less conspicuous steel. Those steel, but also Chen Yu from this old machine shop storehouse over. At first glance on the head covered with motor oil, dirty. However, this is a very rare, specialty steel that can make high-precision equipment and parts, and there aren't many of them in the entire machine shop. Chen Yu counted the remaining steel, which was barely able to be used for the bearded man's order. But when the steel was consumed, what should he do next? Chapter 13, Rudimentary Equipment. Rubbing barrels on the spot. Steel capable of making high-precision steel tubes is not readily available. Chen Yu did know in his heart that if he took the initiative to mention it to the bearded men, they would be happy to provide the steel. However, the customs of the Great Dragon Country is not vegetarian. Large quantities of special steel want to enter the customs. The procedures are cumbersome. It's not too much of a hassle for domestic stuff to be sent out by air transportation and other methods, but it's harder for foreign stuff to come in. Chen Yu pondered for a while. Otherwise, he turned back to look around in China to see if there was anyone who could provide this kind of steel. After calculating, Chen Yu immediately prepared to start work. Picking up a piece of steel from the ground, Chen Yu first sent it to the high-temperature furnace for calcination, then used the electric furnace for higher-temperature melting to remove impurities again. When the melting was complete, Chen Yu would then use the equipment to cut it segment by segment into the standard specifications that the bearded men needed. This process, Chen Yu did not even rely on any equipment to assist in determining the length of the steel pipe, completely by feel, pure hand rubbing. However, after each steel pipe fell from Chen Yu's hands, all of them maintained a degree of error of no more than 0.01 millimeters of precision. Once the tube has cooled, the last remaining step, that of punching the rifling. Don't look at it as just 6 little riffles, but a good portion of the world today doesn't even have the ability to make their own riffles yet. The same is true for the bearded men of the Middle East, who, even if they get the equipment they need, simply don't have the talent at hand to utilize it with the mastery of such technology. Chen Yu, undoubtedly, had become a savior one in their eyes. Within a few short minutes, the originally dirty steel, under Chen Yu's hands, had been punched and processed into a perfect rifled steel tube. However, Chen Yu did not have time to carefully appreciate the steel pipe he made. This batch of orders are a few thousand. He must start work at full speed. It was also at the same time that Chen Yu was working overtime in a tight schedule on his side. Blue Cloud City Public Security Bureau. In the office of the Net Security Section, an officer was sitting in front of a computer to retrieve data, and behind him stood the director Zhao Changfeng, as well as the head of the criminal police, Kong Maolin. There you have it, Joe. The officer pointed to the information that had been pulled up and said, during this morning, Chen Yu received a total of about $420,000 in gifts in the live broadcast room where he was on the air. Among them, close to $400,000 were swiped from this account with an overseas IP, and we suspect that this account has an abnormal status. Zhao Changfeng's face was a bit ugly as he said, "It's that Chen Yu again? I remember. He just left our public security bureau not long ago, right? This kid isn't too bold now. He dares to live broadcast and publicize those things about him?" It was no wonder Zhao Changfeng was angry, because when he had let Chen Yu leave earlier, he had repeatedly told Chen Yu that he must not publicize this matter. Even though the laws of the Great Dragon Kingdom couldn't convict him now, that didn't mean he was doing anything great. Originally, Zhao Changfeng intended to turn a blind eye and pass it, but I didn't expect that Chen Yu would actually dare to turn the other cheek. Bureau Zhao, don't get angry yet. On the side, Kong Maolin said with a smile, I see. Chen Yu, this kid is not as stupid as we think. His live video today I watched. The content is still compliant, and did not mention the matter of the gun barrel. It's okay if he doesn't mention it? Zhao Changfeng glanced at him and said, even if he doesn't mention it, but this matter is always something he does, right? I see. Sooner or later, this kid is going to make something earth-shattering. As for that overseas IP account, Zhao Changfeng didn't need to guess to know that it must be those buyers of Chen Yu's abroad who had made a push. How could they allow someone to discredit Chen Yu and drive away their most valuable partner now? That's not what I'm suspecting right now. Joe, Kong Maolin, who was on the side, said, I thought carefully about it. An ordinary college student, even if he grasped the basic concepts of manufacturing gun barrels, where did he get the equipment in his hands? There is a world of difference between making gun barrels and making steel tubes. Just one word. Ordinary equipment for rolling steel simply can't make high-precision steel tubes, let alone cut rifling for them. Are you suspecting that this kid Chen Yu didn't actually send gun barrels to foreign countries? Zhao Changfeng is also an old man. As soon as he heard Kong Maolin's words, he understood the other party's meaning. If Chen Yu is not really engaged in gun barrels, then it can only mean that his financial transactions with foreign countries may involve money laundering and other behaviors. After all, the last time they arrested Chen Yu, the only clues they had were Chen Yu's confession and the chat logs on his laptop. As for the barrel of the gun, it has long been sent abroad, and the Public Security Bureau did not find any physical evidence. If this is really the case, this brat Chen Yu has committed a major offense. Zhao Changfeng squinted his eyes and said, I remember that in 2 days, an academician from the Provincial Military Research Institute is going to come to our Blue Cloud City Mechanical University to give a lecture, right? Exactly. Kong Maolin nodded. That's good. Zhao Changfeng immediately shot the board, said, turn around and wait for people to arrive. We will ask that academician to personally come out. Test Chen Yu, this kid is really that capable. For 2 or 3 days in a row, Chen Yu was busy processing steel pipes. The bearded man paid a lot of money. But, again, the errand was a physical job. Chen Yu when he was in college, the body is definitely considered thin, slightly heavier steel, moving up all huffing and puffing. But now, after a few months of hammering, his biceps and abs were extraordinarily visible in the bare-chested man. 1100th root. Chen Yu casually rested the steel pipe he had built in his hand in the box next to him and couldn't help but let out a long breath. For 3 or 4 days of work, he was building steel pipes at a terrifying rate of nearly 300 a day. To his surprise, the more tubes he built, the faster he got, and the clearer his mind became. He hadn't gone out much in the past few days, and hadn't paid much attention to messages, since he basically wouldn't be contacted by anyone on a normal day. This time, however, Chen Yu took a shower in front of the faucet downstairs and returned to his room to pick up his cell phone. Good guy. Xiao Yunan sent him dozens of messages, asking him when he would do a second live broadcast. And live? Chen Yu scratched his head. He did feel that there was no need to go live as soon as possible now. After all, he didn't rely on live gifts to make money either. While replying to Xiao Yunan, someone outside the door slammed the door. Immediately afterward, someone called out from the doorway, Xiao Chen, come out quickly. Our factory has a big customer today. Hurry up and take a look. Chapter 14, Big Business. Let me repair airplanes? Hey, Uncle Ma, what kind of business? Chen Yu walked to the door and opened the door to the room. Outside stood a man in his 40s with dark skin, wearing a work uniform suit. This person is still half a master that Chen Yu worshipped when he first entered the factory. Surnamed Ma, people are good. Before not engaged in the T-egg car, Chen Yu money doorway, that is, rely on the old horse assigned to him some odd jobs. What are you boys doing these days? Old Ma stood in the doorway and said suspiciously, how come you don't see you selling tea eggs either? Hiding in your room all day. What's the matter? Won the lottery? That's not true. Chen Yu hemmed and hawed. If I win the lottery, why would I stay here? Uncle Ma, I've recently taken on some work as well and I'm catching up on it. The matter of the Middle Eastern bearded man. Chen Yu thought about it and thought that it was better not to tell old Ma yet. Otherwise, when he himself slipped him a red packet when the time came, he would surely not dare to accept it. Yo, your boys come a long way. You're picking up jobs on your own? Old Ma let out a laugh and looked at Chen Yu with some surprise, but in his thoughts, what kind of job could Chen Yu take? At best, it's just odd jobs. Don't rush your business first, go out with me. Our factory has a big customer today. Everyone else has gone down. Let's go and have a look too. With that, the old horse hurriedly went downstairs. Big clients? Chen Yu scratched his head. This machinery factory has been on the verge of closure. The management is even more run away. What kind of client is so desperate to run here to get a job from one of their workers? Still, Chen Yu immediately changed his clothes and trotted downstairs, intending to see what was going on. There were already more than 20 workers present in the factory yard at this time, and in front of them, there stood a few people, and the one at the head was an old man with gray hair and a very amiable-looking temperament. After Chen Yu came down, he also stood behind the pile of people and pricked his ears to listen to what they were saying. I've heard that the Blue Cloud City machinery factory is an old favorite. That old man smiled and said, although it's now on the verge of closing down due to development problems, the factory workers are still very good at their craft. As he spoke, his eyes also searched for a figure among the workers. But, as far as the eye could see, there were older workers, and the old man didn't find the young face he wanted to see. What kind of work are you sending, old man? Say it out for us to hear. One of the workers said, as long as it's machinery related, we dare not say we can do anything, but it's always okay to try. Oh, at that, the old man laughed. So, the airplane you can fix too? An airplane? As soon as they heard this, the workers around them exploded. The thing about airplanes is that they are divided into military and civilian, but the mechanical concepts of modern airplanes, regardless of type, are very complex. If it's a fighter jet, there could be dozens or hundreds of pages of blueprints alone, so there's no way to begin if you're not a military engineer. Chen Yu, who was standing in the last row, also shook his head in his heart as soon as he heard the other party say that they were repairing an airplane. Although he had the strongest hand rub system in his possession, to this day, the system had still only unlocked him a skill that could create high-precision steel pipes. What? No one wants to try? The old man saw that the workers were afraid to come forward and laughed. The wages I give are not low. As long as I can troubleshoot the fault, there will be 100,000 yuan in cash. And if I can fix it, there will be a bonus of 500,000 yuan. That's $600,000. Upon hearing such a generous remuneration, the workers were all moved. Even Chen Yu's master, Lao Ma, was not an exception at all. Don't they stay in this factory and keep on living so that they can get their wages back and make some more money? 600,000. It might take them close to 10 years to save it yet. What should we do? To do or not to do? Chen Yu was torn in his heart. With his talent of 100% comprehension of mechanical products, I'm afraid that finding out what the problem was would not be a problem. However, if he is asked to fix the airplane, then he can't make any promises. However, Chen Yu suddenly thought that the old man had just said that there was also a $100,000 bonus for those who could find the fault. If you can't make $600,000, you can make $100,000, right? After all, you didn't say you had to fix the plane. Thinking of this, Chen Yu peeled away the crowd in front of him and walked out. I want to try. Chen Yu stood not far in front of the old man and said, You? The old man sized up Chen Yu and his eyes clearly lit up. This kid looked so young, but he was very much like the person he was looking for. However, before the old man could speak again, the old horse next to him hurriedly pulled Chen Yu back. Chen Yu, don't mess around. That's not a tractor or something. It's an airplane. Old Ma said seriously. Have you ever seen an airplane? Have you ever touched one with your own hands? And troubleshooting it, in case you make another malfunction, it'll be a big trouble. And most of the workers next to them also cast a slightly disdainful look at Chen Yu. In their eyes, there was a clear sense of stupidity in the college student who had entered the factory right out of college. $600,000 is certainly attractive enough, but you have to weigh your own qualifications, right? However, Chen Yu did not care about their gazes, but walked straight to the old man. You know how to fix airplanes? The old man sized up Chen Yu and asked with a smile. Well, a little bit, Chen Yu said graciously. Where is the airplane? I have to be allowed to take a look at it before I can determine if I know how to fix it. Just outside. The old man's smiling words caused Chen Yu and the workers to be taken aback. Right outside? What does that mean? Since the airplane thing reported a malfunction, it should be parked at an airport or something. Why is it outside the factory? Then please get the airplane in. I'll go back and get my kit, Chen Yu said as he turned his head and ran towards the dormitory building. Seeing this scene, the few people accompanying the old man behind him couldn't help but shake their heads. And the kit? Ordinary maintenance tools, simply cannot, and the mechanical equipment on the aircraft counterparts. This kit is clearly in the swollen face fat. Elder Zhang, I think it's better to forget about it. Walking to the gate here, a middle-aged man said to the old man. I'm afraid that kid is the Chen Yu that Bureau Zhao and the others are talking about, but I'm afraid he's not that capable. That's right, this airplane problem can be difficult for a large number of experts in our research institute, let alone a college student. Another woman also advised the old man. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, we're all at the door. Well, at least let that young man try his hand before you say anything. Go and transport our airplane to the courtyard. Chapter 15, Nice guy, let me blow up an airplane? It was also at the same time that Chen Yu came downstairs carrying his own portable toolbox. Outside the factory gates, a large trailer was slowly pulling into the yard, and right on the trailer was parked a modern, silver-white airplane. My goodness, it's a real airplane. Chen Yu's master, Old Ma, marveled. These people's identities and origins are really not simple. They actually managed to get a real airplane? This airplane has a large wingspan, and if it were to be transported by road like this, it would be necessary to report in advance with the government and military departments before doing so. Unsurprisingly, the identity background of this Elder Zhang and his party was extremely uncomplicated. Chen Yu also saw the airplane. Frankly speaking, this was the first time in his life that he had looked at an entire airplane up close like this. All he had been exposed to in his previous time at the University of Mechanics was just a handful of parts on the plane. How about it, lad? Are you able to find out what's wrong with this airplane of ours? Elder Zhang gestured for Chen Yu to come over before asking him. This airplane. It's our current Sea Dragon 3 reconnaissance plane from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yu only briefly observed the airplane before suddenly reporting its marking and name. This, too, caused both Elder Zhang and the entourage behind him to be shocked in their hearts. Keep in mind that the entire paint job on the plane was completely modified for this test, leaving no trace. In other words, the college student in front of me was able to accurately identify the model of the airplane with just a little scanning? I'm afraid that even hardcore military enthusiasts may not be able to do this kind of skill yet. The Sea Dragon 3 reconnaissance aircraft is a kind of reconnaissance aircraft that is still in service today in the Great Dragon Kingdom, and is mainly responsible for sea reconnaissance missions. Why would Chen Yu know the model of this airplane? The moment he saw this airplane, the system in his head immediately gave all the information parameters of this airplane. So, young man, do you want to give it a try and see if you can figure out what's wrong with this airplane right now? Elder Zhang's gaze as he looked at Chen Yu clearly had a few more points of a different look to it. Maybe, this kid has some real skills on his side. I'll try. Chen Yu didn't talk any nonsense and climbed onto the truck with his own toolbox before he began to inspect this airplane. At the same time, in his mind, the strongest hand rub system began to operate automatically. As his eyes fell on this aircraft, Chen Yu surprisingly realized that wherever he looked, the mechanical structure there was as clear as if he had taken a perspective photograph. In his eyes, the plane was no longer a hole, but instead looked like a toy that was almost completely transparent and able to be peered at will. With the mechanical insight ability that the system had given him, Chen Yu didn't have to make much of an effort before he had already discovered the problem. First of all, the engines in this airplane of yours are aging too badly. Holding a wrench in his hand, Chen Yu said to Elder Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, it should be that this airplane has received a long and intense flight mission, right? You're right. Elder Zhang nodded and said, in the past month, this airplane has made over 120 trips, averaging 4 takeoffs every day. Nice guy. Chen Yu secretly screamed in his heart, a good guy. It is no wonder that the engine aging into this way, even if the airplane is made of iron. With such intense takeoffs and landings, engine problems are the nail in the coffin. The engine is under too much load, which leads to deterioration, and that's one of the problems. Also, Chen Yu used a wrench to tap on the side of the airframe and said, there is a dark wound in the tail flow flaps, not visible on the surface, but there is a crack about 2 finger lengths on the inside, which should be caused by high-intensity tactical maneuvering actions. Aside from the faults on the tail flow flaps, this airplane is worn in one way or another in almost every area. Chen Yu even felt that it was already considered a miracle that this thing didn't disintegrate in the sky, but instead landed on the ground with good intentions and was sent here. After hearing Chen Yu's analysis, the entourage around Elder Zhang revealed stunned looks. That's something that our engineering team hasn't really considered. The middle-aged man among them sweated and said to Elder Zhang, maybe there is indeed a dark wound on the tailflow flaps that this young man is talking about. What do you mean maybe? Elder Zhang said coldly, I only want the exact results. Tao Feng, you are a crew engineer. What? In front of a youngster, you don't even have this confidence? Crew engineer? At those words, Shen Yu and the surrounding workers couldn't help but change color. Good lord, it looks like this group of people are really quite extraordinary. This, Elder Zhang, is indeed my problem. The man who was called Tao Feng by Elder Zhang didn't dare to talk too much and could only honestly bow his head and say, lad. At this time, Elder Zhang pointed at Shen Yu and said, my name is Zhang Gutao. Is it convenient to ask, what is your name? Me? Shen Yu jumped down from the truck and politely said, you can just call me Shen Yu. Shen Yu, it really is you. A hint of a smile spread across Zhang Gutao's face as he whispered under his breath, what really is me? Shen Yu was a bit puzzled. This old man in front of him, he was very sure that he had seen him for the first time today. The two of them had obviously never met before. Nothing. Zhang Gutao held his hand behind his back and asked, the faults of this plane have not been checked twice by specialized instruments, but I believe that all of your analysis is correct. So Chen Yu, are you sure that you can fix this airplane? Fix the plane? Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, it's fine to try, but I just don't know what kind of state you want it to return to. If the old man wanted to return this airplane to its peak condition when it first left the factory, then Shen Yu was afraid that it would not be easy to do so. Just take those few issues you raised, and deal with them all, even if it's over. Zhang Gutao said, incidentally, you can also mention your own ideas. For example, let you take full responsibility. How do you plan to repair this airplane? Put me in charge? Shen Yu heatedly smiled and said, is there any need to ask? The engine is too old. Replace it with a new one. And the wings need to be reworked and improved. The style of the tail flow flaps is a bit old. It should adopt the latest fighter standards. Anyway, it was just an addiction, and Shen Yu didn't think too much about it, so he simply said it all in his head. However, to his and everyone's surprise, Zhang Gutao unexpectedly said a good word on the spot. Zhang Gutao looked at Shen Yu and laughed. Then, this task, from now on, will be given to you, Shen Yu. Chapter 16, Upgrade of the Technology Tree. New skills unlocked. Ha! I'm afraid I can't do that. Shen Yu froze. He hadn't said he was going to agree to take this kind of job. How come this old man was so self-conscious? Not only him, but old Ma and the other workers were dumbfounded. Good guy. They never dreamed that the Blue Cloud City machinery factory would one day be able to repair airplanes. Moreover, the person who repaired the airplane was actually Chen Yu, a college student who had just come to the factory for less than a year. You can't do it? Zhang Gutao laughed. You were able to see the problems that so many of our experts didn't find by just looking with your eyes. I believe you have the ability. Shen Yu was still a bit hesitant, not because of anything else, but because, at hand, he still had orders from the Middle Eastern bearded men that hadn't been finished. I can give it a try. By the way, how much time are you going to leave me? Shen Yu thought for a moment and asked Zhang Gutao. It's not like there's a time crunch. Zhang Gutao thought about it and said, I can give you 2 months of starting time. Before this time ends, you should at least come up with a reasonable improvement plan for me. And then, the specific transformation time can be relaxed to about half a year, during which any materials needed can be reported to me, and, regardless of whether you can successfully complete this task, the remuneration aspect will not be less. It had to be said that the conditions given by Zhang Gutao were considered very generous. 2 months to come up with a set of programs. Shen Yu calculated that it was not very urgent. That's settled then. Just get your airplanes to the main workshop there. Shen Yu agreed to Zhang Gutao's request and nodded. Good, then we have a deal. Zhang Gutao laughed. Shen Yu, within 2 months, I want to receive your remodeling plan, and it has to be the detailed and feasible kind. There's $10 million deposited on this card. The pin is 6 zeros, and it's tied to your cell phone number. After saying that, he pulled out a card and handed it to Chen Yu, boarding a car with the crowd of his men and leaving the steel mill. Tied to my cell phone number? Chen Yu was dumbfounded. He had never known that he had an account under his name, and there was absolutely no way that he had registered it himself. However, when he pulled out his cell phone and followed the information on this card, good lord, it's actually really his own binding information, and there is indeed $10 million in the account balance. Shen Yu, aren't you afraid of getting into big trouble, kid? Old Ma came over and said seriously, that's a military reconnaissance plane. Do you kid know what the situation is if you mess it up? A military reconnaissance plane? Shen Yu glanced at the airplane that had been sent into the main workshop not far away and smiled at old Ma. Isn't that still an airplane? Besides master, didn't I analyze what's wrong with it? It's one thing to analyze the faults. You just forget that people still want you to come up with an improvement plan for this kind of aircraft. Old Ma was speechless, saying, "You're a graduate of a mechanical university who has never touched an airplane. This kind of thing, what kind of good proposal can you come up with?" Although the old horse had a split-face reprimand, however, Chen Yu did not feel uncomfortable in his heart. He understood that this was the old horse was worried about him. Even the little cutie. Can all see that Zhang Gutao's identity is extremely unusual? I'm afraid it's a big shot from somewhere. However, Chen Yu was a bit puzzled. Could it be that they had come over specifically to look for themselves? He was just an ordinary college student in waiting. What virtue and ability could make such a big shot come to see him? Meanwhile, in the car on the other side, Elder Zhang, have you seen that Chen Yu? In the back of the car, Public Security Bureau Chief Zhao Changfeng sat respectfully and inquired to Zhang Gutao next to him. "See, very young indeed. I was skeptical when I first ran into him," Zhang Gutao said thoughtfully. "A college student who can actually utilize the old equipment in a machine shop to make high-precision steel tubes and gun barrels? This is simply unbelievable." But at that time at the scene, Chen Yu only used less than 3 minutes to check out the various faults that existed on that reconnaissance machine, and this was done with my own eyes, so there is no possibility of him faking anything. Zhang Gutao's face showed a hint of approval, saying, "I believe in the things you said, Director Zhao. This youth, Chen Yu, does have some unusual skills in him. You see, could I still lie to you?" Zhao Changfeng laughed. At that time, Old Kong and I couldn't believe it either. But this kid really does have such a skill. Let's give him some time first. Zhang Gutao nodded. If he can come up with a remodeling plan that satisfies me, I plan to bring him to work at the National Military Research Institute. When these words came out, Zhao Changfeng, who was sitting next to him, was really taken aback in his heart. That's the highest military research institute directly under the state. The people who work there are the pillars of the country. On the other side, in the main workshop of the factory, Chen Yu stood alone in front of this huge Sea Dragon 3 reconnaissance plane, quietly scrutinizing the aircraft. The large main workshop was thousands of square meters in size, but, other than Chen Yu, not a single worker was present. The reason was simple. They were afraid that if Chen Yu broke the airplane, they would have to take the blame together if they stayed at the scene. What to do? Chen Yu was a little confused in his heart. He really had little experience in this aspect of airplane modification. Raising his hand, Chen Yu pressed one of his hands onto the airplane. In the next moment, countless channels of information parameters poured into his mind one after another. However, it was at this time, in Chen Yu's mind, the mechanical voice of the system appeared. The strongest hand rub system. Detecting that the host's current experience has met the upgrade conditions, we now unlock the following tech tree branch functions for the host. Super modification ability, can instantly update modifications based on the current performance of the target object. 100% increase in paint manufacturing ability, can skillfully manufacture various types of special paints. Chen Yu couldn't help but scream in his heart. This system's upgrade was really a timely rain. It came too coincidentally. In fact, at this time Chen Yu did not know that. In fact, with the experience value of his hand rubbing a few thousand steel pipes, it had long been enough to upgrade the technology tree. However, the system's tech tree upgrades had a special additional condition that required the host to be exposed to advanced industrial products. In other words, the one Chen Yu used as a condition for the upgrade this time was the Sea Dragon 3 reconnaissance aircraft. Then, the next time he makes an upgrade, he'll have to access industrial products that are even more powerful than the Sea Dragon 3 Scout to do so. Chapter 17, Explosive Modification of the Sea Dragon 3's new program. Originally, Chen Yu's exposure to even a tractor or an automobile engine was enough to upgrade his technology tree. But by mistake, his tech tree had only risen to 2 levels, and the upgrade conditions had already come to such a level as a military scout. This, not long after, was really a vicious pitfall for Chen Yu. Only now, in his jubilant excitement, he didn't notice it in the slightest. Advanced paint manufacturing capabilities. Although Chen Yu couldn't use this ability right now, he was well aware of the power of this ability. While normal paints can only be used for architectural and decorative purposes, premium paints can do so much more. Anti-infrared, anti-radar, anti-ship, and all sorts of resistance to corrosion, heat and friction, etc. A barrel of high-grade paint is something that many countries dream of being able to build. As for the other skill, the super modification ability, it was something that Chen Yu could put to use right now. Immediately, at the Sea Dragon 3 Scout in front of him, Chen Yu unleashed this ability without hesitation. A faint fluctuation spread out from his body, and countless parameters of information flooded into his mind. It took but a few moments for the super modification ability to complete the program preparation. Sea Dragon 3 Conversion Program. Engine System, Primary Hypercompression Hydrogen Vortex Engine. Control System, Primary Fully Intelligent Circuit Control System. Airframe Material, Primitive Composite Alloy Aerospace Steel with Tactical Radar Stealth Coating. Fuselage Exterior, First generation full aerodynamic bionic exterior. A message appeared in Chen Yu's mind. Good lord. Looking at these remodeling solutions given by the system, Chen Yu was really taken aback in his heart. What with all those compression vortex engines, and aerodynamic looks, and composite alloy steel materials, these are things that he can't even build. However, it was the tactical radar stealth coating thing that he could try now with his advanced paint manufacturing capabilities. After calming down, Chen Yu thought back carefully. These remodeling solutions given to him by the system were certainly a bit counterintuitive. However, Zhang Gutao's place, the time limit given to him is also very generous. It is definitely impossible for him to make these things immediately now, but the longest time limit is half a year. Thinking of this, Chen Yu checked his tech tree branching skills again. His tech tree was now up to 2 levels, unlocking 2 additional branching skills. When he gets to level 3, he'll be able to unlock 2 more skills from each of these 2 branches, which means he'll gain 4 new skills. After checking the tech tree skills, Chen Yu realized that the things that needed to be used for the super modification program did not actually require a high-tech tree level. The most difficult hydrogen compression vortex engine is just the one that can be unlocked when the tech tree is up to level 8. With this, Chen Yu was instantly motivated. There's no level that you can't get up, and if there is, you must not be rubbing your own steel tubes enough. Moreover, what surprised Chen Yu even more was that his experience value had actually overflowed a long time ago. Producing basic products can give him the experience value needed to upgrade, and it was exposure to advanced products, through insight into their parameters, that allowed him to unlock the level limitations of the tech tree. And advanced products that have been insight can no longer be used as a condition for unlocking the tech tree later. For each level up, the level of premium product required must be stronger than the previous one. The experience value from those thousands of steel pipes earlier was enough to directly raise him to level 3.5. It was only his delay in utilizing advanced industrial products to unlock the technology tree that led to the stuck level situation. Chen Yu's heart became even more excited. After returning to his dormitory, Chen Yu penned and quickly recorded the draft program first. As for the next schedule, Chen Yu pondered for a moment. It is better to give the bearded man to finish the order of steel pipe before saying it. Each steel pipe can not only be money, but also the experience value he needs to upgrade the technology tree in the future. For 2 or 3 days in a row, Chen Yu was busy with the matter of hand-rubbing steel pipes, completely forgetting about a person. It wasn't until the evening of this day that Chen Yu finally finished building the last steel pipe, then boxed it up and encapsulated it. Next, the shipment will be considered a success as long as it is delivered to the bearded man's side. As for the delivery of goods, Chen Yu is never involved. The bearded side has their special doorway to be able to send these steel pipes to their hands. After taking a painful shower, Chen Yu dove headfirst onto the bed and picked up his cell phone to look through it. Immediately afterward, however, his eyes popped. On the screen, Xiao Yunan had sent him hundreds of messages in the past few days. To say the least, Chen Yu was also too lazy to go through it line by line. He didn't need to guess to know that Xiao Yunan must be asking him about the live broadcast. The pair's first live broadcast was still very smooth and successful, breaking the 6,000 number mark on the same day. However, for the next nearly half a month in a row, Chen Yu did not start broadcasting again. So much so, that in the comments section of his doujinshi account, there have been nearly 7,000 to 8,000 comments. Many viewers have commented that the anchor in all likelihood is in the bureau. Otherwise, how would it be late to start broadcasting? But in fact, the reason Chen Yu didn't want to start the broadcast was also very simple. That is, he didn't want Xiao Yunan to always stay next to him. That way he wouldn't feel too comfortable working. What's more, what should he broadcast next? Can something like hand-rubbing a steel pipe really be broadcast live to an audience? Will it be okay? Chen Yu pondered for a while and suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Since Director Zhao and the others said that the steel pipe was the same model as the gun barrel and not too many people could know about it, it would be better not to broadcast the hand-rubbed steel pipe. If I don't rub my hands on a steel pipe, it's not illegal for me to make some fancy paint live, is it? Advanced paint manufacturing ability. This was a new ability that Chen Yu had just unlocked, and he hadn't even had time to try out the effects yet. Thinking of this, Chen Yu immediately wrote a paragraph on his account dynamics and sent it out. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will broadcast live again on this account. The content of the live broadcast will be kept secret for the time being. I hope everyone will watch it enthusiastically. It had only been less than 5 minutes since this dynamic message had been sent out, and the amount of replies in the comments section had already exceeded 1,000, and the retweets all numbered 600 or 700. Anchor, hurry up. Why wait for tomorrow? Broadcast it now. Can you reveal what's airing tomorrow? Anchor, do you still take orders for that particular type of steel pipe? Looking at one of the comments in the comment section, Chen Yu was secretly surprised. When did he become such a celebrity? It wasn't that long ago that he was a little transparent guy with almost zero presence. It was also at this moment that a prestige call popped up on his cell phone, and the other party was none other than Xiao Yunan. Chapter 18, Second Live Broadcast, Purchasing Paint Supplies. Chun Yu searched for a moment, but still picked up Xiao Yunan's phone. Hello? Chun Yu, what are you up to? Why didn't you notify me when you've posted that the dynamic is about to start? Xiao Yunan was a bit puzzled on the other side of the phone and asked Chun Yu. Oh, you said this Chun Yu laughed. I'm just randomly posting. I haven't thought about the content of tomorrow's live broadcast yet, so I didn't inform you. To be honest, Chun Yu didn't want Xiao Yunan to stay on his side all day long. In that case, he would have to spare extra effort to prevent her from finding something she shouldn't see. However, Xiao Yunan didn't understand Chun Yu's hint at all. What's that supposed to mean? You're forgetting that I'm your assistant broadcaster, and since you haven't thought about what you're going to broadcast live, that's even better. I'll come over and think about it with you then, Xiao Yunan said on the phone. How about Chun Yu? If there's no problem, I'll go to your place tomorrow morning, okay? You don't have to come to this one yet. Chun Yu hurriedly replied. Tomorrow I plan to go out and buy some things. By then I will open a live chat even if it's not necessary for you to appear in the movie for the time being. Let's talk later. After saying that, Chun Yu immediately hung up the prestige phone. Although the words were like that, it was also true that he had not deceived Xiao Yunan just now. If you want to make advanced paints, there are only a small amount of basic paint stock here at the machine shop, and you have to buy some extra stuff to make it work. Therefore, tomorrow he was definitely going to make a trip out himself to see if he could acquire some ready-made semi-finished products back, which would save a lot of time. However, on the other side of the phone, Xiao Yunan, who was lying on the bed, was a bit dissatisfied. She is not a little cute. Chun Yu's behavior is clearly hiding from her. However, she wouldn't give up her current 80,000 a month salary just because of these few words from Chun Yu, who let Chun Yu's Great Dragon Kingdom gold card be seen by her that day. With that gold card in hand, not to mention that Chun Yu didn't want her to go right now, even if she was given 2 slaps in the face, she definitely wouldn't get angry easily. Humph, this wooden head. Sooner or later I will take him down. When Xiao Yunan remembered Chun Yu's naive appearance, a hint of a smile spread across her pretty face. Early the next morning, Chun Yu opened his Douyin live broadcast at 9:30 sharp. This time he didn't hang any red envelopes or lucky bags for the live broadcast, he simply opened a broadcast. As a result, to his surprise, within just 10 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 2,000. Why is the anchor outdoors? Where's that pretty girl from last time? Yeah, we still want to see the anchor live hand rubbing a steel pipe. What does broadcasting outdoors mean? How come there's no bonus on the live feed? What is the anchor planning to broadcast today? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew by one, and Chun Yu could only roughly scan a few times. There was no way to answer them one by one. After walking out of the machine shop, Chun Yu walked on foot, and while walking, he waited for more people in the live broadcast room before starting today's content. Finally, after 20 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached about 5,000. Hello viewers, today the anchor is planning to go out and purchase some materials. Chun Yu held a selfie stick in one hand and said to the cell phone screen, everyone just needs to follow the anchor's camera screen, and when we go back later, the anchor will start today's research. As soon as he heard that Chun Yu actually came out to purchase materials, the live broadcast room exploded. I heard that the anchor is from Blue Cloud City. Who's over there? Go out and snipe him. Can the anchor reveal what she's making today? It has to be at least a bit more bullish than the previous steel pipe, or else we're making this trip for nothing. There was a lot of chatter among the audience, who had no idea where Chun Yu was going now. In fact, Chun Yu himself was confused. Although he had unlocked the advanced paint manufacturing skill, where should he go to buy those raw materials and semi-finished products needed regarding advanced paint? It wouldn't be impossible for him to make his own from scratch, but the problem was that the machine shop didn't have that much equipment. Thinking about it, Chun Yu suddenly thought of a place, and that was the Blue Cloud City Logistics Center. Here in the logistics center of any city, there is bound to be a market for chemicals. In that part of the world, you can basically buy the vast majority of chemicals, as long as you have the credentials and the means to pay for them. Chun Yu made a snap decision, called a car in passing, and then ran to the logistics center. Along the way, Chun Yu also made plans that if he couldn't buy the materials he needed, then he would have to spend more time making his own. Half an hour later, Chun Yu arrived at the Blue Cloud City Logistics Center. It's a huge area near the harbor, and as far as the eye can see there are all sorts of unlisted storefronts and pickup trucks coming and going. Those who hand over goods at the logistics center basically start work after the buyer and seller have settled on a deal. So these stores also generally do not entertain casual customers from the outside world. Chun Yu walked around and soon found a store. The store had a large number of white plastic buckets stacked in front of the store. each one nearly as tall as a large person, and a sign on the door. It says, Hui Foam Chemicals. Chen sized up Chen at the door, and a man in an army green sweatshirt and camouflage pants with big leather boots came out of the store and sized up Chen. Young man, this is not the place for live broadcasts. Some of the chemicals are dangerous. Why don't you go play somewhere else? The boss crossed his arms and said politely to Chen. Hearing the boss say that, the viewers in the live room began to swipe again. This boss is still weirdly nice. Anchor, tell him how great you are and scare him to death. Don't be ridiculous upstairs. The anchor hasn't bought the materials he needs yet. Chen also asked politely, are you the owner of this store? I would like to purchase some chemical materials. Oh, hearing this, the boss burst out laughing. No matter how one looked at it, Chen also looked like an ordinary college student, and there was even some sense of clear stupidity on his face. What can a college student procure? Another shortage of calcium oxide in the school lab? Alright, just tell me what you're missing. I still have a good supply of materials here, the boss said painfully. Is there an iron oxide-based solution? Chen searched for a moment and asked an extremely insider question right off the bat. Iron oxide-based solution? Hearing these words, the boss's face was obviously a bit surprised, saying, your kid is quite eccentric. The market sales of this solution is not good. Only I still have stock here. What do you want to take it for? Chapter 19, Specialty Materials All Taken. Concerns at home and abroad. Chen secretly slandered in his heart. It is strange that the sales are good. Iron oxide-based solutions are complicated to prepare and not very useful. Some of the big research institutes will use this solution as various indicators and reactants for chemical experiments. But the demand is very, very low, and they tend to make their own and not source it outside. However, what the outside market doesn't even know is that this iron oxide-based solution is one of the key ingredients in the manufacture of anti-electromagnetic stealth coatings. How many do you have? Chen said. I'll take them all if they don't exceed 100 kilograms. 100 kilos? The boss's face became even more surprised. In the past, the people who came to him to buy this kind of solution, each time they asked for at most 1 or 2 bottles. It was the first time he had seen someone like Chen who directly asked for 100 kilograms at once. That's right, I'll start with 100 kilos. For a good price. Chen didn't want to bargain either. The money spent on the solution would be a drop in the bucket if electromagnetic stealth coatings could be manufactured. Nope, 900 cows in a dime. Iron oxide-based solutions aren't cheap. About $100 for a kilogram. The boss said. You want 100 kilograms? That's $10,000. Young man, do you have the money? Yes, and I'm paying cash. I'll give you an extra $200, and you get a minivan to send me back. Chen took out a pile of cash from the shoulder bag on his body, counted out 10,200, and handed it to the boss. Ooh, the lad is oddly rich. The boss sized up Chen for a few moments, walked back and came out successively carrying a few solid blue plastic buckets and said, 50 pounds per bucket. The 100 kilograms you asked for, 4 buckets in total. The gross weight may have a tiny bit of error. Chen said painfully, no problem. You can just send me to Blue Cloud City Machinery Factory. I have other things to buy. With that, Chen waved his hand and headed for the next store. What the hell is the anchor doing buying so much of that whatever solution at once? Yeah, anchor, reveal it to us. Can that one build steel pipes too? Don't just walk without talking, anchor. This time, it was clear that not much of the audience in the live broadcast room would be able to guess what Chen was thinking. The steel tubes he sold before were easy for military fans to spot the difference because of the specific model parameters laid out. But this time, who would have thought that Chen was actually trying to get into something like advanced paint? In the course of a morning, Chen ran through half of the logistics center and finally bought the other 2 materials he needed. Crystalline and fibrous materials, respectively. These 2 items, again, are part of the raw materials used in the manufacture of advanced paints, and their utility is to resist infrared and electromagnetic waves. If it was perfectly mixed with the iron oxide-based solution to create a coating, Chen didn't even dare to think what level it would be. It may seem like this kind of thing involving military materials is pressed into civilian circulation, but in reality it's not. Many of the military-industrial enterprises, their predecessors can be private enterprises, some military products, but also from the very high quality of civilian products selected. Crystalline and fibrous materials, 2, and iron oxide-based solutions. None of these things are military-controlled contraband. What's the reason? It's simple. The average person couldn't build anything even if they had access to them. Don't worry, viewers. The anchor will temporarily shut down the broadcast for a while. Everyone refresh the live room and then re-enter. After taking the car back to the entrance of the machine shop, Chen returned to the private workshop where he had built the steel pipe before opening the live broadcast. This was to avoid letting the audience see the Sea Dragon 3 there in the main workshop. After all, that thing is technically considered a military thing, and without that old man Zhang's permission, he definitely wouldn't dare to just broadcast it out live. Anchor, hurry up. It's time to get to the point today. Come on, come on, come on. We can't wait. When does it start? The materials have been purchased, too, so don't play God and whet your appetite. The viewers can't wait, and have swiped the screen for Chenyu to hurry up and start today's official live content. And at this time, a few special viewers quietly entered the live broadcast room. One of them was Lu Jie, who was in the office of the Blue Cloud City Mechanical Research Institute at the moment. He's been keeping an eye on Chenyu's movements over the past few days, and just now when Feng Ming told him that Chenyu was back on the air, Lu Jie was of course the first to rush over to watch. However, after looking at it all morning, Lu Jie didn't find anything wrong with it. In his eyes, wasn't Chenyu just going to the logistics center to buy something? How could this attract thousands of people to watch? Now, however, Chenyu was clearly about to officially start work, so Lu Jie raised his interest and watched the live streaming screen with rapt attention. Chenyu, if you do something illegal this time, don't blame me for killing you, Lu Jie sneered. At the same time as Lu Jie entered the live broadcast, there was also a group of overseas accounts, far away in the Middle East in a palace. Bearded Lascar, along with the commander of their armada, Oilman Ben Jeton, and a few other white-turbaned men, were watching the broadcast. They still sat cross-legged on the carpet, then set their cell phones on the floor and stretched their necks to see. Interesting. What kind of stuff is Chenyu going to make this time? Benjamin Jeton said with interest. Rask, what do you think? That's really hard to say. The bearded Lascar hurriedly laughed. But I think if Chenyu makes something that meets our current needs, Commander, we can order large quantities from him. That's for sure. Benjamin Jeton nodded and said, it's rare for us to be able to acquire such a reliable partner in the Great Dragon Kingdom, and our future cooperation with him shouldn't be limited to gun barrels, but should be expanded. And at this time, Chenyu in the live broadcast room also started his first attempt. Advanced coatings with an iron oxide-based EM coating are considered to be relatively basic. If this foundation can be built successfully, then adding fiber and crystal materials to it will be able to continually strengthen the utility of these coatings. Therefore, Chenyu decided to try his hand at making iron oxide-based coatings. The equipment in the workshop was relatively simple and old-fashioned, but it could not be difficult for Chenyu. With the gift of mechanical product comprehension that the system had given him, Chenyu immediately dismantled a few of the lesser-used machines and then began to assemble them. Not long, ionization equipment, high-temperature furnace crucible, electromagnetic boosting equipment, etc. in Chenyu's hands are now prototype. Of course, the equipment is a bit unimpressive in its simplicity compared to serious equipment, but does it matter? Chapter 20, Shock, hand-rubbed anti-electromagnetic stealth paint. In Chenyu's eyes, can pull out the pus as a good plaster. All this, still want what bicycle ah? I'm going to put you viewers a little farther away next, so remember to close your eyes when you see the glare. Chenyu placed his cell phone on a table 7 or 8 meters away before alerting the audience. Immediately afterward, he activated the high-temperature furnace crucible he had just made. This thing is capable of blazing steel in a very short period of time with the addition of electromagnetic effects, and can reach temperatures as high as thousands of degrees. It is also only in this high-temperature electromagnetic environment that a perfect fusion of the base coating and the iron oxide-based solution can take place. The hot airwaves made Chenyu had to put on long-sleeved overalls, a pair of anti-temperature gloves, and a welder's mask to ward off the heat and glare. Immediately afterward, under the witness of close to 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, Chenyu successively sent 2 buckets of different things into the high-temperature furnace crucible. Rumble. When these 2 cold liquids were mixed together, there was immediately a violent explosion and boiling sound because of the thousands of degrees of heat in the crucible. ********. The anchor is making a bomb. It's going to kill people. That thing looks like it's actually going to blow up. The anchor won't send it, will he? It's too dangerous. It's a million times more dangerous than a steel pipe. Where's the anchor? Is the anchor still there? The violent sound and glare caused the viewers of the live broadcast to close their eyes almost individually. Still, there was a frenzy of scrolling pop-ups swiping across the screen. At this moment, the strong light and hot airwaves even covered up Chenyu's figure. Many viewers thought that Chenyu might not have hung up already. Even Lu Jie, who was in front of the cell phone screen, revealed a horrified expression. Is this kid crazy? Rubbing a few steel pipes and thinking he's really a great inventor? Lu Jie said incredulously. With such an explosion of chemicals, even if he doesn't die, he'll still end up crippled, and far away in the Middle East. The faces of the bearded Lascar and Commander Benjamin Jeton, among others, were even more tense. If something happened to Chenyu, then they would have lost one of their most important cooperative allies. And the 10 seconds or so of glare and rumbling in the live feed finally faded away. Amidst everyone's gazes, Chenyu's figure was actually still standing there in a good position, and in his left hand, he actually had a piece of heat-insulating material built like a shield. Taking a long breath, Shen Yu also couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his head, thanks to the fact that he had stayed ahead of time and used this shield to block the vast majority of the hot airwaves. Otherwise, just now, this time, he might really be finished. Of course, it wasn't so much a matter of his operation as it was a matter of the equipment being too rudimentary. Serious high-temperature electromagnetic crucibles are surrounded by reinforced barriers that completely insulate the blast from the high-temperature gas waves. Shen Yu didn't have such conditions at hand, so he could only use earthly methods to solve the problem. Still, a flash of surprise appeared on his face when he saw the perfectly fused-up liquid in the blazing crucible. After utilizing the equipment to remove these mixed liquids, Shen Yu did not dare to delay at all and continued to feed them into a process. Electromagnetization, mixed base coatings, composite processing. After 7 or 8 processes, finally, Shen Yu obtained a small bucket, about 5 kilograms of advanced anti-electromagnetic stealth paint. The thing looked like a bucket of bubbling cement to the live camera, and there was nothing eye-opening about it. Anchor tossed around and nearly planted his life in the ground to do this? What is this stuff? It looks like concrete. What's the point? I think this is a failure. Is the anchor person still there? Was it bombed silly? A bar of pop-ups crossed, and Shen Yu was too lazy to explain them one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, next, I'm going to give you a magic show in front of the camera, Shen Yu said, taking out an electromagnetic wave detector from his bag. It was also homemade by him, and after activating it and connecting it to his cell phone, he was able to directly observe the electromagnetic waveforms emitted by the devices around him. As Shen Yu started the machine and connected to his cell phone, the screen in the live broadcast room immediately changed. Under the crowd of tens of thousands of viewers, the live broadcast screen changed in the blink of an eye to a black background with a fluorescent green circular target-like image. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? My phone's been hacked? No, on this screen, how come it looks like a radar screen? The anchor picked up gameplay footage? That's impossible. What the hell is this kid Shen Yu up to? In the office, Lu Jia looked at the screen image that had also turned into a green marker and could not help but be annoyed. One group of people, however, was almost storming out of shock at this point. This is real radar monitoring footage. The bearded Lasker lost his voice and exclaimed, how did he do it? Shen Yu, he only used a tiny device to turn a cell phone into a radar receiving device? Incredible, just incredible. Commander Benjamin Jeton, meanwhile, said, let's just keep watching and see what he's up to. By this time, the number of people in the live room had reached 21,000, and, as more viewers frantically shared the live room, this number was still soaring. No one in the audience expected Shen Yu's second live broadcast to be so shocking. By now you should be able to see that on your cell phone screens. A green target pattern has appeared, Shen Yu said to the audience. You can think of it as a radar monitoring screen. That's what I've done with this small device, and its detection range is no match for real radar. In fact, this device of Shen Yu's had a detection range of only 20 meters, which was the size of his workshop. Real radar, that can probe hundreds or thousands of kilometers at once. There is a huge gap between the two. Now I'm going to activate the equipment, and as you can see, there will be dots of green light appearing on the monitoring screen, and they are the various pieces of machinery and equipment in this workshop. Because they emit electromagnetic waves, they are exposed under radar systems, which everyone should understand, right? Shen Yu placed his cell phone on the table and said, next, I'm going to do a little magic trick for you all, so wait a moment. Immediately afterward, Shen Yu casually found a large piece of board, and then using a paintbrush, he brushed the freshly made anti-electromagnetic stealth paint onto it. Come on, everyone pay attention to the screen now, Shen Yu said, and then, blocked the board painted with stealth paint right in front of the small radar device. In an instant, in the cell phones of more than 20,000 viewers, the coordinate points that originally belonged to those large machines actually all disappeared. In their ears, they could even hear the rumble of machines operating. Chapter 21, Testing the Stealth Paint. The effect is explosive. The live broadcast immediately exploded after a brief silence. Asterisk 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 anchor, you're not kidding, are you? How come I can't see the coordinate points of those devices on this screen? Did the anchor make this? Did the anchor turn off the radar equipment? Where's the anchor? Come out and talk. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were going crazy. However, Shen Yu's performance wasn't over yet. Everyone, now look again. Are the coordinate points of these mechanical devices appearing on your screens again? Shen Yu laughed. Next, I will use this board to cover them in turn, so watch carefully. With that, Shen Yu walked to the first device and covered it with a board. Good lord! Almost simultaneously, a coordinate point disappeared from the cell phones of over 20,000 viewers. Immediately after, Shen Yu withdrew the board and walked to the second device, then the third, the fourth, and on the screens of the viewers' cell phones, the coordinate dots, which represented electromagnetic signals, were flashing one by one. the anchor couldn't have done the anti-electromagnetic stealth coating on site, could he? At this time, a pop-up screen that drifted through the live broadcast room coldly silenced everyone. The two people in the office, Lu Jia and Feng Ming, were even more wide-eyed and couldn't even say a word. No dude, it's okay for you to hand-rub the barrel of a gun. Is it possible to hand-rub something like stealth paint? Lu Jia slapped his head and said in dismay, this is simply impossible. The broken equipment in that old machine shop of his can make stealth paint? What's more, it was Chen Yu, a stuffy college student? Lu Jia couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't believe that Chen Yu had such heaven-defying skills. I'm afraid it really is stealth paint. Feng Ming pointed at the screen and said, Brother Lu, take a closer look. This is a small radar monitoring screen. The glowing and flashing green dots on it are the locations of the electromagnetic waves emitted by those large devices. Chen Yu, is casually able to make these coordinate points disappear in turn. This is not something that can be done by writing a program. Lu Jia also looked incredulous and said, but with those broken equipment, how is it possible for this kid? In the meantime, far away here in the Middle Eastern palace, the bearded man and the commander and others, however, sprang up from the ground. The two of them, and the white hoods around them, one by one, were practically jumping and cheering with joy as if it were New Year's Eve. Fantastic! This is an extremely advanced anti-electromagnetic stealth coating. Commander Benjamin Jeton was pleasantly surprised. Our current armament, not only do our vehicles lack stealth capabilities, but the few helicopters that we have are the target of the enemy's key strikes. If we can buy stealth paint in bulk from Chen Yu, our mercenary corps will be able to become a cavalry. Our mechanized team that can dance under the radar of the other side. The bearded Lasker's face turned red as he shouted in excitement. Commander, I told you long ago that this Chen Yu is a genius. You believe it now. A genius among geniuses indeed. Benjamin Jeton looked at Chen Yu, who had turned off the radar screen and was greeting the audience on the screen, with eyes that were as affectionate as if he was looking at his own son. Lasker, hurry up and send someone to reward Chen Yu with a gift, and when the live stream is over, you'll immediately contact him through the Dark Domain Network. Benjamin Jeton thought for a moment and said, you can tell him that if he's willing to leave the Great Dragon Kingdom and come to us, I can promise him $1 million. No, $10 million a year, and beautiful women. Marry as many as you want. Yes, Commander. Rask didn't hesitate for a second, including a couple of white hoods next to him. In their eyes, Chen Yu is indeed worth the price, and the value he brings can far exceed this 10 million annual salary. On the other hand, Chen Yu, who was in the workshop of the machine factory, was smiling and chatting with the audience. What did the anchor do? Didn't everyone see it? And someone else said it. It's cement. Chen Yu laughed. You guys don't believe me? Cement can block electromagnetic waves if it's thick enough, can't it? The anchor lied. You've got one coat on that board, and that must be high-end stealth paint. Anchor, where exactly is your kid from that you can actually hand-rub a cutting-edge product like stealth paint? Any more program anchors? Keep up the whole job of swiping our gifts. The pop-ups were frantically scrolling, and by this time, the popularity of the live broadcast had reached 45,000 people. It was also just when Chen Yu was just about to answer the audience's questions. The next moment, in the live stream, the same laggy feeling as before appeared again. It's not them again, is it? Chen Yu secretly screamed in his heart. I am afraid that only the bearded ones can do it if they can brush the gift to the live room. Fruity. A few seconds later, Chen Yu's live broadcast room was filled with a ship of super rockets frantically sending out like they didn't need money. Within a short span of 2 minutes, several overseas accounts had swiped nearly $500,000 in gifts for Chen Yu. Thank you to these character accounts for their gifts and support. Chen Yu arched his hand in front of the screen. His heart is actually clear. This must be the bearded men. Turn around and talk to them after the next broadcast. Actually, what the anchor did was just a beggar's version of stealth paint. Chen Yu said to the viewers, a real advanced stealth coating is not something that can be made so easily. Next time we go live, the anchor will show you more interesting content. This live broadcast is here. Goodbye everyone. With that, Chen Yu turned off the broadcast regardless of the viewers' objections. He's been on the air for 7 or 8 hours today, and, with the basic version of the stealth paint just now, he's put viewers through their paces. As for the next, Chen Yu looked at the crystal and fiber materials in the corner of the workshop. If these two things could also be successfully fused into a stealth coating, what would be produced would truly be a special stealth coating that could be ahead of its time. It is no exaggeration to say that if it is an airplane or ship that uses this extra stealthy paint, it is almost impossible for even the most advanced radar to detect them. Chen Yu took off his gloves and work clothes, sat down in front of his computer, and opened up his little dark field store. Sure enough, just as he logged on, he saw the bearded man's avatar flashing uncontrollably. Mr. Chen, we tuned into your live broadcast just now. It was simply brilliant. We'd like to talk to you in more detail about those paints you made. do you have a moment now? This message, which was sent over by the bearded man 3 minutes ago, was so urgent in tone that it practically made Chen Yu see each other's faces. Chapter 22, shocked by many, Chen Yu was really on fire. Details? Chen Yu didn't need to guess to know that the bearded man must be interested in this paint he had just created. Although this is just a general specification of anti-electromagnetic stealth coating, but at least 70 to 80% of the world's countries do not have this ability to build the same product. The bearded men far away in the Middle East are certainly no exception to the rule that if you want to get this kind of good stuff, you have to buy it. Chen Yu hurriedly asked, "What to talk about?" The bearded Lasker said, "We just tuned in to your live broadcast. It's just brilliant, that paint you made. We want to order it in large quantities." Bulk order? Chen Yu's heart was first delighted, but he soon realized what the problem was. These anti-electromagnetic stealth coatings were certainly a good thing, but with the conditions around him now, it was impossible to accomplish mass production. They're not like steel tubes that you can just hand roll yourself with a couple of pieces of equipment. Just now, the ultra-high temperature furnace crucible almost had a big explosion during the initial test, thanks to Chen Yu's advanced use of a shield to block the spilled high-temperature liquid. Being able to successfully create an anti-electromagnetic stealth coating in one furnace also had a bit of luck in it for Chen Yu, but getting him to mass produce? He might not be able to escape every time if there was another accident afterward. After thinking about it, Chen Yu still responded to the bearded man. "I'm afraid it's not possible right now. These paints are only the ones I'm using for testing at the moment. Their performance is still unstable, and besides, the conditions I have here are too rudimentary for mass production." Far away from the Middle East side, Lasker was almost about to send Chen Yu's invitation to come to the Middle East after seeing his message. "Are you stupid? You can't send it like that." Standing next to him, Commander Ben Jeton slapped Lasker's hand away and said angrily, "He's just a youth from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Are you trying to scare him off?" "But Commander, this is stealth paint, a high-end technology that we've been stuck with and in short supply," Lasker said. "If we can secure this cooperation with Chen Yu, our mercenary corps will be able to increase their combat power by at least 2 to 3% in the future." "That can't be too hasty," Benjamin Jeton said coldly. "If we scare Chen Yu, he most likely won't contact us again, and with our ability, there's no way we can go to Huaxia to look for him. Can you take the responsibility then?" This, Lasker instantly dared not squeak. This consequence was indeed something he could not afford. "You tell him," Benjamin Jeton said. "Just say that we can give him some time. And we can even give him money for his account in the Great Dragon Nation to support him in building a research institute of his own, acquiring the equipment he needs, and then we can talk about mass production, putting a long line to catch a big fish." Without giving Chen Yu enough space and benefits, how would he easily accept the invitation to cooperate? "Okay, just what you said." The bearded man immediately relayed these words to Chen Yu's side. "Mr. Chen, we can provide you with the starting capital to build a research lab and purchase equipment. It's not too late to talk about cooperation when everything is ready." Seeing the other party's eager attitude, Chen Yu was a bit hesitant at this time instead. After all, when he was in the Public Security Bureau before, the director Zhao Changfeng had told him that these bearded men who looked at people still strangely nice could be rifles built with his steel pipes. Now these guys are going to order stealth paint in bulk from him. It's not like these guys are going to build cars that are resistant to radar detection if they really do build cars, is it? Chen Yu immediately said. "I'll think about it. Right now I haven't fully mastered this technology. After some more time, I'll consider the feasibility of cooperation." Lasker said. "No problem. The batch of steel pipes we ordered earlier. Finish them as soon as possible." Oh. After turning off the computer, Chen Yu looked at the ultra-high temperature crucible that had not completely cooled down not far away, and couldn't help but have another idea pop up in his heart. Ordinary anti-electromagnetic stealth coatings count for nothing to the great powers of this world now. What can really have a leading global position is the composite extra stealthy coating. It was also the additional fiber and crystal materials that Chen Yu had acquired, and the successful mixing of these two things that allowed him to build the strongest of the big killers. Why don't you try it? Chen Yu knows that it is very risky to engage in this way, but he can't get his hands on too high-end equipment, so he can only make do with what he has. Walking over to the crucible, Chen Yu began to mix the compound solution according to the ratio in his mind. This is a part of the process that, by common sense, that would require slow weighing in an advanced laboratory with equipment of great precision. However, Chen Yu just casually picked up a large spoon, and after digging a few spoons, he was able to judge whether or not it met the standard based on his own feelings. It's just nice to have tech tree skills. Chen Yu couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. No matter which part of the process it was, he was able to freely have a blueprint appear in his mind, and all he needed to do was to do as he was told. It was also at the time when Chen Yu was trying to utilize these rudimentary devices to create composite extra stealthy coatings that in the office of the Blue Cloud City Mechanical Research Institute side, Zhang Gutao was looking at the screen in the computer in front of him with a face of unbelief. Academician Zhang, take a look. This is a live video that our people just obtained. A man standing in front of him said, the background environment, as well as the state of the workshop, and the location address of the live broadcast, are all indeed in the Blue Cloud City machinery factory. And in the picture, it was clearly the scene of Chen Yu's previous live broadcast of hand-rubbing anti-electromagnetic stealth paint in front of tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. When he saw Chen Yu utilizing a small radar wave device to demonstrate the effects of those paints, Zhang Gutao directly jumped up from his chair. How is this possible? Zhang Gutao's face was full of astonishment, and he even took off his glasses and wiped them before looking at the picture twice more repeatedly. In terms of his seniority and ability, it was obvious at a glance whether what Chen Yu had made was a gadget or the real thing. It was also because of this that Zhang Gutao felt incredibly shocked, even to the point of not being able to believe the scene in front of him. An ordinary college student is actually able to hand-rub anti-electromagnetic stealth paint using the rudimentary equipment of a machine shop workshop? If this matter was put to the Academy of Sciences to talk about, there might have to be many great powers and titans to be shocked by it. However, Chen Yu had managed to do just that. Even though the method appeared a bit rudimentary and even wild, Zhang Gutao was certain that the kid had really made stealth paint. It's a military product, and it involves state secrets. The man frowned. Before, their Blue Cloud City's director Zhao said that this kid had also sold gun barrels to bearded men in the Middle East. Academician Zhang, we have to take care of this matter. Chapter 23, want to see the effect? Then get a plane over here. You have a point. Zhang Gutao nodded, still staring intently at the screen, and said, if Chen Yu really has such a talent, it would be bad if he was controlled or utilized by a foreign power. A young man who was untutored and able to hand-rub stealth paint with rudimentary equipment. If he was given enough time and conditions, his future prospects were even more difficult to limit. Right now, rather than worrying that Chen Yu would sell these stealth paints to the foreigners, Zhang Gutao was more curious and shocked in his heart. Then, Academician Zhang, do you think we should go and notify Director Zhao so that they can send out police forces to arrest Chen Yu? The man asked him again. Arresting people? What a joke! Zhang Gutao waved his hand and said, you go and prepare the car right away. I'll personally go to the Blue Cloud City machinery factory right now. Seeing is believing. Before seeing those paints with his own eyes, Zhang Gutao still does not dare to be fully convinced of this matter. And in the meantime, in the workshop of the machine factory, Chen Yu's second experiment had also reached the most critical moment. The ultra-high temperature crucible perfectly mixes the crystalline and fibrous materials into a blazingly molten iron state. The material in this state is the most dangerous. If there is a slight accidental explosion, it is like lighting a bomb in this plant. Chen Yu, on the other hand, didn't even have a standard set of protective clothing on him, just a piece of heat-insulating board grasped in his left hand to use as a shield to block any hot liquids that might splash. Now comes the most critical step in the entire manufacturing process. Chen Yu looked to the stealth paint that had already finished warming up on the side. Next, the stealth paint and those two materials needed to be mixed together. Then wait for natural cooling. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu lifted the bucket of stealth paint and poured it inside the super high temperature crucible as slowly as possible. Immediately after that, there is a series of programs that run quickly with electromagnetization, compounding, and so on. These beggars' version of the machine is simple, but the good thing is that they have finally withstood the impact of the gas wave that occurs when the two solutions are mixed. The entire floor of the workshop hummed and vibrated, and Chen Yu's heart was even more excited. It's going to be a success. It was also at this time that two cars drove into the compound of the Blue Cloud City machinery factory. Zhang Gutao, accompanied by a group of people, hurried toward the workshop where Chen Yu was. They didn't even have to confirm their direction because, just as they arrived in the compound, everyone could hear the sound of loud machinery roaring in the distance and rolling steam coming out of the windows. This kid is playing with fire, the middle-aged man from earlier said anxiously. With all this equipment in the machine shop, he dares to do the stealth coating himself? He's not afraid of getting killed. Come on, go over there. Zhang Gutao's face even more dramatically changed. Over 60 years old, he even walked with the wind, hurriedly rushed to Chen Yu's workshop. Bang! Chen Yu was standing in front of the crucible looking at the perfectly mixed composite paint inside, not waiting for him to be happy. When he heard a rumble behind him, the door was opened. Chen Yu, what are you doing? After Zhang Gutao came in, he was even more frightened by the scene in front of him, almost out of his mind. There was not even a single bit of protective equipment in the entire workshop, and even Chen Yu seemed to be fine, standing in front of the ultra-high temperature crucible. This scene saw Zhang Gutao had the urge to have a brain hemorrhage. This kid is really not afraid to die. Academician Zhang? What are you guys doing here? Chen Yu was still a bit confused, and just as the words came out, he saw two people walk out behind Zhang Gutao. We're the ones who reported it to Academician Zhang. Chen Yu, you don't have a lot of guts. not to mention selling prohibited ordnance products to foreigners by yourself. But now you even dare to do it yourself with military secret products? Your life is not worth much. But have you ever thought that if you blow up this factory, will so many workers die with you? The one person who walked over to him head-on, with a face full of mocking colors and a high and mighty look, was actually Lu Jie. Beside him was Feng Ming, and the video that Zhang Gutao had seen earlier was sent over by the two of them in particular. I thought it was someone. Chen Yu also laughed and joked. Isn't this class president Lu Jie? You're still the same as when you were in school before. You less nonsense. Lu Jie's face changed, walked to Zhang Gutao's side and proudly said, let me tell you, just based on what you did today, calling the police to arrest you and sentencing you to 10 years won't be a problem. Do you believe me? Unbelievable. Chen Yu frankly said, I didn't do anything illegal. Why should I be arrested? The safety of the equipment here is still guaranteed, and even if an accident does occur, there won't be a major explosion. If you say you won't, you won't? Lu Jie sneered. Academician Zhang, take a look. Just look at this kid's stiff upper lip attitude. What else do we have to say to him? Let the Public Security Bureau take over now. However, Zhang Gutao didn't even bother with him. Looking at Chen Yu in front of him, Zhang Gutao topped the high-temperature airwaves and went to the crucible to look at the liquid that was cooling inside. Chen Yu, I watched that live broadcast you did just now, Zhang Gutao said. I could see that you were making anti-electromagnetic stealth coatings before, but what is it that you're doing now? This? Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, this is also a stealth coating, but I'm going to improve it slightly by adding a few more materials into it. Oh, Zhang Gutao became interested when he heard this and asked, so, you've made this second coating successful as well? Can you show it off and let me open my eyes? This really made Chen Yu a bit unprepared. Zhang Gutao will come, has exceeded his prediction. I did not expect that this academician actually want to see with their own eyes the effect of this composite stealth coating. I'm afraid this one is a little difficult, Chen Yu said. This coating and ordinary anti-electromagnetic coatings can't be seen differently in front of this small device of mine. Unless how? Zhang Gutao asked. Unless? Chen Yu pointed outside and said, unless you grant me permission to modify these paints into an airplane and test it in the sky. When these words came out, Zhang Gutao and the people in his entourage could not help but be stunned. Chen Yu, you kid is simply crazy. Lu Jie was annoyed. You still want to paint the airplane with this crap you made? In case the airplane uses your paint and crashes after liftoff, can you be held responsible? More than a year did not see Chen Yu. Lu Jie suddenly realized that this kid how now so arrogant? In front of other academicians, he was actually ashamed to want to transfer an airplane over to test his broken paint. Chapter 24, Chen Yu's conditions. Visit the advanced weaponry. Zhang Gutao was also a little surprised at Chen Yu's confidence. One mouth wants to directly test with an airplane. This kid's guts are not small. I'm afraid the plane can't be turned around right now, Zhang Gutao said. Civilian airplanes can't just spray this kind of stealth material. And as for military airplanes, it will take at least a few months if you want to apply for this permission. And right now, in front of Chen Yu, the only thing that could be modified was this Sea Dragon 3 reconnaissance aircraft that Zhang Gutao had pulled over. Chen Yu, what do you think about retrofitting your stealth paint to the Sea Dragon 3? Seeing that Chen Yu didn't open his mouth, Zhang Gutao asked again. This airplane, I can give you the maximum authority to modify it. After all, it's already an old product close to retirement. It's okay, but academician Zhang, I have another request. Chen Yu nodded and said, modifying the Sea Dragon 3 is fine, but then again, you have to promise me one condition. What are the terms? You say, do you need funds, or do you need people to assist you? To this lad Chen Yu, Zhang Gutao was still very patient, based solely on the fact that this kid can utilize rudimentary equipment to create stealth paint. Zhang Gutao asked himself, I'm afraid that there are not many people in the entire National Military Research Institute who can do it. This Sea Dragon 3 could be used as a starting point for Chen Yu's research progress. That's right, Chen Yu said. It's fine for me to modify on the Sea Dragon 3. However, I hope that you can give me a chance to visit our nearby military region to see those fighters and other weapons and equipment. This request, Zhang Gutao was very surprised. Could it be that Chen Yu had a weak heart or did not have enough reserves in his head to cope with this task? Chen Yu, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Lu Jie hugged his arms and sneered. And visit our military area to see the fighter jets? You think you're a leader? You can see it whenever you want? What if your kid leaks the information to a foreigner? To the general public, any military weapons should be strictly confidential. Only those products that are really decommissioned and replaced will be put to the outside world for the public to tour and visit. Chen Yu wanted to go directly to the military region to visit the advanced weapons at the drop of a hat. This tone was indeed a bit big. I can assure you that it will only be used for study visits and no secrets will be revealed. Chen Yu ignored Lu Jie's sarcasm and said indifferently, and I don't need to take any photos throughout the whole process. I just need to see and feel with my eyes. How could they guess that Chen Yu had actually made this request for the secret he was carrying, which was the strongest hand rub systems technology tree? During this period of time, Chen Yu was not only working every day, he was also studying the role of this system. And of course, the most important thing was the tech tree that was able to constantly unlock new skills. However, it was only after this careful study that Chen Yu suddenly realized something big. Good lord, this tech tree requires him to master the entire concept and blueprints of one advanced weapon every time he reaches an upgrade pass. Moreover, the advanced weapon concept blueprints required for each upgrade had to be one level higher than the ones previously mastered in order to do so. At first, Chen Yu hadn't understood what this meant, and it wasn't until yesterday that he suddenly reacted. It's like if he unlocked the level 2 tech tree with a conceptual blueprint for a tractor. Then, when he gets to level 3 of his tech tree, just a concept blueprint for a car or a regular armored vehicle will be enough to unlock the upgrade. However, Chen Yu had made the mistake of upgrading his tech tree skills for the first time at the cost of the conceptual blueprints for Sea Dragon 3. This meant that if he wanted to continue upgrading his tech tree next, he would have to come into contact with a more advanced product than the Sea Dragon 3, as his tech tree level increased more and more. At the back, I'm afraid that all those military weaponry that existed in the current Great Dragon Kingdom would not be enough to fulfill his upgrade requirements. It was also because of this that Chen Yu secretly resolved to take this opportunity to touch as many high-level equipment as possible if he could travel to the military base, storing them as materials needed for future upgrades. That's not a particularly excessive request. Zhang Gutao pondered for a moment and felt that Chen Yu's request could not be considered unreasonable. After all, they are just a college student. If you want to blow up an airplane, you have to have a little something to refer to. Even if he, the academician, was allowed to take on the job himself, he might not be able to refit the Sea Dragon 3 under such conditions yet. Academician Zhang, you can't just let him fool around. Lu Jia looked at Zhang Gutao actually really want to agree to Chen Yu. Then anxious, advised, this kid but with foreign business people. You are not afraid that he will then leak military secrets? I've heard that. Zhang Gutao gave him a somewhat impatient look and said, Director Zhao told me that Chen Yu had been hoodwinked by foreign forces before and mistakenly built them a batch of steel tubes with specifications equivalent to gun barrels, right? Yes, that's the thing. Seeing that Zhang Gutao seemed unimpressed, Lu Jia quickly asked, is this not even a big deal? Think about it, this is a major offense of dumping arms outside. Pouring arms? Zhang Gutao said coldly, Director Zhao hasn't even convicted him. Lu Jia, why are you in such a hurry to put a label on someone? Besides, if Chen Yu really has the ability to modify airplanes, of course our military research institute should focus on cultivating him and won't let him be infested by external forces. Lu Jia was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that this academician actually thought so highly of Chen Yu that he could even agree to the matter of this kid going to the military base. Say no more. Zhang Gutao said to Chen Yu, later you will go with me. Buy me to give you a note as a guarantee. A trip to the military base or not a problem. Really? Chen Yu instantly showed a joyful face and hurriedly said, thank you so much, Academician Zhang. You're welcome, you pack up and leave right away. Zhang Gutao also laughed and joked, but this time you can't just broadcast it live. Remember, when you get to the military base, you can only use your eyes and hands. Never use anything else for filming. Okay, please don't worry. You first wait for me here for a while. I go back to the house to clean up. Chen Yu went back to his room in a huff. Now he was so dirty and disheveled that he had to change his clothes at least. Seeing that Zhang Gutao's side has already made up his mind, Lu Jia blackened his face, smothered his head and walked downstairs first, heading for the factory gate. Chapter 25, Eagle Sauce? I'm writing this down. Hey, brother Lu, why are you running so fast? Feng Ming caught up from behind and was puzzled. Why are you still standing there if you're not going? Came to the roadside. Lu Jia lit a cigarette. Annoyed, I just don't understand. That Chen Yu has what good? Zhang Academician actually so valued him? Hey, isn't that still because his kid's a little bit of a catch? Feng Ming said with a smile. You also saw. That kid made a mistake and actually got the stealth paint. It makes sense that other academician Zhang appreciates him. By mistake? You have a point. He, Chen Yu, went to the same university as us. Lu Jia swallowed 2 mouthfuls of clouds and said, I really don't believe it. Could it be that after a year's work in this old machine shop, he suddenly got the hang of it and became a genius? Speaking of which, Lu Jia suddenly thought of a point. Feng Ming, do you think it's possible that those foreign forces made Chen Yu do this? They provide Chen Yu with these technologies, have Chen Yu work for them, and then go to the military base to steal classified information after they get academician Zhang's attention? Lu Jia pondered for half a day and finally came up with what he thought was a reasonable speculation. However, Feng Ming laughed. I don't think this is very likely. Academician Zhang will come to Blue Cloud City. This is something that no one expected. Those forces abroad would have never thought of this. To put it bluntly, this is proper horseplay. You cut the crap. Lu Jie glared at him and said, we'll go back later after Chen Yu and the others have left. I need to see if there are any clues in this kid's room and computer. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu changed into a new set of clothes, got into Zhang Gutao and the others' car, and left the Blue Cloud City machinery factory. In the car, Zhang Gutao also briefly talked to Chen Yu about the precautions to be taken when going to the military base. Chen Yu, I spoke to the person in charge over there on the phone just now, and they granted a special exception for you to visit, Zhang Gutao said. However, the visit is limited to a maximum of 1 hour. Can you accept that? Enough. Chen Yu nodded. Let alone an hour. Even 5 minutes would be enough to store all the conceptual blueprints of those advanced military weapons if he was allowed to touch them. The convoy sped along and soon arrived at the gate of a very secretive military base on the outskirts of Blue Cloud City. After presenting his documents, the sentries at the entrance immediately released him, while Chen Yu sat in the car, looking at this military green campsite. Good day, Academician Zhang. In front of the building of the military base, 2 officers received Zhang Gutao, and the lieutenant colonel, among them, shook hands with Zhang Gutao very warmly. Chen Yu, let me introduce you. This is the highest commander of the military base station outside of Blue Cloud City. You can call him Lieutenant Colonel Feng. Zhang Gutao turned his head and said to Chen Yu with a smile, hello, Commander Feng. It was the first time Chen Yu had encountered this kind of scene, but fortunately, the other party's attitude was still very polite. I heard Academician Zhang say that your name is Chen Yu, right? Lieutenant Colonel Feng smiled. Academician Zhang said that you have considerable potential to become a rising star in the future military field of our great dragon kingdom. Rising stars don't dare. Chen Yu waved his hand and politely said, I'm also just using Academician Zhang's name to come and visit the military weapons you have here to give some ideas for remodeling the Sea Dragon 3. No problem, please follow me. Lieutenant Colonel Feng was equally polite and did not belittle Chen Yu because of his youth, immediately making a gesture of invitation. This military base is close to the coastal area, and is mainly responsible for, that is, the security of this sea area facing Blue Cloud City. We have a dedicated military airfield here, and planes are sent out daily to patrol the sea and airspace. That Sea Dragon 3 that Academician Zhang brought over to you is one of the reconnaissance aircraft that will be retired soon. Strictly speaking, the Sea Dragon 3 can only be considered a third-generation aircraft. Lieutenant Colonel Feng walked while chatting with Chen Yu. This I know. The most advanced of the world's major powers have now developed a 5th-generation aircraft. Chen Yu nodded. Basic military concepts he still understood. However, I just wonder if he did follow the systems program of exploding the Sea Dragon 3. So how many generations should this airplane, by then, be counted as? I heard Academician Zhang say that you want to see real airplanes, so let's not go to a place like the showroom, which is full of models. Why don't you come with me, and we'll go straight to the resident airport in the back. Just as Lt. Colonel Feng's words finished, suddenly, alarms sounded throughout the building. In a flash, everyone changed color almost simultaneously. What's going on? Is it an air raid? Chen Yu's brain buzzed. He is not so backward. Just came to the military base. Can catch up with the war? Not an air raid. Lieutenant Colonel Feng shook his head. But, the look of annoyance on his face became more and more obvious, and his fists were clenched. It's Eagle Jam's scout plane. For some time now, Eagle Jam's reconnaissance planes have often flown over our great dragon nation's territorial waters and stayed there, Lieutenant Colonel Feng said. Although they don't dare to actually set foot on the great dragon kingdom's soil, harassing them in their territorial waters is already a complete act of provocation. As he spoke, he led Chen Yu and Zhang Gutao to an office where an entire wall was filled with dozens of huge monitor images. At this moment, on a few of the monitors, an image of a sea appeared. A closer look reveals that the shadows of 2 airplanes are indeed flickering over the waters, surprisingly fast. Looking at the picture on the radar monitor, Chen Yu couldn't help but shout, then what are we waiting for? Let's directly deploy the warplanes and blast them out. It's not that simple, Chen Yu. At this time, Zhang Gutao, however, sighed and said, you have to know that all of these Eagle Sauce reconnaissance planes are all 5th-generation performance, and the standard of all aspects is at the world-leading level, and our reconnaissance aircraft, which has only been developed to the 4th generation, or rather, it should be the level of the 3rd generation plus, is simply no match for these 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft of Eagle Sauce. The gap is too big. Who wouldn't want to block Eagle Jam's reconnaissance planes from invading territorial waters and airspace? However, people just rely on the advantage of technology and speed, is riding on the head of the big dragon country's military to show off, and you still have no moves to deal with them. If it's a fighter jet, there's a 5th-generation fighter jet there at the main military base on the coast, but by the time fighter jets were sent there from the general military base, they had long since escaped. Lieutenant Colonel Fong slammed his fist on the table so hard that it shook the glass of water and bounced, saying, Eagle Jam is pinpointing the fact that our great Dragon Nation's Generation V fighters can't be mobilized easily. That's why it's playing this fly-scrambling tactic. Chapter 26, Unlocking of the Third Level Tech Tree. The dryness has increased. So, when will our great Dragon Nation's 5th generation reconnaissance aircraft come out? Chen Yu was a bit unwilling and pursued. It's a tough task. Chen Yu. Zhang Gutao looked at Chen Yu and said, do you know that all the military research institutes throughout the Great Dragon Kingdom are fighting night and day for the development of the 5th generation aircraft? But the technology gap between the 4th and 5th generation aircraft, that's as big as the difference between a scampering monkey and a rocket. And it's going to take a very long time. The conceptual blueprints of the 5th generation fighters. The Great Dragon country today is only just developed not long ago. There are not yet too many 5th generation fighters put into service in various military bases. And on the Eagle Jam side, even the reconnaissance planes have been upgraded to 5th generation. You want a 4th generation scout to compete with a 5th generation scout for speed? Then I'm afraid I can't even eat their tailpipe. That is, the crowd was talking for such a moment. Chen Yu noticed that on the radar screen, the 4th generation reconnaissance planes on the side of the Great Dragon country had just arrived at that territorial sea, and as a result, the 5th generation planes of the other people's eagle sauce were like cats playing with mice, and immediately escaped. And, from the other side of the pilot's monitor screen view, the 2 Eagle Jam scouts dragged a few tail streams out in a deliberately provocative manner before retreating. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Lieutenant Colonel Fong viciously said, if there's a next time, Fong Yi, even if I'm willing to give up my head, I'll have to fire my cannon and shoot these bastards down. Calm down. Zhang Gutao's face was cold as he rebuked. If you open fire, it won't be a matter of violating airspace. Not to mention, do you have a 5th generation fighter in your hands? If we rashly send out 4th generation fighters to attack them, it's not likely that the Mi Army's 5th generation reconnaissance planes will even backhand our planes. And then we'll say internationally that it was a misunderstanding, and that it was us, the Great Dragon Nation, who attacked first. Fong Yi, as a commander, a cool head is something you must do at all times. This kind of thought, definitely don't have it again in the future. Got it. Fong Yi sighed heavily and said, let's go over to the airport first. I was too impulsive just now. I'm sorry, Academician Zhang. Come on, Chun Yu, let's go check out the airplane. Zhang Gutao nodded his head slightly. Just now his attitude was incredibly strong. But now, his face clearly looked as if he had aged a dozen years. As an academician in the military field of the Great Dragon Nation, watching Eagle Jam's planes invade the territorial waters wantonly with his own eyes, the anger and resentment in his heart would never be less than anyone else's. Chen Yu answered and followed the two towards the airport. At this moment, an inexplicable feeling filled Chen Yu's heart. 1 month. Within a month, the Sea Dragon 3 must be exploded into a being that crushes 5th generation reconnaissance aircraft. If before, Chen Yu had taken on Zhang Gutao's mission, it was only out of curiosity and a desire to open his eyes. Now, then, the mission of exploding the Sea Dragon 3 has nothing to do with all that. It's a matter of the dignity and airspace sovereignty of the Great Dragon Nation. On this side of the airfield behind the military base, there were half a dozen airplanes parked, including 2 reconnaissance planes, while the rest were 4th generation fighters. This is the Sea Dragon 4, the advanced version of the Sea Dragon 3, a 4th generation reconnaissance aircraft, which is already an international leader in all aspects, Lieutenant Colonel Fong said to Qing Yu. However, as you saw just now, it's still inferior to Eagle Sauce's 5th generation reconnaissance aircraft. Can I touch them? Chen Yu stood in front of the runway and inquired to Lieutenant Colonel Fong. Sure, but there's no photography and you can't bring any electronic devices. Commander Fong nodded. In fact, he was curious in his heart as to why Qing Yu had only made the request of wanting to touch these airplanes. If this kid is looking for new ideas for modifying the Sea Dragon 3, shouldn't he at least sit in the cockpit and look at the equipment and control panels? Just touching an airplane casing, what's the difference between that and a kid going to the mall? However, he and Zhang Gutao simply could not have imagined that for Qing Yu. Mastering the technical concept of this reconnaissance aircraft would only require a slight touch. As Chen Yu's fingers touched the shell of this scout plane, in an instant, a sensation like an electric shock spread throughout his body, and a conceptual blueprint began to rapidly pour into Chen Yu's mind. Zhang Gutao didn't bluff him. The conceptual blueprints for this 4th generation template reconnaissance aircraft amounted to more than 200. However, with the passive skill of 100% comprehension of mechanical products, Chen Yu had already melted this blueprint altogether in a very short period of time. It was also at this time that Chen Yu immediately decided to directly unlock the next level of the technology tree. Submit template, Sea Dragon 4 design. With a beep, the system's voice appeared in Chen Yu's mind, detected that the host meets the conditions for upgrading the tech tree. Now unlocking the third level branch skills of the tech tree. Unlocked skill, composite aerospace steel manufacturing technology. Unlock skill, super compression hydrogen engine technology. Unlock passive, 100% increase in flying machine proficiency. Unlocking 3 skills in a row? Chen Yu's heart was even more excited. Apparently, the skills unlocked by each upgrade of this tech tree specialize in a certain field of products. Right now, the skills in the level 3 tech tree are clearly made for the flying machine field. What about level 4? Level 5 tech trees? Chen Yu's heart was filled with anticipation. Perhaps then it should be tanks, ships, missiles and other weapons. Surprised, Chen Yu quickly recorded the conceptual blueprints of several other fighters into his mind one after another. With these conceptual blueprints, next at least his tech tree wouldn't be stuck with upgrade conditions until level 5. An hour later, Zheng Gutao and Chen Yu had arrived at the gate of the military base's compound. Academician Zhang and Mr. Chen, I won't see you off much longer. Lieutenant Colonel Fong saluted and said, I hope that when you return, you will continue to develop better, stronger weaponry. Definitely. Chen Yu nodded vigorously. At this moment, his heart was full of energy, and he couldn't wait to return to the machine shop to start work. For the next whole month, Chen Yu did not step out of the door of the Blue Cloud City machinery factory. Right now the weather has gradually turned cold, but here in the first workshop of the machine shop, Chen Yu was in an undershirt and pants, sweating profusely, and dirty motor oil could almost be seen all over his body. Drink some water before you do it. You kid is really desperate. You don't take a break and rest for a month? The old horse next to him looked at Chen Yu's obsessed look and handed him the water bottle. Chapter 27, Explosive Modification Completed. Testing the super engine. Since taking in Chen Yu as an apprentice, it was the first time old Ma had seen him work desperately. In the past, when Chen Yu followed him to learn the craft, he was still often lazy and slippery, and had to be reminded by him from time to time. Sometimes if the mouth cannot be said, the old horse simply is a big foot directly kicked up. Absolutely will not give this kid mercy. But what about now? For a whole month, if it wasn't for him coming over to keep an eye on it regularly, I'm afraid Chen Yu would have already collapsed due to overdrafting his physical strength. Looking at Chen Yu, who was busy standing on the scaffolding in front of him, old Ma couldn't help but have a strange thought pop up in his heart. Is this kid really getting the hang of it? In terms of insight, the old horse was also once engaged in civilian aircraft maintenance, more or less some insight into such things as airplanes. However, during this period of time, those things that Chen Yu had modified on the Sea Dragon 3, he, the maintenance master of the civilian aircraft, actually could not even read them. What are those two huge vents? Are they vortex jet engines? Isn't that for fighters? And that mushroom bag on the back of the plane, isn't that a high-level device for early warning radar planes? This kid copied it? Old Ma is the more he looks at his heart, the more evil he feels. He does not believe. Chen Yu, this kid can have such a skill. I'm not tired, master. Chen Yu wiped his sweat and said, the schedule is very tight right now. I plan to complete the renovation project of Sea Dragon 3 within a month. Time waits for no one. A month? Are you kidding me? Old Ma's eyes widened in surprise. Have you ever seen any place remodeling an airplane that can be completed in a month? Didn't that academician Zhang say before that he would give you half a year? That was before. This is a different time. Chen Yu casually snorted. He did not intend to tell his master the reason here. After all, it involved military secrets. When he thought of those two Eagle Sauce reconnaissance planes that were rampaging over the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom, a ball of nameless rage burned in Chen Yu's heart. Letting the foreigners' airplanes ride on the head of the Great Dragon Nation to flaunt their power. This matter Chen Yu felt that he could not endure even a little bit of thinking about it. Zheng Gutao did not order him to transform Sea Dragon 3 within a month, a requirement that Chen Yu had added to himself. What about the third generation? With his strongest hand-rubbing system for modification, soon the Sea Dragon 3 would be a nightmare for those scout planes of Eagle Jam. Having been busy until darkness came down, Chen Yu stopped work intending to rest for an hour, and then work overtime for another 3 hours until 12 o'clock when he went to bed. Looking at the Sea Dragon 3 parked in the workshop, Chen Yu's eyes also showed a hint of satisfaction. Now, in addition to the name of this airplane called Sea Dragon 3, from the internal circuit control system, to the operating system, as well as the fuselage material, engine and so on, has produced a radical change. Tomorrow, on the other hand, was the last day of the month, and as long as the super-compressed hydrogen engine test was successful, the explosive reform mission would be successfully completed. After returning to his room at his residence, Chen Yu opened his own computer and logged on to the Dark Domain Network small store as usual. As expected, the bearded man's avatar was again in a flashing state. The latest message, sent a day ago. Chen Yu clicked on the message and took a look. The bearded Lasker said, we have also received the second batch of goods. The quality is really still first class. Mr. Chen, is it convenient to talk about more cooperation? More cooperation? Chen Yu secretly pondered in his heart. Isn't this talking about the stealth paint he just developed not long ago? This thing compared to seamless steel tube, the technical level rises not only a level. Its application is not only aircraft, off-road vehicles, armored vehicles and so on can be used. To the bearded guys, it's something they can't buy with a bill held up to them, just like seamless steel tubing. And that day, one of Chen Yu's live broadcasts had completely moved them. After thinking about it, Chen Yu tapped the keyboard and sent a line back to the other party. You are talking about the paint I made, right? But that stuff doesn't mean much for normal automotive products. I want to know why you want to buy this kind of paint? Previously at the Public Security Bureau, Zhao Changfeng and Kong Maolin both gave Chen Yu a good talking to, and also told him that the steel pipes that Lasker and the others had asked for were actually taken to make gun barrels. And this time, Chen Yu was a bit curious as to what kind of reason the bearded man would give him. It didn't take long for the message to be sent out, and soon the bearded man responded. That's how it is. Right now our area is quite chaotic. There are armed conflicts all the time. Our convoys often need to cross firefighting zones to deliver supplies and equipment, and in order to avoid being captured by those armed men. So we need to use stealth paint to circumvent their probing. How about it, Mr. Chen? This is a good thing to benefit our civilians here. The price will definitely satisfy you. Looking at Lasker's attentive attitude, Chen Yu couldn't help but be happy as well. He didn't really care about the price, because this group of dirt farmers were never very generous whenever they made a move. Let's just say that their income from these 2 live broadcasts, just the amount of bounty from the bearded men alone, added up, has reached close to $3 million, almost catching up with the price of a batch of steel pipes. Doing business with these guys who aren't short of money, that's even less stuff to think about. After thinking about it, Chen Yu replied, no problem, but lately I've been quite busy with the paint, so I might have to wait a little bit for a few days. I'll contact you then. No problem. Looking forward to our next cooperation. Lasker's side was even more painful to reply to. The next morning, Chen Yu came here to the first workshop where the Sea Dragon 3 was parked, ready to test the super compressed hydrogen energy engine. This thing is not documented in any military institute in any country in the world today, even Chen Yu. It was only after the system's tech tree was unlocked that he learned that in this blue planet, which was a parallel world to Earth, it was actually possible to build such a heaven-defying engine. Simply put, an ordinary airplane needs to carry a fuel tank while igniting it with fuel mixed with air, and then ejecting the high-pressure gas through the engine to achieve propulsion. Doing so, the brunt of the problem is a very high load on the tank. Chen Yu also learned from Zhang Gutao that the current Eagle Jam's 5th-generation fighter could reach a takeoff weight of 30 tons and a range of over 3,000 kilometers. However, the weight of the fuel tanks of such fighters, alone, has reached about 8 tons, and the rate of fuel consumption is extremely fast, and the effective combat radius will also be affected. Chapter 28, the fellows are dumbfounded. They must fly. And this super compressed hydrogen engine technology that the system had unlocked for him was essentially capable of saving at least half the size of the fuel tank. Compressed liquid hydrogen is ignited by the engine itself for massive propulsion. In both speed and range, this new technology far exceeds the caliber of engines in today's 5th-generation aircraft. In addition to the engine, Chen Yu had also fully modified the circuit system of this Sea Dragon 3. By the way, all the key parts of the fuselage were replaced with high-strength aerospace steel, making it strong enough to perform difficult tactical maneuvers. Not to mention, Chen Yu's own special stealth paint had been sprayed on early. Now this Sea Dragon 3, in essence, has completely exceeded the scope of the reconnaissance aircraft. And, also, it is completely impossible to use the 5th-generation aircraft to measure its actual combat level. Climbing through the ladder into the cockpit, in front of Chen Yu was a large, streamlined control screen. In the traditional cockpit, all those densely packed buttons and levers were simplified by Chen Yu into an intelligent control system, which performed instantaneous calculations through the computer. Pilots, on the other hand, need only to give commands at critical moments or perform tactical maneuvers that are difficult for computers to accomplish. And that's all that's needed. Prepare to start engines and test ignition. Chen Yu skillfully clicked a few times in succession on the screen, and the airplane immediately entered a state of readiness for takeoff, and the door of the workshop slowly opened. At the tail end of the Sea Dragon 3 were 2 super vortex nozzles that Chen Yu had specially modified, and at the moment, they were also aimed at the main door to prevent the high temperature wake from destroying the equipment in the workshop. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Chen Yu raised his hand and clicked the ignition button without hesitation. Without any booming loud sounds appearing, a sound like a mosquito chirping began to appear around the fuselage of this Sea Dragon 3. Within seconds, the sound became the loud beeping of that vortex jet of a super compressed hydrogen energy engine. Strong and incomparable tail streams jetted outward from the two huge vortex nozzles, and the tail flames even reached 3 meters away. Shen Yu observed the situation of the vortex nozzle through the monitor that had been installed in advance, and then began to control the flaps and other fuselage parts to perform the maneuvers. As the beeping of the vortex jets got higher and higher, it was even possible to see a Mach ring appearing at the engine's vortex nozzle. If it continued to increase its horsepower even more, this Sea Dragon 3 would break out of its fixed position and dive headfirst right into the wall in front of it. The test undoubtedly went extremely well, and with excitement in his heart, Shen Yu immediately shut down the engine before climbing out of the cabin. He didn't wait for him to jump down the ladder. At this time, outside the main entrance of the workshop, several figures came over. "Shen Yu, you're really bold. Daring to test an airplane's engine in a place like this?" The person who walked in was none other than Zhang Gutao. However, his face was ugly and full of seriousness. "Do you realize that this is no joke? Testing engines? You should go to a special airport maintenance shop," Zhang Gutao said in a deep voice. "If an accident happens, not to mention that you'll be finished, the entire steel mill can't help but be blown sky high." He and a few other experts had arrived here at the steel mill half an hour ago, only to coincide with Shen Yu testing the engine. Good guy. The high-temperature vortex jetting out from the No.1 workshop almost directly overturned Zhang Gutao's and other people's automobile, scaring them so much that they hurriedly turned around to avoid it, and then quietly watched. "Academician Zhang, I'm sorry, I just want to test the engine as soon as possible to make sure that Sea Dragon 3 has been modified." Shen Yu had a heartfelt look on his face and honestly said to Zhang Gutao, "Then you can't be in such a hurry. It's only been a month and you've been able to remodel this plane?" Zhang Gutao is also really some angry. He is angry that Shen Yu actually so do not care about the danger. What if something happens? Wait. At this time, an expert next to Zhang Gutao said, "Little comrade, what did you just say? What is the name of this airplane? Sea Dragon 3? Yeah, it's the Sea Dragon 3. Shen Yu nodded. "No way," that expert categorically said. "I've seen the Sea Dragon 3. It's a third-generation reconnaissance aircraft of our great dragon country. Nowadays it's almost an antique, and its performance in all aspects is relatively average. We saw the commotion when you were testing the engine just now from a long way outside, and with that big jet vortex and beeping, there's no way it could be the Sea Dragon 3's engine." Another expert also said, "Moreover, if you look at the appearance and details of this airplane, it doesn't match the Sea Dragon 3 at all. It is no wonder that they do not believe Shen Yu. It is really because the airplane in front of them has been Shen Yu blasted and changed to completely different." Hearing the questioning of the two experts, at this time Zhang Gutao also subconsciously sized up the Sea Dragon 3 beside Shen Yu. Upon this closer look, Zhang Gutao's eyes immediately widened. No wonder those experts didn't believe it was Sea Dragon 3. Not to mention them, even Zhang Gutao, who had personally handed over the airplane to Shen Yu in the first place, didn't quite dare to believe it now. This is the Sea Dragon 3? Shen Yu, what on earth have you done in this month?" Zhang Gutao's face was filled with astonishment as he asked Shen Yu. "Didn't we talk about this before? Give me some time to improve the Sea Dragon 3. Shen Yu laughed. "This is the result after my improvement. Please check and inspect." A month? Upon hearing those 3 words, several experts looked at each other, all a bit confused. In a month's time, even if they were allowed to bring a team of mechanics on board, at best, they would have disassembled the plane. Shen Yu is just one person. Can he accomplish such a huge amount of work? At one time, several experts all climbed onto the scaffolding and began to inspect the explosive Sea Dragon 3. "This is aviation steel? No, this material and quality is at least the standard for special alloy steel. How did the cockpit get so streamlined with buttons and levers? Is it just this big screen to fly the plane? The construction of this engine is so unheard of. It's a miracle it even starts. The exterior paint is pretty unusual too. It's extra stealthy paint." After a few experts briefly examined the circle, each of their mouths could almost fit an egg. Undisputedly, this Sea Dragon 3, now definitely not the standard of the third-generation aircraft, even enough to reach the level of the top 5-generation aircraft. Shen Yu, this airplane of yours, can you conduct real-world tests? Zhang Gutao held back the shock in his heart at this time and asked Shen Yu. Chapter 29, First Flight of Sea Dragon 3. Another breakthrough. Isn't it up to you? Shen Yu smiled faintly and said, "As long as you approve it, my remodeling project is over. This is the answer sheet I submitted to you. Good." Zhang Gutao nodded and said to the expert next to him, "Immediately contact Lieutenant Colonel Fong's side and dispatch a trailer to send this plane over to the military base and arrange for a test flight." Shen Yu of course followed this airplane to the car. After all, no one present other than him would use that special streamlined big screen. An hour later, the airplane was delivered to this side of the military base, and when Shen Yu got off, he saw Fang Yi and a group of officers examining the Sea Dragon 3 that was about to be pulled onto the runway. Is this airplane really Sea Dragon 3? When Fang Yi saw Zhang Gutao and the others arrive, he came over and asked, Academician Zhang, this airplane is too oddly remodeled. Isn't it going to be inspected again and then test flown? No need to check, Zhang Gutao said. Several of us have already conducted a comprehensive system check on it, and as of now, the only thing missing is a real flight test, so you should arrange a flight path as soon as possible. Okay, I'll set it up right away. Fang Yi was a little unbelievable, but for Zhang Gutao's words, he still absolutely executed them. After all, this was the academician in the military field of the Great Dragon Country, Comrade Xiao Chen. At this time, an expert asked Chen Yu, on your airplane, the fuselage structure, the paint, including the circuit control system, are not difficult to understand. What I'm curious about is that engine. Did you modify it? Nice. I've named it, the hypercompression hydrogen engine. Chen Yu did not shy away from the stage and immediately nodded. Interesting, how is the performance of this engine? Another expert also asked Chen Yu. Performance? Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, I modified the Sea Dragon 3 with dual engines, each capable of providing a maximum of 300 kN of propulsion. 2 would be 600 kN. Of course, that's not the limit. At its limit, it can achieve 750 kilonewtons of thrust and a cruising speed of Mach 4.5, which is about 5,000 kilometers per hour. Chen Yu added in passing, as for the cruising altitude, I'm not sure at the moment, but a preliminary estimate is that it can reach a maximum of 23,000 meters. You're not kidding, are you? Hearing the string of numbers reported by Chen Yu, all the experts, including Zhang Gutao, were stunned. It should be known that before Chen Yu's transformation, the cruising speed of this Sea Dragon 3 was up to 800 or 900 kilometers per hour, which was at the same level as that of a civilian airliner. Good guy. Now after Chen Yu's modification, the speed of this thing has directly skyrocketed by at least 5 times, and it is much more fierce than a conventional fighter. Is it a joke or not? Won't we know if we test fly it? Chen Yu asked back with a smile. But, we are here. No one will use this new intelligent screen system of yours. Zhang Gutao frowned. This pilot, who would be more appropriate to find? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not hesitate to say, I'll do it, Academician Zhang. On this airplane, I've added an intelligent computer system that is capable of completing more than 90% of the work in place of the pilot. As for the remaining 10%, that would be some difficult tactical maneuvers, as well as special features like parachute escape. Soon, the airport runway side had already been arranged, and Fang Yi had specially charted a course for Chen Yu to be able to arrive at a circle over the nearby sea. Academician Zhang, would you like to take a ride in my airplane? Chen Yu climbed up into the cockpit of the airplane and laughed at Zhang Gutao who was talking below. Me? Zhang Gutao also laughed and waved his hand. I'd like to fly, but I'm too old and have a heart condition, so I'm afraid I don't have that chance. I'll do it. At this time, Fang Yi walked out and smiled. I'm also interested in this airplane. Moreover, I know the technology in flying, so in case Comrade Xiao Chen makes a mistake, I can still correct him. Of course the people had no problem with it. After all, Fang Yi was a lieutenant colonel rank, and he was also from the Air Force, so who could have any objections to letting him sail with Chen Yu? Seeing that Fang Yi was going to set off with him, Chen Yu was also a little excited in his heart. This was the first time he had ever played with a real airplane. However, before this, Chen Yu hadn't played with airplane simulators on his computer much, and knew the operating systems of various aircraft like the back of his hand. Prepare for takeoff. Chen Yu made a few quick clicks on the main control screen in front of him before pressing the ignition button. The beeping of the 2 super-compressed hydrogen engines began to grow progressively louder, and a Mach ring began to appear at the trailing flame of the vortex nozzle. The tremendous push caused Fang Yi to be taken aback. Comrade Xiao Chen, this isn't Sea Dragon 3, is it? Fang Yi was stunned. The thrust of this engine is already the standard for a 5th-generation fighter. How did you do it? I'll take my time with you on this one when we get back. Commander Fang. Chen Yu smiled faintly and pushed the throttle. The Sea Dragon 3 quickly glided down the runway, and when it was about to reach the end of the runway, it lightly leapt into the clouds with a lift. After lifting off, Chen Yu began to boost the engine's output at full speed, currently reaching the speed of sound in 40 seconds. In the main control screen in front of Chen Yu, the intelligent computer reported the first parameter. 40 seconds? Fang Yi froze. It's a lot faster than even the speed of a 5th-generation aircraft. While boosting speed, Chen Yu also started pulling the lever in preparation for the climb. However, this was a real airplane after all, not a simulator on a computer. And soon, the strong sense of overload made Chen Yu feel dizzy, causing him to slow down the angle of climb a bit. 4 minutes later, the Sea Dragon 3 had climbed to an altitude of 10. 000 meters and was rapidly advancing in the direction of the sea. Remarkable, Comrade Chen. The standard of this reconnaissance plane is nothing less than a 5th-generation plane from Eagle Jam. Sitting in the back row, Fang Yi's eyes were filled with excitement, looking at the surrounding clouds, and the beeping jet sound of the engine, and could not hide his shock as he said to Chen Yu, "Time is short, so it can only be done to this extent." Chen Yu laughed. "If I am given enough time, I think that its performance in all aspects can still be optimized. While the two were talking, suddenly, on the large screen in front of Chen Yu, an alert appeared in the radar coordinates, detected the presence of 2 unidentified message aircraft in the airspace ahead. Preliminary calculations indicate that the opponent is traveling at Mach 2.5 and is approaching from the southeast. Hearing this voice, Chen Yu and Fang Yi's gazes simultaneously looked towards the radar screen. "It must be Eagle Jam's reconnaissance planes again," Fang Yi said in annoyance. "During this period of time, they haven't been idle at all, coming around our territorial waters every now and then." Hearing Fang Yi's words, Chen Yu however smiled. "Coincidentally, Commander Fang, since we bumped into them today, let's have a good time with them," Chen Yu said and pressed the output power lever again. Chapter 30, Fire Control Locked. Surrender or shot down. For the sake of this moment, Chen Yu had not rested for more than 6 hours a day for the past month, just to complete the explosive reform task as soon as possible. Right now, God is helping him, just flew the Sea Dragon 3 out for a test flight, and actually ran into the Eagle Jam's reconnaissance aircraft again. "Chen Yu, don't mess around," Fang Yi, who was sitting in the rear driver's seat, reminded him. "This Sea Dragon 3 of yours is not equipped with any offensive weapons, so if you encounter the other party, make sure not to clash with force." Although Chen Yu's explosive transformation technique was strong, this airplane was essentially still in the realm of a reconnaissance aircraft after all. A month's time to give it a full upgrade and remodeling was already the limit of what Chen Yu could do. Adding additional weapons? That was definitely out of the question. "Don't worry, Commander Fang," Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, "this is the airspace of our great dragon kingdom. To the end, I'm afraid they would be even more afraid to fire. Don't worry, I have a way to drive them away." Saying that, Chen Yu continued to push the lever to boost the engine's output, and with the Sea Dragon 3 at full speed, it made a big circle from the flanking direction, and surprisingly quietly drilled into the back of those 2 Hawkeye reconnaissance planes. They actually didn't notice Chen Yu's airplane? On this side of the command center, Zhang Gutao and a group of officers were also looking at the big screen with nervous expressions. When they saw that Chen Yu's Sea Dragon 3 had actually circled around and chased after the Hawkeye scout's ass, a stunned look spread across each of their faces. "You know, Eagle Jam's reconnaissance aircraft is equipped with the world's most advanced reconnaissance radar system, not to mention such a close distance. Even if it is separated by dozens of kilometers away, it can lock each other in advance." However, the 2 Eagle Sauce reconnaissance planes on the big screen were acting as if they hadn't spotted Chen Yu and the others at all, and were still strutting towards the inland sea airspace of the Great Dragon Nation. Inside the cockpit, Chen Yu was also explaining this to Fang Yi, who was filled with surprise. "The Sea Dragon 3 itself only functions as a reconnaissance aircraft, and when I modified it, I gave it extra tactical equipment in the form of an early warning radar machine, making it go up a level in both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance," Chen Yu said. "The Eagle Jam's reconnaissance planes are fast and have such a long cruising range, so that means they must have a large fuel tank load, with no more weight or space to accommodate counter-surveillance equipment." "You're right," Fang Yi nodded his head and said, "Eagle Sauce. They are relying on the fact that their reconnaissance aircraft's technology is higher than ours, and every time they intrude into our airspace in a dignified manner, and after circling around, they just leave. And it's not like we can really send out our 5th-generation fighters to shoot them down, as that would cause a big trouble." "Wait, Commander Fang, look at the screen." At this time, Chen Yu called out, signaling Fang Yi to look at the smart screen in front of him. Only the reconnaissance system on the screen had captured the coordinates and likeness of the 2 intruding scouts. Amidst the clouds, 2 streamlined, black-painted reconnaissance planes flew side by side, maintaining a speed of approximately 1,500 kilometers per hour. Although Chen Yu didn't know much about the military, he instantly recognized that this was Eagle Jam's most advanced Freedom Black Hawk reconnaissance aircraft. The radius of detection of this thing is enough to reach tens of thousands of kilometers, and if it takes off from an aircraft carrier platform, it is even more capable of probing any corner of the globe. And its stealthy paint job, as well as speed, maneuverability, etc., all of which are state-of-the-art today, not to mention the Great Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that the countries in the world that could possess the ability to scout such an airplane could be counted on one hand. A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Yu's face, and immediately afterward, he gave a command to the intelligent control system in front of him. Program the early warning radar to a fire control radar system and lock onto them. As Chen Yu's command was given, the intelligence system immediately began to respond, and within just a few seconds, the fire control signals had steadily locked onto the 2 Hawkeye reconnaissance planes in front of them. Attention, unidentified aircraft ahead. You are now intruding into the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation. I repeat, you have invaded the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation. Please slow down immediately and cooperate with my instructions to land close by. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the headphones of the 2 Hawkeye Scout pilots. This sudden warning sound startled them, and it wasn't until this time that they realized that they had actually been locked by the planes of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Crabtree, how is this possible? There are no airplanes in the Great Dragon Kingdom that can detect our movements. An eagle-eyed pilot cursed angrily. Could it be that they've deployed Generation V fighters from other military bases ahead of time? No way. The pilot on the other reconnaissance plane immediately dismissed his thoughts and said, "Our intelligence organization has not received any information, and moreover, there are no military airfields capable of taking off and landing 5th-generation fighters in this area at all. For airplanes, especially military planes, once they are locked on to an opponent's fire control radar, they are already not too far from death." And, to add to the panic and shock of the 2 Hawkeye pilots, they had turned up their radar detection to maximum power and could not find the source that had issued the warning at all. I repeat for the last time, please slow down and land close to us. You have invaded the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation, and our side has the right to shoot you down with direct fire. Seeing that the 2 reconnaissance planes didn't have the slightest idea of slowing down, Chun Yu once again reminded the other party for the last time. Chun Yu, what did you shoot them down with? Fong Yi wondered. There are no weapons on this Sea Dragon 3 at all, and, if you get any closer, their tactical observation system will be able to physically detect us directly. You don't always have to use missiles to hit guys like them. Chun Yu laughed. Lieutenant Colonel Fong, this time you can treat it as if you're watching a show. I'll arrange them next. With that said, Chen Yu once again gave the intelligence system the command to approach the other party's airplane at full speed. The distance between the two sides in the air had been less than 20 kilometers, and with the full output power of the 2 super-compressed hydrogen engines, the Sea Dragon 3 was rapidly closing that distance. As the 2 sides got closer, there was little point in radar-proof stealth paint at this point, because, even through the driver's visual inspection, he was able to see directly around him. The 2 Hawkeye pilots also finally realized something was wrong at this point. Looking behind them through the plane's porthole, they were shocked to see that there was actually a plane following their asses. Chapter 31, The Cobra Maneuver. That's the Duronian airplane that just threatened us? A backward 3rd-generation reconnaissance plane? With this crap, you're threatening to shoot us down? One of the pilots had broken into a smile. For them, it was simply not too easy for the 5th-generation scout under their seat to try and clean up this 3rd-generation aircraft. Is it really it? Can you be sure? The pilot of the other scout plane also radioed in, asking him about it. There's no mistaking it. We've often fought with this kind of Duronian reconnaissance planes before, and it seems that they've temporarily used some means to modify this plane. The pilot snorted. But even with the temporary modifications, it's still no match for us. Don't worry, this kind of reconnaissance plane won't carry weapons. Though it wasn't quite clear how this 3rd-generation reconnaissance plane from the Great Dragon Nation had been able to stay on their tail and hadn't been detected by radar. However, the 2 Eagle Jam pilots' minds had completely loosened up, and the advantage was definitely on their side with the 5th-generation aircraft versus the 3rd-generation aircraft. It was also during such a short period of time when they were conversing that Chun Yu Sea Dragon 3 had rapidly approached to a position less than 1,000 meters away from them. This distance was far on the ground, but for a high-speed scout plane, it was actually ass to ass. What the hell? The Eagle Jam pilot who had snickered earlier blanched slightly, unable to stop himself from craning his head to look behind him at the unmistakable Sea Dragon 3. Impossible. Their Great Dragon country's reconnaissance planes can barely equal civilian airliners in terms of speed. It's impossible for them to catch up with us at all. This is no ordinary 3rd-generation scout. Miles, the other Hawkeye pilot, also realized something was wrong. This scout plane from the Great Dragon Kingdom, which didn't seem to be using its full power yet, had already caught up with them. You are warned for the last time that if you do not cooperate with our orders, force will be used against you. The icy warning voice of Chen Yu appeared in the headphones of the 2 Eagle Jam pilots at the same time. Speed up and get out of this place first. At the critical moment, the 2 Eagle Jam pilots made a very wise choice. Chen Yu's reconnaissance plane was unarmed, and their plane, aside from a small machine gun, didn't have any weapons powerful enough to shoot down the other side. What's more, the Great Dragon Kingdom was also one of the great powers in the world today, and the 2 of them could not afford the consequences caused by a rash exchange of fire. At this time, of course, it is the 36th plan to go. After all, in the past, they had all gone away after provoking the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and there had never been any problems. Soon the 2 Freedom Blackhawks began to pick up speed rapidly, and their cruising speed reached Mach 2.5 in no time. In the past, At this point in time, the Great Dragon Nation's reconnaissance planes, that would only be able to eat tail gas behind their asses. Chase, that's a dream. You want to run away? Chunyu sneered and similarly gave the command. The two huge vortex nozzles at the tail of Sea Dragon 3 opened up fully, and a circle of Mach rings was especially conspicuous in the ghostly blue jet flame. The limit speed of the Sea Dragon 3 can reach Mach 4.5, which is twice as fast as the two Freedom Blackhawks. Both sides picked up speed at the same time, and the two Hawkeye pilots soon realized that things were getting a little out of hand, because, instead of being thrown off by them, this third-generation reconnaissance plane of the Great Dragon Kingdom was following them closer. How is this possible? The two Falcon pilots were dumbfounded. Without waiting for them to react, all of a sudden, Chenyu piloted the Sea Dragon 3 and climbed straight up to catch up to their heads, followed by a fine Cobra maneuver. Crabtree, this maniac doesn't want to die. Watching the Sea Dragon 3, which was performing a Cobra maneuver and tumbling in flight overhead, the two Eagle Jam pilots broke into a terrified whisper. This kind of ultra-close tactical maneuver, that are only used by fighters in close-range entanglements, the slightest mishap, and that could be a situation where all three airplanes collide and everyone ends up together. And at this time, Fong Yi, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat of Sea Dragon 3, was even more sweating. Chun Yu, are you kid crazy? Fong Yi droned. You haven't even received systematic flight training, and you dare to intercept them by such means? Systematic training? Chen Yu hemmed and hawed and said, I would like to, but I don't have that chance. Lieutenant Colonel Fong, this tactical maneuver, it's done by an intelligence system. There won't be any danger. If Chen Yu were to do the Cobra maneuver by himself, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he had 10 guts. Even ace pilots have to go through a lot of training before they can accomplish this maneuver. However, if you leave it to the intelligence system to operate, the situation can be completely different. As expected, the two Hawkeye scouts immediately and honestly reduced their speed under the suppression of the Sea Dragon 3's Cobra maneuver. However, the two Eagle Jam pilots had no intention of actually following Chenyu to land in the Great Dragon Kingdom. Pilot of the Great Dragon Nation, I am the pilot of the Eagle Sauce Freedom Blackhawk 1. And there may have been a slight misunderstanding between us just now. We were just on a cruise mission and ended up accidentally entering your Great Dragon country's airspace. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Through the radio, Hawkeye pilot Miles immediately began to reason with Chunyu. Misunderstand your grandma's leg. Chunyu, on the other hand, cursed the guy back very dryly. Misunderstanding? It's a shame this guy has the nerve to say that. In the past, when they rode above the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation and strutted their stuff, they had never been seen to lower their voice and say that it was a misunderstanding. Now that you're looking at big trouble and know you're scared, you remember to say it was a misunderstanding? Chenyu would not buy their account. Not to mention, over at the command center, there was still Zheng Gutao and the others watching. Duronian pilot, why are you still cursing? Miles' face was a bit ugly, although he didn't know much about the language of the Great Dragon Kingdom, but the tone of the curses from all over the globe could be heard at once. So what if I scold you? Chenyu said in a cold voice. You have invaded the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation several times. This matter cannot be resolved with a single word of misunderstanding. I hope that you will now immediately land with me close by and be investigated. Or what are you going to do? Miles also came into a temper, and unwillingly clamored at Chunyu. If you adamantly refuse to cooperate with my orders, that's fine too. So let's just compare who's more maneuverable and who's better at what. Chunyu said, raising his hand and quickly giving a command on the large screen. Chapter 32, Approaching Inland. The main base is panicking. The Sea Dragon 3 whistled and pressed above the heads of the two Hawkeye scouts once again. A dangerous tactical maneuver that scared them both into not even daring to make any extra maneuvers. Miles panicked as well. Not that he hadn't thought about running the two scouts apart. However, in that case, one person was bound to be left behind, and he didn't want to be the one caught when the time came. By the way, I forgot to remind you both. Chunyu once again connected to the radio and said in a friendly manner, it is true that I do not have any attack weapons on this aircraft. However, the ability to attack the other party's electronic system is still there. I wonder if your free Blackhawk scout can hold off my electromagnetic interference without crashing down. Right now, all three reconnaissance planes were over the territorial waters of the Great Dragon Nation. So if they crashed, it was bound to be a 100% game over. Miles was afraid to gamble with his life, and eventually, he and the other pilot gave in for good. We're cooperating with the operation, so please don't do any more electromagnetic attacks, Miles replied breathlessly, then shut down the radar system of his Freedom Blackhawk 1, cutting off contact with the fleet off the ocean. Very well, next, both of you follow my directions to the nearest airport to land. Chun Yu, under Fong Yi's dumbfounded gaze, drove these two Eagle Sauce's reconnaissance planes in the direction of the military compound as if they were sheep. This captured two Freedom Blackhawk scouts? Fang Yi only felt as if he was dreaming at this moment. He didn't even dare to think that this kid Chen Yu could actually do such a thing. To this day, the Great Dragon Kingdom does not have any information on this kind of 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft, but this time, Chen Yu actually captured 2 of them back at once. However, at this very moment, the General Command Center of the military base on the southeastern coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom was in chaos. What the hell is going on? 3 unidentified airplanes are approaching the interior of our Great Dragon Kingdom? Are the reconnaissance agencies on a diet? Why haven't they investigated them yet? In front of a large screen on one side of the General Command Center, a general wearing a general's uniform with a majestic face held his hands behind his back and shouted sternly, "Ridiculous! This is just ridiculous!" Lu Hongjun only had one thought left in his mind at this time. Absurd! A military general base on the southeastern coast, after discovering the invasion of an unidentified aircraft, can't detect the identity of the other party? This was a joke. Lu Hongjun's face was ugly and he said angrily, "If this is an enemy fighter or even a bomber, what are you going to do about it? Vice Commander Lu, don't be angry yet." At this time, a staff officer walked up and said to him squarely, "The radar position here at our main base is capable of detecting even Eagle Sauce's current Freedom Blackhawk when it enters this area. But the problem is that the other party's anti-radar detection ability has exceeded the world's highest technology Freedom Blackhawk now. We do find it difficult to immediately determine their identity." After hearing the staff officer's words, Lu Hongjun's heart became even more puzzled. Could it be that Eagle Jam has come up with a killer plan to attack the hinterland of the Great Dragon Nation in one fell swoop? What are the coordinates of these 3 planes? And also, what is their course? And where are they expected to arrive? Lu Hongjun frowned and asked. According to the calculations, Vice Commander Lu, these 3 planes are not fast, and looking at the course, they seem to be heading towards the military base near Blue Cloud City, which is the area that Lieutenant Colonel Fang Yi is in charge of. The staff officer said to Lu Hongjun, "No matter what exactly their intentions are, they cannot be allowed to threaten the lives of the people of our Great Dragon Kingdom. Immediately send Generation V fighters to intercept them, preferably making them force land on our side of the main base, and at the same time send out a notice to evacuate the people in the nearby area. If the other party is bent on having their way, open fire and shoot them down immediately." At the critical moment, Lu Hongjun was calm and collected, and immediately decided that he would stop these 3 airplanes within the defense area of the general military base. If they were really allowed to fly to the Blue Cloud City side, Fang Yi's air defenses would not be able to stop these planes, so it's time to open fire and shoot those 3 planes down if necessary. Within minutes, impromptu broadcasts appeared in several cities along the southeastern coastal region. Due to special reasons, the current city airport is temporarily closed for control. The control time is currently to be determined. Please all passengers wait in an orderly manner according to the airport command. For special reasons, all citizens outside, please return home immediately, and fishing boats in the coastal area return to port immediately. Countless citizens were filled with questions and disbelief at this moment, but all maintained a unanimous tacit understanding of the official announcement. Then, some of the citizens who were still outside on the streets saw a stream of fighter jets whizzing by in the sky overhead, and at this time, Chen Yu was flying the Sea Dragon 3, escorting 2 of Eagle Sauce's Freedom Blackhawk reconnaissance planes, preparing to land at Fang Yi's military base. Earlier, in order to avoid causing trouble, Chen Yu ordered the 2 foreign devils to turn off their radar systems, and the Sea Dragon 3 was the one to lead the way throughout. As a result, Chen Yu had overlooked an extremely important point. The Sea Dragon 3 would have been an old airplane about to be scrapped before he modified it. After being rebuilt by Chen Yu's engine, fuselage, and sprayed with anti-electromagnetic stealth paint, the aircraft's number did not exist in any of the military base's records. This, coupled with the fact that Chen Yu had forgotten to turn off the anti-radar jamming system along the way, had led to the general military base on the southeast coast locking him down as an unknown enemy as well. Chen Yu, this time you've made a great achievement. Fang Yi's face was also filled with smiles as he said approvingly to Chen Yu, "Do you have any interest in the military field? If so, how about in the future you don't go to work in the iron and steel factory? I'll write you a letter of recommendation for you to come and work in the military. How's that?" Going to work for the military? Chen Yu was taken aback. He was a proper supernumerary. Fang Yi actually wanted to recruit him to the military side as well? That's for sure. I have a lot of trust in your abilities, Fang Yi said. Just based on your ability to transform the Sea Dragon 3, I dare say that even if you were to be allowed to directly join our Great Dragon Nation's military aircraft research center, there would be absolutely no problem. I'm not that material. You're flattering me. Chen Yu was in the middle of talking, when suddenly, on the large screen in front of him, a radar marker appeared one after another. Why did our Great Dragon Kingdom suddenly send out so many airplanes? Chen Yu was a bit puzzled, and was just about to adjust the radar accuracy a bit higher. when those markers had already arrived close to the Sea Dragon 3, at a surprisingly fast speed. At the same time, a loud roaring sound came from above Chen Yu and Fang Yi's heads, only to see a complete combat formation of 5th-generation aircraft, which was surrounding the Sea Dragon 3 and the 2 Freedom Blackhawk reconnaissance planes in the very center with a tendency to close the net. Bad. We're being treated like an invading airplane, too. Fang Yi slapped his thigh and suddenly reacted. Chapter 33, Full Martial Law. Landing at Military Airport. When Fang Yi shouted this, Chen Yu next to him also reacted immediately. Earlier on the sea, he only wanted to get these 2 Eagle Sauce's reconnaissance planes back, so that when the time came to hand them over to the experts of the Great Dragon Nation, he could also study other people's technology. However, he had forgotten to report it to the military. Not to mention the fact that he was now flying in stealth. Imagine 2 airplanes with unknown properties flying straight towards the inland city of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Who wouldn't be panicked? Chen Yu hurriedly operated quickly on the large screen in front of him, first turning off the stealth effect of the Sea Dragon 3, allowing this aircraft to be able to have its information detected by the military base side. As expected, the very next second Chen Yu turned off the stealth effect. This side of the command center of the general military base, Lu Hongjun and a group of staff officers just sat down, and then they all stood up at once. What's going on? Why is there a third plane? Lu Hongjun stared tightly at the big screen and said in a cold voice, "It must be their stealth fighters escorting them. Notify our intercepting fighter formation to be ready to open fire and shoot them down soon." An order was quickly sent to the 5th-generation aircraft formation of the Great Dragon Nation here. No matter what, firing is a choice fraught with danger and uncertainty. But right now, people have already invaded the territory of the Great Dragon State above. If the other side now drop bombs, the next party can be the Great Dragon State cities and people. If you don't dare to fire to shoot down the other side at this time, do you have to wait for the other side to make the first move before you dare to return fire? Attention all 3 unidentified airplanes ahead. You have seriously invaded the territory of our Great Dragon Nation. Please make a forced landing as instructed immediately. Repeat, fail to cooperate with our demands again and open fire and shoot down immediately. In the Sea Dragon 3 that Chen Yu and Fang Yi were sitting in, the radio-cold shouts of the pilots of the DeLonggua's 5th-generation aircraft had already been heard. That was the ultimatum given to them by the military. Chen Yu just slightly twisted his head to take a look, and goodness, 2 Generation V fighters had them sandwiched between them, one on the left and one on the right. Moreover, these 2 5th-generation fighters also tilted their fuselages outward by 60 degrees, so that the various missiles loaded underneath the nacelles were visible. Crabtree, what the hell is going on? How can they, the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom, even fight their own people? Chen Yu's side wasn't doing anything yet, but on the contrary, on the other side, sitting in the cockpit, the 2 Eagle Sauce pilots of the Freedom Blackhawk were scared silly. Are you saying you'll be shot down even if you surrender? That's not very humanitarian, is it? But now they had followed Chen Yu's airplane all the way into the territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and the radio with the fleet side had been cut off. Now you want them to turn around? That's like being a headless fly. Don't even think about getting out of here. You kid, think of something. Hurry up and explain to our people. Fang Yi was also anxious and hurriedly called out to Chen Yu. Chen Yu also finally connected to the other party's radio at this moment, and immediately called out, "Don't fire. We are from the Great Dragon Nation, and the one sitting on my airplane is Lieutenant Colonel Fang Yi from the Blue Cloud City military base." From the Great Dragon Kingdom? The pilots of the 2 nearby fighters clamping down on the Sea Dragon 3 couldn't help but stare. From the other side's radio communication, they all heard that it was a very young voice, so young that it didn't sound like a pilot at all. At this time, Fang Yi also immediately took over the radio. "I'm Fang Yi, the military chief of the Blue Cloud City military base. My special code name is 175. Do not fire." On this side of the command center, when Lu Hongjun heard Fang Yi's voice, he immediately gave the order to stop firing in preparation. It's really Fang Yi, but why is he on this plane? And what about those 2 Freedom Blackhawks in the back? Fang Yi is also Lu Hongjun's old subordinate, and before he went to Blue Cloud City, he was the #1 staff officer on Lu Hongjun's side. Thus, his voice was instantly recognized by Lu Hongjun, and furthermore, Lu Hongjun was sure that Fang Yi could not have defected to the enemy. It's just that this whole thing in front of me is just unbelievable. Lu Hongjun only felt that his brain was full of doubts. He simply hated to be able to grab Fang Yi and that unknown pilot for interrogation right now. "Inform them," Lu Hongjun said in a deep voice. "Have the fighter formation assist and immediately land their 3 planes over at our military airfield, while sending more reinforcements to completely blockade the airfield." A few moments later, the warning buzzing in the cabin on Chen Yu's side disappeared. "That's good, Commander Fang. Their fire control system has been shut down." Chen Yu couldn't help but let out a long breath and hurriedly laughed to Fang Yi behind him. "You kid. Nearly really got screwed by you today." Fang Yi also sighed helplessly. It was fine to let him die in external combat, but if he was killed by his own people by mistake, he couldn't die willingly. 10 minutes later, Sea Dragon 3 approached the airfield of the General Military Base on the southeastern coast, as ordered by the fighter formation. Following Chen Yu and Fang Yi's asses were two of Eagle Sauce's Freedom Blackhawks. Prepare to land. After Chen Yu entered the landing instructions on the large screen in front of him, the intelligence system began to automatically assist in the calculations, making angle adjustments and fuselage adjustments. After taxiing down a section of the runway, the plane came to a steady stop. On the other two sides of the runway, two Freedom Blackhawks also stopped almost simultaneously. As the cover of the cockpit opened, Chen Yu and Fang Yi had just stepped out of it, and one foot hadn't even landed on the ground yet. Rumble! From a more distant direction, an army green helicopter was roaring in front of the duo. In the direction of the airport, there were even a large number of armored vehicles rapidly approaching towards them. In a matter of minutes, this airport has been completely marshaled. The airspace above his head was completely blocked off by helicopter gunships, while on the ground, large groups of armed soldiers and armored vehicles with loaded guns were surrounding him. Where had the two Eagle Jam pilots ever seen such a scene? And one by one, shaking on two legs, they raised their hands high as they climbed out of the cabin. Soon, a soldier went up and held the two of them down, then put black hoods on them and quickly brought them over to the armored car. You two, move slowly away from that plane. At this time, another group of soldiers called out to Chen Yu and Fang Yi. Chen Yu knew that now was not the time to get close. Even people Fang Yi did not squeak. What could he say? The two could only do as they were told and slowly moved out of position. Almost at the same time, a small trailer from the airport drove over on this side, and after the two teams of fighters briefly inspected the Sea Dragon 3, they connected the trailer and headed in the direction of the airport warehouse in the distance. Commander Fang, how did they tow away our Sea Dragon 3? Chen Yu looked at this scene and hurriedly asked Fang Yi. Chapter 34, a misunderstanding? This kid is definitely a genius. Nonsense, how would I know? Fang Yi said in a bad mood. It's not because we're directly rushing inland in stealth without informing them. People are designated to think that we are not good people. This is something that can be big or small. On a smaller scale, it's just a misunderstanding, and it's enough to turn around and explain it to the higher-ups. But if we talk about it in a bigger way, this is a big matter that almost threatens the defense territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Even if Lu Hongju inside ordered to really shoot down Chen Yu's 3 airplanes, there would still be no problem at all. Right now, looking at this state of martial law around him, Fang Yi was also very clear in his heart that if Chen Yu was really convicted, then he would definitely not be able to escape the implication. After hearing Fang Yi's words, Chen Yu was also a bit flustered. But we didn't do anything bad, did we? Chen Yu nudged his mouth and said, aren't there 2 more Freedom Blackhawks then? To be able to get such research samples for our great dragon nation, the higher-ups should reward us, right? Reward? Reward my ass. You boys better pray now that you don't get court-martialed when the time comes. As Fang Yi spoke, he saw a jeep driving over in the distance. Chen Yu looked around and inquired to a soldier with a gun next to him. This big brother. No, this comrade. How much longer do we have to wait? Also, how did you guys pull the Sea Dragon 3 away? Defense secrets are involved. No comment. The soldier next to him chilled his face and drank. Defense secrets? Chen Yu froze, and subconsciously scratched his head. Sea Dragon 3 is a 3rd-generation aircraft that is about to be retired. I just slightly modified it. How is this a defense secret? Your modified Sea Dragon 3? At that moment, a majestic voice came. Chen Yu looked ahead. The jeep stopped in front of him and Fang Yi, and from the back row came down a man in a general's uniform. I converted it. Chen Yu was a bit confused. Had he said something wrong? This Sea Dragon 3 really took him a month to pop out. Also, who is this person in front of me? Without waiting for Chen Yu to react, Fang Yi on the side had already snapped to attention and saluted. Old chief, Fang Yi shouted loudly under his breath. At the sound, Lu Hongjun turned his head to look at him and said in a cold voice, it's really you, Fang Yi. You've only been transferred to Blue Cloud City for a couple of years, and you're stabbing me in such a big basket? What the hell is going on here? Old chief, didn't you see the situation? Fang Yi immediately explained to him. The Sea Dragon 3 just now was indeed modified by this young man in front of you. Originally, Chen Yu and I were just driving the Sea Dragon 3 for a navigation test, but we didn't expect to run into the Eagle Sauce's harassing reconnaissance planes in the sea, and the other party has run into the gun, so we can't do anything about it. After hearing Fang Yi's words, Lu Hongjun was silent for a while. Another glance at Chen Yu before Lu Hongjun asked, you're telling me that the two of you subdued Eagle Sauce's 2 Freedom Blackhawks just by relying on that modified Sea Dragon 3? That's right. Fang Yi immediately nodded his head. Nonsense. The Sea Dragon 3 is a template for a 3rd-generation aircraft, and its performance in all aspects is enough to suppress even a 4th-generation aircraft, let alone the Freedom Blackhawk. which is the benchmark for a 5th-generation aircraft. Also, you say this young guy who looks like a college student, he can modify the Sea Dragon 3 to this extent? Lu Hongjun said in a cold voice. Do you guys think I don't know anything about airplanes? What kind of modification can add stealth to the Sea Dragon 3 and also skyrocket the flight speed by so many times? This is an international joke. Lu Hongjun would rather believe that it was Fang Yi who had privately mobilized a 4th-generation reconnaissance plane to intercept 2 of Eagle Sauce's planes than to believe that it was a young lad who had done it. At this time, Chen Yu also saw it. Dare I say, it's this chief who doesn't believe in his abilities at all. Chief, I can assure you that I was indeed responsible for the entire modification of that Sea Dragon 3. Shen Yu said, if you don't believe me, I can get someone to testify for me. Okay. Lu Hongjun impatiently said, I see you are also in your 20s. Which university? Blue Cloud City Mechanics University. Without thinking, Shen Yu immediately replied, okay, a college student from a mechanical college is able to point fingers at the field of military airplanes? If you have such skill and talent, wouldn't so many experts in the military field in our great dragon kingdom have to learn from you before they can do so? Lu Hongjun's heart is angry. The impact of this matter is not small. When the time comes, he will have to specifically report to the superiors. But when the time comes, this report card can't just say that it was a college student's converted 3rd-generation plane that captured 2 of Eagle Jam's 5th-generation scouts, can it? This report sheet, not to mention to the head of the higher level, Lu Hongjun himself do not believe it when he reads it. All want to curse the mother. Old chief, that's really what happened. Fan Yi had no choice but to speak up at this time. Originally, I was planning to lead those 2 Liberty Blackhawks to land at the Blue Cloud City Military Airport before reporting to my superiors. This is indeed a misunderstanding and an accident. You don't have to say anything. Lu Hongjun frowned. What exactly is going on? There will be someone to conduct an investigation with you later. If this young man really has such a skill, then ask someone with authority to testify. You still don't have as much ink in your stomach as I do. What's with the grinning? Right now, Lu Hongjun is simply puzzled. How Fang Yi has been helping this kid to speak. However, just at this time, a black car drove swiftly in the direction of the outside of the airport. A car that can drive here in a state of martial law. Obviously, the character sitting on it is never ordinary. The car door opened, and the person who stepped down from inside was clearly the anxious Zheng Gutao. Blue Cloud City was not too far from here, and after realizing that the situation was not right, Zheng Gutao immediately had someone drive him here. Academician Zhang? Why did you come over? Lu Hongjun instantly recognized the other party and hurriedly walked up to ask. Vice Commander Lu, Zheng Gutao said with a grave expression on his face. This is a misunderstanding. The words of the 2 of them are absolutely trustworthy. I can vouch for them with my own reputation. At these words, Lu Hongjun and several other officers were stunned for a moment. Why? Academician Zhang, do you and this college student know each other? Lu Hongjun asked somewhat incredulously. However, the next, Zheng Gutao's answer even made everyone present suck in a breath of cold air. Not recognizing, Zheng Gutao walked over to Chen Yu and patted his shoulder. This boy Chen Yu is an absolute genius. I intend to take him in as a close disciple. Is this guarantee enough? Chapter 35, a well-represented person is good for business. Release in place. It's no problem if you can testify for them. It's just that this whole thing is just unbelievable. Young man, that Sea Dragon 3, did you do it all by yourself? Lu Hongjun still found it a little hard to believe this. However, the 2 Freedom Blackhawks from Hawk Jam were already parked on the airfield, and the 2 Hawk Jam pilots had already been handcuffed and escorted for questioning. Chen Yu could lie to people, but these 2 Freedom Blackhawks, it couldn't be that his eyes were hallucinating, could it? Despite his heart being a million times more puzzled. However, Lu Hongjun still understood that the young man in front of him would definitely not be an enemy, and in the face of Lu Hongjun's inquiry, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. The production and modification was done by me, and the airplane was transferred by Academician Zheng from Lieutenant Colonel Feng. I see. Lu Hongjun nodded and said, let's do it this way. Since Academician Zhang has vouched for you, I won't detain you here. However, you have to leave your contact information and address, so that if there are any problems afterward, you must be able to find your people. So I can go home, huh? Chen Yu couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. There is still a bunch of work to be done in his hands. Yes. When Lu Hongjun said this, he also couldn't help but look at Fani and said, you too, what can I say? Drawing a random ordinary route and you dare to bring this kid to fly around? But you guys are also considered to have made a merit. Having said that, Lu Hongjun stopped talking. What he was trying to say was that it also brought back 2 of the other people's Eagle Saw Scout planes. But when you think about it, it's an incredibly big deal. The Freedom Black Hawk, the world's most advanced 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft available, is now the only country capable of producing the Hawk Jam. And, because the cost was so prohibitive, Eagle Jam shut down the production line after 3 were made to cut costs. Good lord, now 3 Freedom Blackhawks, 2 of which are so watered down that they were delivered into the hands of the Great Dragon Nation. Lu Hongjun himself feel incredible. This thing when he reported to the top, how to say never mind, you guys go on back, those 2 Eagle Jam pilots, we still need to interrogate them. Lu Hongjun glanced at Chen Yu. He really didn't dare to believe the words coming out of this kid's mouth. Instead of believing Chen Yu, it would be better to find out the whole story from those 2 pilots and find out what this was all about. So, we can go now? Chen Yu asked tentatively. Yes, go over there and register your information. Lu Hongjun pointed in a direction not far away, and an officer walked over to Chen Yu. It looks like this is just about over for now. After all, the review work is all about time. Lu Hongjun's side still have to think about how to write this jaw-dropping thing into a report and send it to the superiors. However, what no one expected was that this scene of Chen Yu and Lu Hongjun and the others talking on the airport runway was inadvertently captured by a photographer who was picking up the scenery on a nearby hill. These photos were first circulated on various small forums, and by the time Chen Yu and the others had returned to Blue Cloud City by car, the news had already exploded on Douyin. Among them, a significant portion of those who had watched Chen Yu's live broadcast had left messages under this topic. We know this person. Isn't he that bullish anchor Chen Yu? How did he get involved with our military? More than hitching a ride? I heard that our anchor was a spy and got caught back flying someone else's Eagle Saskat plane. Those 2 airplanes aren't easy. They're Eagle Jam's Freedom Blackhawks. I have comparison pictures here. 100% similarity. Message after message quickly topped off the heat of the thread. In just a few hours' time, the news about the sudden appearance of 2 Freedom Blackhawk reconnaissance planes at a certain military general base spread across the various social media in the Great Dragon Nation. By the time the official found out about this topic and wanted to shut up, it was already too late. Countless people had run to Chen Yu's Douyin account and left messages underneath, asking him to hurry up and start broadcasting to say what was going on. However, at this time Chen Yu still knew nothing about it yet. He wasn't even aware of how huge a public opinion had now been raised online, and after returning to the machine shop, Chen Yu only felt a sense of exhaustion all over his body all of a sudden. After a month in a row of such intense work, and now violently relaxing, it instantly gave him a feeling of weakness, like floating all over his body and walking on cotton. Yo, you boys are back. Chen Yu had just returned to this side of the dormitory building when he bumped into old Ma. Just got back. Chen Yu yawned and said, let's talk about it later. I have to go back and take a nap. Hey, is this going to bed? Old Ma laughed. Didn't you drum up that Sea Dragon 3 for a month? What's the result of this test flight? What? Chen Yu casually said. It's okay, sloppy. Anyway, people are quite satisfied. Regarding the matter of the Freedom Blackhawk, Chen Yu didn't want the people around him to know about it either. In that case, how could he still live here peacefully? You kids just brag. Old Ma laughed and said, a month's worth of stuff is still child's play in front of those experts. Or honestly do some manual labor. Steady money, right? I'm too tired to talk to you in detail. I'm going back to rest. Chen Yu went back to his room, padlocked the door, and fell back and went straight to bed to sleep. He was sleeping peacefully on his side, but it was also at this time that Eagle Jam's side, far away across the ocean, was almost blowing up. The Eagle Sauce carrier formation anchored in the open ocean area was slow to receive word from the Freedom Blackhawk and did not wait for the return of the 2 reconnaissance planes. Finally, 2 hours after the Liberty Blackhawk lost contact, the carrier formation notified the Pentagon on the Eagle's side of the sauce of the news. 2 Freedom Blackhawks just disappeared without a sound into the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation. The news, which was like a bombshell, caused a group of generals here at the Pentagon to turn pale. What the hell is going on? A black general frowned. Those 5th-generation fighters that are the only ones left in the Great Dragon Nation. Their speeds are also no match for the Freedom Blackhawk at all, much less the ability to open fire and shoot down our planes without warning. But those 2 Freedom Blackhawks did go missing. Another general said. Also, they've been missing for more than 3 hours, and there's not enough fuel for them to make a 3-hour cruise. Chapter 36, The Disappearance of the Freedom Black Hawk, shaking all nations. What does that mean? Those 2 Freedom Blackhawks have either crashed in the ocean or have landed. Where could they land in the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom? Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. An Eagle Jam general slapped the table and roared. A Freedom Blackhawk is worth a full 300 million knives. Moreover, losing the airplane is a small matter. If our technology is stolen and mastered by the Great Dragon Nation, who will bear the consequences? It was also at this time that suddenly, several agents in suits quickly walked over. General Schmidt, our intelligence organization has just intercepted the latest news from the Great Dragon Kingdom. It is rumored that the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom have filmed 2 of our Freedom Blackhawks, appearing in a military base somewhere on the southeastern coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The agent handed the furious general a stack of photographs. At that, Schmidt took the photos in hand as soon as he could and looked through them one by one. The photo was very blurry, with only a tiny corner of it capturing the airport. Still, Schmidt instantly recognized the two black, pointy, elongated planes in the photo as Freedom Blackhawks. Sure it was captured at a military airfield in the Great Dragon State? Schmidt just felt his eyes flutter wildly. If this photo was real, then things are in trouble. To Eagle Jam, even if the two Freedom Blackhawks crashed with their pilots' bodies and bones missing, it would be 10,000 times better than falling into the hands of the Great Dragon Nation. Two intact Freedom Blackhawks in someone else's hands, that's ready-made research material, even if those encryption techniques couldn't be cracked easily. However, these two scout planes were already enough to produce a huge advancement in the field of scout planes in the Great Dragon Kingdom. Schmidt is now panicking. This is something he really doesn't know what to tell the president. But what puzzled him even more was that in the photographs, the two Freedom Blackhawks were clearly in good shape, without a single spot of damage or hit. Why did they land for no reason? Did they defect? General, our intelligence organization has also found out one more thing, the agent said. According to the public opinion information from the Great Dragon Country, it is said that a young man named Chen Yu, piloting a Great Dragon Country reconnaissance plane, captured our plane. What did you say? Schmidt sniffed and almost thought he had heard wrong, twisting his head around and asking with an incredulous look on his face. Indeed, and the youth also appears in the picture. The agent pointed to one of the photos, and on it was half of Chen Yu's side face, which was blurry, but at a glance, one could tell that it was a very young youth. Schmidt stared at the photo for a long time, as if he was trying to discern what secrets Chen Yu was harboring from the photo. In his heart, he couldn't believe for a millionth time that this ordinary youth was able to capture the world's most advanced Freedom Blackhawk in the backward reconnaissance plane of the Great Dragon Nation. But, right now, he had nothing at hand except this information. Immediately arrange for your special intelligence organization to give me an all-out investigation of all information on this youth called Chen Yu. Schmidt threw the photo into the agent's arms and barked. I'll only give you 8 hours to find out now, before the rest of the world knows about this. At this moment, all levels of Eagle Sauce's special intelligence organizations had begun to take action, and they were going to investigate the information of an unassuming youth named Chen Yu on the network of the Great Dragon Nation. But Schmidt clearly misjudged one thing. He thought that only Eagle Sauce was following Chen Yu's news right now, but that was not actually the case. Far over here in the Middle East, the two men, Bearded Lasker and Commander Benjamin Jeton, along with a host of other members of the group, were seated around the conference table. On the large screen in front of them, information about the current domestic public opinion in the Great Dragon Nation also appeared. Is it really that Chen Yu who worked with us? With a look of unbelievable astonishment, Benjamin Jeton said, he captured Eagle Jam's Freedom Blackhawk in that scout plane he personally modified? And 2 whole ones at that. The Bearded Lasker exclaimed with surprise and joy. Commander, doesn't this just further show that we were completely right to work with Chen Yu? A host of other bearded men wrapped in white turbans smiled. Unbelievable. Benjamin Jeton immediately said to him. You immediately contact Chen Yu through the Dark Domain Network to confirm whether or not this matter was done by him, and if it was, then, immediately increase the scope of cooperation with him. No problem. But Commander, increasing the scope of cooperation, what does that mean? Rask was just about to send a message over to Chen Yu when he couldn't help but ask again. Crap, Benjamin Jeton impatiently said. Although the Great Dragon Nation is very strong, their existing technology will definitely not be able to capture a 5th-generation scout like the Freedom Blackhawk. This is definitely due to Chen Yu. So, this also shows that Chen Yu must still have more powerful technologies that we don't know about. Make sure to find a way to buy those technologies from him. A bearded man next to him added. Moreover, Eagle Jam will definitely launch an investigation into Chen Yu, perhaps even some military action. So it's even more important for us to keep an eye on him so that nothing unexpected happens to him. Yes, I'll get right on it. Rask responded and immediately began sending messages to Chen Yu. And this side of the Blue Cloud City machine shop, Chen Yu was oblivious to the situation that had already caused a ruckus in the outside world, and he slept right through to the morning of the next day. When he woke up from his nap, Chen Yu simply washed up and knocked a few tea eggs as breakfast. While eating tea eggs, Chen Yu habitually sat at the table and opened his computer and cell phone. This was followed by a padding of message beeps that nearly killed the computer and cell phone by drying them out. It's also fortunate that Chen Yu has recently gotten rich and bought top-of-the-line computers and cell phones, adding up to several $100,000, which ensures smooth operation. Chen Yu first saw a group of people leaving messages for himself and his cell phone's Douyin number. Ukami, you're the one who captured Hawk Jam's 2 Freedom Blackhawk scouts, aren't you? When will you start a live broadcast to tell us what happened that day? I'm really looking forward to it. Only then did Chen Yu realize that he was on fire again. And it's still a big fire. Although the officials intend to cool down the matter, the netizens have been discussing it with great enthusiasm. Chen Yu took another look at his dark domain network small store. That batch of goods should have all been sent to the bearded man's side by now. As soon as he came online here, the bearded Lasker immediately sent him a message. Chapter 37, New Order. Advanced Stealth Coding. Chen Yu did not know that Lasker, under the orders of Commander Benjamin Jeton, had been waiting for Chen Yu for almost 12 hours. During this time, Lasker didn't even dare to blink his eyelids as he stared at Chen Yu's avatar to see when he would come online. Seeing that Chen Yu was finally online, Lasker was exceptionally excited and immediately sent a message. Mr. Chen, you're really something. We all know about your feat of personally capturing 2 Freedom Blackhawk scout planes. Chen Yu calmly replied back. Oh, this is all trivial, Rask immediately said. A small matter? Oh my Allah. Are you not aware of how dominant Eagle Jam's Freedom Blackhawk reconnaissance planes are? In our Middle East, people are running rampant, and with our level of technology, we can't even capture the shadow of their planes, let alone capture them. Ha! Chen Yu just paid it a smile. He knows that in today's Middle East, while some countries are on good terms with Eagle Jam, most of them have a deep grudge against it. Rask's group is the faction that has a deep vendetta against Eagle Jam. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend. And Chen Yu's previous sale of steel tubes that could manufacture gun barrels and gun barrels to them was based on this principle. Chen Yu immediately explained. As a member of the Great Dragon Nation, I should naturally contribute to the defense of the country. This is what an ordinary citizen like me should do. That's why I say this is all just an ordinary and trivial matter. Commander Benjamin Jeton got anxious on the side and said eagerly, don't you talk about those idle matters. Hurry up and ask about the stealth paint. We must get the goods as soon as possible. Don't let the other buyers grab the first hand. Lasker nodded and immediately changed the topic. Mr. Chen, can you sell us the stealth paint? Chen Yu said. I'm still in the middle of testing the stealth paint. I'm afraid the sale will have to wait for a while. After all, the test product can't guarantee that the effect is absolutely effective. Rask looked to Benjamin for his opinion. Benjamin Jeton said, take it as long as you have it. Could technology that could go head-to-head with the Freedom Blackhawk be any worse? Not to mention using their brains, even if they thought with their asses. The bearded man and the others understood that this thing had to be bought, and the more the better. Eagle Sauce can bully them to tears in the Middle East. They must be given some credit. The bearded Lasker immediately typed, Mr. Chen, effectiveness is secondary. Mr. Chen, for us, having comes first. If it's because raw materials are scarce, we can provide you with effective assistance. Chen Yu said, well, I can take this order, but price-wise, I'm afraid it will be higher, as its cost price would be far more than a semi-finished product like steel pipes. Rask said, we'll buy it at $100,000 per kilogram, as much as we can get. It's American dollars. American dollars. Nice guy. Even though it wasn't the first time they had worked together, Chen Yu was still taken aback by the other party's wealth. $100,000 per kilogram. That translates to about 700,000 dragon dollars in the Great Dragon Kingdom. An airplane. If you want to spray stealth paint all over the body, you have to use dozens of kilograms of paint at least. Moreover, the bearded man even directly released a bold statement that he would acquire as much as Chen Yu could make. With my current production capacity, I can provide you with about 50 kilograms of paint in the first transaction. So let's make it 50 kilograms, and round it up for you. This time the delivery time is still about half a month. With a 50% deposit, Chen Yu sent the message over, and the bearded man's side immediately replied with an OK emoji. After all, it wasn't the first time they had worked together, so Chen Yu wasn't worried about the credibility of the bearded man's side. The dark domain network, because it is opened outside the country, is settled in US dollars, and before Chen Yu made money, he still needed to convert the US dollars into dragon coins. It was also just a few minutes after he shut down the small Darkfield store that he received a text message on his cell phone about the account transfer of $5 million. The sound. It's just wonderful. After receiving the second order, Chen Yu was not busy to start construction immediately this time. Now, what the strongest hand rub system brought to him was no longer the initial joy and excitement of being able to make a small fortune. More curious than those, Chen Yu was now wondering where the limit of what he could do was now. The Sea Dragon 3's explosive modifications, after all, had the effect of having an older reconnaissance aircraft as a base and then improving upon it. But that was not what Chen Yu wanted. He preferred to build an airplane with his own hands, completely rubbed by his own hands. And, with this airplane, the performance has to be more powerful than any of the world's fifth-generation airplanes to make it work. To build a whole airplane, there are so many areas involved. Materials, engines, fuel, including all kinds of structures, circuits and so on. Of course, there are simulated wind tunnel tests on the airplane before construction can begin, etc., 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 which is a pain in the ass. If it was so easy to build a fifth-generation airplane, there would be fifth-generation airplanes flying all over the world by now. However, with the exception of a few countries, such as the Great Dragons and Eagle Sauce, most of the countries do not even have the ability to produce a fourth-generation aircraft on their own. Shen Yu chose to open the system in his mind, then retrieve the various skills and talents he currently possessed. Mechanical comprehension 100%, circuit control comprehension 100%, steel pipe fabrication, level full, advanced paint fabrication, level 1, advanced engine fabrication, level 1. A moment later, Shen Yu checked all the skills he possessed. The result was predictable, except for the proficiency of the steel pipe thing, which he had pulled full. All the other skills were still only at level 1. Each time these skills are upgraded, they are able to unlock some new traits, or just unlock some more advanced product manufacturing abilities. For example, Shen Yu was only able to hand-roll the most common 762 seamless steel tubes in the beginning, but as his proficiency in the steel tube skill was pulled full circle, he was now able to skillfully build all types of models, even the barrels of rocket launchers. Even more so, if the materials were sufficient, even the gun barrels used for tanks and armored vehicles were not beyond Shen Yu's ability if he wanted to build them. As for the advanced engine building techniques unlocked later on, as well as paint building techniques and so on, they bring with them the initial abilities of a super-compressed hydrogen engine and stealth paint. If those same skills were pulled to full capacity, it would only be possible to build something that was far superior to that blasted Sea Dragon 3. However, Shen Yu had a bit of a headache just thinking about it. He's not afraid of suffering, but the problem is, where are there so many airplanes on hand for him to rebuild? Chapter 38, Miraculous. The boss is back to pay? Blue Cloud City. No. One machinery factory here. The only thing that is considered adequate now is the amount of storage of various types of steel. Other than that, all that's left is some large machinery and equipment. When the boss ran away, these machinery and equipment were thrown on the side of the machine shop because they were too bulky and heavy. Plus they couldn't be sold for a while. On top of that, the whole factory was literally destitute, and even the electrical wiring had been stripped away by some of the workers before they left. Shen Yu, these people who stayed behind, it was only after spending their own money that they bought wires to come over and reconnect the electricity. How easy is it to find a large number of airplanes to give him practice to improve his proficiency under such difficult conditions? It was also while Shen Yu was searching for what to do about this matter that someone outside suddenly knocked on the door and called him. Shen Yu, open the door, open the door. Outside came the old horse's voice. What is it, master? After opening the door, Shen Yu almost collided with old Ma, who came in. However, old Ma's face today was very excited, and with a few shades of joy, said, "Good news, Shen Yu. Do you know, I'm afraid there's hope for our factory." There's hope? Shen Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard this. Did it mean that the boss had returned? Only after listening to old Ma did Shen Yu realize that the boss of the steel mill had actually come back. Huang Jun, this bastard. He still has the face to come back. This moment, he was blocked by those workers of ours at the gate to ask for money. Old Ma patted Shen Yu's shoulder and said, "Hurry up, let's get over there. This time we have to get the previous wages back no matter what." Hey! Shen Yu responded and followed old Ma quickly down the stairs, rushing towards the factory's main entrance. Although now Shen Yu can no longer talk about a lack of money, and is not short of the more than $10,000 of wages that were owed by his boss Huang Jun. However, this matter rests in the heart. Cannot let Shen Yu blocked panic. I just graduated from college and came to work in this factory. Good guy. Dry small half a year it. Not a penny. The boss ran away. Who wouldn't be pissed off at something like that? Not to mention that he is not short of money now. Even if he is a billionaire, Shen Yu has made up his mind that he has to get this money back. And at this time, here at the main entrance of the machine shop, a small black car is parked on the side of the road. To be precise, it should be surrounded by the roadside, all surrounded by workers with angry faces, waiting to demand payment. Gee, don't be in a hurry, people. I'm coming back today, and you all will definitely be paid for your work. So let's all move aside a bit first, shall we? Huang Jun removed the sunglasses from his face, revealing his somewhat frazzled face, and called out to the workers around him, "Get out of the way." Huang Jun, what's in your kid's mind? Think we don't know, do we? Old Ma had come over by this time and went straight up and grabbed his tie and asked, "Did you think that we were all pretty much gone and were planning to come back and sell the steel and equipment in the factory? Master Ma, how can you doubt me like that?" Hearing this, Huang Jun instantly widened his eyes and defended, "I'm coming back openly and honestly, and this time I've brought cash money with me, so I'll settle your wages on the spot. Are you a man of your word?" Old Ma obviously didn't believe him too much. After all, that's what the guy did in the first place, running his mouth full to fool them and then walking away with a slap on the ass. This time, Huang Jun, not to mention coming to hand out money, even if he said he was coming to hand out gold bars, it wouldn't be so easy to leave. Okay, I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt, okay? Huang Jun picked up the car key and pressed it. The trunk popped open, and inside was clearly yards and yards of bundles and bundles of cash. The workers took a look. This pile of cash must be at least several $100,000. To pay their wages is obviously enough. At this, the crowd immediately fell silent. See, when have I, Huang Jun, ever lied to anyone? Huang Jun walked to the trunk here somewhat proudly, and then said, I came back this time, is to continue to our factory to get up, by the way, to see, now there are still how many people to stay here. You can be our factory's elite. Boss Huang, look at what you're saying, can we still not trust you? That's right, if we didn't trust you, we would have sold the factory and left long ago. We're all acquaintances, we trust each other, ha ha ha. When the workers saw that Huang Jun had really brought money back, they all smiled, and the ones who had just pushed him were even a little embarrassed. It's okay, I can understand how everyone feels, Huang Jun snorted with his mouth, but, his eyes kept searching the crowd as if he was searching for something. Hey, Boss Huang, you're paying wages, who are you looking for? The old horse came up to him and asked, as I recall, wasn't there an intern college student at our plant before? Huang Jun stammered, that young man is called Chenyu, right? How come I don't see him here? Did he leave? Him? Without thinking, old Ma said, he'll be here in a while, this kid is dragging his feet, you should pay us first. He's at the machine shop too? That's good. Then, hearing this, Huang Jun felt a huge sigh of relief in his heart and laughed. There's no rush, let's hand out the money together when everyone arrives. At this time, Chenyu had only just stepped out of the dormitory building and was walking slowly towards the door. From a great distance, he saw Huang Jun, who was surrounded by the crowd. It wasn't because he had good eyesight, but because, while the workers around him were wearing old overalls, only Huang Jun was inside in a suit and manly state. Hey, Chenyu, you're finally here. After seeing Chenyu, Huang Jun's eyes were even more glowing, and with a smile, he greeted him and took the initiative to extend a hand. However, Chenyu only sized him up twice, pressing no intention of shaking his hand. The scene froze, and the smile on Huang Jun's face was even more awkward. Chenyu, what are you doing? Old Ma came over at this time and whispered to him, this time, Boss Huang is really coming back with money. You don't want to screw him over later, that would be bad. I thought that was what was going on. Chenyu let out a laugh and said, Boss Huang seems to have gotten rich outside. I didn't expect to actually remember us people. Look, what does that say? Huang Jun laughed and said, it's true that it was my problem to leave the factory without permission before, but now isn't it true that I've come back with the money to make amends and apologize? Really? Chenyu also laughed. It can't be that the money was scammed from somewhere else, right? At that time, once we accept it, we will become accomplices. Hearing this, the surrounding workers exploded. Chapter 39 is out. The technology tree can be upgraded again. Huang Jun, this guy dragged their paychecks for so long, not to mention that it's not easy to come back now. But there's actually a possibility that he's coming back to screw them over? Seeing the crowd glaring angrily at him, Huang Jun panicked and explained, no, absolutely nothing like that. Chenyu, don't talk nonsense. Then why are you suddenly so kind as to come back and pay us for our labor? Chenyu couldn't help but smile and asked rhetorically, could it be that you have a clear conscience? I don't think it's that simple. Now the Blue Cloud City machinery factory side of the production capacity is almost completely in a state of suspension. Not to mention, want to resume production. It will take a long time, except for a small number of mechanical equipment, which were being maintained by Chenyu and other workers. The remaining ones basically had serious rust conditions and needed to be repaired again at great expense. I, Huang Jun, guarantee with my personality that this time I am really sincere in wanting to bring the machine shop back up. Huang Jun had depletingly said to the crowd, since you a few people did not go, that certainly still hope to have a job to do well. The resumption of production things I'm planning. Today I first sent the wages, okay? Seeing that Huang Jun's attitude was not bad, the crowd nodded. First get the money in hand. After that this guy wants to do something, that is his own business. Soon, here at the entrance of the factory, Huang Jun settled all the wages owed by each worker. And finally, he came to Chenyu with a pile of money. Chenyu, the work contract you signed in the first place was rather special. Let's go to the office and talk about it. Huang Jun smiled and gestured for Chenyu to follow him, and the two of them went straight to the office building here in the factory. When Huang Jun ran away before, but also Chicken Thief did not forget to ask people to move all the things here in advance. Now there is only an empty shelf left here. The good thing about the office is that the desk, chairs and benches are still there, except for the computers and other valuable equipment. After opening the door, Huang Jun gestured for Chenyu to sit casually while she herself blew the ash on the table before sitting on top of the boss chair. Chenyu, there are no outsiders here now, so I'll be straight with you. Huang Jun laughed. Actually, this time I came back, not for those people outside, but for you. For me? Chen Yu froze. His own in the machine shop can really not much reputation. At best, is a college student to internship only. When Chen Yu will work in the factory for so long, that is entirely because their own files in the factory side of it. Plus the contract is not yet over. Arrears of wages is only one of the small factors. That's for sure. Huang Jun said, in my eyes, you are more important than all of them combined. Oh, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have been able to get this light today. Originally, Huang Jun was planning to quietly return to this side of the steel mill to find Chen Yu, but he didn't expect that just after arriving at the gate of the factory, he was bumped into by a few workers who went out to eat. So he simply made up an excuse that he was here to pay them for their work and revitalize the machine shop in the process. I don't understand, Boss Huang. I'm an intern college student. Do I have so much value in your eyes? Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. I'm a bit flattered by this. Have you taken the wrong medication? Look at how that sounds. Huang Jun said, we're all on our own. Who are you being modest for? Let's not talk about anything else. Just by the fact that your kid can have 100,000 plus viewers when he casually opens a broadcast on Douyin. Aren't you valuable enough? Hearing these words, Chen Yu's heart instantly understood most of it. Dare I say, this guy saw those live broadcasts of his on Douyin, so he saw the hunt and wanted to run back to him. I'm not going to lie. I've seen all the stuff you've been selling and making when you've been live streaming. Huang Jun lit a cigarette and said in an old-fashioned way, I think, you kid is very promising. Now you just lack an opportunity. An opportunity that can push the flow for you and bring you greater business opportunities. Boss Huang, do you mean to say that you are this person who can bring me opportunities? Chen Yu also had a smile on his face. He wanted to see what other tricks this guy could make up. That goes without saying? Huang Jun said without thinking. Chen Yu, think about it. I'll be your agent. Provide you with packaging and company support? It's guaranteed to make your business more prosperous. We're in a win-win situation. But I don't have much power in me. Chen Yu scratched his head and said, I don't know how to do anything else other than making steel pipes. Boss Huang, did you get the wrong person? How can I be that capable? Why not? Huang Jun is also a bit puzzled. This kid how just do not enlighten it. In his opinion, if he were to give him some pointers, Chen Yu's live broadcast would easily be able to break through 500,000 viewers. And even hit 1 million viewers is not impossible. At that time, as long as Chen Yu slightly shouted on the live broadcast, to bring goods to his products, the money will not come in large quantities? You definitely have the wrong person. Chen Yu squarely said, I see. This aren't you or another, please high-minded it. Live this line of work I just broadcast a figure of fun, but do not intend to rely on this meal. The vast majority of his doorway to earning money was still through the various skills that came with his strongest hand rub system. As for live streaming, aside from the oilmen and the bearded ones who dogged him hard enough to pay him off, the average viewer has long since learned to be savvy enough by now not to go up to the top and swipe a gift. If you don't advertise and don't bring goods, live broadcasting is just a tool to increase popularity and exposure, which Chen Yu still sees very clearly. What's more, he hasn't even responded to Xiao Yunan's side, let alone this Huang Jun in front of him who once had a history of running away. Hey, don't go Chen Yu. Seeing that Chen Yu was about to leave, Huang Jun just stood up and ended up not being able to call out to him. TSK, the little thing has a pretty hard temper. Huang Jun crossed his 2 feet on the desk, and after a few moments, he smiled again. Since he couldn't take Chen Yu for a while, it would be good to put a long line to catch a big fish. After returning to the workshop, Chen Yu simply sorted out the various chemical raw materials that he had previously bought from the logistics center. A rough calculation showed that the raw materials could still produce about 100 kilograms of advanced stealth paint, which would be enough for the bearded man's side. After changing into his work clothes and putting on his gloves and goggles, Chen Yu began to continue making the second batch of advanced stealth paint. After the experience of the first manufacture, the second batch of paint was successfully produced from start to finish in less than 8 hours. At the same time, Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that his tech tree experience could be upgraded again. Chapter 40, New Skill. Carbon fiber steel cable making. Right now, for Chen Yu, he was more excited about his tech tree skills than receiving new orders. You know, the only level 1 skill in this tech tree is pipe fabrication, and starting at level 2, you can actually unlock things like advanced stealth paint. So what new skills will the level 3 tech tree give him? Excited, Chen Yu did not hesitate to choose to upgrade. Upgrading tech tree. Submitting blueprints for Boom 9 bomber. Previously over at the military base, Chen Yu had used the name of visiting and learning to store the blueprint data of several types of airplanes through the system to use as a tech tree upgrade afterwards. And this time, the upgrade material he used was the conventional bomber type currently in service in the Great Dragon Kingdom, the Boom 9 bomber. With a ding, the system's voice appeared in Chen Yu's mind. Congratulations to the host for raising the technology tree to level 3. Unlocking a new skill, extra high-strength carbon fiber hybrid steel cable technology. What steel cable? Shen Yu all froze for a moment when he heard this awkward term. Carbon fiber he knows, steel cable technology he also knows, but, carbon fiber steel cable, what is this thing? Any way you look at it, the tech doesn't smell as good as the stealth coatings. Engine building techniques and all that he unlocked earlier. The application of steel cable is not much, only large engineering equipment and some small areas on the need. There's no way this stuff is going to sell better than steel pipe. Almost without hesitation, Shen Yu came to a conclusion in his mind. However, since he had unlocked this new skill, he couldn't just throw it away as if he didn't have it. Could he? After searching for half a day, Shen Yu suddenly came up with a good idea. He remembered that when he was a boy, he used to go to the fish pond with his buddies in the village and catch a big bucket of crayfish with a piece of thread, a bent sewing needle, and a piece or two of piggyback on it. The thing about fishing is that it's a deadly attraction for men, and, in today's environment, the tackle industry is also very much in real, with all types of rods and lines and hooks and lures, and goodness, it's all over the place. If people who don't know anything about the industry see the dozens of types of rods and lines, I'm afraid they'll be blinded. Shen Yu didn't know much about the models of fishing rods and lines, but he understood one thing. As long as the quality of the product is excellent, then there is no worry about the lack of sales. Fishing rods were a good idea. Through his steel tube manufacturing technique, coupled with the composite aerospace steel manufacturing technique, the combination of the two would be able to create fishing rods that were both light and tough. As for the fishing line, Shen Yu pondered for a moment. Wouldn't the skill he had unlocked now come in handy? Carbon fiber hybrid steel cable, which is lightweight and extremely strong, would be perfect for use as a fishing line. Shen Yu was instantly moved. You know, fishing rods can definitely not be related to arms. This time, he has been empty bean sound small store. Finally can be logical to hang the goods. After deciding to make fishing rods and lines, Shen Yu did what he said he would do and didn't feel tired at all. This time, he dropped by the live stream as well. Within a short minute after he clicked on the start of the broadcast and the screen appeared, close to 3,000 people flooded into his live room. In the absence of any official push streams from Douyin, Shen Yu's current hotness was nothing short of a miracle. 5 minutes later, the popularity of the live broadcast room had already exceeded 30,000 people, and this number was still rising steadily. What Shen Yu didn't realize was that right now, aside from those ordinary viewers within the Great Dragon, there were 3 other groups of people who were watching his live broadcast. One of them, the bearded ones over in the Middle East, they've all been longtime viewers. In order not to miss Shen Yu's live broadcast, the bearded man had even sent 2 people specifically to keep an eye on the movements in his phone 24 hours a day, and as soon as Shen Yu went on the air or sent out any messages, he would immediately notify them. As for the other 2 groups of people, they were a few staff officers on this side of the general military base on the southeastern coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and the Special Intelligence Agency on this side of the Eagle Sauce, far away across the ocean. The military forces belonging to the 3 countries actually all looked at Shen Yu, an unassuming college student, at this moment. Good evening, everyone. Shen Yu greeted the viewers in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, today, the anchor intends to make something fun for everyone. Anchor, don't sell it. Quickly say what it is. Anchor, respond to the rumors on the internet now. In the end is not you personally? Yeah, the airplane thing? Explain it to us. The audience went wild with swipes. On Eagle Jam's side of the Secret Service, several intelligence officers were rapidly using software to translate what was being said on the live pop-ups. It seems likely that the rumors are true. Even their ordinary viewers in the Great Dragon Kingdom are asking about this young man. An intelligence officer frowned, but he looks to be only in his 20s. A youth so ordinary, how could he possess such an ability? On the other side, Lu Hongjun also came to this side of the command center under the notice of a staff officer. And on the big screen in the very middle, it was Shen Yu's live broadcast screen. Let's see how this kid will explain it to the people first. Lu Hongjun carried his hands behind his back and said with a serious gaze, and in the face of the audience's inquiries, Shen Yu made the smartest choice of all. The anchor has been busy in the factory all this time. He hasn't been anywhere. Shen Yu scratched his head and said, what you guys said about airplanes and not airplanes? The anchor isn't very knowledgeable. I'm afraid it's a false rumor. This explanation was a bit of a disappointment to the viewers. However, the atmosphere of the live broadcast soon came back to life. It's good that you're not the anchor. We'd like to see you broadcast something new. That's right, anchor. What are we going to do if you go into the station and step on a sewing machine? What's on the air today? Anchor? Send out a red envelope quickly. There are over 100,000 people. You can't even afford to send out a red envelope? Looking at the audience's frantic screen swipes, Shen Yu then noticed that the popularity of the live broadcast room had already reached 100,000 plus. Good lord, is his popularity actually all that hot? Chen Yu was really a bit surprised. He had thought that after more than a month, if he opened the live broadcast, it would be very good to have a few thousand people to watch. So, Chen Yu first sent a $5,000 timed red envelope in the live broadcast. Seeing that the fire is almost ready, Chen Yu said, "Today, the anchor is going to make some programs suitable for both young and old to watch. Everyone here, is there anyone who likes fishing? The anchor is going to make a brand new fishing rod and fishing line for you all on the spot today, and take it to the river tomorrow for a real-world test, and if the quality is good enough, mass produce it." Chapter 41, Chen Yu builds fishing rods, all sides disappointed? As soon as this news came out of Chen Yu's mouth, it immediately caused a small stir in the live broadcast room. Those who were able to run to watch Chen Yu's live broadcast could be said to be 9 out of 10 big old men, all of whom liked to watch these things, but 7 out of 10 men like to fish, and the remaining portion either have never been exposed to it or don't have the time to go fishing. As soon as they heard Chen Yu say that he was going to handcraft a set of fishing rods and lines, the audience exploded. Anchors still make fishing rods? Seriously? There's a lot to learn about fishing rods. The best rods are made of carbon fiber, right? Is there a place that can make carbon fiber in that crappy factory in Anchor? How much does the Anchor plan to sell a set? Don't pit the fans. Looking at the audience's enthusiastic pop-ups, Chen Yu also smiled and answered their questions one by one. The body of the rod. I didn't plan on making it carbon fiber, Chen Yu said to the audience. The reason here is also very simple. Although carbon fiber is very light and strong enough, but the deformation ability is not enough. To put it bluntly, what is the difference between a rod made of carbon fiber and one built of steel? If the strength test is conducted by simply having a person stand on the head of a fishing rod that is resting diagonally on the head, then you can't see much of a difference at all. Both rods can reach the hundreds of kilograms mark with side flattening loads under certain circumstances. But what if this force is not applied gently, but is a shearing force? At this time, carbon fiber rods become very fragile and can break easily, but steel rods don't have this problem. So what? For the first product I'm still going to follow the traditional school, with lightweight steel rods as the body, plus high-strength carbon fiber steel cord technology for the line. Chen Yu smiled and said, "Next I'll start the formal selection of materials to start the construction, so let's all watch quietly for a while. I can't hand-roll seamless steel tubing for my viewers, so it's not too much to ask that I hand-roll a fishing rod, right?" On this side of the coastal general base, Lu Hongjun watched for a while and waved his hand when he saw Chen Yu begin to earnestly make a fishing rod. The staff officer next to him understood and immediately turned off the screen and asked, "Vice Commander Lu, you're not watching? What's so great about that contraption?" Lu Hongjun grunted with his hands behind his back and said, "What's more, I'm having a worrying time right now. How about the samples of the blocking cords submitted this time?" Right now, on this side of the general military base on the southeast coast, there's a huge technical difficulty, because a month ago, Eagle Jam and several other Western countries suddenly jointly announced that, starting today, the carrier blocking cables they have, including this technology, will not be sold to anyone. This time, the contract negotiated long ago by the Great Dragon Nation was also unilaterally destroyed by the Eagle Sauce side. However, even though they have broken the contract, they have paid the full amount of liquidated damages according to the quantity. So what can you do? The first aircraft carrier of the Great Dragon Nation had reached a critical point in its formation, and Eagle Sauce's global Hawkeye military satellite had long ago captured a portion of the footage from the harbor. Therefore, even if they risked breaching the contract, they would never give this technology to the Great Dragon State, in which case the Great Dragon State would also become one of the countries with mature aircraft carrier technology. Aircraft carrier blocking cables may seem like a small, insignificant steel cable compared to the massive carriers themselves. However, the thing itself has a lot of technical learning, and it is not a problem that can be solved by just finding a steel cable to stop and cut off an aircraft with tens of tons of kinetic energy directly in just a few seconds, and it would have to be repeated thousands of times. This is an unparalleled test of the material, rigidity, elastic kinetic energy, etc., of the blocking cable itself. Until now, a month has passed. Lu Hongjuan's side contacted several military-industrial enterprises within Dalong, but none of the products are qualified. At this moment, hearing Lu Hongjun ask about this matter, several staff officers shook their heads. "We've already tested the batch of samples sent this time," a staff officer said. "The data is not bad in all respects, but it is not capable of taking on the task of landing fully loaded fighters." A so-called full load is also known as a combat condition with a full tank of gas and a full load pulled. Hearing this, Lu Hongjun impatiently waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say so many useless things. To put it bluntly, isn't it still not enough quality? Continue to look for other companies to negotiate for research and development. This task must be completed as soon as possible. We can't afford to spend this time." Yes, several staff officers saluted at the same time, and at this moment, On this side of Eagle Sauce's Special Intelligence Center, several of the special intelligence officers were also a bit disappointed with Chun Yu's live broadcast. Is this the young man from the Great Dragon Kingdom that the general is looking for? It's so disappointing. I thought he'd make something amazing, but it's just a fishing rod. One of the principals said to the secretary next to him, "Don't read it yet. Put together a report and send it to the Pentagon as soon as possible." Meanwhile, inside the machine shop, Chen Yu had already successfully melted the corresponding hollow steel pipe needed for a fishing rod through the equipment in the workshop. Under his superb hand-rubbing craftsmanship, one fishing rod steel tube after another was continuously connected. From the outside, this fishing rod is really too ordinary, with a reflective silver-white color, and other than that, there is no decoration, which can be said to be simple to the extreme. However, this did not affect the audience's anticipation of it in the slightest, and many viewers are now urging Chen Yu to go fishing to test it out. "Everyone take it easy for a moment," Chen Yu said to the audience in the live broadcast. "At present, the anchor intends to make the supporting fishing line after the good. Tomorrow open a piece of the test. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We do not see each other." The technology of carbon fiber steel cable, Chen Yu has not formally operated. Plus today's live broadcast is almost the same length. Chen Yu turned off the live broadcast. And next, this fishing line is the main event of the main event. Chen Yu didn't have much of a concept of fishing itself. How big could the average fish grow in the ordinary rivers of the Great Dragon Kingdom? 30 to 50 pounds is already considered quite rare. Hundreds of pounds, that can even be called a giant. Chen Yu searched for a moment, only according to the standard of 100 pounds of weight to design. When the time comes, in case you run into a bigger fish, how to do? How about taking that standard and raising it a bit? Thinking of this, Chen Yu said, "Do it." There is no matching machine at hand. Simply from the other complete machine to dismantle the parts down their own remodeling. This busy to the evening. Finally, wearing a high-temperature mask, Chen Yu, with iron pincers from the hearth, clip out a blazing red thing. Chapter 42, Fishing on Site, Testing New Products. What surfaced after this one cooled quickly in the air was a very high-grade matte metallic texture. It was only as thick and thin as that of a large sea fishing line, with a total length of around 100 meters. If you look at it with the naked eye without the aid of any equipment, it's easy to mistake it for a very ordinary steel wire. However, if it is taken to the professional equipment under observation, it will be able to find that such an inconspicuous steel wire, actually by tens of thousands of fine carbon fiber and steel wire mixed intertwined. These carbon fiber filaments and steel wires are twisted together in an optimal ratio and coiling to form this carbon fiber steel cable, the strength of which will definitely surprise the average person. It's done. That's it. Chen Yu was not clear in his heart what kind of ground this carbon fiber steel cable could actually reach, but now that he was yawning, he was too lazy to make more than a few spare sets of test pieces. After building a few fishhooks with the remaining steel, Chen Yu put the things away and went back to his place to sleep comfortably. This sleep, by the time Chen Yu opened his eyes the next day, it was already 7:30 o'clock in the morning. After briefly packing up, Chen Yu casually packed the set of fishing tackle he had made in his backpack before locking the door to his room, intending to go live fishing in that river in the city. While walking out of the factory, Chen Yu also opened his live broadcasting room in passing. Soon, viewers flocked in and the popularity of the live stream began to slowly increase. However, before Chen Yu could walk to the entrance of the factory, a small black car behind him suddenly drove over. "Chen Yu, where are you going early in the morning?" The rear window of the car was lowered, revealing Huang Jun's face full of currying favor as he fawned and asked Chen Yu, "Isn't this Boss Huang?" Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, "I'll go out for a casual walk and fish for fun." "Really?" Huang Jun teased. "Can't be running away. Go, get in the car. I'll give you a ride." At this time, Chen Yu's cell phone camera also captured Huang Jun's face. A lot of viewers in the live room recognized this guy. "Isn't this the runaway boss of the Blue Cloud City Machinery Factory? I heard that he took over the industry from his father, but the management is not effective. Not 2 years of work, it ran away. How dare this guy come back and get so close to the anchor? Look at him, look like he owes it to himself." Apparently, Huang Jun hadn't offended many people in Blue Cloud City, and many viewers knew about this guy's bad deeds. Or not. Chen Yu shook his head and said, "I'm just going to the river to catch a fish. It's a 5-minute walk. Just go about your business." I'm not busy today by coincidence." Huang Jun hurriedly signaled the driver to slow down the car, and just followed Chen Yu as he walked slowly. "And where are you going in such a hurry?" Chen Yu sized up Huang Jun and couldn't help but laugh. "Me?" Huang Jun opened his mouth and said, "Isn't it a coincidence that we're going out together? I was actually planning to go fishing too. Fortunately, there is a set of fishing tackle in the trunk." Huang Jun, heart secretly thankful, cannot tell this kid that he is here to keep an eye on him, right? The two of them had a conversation, and before long Chen Yu had arrived at the river. Blue Cloud City used to have more serious environmental pollution. but in recent years, the heavy industry has moved to the outskirts of the city. Coupled with the Blue Cloud City machinery factory shut down, the state of the river here is now rich in water and grass, very suitable for fishing. Everyone wait a moment while the anchors do their preparations. Chen Yu's attainments in this aspect of fishing are obviously not as good as in the field of hand rubbing. After assembling the fishing tackle, Chen Yu took an engineer's shovel and went to dig earthworms in the mud next to him. Seeing this scene, Huang Jun, who had gotten down from the car, couldn't help but laugh and shake his head straight. Chen Yu, your equipment doesn't work either. Look at mine, it's called professional. Saying that, Huang Jun opened the trunk. Good guy, his equipment was indeed full enough. A fishing rod, several sets of different types of fishing line, and even more large packages of various lures, as well as fake lures and a small hand-casting rod. Chen Yu? Huang Jun came over with a packet of bait and said with a smile, earthworms don't work as well as our current serious mixed bait. Come on, try this one of mine. It's yours. Saying that, Huang Jun didn't care if Chen Yu wanted it or not, and insisted on resting the packet of bait on Chen Yu's side. As for himself, he went to a place 4 or 5 meters away next to him, and took out his own fishing rod and line, opened a pack of bait, and then began to make a nest. In comparison, Chen Yu's side really seemed a bit humble. Anchor is a newbie, right? How can you catch a fish without a nest now? That's right, if you want to catch a fish by worms alone, then I'm afraid you'll have to sit there all day. While the viewers were swiping the screen, Chen Yu's side had finally dug up a box of earthworms and was ready to officially start work. Hang the worm, dump the rod, and cast the hook. As you can see, this fishing rod of mine is made of pure metal, though it doesn't weigh much itself. Chen Yu said to the audience in the cell phone screen next to him. Its total weight is even less than a bottle of mineral water. It is an absolute ultra-lightweight product. Oh, so, where can I get something this good? Huang Jun, who was on the side, laughed. I say Chen Yu, are you planning to start your own fishing rod business? The water in this business is very deep. You have to let people see that this thing of yours works well. That is to say, today, this live broadcast, you Chen Yu at least have to catch a few fish, otherwise that would not be justified. However, half a bell has passed. Chen Yu's side is no movement, but on the contrary, next to the Huang Jun, with the advantage of top quality bait's excessive pull rod, caught several palm-sized carp. Good lord, isn't this becoming a reverse bandwagon? Chen Yu secretly thought in his heart, and his heart could not help but feel a little anxious. Had he known that he should have bought some fish bait in advance? Huang Jun gave this packet of bait. He really did not want to use. Once used, guaranteed to be this guy continue to pester for an unknown period of time. The anchor's strength isn't working either. It's been almost an hour and the rod hasn't even budged a bit? Look at the guy next to you. He's caught several. It was also just as the audience was wondering about Chen Yu's ability, when suddenly, there was movement in the water. Whoosh! The extremely clear sound of a fishing line cutting through the water came, and the fishing line in Chen Yu's hand quickly tensed. Here comes the big fish! Chen Yu shouted excitedly, both hands simultaneously clenching the fishing rod in his hand, fighting hard against something in the water. Huang Jun, who was on the side, also looked over in surprise and said, okay Chen Yu, you can actually hit a big fish on this first shot. However, Huang Jun's words had just been finished, and immediately afterward, he saw that Chen Yu was actually a bit unable to pull the big fish, and his feet kept moving forward. Chapter 43, Fishing Line Pulling a Speedboat. The audience is dumbfounded. Yoo-hoo, that's quite a fish. Huang Jun was a bit surprised to see Chen Yu pulling hard on the fishing rod and asked, I say Chen Yu, do you need our help? Not yet. Chen Yu clutched the fishing rod with both hands. Somehow, he only felt that the water was simply like a shark with amazing strength. Seeing that he was about to be pulled to the edge of the river bank, Chen Yu simply suddenly took a step forward, then stuck the fishing rod in his hand dead center on the railing of the bank. This time, the fishing rod, which was built out of high-strength alloy steel, was immediately fixed dead in place, and the bending of the rod was also very amazing. Boy, what the hell did the anchor catch? This looks like a big fish. Look at it guys, how bent is the rod? The anchor is an amateur. The rod will break at this rate. Even if the rod doesn't break, the line will be ripped off. Chen Yu actually chose to use the railing on the river bank to jam the fishing rod. This approach to see a lot of live audience are shaking their heads. Why do those expert anglers try their best to walk their fish even if they are exhausted after landing a big fish? That's not because they like to show off. It's because once the rod is pulled flush with the water, the line immediately breaks apart. Even the most powerful rod and line cannot present a straight line horizontally then tug of war with the fish. But what Chen Yu was doing now was completely the opposite of proper fishing methods. However, just as the crowd had all been certain that it wouldn't take long for the rod to be ripped off, a bizarre scene appeared. It was clear that the rod had been pulled into an almost semicircular shape and was still vibrating, yet it had no intention of snapping at all. And, The line that had cut into the water was wiggling slightly at this point, but it wasn't struggling violently from side to side, and it didn't seem like a fish had been caught. Not right, Chenyu. Huang Jun walked over and said, "This fish hook of yours is 80% hanging onto some stone or wood under the water. It's better to cut the fishing line. This is a waste of effort." Really? Chenyu heart is also a little half believing, because he also see, this fish line is clearly by something has been pulling forward raw. Normal walleye all time around make a quick dash in the river as a way to shake off the hook. What no one has noticed is that 100 meters away on this river, there is a small speedboat of the Fishery Administration's inspection, which is parked there. That's weird. The fisheries personnel responsible for driving the boat wondered. There is not even a single blade of watergrass on this river, but no matter how to refuel the door, the boat is not moving. Just now, he had tried half a day, and no matter what method he used, there was no way to get this boat to move. It felt as if it was stuck on something under the water. It can't be. Another crew member also went to the stern of the boat and checked it out, and there were indeed no signs of water plants visible behind the propeller. What's more, even if it was water plants, with the power of this speedboat of theirs, they could just wash the water plants away. So how could they not even move a step? "Put the gas to the floor and I'll see what's going on." The man spoke to the person next to him. Rumble. As the speedboat's throttle was pulled full, the rear propeller's rotation speed was pulled directly to its highest, and a violent and raging wave of water sprayed straight toward the back of the speedboat. Normal engine, normal propeller, what the? Seeing that the speedboat was still in place, the staff member was simply puzzled to the extreme. But just at this time, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the green river water. There seemed to be an extremely thin thing connected to this speedboat. The object would never have been noticed if he hadn't looked closely, and as he leaned over the stern of the boat to take a closer look, it was actually a slim fishing line. For a split second, the staff member's face was as if he had seen a ghost. A fishing line that was actually able to rip the speedboat of theirs? Isn't this a joke? Following this fishing line, he looked up and forward, and only then did he see that someone was fishing on the other side of the river bank 100 meters away. It can't really be ing fishing line. That would be outrageous. Almost at the same time, Chenyu and Huang Jun here on the shore also realized that the fishing line in the water whooshed and popped out of the water a lot. And looking forward along the fishing line that left the water, well, there was a fishing speedboat on the river with full horsepower, but it couldn't move in place. No way? Huang Jun's face changed, and he hurriedly called out, "Chenyu, your fishing line. It seems to have hooked the speedboat." "Ha?" Chenyu carefully looked again. Good guy. It turned out that what he caught was not a fish at all, but a speedboat. There was a brief moment of eerie silence in the livestream on a side cell phone, followed by a direct outburst from the audience. Against all odds, the anchor caught a speedboat. That speedboat must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, and with all that horsepower, it can be hooked by a fishing line? How is this possible? It can't be scripted, arranged in advance? Countless viewers frantically swiped their screens, all because the scene in front of them was just too counterintuitive. How could something as fragile as fishing line possibly stand up to a serious motorboat? What? Is that not a fishing line, but a steel cable? But Chenyu on that rod, indeed is an ordinary fishing line thickness specification almost no two. There is no way to have a false suspicion. At this moment, not only was the audience dumbfounded, but the group of staff officers far away on this side of the Southeast Coast General Base were also dumbfounded. They had been monitoring Chenyu's live broadcasts, not expecting to see something so appalling the first time they watched Chenyu go on air. A fishing line can catch a speedboat, which not many people would dare to believe. It's unbelievable. What kind of fishing line can withstand the pull of a speedboat at full horsepower? A staff officer said with shock on his face. "I'm afraid I can't do that with a wire as thick as a fishing line, let alone a fishing line." Another staff officer mused. "I think I'm afraid that's not just any fishing line or pure steel wire. It's probably some kind of special material." At this time, Lu Hongjun, who had received the notification, also came here to the command center. Looking at the situation on the big screen, and then listening to the staff officers talk the situation over, Lu Hongjun's heart suddenly shook. "Staff Sergeant Feng, take a few of you and immediately rush over to Blue Cloud City to find Chenyu, and find out for me exactly what that fishing line of his is." Chapter 44, Alarming the Military. This is even more violent than the blocking cable. Lu Hongjun carried his hands behind his back and ordered, "If this kid isn't faking, then something like this could be something." At this moment, Lu Hongjun's mind inevitably thought of, today's Great Dragon country is stuck in the carrier aircraft blocking cable technology. Now the major coastal military bases, as well as the military research centers of the Great Dragon State, are mobilizing resources as much as possible to research and develop blocking ropes, but the results are extremely little. After all, technology is so advanced now that there are thousands of composite materials alone. Trying to test them one by one is a huge time cost. and it's not necessarily true that those composites will be identified as suitable for making a stopper. However, in the big screen in front of him, Chen Yu's fishing line made Lu Hongjuan's heart pop up. This thing is just a thin one, and it's able to pull a speedboat right along. The diameter of the carrier's blocking cable, compared to this thing, I'm afraid it must be at least 100 times thicker, so it can withstand the tension. Is not it also on a 100-fold increase? What if this kid's fishing line actually has a chance? Meanwhile, far away on the Blue Cloud City side, Chen Yu and Huang Jun were still on the shore, while the speedboat of the Fishery Administration, after finding out the cause of the malfunction, turned around and drove towards the shore. What the hell are you two up to? Daring to stop a Fisheries Administration boat? One of the staff came up the bank and looked at the fishing rod that Chen Yu had stuck in the railing. From the end position of the rod, there was a light gray fishing line not in the water. The color of the one he had just seen wrapped around the propeller was almost identical. Comrade leader, we didn't do it on purpose. Huang Jun, who was on the side, hurriedly laughed and said, we just came over to do some casual fishing. We didn't expect to damage your vessel. This is definitely an unforeseen circumstance. Unforeseen circumstances? As soon as that staff member heard Huang Jun's words, his heart felt a lot more comfortable. However, on the surface, he still lectured the duo. This is also thanks to the fact that it did not cause any safety accidents. In case something goes wrong with our ships and causes casualties, can you afford to take the responsibility? Yes. Huang Jun hurriedly nodded his head and smiled, all the while imploring Chen Yu to say a few good words as well. However, Chen Yu was not even paying attention to what the staff was saying right now, and at this moment, he was looking at the other side. I just saw another crew member on the speedboat, took out scissors and came over with the intention of cutting that fishing line. However, he made several vigorous cuts, but never saw the fishing line cut at all. On the contrary, this seems to be ordinary fishing line. Its toughness is simply staggering. It does not feel like a fishing line, but like a steel wire, like tough to the extreme. Where did you guys get this fishing line? The staff member picked up the scissors to take a look. Good guy. Scissors' edge surface actually appeared a number of openings. I made it myself, Chen Yu said. The fishing line of this material is relatively strong. Ordinary scissors are not good at cutting it. You'd better change to a large hydraulic pliers, right? Hydraulic tongs? At those words, both staff members' faces looked a bit odd. Cutting a piece of fishing line actually requires equipment like hydraulic pliers? You can't even say it's rare. It's something unheard of. Your demeanor and behavior is so odd, the staff member said. You guys should stop fishing later. Go back with us for a simple checkup. Thanks for your cooperation. Bad. Chen Yu secretly sighed in his heart. It is not easy to have time to come out to amusement, and then turn around and have to be called over by the fishery government for questioning. However, even if he told them about the technology used in this fishing line, would they really be able to understand it? The public screens on the live feeds all blew up as well. When the spectators saw that Chen Yu had actually pulled the speedboat with full horsepower with a fishing line, they were no less shocked than the staff officers. I've been fishing for over 30 years and I've never heard of a fishing line pulling a speedboat. The anchor's technology is really extraordinary. This fishing line and fishing rod cannot be productive. Hurry up on the link. It's still on the link. It looks like the anchor won't be able to start broadcasting today. People are going to take them for questioning. The audience murmured while Jun Huan rushed to plead with the two staff members. Two leaders, we didn't break the law either. Huang Jun smiled and said, besides, it's just a small matter of the fishing line hooking the boat. A few words can make it clear. There's no need to go over and do an investigation, right? If you say you don't need to do research, you don't need to do it? One of them glared at him and asked, what if you're deliberately wreaking havoc here? Hurry up and pack up your things and come with us. As soon as his words fell, a faint buzzing sound came from above the heads of the crowd. The buzzing sound came from far and near, and eventually stopped rumbling and hovering above the heads of the crowd. Surprisingly, it was a military helicopter. The whistling wind and waves, blowing attacked the crowd's clothes and hair are madly fluttering. The water waves on the river surface is even more violent to the surrounding pressure. Holy, the military's been alerted. What kind of identity and background does the anchor have to actually have such a great ability? It's over. This is a big deal. Seeing that the military helicopters were actually arriving, the two Fishery Administration staff members were startled, and they both took a step back in a hurry. Amidst the gazes of the crowd and the more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast, this helicopter landed on a concrete plaza not far away. Then the cabin door opened, and an officer in the shape of a staff officer, accompanied by a few soldiers, came over to the side. I'm a staff officer at the Southeast Coast General Military Base. My last name is Feng. Senator Feng rushed to the four men present. Counselor Feng. What? What do you want? Huang Jun's legs shivered and he trembled. We're just fishing for a fish here. It's not so bad that we have to alarm you to come over, right? Not only him, But the two staff members of the Fisheries Administration were dumbfounded. How could the military know about such a big deal so quickly and send a helicopter straight over? Upon hearing this, Staff Sergeant Fong said to the two staff members, "You may leave first. This matter is a military secret. Please carry out confidentiality measures to anyone and do not spread it out." Yes, yes. The two crew members rushed back to the speedboat, tossed it around for a while before unhooking the fishhooks from the propeller, and drove the speedboat quickly out of the area. "May I ask, who are you again and what is your relationship with Chunyu?" Staff Sergeant Fong twisted his head, looked at the earthy-faced Huang Jun next to him, and said, "If you are an unrelated person, you can leave now. We're going to talk to Chunyu alone next." Chapter 45, Aircraft Carrier Retaining Cables? Let's do a tensile test first. Okay, well, then, I won't bother. I'll go first, ha. Huang Jun was scared straight in his heart, and when he heard Staff Sergeant Fong say that he could leave, he hurriedly packed up his things. Before leaving, Huang Jun Kai whispered to Chunyu, "Be polite to others. That's the military. We can't afford to mess with them." When Chunyu heard this, he was secretly a bit speechless in his heart. Did he still need to be reminded of this? If Huang Jun knew that Chunyu had come from the Southeast Coast General Base before, he might have been scared to death. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid today's broadcast has to come to an end for now. Chunyu picked up his cell phone and said to the audience, "Anchor has some things to take care of, so when he's done, he'll pick a time to explain to everyone." "Don't, Anchor, leave it on live and see what that staff officer has to say." "Anchor, don't turn off the broadcast." The viewers were pleading with Chunyu not to turn off the live broadcast. After all, this was the only time they, the ordinary people, could see the military personnel come out. However, involving the military, how could Chunyu turn on the live broadcast and let more than 100,000 people listen in? After turning off the live broadcast, Chunyu put his phone away. "You're Chunyu, aren't you?" Staff Sergeant Fong shot a glance at Chunyu and smiled. "I don't know if you still recognize me, but I was at the scene with Vice Commander Liu and the others at the airport there earlier. This one rings a bell with me." Chunyu nodded and said, "Staff Officer Fong, is there anything else you would like to ask me?" "There is, and frankly, we've been keeping track of what you've been up to lately," Senator Fong said. "Among other things, it also includes your social media, like the live streaming of Douyin, and we watched the one yesterday." "Ha?" Chunyu froze, and hemmed and hawed. "Can you military people watch the live broadcast as well?" "It's okay if it's for work purposes," Senator Fong said. "This is not important. Let's talk about the important thing. We came over this trip because of this fishing line in your hand." The news that a fishing line can pull a speedboat is really kind of appalling no matter how you look at it. "This fishing line, it shouldn't be an ordinary material," Staff Officer Fong said. "The staff officers over at our main base, including Vice Commander Liu, all believe that this fishing line of yours may possess a very high value, so they asked me to come over and ask you about it." "You said something about fishing line," Chunyu frankly said. "This one is made by myself with the factory's equipment and materials, and it is indeed not steel wire, but a mixture of materials." "What made you think of doing this?" Senator Fong frowned and pursued the question. Because I was thinking of developing a set of fishing tackle and selling it in the window store at Bean Sound." Chunyu scratched his head and said, "Isn't it said that the higher the quality of the product, the better? I just thought about making the fishing line and rod stronger, and then this is what it looks like." Senator Fong was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. "You tell your boy to make the quality of the fishing line better, and you just make a fishing line that can tow a speedboat?" "Chunyu, can you please come with me to the general base site again?" Senator Fong said. "I think this fishing line of yours is very valuable, and there will be an expert to interface with you when you get there." "Okay." What else could Chunyu say? People were flying a helicopter over to look for him personally. At this time, even if he wanted to say no, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to. Half an hour later, Chunyu had arrived on this side of the general military base on the southeastern coast. Liu Hongjun did not come over. The first to come over is Chunyu, recognized before the academician Zhang Gutao. Next to Zhang Gutao, there were several experts with gray hair waiting. "This is the genius you spoke of, academician Zhang? Isn't that a little too young?" One of the experts surveyed Chunyu, who came down from the helicopter in surprise, and said, looking at his age, "He's only in his 20s. Even though Zhang Gutao had already informed them of Chunyu's various deeds before, the group of experts were still shocked when they saw this young man with their own eyes, because this kid was just too young, and didn't look at all like he had any skills or experience in him. However, they didn't belittle Chunyu because of this, and waited for Chunyu and Senator Fong to come over. "Chunyu, these are the experts who are currently at our main base, responsible for the task of testing the materials for the carriers blocking cables," Staff Officer Fong said. "Next, you can just have a butt-kicking conversation with them. I'll go and let the Vice Commander know." "A ship's arresting cord?" Chen Yu couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. Did this have anything to do with him? What he did was just a very ordinary fishing line. After Staff Officer Liu left, an old expert said to Chen Yu, "Just now we were informed that you have a special new type of material in your hands. Can you show us?" "New materials do exist, but that's just fishing line I made myself." Chen Yu scratched his head and said, "If you don't mind, I can show you." "Fishing line? Bring it to us." Several other experts, including Zheng Gutao, also curiously approached a little closer. Chen Yu opened his accompanying shoulder bag, then took out the already stowed roll of fishing line and handed it over to the old expert. There's a saying that a connoisseur knows if there's one or not. The gray fishing line, which appeared to be very ordinary on the outside, immediately caused a change in the eyes of these experts once it passed slightly in their hands. It's very tough and, unlike ordinary metals, has a memory effect and is stretchable. The material of this fishing line can be quite uncomplicated. Old Zhang, I can't say that there's really a chance for this. After that expert briefly got his hands on it and touched it, he said, "Young man, this fishing line of yours, we'll have to take it over and do some tests before we can come up with specific and detailed data, so wait for us here for a while." After saying that, he led a few other people and quickly headed over to the lab next to him. There are many test programs for shipboard aircraft blocking cables, but one of the most basic, without a doubt, is the test of tensile strength and elastic toughness. If these 3 points can be passed, and the wear resistance itself is high enough, then there is a chance to make the list of blocking cable materials. Let's test the stretch limit strength for this fishing line first. According to the proportional conversion, as long as it can withstand a tensile force of about 2,000 kilograms, it's considered qualified. Soon the fishing line was fed into a machine that gradually increased in tension as it was started. A crowd of experts stared intently at the measurements on the big screen. In just over 10 seconds, this fishing line had broken the 2,000 kilogram pull test mark. Chapter 46, Amazing Genius. We must keep him. All the experts couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw this data. The anti-stretching test exceeded 2,000 kilograms, which means that this fishing line, if scaled up, is perfectly adequate to match the load of a shipboard aircraft's blocking cable. Unbelievable. No, this is unbelievable. One of the older experts was stunned. Was this really made by that young man outside just now? We're not sure, but even our major research institutes in the country have not been able to come up with such an excellent finished product right now. Another expert said, if the lad didn't make this material, could someone else have secretly helped him? While the group of experts were talking, they only saw that the test data on the big screen was still rising. As the pulling force came to 3,000 kilograms, this fishing line remained taut, without even a hint of change. Keep increasing the tension, this time to 5,000 kilograms, that old expert said to the staff next to him. First, measure the tensile extreme limit of this material. Soon the huge machine in front of the group of experts began to run again. The slender fishing line, at the moment, was bearing a tensile force that had reached the magnitude of more than 4,000 kilograms. This tensile force would produce a chipping or even a complete breakage of even the same degree of thickness of the ship's blocking cable. However, the fishing line remained incredibly strong and supportive up to the 5,000 kilogram mark. It was a full 3 seconds before the fishing line snapped suddenly with a rumble from that terrifying load. In the meantime, the expert next to him had come up with the calculations. Based on the strength of this fishing line, it is calculated that if it were made in equal proportions to the thickness of a shipboard aircraft blocking cable, it would be able to intercept at least about 50 tons of aircraft for landing. The staff presented the statistics to the experts. Looking at this data, none of the experts squeaked. However, the shock and incredulity in their eyes was getting stronger. 50 tons of extreme pull, which meant that the future aircraft carriers of the Great Dragon Kingdom would be fully capable of taking off and landing any amount of aircraft, even medium-sized bombers. It was important to know that even Eagle Jam's current state-of-the-art carriers, the 5th-generation fighters they were capable of taking off and landing, had a full landing weight of no more than 30 tons. The Eagle Sauce strict defense prohibited the sale of shipboard aircraft blocking cable to the Big Dragon country. If compared with the material made by Qin Yu, it is even more almost unbearable. That old expert didn't say anything, but turned around and quickly walked out of the lab, finding Qin Yu and Staff Officer Feng waiting outside. How's it going, Professor Cho? Senator Feng inquired. That fishing line, can it pass our quality test? Don't ask that yet. The old man he called Professor Zhou clutched Chen Yu's shoulder and asked eagerly. Young man, that fishing line, did you really make it yourself? Yeah. Chen Yu was also bluffed by the old expert's attitude and nodded his head. It is indeed my own design and production. Is there any problem? The steel pipe can't be made indiscriminately, but the fishing line can't be forbidden to be made by him as well, can it? Did you do the design and manufacture entirely on your own, without the help of any outsiders? Professor Zhou pursued. If you really made it yourself, can you tell me how you made it out? That's a bit more complicated to say, Chen Yu said. To put it simply, This is a composite material, which is essentially a mixture of high-strength steel and various carbon fibers and other materials manufactured in proportion. Because of this super fishing line made by Chinyu, the degree of toughness itself was incomparably amazing. With the same diameter, the toughness was even more than 2 or 3 times that of the mainstream shipboard aircraft blocking ropes. Plus, this fishing line is mixed with lighter materials such as carbon fiber, so it has a very light total weight and is highly resistant to pulling and twisting. To put it bluntly, this thing isn't pure metal or carbon fiber at all. It's a brand new, completely new material that has never been made in the world before. In front of the experts, Shen Yu didn't have any reservations, and graciously told them about his utilization of various equipment to create this kind of fishing line. Can't wait. After Professor Zhou heard Shen Yu's words, he was silent for a long time before he spoke. Shen Yu, what was your original intention of creating this material? First thoughts? Shen Yu laughed a little embarrassed. I don't have much of an idea. I just want to make some money. Now the fishing gear on the market is so rolled up. I definitely need to build better quality than them in order to grab the market. You, Professor Zhou froze, stunned. Did you really make this just to make fishing gear to sell at first? Yes. Shen Yu thought it was Professor Zhou who didn't believe him, so he introduced him. Although the materials I used here are more, the overall cost is still controllable. Shen Yu had also made a slight estimation on his own before. Considering the cost, every 100 meters of fishing line he sold would bring him a net profit of about $30. 30% net profit, which is already a very rare and good program in business. After hearing Shen Yu's explanation, Professor Zhou sighed and said, from now on, you should not get any more fishing gear. No fishing gear? Why? Shen Yu was stunned. It couldn't be that he actually broke the law by making fishing lines, could it? You have a better, more important use for this technology. So what? I'm going to ask you to cooperate with us next, Professor Zhou said seriously. Little comrade Shen Yu, this is a request, not a plea, and of course, we will pay you a reciprocal reward. As soon as he spoke, the faces of the several experts next to him, as well as Staff Sergeant Feng, all turned serious. Shen Yu did not immediately agree, but pondered for a moment. Can I ask why? Professor Zhou, what is it that you want me to cooperate with? Shen Yu asked Professor Zhou. Of course. Professor Zhou nodded and asked again. Little comrade Shen Yu, do you know, in this world nowadays, what does a country need if it wants to gain a foothold and have enough say? Of course it's a strong country with a strong military and a rich people. Shen Yu replied without thinking. Well said. For the Great Dragon Kingdom, for any country in the world, the military will always be the fundamental and barrier for the country to stand on. Professor Zhou asked him, what kind of thing, do you think, can be called a national weapon? Chapter 47, Aircraft Carrier Project, Shen Yu in charge? This question, in Shen Yu's opinion, still has a wide range of answers. However, right now, what Professor Zhou was talking to him about was obviously the military field. So what was considered a national weapon? Nukes? This thing was developed by the Great Dragon Kingdom many years ago during the bloodshed of our forefathers. To this day, the armament strength of the Great Dragon Kingdom has long been different from what it used to be, and the weapons and equipment in certain fields are so advanced that they are enough to make those great powers in the world envious. However, now if we have to say that there is any military technology that is the weak point of the Great Dragon Nation nowadays, then there is only one. What you're talking about? It wouldn't be an aircraft carrier, would it? Shen Yu thought for a moment before asking him. By the way, it does seem like you're smart. Professor Zhou smiled and nodded his head. You're right, Shen Yu. I wish to formally invite you to join the construction project of the first aircraft carrier of our Great Dragon Nation. Boom! These words were simply like a thunderbolt falling, causing Shen Yu's brain to buzz. Good lord, what did Prof. Chow just say? He asked him to join some project? What is the concept of an aircraft carrier? And does he, an ordinary unemployed college student, have the qualification to join it? I'm not going to lie, but in recent years, HawkJam's carrier fleet has been out in the outer sea area a lot, and the area where they operate and are active most often is, unsurprisingly, the high seas area around the Grand Dragon State. Professor Zhou said. Earlier, those two Freedom Blackhawks, they took off from the Eagle Jam carrier on the high seas, which, I'm afraid, you didn't know? I don't know. Shen Yu nodded. The Freedom Blackhawk's own rocket-boosted engines can cruise 5 to 7,000 kilometers, which is enough to cover a small half of Blue Star. However, with a long run like that, passing through so many regions and countries along the way, the likelihood of exposure is even higher, Professor Zhou said. That's why Eagle Sauce chose to take the lead in approaching the offshore of the Great Dragon Nation through the carrier fleet, and then took off the Freedom Blackhawk directly for a spot reconnaissance. Why is the Great Dragon State unable to effectively counter this banditry? The reason for this is not only because the Great Dragon Nation does not have a perfect 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft right now, but also because, the Great Dragon Nation's first aircraft carrier, currently under construction, is at a critical juncture. Only with an autonomous carrier fleet will the Great Dragon Nation have a chance to have a go at Eagle Jam in the seas and national airspace. Otherwise, even if the Great Dragon State really has a fifth-generation reconnaissance aircraft, they are sea-based takeoffs. You say land-based takeoffs, the reaction speed and maneuverability are inferior by an unknown amount. Our aircraft carriers in the Great Dragon Nation have reached the end of their current development process. However, one of the major problems that is now trapping the engineering team is the carrier blocking cable technology, which has been blocked by Eagle Sauce, Professor Joe said to Chen Yu. And this kind of fishing line you made, after being scaled up in equal proportions, its anti-stretching effect is even more powerful than those blocking ropes in the world's mainstream. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu realized why his fishing rod was able to drag that speedboat when he was fishing earlier. Good lord! It turns out that this carbon fiber hybrid steel cable technology is actually a major godsend far beyond shipboard aircraft blocking cables. Our major research institutes have now tried no less than 1,000 steels and hybrid materials. But sadly, there is nothing like this fishing line you brought. Not even anything that can withstand a pull of 1,500 kilograms. Professor Joe said sincerely. So Chen Yu, now it's the Great Dragon Nation that needs your help. As long as the carrier blocking cable technology lands smoothly, our aircraft carrier will soon be launched. Hearing these words, Chen Yu simply did not have even a tiny bit of hesitation in his heart. You don't have to say much, Professor Zhou, Chen Yu said with a straight face. In fact, all you have to do is say that allowing me to join the engineering group is to contribute to the defense and security of the Great Dragon Nation. That's enough. I'm willing to join. At this moment, Chen Yu hadn't gone overboard with anything. Is it important to make money? Indeed, it is important. But can it be more important than the land of the Great Dragon Kingdom? Yes. Professor Joe immediately felt a big stone fall to the ground in his heart, and said approvingly, you don't have to worry. As long as the blocking cable technology falls smoothly, your various bonuses are definitely generous enough, which is much better than you going to sell fishing rods. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. Chen Yu laughed. Professor Zhou, then when are we going to start? You wait for me to talk to Vice Commander Lu's side first and report this matter over. Professor Zhou said. Later, you and Academician Zhang, his old man, will come over together, and we'll have a meeting to discuss the next arrangements. At this moment, in addition to excitement, Chen Yu's heart also had an additional sense of mission. In the past, he made those things, steel pipes and all kinds of paints, solely to make money. But this time it is different. How Chen Yu did not expect. His technology, actually able to help the country to successfully land the aircraft carrier. As long as the Great Dragon Kingdom also possessed an autonomous carrier fleet, then the Eagle Jam's carrier formation would never dare to linger in the periphery of the Great Dragon Kingdom's waters to provoke it. Their harassment radius will also be drastically reduced, and the cost and risk of trying to invade the territorial waters and airspace of the Great Dragon State will be much more expensive. On the other hand, when he learned that Chen Yu's technology could indeed be applied to aircraft carriers, Lu Hongjun froze for a while before reacting. However, after reacting to this, Lu Hongjun also immediately slapped the board and decided that from now on, Chen Yu would be directly promoted to be the chief leader of the shipboard aircraft blocking cable design team. Although Chen Yu did not have any military rank, his power as the chief was second only to Lu Hongjun, the deputy commander. That night, Chen Yu returned to the Blue Cloud City machinery factory under the escort of 2 special cars, and simply packed up his things, and tomorrow he would be heading over to the shipbuilding port where the aircraft carrier was currently berthed. Back in the dormitory of the machine shop, Chen Yu opened his computer as usual and waited for the dark domain network to load at the same time. You know, when it was just over a month ago, he was even worried about survival. But now, Chen Yu simply can't imagine that he can actually join the aircraft carrier construction work of the Great Dragon Kingdom. That kind of excitement and pride can't be bought by any amount of money. Soon after, the dark domain network small store loaded up, and Chen Yu began to send a message to the bearded man. The third batch of goods you guys want, I've already done it on my end, and I'll be sending it out soon. After less than 2 minutes time, the bearded man over there wrote back. Chapter 48, Arrival at the Carrier Port. Project Commencement. Rask said, really? It's even faster this time than before. Looking at the bearded man's message, Chen Yu could not help but secretly slander in his heart. Not fast enough? I'm afraid he'll have to be busy for a while. If he doesn't get what the bearded man needs done in advance, he won't know how long he'll have to put it off until the monkey's age. Thus, Chen Yu replied, I currently have some things to take care of here. So for the next at least half a month, I won't be taking orders for the time being. Half a month? The bearded man and the others who were far away on this side of the Middle East couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What's going on? Commander Benjamin Jetten frowned. I asked you to send people to keep an eye on Chen Yu's movements and live broadcasts. How come you guys haven't staked out anything? What kind of things is he going to be busy with? I don't know. The bearded man looked confused and said, I'm afraid it's some personal matter of his own. Mr. Commander, our men do keep track of him around the clock. Forget it. After searching for a moment, Benjamin Jetton said, it is imperative that the first batch of stealth paints be sent over as soon as possible, so that we will be able to set up the first stealth armored combat units. Although the first batch of stealth paint provided by Chin Yu was not much, only 100 kilograms. However, these 100 kilograms of stealth paint were already a snowball's worth of goodies for the bearded men. Alright, then let's get in touch again in half a month. Looking forward to our next cooperation. The bearded man replied to Chin Yu with a message, following Benjamin Jetton's instructions. After shutting down the computer, Chen Yu simply packed up some of his accompanying clothes, then stuffed the computer and a few of his usual books for recording various data into his suitcase. That night, Chen Yu got into a small car on this side of the main base and set off towards the carrier port side. Of course, along the way, Chen Yu was pressurized into not knowing where he was going. Aircraft carrier ports are no secret to the militaries of various countries, as ports where carriers can be built are bound to be under round-the-clock surveillance by various military satellites. Since it's about building an aircraft carrier, the harbor can't be too small, even if you build a big pure metal cover to cover the whole harbor. But what's the difference between that and covering your ears? People don't even need to investigate to know what you're doing. As a result, the world has almost tacitly accepted that all shipyards and ports, both military and civilian, are all but unpacked and hidden. Of course, for the average person, these ports still remain absolutely classified, and the average person has no idea at all which specific ports the carriers will be built in. Sitting in the back of the car, Chen Yu fell asleep in no time, dazed and confused, and waited until the latter part of the night before the car gradually stopped. Comrade Xiao Chen, we've arrived at the place. The accompanying staff officer Feng got out of the car, patted Chen Yu, and said, get out of the car first. I'll send you to the accommodation arranged by our main base to rest, and then we'll discuss the next arrangements tomorrow. Arrived? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu raised his head and looked. Good lord! The place where the car was parked at the moment was located right next to a huge harbor that was brightly lit. Over in the harbor, a huge aircraft carrier could be clearly seen anchored in the harbor. Although the important parts of the carrier's body were covered with various military green tarpaulins, it was still difficult to hide its true identity with that huge bulk. Chen Yu just slightly swept a few eyes, and noticed that the country's first aircraft carrier actually used the electromagnetic catapult design program. Compared to steam ejection, electromagnetic ejection has a shorter lead time and is more efficient, but with it comes a huge demand for electrical power. This also means that the carrier, in all likelihood, is nuclear-fueled. At the thought of this, Chen Yu didn't even feel sleepy right away and followed Staff Officer Feng to a nearby living area. This place seems to have strict anti-detection measures. Far from the sentry towers can also be seen. The area is even more able to block the military satellite detection device in operation. Staff Sergeant Feng brought Chen Yu to a small building and led him up to the second floor before opening the door to a room. This is a very standard suite, with an area of about 100 square meters. All kinds of facilities and conditions are very good, and it is definitely more than enough to live under Chen Yu alone. How's it going, Chen Yu? Staff Sergeant Feng smiled slightly. Next, this is your temporary residence. When you get up tomorrow, let's arrange the rest of the work. No problem. Chen Yu yawned and said, then I'll see you in the morning. Staff Sergeant Feng. This night Chen Yu slept soundly. After all, this was the living area surrounding the carrier port. In the entire Great Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find many places that can be safer than this place. At 9:30 the next morning, Chen Yu arrived at this side of the research center under the leadership of Staff Sergeant Feng, the Professor Zhou he had met earlier, and the old acquaintance academician Zhang Gutao were also here. In the conference room, there were at least dozens of experts, and when they saw Chen Yu push the door in, they all turned their gazes to him. Everyone, this is Comrade Chen Yu. Prof. Zhou introduced to the crowd. The data that I submitted to you yesterday, its material came from the hands of young Comrade Chen Yu. A murmur arose in the conference room at this statement. Quite a few experts looked at Chen Yu. Their faces were shocked and skeptical, and there were a few moments of not quite certainty. However, there were also a few experts whose faces looked as if they didn't believe it at all. I say, Lao Zhou, how is this possible? You're not kidding us, are you? Now, it's a difficult time for the blocking cable program, so don't you dare snipe at us with this kind of thing. A gray-haired old man sized up Chen Yu and said questioningly, this little doll can make a material that is even stronger than the mainstream international blocking cords? Is there really no fudging involved? That's certainly not true. Professor Zhou laughed and said, what, old do, you don't believe in the skills of the other Comrade Chen Yu? It's not that I don't believe it. The old man he called Lao Du said, just, hearing is not believing, seeing is not believing. We in this room, who have not seen what you say the kind of material is like, only saw the data. This data where there is persuasive? Hearing him say this, Chen Yu instantly asked, then can I understand that as long as my material data is consistent with what Prof. Joe gave you yesterday, you all will listen to my arrangements to do my work? Chapter 49. Did Chen Yu make a mistake of common sense? That's for sure. Old Du nodded, sizing up Chen Yu and smiled. If you can come up with materials that are equal to the data, all of us, we'll give you a hand. For them, experts in the military field, it's a simple matter of who's got what it takes. If Chen Yu could really solve the problem of the blocking cable, they naturally wouldn't count on things like age or seniority. Then we'll start tomorrow. Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, I'll make a batch of samples to show you all first, and if the quality passes, we'll produce according to this standard afterward. Led by Staff Sergeant Feng and the others, Chen Yu did not immediately go to rest after leaving the conference room, but first went to the nearest workshop responsible for the production of the blocking cables to take a look at the equipment. It is obvious that the scale and the type of equipment here are not comparable to the Blue Cloud City machinery factory. The entire workshop covers an area of at least 3,000 square meters or more. A large number of high-level machinery and equipment in a well-ordered list of which, Chen Yu into the scanning a few eyes. Eyes are bright. It's all good stuff. Chen Yu couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Compared to here, his workshop over at the machine factory was like a product of the primitive era. When he made carbon fiber hybrid steel cables before, he also had to melt the raw steel material from the very basics and then hand stretch it to the required dimensions before proceeding to a series of processes after that. And here, all the equipment can be automated and controlled through the program. As long as the corresponding data is entered, the intelligence system will automatically carry out the production process. How about Chen Yu? Our conditions here should be able to fulfill your needs, right? Staff Officer Feng said to Chen Yu. If there is any equipment missing, just ask. As long as we can meet production, we will mobilize at any cost. No need. Chen Yu smiled slightly. These devices are already more than enough. With these, it's completely enough to mass produce the blocking cables that the aircraft carriers need to use. That's good. It's getting late, so go back to rest and start tomorrow. Senator Feng nodded. The next morning, when Chen Yu arrived at the blocking cable production workshop, there was already a large group of experts waiting for him. The same Du Lao from last night's meeting also appeared among the crowd, along with Zhang Gutao and Lu Hongjun, all of whom were present. When they saw Chen Yu come over, the crowd's voices immediately quieted down. Experts, comrades, I'll introduce you again. Lu Hongjun walked next to Chen Yu and said, this is the Chen Yu that our Southeast Coastal General Base invited over. And earlier, it was he who piloted the modified Sea Dragon 3 and intercepted 2 Eagle Jam reconnaissance planes in the waters of our Great Dragon Kingdom. It's you? Hearing these words, Du Lao raised an eyebrow as he turned to Chen Yu. The young man who intercepted the Freedom Blackhawk. Was that you as well? It's me. Chen Yu lost his smile and said, could it be that there are still people who have taken advantage of this matter? Elder Du didn't say anything. However, the surprise in his eyes was growing. This kind of thing, if Lu Hongjun, the vice commander, hadn't said it himself, he wouldn't have believed it in any way. A college student who just graduated recently actually possesses such a skill to be able to explode the Sea Dragon 3 and go over the top with someone else's 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft? However, this point also allowed Du Lao to slightly put down a few concerns in his heart. If this kid has a knack for blowing up airplanes, then maybe he does have a solution for the blocking cable thing, too. While the experts were talking, Chen Yu had already walked over and was ready to start work. After briefly checking the data of the equipment here, Chen Yu immediately discovered the problem. The pre-steel rolling process is not right. Chen Yu said to the 2 engineers beside him, immediately modify the process data. The rolling process, do not use multiple strands of steel wire for stranding, but use a single wire. Wait. As soon as Chen Yu's words were finished, someone among the experts behind him immediately raised an objection. Chen Yu, it's not that we doubt your abilities, one of the experts said with a furrowed brow, but you're making a common sense mistake now. Common sense error? Chen Yu looked back at him and asked, how come I don't know where the problem is? It goes without saying? Another expert said with a stern face, even a child knows that something like a steel cable must be intertwined with multiple strands of steel wire for greater resistance to stretching and higher strength. You are now asking for a single steel wire to be used for the production of the blocking cable. How can this quality possibly pass? The expert frowned. Wouldn't you say that this is a common sense error? Seeing that the faces of the group of experts were all very unpleasant, Chen Yu was instead happy. Looks like the big guy doesn't have much faith in my personal abilities. Chen Yu laughed. Conventional steel cables, indeed, are stronger with multiple intertwined strands, but blocking cables are completely different. How is it different? Elder Du signaled the others to shut up first, while he, himself, stepped forward to ask Chen Yu. It's simple. The blocking cable thing is fixed in one position on the deck once it's assembled. Chen Yu said. One side of the steel cable that is fixed will be impacted by the airplane's tailhook, while the other side will have much less impact, but more tension and deformation. Looking at the group of experts in front of him, Chen Yu asked indifferently, "May I ask you all, are conventional steel cables capable of working under such conditions for a long period of time?" The few experts who had previously slammed Chen Yu were instantly dumbfounded. Indeed, if it is a steel cable intertwined with multiple strands of steel wire, it is rather more prone to breakage under such a situation of unequal bilateral forces. This also just proves why none of their previous tests have been successful despite all the research and development they've been doing for so long. Because, from the very beginning of the rolling process, they had made a fatal mistake. Therefore, a truly high-strength blocking cable is necessarily a single-stranded steel wire mixed with high-strength carbon fiber material. In order to be able to do so to withstand the huge impact force generated when the aircraft lands, Chen Yu looked at the experts and asked, "Now that I'm ready to start, may I ask who has any questions?" The crowd of experts was dumbfounded. Returning to the front of the console, Chen Yu began to methodically rewrite the program according to the data parameters in his mind. Vice Commander Liu, what exactly is this young man's origin? Du Lao was silent for half a day, pulled Lu Hongjun aside and asked in a low voice. Chapter 50, Carrier Blocking Rope Test, a great success. Lu Hongjun had his hands behind his back, looking at the busy Chen Yu in the distance, and his gaze was also filled with puzzlement. This young man, I've long had people investigate his resume and related information. Orphaned, with a very pure family background. After graduating from Mechanical University in Blue Cloud, I've been working within the local machine shop. Lu Hongjun lit a cigarette and said, however, a while ago this Chen Yu did once make some small matters, and was invited by their local public security bureau to drink tea over. The matter of Chen Yu building steel pipes for the bearded men in the Middle East has actually been known on Lu Hongjun's side for a long time. However, in Lu Hongjun's opinion this is not even a thing. A few steel pipes may not be able to make any waves on the battlefield overseas. What really mattered was whether or not Chen Yu could build this blocking cable at the moment. After a whole morning, Chen Yu finally adjusted all the various equipment here with new data parameters. As Chen Yu pressed the start button in front of him, the automated intelligence system immediately began to run according to his newly written program. High-strength steel was quickly transported into the rolling mill from the transfer line next to it, and after it was stretched out, it had been transformed into a wrist-thick steel cable, and this reddish blazing steel cable, followed by the next immediately into a processing process. It'll be done in half an hour. Chen Yu walked out from the operation workshop and said to the experts, actually, this kind of steel cable is not very difficult to manufacture. The main difficulties are focused on the point of carbon fiber mixing, and this is a process that Chen Yu intends to take on personally. There were some precision jobs where current machinery could not replace human labor, not to mention that Chen Yu had the strongest hand-rubbing system in his possession. I'm afraid that the precision of his one hand is far beyond that of those high-end mechanical devices. Half an hour later, with the carbon fiber material fused, a still steaming, brand new carbon fiber hybrid steel cable had been transported from the assembly line. The experts all gathered around to survey the steel cable. From the looks of it, the first thing the steel cable gave them was two words: fragile. The construction of a single steel cable, even with carbon fiber for extra strength, but would that really compare to a steel cable with a mixture of multiple wires? Chen Yu, is this your finalized product? Du Lao came forward and asked, are there any other processes or steps that need to be added and modified? If not, we'll start the test. So what are we waiting for? Chen Yu laughed and said, just start straight away. Didn't you say yesterday that seeing is believing? Okay, the bottom line is pretty good. Du Lao nodded and signaled the engineers beside him to send the steel cable of Chen Yu's over to the testing workshop for a full range of data testing. Since it is a blocking cable, the first thing to be tested is undoubtedly its resistance to pulling and instantaneous impact. The future fighters in service on our carriers will inevitably be state-of-the-art fifth-generation aircraft, Du Lao said to Chen Yu. The instantaneous impact generated by a fifth-generation aircraft during landing is often capable of reaching more than 50 tons, so this steel cable of yours has to carry at least 60 tons of impact before it can be considered qualified. And before Chen Yu, those steel cables that the experts, had racked their brains to create, the ultimate carrying capacity was about 30 to 40 tons. Soon, over in the test shop, a huge steel ingot, specially designed to simulate landing a fighter jet, quickly catapulted and accelerated on the track under the effect of electromagnetic acceleration. Within a few short seconds, the hook at the bottom of the steel ingot hooked onto the steel cable made by Chen Yu. Buzz! A clear buzzing sound appeared in the crowd's ears, and in the blink of an eye, the steel cable was pulled to form a nearly 90-degree right angle. The experts in the room couldn't help but narrow their eyes, because all those steel cables they had made in the past had immediately disintegrated after exceeding 90 degrees. However, on Chen Yu's face, there was still a hint of a smile. only to see that the steel cable quickly formed a sharp angle and amplitude under the huge impact of the steel ingot. But there was no chipping at all. It wasn't until all the kinetic energy of the ingot had been expended that the cable slowly returned to normal. On this side of the testing room, the group of experts were silent. Send over data on the current structural state of that steel cable to see if there's any damage. Elder Du was silent for half a day before giving orders to the engineer. If Chen Yu's steel cables did not show any strain or damage, it meant that the steel cables he had made could probably really be used as carrier aircraft blocking cables. 10 minutes later, the test data appeared on the big screen. Steel cable body damage level, 0. Stretching mechanical damage level, 0. External damage, 0. Carbon fiber material wear level, 0.1%. Looking at the flurry of data, the experts were once again dumbfounded. The damage is all but 0, which means that the cable is still as good as brand new. As for carbon fiber wear and tear, that's an unavoidable problem. But 1 in 10,000 is proof that the steel cable can withstand at least 10,000 landing impacts. Elder Du, how's it going? On the side, Lu Hongjun couldn't wait any longer and asked, does Chen Yu's steel cable meet our needs? Taking a deep breath, Du Lao looked at Chen Yu and said in a deep voice, from now on, all the personnel in this carrier R&D center will be at your disposal. As soon as his words left his mouth, the other experts also instantly looked serious. Unsurprisingly, with this carbon fiber hybrid steel cable, Chen Yu successfully convinced this group of experts, and also announced that the Great Dragon State would carry out the self-production of the blocking cable. That afternoon, far across the ocean in Eagle Jam, on the Pentagon side, a bombshell came through. What do you mean? They're not going to buy our carrier blocking ropes from the Great Dragon Kingdom? In the office, Commander Mac of Eagle Sauce, who wore 4 general stars on his shoulders, was now full of astonishment and incredulity as he asked the staff officer in front of him. Indeed, Commander, we have just received notification from the Great Dragon Nation that they have decided to cancel their consultations and will no longer purchase our blocking ropes. Counselors standing on the right path. The technology of shipboard arresting cables is currently only in the hands of Hawkmaster and a handful of European countries. And months ago, Eagle Jam had pressured other countries to strictly forbid the sale of this technology to the Great Dragon Nation. And they, in turn, were going to take this opportunity to ruthlessly bleed the Great Dragon Nation once and for all. Interesting, Mike laughed coldly and said, how come they, the Great Dragon Kingdom, are suddenly hardened this time? Not buying our blocking ropes? What? Are they going to let the carrier be an empty shell at sea? Chapter 51, Trust Chen Yu. The aircraft carrier is ready to launch. Without the carrier's blocking ropes, the carrier's combat power is going to be directly reduced significantly. After all, a significant portion of the carrier's combat power stems from the fighters it carries. Then Commander, how do we respond to the Great Dragon Kingdom now? The staff officer stood in front of General Mike and asked, respond? Why should we respond? Upon hearing this, General Mike sneered. This is clearly a bait for the Great Dragon Kingdom, and they deliberately want to use this tactic to force us to take the initiative to lower our stance and renegotiate the price with them. It's just a pity that they're daydreaming, no matter what kind of smoke and mirrors they put up. Remember, we can't afford to lose a single penny of the price of our blocking cable technology. General Mike said in a deep voice, it won't take more than a month. Their Great Dragon Kingdom itself will be unable to hold back and come back over to plead with us. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Chen Yu hadn't been idle during this time, and under his command, the production tasks of the blocking cable workshop were carried out in an orderly manner. In just half a month, the first fully molded blocking cable has officially come out of the workshop. All monitoring data in the lab is satisfactory. In the conference room, Chen Yu held a copy of the report in his hand, and said to the experts, as well as Lu Hongjun, now, what is lacking in this blocking cable is the real-world test. Any product, even if the theoretical data is good, but that's just empty after all. Only after a real test can we know if it really works or not, and if it can really carry the weight of the blocking cable. Lu Hongjun crushed his cigarette out with force after hearing Chen Yu's words. Immediately issue a notice to all departments to install the blocking ropes on our carriers immediately, and go out to sea tomorrow for maneuver training. This order from Lu Hongjun really startled the several experts present. Vice Commander Lu, isn't this too risky? An expert frowned. If the test fails, I'm afraid we'll lose at least one fighter. It's better to conduct the ejection test in the lab, right? That's right, the loss of fighters is still a minor matter. Whenever there is a sea exercise training, then it is bound to be monitored by foreign organizations and forces. If there is a failure in our ejection, it won't take long for the news to spread all over the world, and by then, I'm afraid that international public opinion will be very big. Another expert also raised his point of concern. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could hear that they were ostensibly worried about these things, but in fact, The real reason was that they still didn't quite dare to believe in Chen Yu's ability. After all, this blocking cable was a product that was entirely designed and launched by Chen Yu, but none of them had ever interfered. If things really go wrong, who will vouch for Chen Yu, a college graduate, to bear the consequences? Lu Hongjun pondered for a moment and looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, this blocking cable, how much certainty do you have that you will be able to eject it successfully? 90%. Chen Yu pondered a little and laughed. What? 90%? That's no good. You're 90% sure. Who dare let you actually install the blocking cables on the carrier? As soon as they heard Chen Yu say that he was only 90% sure, the experts in the room all panicked. For them, a failure rate of more than 1% for this kind of military product is a big deal. Good guy. Chen Yu opened his mouth and said that he was only 90% sure. How dare they just let him try? Isn't 90% enough? Chen Yu looked at these experts with some doubt and asked, so, according to your ideas, how long will it take to build a blocking cable with a failure rate of 1% or less? This, Chen Yu's sentence directly dumbfounded them with his question. If they really followed such standards, they might not be able to build qualified barricades even in a year or even 5 years, not to mention a month. Okay. At this time, Lu Hongjun clapped the board. It's settled. Chen Yu manufactured the blocking cable. The risk is borne by me. Something happened, accountable to me on the line. The units began to prepare it. As the general director of the aircraft carrier project, Lu Hongjun's eyes are still set wide open, although Chen Yu was young. But, before this, he had gotten 2 Eagle Sauce's Freedom Blackhawks back with his own skills. That explosively modified Sea Dragon 3. Lu Hongjun had specially brought a group of experts to study it. As it turned out, those engines that Chen Yu had modified, as well as the overall aerodynamic structure of the airplane and the materials, were confusing even to them, the military experts. Having reached this juncture, what choice did they have if they didn't choose to believe Chen Yu? The next morning, an explosive news spread throughout the Great Dragon Kingdom. It is especially well known in several cities located along the coast, including Blue Cloud City. The first aircraft carrier of the Great Dragon Kingdom, named the Blue Cloud, is to be officially launched today for sea maneuvers and training. Once the message was sent out by the military, it hit the top of the social media charts in just 10 minutes. Among them, the Blue Cloud City side was even more sensational. Countless citizens were both surprised and delighted. How could they have never imagined that the first aircraft carrier of the Great Dragon Kingdom would actually be named after Blue Cloud City? And at this time, in a large box in a 4-star hotel, a large table of people were sitting and discussing the matter with great enthusiasm. Look at it. How else can we say we're not ordinary people? Lu Jie, who was sitting on the first seat, laughed loudly and said, we are old classmates gathering, and I didn't expect that it would be the day of the aircraft carrier launching. What is this called? This is called extraordinary. The crowd here are at first and Lu Jie Chen Yu them a classmate, heard these words, but also have expressed their approval. Right. Lu Jie looked around and said, why don't I see Chen Yu from our class? Yeah, why didn't Chen Yu come? I heard that he is not working in our Blue Cloud City machinery factory. That should be quite close to us. No one's going to invite him over? Lu Jie gave a gesture to Feng Ming next to him and asked, didn't I tell you to go to the machinery factory and invite our class grass? Chen Yu, here? You didn't go? Why didn't you go? Feng Ming laughed. I went there early in the morning, but the people from that factory said that Chen Yu wasn't there and had gone out half a month ago, saying that something was wrong. Yo, looks like the big smart guy in our class is now selling tea eggs and learning. Never mind. There happens to be a live broadcast of the aircraft carrier launch today. Let's watch it first. It's a big deal. Turn around and wait for Chen Yu to come. Have someone pack a few tea eggs for him to go back and eat. Lu Jie's words drew laughter from the crowd. Chapter 52, Naming the Blue Cloud. Chen Yu is on TV. Even before when everyone hadn't graduated, Chen Yu had always been the object of their teasing and mockery. Because, in addition to good grades, Chen Yu has almost no specialties in other areas, and he is also relatively introverted. If this was in high school, Chen Yu would still be able to eat, but in college, it would be completely different. Lu Jie's gang of mixed people soon pulled together a group of small groups, every now and then to find Chen Yu's trouble. Now this old class reunion, although Lu Jie has been praising Chen Yu on his lips, but in reality, the big guys were clear that Chen Yu was nothing more than a clown in their eyes. A stinky tea egg seller. Come or don't come. Does it make any difference? Lu Jie picked up the remote control and turned on the LCD TV screen that was the size of a wall, facing the wine table. The television happened to be broadcasting live before the carrier Blue Cloud left port. Look at this. This is the first aircraft carrier of our Great Dragon Nation. Lu Jie watched the live feed on the TV with interest. The image shows an overhead view taken from a high altitude via a drone. The entire carrier port here is filled with ribbons and red flags everywhere, and the carrier Blue Cloud, located in the middle of the port, is already carrying a full load of all types of aircraft. I heard that our Blue Cloud aircraft carrier is more than 300 meters long, nearly 80 meters wide, and has a displacement of nearly 80,000 tons, Feng Ming said to the others. Moreover, we're not using the usual conventional steam catapults, but electromagnetic catapults, which are at least twice as efficient as the conventional ones. It's strange to say that I've heard that our country has been talking to foreign countries about the carrier blocking cable business. Obviously this is still news from a while ago. How come in the blink of an eye, this aircraft carrier is about to be launched? Isn't this a bit too fast? A student stopped his chopsticks and suddenly asked. That only proves that the experts of our great dragon country cow. Lu Jia laughed. By the way, once I said this I remembered Chen Yu. This kid drummed up some stuff in the machine factory before, and also opened on the live broadcast, making people 5 and 6. If he's really capable, he should give our country's military industry a boost, but he'll just stay in the factory and give foreigners black jobs. Based on this, I, Lu Jia, will never look down on him in my life. Lu Jia held the wine goblet, and when he finished, he was ready to tilt his neck and drink a toast. However, this wine goblet of his had just been brought up when Feng Ming next to him suddenly shook him desperately as if he had gone mad. Ahem. Lu Jia was choked and said angrily, "Are you crazy? Do what? Look on the TV. That guy, why does he look so much like Chen Yu?" Feng Ming pointed at the distant TV and shouted incredulously. As soon as they heard his words, Lu Jia and the other students all turned their heads to look over. Only the image is being filmed at this very moment on the deck of an aircraft carrier. A host of officers were standing on the deck in a straight posture, and further away were a large number of naval men in formation. Only one figure stood out in it. It was a very young-looking figure, standing somewhat out of place and not as old as the experts. Lu Jia squinted carefully and a cold sweat broke out steeply in his heart. He realized that the youth on the deck really did look a bit like Chen Yu. No way, Lu Jia said with a cold face. How could he, Chen Yu, get on top of an aircraft carrier and stand there? He simply doesn't have the qualifications. It must be that we're looking at it wrong, because the image was shot from a distance. The figure could only be seen in general, but not in detail. It can't really be Chen Yu, can it? Could it be that he's been away for most of the month, running off to work on the carrier? One of the students in the audience said incredulously. This is simply unimaginable. Chen Yu, who graduated in the same class as them, can actually go work on an aircraft carrier? The best of them is Lu Jia, who relies on his parents' connections to work as a civil servant at the local institute. As the camera advances, soon, the picture turns. A female reporter stands beside Lu Hongjun, is preparing for an interview session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chun Qingqing, a reporter from the main station, and this person standing beside me is the chief leader of the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier project, Vice Admiral Lu Hongjun. Next, we'll ask Vice Admiral Lu to tell us in detail about the information related to the first aircraft carrier of our great dragon kingdom. The female reporter sent the microphone to Lu Hongjun. Lu Hongjun, on the other hand, after saluting to the camera, began to slowly talk about the development of the carrier. Regarding the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, we set up the project 6 years ago, and after a long period of research and development, it was not until today that we officially announced the launching tests, Lu Hongjun said with a straight face. During this long research and development process, we have countless researchers who have given their valuable efforts, and they are all contributors to the aircraft carrier construction project. However, on this day, I would like to make special mention of one person, a fine young man who has made a special contribution to the Blue Cloud carrier. As you all know, the carrier's blocking cable, also known as the pilot's lifeline, is the very steel cable that has plagued us for over a full year, Lu Hongjun said. But now, with the help of this young man, we have successfully overcome the problem of independently developing a blocking cable. Listening to Lu Hongjun's speech, in front of the TV screen, Lu Jia and a group of students looked at the screen wide-eyed. No one could say anything. Youth, actually a youth solved the technical difficulties of the blocking cable. This is a bit bizarre, Lu Jia secretly thought to himself. It can't really be him, right? Next, I'd like to highlight for all of you. This is the outstanding young man who took charge of our Blue Cloud carrier's blocking cable project, Chen Yu. Lu Hongjun pulled Chen Yu, who was off camera, to his side and said solemnly, "Thank you all." Chen Yu stood calmly in front of the camera and said, "I've only slightly done my bit. Contributing to the country's military research and development is a responsibility that every one of us should fulfill, and I think this is what I should do." Off the TV screen, a moment of silence followed before the crowd in the box clamored and exclaimed in shock, "It's really Chen Yu." Feng Ming pulled Lu Jia's arm and called out, "Brother Lu, take a look. That's really Chen Yu." That vice commander said that he's the one in charge of the blocking cable project. Lu Jia was speechless at this point, his mind buzzing and echoing uncontrollably. How is that possible? That goose egg Chen Yu, nestled in the machinery factory selling tea eggs for half a year. Chen Yu actually shifted, engaged in the blocking rope. Chapter 53, Chen Yu on deck, becomes the center of attention. At this time, on the deck of the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud, Chen Yu, standing next to Lu Hongjun, has undoubtedly become the focus of the media's long guns and short cannons. Almost all of those present were senior officers, and Chen Yu was the only one who looked at a still very clear college graduate. The most important thing, on the other hand, was the words Lu Hongjun said just now. The carrier blocking cable of this Blue Cloud aircraft carrier was actually designed by Chen Yu, a college graduate, himself. At this time, in a small building here in the harbor, a conference room was filled with general stars on their shoulder patches, most of them over 50 years old, all of them majestic and stoic. The ashtray placed on the conference table was full of cigarette butts, and a general in an army general's uniform frowned as he pointed at Chen Yu's young face on the big screen. "I say, old Wu, isn't your navy too much of a nonsense?" the general asked one of the men next to him. "A college graduate designed a blocking cable, and you dare to install it directly onto an aircraft carrier without having tested it?" Not to mention him, the group of generals and leaders present in the conference room, almost every one of them had the same thought in their hearts. They came from various military regions of the Great Dragon Kingdom, from the army to the navy and air force, with different fields, but all of their ranks were so high that they could scare people to death. The launching of an aircraft carrier, which is a top priority for any country, is something that needs to be cautious and complete. But now, the approach on the side of the Southeast Coastal General Base was really puzzling to a group of generals. Upon hearing this, the general surnamed Wu laughed. "I say, old Run, you don't know this, that young man is quite extraordinary. How is that unusual?" Upon hearing this, Ren Taijun was a bit disdainful and lit a cigarette. "I don't know about other people, but you, Wu Deruzi Wu Haidong, I'm still not clear? Tell me instead, how is that Chen Yu extraordinary?" Not only him, the surrounding generals also cast their gazes. They were equally interested in Chen Yu. "I think you all heard about something a while back," Wu Haidong said. "On our side of the main coastal base, we intercepted 2 Hawk Jam Freedom Blackhawks. Of course we know. It's something we're still wondering about." Ran Taijun held his cigarette and said doubtfully, "The Freedom Blackhawk is the world's leading 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Where did you guys get such a great ability to get this kind of reconnaissance aircraft back in one piece?" It would be hard for them generals not to know about this, because Hawk Jam had been pressuring the side of the Great Dragon Nation a month earlier. Their demand is very simple and naive. That is, they want the Great Dragon State to return the 2 reconnaissance planes and the pilots immediately and unconditionally, or else they will strike at the Great Dragon State with sanctions. In response, the military of the Great Dragon Nation quickly reached a consensus after a short meeting to study the matter, and that consensus is simple. That is, him, on the Eagle Sauce Sid. We can make hundreds of calls a day to our general military command just to ask for those 2 planes and pilots, Wu Haidong said. "However, into our mouth meat, want us to spit out, that is no door, not to mention that this is their initiative to send our mouth, is not it?" "The words are true." Ran Taijun nodded his head and said, "But, you still haven't said what this Ska plane thing has to do with that Chen Yu? What's he got to do with it?" Wu Haidong laughed and said, "After I tell you, Lao Ren you have to promise me first that you can't rob people. This Chen Yu I already have my eye on." Hearing this, the surrounding generals were happy. "Look at you out there." Ran Taijun laughed disdainfully. "Still robbing people from you? Our army is full of talents. It's not enough to rob a little doll. You hurry up and say, what's going on?" "Okay, that's what you said." Wu Haidong also lit a cigarette and said, "I'm not going to hide it from you guys. This kid Chen Yu, at the Blue Cloud City military base there, modified a Sea Dragon 3 reconnaissance plane, and he was the one who flew that plane and intercepted the 2 Freedom Blackhawks back." "No way." When Ren Taijun heard this, he immediately said categorically, "We are the army, but we still know a little about airplanes, and the Sea Dragon 3 is not even up to the standard of a 4th-generation reconnaissance plane, so it can fight against other people's 5th-generation planes? You don't believe me? Staff Officer Feng, go get the information on Chen Yu's exploded Sea Dragon 3. Wu Haidong did not talk nonsense with them, and directly let the staff officer bring the information over and distribute it to the group of generals present to see. Hyper-compressed hydrogen engines, special stealth coatings, special aerospace hybrid steel, bionic flap structures. Ren Taijun flipped through that information, and his face changed after a moment. "This is all the work of that Chen Yu? You're not bluffing me, are you?" Ran Taijun raised his head incredulously and asked after him, "True or false? Won't you know later when the carrier is launched?" Wu Haidong smiled and said, "You can't see the Sea Dragon 3 right now, but you can see that blocking cable clearly, and you'll be conducting an airplane ejection test later." Meanwhile, here in the harbor, at exactly 10 a.m., the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud, with full horsepower, officially sailed out to sea to the sound of music and cheers. Shen Yu stood on the deck of the aircraft carrier, the oncoming sea breeze whistling and biting. This huge sea fortress seemed to move slowly from a distance, but it was only when you actually stood on it that you could feel its terrifying power and speed. All parameters of the carrier are normal. Vice Admiral Liu, is it time to proceed directly to the carrier takeoff and landing test? An officer marched right up to Lu Hongjun and saluted. Begin. Lu Hongjun nodded and said, "At this moment, I'm afraid I don't know how many eyes around the globe are staring at us, and since the aircraft carrier has officially set sail, how can we not carry out the takeoff and landing of the carrier's aircraft?" The truth is indeed as Lu Hongjun said. The Great Dragon State has not kept the launching of the aircraft carrier a secret. The TV stations are live broadcasting it. Other countries can of course also receive the live images here. On this side of the Pentagon, General Mike, the 4-star general of Eagle Jam, stood in front of the big screen with an ironic look on his face. The morose gaze that flowed out from his eyes was fixated on Shen Yu in the very center of the picture. Our Liberty Black Hawk, which was also intercepted by this kid? With his hands behind his back, General Mac darkened his face and asked the men around him, "It's him, General. It's rumored that it's this Shen Yu who was responsible for the design of the blocking cables on board the Blue Cloud carrier of the Great Dragon Kingdom this time." At that, General Mac sneered. "Interesting, no wonder the Great Dragon Kingdom cancelled their talks with us. So it's because of this kid?" Chapter 54, Global Attention. Successful landing and takeoff of carrier aircraft. In fact, as early as a month ago, shortly after the Freedom Blackhawk was intercepted, the Pentagon side had already gathered a great deal of information on Shen Yu. But there's nothing particularly valuable about that information. Shen Yu's biography was just too ordinary, even so ordinary that it made General Mike suspect that it was too fake. Wasn't it a smokescreen forged in advance by the Great Dragon Nation? The actual Shen Yu, perhaps a brilliant teenage genius, and the intelligence captured by the Pentagon, all of which they deliberately put out as disinformation. Let's see how their homegrown blocking cords from the Great Dragon Kingdom really are first. General Mike sneered. If they make a mistake with the takeoff and landing today, they'll not only have to suck up and curry favor with us all over again, but they'll have to lose face in front of the whole world. On the eastern sea of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the carrier Blue Cloud, escorted by several ships, had sailed to the designated area. Shen Yu and a group of media reporters also followed Lu Hongjun and came to the command tower side of the carrier's deck. The deck runways have all been cleared, and the first test flight is a 5th-generation fighter jet that is now in service in our Great Dragon Kingdom. Lu Hongjun briefly introduced it to the media, and as for its specific model and data, it is obviously not possible to just disclose it. Soon, with the order from the command tower side, a 5th-generation fighter jet slowly pulled into the catapult runway side, and at the back of the plane, a catapult panel was raised. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic track on the deck was ready to go in less than even 10 minutes. This is the benefit of electromagnetic catapulting, which is many times more efficient in terms of readiness compared to traditional steam catapulting, and is capable of catapulting multiple flights in a short period of time. Steam catapulting, on the other hand, obviously wouldn't work, and that would require the steam engine to stockpile a large amount of steam for catapulting purposes, which would be much less efficient. At this moment, the 5th-generation fighter had already sailed into the ejection orbit, and the electromagnetic ejection device was also ready, just waiting for Lu Hongjun to give the order. Lu Hongjun's face was serious. He wasn't too worried about the takeoff. The carrier had already conducted hundreds of takeoff tests in the harbor. However, the only thing that made everyone's heart sweat was this landing, and the blocking cable that Shen Yu had designed. In case of a problem, the least consequence would be that this Generation V fighter would have to take a long way around to land there at the shore airfield, and the worst-case scenario, without a doubt, would be a plane crash. Shen Yu was likewise looking at the ejection runway in front of him. However, his eyes were filled with a confident and calm demeanor. Begin! With Lu Hongjun's order, the engine of that 5th-generation fighter quickly started, and the terrifying turbine jets caused a huge roar. At the same time, the electromagnetic track began to rapidly accelerate the airframe, and the 300-meter deck runway soon brought the fighter up to takeoff speed. Under the nervous anticipation of hundreds of millions of people in the Great Dragon Nation, as well as the watchful eyes of an unknown number of eyes around the globe, the takeoff of the carrier's carrier planes of the Blue Cloud was a perfect success. After taking off, the fighters, after making a 15-minute range, began to prepare to make their landings. And this is the moment when everyone is the most nervous. Not only was this group of generals around Shen Yu clenching their fists and tensing their heartstrings, far away overseas, the military intelligence agencies of Eagle Sauce and a host of other countries were likewise nervously monitoring. There's no way they're going to make it. In the command room of the Pentagon, General Mac grimaced and mouthed the words. Soon the 5th-generation fighter, ready to land, was able to be captured with the human eye. In the observation from the side of the command tower, after the fighter corrected its attitude, it began to slow down early in preparation for landing at a distance of 1,000 meters from the carrier. At the same time, the carrier's blocking cables, which were operating according to program, were quickly raised and suspended above the deck. Looking at the slender blocking cable, Lu Hongjun's heart still cannot help but appear a trace of worry. On the other side of the conference room, Run Taijun looked at the image of the blocking cable on the screen and said in surprise, "Just rely on this? Old Wu, a bare steel cable can pull an airplane? Nonsense! Isn't this simply nonsense?" The surrounding generals were all sweating as well, and with their knowledge, they similarly thought that the blocking cable should be made of multiple strands of steel wire twisted together. 5 seconds and counting. Prepare to contact the deck. After radioing the command tower, the fighter pilots began to correct their attitude again. As the crowd watched, the fighter approached the deck and immediately tilted its nose position slightly upward in order to allow the tail hooks to hook onto the blocking cables. Again, this was done to avoid, as much as possible, the airplane stalling and crashing after decoupling. In the next instant, the airplane's tail hooks steadily hooked onto the blocking ropes. Whoosh! The blocking cable was pulled to an acute angle of amplitude in just a moment, and the speed of the fighters, too, plummeted at that moment. The heart of Lu Hongjun and a group of generals pinched tightly as they watched this scene. There is still a chance for the airplane to resume flight after taxiing on the runway if it misses the stopper. Now, the airplane is being slowed down so much that if the stopper breaks, the plane will immediately plunge headfirst into the sea. In the eyes of the crowd, the fighter glided a dozen meters before coming to a steady stop on the deck. Chen Yu's blocking cable, on the other hand, steadily rebounded back after the airplane's tailhook was removed, and the surface remained smooth, without even a hint of damage. Wow! Here in the command tower, after a brief silence, there was immediate and overwhelming applause. Lu Hongjun's face finally revealed a smile of relief, and at this moment he finally let out a long breath. On this side of the conference room, there was the same thunderous applause. However, while the crowd of generals applauded, they did each reveal an unusual look as they looked at Chen Yu on the big screen. "Congratulations, Wu!" Ren Taijun smiled as he stood up to shake hands with Wu Haidong and laughed. The successful launching of the Blue Cloud Sea aircraft carrier and the successful takeoff and landing of the carrier's planes. This is a great event for your navy, and a great event for the Great Dragon Kingdom. Our navy has always lacked an aircraft carrier, but today, we have finally made a breakthrough from nothing. Wu Haidong also laughed. From today onward, our waters will not be theirs to come and go as they please. Eagle sauce. That's a good point. Run Taijun nodded his head, still with a smile on his face, and said to him, "I said that, old Wu, you guys, this aircraft carrier, since you have also successfully launched, to our old brother's friendship, there is one thing that I would like to do." Chapter 55, Successful Return. This is a bit of an exaggeration. Stop. Without waiting for Rin Tiejuan's words to come out, Wu Haidong had already raised his hand and said, "If you really consider our friendship, don't go on. How does that work?" Ren Taijun was anxious and said, "I'm up to my eyeballs in this. Today you have to listen even if you don't." His brash demeanor made the entire conference room of generals laugh, and Wu Haidong was also amused by him. "Alright, it's said that you, Ren Taijun, are the famously stubborn donkey of our army command?" Wu Haidong laughed. "Then why don't you tell me? I'll see how you guys are tongue-tied today. On friendship, he and Ren Tai Jr. is a class strida today. Each other is not a brother, but better than a brother. Joking words, who will not care. Let's be serious." Ren Taijun lifted his hand that was clasping a cigarette and pointed at Chen Yu on top of the big screen. "This young man, I've got my eye on him." In front of the crowd of generals, Ren Taijun unapologetically said directly, "Oh, so what if you're looking at it?" Wu Haidong feigned ignorance and deliberately asked. "Crap." Ren Taijun glared at him and said, "Anyway, the carriers on your navy's side were successfully launched, so what's the point of having people stay with you next? The three armies of the Great Dragon Kingdom are one family. We share the same blessings and difficulties. We are not ambiguous when we are fighting, but in this era of peace, when we are doing scientific research, shouldn't we also help each other? Since this kid can develop something as high-tech as an aircraft carrier blocking cable, then, I see that with his skills, he'll definitely be able to do even more after he goes to our army." Saying that, Ren Taijun stubbed out his cigarette and said, "It's settled. You write a notice right away to hand Chen Yu over to our army side. I'm going to ask him to be in charge of the development of one of the army's main battle weapons." Wu Haidong didn't squeak and kept listening to Ren Taijun before asking, "Are you done? Then what else is there to say? Hurry up and write the notice." Ren Taijun wondered. "I'll write you a ball of a write-up. Chen Yu is a talent discovered by old Lu and an important scientific researcher in our navy right now." Wu Haidong waved his hand and said, "You don't need to dream about this matter of borrowing people. It's impossible." When the fighters successfully landed on the carrier, Wu Haidong and the other generals understood one thing. This kid, Chun Yu, has really become a golden treasure. Hey, what are you gonna do with him? Ren Taijun was not happy and asked, your navy now has carriers if you want them, and large drives if you want them. What else do you want? Why don't you go to heaven? Exactly. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing an Air Force general's uniform on the side laughed and said, I think, Chun Yu should be allocated to our Air Force command first. Look at how well he's transformed the Sea Dragon 3. We're at the right time today to develop a 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Stop. Ren Taijun directly jumped up and angrily said, I say old Zhou, why do you still have a cutoff? I'm the one who brought up this matter of wanting someone. No matter what, Chun Yu has to go to our army first. Go to what? I haven't even agreed yet. None of you. Wu Haidong also stood up and pointed at Ren Taijun. None of that is right. We still have to prioritize our Air Force's research and development. You're all generals at least. Why don't you all understand the importance of understanding the big picture? For a while, it was almost as if a pot had been opened in this conference room. At this moment, Chun Yu, who was on the deck of the returning carrier, was afraid that he could not dream that at this time, the three generals attached to the Navy, Army and Air Force Command had already quarreled over him. Looking at the harbor that was gradually approaching in the distance, Chen Yu's heart was nothing but excitement. The rest that was a wave of pride. To be able to contribute to the building of an aircraft carrier for the country is something that many people dream of. Chun Yu. At this time, Lu Hongjun walked over and smiled to Chen Yu. Chen Yu this time our Blue Cloud aircraft carrier was launched thanks to your great efforts. After that, do you have any plans? After? Chen Yu scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. I intend to go back and continue working. Vice Commander Lu. Go back to work? Lu Hongjun froze and said, why don't you think about it? For example, staying here at our Southeast Coastal General Base? As our official scientific researchers, isn't this better than your current job? At those words, Chen Yu also hesitated a bit. If he chose to stay, there was absolutely no way Lu Hongjun would treat him poorly, that was for sure. However, staying here at the main base to be in charge of scientific research also meant that in the future, it would be difficult for him to travel as he wished, let alone swipe his cell phone and turn on a live broadcast. Compared to the stable and high salary here, Chen Yu obviously still prefers a free and easy life. Vice Commander Lu. I'm sorry, Chen Yu said to him, I still wish to return to Blue Cloud City to live a normal life. Of course, if the country needs me to contribute, I, Chen Yu, am obliged to do so. Looking at Chen Yu's determined eyes, Lu Hongjun silently sighed in his heart. Alright, Lu Hongjun nodded. If you don't want to stay, we can't forcibly detain you here. I'll send someone to send you back later. Thank you, Vice Commander Lu. Chen Yu was slightly relieved in his heart, and by this time, the Blue Cloud carrier had also sailed into the harbor area, preparing to make a docking. How come Commander Ren, Commander Wu and Commander Zhou and a few of them are here? Lu Hongjun carried his hands behind his back and glanced toward the pier without thinking, and his eyes suddenly fluttered. Good lord, all three commanders are actually waiting on the dock. Moreover, what makes Lu Hongjun a bit puzzled is that although these three are smiling, their eyes are clearly a bit wary of the people around them. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu and Lu Hongjun, along with a group of other officers, formally walked off the carrier through the gangway. Reporting to Commander Wu, the first launching voyage and series of tactical tests of the carrier Blue Cloud had been successfully completed. Lu Hongjun stood in front of the three commanders, his body straight, and saluted. Wu Haidong nodded and saluted similarly, lowering his hand while his gaze looked approvingly at Chun Yu. Chun Yu, on behalf of the naval command of our great dragon nation, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Wu Haidong laughed. This cutting-edge technological problem of the aircraft carrier's blocking cable, I really didn't expect that it would be solved by a young man like you. Commander Wu is flattered. Chen Yu's heart at this time was not to mention how nervous, and his mouth could only barely make a dry polite sentence. It really wasn't that he was timid, but because, standing in front of him, was the commander of the three armies of land, sea and air. How many times in an ordinary person's life do they get to talk to three commanders face to face like that? Chapter 56. What a hilarious scene. The three commanders are going to steal him. However, just as Chen Yu had finished saying this, Ren Taijun, who was wearing the uniform of an army general, had already walked up and clutched Chen Yu's hand with his large hand. You're Chen Yu, aren't you? Ren Taijun laughed. Look, what is this called? Youngsters make heroes. Old Wu, you're basing your ability on age. This won't do. Wu Haidong's face darkened slightly, but he didn't say much in the way of the relatively large number of people on the scene here. Chun Yu, this is the commander-in-chief of our army command, Commander Ren Taijun. Lu Hongjun, who was on the side, introduced Chen Yu. There's no need to be so polite. Ren Taijun waved his hand and asked Chen Yu eagerly. Chen Yu I I heard that you graduated from a mechanical program before and also worked in a mechanical factory, right? Yes, Commander Ren. Chen Yu was clutched by Ren Taijun with a pair of hands. At this time it was neither to smile nor not to smile. He could only nod his head in response. Ren Taijun gave him the feeling that he was not like a high and mighty general, but rather like a neighboring grandpa, warm and unparalleled, making people feel a bit flattered. Look at that, Ren Taijun said to the surrounding officers. Graduated in mechanics and worked in a machine shop. What does that mean? What does that mean? Wu Haidong, who was on the side, questioned unhappily. What does a machine shop do? Doesn't it just make all kinds of big equipment and build cars and stuff? Ren Taijun laughed. To say these things, that has too much to do with our army. By the way, Qing Yu, how much do you know about the current army equipment situation in our great dragon kingdom? Are you interested in army equipment research? In this scene, not to mention Chen Yu looking dumbfounded, even the surrounding military officers, as well as the media reporters in the distance froze. Good lord, why is this army commander so keen on other young people? He's asking questions again? Gotta. Zhou Changhong, who was next to him, stopped him and pulled Chen Yu and smiled. Chen Yu, I'm the person in charge of our Air Force Command, and I've heard that you're the one who got those 2 Freedom Blackhawks back? On this matter, let's go over to the Air Force General Base to talk about it. How about it? Talk about what? Wu Haidong stepped forward and snatched Zhou Changhong's hand away, saying with slight anger, this is our Navy's territory. Even if you two want to rob people, aren't you a bit too blatant? Not putting me in your eyes? This, Chen Yu was dumbfounded now. Good lord, dare I say that these 3 commanders actually stopped him here at the pier in order to snatch him back. However, Chen Yu had never even thought of going to the army or air force. He was just an ordinary college student. How could he have such a great ability and face to let the 3 commanders be so polite and pleasant? Commander Ren, Commander Zhou, you two calm down. At this time Lu Hongjun stepped forward to make a roundup, smiled and said, Chen Yu just told me. He said now there is no idea of formal integration. He would like to go back to Blue Cloud City first to rest and rest. Oh, Chen Yu, is that what you think? Hearing these words, Ren Taijun looked at Chen Yu and asked, indeed. Chen Yu nodded his head and said, this carrier blocking cable thing, frankly speaking, I also have the element of mistake within it, and it's luck that I was able to develop it successfully in one go. With my abilities, I'm afraid I may not be able to handle such a job. At those words, the 3 commanders calmed down. Yes, even if they talk well, but Chen Yu has not yet nodded his head, so what can they say? Okay, Ren Taijun pondered for a moment and nodded. Since you said you wanted to go back to rest and relax and settle down, we certainly can't tie you up to work, but I did have my word on that. Ren Taijun looked at Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong and said, Chen Yu made carrier blocking cables for your navy, allowing the Blue Cloud to be successfully launched, right? Exactly. Wu Haidong nodded and said, also, he sent your Air Force 2 Freedom Blackhawks in Hawkjam, which is extremely valuable research material. Ren Taijun asked Zhou Changhong, that's not too bad for me to say. It's not true. I mean, old Ren, what are you going to say? Zhou Changhong also nodded, wondering. Crap. Ren Taijun patted Chen Yu's shoulder and said, you've all reaped the benefits, but we in the army don't have anything yet. So if Chen Yu has the idea of joining the organization to engage in scientific research, he must go to our army first. At those words, both Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong were speechless. Although Ren Tiejuan's words were a bit brash, it was undeniable that the reasoning was really so. Seeing that both of them had acquiesced, only then did Ren Taijun look at Chen Yu and said with a straight face, Chen Yu, the next time you come to our army, I hope that you will be able to bring me an even greater shock, please. Chen Yu also nodded his head and said, if the country needs it, Chen Yu, will definitely go all out. After receiving Chen Yu's reply, Ren Taijun then revealed a satisfied smile. The carrier was successfully launched and the next natural step was the interview sessions with various media. However, in order to protect Chen Yu's personal privacy, Lu Hongjun had someone specially escort Chen Yu away, and he was left to deal with the media's various interviews. More than an hour later, Chen Yu was already in a small car, back here at the Blue Cloud City Steel Factory. More than a month did not come back. Just get off the car. Chen Yu noticed that the gate of the steel plant, in addition to rust, the yard weeds also cleaned up. Looks like Boss Dog really hasn't run away yet. Chen Yu chanted to himself, carrying the package all the way back to his side of the dormitory building. The factory has been revitalized, but there are still very few workers here. So naturally, there's no way to start getting it up and running again right away. After returning to his residence, Chen Yu locked the door to his room and threw himself headfirst on the bed, a comfortable and incomparable sense of relaxation coming over his body. Once the taut mind relaxes, then the entire person will immediately feel incredibly tired and drained. It was so comfortable that Shenyu simply hated the fact that he could lie like this for a week. While lying down, Shenyu also took out his cell phone. In this month, his cell phone was in an unplugged state. I don't know how many text messages and messages have accumulated. Back one by one? Shenyu thought for a moment. Instead of sending messages one by one, it would be better to simply open a live broadcast directly by himself. So, Shenyu set up his cell phone on the table, and after opening Douyin, well, 999 plus messages startled Shenyu. After getting ready, Shenyu opened the live broadcast, and after the screen appeared, the live broadcast room quickly began to flood with viewers. Chapter 57, Blocking Rope Technical Fishing Gear. On the link. Within a few minutes, Shenyu's live stream audience had already broken through 10,000 plus, and that number was still rising wildly. I'll be damned. The anchor is finally on the air. Anchor, on the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier today. Is that you in person? It's not a video splice, right? So many days off the air and a big job behind our backs? Tell us about the carrier arresting cables. The viewers' pop-ups were frantically swiping the screen, and since the last time Shenyu started broadcasting at the river, this had been over a whole month. The launching of the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier is a major event that has attracted the attention of the entire country, and even the world, and there is almost nothing in the entire country that the Great Dragon doesn't know about it, even though the military hadn't released too much information about Shenyu. Nay, before today, Shenyu had already accumulated a large number of fans. Now on his Douyin account, the number of followers alone had surpassed 1 million, of which more than 100,000 were new followers today alone. Everyone take it easy. Shenyu turned to the cell phone screen and laughed. The anchor isn't as capable as you guys make it out to be, and the blocking cable isn't something I can accomplish alone. Actually, I'm just giving our experts in the Great Dragon Nation some ideas for improvement. The specific construction process, including the testing work, the actual installation work, etc., still cannot be separated from our experts and the workers in the carrier port. In front of more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast, Shenyu did not intend to take all the credit for this on himself. When did the anchor become so humble? What exactly is the blocking cable technology like? Tell us about it. Can you put up a link to the blocking cable as well so we can all buy some and see? Up front. You're crazy. How much does a blocking cable cost? That's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Can you afford it? Looking at the audience's swipes, Shenyu suddenly thought of the fishing rod he had made earlier. At first, Shenyu had actually not even thought about the fact that the special grade fishing line he had built using his new skills could actually act as an aircraft carrier blocking cable once it was enlarged. With the equipment in the machine shop now, it was obviously not realistic for Shenyu to want to make another blocking cable, but not so with the fishing line thing, which can not only be built, but mass-produced. One of the fans just made a good point. Shenyu took his cell phone and laughed. The anchor really has an idea. Since everyone is interested in the blocking cable, how about I upload a link? Wow! This news immediately caused the public screen of the live broadcast to explode. Really? The anchor isn't kidding, right? This thing, the blocking cable, should be considered a military secret? Right. Can it be sold openly? Come on, get on the link. Anchor, the viewers are excited. Good guy. The first time I've heard that you can buy carrier blocking cables when you watch a live broadcast. It wasn't just these ordinary spectators of the Great Dragon Nation who were excited. At this moment, far away in the Middle East, Shenyu's old customers are all sitting up straight. For them, the most important thing they have on hand is money. But right now, the problem plaguing them is that all of those advanced military technologies have been blocked by Eagle Jam and the others. What can you do if you are rich and people don't sell you these technologies and advanced weapons? Staring intently at the live feed on the screen, Benjamin Jeton asked, is there any way that we can get him to sell us this technology separately? The way I see it, why don't we not just buy a blocking cable technology? The bearded Lasker said with a strange light in his eyes. Since Chun-Yu is able to build a blocking cable, then I see that he must be able to build an entire carrier as well. Commander, why don't we just buy the carrier technology? At those words, Benjamin Jeton was also slightly stunned in his heart. Yeah, if they had an aircraft carrier, it would be an absolute descending blow to face those mercenaries again. Even the military bases of Hawk Jam, I'm afraid, are not out of reach, but rather a presence they can easily strike. And at this time, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, Chen-Yu stepped out of the camera, and a moment later, fetched a set of fishing rods and fishing lines and came back. Those of you who watched my last broadcast before will know that I was going to be bringing you a homemade rod at that time. Chen-Yu said, the fishing line technology that accompanies this fishing rod is actually the technology that I used to improve the carrier's blocking cable, and we can all look at this fishing line as a scaled-down version of the blocking cable. Today in front of my fans and friends, I promise you that this fishing rod and fishing line of mine will not have quality problems for 15 years. As for the quality of the fishing line, it can pull at least 2,000 kilograms hard. For anglers, not to mention 2,000 kilograms of fish, even 2 kilograms of fish are not caught every day. Therefore, there is absolutely no doubt about the strength of this fishing line, and there is simply no way that anything can go wrong. What the anchor said is true. Last time he was on the air, this fishing line pulled right on a motorboat. How much does this set of fishing gear cost? Anchor, give a friendly price. Great stuff, hurry up with the link. Spectators have urged Shenyu to get on the rack. After all, who wouldn't want to have a set of fishing lines comparable to an aircraft carrier's blocking ropes at their disposal? Everyone take it easy. Shenyu laughed. Currently, I'm the only one responsible for the production and manufacturing of this set of fishing gear, so it's definitely not as efficient as those modernized large factories. I intend the first batch of the first 500 sets of fishing gear on the shelves, including there is a fishing rod and 2 sets of fishing line. As for the pricing, when it comes to the price of this matter, Shenyu searched for a moment. This is really a bit not very good. If the price is too expensive, the audience won't buy it, but if it's too cheap, then isn't he just wasting his efforts? After thinking about it, Shenyu said, the price of the first batch of products, let's tentatively set it at $298 a set. I'll count 3 and go on the link. $300 a set. In Shenyu's opinion, such a price bracket is much cheaper than those manufacturers who play high-end fishing gear. After setting up the link, Shenyu immediately started counting down. 3, 2, 1. On the link, there was a brief lag in the live stream the moment the shopping link appeared. In the next second, all 500 sets of stock fishing gear were sold out. Holy, you guys are on, aren't you? Your hands are all that fast? 500 sets, gone in a second. Are you guys still human? Anchor put on another 100 sets. We haven't even grabbed them yet. Not only them, but far over in the Middle East, the bearded men were also hanging their heads and slapping their thighs. Damn it, these people from the Great Dragon Kingdom, how can they move so fast? Chapter 58, $370 billion link. Sold. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, the 500 sets of fishing gear, that's similar to the lottery. The net speed is a tiny bit slow, cannot be grabbed. There's no need for anyone to rush. Shenyu laughed. These 500 sets of fishing gear are just the first batch of products. Subsequently, I will look at the situation to expand the scale of production, and after the production capacity goes up, I will be able to provide more fishing gear. Speaking of which, Shenyu's heart is also secretly searching. This capacity is really a big problem. Now he was only one person. No matter what he did, the efficiency that was limited. It was impossible for him to build hundreds of thousands of sets of fishing gear in one day, right? However, if you hire someone to do the work, you may not be able to guarantee the quality. The most important point lay in the fact that the equipment currently used by Shenyu to manufacture the blocking rope fishing line was still something he had concocted himself. There is no mechanical equipment on the market that can meet his needs, and if he wants to expand, then he will have to buy a lot of new equipment to remodel. This was undoubtedly another huge project, and the amount of work was no less than having Shenyu build an aircraft carrier all by himself. At least for the time being, Shenyu hadn't come up with a particularly appropriate solution to this problem. However, looking at the incredibly enthusiastic audience, Shenyu still gave them a promise. This way, I'll make a promise to you all that I'll start a second live broadcast within a week, and I'll have at least 10,000 sets of fishing gear on the shelves for you all during the second broadcast. Shenyu said, all the fishing gear will be shipped within 7 days after the order is placed, so please feel free to rest assured. With that in mind, we're in good hands. Anchor, tell us about the aircraft carrier. That's right, how about a link to the carrier as well? It was only after receiving Shenyu's promise of an increase in volume that the audience let their hearts drop. However, some people began to bring up the matter of the aircraft carrier again, and even urged Shenyu to link to the aircraft carrier. Shenyu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at these pop-ups. Even if I can build an aircraft carrier, I'm afraid no one here can afford it. It's really not that I look down on everyone, but it's the truth. Let me do some math with you, and figure out for you how much this carrier is going to cost. Hearing these words, the bearded men on the other side of the screen, one by one, raised their spirits. The audience of the Great Dragon Nation was listening to the fun at this time, but they didn't take this matter as fun. All things considered, let's say it's in the current configuration of our Blue Cloud carrier. Shenyu said to the audience, the overall cost will be at least $30 billion. And in addition, for each fighter, based on $500 million, at least $5 billion will have to be added. That's already running at $35 billion, plus an additional count of harbor support equipment for the carrier's moorings, as well as fuel costs, which will cost about $37 billion. I see everyone's attitude is very enthusiastic. Who is interested in buying an aircraft carrier? the anchor will give you the link later. In front of the audience of the live broadcast, Chunyu said in a half-joking manner, $370 billion. If we were to talk about assets, there were still some group bosses within the Great Dragon who could reach this standard. But what if it's $37 billion in cash money? I'm afraid I can't find anyone in the country who can come up with that kind of money in one go. Therefore, Chunyu also did not take this matter seriously. Anyway, the live broadcast is bragging about it. But what Chunyu didn't expect was that he did come to say this matter with the idea of bragging in bull ting. But some people take it seriously. 37 billion? On this side of the Middle East, the bearded man said to Benjamin Jeton next to him, Commander, what do you think of this deal? Expensive is quite expensive. Benjamin Jeton mused, but that's an aircraft carrier after all. And Chunyu was talking about a whole configuration of attached ports and fighters. Other than that, how much would it cost if they were allowed to research carriers from scratch themselves? $37 billion? I'm afraid that number multiplied by 10 may not even work. So, what do you mean? The bearded man inquired. Otherwise, let's just pay for Chunyu's carrier technology? I guess it's okay. Benjamin nodded. Go on. Hurry up and swipe the link to get him on the carrier. At the same time, this side of the live broadcast, not waiting for the bearded man to brush the screen there are already many good things in the audience to bring the rhythm. Anchor, don't just brag. Hurry up with the link. It's not just more than $30 billion. Who are you looking down on? If you dare to go on, we dare to buy. That's right. Get on it. Let's pool our money and buy an aircraft carrier. Looking at the pop-ups from the audience, Chunyu was both angry and amused in his heart. Okay, then I'll put you on a carrier link. Just like I said before, Chunyu operated his cell phone while saying, priced at 37 billion. Come on, I'm on the link. Buy it. Soon, a link to a new item popped up in the bottom right corner of the live stream. That link blatantly says, one aircraft carrier, and the price tag, even more whole $37 billion. Looking at the link that no one had bought after a long time, Chunyu was also happy. Why aren't they all buying? Chunyu joked. Those who place an order for an aircraft carrier now can receive an aircraft carrier coupon for a $10,000 reduction. Oh, the anchor is really on. Who can afford this stuff? It's over $30 billion. I'm afraid that the hundreds of thousands of people in our live broadcast room combined can't come up with that much money. It's too expensive. Can the anchor buy it for $0? However, it was at this time, Chunyu suddenly saw that this carrier link that he had released had actually disappeared. Next, link sold. Looking at the 5 large words on the floating screen, Chunyu was dumbfounded. Not only Chunyu, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. At this moment, even the pop-up screen appeared frozen for several seconds. Sold? Chunyu looked incredulously at the link, which did indeed say the 3 big words sold. It's not the platform pumping, is it? But the next moment, boom, the entire broadcast room exploded. Asterisk. Someone bought it. Someone really did buy an aircraft carrier. Who's so bullish that it's $37 billion right out of the gate? It can't be a system error, can it? $37 billion, can this be paid for? Against all odds, anchor. What the hell is going on? The speed at which the pop-ups were scrolling was going crazy. And at this time, Chunyu was also going crazy. How could anyone actually buy this thing? An aircraft carrier. Who buys an aircraft carrier to do what? Drag it home to go fishing? That's $37 billion. Chunyu brain buzzing. At this time, dumbfounded not only him, Douyin Software head office side. Backstage personnel are also dumbfounded. Chapter 59, the big dog is really ruthless, smashing money without reasoning. Because, they clearly saw that someone in the background actually did spend $37 billion and bought Chunyu's merchandise link. Is there a malfunction in our backend? $37 billion? Are you kidding me? The staff member rubbed his eyes, but it turned out he was right. Someone really did pay $37 billion for that carrier link from Chunyu. Looking at the audience in the live broadcast room that was madly storming the screen, Chunyu was also confused. Who the hell played such a big joke on him? Other things, he could really build, but an aircraft carrier? This is an international joke. Previously in the carrier port, Chunyu was able to build the carrier blocking cable. That is, with the help of the production workshop there are still hundreds of people to follow his arrangements to work. With his strength alone, not to mention building an aircraft carrier. Building a wheel on an aircraft carrier is probably quite a struggle. At this time, the official head of Douyin also arrived in the office of the backstage department. $37 billion? Or offshore funds? The person in charge was smart enough, and after a brief moment of surprise, he immediately asked, where is this funding now? It should have gone into Chunyu's personal account. Brother Lu, what do we do now? The staff next to him had a tearful look on his face, and after such a big incident, the whole company would have to be held responsible. I'm afraid. Hurry up and shut down his live room first, don't make this a bigger deal. The man in charge had an iron face, and by this time, one of his hands was shaking. If it was 7 million, it would be nothing, but it's a billion. Drip. The live feed has been cut off by the administrator. Looking at the announcement message that was cut off in the live broadcast, Chunyu also sighed helplessly. Just now, he had already pondered over it, and in all likelihood, this matter must be the work of Big Beard and the others. Who can buy over $30 billion online at once, except these big dogs? Putting down his cell phone, Chunyu opened his laptop, logged into the dark domain network small store, and immediately sent a message to the bearded man's side. Chunyu said, the link to my live broadcast just now. It wouldn't be you guys who bought it, right? The $37 billion one. After a while, the bearded one returned Chenyu's message. Rask said, you got us, my friend. We just happened to see you selling carriers, so we were going to buy one back. Seeing the bearded man's reply, Chenyu's eyes couldn't help but jump twice. What do you mean you just happened to see it? So you were going to buy one? What do these dogs think he's selling? Boats for catching fish? Chenyu said, that link is something I hang on to for fun. Not to mention, what do you want to buy this carrier thing for? The bearded man said, I won't lie to you. Our fishing industry here has always been very backward. Plus the surrounding area is so chaotic that ordinary fishing boats can't safely go out to sea. Therefore, we want to buy a bigger, sturdier boat to fish. Wouldn't an aircraft carrier fit our needs perfectly? Chenyu was completely speechless as he looked at the bearded man's words. How could he respond to that? $370 billion. People have already called, and still in front of the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast. Now even if Chenyu, wanted to return the money, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. After such a big incident, the live broadcast platform had kicked him offline, so it was conceivable that it wouldn't take long for the relevant authorities to come over and ask about this. When the time comes, it's fine for him to have this money in his hand, but what if it's gone? Lasker said, Mr. Chen, how long will it take to build the carrier we want? Is half a year enough time? Half a year? I'm enough for you. Chenyu couldn't help but burst out. 6 months for him to build an aircraft carrier. Isn't that funny? Chenyu said, the link just now was me hanging around for fun. I didn't intend to really sell the carrier. It's you guys who misunderstood. I'll return the money later. Seeing that Chenyu actually wanted to return the money, the bearded man's side immediately became anxious. What's going on? Is he the one who thinks the money is too little? Benjamin Jeton frowned. I think that's the reason. Didn't Chenyu say before that the cost price was going to be $37 billion? He must not be making any money then. What do you mean, Commander? More? The bearded man asked, twisting his head toward him as he sat at his computer. Plus, Ben Jeton gritted his teeth and said, if our money exists in our hands and we can't spend it, it's no different from waste paper. This way, you tell him to add another $1 billion and see what he says. Lasker said, I'm sorry Mr. Chen, it was us who didn't think too hard just now. Seeing that the bearded man had changed his attitude, Chenyu was more or less relieved in his heart. Chenyu said, nothing, it's just a small problem. You guys understand what I mean on the line. Lasker said, understand. We understand you perfectly. There was indeed a problem with the $37 billion payment just now. I'm very sorry. Looking at the bearded man's polite nonsense, Chenyu secretly slandered, if you really feel sorry, why did you make such a mess before? However, before Chenyu could reply back to him, the bearded man knocked another paragraph over right after. The bearded man continued, after our consideration, $37 billion is indeed too little, and we have decided to add an additional $1 billion as your labor fee. Chenyu only felt a blackness in front of his eyes and almost slipped out of his chair. $37 billion has already made him a bit burnt out. Good guy, and you added an additional billion? Is it human? Seeing that Chenyu did not respond, the bearded man immediately continued to send messages as Benjamin Jeton had requested. Is an additional $1 billion not enough? Then let's just set the price at $40 billion, and the $3 billion as your personal income. Mr. Chen, this is a good deal. If you do this, you'll be guaranteed a lifetime of enjoyment without worrying about food or drink. Looking at the bearded man's message, Chenyu was both angry and amused in his heart. Not to mention, if he did this job now, he wouldn't have to think about the rest of his life. Would the Admiralty spare him? Okay, I'll talk to you guys about this later. Chenyu typed in a reply. What I mean is that I'm not capable of taking this order, and I'll return the payment to you when I've taken care of the matter at hand. After sending it, Chenyu immediately shut down the small dark domain web store. At this point he only felt a buzzing pain in his brain. Who would have thought that having a lot of money could actually be an annoyance? However, soon enough, Chenyu couldn't be bothered to worry about the matter of having a lot of money, because, outside, someone was banging on the door. Is Chenyu inside? Open the door. We're from the Blue Cloud City Public Security Bureau. Chapter 60, Shen Yu's second trip to the palace. Coming for tea again. Holy, so soon. Shen Yu guessed that the Public Security Bureau would invite him for tea, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. He had just gotten off the air not even half an hour ago, and the Public Security Bureau was already at the door. Coming. Shen Yu hurriedly got up and walked to the door. After opening the door, outside stood his old acquaintance, Criminal Police Captain Kong Maolin. What the hell are you boys up to? Kong Maolin, full of wonder, said, come back to the Public Security Bureau with us first. Although Douyin is the biggest live broadcasting platform in the Great Dragon Kingdom now, but with a single stream of $37 billion, where would they dare to privately suppress this kind of thing? So, the person in charge immediately chose to call the police to the Blue Cloud City Public Security Bureau, and only then did Kong Maolin bring someone to find Shen Yu here. 10 minutes later, Shen Yu once again returned to the Blue Cloud City Public Security Bureau, and also sat on top of the very familiar chair of regret. Shen Yu, you've been to the Public Security Bureau once before, right? On the opposite side, Director Zhao Changfeng had also arrived. Only, he was also filled with astonished incomprehension at the moment. Shen Yu, this kid's skills are not small. This is something that Zhao Changfeng and Kong Maolin had actually seen long ago. After all, when Shen Yu was in the Public Security Bureau because of hand-rubbing seamless steel pipe, and also the two of them are responsible for questioning. But can it be the same now as before? 1 second ago, Shen Yu was the #1 contributor to the carrier-blocking ropes of the Great Dragon State, a teenage talent who could stand on the deck of an aircraft carrier and go out to sea. What's next? This kid actually just dared to collude with offshore forces and transfer $37 billion at once. Do you think your boy is stupid? Kong Maolin, holding a thermos cup, wondered. Let's just say you, even if you sell some handmade goods to the outside or something, move a little less. Don't make too much noise. It's just, you engage in live streaming to attract traffic. We give you a blind eye. No one will say anything more about this, right? But Shen Yu, you're bold as can be, daring to collect $37 billion from others all at once? Zhao Changfeng questioned. This kind of thing, we can't pretend we can't see it even if we want to. Tell us yourself, what's going on here? Shen Yu laughed bitterly. Director Zhao, this really can't be blamed on me. I was just having fun at the time. Who would have thought that someone would really spend money on something that cost more than $30 billion? You, Zhao Changfeng was also speechless. Indeed, this sort of thing cannot even be considered with common sense. Even if he were to think about it, he wouldn't dare to think that someone would actually dare to spend more than $30 billion at once to place an order for an aircraft carrier on the air. But are those dog bigots ordinary people? The concept of money in the eyes of these guys is the shallowest. More than $30 billion. It's really not a big deal. This $37 billion, is it the order placed by those people you sold steel pipes to before? Kong Maolin asked. Yes. Shen Yu nodded honestly. I told you, there aren't many countries on the globe with that kind of reach and cachet, except for those big Middle East players. Zhao Changfeng frowned tightly and said, in that case, Shen Yu, are you really planning to build them an aircraft carrier? Are you not joking? Shen Yu laughed bitterly. How can I be so capable of building an aircraft carrier? Besides, even if I really can, I don't have the conditions to do so. Although this matter was a big deal, what made the Zhao Kong duo slightly comfortable was that at least Shen Yu's attitude was quite good. So, are you going to cooperate with our public security authorities in handling this matter? Or are you going to handle it personally? Kong Maolin pointed outside and said, the impact of this matter is very big. You have to know that there were hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast who saw this scene. At that time, if we pretend that this incident did not happen, I am afraid that instead of calming down the people's doubts, it will make the matter bigger and bigger. Facing Kong Maolin's inquiry, Shen Yu honestly said, I listened to the arrangements of the Public Security Bureau. That money still has to be refunded. Zhao Changfeng searched for a moment and said, turning back, why don't we just hold a public hearing or something like that, with us stepping in and proving that this was caused by an unscrupulous person taking advantage of the platform's loopholes, and that it wasn't really a payment. In addition to this approach, there is another way, is certainly to directly publicize the facts, but to do so, it is likely to cause more heat again. Instead of the matter will be directly capped as a failure of the platform. Okay, then I'll listen to you, Director Zhao. Shen Yu nodded his head and said, then, what about this money? Or should I transfer it to the Public Security Bureau's account? Just don't give it to us. Zhao Changfeng waved his hand and said, I don't need to guess to know that you kid must have your own channels to be able to trade with them. Turn around and return the money. Okay. Shen Yu nodded and inquired, then, can I leave now? What's your hurry? Kong Maolin gestured for Shen Yu to sit down and said, originally, because of this matter of you developing an aircraft carrier's blocking cable, we in Blue Cloud City were going to give you a commendation. But your kid is not safe. And you've stirred up such a big basket again. We briefly looked into it. There's still a commendation for you, but it's limited to certificates and commendations in the public media. Material commendations are exempt. Zhao Changfeng said, you kid will have to pay attention in the future. Now you're not like before. The world doesn't know how many eyes are staring at you. Understand? Got it. After the lecture, Chen Yu rode back to the steel mill in the Public Security Bureau's car, originally to the weight of the 37 billion. The Public Security Bureau, even if Chen Yu detained up 10 days and half a month to investigate, but also absolutely no problem. Zhao Changfeng's handling of this matter was definitely considered to be lenient to the extreme. After returning to the steel mill, Chen Yu had just arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building when he heard someone calling him from behind. Chen Yu, look, it's better to be early than never. Chen Yu twisted his head to see that the person calling him from behind was Huang Jun, who was full of bashful smiles. Boss Huang, what is it that you are looking for me for? Chen Yu sized up Huang Jun and asked with a smile. Hey, people don't know you, but can I not know you? Huang Jun closer, laughed. Yesterday on TV we saw, you kid a month no see, actually engaged in such a big thing. Oh, you mean the blocking ropes? Chen Yu laughed. I'm just doing a little bit of what I can. It's not a big deal. Look at that. You're so modest. Huang Jun saw that Chen Yu was going to leave. He quickly stopped him and smiled. Now, on behalf of our Blue Cloud City Iron and Steel Factory, I'm ready to honor you with a reward. Come on, you can accept this card first. It's a little bit of my heart. Looking at the gold card of the Great Dragon Kingdom handed out by Huang Jun, Chen Yu was unmoved and said, Boss Huang, you might as well just say what you have to say. Chapter 61, how about building an aircraft carrier? Other people Chen Yu may not be able to say, but to this guy Huang Jun, he simply don't know too much. When Huang Jun was able to just throw away the entire steel mill and run away because of a debt, not a penny of wages were paid. Now, what kind of recognition bonus would this guy be kind enough to deliver? Chen Yu does not need to guess, all know. As long as he reaches out to receive this gold card, after that guaranteed that Huang Jun will have to ask him to do things. Look, I'm being sincere. Huang Jun smiled. Chen Yu, I think your ability is very promising. Consider cooperating with me to cooperate. No? Let's make it bigger and stronger together. You provide the technology. I'll provide the manpower and equipment. Make it bigger and stronger? Chen Yu pretended to be puzzled and laughed. Why don't I understand what you mean? Boss Huang, working in partnership with you. What? How much do you plan to earn this time and run? What kind of talk is that? Huang Jun's face changed, and he said with a straight face, before I left the factory, it was a matter of necessity. You also know that at that time I was in debt. Wasn't I afraid of dragging you guys into it? That's true. Chen Yu nodded and said, once you ran away, people moved 1/3 of the equipment in the steel mill and sold it, and also dragged our wages for nearly a year. Boss Huang, you really did us a big favor. These words made Huang Jun's face actually feel a little embarrassed. Let's not talk about old accounts today, Chen Yu. Let's talk about the current cooperation. I plan to re-enter a batch of equipment. Just follow the kind of fishing rods and lines you sold during today's live broadcast. Mass production. Huang Jun gestured. Our initial plan. The production of 100,000 sets of fishing gear each month. You only need to provide technical guidance. Something else I'll smooth. Earned money. You and I 28%. Not to mention, once he heard Huang Jun say this, Chen Yu was really a little bit moved. Now he is exactly the time when he is short of manpower. Even if he is exhausted, he can make 100 sets of fishing gear in a day is still the top of the sky. Although Huang Jun has some previous convictions, but now after all, this is a chance to make a lot of money. Even if he wants to run away, then he has to earn enough to have this idea. Could be. Chen Yu nodded. However, the splitting thing isn't quite right. What's wrong? Huang Jun froze, and hurriedly smiled. Then how about this? You and I split it 30-70. How about that? After all, Chen Yu was just providing a little bit of technical stuff, and even his hands were not required to move much. While discussing, Huang Jun heart also secretly think, this kid is quite difficult to deal with. Give him 30% is still too little? Boss Huang, you put in so much effort to get 30%? Chen Yu laughed and said, I think it's better for us to split it in half. What do you think? Half and half? Huang Jun was confused. When did he say that the 30% was his own? However, since Chen Yu has already led a step, Huang Jun secretly thought. Across the board first agreed to this matter. Do not negotiate to the end of even 50% cannot get. Okay then, let's split it 50-50. Huang Jun laughed. That Chen Yu, you see recently take a time out. The need for a variety of equipment and materials and whatnot, give me a list, so that I can go to prepare. No problem. Tomorrow, I'll write up the list and give it to you tomorrow. After Chen Yu obliged this matter, He didn't chat with Huang Jun for more than a few moments and directly went up to the dormitory building. The little brat is quite proud. Watching Chen Yu go upstairs, Huang Jun grunted through his nostrils as he blackened his face. If it wasn't for the money, he wouldn't have given Chen Yu any good looks at all. However, right now, he still had to find a way to please Chen Yu and make him happy. Lighting a cigarette, Huang Jun got into a small car and slipped out of the factory. And today he had a dinner party to catch. On the other hand, after Chen Yu returned to his place, he saw the laptop on the table and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache again. The bearded man's $37 billion of theirs has not yet been returned, and this matter is now really making Chen Yu's head spin. $37 billion. How did these guys transfer it directly to his account? Now it makes it difficult for Chen Yu to return this money. And what if the bearded guys are dead set on not wanting the money and wanting the carriers? After all, when the aircraft carrier link but Chen Yu himself hung up, and now made this way. Just kidding, I'm afraid that cannot close the scene. Or else, really build an aircraft carrier? Chen Yu was all but startled by the thoughts that suddenly popped into his head. Building an aircraft carrier. Such a thing is an extremely large project, not to mention for an individual, even for a country. How many years has the Great Dragon Nation suffered before an aircraft carrier was successfully launched today? I'm afraid that out of the hundreds of countries in the world, not to mention aircraft carriers, there are no more than double digits that can build a big destroyer. For Chen Yu, it was definitely unrealistic to build an aircraft carrier now, but what if it was a drawing? It's a whole different level of difficulty if you're just drawing drawings. With the system-given skill of increased comprehension of mechanical products, Chen Yu had already fully grasped the blueprint information of the entire carrier when he was on the Blue Cloud carrier. However, in Chen Yu's opinion, the Blue Cloud carrier still has a lot of room for improvement. If he had been asked to design a blueprint for an aircraft carrier, he would have prioritized nuclear power over the Blue Cloud's conventional heavy fuel engines for power. On top of that, electromagnetic ejection tracks on the deck must add up to at least 2, right? This would directly double the efficiency of fighter takeoffs and landings. And in addition, the deck space would have to be re-engineered. The more he thought about it, the more clues and thoughts Chen Yu had in his mind. He simply turned on his computer directly and started to record everything that came to his mind using the drawing software. In less than an hour's work, Chen Yu had already completed a rough draft of an aircraft carrier blueprint. Although this draft is still very rough, and many details are not labeled and elaborated, its value is absolutely indisputable. Looking at this blueprint, Chen Yu secretly pondered in his heart, or else, take this to the bearded men? After all, the other party is a big landlord in the Middle East. With the corresponding blueprints as the technical support, it's not really a problem to start building an aircraft carrier, is it? After opening the dark domain network, Chen Yu contacted the bearded man's side. The bearded man said, Mr. Chen, how have you considered our carrier order? Have you decided to start cooperation? Seeing the other party's attentive attitude, the corner of Chen Yu's mouth twitched. Think about it? He can't build this thing just by thinking about it? You think this thing is a steel pipe that you can just make a bunch of? Chapter 62, Successful Consultation. The military is coming for Chen Yu again. While bellyaching, Chen Yu returned the bearded man's line on the computer. Chen Yu said, I'm sorry to say that, limited by the conditions and environment around me, I am indeed unable to build out an aircraft carrier for you. However, I can provide a blueprint design plan for the carrier and the supporting harbor. I wonder what you would consider. After seeing Chen Yu's reply, on the Middle East side, the bearded man and the others hesitated. Let's build the carrier according to the blueprints. Will that really work? Benjamin Jeton frowned and said, this is not something as simple as building a gun. Is Chen Yu sure he's not joking? For here in the Middle East, there aren't many harbors, not to mention ports that can dock aircraft carriers, or even ordinary warships. Now that Chen Yu had asked them to follow the blueprints to remotely build the carrier port, anyone who heard such words would surely find it mind-boggling. Commander, I don't think it's out of the question, Bearded Rask said. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. We can't count on Eagle Sauce and the others to provide us with carrier technology. That one went right to Benjamin Jeton's heart. Indeed, the only external friend they could count as reliable now was this young man, Chen Yu. What's more, not long ago, Chen Yu appeared on the television media in the country of the Great Dragon, but he was recognized by the Navy of the country of the Great Dragon, the carrier blocking cable research and development of the Merit. After a moment's consideration, Benjamin Jeton didn't hesitate to tap the table. It's dry. You reply to Chen Yu and tell him that we agree with his proposal. However, we need him to provide the most detailed blueprints for the construction of the carriers, and also the corresponding blueprint programs for the ports and so on. Benjamin Jeton added. Also, he has to be able to puzzle us out at any time if there's a problem with the build. The bearded man answered and repeated the paragraphs to Chen Yu's side as Benjamin Jeton had instructed. Looking at the message sent from the bearded man's side, Chen Yu was really a bit surprised in his heart. No wonder they say that the dog is big and the dog is big. Good lord, these guys are really daring. Providing tech support is fine, but it's limited to remote tech support. Chen Yu typed in a reply. Also, for this $37 billion, please provide a way as soon as possible so that I can remit the money back. After receiving Chen Yu's message, the bearded man's side quickly gave a reply as well. Lasker said, our boss said that this money remains as payment for the carrier order. And if you, Mr. Chen, can successfully help us build the carrier, it will be yours. And in addition, when the seaport and carrier are successfully constructed, we will use your name to title our future seaport base as well as the name of the carrier. Seeing this message from Lasker, Chen Yu just took a sip of water and directly sprayed a screen. Good lord, naming him after a harbor and an aircraft carrier. Isn't that a fear that he'll live too long? Imagine, when the time comes, the dirtbags in the Middle East quietly and suddenly release an aircraft carrier. Moreover, in front of the world's media, they even said in a dignified manner that the name of their aircraft carrier was Chen Yu. Just thinking about that scene made Chen Yu feel a little numb. Chen Yu immediately said, the matter of the title will wait until after the actual completion. And since you guys agree with my proposal, I will give you the harbor blueprints as soon as possible in the near future. Building a ship first builds a harbor. That's the unchanging truth. It's impossible to rub an aircraft carrier out of thin air by dark matter hands, right? Lasker said. No problem. Then, looking forward to your blueprint for the harbor, Mr. Chen. After shutting down the Dark Domain Network small store, Chen Yu got up and went out, arriving at the workshop where he usually worked. This workshop had been reassembled by Chen Yu after disassembling quite a few of the equipment in it because of the transformation of Sea Dragon 3, all of which were oddly shaped. Now, Chen Yu mulled over the idea of restoring the equipment here to its original state and then building a batch of fishing gear, at least until he could fulfill the batch of orders from his own opening broadcast. Chen Yu said to do it, after the jacket off, cold days only wearing an undershirt and work pants, directly on the hands of dry. Back when he was still in college, he still seemed very weak, and because of this, Lu Jia and the others dared to bully him recklessly. But now, these 2 years of work down, Chen Yu is now also all tendons, although the muscle lines are not exaggerated, but very strong and full of power. While clanking and dismantling the equipment, Chen Yu also realized that the speed at which he was hand-rubbing these devices was significantly faster than before, and that had a lot to do with leveling up his tech tree. The tech tree brought to him by the strongest hand-rub system would enhance several mechanical talents he already possessed himself. In addition to being able to unlock various new skills when upgraded, Chen Yu consulted the system before realizing that for every level of his tech tree, the base talent would be enhanced by 5%. Now that his various basic mechanical talents had been enhanced by 15%, his efficiency was naturally greatly improved. After more than an hour, Chen Yu had completely restored the equipment here to its original state. However, before Chen Yu could start work to manufacture the fishing rods and lines, there was a knock on the door from outside. Chen Yu, open the door. The iron door of the workshop was banged. Chen Yu stopped the machine before he heard. It was the voice of the old horse. What's wrong? Opening the door, Chen Yu couldn't help but stare when he saw the people outside after walking out. Outside stood not only the old horse, but 2 officers, both with the rank of colonel. Chen Yu was taken aback by them, and Old Ma and the 2 officers were even more taken aback. What they saw, after opening the door, was a naked man in an undershirt, with a lot of motor oil and a lot of hot air. You are? Chen Yu asked as he muttered darkly in his heart. After these 2 officers came to our factory they said they wanted to find you for something important. Chen Yu, you guys talk first, the old horse said, and went downstairs. You're Chen Yu, aren't you? One of the officers saluted at Chen Yu and said, we were sent by Commander Run to ask you to come on an important matter. Ha, Commander Run? Chen Yu froze. He knew what the officer was talking about. It was the Army Commander-in-Chief, Ren Taijun. He had met this commander before when the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier was launched. Ren Taijun was going to let him do scientific research for the army of the Great Dragon Kingdom, something Chen Yu knew, but the 2 had agreed before that he had to be given a period of time to recuperate. It's only been 2 or 3 days. Didn't Commander Ren say before that he could give me a long vacation? Chen Yu was a bit puzzled. This time it was a special emergency, and Commander Ren said he'd send you back after the crisis was resolved. The officer squared his shoulders and said, time is of the essence, so please cooperate with us and get going now. Chapter 63, The Army's Thorny Problem? Chen Yu must step in. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. It was unclear what exactly the problem was, but Chen Yu didn't think too much about it right now, even if he couldn't solve the problem at once. However, with the few talents the system had given him, analyzing the cause of the problem was never a problem. After going downstairs, Chen Yu saw a jeep parked in the courtyard with a military license plate. Later, we'll go close to your military base in Blue Cloud City. then change to a helicopter. The whole trip will take about 2 hours and 15 minutes. One of the officers said to Chen Yu after signaling to drive. Where is this going? Chen Yu looked outside. The windows of this military jeep were all pure black. Coupled with the darkness, it was impossible to see what was going on outside. Our Army Weapons Development Center. Of course, the colonel said to Chen Yu. The specifics are classified. I can't inform you of them yet. When you arrive, the person in charge there will interface with you. A helicopter had landed on the tarmac of the Army Weapons Research and Development Center 2 hours later. On the outskirts of the tarmac, a large number of armed soldiers cordoned off the perimeter, and several officers of considerable rank were waiting. This place was one of the several most secretive realms of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and ordinary people were afraid that without a special permit, they would never be able to know about this place in their entire lives, much less come here in person. Under the whistling winds of the wings, Chen Yu jumped out of the airplane, and someone immediately came over to pick him up. Your comrade Chen Yu, aren't you? Among them, a general officer carrying a general star on his shoulder badge smiled and extended his hand to Chen Yu. Hello there, I'm Chen Yu. Chen Yu also did not dare to be slow. Good guy, this is a Major General and hastily stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. There's no need to be nervous. I'm the General Director of our Army Weapons Research and Development Center. Fang Junshan. Fang Junshan said, Commander Rin specifically ordered us to pick you up. He said that you gave the Navy a solution to the problem of the carriers blocking cables, and that you have unique insights into the study of military weapons. I'm afraid not. I only know a little about it. Chen Yu snorted on the surface, but in his heart, he also secretly slandered. Commander Ren's mouth is fast enough. It's only been 2 days and here he is? We also asked you to come here today because the R&D Center has encountered a file of very serious problems. If this issue is not handled properly, we will likely have to recall a portion of the new model main battle tanks that the Army has currently fielded. This single sentence from Fang Junshan made Chen Yu realize the seriousness of the problem. What is the most important ace force for the Army, other than the big killers like land-based ICBMs? Isn't that the million-strong flood of steel tanks? It is not without reason that the tank is called the king of land weapons. The Great Dragon Nation's naval power today is still on the upswing, and its air force is only inferior to that of a developed nation like Eagle Jam. Only when it comes to land forces, I'm afraid that no one would dare to venture out and claim the first place if the Great Dragon Kingdom is called second in the world. What the hell is going on? Chen Yu followed Fang Junshan towards the halls of the R&D Center, wondering, is the tank malfunctioning? Not exactly a malfunction. You come with me. Let's go over to the proving ground. Fang Junshan led Chen Yu, and after the two of them passed through heavy security checks and coated doors, they arrived at a weapons testing ground located underground inside the R&D Center. The area here is extremely huge. The height of the drop is dozens of meters. 4 square. The length and width of each thousands of meters away. A glance simply cannot see the head. Chen Yu knew at a glance that this place was specialized for conducting some new weapon tests. On the ground, you can't necessarily hide from spy satellites in space, even if you're well protected. And it's not the same underground, with the most powerful satellites. You can't just shine a light on what's going on down there through the layers of land and concrete. Can you? Chen Yu came down and saw that there were several very eye-catching new tanks parked here. This is the Type 99T main battle tank that we have now installed in some of our army units. Fang Junshan introduced to Chen Yu. Currently, it is also a main battle tank that is in the leading stage in our Great Dragon Kingdom, and even globally, and all aspects of the data are related to confidentiality, so I won't go into details. No problem. Is there a problem with this tank? Chen Yu understood this and then asked. During our routine testing, we accidentally discovered that there was a problem with the armor of the 99T main battle tank. Fang Junshan said, according to our concept in the early stages of design, this main battle tank of ours should at least have the ability to hard stop large poundage bombs, rockets, and enemy artillery fire. And for a tank to block these things, it relies not only on its own steel armor, but also requires external composite high-performance armor as well as explosive anti-armor. Until this point, our tests have been successful. But today, we are testing with a high-flammability armor-piercing round that has appeared at foreign military weapons exhibitions. Fang Junshan said with a furrowed brow. Unexpectedly, the high-flame armor-piercing rounds actually pierced right through our tank armor, directly destroying the simulated viable forces inside. Hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but frown as well. If what Fang Junshan said was true, then this definitely counted as an extremely grim military accident. High-flame armor-piercing rounds are, essentially, attacks that specialize against armor. During the testing phase of developing the tanks, didn't the military consider attack tests with this weapon? After raising his query, Fang Junshan shook his head. We've tested it no less than 100 times in a laboratory setting, and high-flammability armor-piercing rounds are kind of the old nemesis of tanks, so how could we have overlooked it? Fang Junshan frowned. The tests in the lab were all successful defenses, but the only test that actually went wrong was the simulation of a real battle, and now our entire research center is about to blow up. What's the point of having pretty paper data from a lab? This 99T main battle tank can't stop other people's high-flame armor-piercing rounds in a real-world combat environment, so it's a newspaper shell, and it's of no use whatsoever. Our military engineers have been troubleshooting for almost 3 days and nights and have not been able to identify any cause of the problem. The armor carried on these tanks is all of the same material as in the lab. But why do things go wrong under real-world conditions? Fang Junshan said to Chen Yu. Today, Commander Rin sent someone to invite you here in the hope that you can help us investigate and look into this issue. Chen Yu, are you sure? Chapter 64, easy to see the 99T tank's hard wounds. I see. Chen Yu nodded. Simply put, these tanks are not the right goods. The lab data is normal, but the real-world simulation goes wrong, right? Here's the thing. Please help us troubleshoot where the cause is if you can. Fang Junshan said solemnly. Of course, just do your best. After all, Chen Yu wasn't a serious research expert of any kind, much less someone within the military, so even if Fang Junshan was a major general, he couldn't possibly order him around with too strong of a hand. It may seem that the conditions he gave Chen Yu were very broad, but in reality, on Run Tiejuan side, he had made a military order. I'll do my best. Give me a kit, Chen Yu said to an officer next to him. Soon, the toolbox was delivered to Chen Yu, who then climbed up the ladder on top of the body of one of the 99T main battle tanks. Nice guy, I have to say. A behemoth like a tank, that can only be felt in person by climbing on it. Compared to this tank, Chen Yu's height doesn't even reach the track layer. As the main battle tank of De Longwei today, 99T itself is the category of heavy tanks. Its own weight is not 50 tons, but also at least 40 tons. Watching Chen Yu climb into the tank, Fang Junshan and several other officers looked on with serious eyes. At this moment, they were not only expecting Chen Yu to be able to troubleshoot where the cause was, they were also worried about Chen Yu's safety. However, Chen Yu didn't think about that much at this time, and after getting on the tank, he didn't immediately use his natural ability to investigate. Just now, Fang Junshan had already told him that the various armor materials of this tank had undergone no less than hundreds of tests and experiments in the laboratory, and all of them met the standards. What does that mean? It shows that the problem is certainly not in the development stage, but in the external environment, which affects the tank armor. And externally, what conditions can affect tank armor? After searching for a moment, Chen Yu already had a general answer in his mind, and in the next second, he reached out his hand and pressed on the outer layer of the tank's armor. In just a split second's time, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Through the gift of mechanical product comprehension increase, Chen Yu quickly analyzed the main material of the 99T's armor, as well as the data parameters of each aspect. In addition to that, even the external explosive anti-armor and high-performance armor, the data was also analyzed one by Chen Yu. However, just having such a piece of data is obviously not quite enough, and it is clearly necessary to have laboratory data for comparative analysis. Chen Yu turned his head toward Fang Junshan and asked, "Is there any paper data from the lab? I need to compare." "No problem." Fang Junshan spoke to an officer at his side, and that person immediately left at a quick pace before fetching a pile of information and handing it to Chen Yu. Through the data in his hands and the data in his mind, Chen Yu analyzed and compared them one by one, looking for the differences between the two. After comparing a few dozen pieces of data, Chen Yu discovered the differences in the two pieces of data. The proportion of carbon in the armor material of this 99T appears to vary by about 1/1000%. Don't look at the difference of only 1/1000%, but the impact this has on the steel armor is huge. The most obvious change is that the armor of this 99T, while hard enough on its own, has become much more brittle in texture, with poor deformation capabilities, and naturally, it is much more difficult to defuse external armor-piercing bullet attacks. Other than that, the data of the tank itself, and the laboratory data is completely consistent. The problem is in the carbon ratio. After telling Fang Junshan and the other generals about his findings, a group of officers were dumbfounded. This kid can directly analyze the error of 1/1000% just by touching and looking at it, without even using a single instrument? Comrade Chen Yu, you're not kidding, one of the research experts said. The elemental analyzers we currently have in our labs require a series of tricky processes to analyze a difference of 1/1000%. And you were able to determine this error just by looking at it? More than that, I'm curious as to why there is an error. Fang Junshan signaled the research expert not to question it for now while he asked Chen Yu, "My question, can you answer? I haven't seen you produce tanks either." Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, "However, the great probability that the problem with the proportion of carbon is due to the fact that the materials you provided to the laboratory were single furnace, single refinery. While the tanks that were listed in the army had their armor mass refined through the military iron and steel factories, with mass production, it is obviously not realistic to try to meet laboratory-specific standards of error in all areas. A 1,000% carbon error is too much for those massive military steel mills to even try to find out, let alone avoid the problem. With mass furnaces, there is a high probability of irregular temperatures, or lack of purity of materials, or subtle effects in the production conditions, Chen Yu said. It is also because of these reasons that serious problems have arisen with the tank armor of the listed units. After hearing Chen Yu's analysis, the officers couldn't help but all suck in a breath of cool air. Who would have thought that the cause of the major event that was going to lead to the recall of almost all main battle tanks would be that 1,000% carbon error? Well, is there any good remedy now? Fang Junshan hurriedly asked. I mean, is there a way to solve this problem without recalling these tanks? Not good. Chen Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. This is a problem that occurs when the armor is in the process of production. To solve this problem, either it is a direct disassembly to replace the armor, or else, it is an auxiliary modification using other instruments without the tank being disassembled. Assisted remodeling? Upon hearing this, the expert from earlier was puzzled. The armor has already been installed on top of the tank. Chen Yu, what means of transformation are you talking about? This approach, Chen Yu actually had little bottom in his own heart, because it also depended on the 4th level skill of his technology tree. Previously, with the upgrading of the tech tree, Chen Yu had successively unlocked the skills of the Air Force and naval domains, and now it was clear that the Army's skills were the only ones left to be unlocked. But, Chen Yu was also unsure if his unknown new skill could solve the problem at hand. One can only bet on it. I need time to develop a program. After Chen Yu thought carefully, he said in a deep voice, this time has to be as soon as possible. Let's set it before tomorrow morning. Chapter 65, Improvements, Active Defense System. For one night, hearing Chen Yu's words, a group of military executives, including Fang Junshan, had some worries in their hearts. After all, this was a serious issue involving a large number of tanks being installed. Chen Yu, if time is tight, we can extend some time for you, Fang Junshan said. This matter is very significant, so no matter what kind of decision you come up with, you must have absolute certainty. Do you understand? I understand. By tomorrow morning then. Chen Yu nodded his head and solemnly said, I will bring out the proposal before tomorrow morning. Please rest assured, Major General Fang and all of you. Immediately afterward, at Chen Yu's request, the officers present, as well as the experts, all temporarily left the testing ground here, leaving the space here alone. Oh, is that what he said? Half an hour later, in an office, Ren Taijun asked with a cigarette in his hand and a strange light in his eyes. Indeed, Commander. Fang Junshan stood in front of his desk and nodded. We communicated with him, and he said that he would definitely come up with a proposal by tomorrow morning. Commander, does this young man really have the ability to do this? I can't say for sure about such things. Ren Taijun shook his head and laughed. But I appreciate this winning look of his. Don't forget, he has given great credit to both the Navy and Air Force side before. As he spoke, Ren Taijun got up from his chair and walked over to the window. Other than that, I'm afraid the design difficulty of that carrier's carrier blocking cable alone is much harder than our tank armor. Since he, Chen Yu, can build a blocking cable, I see. It's still not a problem for him to give us some improvement ideas for our tanks. Just wait for his news tomorrow morning. On the other hand, Chen Yu had also opened his strongest hand rub system at this time. After opening the tech tree panel, a ghostly blue light screen appeared in front of Chen Yu, which was clearly labeled that his tech tree had now risen to the 3rd level. However, with his current experience value, it was entirely possible for him to go straight to level 4 and unlock a few new skills. Chen Yu felt more or less thankful in his heart for these experience values, and it was only thanks to the fact that he had been busy for a month over at the carrier's harbor, coupled with hand-rubbing a batch of fishing gear, that he had been able to scrape together all this experience. Otherwise, I'm afraid there really isn't much he can do to solve the army tank problem today. In the next second, Chen Yu chose to upgrade his tech tree without hesitation. Buzz, a white light flashed, and the mechanical voice of the system appeared in Chen Yu's mind. Drop! The host's tech tree has risen to the 4th level. New skills are now unlocked for the host. Armor Active Defense System Manufacturing Technique. Interception System Manufacturing Technique. Suppression System Manufacturing Technique. In an instant, countless blueprints flooded into Chen Yu's mind in an informational state. Within a few short seconds, Chen Yu had already completely mastered these 3 new skills. A gift in the snow. These skills are so timely. After briefly understanding the utility of these new skills, Chen Yu could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. These 3 new skills correspond to a variety of defense systems that can be used on the 99T tank right now. Chen Yu no longer hesitated and immediately picked up a pen and paper to start planning the next process of remodeling. By the time the next morning, Ren Taijun personally brought a group of experts and officers to the test site here again. Chen Yua, is this where your kids spent the night last night? Ren Taijun was surprised. Why don't you go back to the restroom to rest? Where is this place to rest? Hello, Commander Ren. Chen Yu jumped down from the tank and laughed. Last night I was busy doing the planning blueprints, and I didn't rest for too long, so I just squinted for a while, so you can take a look at this first. With that, Chen Yu handed Ren Taijun his design for him to look over. Okay, I'll take a look first. Ren Taijun took over that program, and after scanning a few eyes, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Active defense systems? Interception systems? Suppression systems? What are these? After Ren Taijun read it, he only felt that he was simply confused. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army Command, he knows as much about the various types of weapons in the army as any of the experts here. However, these three major systems proposed by Qingyu, Ren Taijun actually had the feeling that they were unheard of. It's okay if you can't read it. Let me explain it to you and everyone else. Shen Yu pointed to the tanks next to him and said, the armor of these tanks themselves is problematic. They are so brittle that they cannot effectively withstand damage from weapons such as high-speed armor-piercing rounds, correct? Yes, indeed. Ren Taijun nodded. I've considered it, and I'm afraid that to recall all of the main battle tanks on the line to rebuild their armor would be a huge expense and take too long to be worth the cost. Also, the composite armor of the tank itself, while it provides some protection to the tank itself, is not what it used to be. Shen Yu said with a straight face, think about it, anti-tank missiles, rockets, and the FPV traverser that's on the craze right now. All of these weapons are able to do the job of easily striking the weak points of a tank's armor. The rotating turret on top of the tank, for example, is where the armor is most vulnerable, and a single drop of an anti-tank missile or FPV traverser is enough to heavily damage a tank. Against such a big killer that specializes in attacking tanks, is it useful to just increase the thickness of the armor and increase the toughness of the armor? That doesn't work. That's called adding oil tactics. All they need to do is increase the poundage of their missiles and bombs, and their power increases several times over. How much thicker does our armor have to be to keep up with their destructive power? Chen Yu's words directly rendered Ren Taijun and the group of military experts speechless. You have a point. Ren Taijun nodded and said, then, tell us about your improvement program. I designed active defense systems, a broad category that includes suppression and interception systems within it. Essentially, I want our tanks to stop being passive and take a beating and be able to intercept, jam and even destroy incoming munitions from the other side. Shen Yu's gaze was filled with exhilaration and excitement as he said in a deep voice to Ren Taijun, but the tank itself can only do land target strikes. What do you want to do to make it counter those missiles and FPV traversers? A military expert frowned. Besides, we already have explosive anti-armor as a countermeasure. Young man, your idea is good, but it's unrealistic. Chapter 66, Dual System Program, Tanks are like tigers with wings. Unrealistic? Chen Yu looked at the expert and asked rhetorically, how do you know it's unrealistic when I haven't even talked about my detailed remodeling plan? You guys don't interfere with Chen Yu for now. Let him finish his sentence. Ren Taijun raised his hand, signaling the experts to keep quiet for a while, and said, Chen Yu, in one night's time, could it be that you've already devised a specific program of countermeasures? This is something that Ren Taijun and the experts find a bit unbelievable. A major event involving main battle tanks. In their opinion, it would be good for Chen Yu to come up with such an outline program in one night's time. I plan to enhance our 99T main battle tank in two areas. Among other things, regarding the suppression system piece, adding smoke grenade launchers on top of the tanks and thermal smoke generating devices can greatly conceal the truth and confuse enemy land units. And the addition of infrared warning devices will allow our tanks to increase the warning range of FPV traversers to over 5 kilometers. Shen Yu squared his shoulders and said, in this way, through the optoelectronic jamming system, we can take the lead in destroying the opposing party's FPV traversers' targeting guidance before they arrive, turning them into headless flies, destroying the opponent's attacks directly before they even reach them, through various technical means, is, at its core, the suppression system. And Shen Yu's words made the crowd of experts dumbfounded. Before this, they had never even heard that tanks were actually able to add so many devices on top of them to counter the enemy. Ren Taijun's eyes lit up as he listened, nodding his head. Go on. What about that interception system? Interceptor systems, as the name suggests, are made by fitting small radars and active interceptor munitions to tanks. When the radar detects an enemy missile or bomb that has broken through the suppression system, the interceptor system automatically locks onto the target and releases an active interceptor munition that destroys the target within the tank's close range. Shen Yu said, even if it can't destroy the target, as long as it causes the target to be partially deflected, it's enough to ensure the safety of the tank itself. These two sets of programs were precisely what Shen Yu had devised based on the skills he had just unlocked from the level 4 technology tree. If both systems could be successfully applied to tanks, then the problem of armor on the tanks themselves would not be much of an issue. If an enemy attack could break through these two layers of system protection one after the other, it would certainly be outside the realm of a conventional attack. After listening to Chun Yu's proposal, Ren Taijun pondered for a moment. He had never been one for indecision, and there was no doubt that the two options before him would have to be decided on as soon as possible. Chun Yu, these two systems you proposed are indeed very appealing, Ren Taijun said. However, these two systems are considered unheard of for our military, and we don't have any precedents for research and development here. Do you have the certainty to assist us in developing these two systems? Hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. It's not as complicated as you think, Commander Ren. Chen Yu laughed. Of the various weapons needed for the interception and suppression systems, there is a part that can be modified using our existing equipment. As for the other part, I will be responsible for developing it to the end. Good. That's what I was waiting for. Ran Tiejuan's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. That's good. With your words I'm relieved. Let's go. Let's go to a meeting now and finalize the next project right away. With that, Ran Taijun directly patted Chun Yu's shoulder with a big grin and led him towards the conference room. An hour later, here at the Army Weapons Research and Development Center, Chen Yu signed an unprecedented new research and development agreement. In the agreement, Ran Taijun gave Chen Yu the highest mobilization authority, and everyone in the entire R&D center must unconditionally follow his dispositions and arrangements. 1 month. Our time is very tight. The army is the trump card of our great dragon nation, and tanks are even more important weapons for defending the land. Improvement works are imminent. On behalf of the country, and on behalf of the higher-ups, I ask you all. Before the meeting ended, Ren Tiejuan's face was serious as he got up and bowed at the same time to the experts that filled the conference room, as well as Chun Yu. The entire R&D center, from this moment on, entered into a special state of operation. After the meeting ended, Chen Yu immediately went into action. The first and best thing to address, and the first thing that needs to be addressed, is undoubtedly the types of weapons that the suppression system needs to use. The smokescreen thrower itself is pretty simple. The thing works by creating a large amount of smoke as a barrier to interfere with the enemy's physical reconnaissance capabilities. It took Chen Yu less than an hour to design a 12-unit smoke grenade thrower. These smoke grenade throwers, neatly arranged on either side of the tank's turret, can be thrown either unilaterally or bilaterally at the same time through the control of the captain. And the range of smoke produced by a single parry can reach about 200 square meters, which is very effective. Major General Fong, please have the people in the R&D center, based on this drawing of mine, start manufacturing the smoke grenade thrower as soon as possible, and start testing it once it's finished. Chen Yu handed the blueprint to the hands of the surprised Fong Junshan and said with a straight face, "So soon? Chun Yu, I now understand why Commander Ren invited you." Looking at a sheet of extremely fine blueprints in his hand, Fong Junshan could not hide the surprise in his heart and said to Chen Yu, "This is all small stuff, nothing technically difficult per se, you go ahead, I have to get on with it." In addition to the smoke grenade thrower, another important component that makes up the suppression system is the thermal smoke generator and the photoelectric device. Thermal smoke is not quite the same as smoke grenades, which primarily use large quantities of high-temperature smoke to affect the enemy's infrared detection system, rather than physical observation capabilities. Therefore, after considering it for a while, Chen Yu decided to just utilize the energy advantage of the tank itself and directly improve the high-temperature steam injection holes, and it was all set. As for the photovoltaic system, this thing sounded lofty, but for Chen Yu, it wasn't difficult to design. Essentially, this thing is like a laser pointer that can easily hit the guidance system of an enemy weapon as long as it has radar as its eye. The high temperatures generated by lasers can easily destroy the manufacturing systems of conventional weapons, including FPV traversers. Chen Yu had used less than half a day's work to design all of these things. Chen Yu also knew very well in his heart that the real problem was not here, but the interception system that was to be engaged next. Chapter 67, Provocation of the Blue Commander. Simulation of actual combat. Smoke grenade throwers or not. Photoelectric destruction devices or not. In fact, in Chen Yu's opinion, the technological content was not very high. The really difficult one, and at the same time the one that plagues every country in the world, will always be radar detection technology. Radar is the eyes and ears of an army, and whoever has better ears and eyes will, without a doubt, be able to seize the first opportunity. On a modern battlefield, it's likely that people will fight a battle from start to finish without even seeing each other's faces once. Whichever side has the advantage in electronic warfare and radar, it will create a situation of all-round suppression, with all kinds of weapons swarming over the other side's head. For tanks, the range of radar detection is also directly determined by the high and low efficiency of interception. It would be a complete toy if, after half a day's tossing and turning, A radar was designed that could only detect a distance of 1,000 meters or so. After all, a distance of 1,000 meters is a matter of seconds for most missiles and some military FPV traversers. Chun Yu searched for a moment. Since he was going to get it, he had to get the most powerful one. And among the skills the tech tree unlocked for him happened to be the blueprints for the design of an array fire control radar. This kind of radar is very suitable for the application of tanks, such as large-scale cluster warfare weapons, through a large number of tanks connected to each other, can enhance the detection range of radar waves geometrically. The radar detection range of a single tank is, perhaps, only 1 kilometer, but if multiple tanks form an array of fire control radars, the detection range can rise to 5 kilometers, or even more than 10 kilometers. As long as the radar problem can be solved, the interceptor does not need Chun Yu to bother at all, as long as the tank is assembled with some coupled small caliber interceptor launchers on the line. However, although the array fire control radar was easy to say, it still took Chun Yu nearly 20 days from the design of the blueprints to the complete development. The 1-month period previously agreed upon with Ren Taijun was about to come to an end. On this day, here at the underground testing ground, Chun Yu was lying on top of a 99T main battle tank, scrutinizing the various newly added devices on the tank. The tank now had a number of brand new devices added around it than before, giving it a threatening appearance with its fangs lit up. Beside him was a squad of tankers who were also the driving squad of this 99T. Do you all understand how to use the array fire control radar? Chun Yu said to the captain of the squad. As long as an enemy missile or rocket appears within the warning range, the intelligence system I installed will immediately make measurements and calculate the best time to launch the interceptor. You only need to launch the interceptor. Understood. The squad nodded. In order to minimize the amount of operation of the tank squad during the actual battle, Chun Yu had gotten the intelligent computer system he had previously given to use on the Sea Dragon 3 as well. Now, these additional devices added to the 99T are capable of intelligent control and automatic firing, and do not require additional operation by the tank squad members. Chun Yu, your remodeling process is over? At this time, Ren Taijun and a group of bigwigs from the army arrived at the testing ground. When they saw this 99T after it had been modified, a look of surprise appeared on each of their faces as well. It's all over. Commander Ren, please accept it. Chun Yu jumped off the tank and came to Ren Taijun and said, I've heard that you've barely left the test site this month. Other than that, just for that, this resilience of yours is something I admire very much. Ren Taijun laughed. How about it? Do you have confidence in your improved tank? Of course I have. Chun Yu also smiled and said, I can make a promise to you. Now that I have transformed the 99T, more dare not say, on the actual combat conditions, 1 to 10 is still not a problem. Oh, a dozen or 10? Ren Taijun raised an eyebrow while the few army bigwigs around him laughed. Young man, you're not very old, but you have a big mouth. One of the officers with the rank of colonel carried his hands behind his back and laughed. 1 against 10. Are you that confident in this modified tank of yours? To be honest, I don't quite believe what you're saying. Oh, Chun Yu, let me introduce you. This is the veteran commander of the Blue Army in our army maneuvers, Li Guangji. He has always been the head of the villain in our army's simulated real-world exercises, and the most vocal, and no one has ever been able to clean up after him. Ren Taijun laughed. When he said that, he meant that he wasn't too convinced by what you just said and wanted to practice pulling with you. What do you think? Stretching? Chun Yu blinked and asked, Commander Ren, you mean to say that you'll let the 99TS I've modified be tested in maneuver combat with the troops under Colonel Li's command, don't you? It's not what I mean, it's what he means. Ren Taijun said to Li Guangji next to him. I say, don't underestimate Chun Yu. This young man is the same Chun Yu who designed the blocking cables for the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, you know? All the more reason for me to have a go at you, Comrade Chen. Li Guangji smiled and said, you just put out the word that your remodeled tanks can hit 10 in 1. I don't believe in such big words. How about a simulated real battle test? I won't bully you. 2 against 1. If you can destroy one of my men's tanks, it's counted as a win for you. It's possible, but well. Chun Yu also smiled and said, in order to avoid you saying that I bully the weak with the strong afterward, let me relax some of my conditions. If my modified tanks destroy 2 of your tanks, I'll grant you permission to continue to send additional tanks into the field. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chun Yu's words, the surrounding army bigwigs laughed out loud. I'm afraid your boy doesn't know what he's capable of, a general said to Chun Yu. In last year's Red and Blue Army simulation battle, this guy had 5 tanks and took out one of our armored brigades. Young man, don't talk too much. Li Guangji was also happy. He had never run into such a rash kid. If he could lose in this kid's hands, in his opinion, then he wouldn't have to mix in the future. After all, the other guy was just a brat. And him? That's a blue commander who's been in the army for years with few defeats. Alright, Chun Yu, let's have a simulated real battle then. If you can really beat me, Then that means that your transformation project is very successful, and I'll recognize your success and give you an apology, Li Guangji said. Of course, if those tinkly messy things of yours don't work, then we'll have no choice but to terminate your program. It's a deal. Chen Yu nodded. Wasn't it just a simulation of a real battle? Who's afraid of who? Chapter 68. A newborn is not afraid of tigers. Get a head start. Good. Arrange for a simulated live site right away, and deploy a few more of the 99 TS I have under my command. While Li Guangji instructed the staff officers at hand to make arrangements, his heart was really a little surprised at Chen Yu's confidence. This kid looks not too old, not to mention the military origin. Is it that this is the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers? However, surprise after surprise, even if the opponent was Chen Yu, an outsider in the field, Li Guangji did not have any lightheartedness or carelessness, and directly mobilized several of the most ace tank squads under his command, ready to properly thwart Chen Yu's sharpness. An hour later, a large number of trenches and obstacles had been raised in this underground test site, completely simulating the harsh environment of the battlefield. This test site is a square with a side length of 5,000 meters, and our next confrontation will take place in this field, Li Guangji said to Chen Yu. All of our tanks on both sides have been equipped with training rounds to hit each other's units. Comrade Chen, do you understand? Understood. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, the rules are quite a bit simpler than those computer games I used to play. No other questions? Let's get started then. Yes, please. Li Guangji is also happy. He has been the commander of the Blue Army for so many years, and has taken out countless opponents, but today is the first time to compete with a young man. The two sides each entered the command room of the Red and Blue Army, and after Chen Yu entered, there were several large screens in front of him, and in the screens were the various monitoring perspectives on the simulated battlefield below, including the 99T's monitoring view of the tank's interior, which is also clearly visible on the large screen, and is equipped with two-way communication equipment to remotely command the members of the tank squad. Everyone take your places. Chen Yu picked up his radio and ordered the tank squad on his side. After the real-world simulation begins later, follow my orders. Roger 1. Soon the voice of the tank squad leader came over the radio. On the other side of the blue command room, Li Guangji was much more calm and relaxed, sitting on his butt in a chair. He didn't even bother to command the two tanks under him. The members of these two tank squads, both of which were the best soldiers he had brought out from under his hands, were so in tune with each other that they didn't need too much intervention at all. I say old Li. Ren Taijun also walked in at this time. Looking at Li Guangji's calm demeanor, he joked, you're not arranging to arrange tactics? Arranging tactics? Arrange my ass. Li Guangji laughed and said, Commander Ren, do you really think that that brat can be my opponent? What's more, this is 2 against 1. If I can lose 2 against 1, I'll eat this computer screen on the spot. You, don't talk too much. Ren Taijun laughed. Being gullible is the #1 taboo on the battlefield. What's more, Chen Yu's 99T isn't the same as the one you're holding. He's modified quite a few odd contraptions for that 99T this month. Just relax, Commander Ren. Li Guangji laughed. Aren't we just planning to test the power of those new gadgets of his? If you can't even defeat me, then it's even worse to go out in the battlefield and a real enemy army, right? As the two were talking, a 30-second countdown to readiness sounded in the command room. Through the large screen, Ren Taijun and Li Guangji and a host of other generals were able to clearly see the orientation and vision of the two tanks on the blue side, but were not able to be informed of Chen Yu's tank. Similarly, Chen Yu's side was only able to observe the battlefield through his tank's viewpoint, and was not able to obtain the exact location of the two tanks on the blue side. Take your positions and advance in the alternate fire formation we usually train in. Li Guangji picked up his radio and called out, I don't believe it. 2 tanks. We can take out one of him anyways. Prepare to attack. On the big screen, the blue side's 299 TS, with full horsepower, roared right out of the trench bunker at the end of the countdown to the simulation test. Although the tanks weighed a lot, the energy output provided by the turbine engines they were equipped with was equally terrifying, and the 2 to 3 meter high trenches were as good as nothing. The range of the simulated battlefield was limited after all, and within a distance of 5,000 meters. Both tanks were good enough to capture each other's silhouettes even through tactical goggles. As expected, Li Guangji and the others immediately saw from the blue tank's view on the big screen that the red one had actually rushed out of the trench as well. That silly boy. Ren Taijun could not help but sigh as he watched with furrowed brows. As for Li Guangji, who was on the side, a victorious smile appeared on his face. In a 2-on-1 situation, if you rush out so rashly, aren't you giving them a live target to shoot at? Even if you Chen Yu's tanks hit the right spot, the best situation is just 1-for-1. Can there be any miracle? There was no need for Li Guangji to give the order. The 2 blue tanks cooperated well and loaded the training rounds at the same time, then locked onto the red tanks thousands of meters away. Prepare to fire. However, at this very moment, The blue tank squad was stunned to realize that a large cloud of smoke instantly exploded open around the red tank in the tactical eyepiece. The radius of coverage of this smoke reached a full 50 to 60 meters away, and the red tanks that had been locked onto them just a moment ago disappeared in an instant. Smoke interference? Li Guangji's face changed slightly, but he still ordered calmly. Use the S form to maneuver and march. Fire first, and just aim to hit within range of the smoke. Boom! Boom! At the muzzles of the two blue tanks, a large ball of flame blasted out at the same time. However, after the two training rounds hit inside the smoke, the computers in front of the crowd did not report the destruction of the target. And that tells you one thing, both shots were completely empty. Without waiting for Li Guangji to give the second order, suddenly, from the corner of the smoke range, the red side tanks surged out, while the guns directly locked onto one of the blue side tanks. Boom! A cannon was fired and there was no suspense as the first blue tank took a direct hit and a message of destruction popped up on the computer. This time, in the blue command room, the smile and calmness on Li Guangji's face disappeared. However, his smile didn't really disappear, but instead shifted to the faces of Ren Taijun and Fang Junshan and the other generals. Hiroki, what's wrong with you? Fang Junshan laughed and joked. 2 against 1, and you let someone else, Shun Yu, take out a tank first? What do you know? It's called tactics. Li Guangji wasn't annoyed and immediately ordered. Number 2, immediately fire on me to destroy the target. They need to load and aim now. There's at least a 5-second window. Chapter 69, 1 against 5. A complete victory. It had to be said that Li Guangji, as a veteran Blue Army commander, had absolutely no problem with his knowledge of weapons and equipment, as well as his judgment. However, he had misjudged one thing today, and that was that the opponent this time was no ordinary 99T tank. On the other side of the red side's command room, Shun Yu was on the contrary unhurried at this time. Prepare to fire interceptors through the interceptor system. The second tank will surely fire while you are loading and aiming. Chen Yu gave the first command to the red tank squad over the radio. After the red captain activated the array fire control radar, a long, four-sided interceptor launch chamber stretched out on either side of this 99T's turret. 6 pods on the left and 6 on the right. A total of 12 interceptor launching pods, all of which were in a state of readiness at the moment. After all, for normal people, the difficulty of trying to reflect an extremely fast attack like a cannonball through the naked eye and manually is very high. Therefore, Shen Yu had moved the intelligent computer system he had designed for the Sea Dragon 3 inside the 99T as well, directly plugging the interceptor bomb function into the intelligent computer, which was responsible for launching it. Boom! Also in the next second, Blue's second tank opened fire. At this time, it happened to be the stage where the red tanks on Shen Yu's side were aiming. Looking at the scene on the big screen where the red tanks were motionless, Li Guangji's heart was finally relieved. It's okay to lose a 99T to destroy Shen Yu's tank. Although it was a bit of a loss, it wasn't enough to make him lose his old face today. Not only did Li Guangji think so, even generals such as Ren Taijun and Fang Junshan thought at this moment that the tanks of the red side no longer had a chance to dodge. Smoke grenades can certainly interfere with the other side, but what are you interfering with when the shells have been fired? However, it was almost the next moment. The group of generals were shocked to see the red tanks on the big screen, firing several missiles trailing their trailing flames simultaneously from the left and right sides of the turret. These missiles didn't look big, but their speed was amazing, and as if they had eyes, they slammed into the shells fired from the blue side's No. 2 tank in the air. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions, although the blue tank's shell head wasn't completely destroyed, the firing trajectory and power were obviously both greatly affected. Immediately afterward, the red tank fired a second salvo. Blue tank number 2 destroyed. Looking at the line that popped up on the big screen, Li Guangji's face instantly turned red. Ha ha ha. Ren Taijun immediately laughed very unimaginatively and patted Li Guangji's shoulder. Old Li, I didn't expect you to have a day. Actually letting a little doll give you a fix. That's right, it's called, there's a man outside the man, and there's a sky outside the sky. Next to him, Fang Junshan even teased him. Why don't you hurry up and send the second group into the field? Other people, Shun Yu, have said that they can let you send additional support forces into the field. Old me was careless. I didn't expect this little guy to be really interesting. Annoyed, Li Guangji immediately ordered, send all the No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5 tanks into the field, and in addition, send an additional group of anti-tank infantry with anti-tank missiles for coordinated combat. Lao Li, why do you still have a +1? Hearing this, Ren Taijun instantly widened his eyes and asked, we didn't say we were going to increase the anti-tank infantry just now. So what? The battlefield is ever changing. Can we expect the enemy to behave honestly? Li Guangji's reasoning was hard to refute, and generals such as Ren Taijun and Fang Junshan had no choice but to continue watching the battle. As for the red side of the command room, Chen Yu's face broke into a smile when he saw on the big screen that the blue side was about to send 3 additional tanks and an anti-tank infantry squad. There's no need to panic, the more they come the better. Remember to utilize the new weapons I've modified wisely. Fight in a roundabout way and break them all. As Chen Yu's order was given, the red side tanks immediately began maneuvering to avoid the action. With the experience from earlier, it was obvious that Li Guangji was much more cautious this time. He didn't immediately let all 3 tanks charge up, but rather let them evade for the time being, instead letting the anti-tank infantry squad go first. Infantry squads are much smaller targets, and the man-portable anti-tank bazooka they carry is one of the big killers against tanks. Even a heavy main battle tank like the 99T would likewise be incapacitated if it took a few rounds to the side or top. Stand by for anti-tank bazooka. The blue side's anti-tank squad had already moved into combat position, and the 2 RPGs were also aiming at Chen Yu's red side tank at the same time. Bang! 2 rockets trailing flames were fired at the same time. Activate thermal smoke and electro-optical jamming. Chen Yu didn't hesitate to give orders to his squad as well. This kind of rocket was nothing more than infrared heat tracking or photoelectric tracking. Either way, he had a way to get rid of it gracefully. In an instant, a cloud of hot steam quickly shot out from all 4 of the modified jet holes simultaneously. At the same time, a strong laser shot out from above the 99T's turret, and with a simple sweep, it directly made 2 rockets explode in the air. How is this possible? In the blue command room, Li Guangji stood up from his seat in a flash. He walked right up to the big screen and watched, wide-eyed and incredulous, as his anti-tank squad was incapacitated. At this moment, the red tanks under Chen Yu's command were calmly utilizing smoke screen bombs and interceptor bombs for defense, relying on trenches and obstacles, destroying the remaining 3 tanks of the blue side one by one. Under the absolute suppression of technology and equipment, these 3 blue tanks, let alone destroying them, would be a daydream even if they wanted to hit the red tanks. 5 minutes later, with the last blue tank declared destroyed, this simulated real battle had come to an end. Ren Taijun and a group of generals were all looking at the image on the big screen with glowing eyes at the moment. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Ren Taijun couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that this kid Chen Yu really had a hand in this. 1 against 5, plus an entire anti-tank squad, was actually no match for him. This result was extremely unexpected, especially Li Guangji. At this time he was not even the question of whether he felt ashamed or not. After opening the door, Li Guangji quickly came here to the red side command room, just as Chen Yu had just gotten up as well. How about it, Colonel Li? What are your thoughts on this simulated real battle? Chen Yu asked Li Guangji with a smile. I lost. I admit that. There's nothing to hide. Li Guangji held his tongue for half a day before he opened his mouth and asked, Chen Yu, those devices, were they all independently developed by you alone? Chapter 70. We have to keep this kid on favorable terms. I can't say I developed it independently. Chen Yu shook his head and said, equipment like smoke bombs and thermal smoke generators, I borrowed them from our Air Force's heat traps and such. The other devices were indeed of my own design. Li Guangji stared at Chen Yu for a while before saying, I rarely praise others for anything. However, your kid is indeed a genius. It seems that you, old Li, have also recognized Chen Yu's R&D? Ren Taijun, who was on the side, laughed. Although this simulated actual battle today is not completely 100% representative of the results of the actual battle, through these weapons developed by Chen Yu, the 99T was able to achieve a 1-on-5, which is already enough to explain a lot. I've decided to immediately develop and produce these devices in bulk, and assemble all 99T tanks in service with the fastest possible speed for our army. What do you think? Ren Taijun asked the generals around him with his hands behind his back. As for the outcome, of course, everyone unanimously approved the program. After all, they had just witnessed the appalling scene of Chen Yu's 99T taking on 5 people at a time, and it came with a squad of infantry carrying anti-tank rocket launchers. And Chen Yu said earlier that the array fire control radar device he developed for the 99T is that the more tanks there are, the stronger the linkage effect. A single tank may have a radar detection range of only 1 or 2 kilometers, while the radar detection range is increased several times when multiple tanks are assembled for combat. Ren Taijun didn't dare to imagine what kind of shock this year's military drill of the Great Dragon Nation would bring to the countries of the world. Commander Ren, the problem of the 99T has also been solved, so can my mission now be considered complete? After walking out of the red side's command room, Chen Yu asked Ren Taijun, who was at the side. That's for sure. Ren Taijun nodded and looked at Chen Yu. To be honest, Chen Yu, do you really not want to join our army? Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, it can't be said that I don't want to, but I like to live freely. In that case, I'll commit you to a few conditions. Ren Taijun said, if you are willing to join our army's weapons research and development center, I can directly grant you the rank of major right now, and directly make you the number 2 head of the R&D center. Other than that, As long as it's a non-special circumstance and you want to go out and walk around, or go back to Blue Cloud City, there's absolutely no problem. So think about it, Chunyu. This condition, Ren Taijun give is definitely considered very generous. To know, Chunyu is now only 20 years old. The conditions he gave were almost capable of guaranteeing that Chunyu would inevitably become an army general in the future. Something that how many people wouldn't dare to dream of. Commander Ren, it's not that I care about the level of position or how much or how little power I have. Chunyu shook his head and laughed. You think, even if I do promise you to stay in the army, could it be that the Navy and Air Force side could really agree? I'm afraid there will be more trouble then. Hearing these words, Ren Taijun thought about it carefully, and it was really so. You're right too. Old Wu and Old Zhou and the two of them. That's what's spooky. Ren Taijun looked at Chunyu in front of him and laughed. If I really held you here, they would have to kill the door to claim you. What's more, as I see it, I'm afraid that your kid's future achievements are not only limited to the R&D center in this district. So, you're promising to let me go back? Chenyu's eyes lit up as he asked Ren Taijun. What else was I going to do? Leave you behind the hard way? Ren Taijun laughed and scolded. Alright, turn around and tell Major General Fong when you plan to leave. He'll send someone to send you back to Blue Cloud City. Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Commander Ren. Chunyu couldn't help but let out a breath in his heart as well, twisting his head with the intention of leaving. Wait, Ren Taijun called out to him and said, your kid really just knows how to go home and doesn't care about anything else? Other? Chunyu was puzzled. Hasn't the problem of the 99T been solved? What else is wrong? Crap, Ren Taijun said. You've gotten us so many good things for the army. And, what's more, that what's-her-name radar and interceptor bombs are still independently researched and developed by you. So I'll let you go back empty-handed. And you won't be scolded to death? Hearing these words, Chunyu only heatedly understood that Ren Taijun was talking about the money. However, without waiting for Chunyu to rebuff him, Ren Taijun raised his hand to stop him. R&D costs are never something that can't be made public. Not to mention, in case you didn't know, the annual grants we give to the R&D center side of the house are quite substantial. Ren Taijun said, you have made a great achievement this time. Turn around and I will hold a meeting to study how to reward you. You go back first. I'll leave you to it then, Commander Ren. Chunyu didn't have much of an idea in his heart about rewards or not. After all, right now, he still had $37 billion in his account from Big Beard and the others. Although that money can't be touched now, it's foreseeable that if the bearded man's side insists on not wanting it, the money can be his Chenyu's. Even if Ren Taijun's side gave him a reward, it couldn't be more than 37 billion, could it? While Chunyu went back to his residence to pack his bags, he was also pondering about the aircraft carrier drawings. Currently, according to his tech tree skills, the carrier drawings are definitely unlocked as well. As for how many levels exactly, it's hard to say. The good thing is that the time given by the bearded men is also very broad. Within 6 months, the drawings of the carrier port will be done first, and the carriers can be slowed down again. After packing up his things, Chunyu was ready to move back to Blue Cloud City. Thinking back to this trip, the heart cannot help but secretly think, good guy, this time another month of pigeonholing the audience it. Earlier he had also promised to ship out all the fishing gear ordered within a week, but now it seemed that he had to hurry up and catch up with the work after returning to the factory. Chunyu, Commander Rin has something to talk to you about. Is this moment convenient? Over here. Chunyu was just about to go out, and just as he reached the door, Fong Junshan asked him, Commander Rin is looking for me? Chunyu nodded. Of course there's no problem. I'll go now. After coming out, following Fong Junshan's instructions, Chunyu met up with Ren Taijun at the training ground. Commander Ren, you wanted to see me? Chunyu took the initiative to ask after arriving. Ah, Chunyu, just now we received a special notice from above. Ren Taijun turned around and said with a serious gaze, Chunyu, do you still remember what happened earlier when you intercepted 2 Freedom Blackhawk reconnaissance planes? Of course I remember. Chunyu nodded. Could it be that those 2 airplanes had problems? Chapter 71, the Hawksbane carrier fleet is on the move. The world is watching. I'd like to think they'd be out of the question. But what this thing is, it's a bald-faced, obvious thing. Ren Taijun said seriously, the Freedom Blackhawk is an extremely leading 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft in the world today. And now that we've gotten 2 of them for nothing, of course the Hawk Jam won't let up. For countries like Eagle Jam, the nature of captivity and banditry is seared into their bones. Looking around the world, only the Eagle Sauce has ever suppressed and sanctioned others militarily and economically. When has anyone dared to sanction them in turn? The Freedom Blackhawk, on the other hand, is one of the big killers that Hawk Jam is now able to scout and snoop on the airspace of countries around the globe with impunity. I got off the phone with old Chow over at the Air Force a couple of days ago, and he said that the Air Force Research Center had just disassembled one of the reconnaissance planes for study. What I have to say is that Eagle Sauce's technology is indeed ahead of the curve and much better than ours. And there's nothing wrong with admitting it, and there's no shame in it. So let's catch up, Ren Taijun said. However, what I'm going to tell you is not about the R&D center, but about the movement at Eagle Sauce. Are you saying that Eagle Jam is planning to send troops to apply pressure? Shen Yu blinked. From Ren Taijun's tone, he had already heard what this army commander-in-chief meant. That's right, 2 hours ago, Eagle Sauce had 2 full carrier formations that have sailed into the open sea domain in the eastern direction of our great dragon nation, Ren Taijun said. At the moment, based on radar detection, their fleet will probably go to the military base of the Foot Chickens there for a temporary rest before making their next move. This news also caused Chen Yu's face to freeze. Right now there is no military maneuvering action around the Great Dragon Kingdom, and likewise, the Foot Chicken and a few surrounding countries have been very peaceful lately. Not much action. At this juncture, Eagle Jam sent 2 full carrier fleets to the doorstep of the Great Dragon Nation in one breath. What is the meaning of this? It doesn't even take a second thought for anyone to realize that this is clearly because of what happened to the Liberty Blackhawk, and that Hawk Jam is now sitting on its hands and intends to apply pressure through the forceful deterrence of a carrier fleet. Shen Yu could not help but secretly ponder in his heart. In terms of the current world status and strength of the Great Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce, once they fought, it was feared that it would be a direct prelude to a world war. This is a situation that neither party readily wants to see. We just had a brief meeting, and we all agreed that Eagle Jam's carrier fleet is likely about to take a series of pressure actions against our Great Dragon Nation next, Ren Taijun said squarely to Qin Yu. So, during this period of time, if our military still needs your assistance, you kid must not fall off the chain. Do you understand? Please. Shen Yu nodded. Our Great Dragon Kingdom also has the Blue Cloud carrier now, and it's still a home game. So I'm afraid Eagle Jam doesn't have the guts to call our bluff yet. You can't be too defensive. Ren Taijun laughed coldly. We, the Great Dragon Kingdom, have always been courteous before we go into battle. If they don't violate our territorial airspace, nothing will happen, but if they dare to take a step forward, we'll have to treat them to a big meal. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and then Ren Taijun left in a hurry, and now he had to go to another meeting in the night to discuss the next move and arrangement. On Chen Yu's side, Fang Junshan sent 2 cars to send him back to Blue Cloud City. By the time Chen Yu got out of the car and stood at the gate of the steel mill, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. It's been hard on you guys, please go back. Chen Yu nodded his head in greeting to the officer who had given him a ride, and watched the military vehicle leave the factory's main entrance before taking a step toward the factory. While returning to his residence, Chen Yu couldn't help but ponder the matter that Ren Taijun had told him earlier in his mind. These 2 full carrier fleets, which at a glance are in wartime condition, are never going to come over and smile and reason with you. Shen Yu estimated that when the time came, it was highly likely that Eagle Jam would first send out a carrier fleet that would sail to the edge of the Great Dragon Kingdom's waters for provocations and demonstrations, while the other fleet would stay at the Footbath Chicken's military base on standby. These 2 carrier fleets were far away from each other, and in the event of a firefight, the second carrier fleet would be able to take off fighters directly from the military base to support them. In order to free the Black Hawk, Eagle Jam this time is also considered to go out of the way, directly throw away the Middle East and other areas of the matter regardless of, but also to first come to the Big Dragon country. The 2 planes to ask back cannot. After returning to his residence, Chen Yu came to his own dedicated workshop here and couldn't help but stretch his legs after taking off his work clothes. The smell of motor oil and metal all around him. This is what he knows so well. Forget it, let's get started and get that fishing gear built. Chen Yu wasn't going to rest either. He had just slept all the way through now and was still in high spirits. In order to be able to have the tech tree gain the experience to ascend to the next level as soon as possible, Chen Yu decided to start work immediately. As for the matter of the Eagle Sauce carrier fleet, Chen Yu did not intend to keep mulling it over now, and Ren Taijun would definitely tell him after they discussed the results at that time. It was a night's work, and by the time it was a little after 7 o'clock the next morning, the door to the workshop was opened. Chen Yu, when did you kid come back? The old horse that came in was startled by Chen Yu. Old Ma, what brings you here? Chen Yu put down the last set of fishing gear he had just built and laughed. I just came back last night. It was too late to tell you. Back last night? Old Ma rested the bag of things in his hand on the ground and sized up Chen Yu. Good boy. You ran away without a word and only came back in a month. I'm looking for you to be captured by someone. During this month, although Chen Yu had been carrying a cell phone, in the research center, the phone had no signal, and if he wanted to contact the outside world, he still needed to go through a series of tedious processes. Chen Yu thought for a moment that there were usually not many people looking for him anyway, so he simply turned off the phone directly. As a result, the old horse thought he was kidnapped by someone, ran to the Public Security Bureau to report the case, but the police officers told him to let him go back and wait. Chen Yu is to carry out a special confidential mission. With the current level of law and order in our great dragon country, who kidnaps someone in broad daylight? Shen Yu was puzzled. What are you taking? Old Ma took out the contents of the bag, and it was clearly bottles of butter and various lubricants, as well as equipment for removing rust. You run away without saying a word. These equipment left here. A month that will not rust? I come here every 2 days to maintain the equipment, Old Ma said, picking up the fishing rod that Shen Yu had just made, saying, it's a good fishing rod, but it just feels a bit light, not very practical. Chapter 72, another deadline? We'll have to pay more. Not practical? When Shen Yu heard this, he laughed. Is it hard to believe that it's only practical to really take rebar and build you a fishing rod? This fishing rod of mine is not the same as an ordinary fishing rod. How? Old Ma picked up this fishing rod, clutched it in both hands, swung the rod from side to side and flung it twice, and shook his head back and forth. No, this thing is too light to have a feel, and listen to it. With that, he casually picked up a small pair of threaded pliers and tapped them on the rod, and there was a crisp clanking sound. This iron is too thin, isn't it? And this fishing rod your boy made. The length and specifications look like it can catch 20 or 30 pounds of that kind of big fish. Old Ma shook his head and said, but looking at the feel of this and the thickness of the iron, it would be good to catch 7 or 8 pounds of fish. Hearing Old Ma's words, Shen Yu was happy. Old Ma, I'm not afraid you don't believe me. This fishing rod of mine, with my matching fishing line, not to mention 7 or 8 pounds of fish, 7 or 800 pounds can be caught. Do you believe me? Shen Yu deliberately said to Old Ma with a mysterious face. 7 or 800 pounds? Old Ma sized up Shen Yu and snorted. Are you kid drunk? 7 to 800 pounds. You think you're fishing for sharks? With this thing? I'd probably break it with 2 random presses. That's what you said. Let's make a bet. Shen Yu touched around, fished out a box of new cigarettes from his pocket and said, let's bet on this. If you can crush this fishing rod, this is yours. At that, Old Ma picked up the pack of cigarettes and took a look at them, and they were really good cigarettes. I thought you kids never smoked? Where did you get it? The old horse said with some confusion. Don't worry about that. Just say you're betting or not. If you lose, give me another month of shop maintenance, Shen Yu said with a smile. As for the pack of cigarettes, it really wasn't bought by him, but it was a pack of cigarettes given to him by the other party after he beat Li Guangji in the Red and Blue Army simulated confrontation before. You really don't treat Master as an outsider. Old Ma laughed. Okay, 1 month is 1 month. I'll see how powerful this fishing rod of yours really is. With that, Old Ma pulled the fishing rod out before pressing it hard against the ground. The whole rod had formed a 45-degree arc from the middle of the rod, but what the old horse didn't expect was that the rod, though bent terribly, didn't have the slightest intention of breaking. While being surprised in his heart, Old Ma once again exerted force with both hands and directly pressed the fishing rod to 30 degrees. This kind of curvature, even the carbon fiber fishing rod cannot hold up, let alone Shen Yu. This is still a metal fishing rod? As a result, with a buzzing sound, the old horse's hand slipped, and the rod slipped out of his hand like a carp that had been jerked up. Still in mid-air, the entire rod returned directly to its original shape. Not even a hint of bending could be seen. Hiss, that's not right. Old Ma was surprised. This is not normal metal, nor is it made of carbon fiber. How did you kid make it? It's a secret, so don't ask. Shen Yu laughed and threw the pack of cigarettes to Old Ma, saying, don't forget to turn around and help me maintain the workshop again. With that, Shen Yu walked out holding a large stack of packed fishing gear. These fishing gear, he intends to contact the courier station to send out today. After all, the first batch of viewers who ordered have been waiting for a month's time, waiting for Shen Yu to pack all the hundreds of fishing rods to express out. Enough surprisingly busy half a day's time. Looking at the afternoon already, after returning to his residence and simply eating something, Shen Yu opened his computer, intending to see if the Middle Eastern bearded Lascar and the others had left a message for him. However, there was really no need to guess about this. A month's time, the bearded men were sure to make a move. Sure enough, after Shen Yu opened the small dark domain web store, Lascar had several messages and the message box was pulsing. Rask said, Mr. Chen, please reply when you receive it. We have a special situation that requires us to speak with you. Shen Yu looked at it, and the last message was the one sent yesterday. Shen Yu said, please speak directly if you have anything to say. I've been busy with some personal matters this month and haven't logged into the small store much. After a while, the bearded man's avatar lit up, and at the same time, a message was replied to Shen Yu. Lasker said, the carrier order we talked about earlier. Mr. Chen, can the port blueprints be expedited? Accelerating progress? Shen Yu was a bit puzzled in his heart, but the two sides had previously agreed to give them the blueprints within half a year. But it hasn't even been a couple of days yet, and the bearded man is asking to speed things up. So what's going on? Shen Yu said, it's fine to speed up the progress. but I'd like to know how fast you guys need to go. If it's too tight, I might not be able to schedule the rest of the day. After seeing Chen Yu's message, the bearded man and the others, who were far away here in the Middle East, frowned. Commander, how much acceleration do you think it would be appropriate for us to ask for? The bearded man twisted his head toward Benjamin Jeton and asked. Nonsense, of course the faster the better. Benjamin Jeton said with a frown on his face. Hawkjam's carrier fleet has now begun to move globally, and, with our opponents losing ground, Hawkjam will never let that happen. One thing was clear to all of them, and that was that Hawkjam hated the fact that the place was a war zone. Where there's war, there's a chance to make war money. Not to mention that if the bearded one and the others do complete their internal purge and settle their rivals, it'll be difficult for Hawksauce to meddle in this area again. This, combined with the fact that Eagle Jam sent out a carrier fleet, combined to cause them to now desperately want a share of self-preservation. Wanting to fight against Eagle Jam, the most important thing, undoubtedly, was to have an aircraft carrier, and now, they could only look up to Chun Yu's side of the blueprint. Lasker Beard said, the sooner the better. Previously we agreed on a 6-month period. Otherwise, how about changing it to a month? Holy, a month? Chen Yu was taken aback. Now that he was busy with the matter at hand, there was no telling what Eagle Jam's carrier fleet might do in a month. Getting him to get the harbor blueprints out at this juncture, that's obviously going to require extra overtime. Chen Yu said, isn't this time a bit tight? Not to mention that what we delivered at the initial stage was only the harbor blueprints. Even if we start building the carrier earlier, the construction period will take a long time. Lasker said, Mr. Chen, we understand your feelings very well, and as a reciprocal payment, the $37 billion that we called in before will be used as the purchase money for this port blueprint. Seeing the other party's message, Chen Yu was truly dumbfounded this time. Good lord, $37 billion for a harbor blueprint? Chapter 73, 30 kilometers of territorial red line. Level 1 response. They say that the dog is a big dog, and it seems that these 3 words are not for everyone. Chen Yu did not doubt the authenticity of the bearded man's words at all. Perhaps to others, this sort of thing was a joke, but Chen Yu knew that the bearded men were truly capable of such things. Lasker said, how about it, Mr. Chen? The port blueprints will be delivered within a month, and after that, regarding the price of the carrier blueprints, we can discuss it again, and make sure that you are satisfied as well. What's the saying? If you don't make money that's the size of a cutie. What's more, it's just a blueprint for a harbor, which, to put it bluntly, doesn't have anything to do with selling classified military information. Chen Yu secretly pondered in his heart, not to mention the blueprints, even if it is directly to start construction of an aircraft carrier port. I am afraid that the project spending is more than 30 billion, right? Chen Yu said, happy cooperation. I'll deliver the harbor blueprints within a month. Lasker said, excellent, Mr. Chen, we're waiting for your good news. After the simple call ended, Chen Yu also couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh between his eyebrows. Originally, he was wondering if he could take a break and rest for the next 2 days, but if he looked at it now, it would be a great thing if he could work at night without working all night. However, since Big Beard and the others had already committed to putting $37 billion towards the cost of the harbor blueprints, Chen Yu certainly couldn't afford to push anything back. After opening the drawing software, Chen Yu began to draw the blueprints of the carrier's harbor. There is no doubt that this is a tremendous amount of work. Normally, to complete the production of blueprints of this scale, it would take at least a team of experts to fight for several months, if not a year or two, to complete. Chen Yu, on the other hand, with the natural skill granted by the system, had directly retrieved the blueprints of the Blue Cloud carrier harbor in his mind and then modified them. There were ready-made blueprints for carrier ports to use, but if they really copied the Blue Cloud's port blueprints to the bearded ones, they would be in big trouble when the port was built. Once this blueprint was done, it was a full week. However, the effect of a week of catching up on work was still very significant, and Chen Yu had already completed about 35% of this blueprint. If nothing else, a month is definitely more than enough time to complete this blueprint. After drawing the blueprints for the last small base station's traction equipment, Chen Yu stood up from his chair and stretched hard, his bones and joints crackling. I can't, I'd better call it a day. Chen Yu yawned. This week, he had hardly been out at all, and had been fully engaged in drawing the harbor blueprints. But it was at this time that a call suddenly came in. Hello? Who is it? Chen Yu while answering the phone. The Heartslander. Really afraid of what comes a moment are not allowed to rest? Chen Yu, I'm Lu Hongjun. Remember me? A voice came from the other end of the phone and said to Chen Yu, Vice Commander Lu? Chen Yu was startled and said, of course I remember you. Something for me? Is it convenient for you now? I'll send someone to fetch you over in a moment. Lu Hongjun said, what Commander Rin told you before? Eagle Jam's carrier fleet now has a new movement. Understood. Ready to go. Chen Yu didn't hesitate for anything and replied dryly. After less than half an hour, a military vehicle arrived at the Blue Cloud City Iron and Steel Factory and picked Chen Yu up before setting off towards the southeast coast side of the main base. In the large conference room, Ren Taijun, Zhou Changhong, and Wu Haidong, the three commanders of the land, sea, and air were all present when Chen Yu arrived. Other than that, the conference room was almost entirely filled with generals carrying general stars on their shoulders, and even colonels were very rare. Chen Yu stood in the doorway, appearing somewhat out of place with this group of bigwigs. Seeing Chen Yu standing at the door, Ren Taijun laughed and scolded. "What's wrong with you, kid? Recognizing why don't you hurry in and sit down? Just waiting for you." "Wait for me?" After Chen Yu came in, there was only one seat left here, which was next to Wu Haidong, so he could only sit next to Wu Haidong. And Ren Taijun's sentence of "just waiting for you" was even more surprising to Chen Yu's heart. Good guy, a room full of generals and commanders, all waiting for him alone. This face is simply great to the sky. "You take it easy," Ren Taijun said. "If it's according to rank, you kid certainly isn't qualified to come to this conference room. However, if it's about contribution, you're definitely qualified to sit here." It was also that Chen Yu was not willing to join the military. Otherwise, with his performance of successively giving great merits to the army, navy and air force, he would have to be commended to the rank of lieutenant colonel, or even colonel, at least by now. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Wu Haidong knocked on the table and said with a straight face, "All of you should already know that Eagle Sauce's 2 full carrier fleets have arrived at Foot Chicken's military base a week ago, and just 5 hours ago, one of those carrier fleets, commanded by Eagle Jam's 4-star admiral, Admiral Aminos, has approached 30 kilometers outside our territorial boundaries." Everyone knows that 30 kilometers of territorial waters is already an absolute redline area. Not to mention, the other side is a full carrier fleet. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yu's face also became grave. This situation was not a joke. It was something big enough to make the Great Dragon State activate a level 1 military response. Now, the head of the Eagle Sauce's military has conveyed a missive to us, and they have expressed their desire to conduct a joint military exercise with us, the Great Dragon Nation, in the Outer Sea region. Wu Haidong said in a cold voice. "The people in charge of Eagle Jam have made it specifically clear that they want this to be an exercise extremely close to actual combat, and that they will never leave until they wait for a response from us." "The bastards," a general angrily said. "I think they are clearly hooligan behavior. Can this be called a military exercise? This is clearly blocking our doorway to show their muscles." "That's right. If it's a military exercise, then at least a month in advance to deal with us in official communications. Where do you get a carrier fleet on someone's doorstep to ask for an exercise? The way I see it, this isn't even a maneuver. It's a provocation. Eagle Jam does seem to be expanding by the day now. After all, their navy is way ahead of the curve globally." Zhou Changhong nodded. "Moreover, I'm afraid that this so-called joint exercise is a conspiratorial action that they want to strike our Blue Cloud carrier formation to the extent of the morale of the navy and the 3 armies." While the group of generals were expressing their opinions individually, Wu Haidong looked towards Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, tell us what you have in mind. We didn't invite you here just for you to sit in." Wu Haidong patted Chen Yu's shoulder and laughed. Chapter 74, 1-3 Military Exercises. Global Focus. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu laughed. "I don't think this matter is really complicated. Since Eagle Jam's carriers have sailed to our front door, then of course we have to beat them back. Other people have already put the tip of the knife under your nose, and if you have no blood at all at such a time and dare not fight back, will you not make the whole world look at you as a joke? It's easier said than done to type that, but it would be a big deal to actually engage Eagle Jam." Zhou Changhong stood up and walked over to the main stage side of the conference room, where a huge map of the world hung on the wall. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of threats in the East and South China Sea region of the Great Dragon Kingdom, in addition to Eagle Jam's carrier fleet," Zhou Changhong said. "Countries like the Southern Monkey, the White Elephant, and the Footpad Chicken, and all of them. Which one of them isn't friends with Eagle Sauce? Which one of them isn't hugging Eagle Sauce's thigh? Once the Great Dragon Nation fights Eagle Jam, these countries are bound to get involved. Even if on the military strength, these countries are not the enemy of the Great Dragon Country, but mosquitoes are still annoying. When the time comes, the entire southeastern waters of the Great Dragon Country will inevitably set off a major melee. It is something that must be prudently considered for today's Great Dragon State to fight a great war. If we win, it will be good for you and good for me and good for everyone. But if we don't win, or if the battle line is dragged out, the economic development will have to be dragged down over time. It doesn't seem that complicated to me." Seeing that none of the generals were too optimistic about the idea, Chen Yu squared his shoulders and said, "What's happening now is that the Eagle Jam has taken the initiative to conduct a joint military exercise, but, in their hearts, It must not be as simple as just wanting to conduct a military exercise. This also means that if we accept the invitation to the joint military exercises, they'll definitely sidestep it when the time comes, and we'll just be able to make a big deal out of it. Plans always change, and since Hawk Jam made a risky move, we might as well just follow their path and see what happens. Chen Yu's words made Ren Taijun nod slightly. It makes sense. The joint military exercises are just the last few days. We can't work out a fine program even if we meet now, Ren Taijun said. I agree with Chen Yu's idea. First accept the invitation to the joint military exercises, and then see what we can do. What kind of devious tricks the Eagle Sauce wants to play. Let's break them down one by one, with Ren Taijun leading the way. Soon the other generals nodded their heads in support. Soon enough, the news that the Great Dragon Nation had agreed to a joint military exercise had reached Admiral Aminos, the 4-star admiral who was leading Eagle Jam's fleet this time. In front of his desk, General Aminos looked at the circular letter sent by the Great Dragon Nation and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. From his blue-gray eyes, there was unmistakable disdain and contempt. What a surprise! The Great Dragon Nation actually dared to agree to our request for a joint military exercise? It seems that it's still the carrier launch that has given them so much confidence that it makes them think that they're good enough to arm wrestle with us now. Aminos lit a cigarette and puffed 2 puffs of smoke out of his nostrils. General, so, do we move as planned? A staff officer standing in front of him asked, standing at attention. Of course, since the Great Dragon Nation is going to accept the joint military exercise, we'll have to make this a global sensation. In addition, immediately give notice to the Footpad Chicken and the Southern Monkey to send their respective fleets and troops to prepare for this military exercise operation. The facts were almost identical to what Shen Yu had predicted. Within a mere 8 hours after the Great Dragon Nation squared off against the Eagle Sauce and agreed to a joint military exercise, the fleets of the Footpad Chicken and the Southern Monkey were rapidly approaching in the outer waters of the East and South China Seas. At the same time, Eagle Jam immediately publicized the joint military exercise operation widely around the world through their major domestic news media. Because it involves a military exercise competition between 2 top powers, this joint military exercise has already created a furor in the media and public opinion around the world even before it officially begins. The media and public opinion of many of the major powers in Western Europe, the Great Eagle States, the Chariot States, and so on, are focusing on this military exercise. Unexpectedly, the Great Dragon Kingdom is going to conduct a joint military exercise with several countries, including Eagle Sauce and Foot Chicken, in the East China Sea region. For this military exercise, the Great Dragon Nation will fight as the red side, while Eagle Sauce and the other countries will be the joint blue side. The 2 sides will conduct a series of maneuvers and operations in the sea such as fleet confrontation, target shooting, electronic warfare, air force simulation, anti-submarine attack, beach landing and so on. News, such as this, in the world's media rolling back and forth broadcast, billions of pairs of eyes around the world. This moment in nervous anticipation of the military exercises. It's the same old routine Eagle Jam always uses. What they are best at is the war of public opinion. And by the way, they will put some more spy people in the country for you to stir up the public opinion environment in the country. Shen Yu, look at this. We haven't even started fighting yet, and others have already created the momentum first. In the office, Wu Haidong looked at the Western news on the screen filled with explosive fonts and grunted coldly. Shen Yu, who was standing next to Wu Haidong, a surge of anger also appeared in his gaze. Anyone with eyes can see that this is clearly a move of Eagle Sauce. Now the momentum created so big. Which party loses? I'm afraid it's hard to get off the stage. Of course, in the eyes of Eagle Sauce and the others, the losing side was bound to be the Great Dragon Nation. After all, they had several countries' naval forces in the battle on the blue square. As for the point of more against less, Eagle Sauce's outwardly proclaimed reasoning was that the Great Dragon Nation was fighting on home turf and had a greater advantage, so it was only right for them to join forces with other nations to carry out the operation. Commander Wu, is our fleet in place? Shen Yu looked at the coordinate infographic on the big screen. On it, Eagle Jam's 2 carrier fleets had arrived within 30 nautical miles of the exterior of the East China Sea and were hovering. On the other hand, the fleets of the Footpad Chicken and the Southern Monkey were close to entering the military exercise waters. These 2 countries didn't have carriers, so the fleet they sent, totaling a combined total of 5 destroyers and 12 frigates, was barely able to outmaneuver the Eagle Sauce's configuration of 1 carrier fleet. After the meeting was completed yesterday, our Navy has been mobilizing fleet forces from all naval bases. Of these, led by the carrier Blue Cloud, we'll be sending at least 15 destroyers and over 20 frigates this time, plus 10 each of missile boats, submarines, and destroyers, Wu Haidong said. While we certainly have a lot of warships in the Great Dragon Kingdom, we can't deploy all of them. A portion of them must remain in the various military bases to carry out security missions, so for the time being, this is what we can mobilize. Chapter 75, A Pot of Dumplings Wrapped Around an Eagle Sauce Carrier. Chen Yu did some calculations in his mind. Looking at it this way, apart from not having an advantage in the number of aircraft carriers, in fact, the naval power of the Great Dragon Nation was completely capable of touching base with the combined fleets of these three countries. Footpad Chicken and South Monkey and their destroyer. That can be called a destroyer? All of them are traded in from Eagle Sauce, old from the 1970s and 1980s, and are just pure filler to put on the current joint military exercises. What was really difficult to deal with was actually these two carrier fleets of Eagle Jam. In addition to the various ships in the fleet itself, there were also nearly 100 fighters and various types of reconnaissance and early warning aircraft that they carried. Commander Wu, that Sea Dragon 3 I handed over to the Air Force earlier. How is it now? Chen Yu suddenly opened his mouth and asked Wu Haidong. Hearing this, Wu Haidong laughed. That's what you're asking? After your Sea Dragon 3 was sent to the Air Force Research and Development Center, they replicated it based on your improved engine and fuselage materials and so on. And we've also fused some of the Liberty Blackhawks technology, and have now modified the first batch of the new 5th generation fighters, as well as the 5th generation reconnaissance planes. This batch of new aircraft is also currently being assembled on top of our Blue Cloud carrier at the first opportunity to ensure that the carrier fleet's combat power is maximized. Hearing Wu Haidong say this, Chen Yu nodded and said, then I'm sure I'll apply to observe the military exercise in the command room tomorrow as well. Commander Wu, that's certainly no problem. I can authorize it. Wu Haidong nodded and said, on the Air Force side, old Zhou even talked to me on the phone, and yesterday he said that when the time comes, he hopes that you will be in charge of commanding and mobilizing that batch of new 5th generation fighters and reconnaissance planes. This is not only because of trusting Chen Yu, but also because those things developed by Chen Yu, the general public still simply can't manage, and must be commanded by him to conduct the battle. In order to play the greatest role, everything is ready. The next morning, on the East Sea of the Great Dragon Kingdom, nearly 100 ships of all types had all arrived at the intended location for the maneuvers. Among them, Eagle Jam's two carriers naturally took the lead, and under the command of Admiral Aminos, with a group of frigates and destroyers opening the way, they brazenly sailed into the territorial waters of the Great Dragon Nation. Both carriers were standard nuclear-powered carriers with a displacement of over 80,000 tons, much larger than the Blue Cloud specifications, and fully loaded with nearly 100 fighters. On the left and right flanks of Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet, the fleets of the Footpad Chicken and the Southern Monkey took up the task of protecting the flanks, with a look of a little brother following the Big Daddy's style, and similarly flaunted their way into the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The next second Eagle Sauce's Blue Fleet invaded territorial waters. The road-based reconnaissance radar of the Great Dragon Nation had captured the corresponding coordinates of this group of targets. Both sides launched electronic warfare almost at the same time, with a large number of electromagnetic jamming signals rapidly striking towards each other. Why is the Navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom so slow to show up? In the command room of the Fulton-class carrier on the left side of the Eagle Jam fleet, Admiral Aminos sat leisurely on a couch, even with a cup of coffee in his hand. General, I see that this military exercise can already decide the winner. A white general behind him laughed. Our radar early warning planes have not detected any movement in the Great Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Doesn't that mean that they are no longer in a position to resist? Once electronic warfare is defeated, then no amount of high-end weaponry is likely to work. It would seem so. General Aminos took a sip of his coffee, glanced at his watch, and said, stop the electronic warfare attack in 10 minutes and continue to move the fleet forward. I'm already looking forward to standing on the docks of a military base in the Great Dragon Nation and blowing off steam. As his orders reached the commanders of the fleet's ships, soon the Blue Fleet, led by Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet, vastly began to accelerate, intending to drive directly into the offshore waters of the Great Dragon Nation. However, what Aminos couldn't have dreamed of was that everything was functioning properly here at the Great Dragon Nation's naval base. Here in the command center, the Blue Fleet's trajectory was clearly visible on a dozen huge large screens. Sure enough, the yokels have been tricked. A small smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. Earlier, it was he who had taken the initiative to propose to Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong to confuse their opponents with a silent stance and lure them deeper into the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and it turned out that the scheme had worked. It didn't even occur to the condescending Eagle Sauce that the silence of the Great Dragon Nation was actually intentional, and wasn't at all caused by the electronic systems being paralyzed by their attack. I can see that they are very confident indeed. Wu Haidong also had a cold smile on his face as he said, order the ambush fleet on our flanks to stay put for now. Wait for them to go in a bit further and then block their retreat for me. I'm going to wrap up their dumplings today. At the moment, Eagle Sauce's combined Blue Fleet was lined up in single file formation, flaunting its way towards the offshore of the Great Dragon Kingdom. In the command room, Admiral Aminos hadn't the slightest idea that a full 10 destroyers and a dozen submarines had been ambushed on either side of their rear. They split into two forces, and as soon as Eagle Sauce's combined blue fleet was in the pocket, they began to close the mouth of the pocket from the rear, ready to take them out in one fell swoop. Under Chang Yu's arrangement, the two fleets of destroyers mixed with submarines deliberately maintained a long distance so that Eagle Sauce's carrier in the very center could not detect them. As for the left and right flank positions of the footpads and southern monkeys, their ships were even more like blind men, only knowing to follow Hawk Sauce with a bored head and slamming forward, not realizing the danger behind them in the slightest. 30 minutes later, in the command room, General Aminos once again ordered, "We're less than 100 kilometers away from the coastline of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Next send out fighters and go for a drive around there offshore to see what's going on." Out of the general's vigilance, Aminos didn't order the fleet to actually sail to the ports of the Great Dragon Nation, but rather to let the fighters go over and scout them out from a distance of many dozens of kilometers. After all, from the start of the military drill to now, more than an hour had passed, but the side of the Great Dragon country was still a state of silence, not even a hint of movement. The saying that when things go wrong, there is always a demon is always true, and a hint of something not so good appeared vaguely in Aminos' heart. Eagle Sauce has a plane in the air. Here in the command center of the naval base, Shen Yu and a group of generals clearly saw that the radar detected two fighters taking off from the other party's carrier, rapidly approaching the coast of the Great Dragon Nation. "If they put out fighters, so do we," Shen Yu said to Zhou Changhong. "Commander Zhou, just send the fighters modified with my technology to meet the battle." Chapter 76, Surgical Strike. Communicate my order. Carrier Blue Cloud. Immediately take off two Tsunami 35s for battle. Give me the fastest speed, the cleanest means to solve the incoming enemy. As Zhou Changhong's order was given, two Tsunami 35 fighters from the Blue Cloud carrier quickly lifted off to meet the battle. These two fighters are also the strongest fifth-generation fighters independently developed by the Great Dragon Kingdom and in service today. The Air Force Base attaches extreme importance to these two fighters. Shen Yu to the Sea Dragon 3C burst reform of those technologies. The Air Force Base experts after the study. The first time to copy to these two fighters. Now, the distance between the two sides was actually less than 100 kilometers. A distance that, for the top 5-generation fighters, would only take a moment's work to meet. On the Eagle Jam side of the carrier fleet, General Aminos in the command room, with his coffee in hand, stared at the big screen, uploading back from his own fighters. In order to be able to ruthlessly thwart the Great Dragon Nation, this time Aminos specially requested the Commander-in-Chief, Admiral Mack, to equip the carrier fleet with the most advanced fifth-generation fighter, the F-22. Of course, in the eyes of Eagle Jam's group of generals, it seemed that the military power of the Great Dragon Nation was not so overwhelming as to require them to utilize the F-22 for strikes, using stealthy fifth-generation fighters to fight the Great Dragon Nation. In their opinion, isn't that the behavior of an adult beating up a child? It's a complete one-sided crush. Approximately 15 kilometers from the land coastline of the Great Dragon Kingdom, no enemy targets have been detected in sight. The pilot of one of the F-22 fighters in front of him swept the radar with his afterimage while observing the situation outside. There was no response, and the airspace around them was completely empty, with only their two fighters approaching forward. Strange, could it be that the Great Dragon Kingdom is not planning to resist at all, and that we are being overly concerned? General Aminos frowned. It wasn't true that he despised the Great Dragon Nation, but he was also ready to wrap up a fight in this joint military exercise. But who would have thought that until now? Even the warships of the Great Dragon Kingdom, even the aircraft carriers, even the fighters did not show up a single one. Could this be some new tactic? However, it was at this time that the two F-22 fighters, which were about to approach the coastline range, had a simultaneous warning sound in the headphones of both pilots. Warning, you have intruded into the airspace of our Great Dragon Nation. Follow our guidance and land immediately or we will open fire and shoot you down. The warning cry startled the two F-22 pilots. The other party was able to directly shout at them. What does that mean? It means that the other party had already discovered them a long time ago and was very close to them. Fark, how is this possible? The face of the F-22 pilot in front of him was full of surprise. He thought he was flying without using stealth mode. However, after a check he realized that the F-22's stealth was maintained and there were still no coordinates or parameters of the other side in the radar. Hell no, it must be the Great Dragon Kingdom and their people who are up to some trickery. Another F-22 pilot cursed outright. Don't think we can't see what you're thinking. You want us to make a forced landing with just a warning? Dream on. As they did so, the two F-22s reacted in almost the same tactical manner, releasing a large number of jamming rounds and electromagnetic signals while performing tumbling maneuvers in the air. Damn it, the Yankees don't listen. A grounded curse appeared in the headphones of the two F-22 pilots. The next moment the shrill alarm of an incoming missile sounded in their cabin. Whoosh, whoosh. two air-to-air missiles, which grazed their wings, exploded in the back of the plane. At this, both pilots were dumbfounded. Those two air-to-air missiles had obviously locked onto their coordinates just now, and that was the other side deliberately leaving them alive, not missing the mark. Our side repeats itself for the last time. Damn it, if you don't land with us, the next missile will blow you to pieces. Hearing the shouts in his headset, the pilot of the F-22 fighter in front of him gave in and turned off the various combat modes, ready to accept the other side's guided landing. Seeing this scene, a group of generals in the command center of the naval base were happy. Look, what's wrong with the F-22? Still no match for us. They didn't even know where our fighters were before they were captured. Zhou Changhong's mouth was grinning up to his ears. As the Air Force commander, he had definitely grown a face today. What are you happy about? The Tsunami 35's ability in all aspects is not as good as the F-22. This is a fact. Without those new technologies provided by Qinyu, we can't take these two fighters that easily. Ren Taijun, who was on the side, grunted and said. However, just as the generals were thinking that the two F-22s were going to be returned to China like the Freedom Blackhawks before them, something strange happened. The F-22 at the back, seeing that the one in front had already surrendered, actually whimsically made a cornering U-turn with a high-speed maneuver, threw out a large number of heat-induced bombs, and turned around and ran. At this time, a group of generals, including Zhou Changhong, the commander, hesitated. However, Chen Yu suddenly spoke. Direct fire and shoot down that F-22. After receiving the command center's order, high in the sky, two Tsunami 35s revealed their silhouettes at the same time. The missiles underneath their fuselage had long since locked onto the fleeing F-22, and the next moment, two air-to-air missiles were fired simultaneously. In the azure sky, the tail flames of the two missiles trailed a white wave of air thousands of meters long. Boom! On the big screen, through the images transmitted back from the Tsunami 35 fighter, Chen Yu and the generals clearly saw that the F-22 overhead was directly destroyed, blowing up a large ball of fire. Seeing this scene, all three commanders froze for a moment. Good guy, Chen Yu, this kid really dares to give orders. The three of them were still considering the gain/loss situation just now, but it turned out that Chen Yu had directly ordered them instead. As for the Tsunami 35 fighter side, the pilots wouldn't care who gave the order, as long as it was an order from the command center, as pilots were bound to execute it with all their might. The two destroyer fleets in the rear ambush can begin their encirclement action. Also, Commander Wu, please have the Blue Cloud fleet deploy immediately as well, to attack both front and rear. Chen Yu turned his head and said to the several commanders who were still in a state of stupefaction. At the same time, far away on the sea more than 100 kilometers away, in the command room of the Fulton-class carrier, General Aminos also discovered with a start that his side's two F-22s had lost all information and coordinates. What's going on? This time, he jumped straight up from his chair, came to the big screen, and said in a shocked voice, "Where's our airplane? What the hell is going on here?" Chapter 77, Aminos is in a hurry. 10 against 2. At this time, from the radar monitoring screen in the command room, the two F-22s surprisingly one after the other. All of them were out of signal, although the F-22s were stealth fighters. Before they departed, their radar coordinates were constantly transmitting to the carrier's side, and there was absolutely no way they could be interrupted. Now, with the coordinates gone, that means only two things. Either the two F-22s were captured and intercepted back by the other side, or they have been shot down. At this moment, General Amino's face was filled with cold sweat and an ugly-to-the-core look. The F-22 is a representative product of the cutting edge of the Eagle Jam's current fighter technology, costing close to 200 million knives apiece, and with two of them gone in one fell swoop. How could he explain it to Admiral Mack? What's more, if it's a serious air battle with the other country, it's just a matter of having some losses. As a result, other people's fighters did not even have a shadow from the beginning to the end, and their own two F-22s have strangely disappeared. Who can accept this kind of thing? What a hell? General Aminos said angrily. What are you waiting for? Immediately send me a scout plane to the sea where the radar coordinates disappeared to investigate. General, we're afraid. However, at this time, the several generals behind him hesitated, not knowing whether to speak up about this matter or not. What's wrong? General Aminos turned his head and cursed angrily. You stupid pigs, carry out my orders when they're given. What are you waiting for? Admiral, we seem to have been surrounded by the Great Dragon Kingdom's warships. Moreover, the number of the other side is not small. There are at least 10 destroyers and 20 missile boat submarines. A staff officer said stiffly against Amino's anger. What did you say? Amino's face went white, and he scrambled over to the side of the big command screen, and he saw that a large number of unidentified ships had indeed appeared in the direction of the left and right flanks of the Blue Fleet. It was as if these ships had appeared out of nowhere and had perfectly clamped down on their retreat back towards the open sea. Almost simultaneously, the electronic warfare jamming from the Great Dragon Nation arrived. In an instant, the power system in the entire carrier's command room was severely affected, even losing power for close to 30 seconds. Luckily, the nuclear-powered carrier had a fully backed-up artificial power system that could be activated, and it took a minute for the power to return to normal on the carrier. However, under the electromagnetic interference of the Great Dragon Nation, General Aminos realized that the fighters on the carrier, except for the radar early warning planes that were extremely resistant to interference, were no longer able to lift off properly. Assholes! Southern monkey and footpad chicken, they're just a bunch of mealies. People have already touched our flanks, but they're so good that they haven't even reacted at all? Aminos slammed his fist on the table in front of him in the command room in a fit of rage, flinging his hand and slamming his coffee cup again. Eagle Sauce Carrier is certainly a big killer in the war, but, no matter how powerful you are the carrier, once you let others touch the near future, the same as a fish on the chopping board. What's more, the destroyers of the Great Dragon Kingdom had already surrounded the left and right flanks of these two carrier fleets, plus the carrier fleet of the Blue Cloud that was pressing directly up from the front. Even if General Aminos was furious, he now understood that they were afraid that they didn't have much of a chance at all. Right now, the only way is to break through the Great Dragon Nation's electromagnetic interference, then lift all the fighters into the air and give them a wave of carpet bombing. Aminos immediately ordered his generals to mobilize all resources at hand to find a way to break the electromagnetic interference and give the counterattack a chance. However, it was at this time that the snow patterns on one of the large screens in front of him all returned to normal. Immediately afterward, a very authentic voice of the Great Dragon Nation was plugged directly into the middle of their carrier channel. Now that we have encircled your right and left flanks and retreat routes, please ask Admiral Aminos to unconditionally lead the fleet to surrender to avoid further losses. Repeat, on the side of the Great Dragon Nation, give your side 5 minutes to consider, and if there is no answer after 5 minutes, our side will continue to carry out attacks not limited to electronic warfare. The shouting on the carrier channel was clearly laced with a few moments of derision. After hearing this voice, General Aminos' face went completely black. What is this? This is clearly a blatant slap in their face. The Great Dragon Nation has even gotten so high and mighty that they don't even bother to consistently overwhelm them with electronic warfare anymore, which is simply more humiliating to them than just crushing them outright. These assholes, it looks like they really want a real fight? Aminos ordered in a cold voice. Immediately send me 10 more F-22s up in the air and tell them that they are authorized to use live fire, preferably to take out the opponent's carrier flagship before attacking the opponent's destroyers. Soon, a single F-22 lifted off via electromagnetic ejection from the decks of the two Eagle Sauce carriers. As for the situation on the side of the Southern monkey and the footpad chicken, Aminos didn't even bother to care much about it. It's an indisputable fact that the Great Dragon Nation's navy is weaker than Hawk Jam's, but that's because Hawk Jam is a global hegemony-level opponent. A fleet of opponents like the Southern monkeys wouldn't even be able to hold up to a round of heavy punches from the Great Dragon Kingdom if it came down to it. Meanwhile, on this side of the naval base, Chen Yu and the three commanders had all seen the movement of the Eagle Jam carrier. These idiots, they thought our fighters were offshore? Zhou Changhong laughed loudly and said, "Don't say, this live actual picture it is just better than the radar picture." By this time, the two Tsunami 35 fighters were, in fact, hovering at an altitude of about 8 kilometers above the Eagle Jam carrier. Because of their specially modified paint jobs and special engines with hardly any radar capture points, the entire carrier fleet pressed the point. 10 F-22s. It seems that General Aminos is really pissed off. With his hands behind his back, Ren Taijun laughed. "Shun Yu, do you have any confidence in the Tsunami 35 after the special explosive modification? Do we need to continue sending additional fighters for reinforcement? I don't see the need." Shen Yu shook his head and said, "Air warfare is all about getting the upper hand on the enemy. Whoever can spot the other's unit first will be the first to strike and grasp the advantage. And right now the advantage is in our hands. So what if it's 2 against 10? In Shen Yu's opinion, this is not a problem at all. Unless the other side directly on 100 fighters. Hard to rely on the number of your missiles to run out. Then there is really no way out. Command Center Command." Zhou Changhong ordered the two fighter pilots through the communication band. Once the other party's F-22 intrudes into the territorial airspace of the Great Dragon Nation, the command center grants you permission to attack by any means, including shooting down the target. Chapter 78, Completion. Hundreds of millions of hits worldwide. Tsunami 1 copy. Tsunami 2 copy. From the comm band came the voices of two fighter pilots. On one of the large screens in the command center, Shen Yu was able to clearly see that the Great Dragon Nation's Tsunami 35 was rapidly weaving its way through the clouds. But after a few minutes of work, the F-22 could already be seen in the airspace in front of them through the fighter's viewpoint. They still hadn't been able to spot the Great Dragon Nation's fighters, and they were still smothering their heads as they flew straight towards the Blue Cloud carrier. attempting to directly destroy the blue cloud by gathering fire. 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers to the boundary line of our territorial airspace. The pilot of Tsunami 1 observed a radar screen in front of him, on which it was clearly visible that 10 F-22s were about to enter the territorial airspace of the Great Dragon Nation. The territorial sovereignty of any country is always the red line of red lines. So what if you're Eagle Sauce? So what if it's a joint military exercise? If you dare to invade the airspace and territorial waters recklessly, then you'd better not regret such a move. Prepare to fire 2 Sword air-to-air missiles and lock onto the 2 centermost planes on the other side. Tsunami 2 copy. Activate both missiles and lock on target 3 or 4 in the center of the opposition. Within a few seconds, 2 Tsunami 35s from the Great Dragon Nation had locked onto 4 F-22 fighters through their flight fire control radar. Their so-called stealth is now a joke. Every move is within the monitoring of the Great Dragon State. How can we talk about the word stealth? The target has crossed the red line in the territorial waters. Fire! Here in the command center. This time, Zhou Changhong didn't hesitate like before and directly ordered. Missiles mounted under the fuselage of the 2 Tsunami 35s were rapidly fired, while the 4 missiles trailing their trailing flames were rapidly launched towards the F-22 in front of them. The 2 Tsunami 35s immediately made left and right maneuvers and circled towards the direction of the target's flanks. Fighter jets can be modified to be stealthy, but there is no way for a missile to be stealthy. Therefore, the next second after these 4 Rapier missiles were launched, those 4 locked F-22s immediately issued an early warning. Air raid threat, air raid threat. Inside the cabin of an F-22, the pilot's eyes widened as he couldn't imagine why the Great Dragon Nation's missiles would come from behind. Shocked, he immediately and subconsciously tried to perform maneuvering evasive maneuvers to try to avoid the missile. However, with the 2 sides being extremely close, even if he released a heat-trapping bomb at this time, it wouldn't help. Adding to the despair of the 4 Eagle Jam pilots was the fact that they had just flown in formation, and there were several other F-22s flying together in the direction of the left and right wing periphery. No one expected the Great Dragon Nation to fire at them from behind, so the 10 F-22s practically hugged each other with the intention of entering the Great Dragon Nation's coastal waters before launching into battle formation. This time, they didn't even have time to make room for maneuvering evasion. Boom! The first missile took out an F-22 directly, turning it into a huge fireball that exploded straight up high in the air. And the second missile, which didn't hit the target with that F-22's heat-trapping bomb interference, produced a more horrific effect than a direct hit. The pilot of that F-22, in his nervousness, pulled straight and hard, resulting in a head-on collision with an F-22 on the flank. The 2 fighters hugged each other and crashed down towards the sea in a much larger ball of fire. The other 2 missiles, on the other hand, both shot down an F-22 each. This time, Eagle Jam's carrier command room saw the scene clearly. General Aminos, his face a ghastly shade of white, and his strength seeming to run out, slumped helplessly into his chair. The generals behind him were all so pale that they couldn't even speak. It was only when the Tsunami 35s of the Great Dragon Nation fired their missiles that their silhouettes made a startling appearance on the big screen in the carrier's command room. However, the cost of such a shocking appearance was the direct loss of half the number of fighters in Eagle Jam's F-22 formation. The fight hadn't even started yet, and counting the 2 just now, this was a full 7 fighters lost. Moreover, the loss of those 7 fighter pilots was even more unacceptable to Aminos compared to the billion or so knives worth of those 7 fighters. This time he brought hundreds of fighters, but there simply weren't as many as hundreds of pilots. Without 7 excellent pilots at once, this time, even if he could return home safely, I'm afraid he couldn't withstand Admiral Mike's anger. Communicate my order for the remaining F-22s to return immediately. After General Aminos said this, his eyes almost went black and he was about to pass out directly. And at this time, far away here in the naval base of the Great Dragon Kingdom, it was a scene of boiling joy. In addition to the more than 1 billion people of the Great Dragon Kingdom, hundreds of countries around the world, and an unknown number of media and people, were waiting for the results of this joint military exercise. However, just a few minutes later, several authoritative official media outlets of the Great Dragon Nation simultaneously released a video on all major social media platforms. The video is not very long, just under a minute. In the video, the footage is spread out forward from a fighter jet perspective, without any soundtrack or any subtitles or editing figures. The next moment the voice of the fighter pilot appears. Activate air-to-air array radar. 10 enemy air targets have been detected ahead. All F-22s. Tsunami 1. Prepare to fire 2 Sword air-to-air missiles to attack enemy center 1 and 2 aircraft. Tsunami 2. Prepare to launch 2 missiles to attack enemy center 3 and 4 planes. In the video's footage, the Tsunami 1's fighter pilot tapped a few times on the smart screen in front of him, and the fire control radar immediately locked onto 2 targets. Fire! Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 missiles with trailing flames were launched from under the belly of the fighter, while the fighter's view was immediately pulled out diagonally. The 4 missiles that were launched, on the other hand, directly destroyed the enemy units in just under 10 seconds. High in the sky, a brilliant cloud of fireworks quickly bloomed. This is where the video footage ends. At this moment, here in the command center of the naval base, Chen Yu was also holding his phone to brush this video. When he first clicked in, the video only had a few thousand views, but by the time he finished watching and exited, the video's views had already exceeded 20 million, and the number of retweets was as high as a few million. Look at this. The number of clicks on this video released by our official number on the extranet has already exceeded 1.500 million times within 10 minutes. Moreover, this number is still increasing. It's simply hot. Chapter 79, The Military Conference. Chen Yu must sit in the center. Not only were the people of the Great Dragon Nation thrilled to the core, but the people from all over the world who were watching the confrontation were all shocked by the Great Dragon Nation's move. My god, it's unbelievable that the Great Dragon Nation would dare to take a direct shot at Eagle Sauce. Aren't they afraid of the outbreak of World War III? Eagle Sauce has 2 full carrier fleets, and they didn't manage to get the slightest advantage under the Great Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, public opinion on the extranet had exploded, and no one had expected that the counterattack of the Great Dragon Country would be so severe and swift. 10 minutes later, the command center here received intelligence sent from the Blue Cloud carrier in the waters ahead. Eagle Jam's 2 carrier fleets have withdrawn from the waters of our Great Dragon Nation and are retreating toward the military bases of the Foot Chickens. Wu Haidong laughed. It seems that they are not some iron tigers, and they know pain when they are beaten. If you ask me, we should have taken this tactic a long time ago. On the side, Ren Taijun said in a cold voice, in the past, Eagle Jam, relying on their leading military strength, has openly provoked our country more than once, and today, undoubtedly, was enough of a stroke to change the future, with the loss of a full 5 F-22s, not only a tragic loss for Eagle Sauce, but an unmistakable slap in the face. Let's have all of our fleet pull back as well. Wu Haidong ordered to an officer in charge of communication and liaison, don't pursue the poor enemy, it's only natural for them to get beaten up for spreading wildness in our territorial waters. However, if we chase them out of the open sea, it won't be called defending the country. We don't do that kind of unreasonable thing. Soon, the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier and several destroyer formations all began to return to various seaports according to the established routes, while outside the command center, a large number of domestic and foreign journalists and media had long since flocked to the area. Get ready to arrange a press conference. Lao Run, you're good at this. You go. Wu Haidong patted Chen Yu's shoulder and said, Chen Yu, you should also attend the conference with Commander Ren. Me? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu laughed. Commander Wu, I'd rather not go. How would that work? Ren Taijun walked back and said, we can all see with our eyes that if it weren't for your Chen Yu's remodeling technology, could our fighters easily take out their F-22s? That's why, Comrade Xiao Chen, this operation was a big success, and in terms of merit, you have to be counted as the first one, so what's the point of showing your face? Now that you have the state as a guarantor of your safety, that's something you don't have to worry about. Go go go. Saying that, Ren Taijun pulled Chen Yu and walked towards the prepared press conference hall. Half an hour later, in one of the release rooms of the Naval Command Center, hundreds of journalists from major domestic and international media outlets filled the room. In the front row, there were even more cameras and camcorders with long guns than you could count. Chen Yu followed Ren Taijun and a group of officers into the release hall site, but also really ate a surprise. This battle can be really not small. After arriving at the main stage, Ren Taijun sat in the very center, while Chen Yu and a military staff officer sat on Ren Tiejuan's left and right sides respectively. For this briefing, I will briefly speak to my friends in the media as the military spokesperson for the Great Dragon Nation. Ren Taijun cleared his throat and began to talk about the origins of this so-called joint exercise under the media's cameras, and at the same time, the images here in the release hall were also broadcasted live through the cameras of various media outlets to the television stations of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and even various countries around the world. The cause of this matter is still due to the hegemonic behavior of the Eagle Sauce, which disregarded the sovereignty of the territorial sea and airspace of other countries in the first place, and wantonly used a 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft to carry out illegal reconnaissance operations in the sea and airspace of our Great Dragon Country. And 2 months ago, our military used some special means to intercept 2 of Eagle Sauce's Freedom Blackhawks, and temporarily detained both planes, and the pilots, all at our military. Ren Taijun said with a straight face. However, instead of choosing to deal with this matter through positive negotiation, Eagle Jam wants to pressurize our Great Dragon Nation through the so-called joint exercise, forcing us to return the 2 pilots and the airplane. This kind of rampant behavior is something we cannot tolerate, and I believe that no country, no person, can tolerate this kind of hegemonic behavior. and during today's joint exercise, Eagle Jam's carrier formation made an unauthorized incursion into our territorial airspace and took the lead in launching F-22 fighters to conduct an attack operation. Therefore, our military immediately took countermeasures, destroying and capturing a total of 5 F-22 fighters and capturing 1 pilot. Having said that, Run Taijun paused slightly to signal that the question session could proceed. Soon, countless reporters on stage immediately raised their hands to ask questions. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic, but due to time constraints, I can only answer questions from a few people. Run Taijun pointed to a blonde female reporter in the front row and said, "This reporter lady, please ask." Chunyu also took a look at the female reporter's work badge hanging on her chest. It was the BBC News media of the Great Eagle Country. This media is also considered an old friend of the Dragon Kingdom, and often likes to distort and misrepresent some of the Dragon Kingdom's news, and then add oil and vinegar to post it on the internet. Apparently, Ren Taijun was the first to get BBC News to ask questions just to see what gimmick they were going to use. Commander Ren, thank you for your permission to ask questions on behalf of our media in the Great Eagle Nation. That female reporter from the Great Eagle Nation stood up and asked in a broken accent, "May I ask if the Eagle Sauce was the first to open fire in this joint maneuver? Can we assume that it was your Great Dragon Nation that took the initiative to open fire and attack them, with the idea of starting a war?" At these words, the faces of several senior officers on the main stage went cold, including those seated below, a number of media reporters from the Great Dragon Nation. They all turned their heads to glare at her. Good guy, this Rin Taijun has not even begun to answer the question. The female reporter has already begun to lay a trap in the question? However, Run Taijun laughed instead. This reporter lady, your words are just too ridiculously ignorant. In this case, I'll let Comrade Chen Yu answer this question of yours. With that, Ren Taijun sent the microphone right in front of Chen Yu. The first half of your sentence is good. We, the Great Dragon Nation, opened fire, but only on the condition that Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet intruded into our territorial waters. And the maneuvers didn't say anything about granting them unauthorized access to the Great Dragon Nation's territorial waters. Accepting the microphone, Chen Yu faintly asked, "And I heard that your Great Eagle Nation also has a few pilots in Eagle Sauce's carrier formation this time around. So can I take it to mean that your stance is the same as Eagle Sauce's?" Chapter 80, Against Traps, strike back with a firm hand. No, 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 we have no intention of standing up for any country. That female reporter quickly shook her head and said, "But the fact is that the result is indeed like this. Your Great Dragon Nation didn't suffer any losses, but Eagle Sauce was shot down by you with several fighters. Isn't that right?" At this moment, not only the group of officers on the stage were annoyed beyond measure, even the people watching this live conference were enraged. In the large and small forums, as well as in the comments section of the live broadcast of the official number of the Great Dragon State, netizens were angrily denouncing this foreign devil who was intent on speaking crooked reasoning there. This with her big mouth doesn't look like a good person. She's been making up a trap for our people to fall into. Yeah, why doesn't she have the decency to mention that Eagle Jam sent a reconnaissance plane to hang out in our territorial waters? If it were the other way around, I'm afraid Eagle Jam would have opened fire. They, the Western media, say they are not, but in reality they are the same as Eagle Jam. In the release hall, facing the strong words of this female reporter from the Great Eagle Kingdom, Chen Yu also laughed. In front of hundreds of reporters and various media cameras, Chen Yu's next answer is even more flattering. We did shoot down Eagle Jam's fighter, just like you said. Is there anything wrong with that? Chen Yu's gaze sank as he said in a cold voice, "Our Great Dragon Kingdom loves peace and never takes the initiative to invade other countries. But, our territorial sovereignty, likewise, does not allow for any infringement by any country or force. Today, Eagle Jam's carrier fleet intruded into the territorial waters of our Great Dragon Nation under the name of a so-called joint exercise, and for that, they paid a heavy enough price. Then taking advantage of this conference today, we would also like to squarely tell any country around the globe that if they want to befriend and cooperate with the Great Dragon Nation, we warmly welcome them." Chen Yu looked at the female reporter and said, "However, any country that wants to utilize the so-called hegemony and military power to try and make the Great Dragon Kingdom submit for this, what happens to Eagle Jam today is what happens to them tomorrow." After Chen Yu's speech ended, the entire release hall fell into a brief silence. Even Ren Taijun, at this moment, was looking at Chen Yu next to him with a strange light in his eyes. He really felt that this kid was a good seedling worth cultivating. Next, Ren Taijun continued to answer questions from several domestic journalists, and then the conference came to an end. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, here at the Pentagon, General Mike, the 5-star general of the Eagle Sauce, was looking at the screen with a grimace as the officers of the Great Dragon Nation retreated in an orderly fashion. His blue-gray eyes, from not blinking and turning for so long, even had a frozen feeling, especially the slightly bulging muscles at his cheeks. which were twitching from gritting his teeth. Just 10 minutes ago, news of the disastrous defeat of the carrier fleet led by Admiral Aminos had made its way back to the Pentagon at Eagle Jam. At first, Admiral Mack thought his men were playing a joke on him. That's 2 full carrier fleets, and they're joined by the fleets of the Southern Monkeys and the Footpad Chickens. And who's the opponent this time? That's the Great Dragon Kingdom. In the past, when Eagle Sauce's reconnaissance planes casually circled over the territorial waters of the Great Dragon State, when have we ever seen the Great Dragon State directly fire back? For these generals in the Pentagon, they are even somewhat accustomed to the official stern representations and protests of the Great Dragon State. You can protest all you want. We won't lose any meat anyway. We'll just wait for the recon planes to go over tomorrow, won't we? But this time, the situation was far beyond Admiral Mack's expectations. What he never expected was that with such a huge disparity in strength, this asshole Aminos actually gave away 5 F-22s at once. What made him almost spit out blood was that it was just as well that 5 fighters were gone. But on the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, not even a hair was injured. Admiral Mack. Admiral Aminos' carrier fleet has arrived at the port of the military base at Footpad's Chicken. A staff officer stood beside him and asked, "General Aminos just called to ask about your next arrangements." Arrangements? Hearing those 2 words, Admiral Mack suddenly smiled, but his grim smiling face was as ferocious as a gray wolf, so that the officers around him dared not utter a breath. "Get this asshole on a plane and get back to the Pentagon right now. I'm going to personally remove him from his post and court-martial this asshole again. Also, send General Farkas to the military base at Footpad's Chicken to take over the carrier fleet for the time being." With that, Admiral Mike got up from his chair and went to the big screen, using his mouse to rewind that video footage of the military launch of the Great Dragon Nation. After backing up for a moment, Admiral Mack immediately hit pause. On the screen, it was clearly the scene when Chen Yu had just stood up to speak. "This young man, he's the Chen Yu I asked you to investigate earlier, right?" Admiral Mike stood right in front of the big screen staring at Chen Yu's face hole, the tip of his nose almost touching the screen. He also clearly remembered that the last time the Liberty Blackhawk was intercepted by the Great Dragon Nation, the reconnaissance information at the time indicated that it was likely this Chen Yu's handiwork. And today, Chen Yu appeared at the scene of the military launch, which further indicated that their previous speculations were correct. As far as I know, the Tsunami 35 of the Great Dragon Nation is their most advanced 5th-generation fighter at the moment. However, compared to our F-22, their Tsunami 35 is a step down in every way. Admiral Mack turned to a military engineer and asked, "I'm curious as to why our F-22s didn't even spot the other air unit and were even shot down by the other side's first fire?" The balding military engineer sweated. "Admiral Mike, maybe it's the Great Dragon Nation, they're hiding some special black technology. If we go by the lab data, our F-22, no country on the globe can fight against it." "Asshole, what bull lab data? You think lab data can be put on the battlefield to fight a war?" Admiral Mike growled. "Do you realize that our Special Intelligence Agency has just received word that the Tsunami 35 of the Great Dragon Kingdom has most likely been modified by this young man so that it can suppress our fighters?" "That's right. Just a few minutes ago, Admiral Mack received this message. It took 2 months of investigation by the Special Intelligence Agency to find out that Chen Yu was suspected of having close cooperation with the scientific research operations of the military of the Great Dragon Nation. Before today, Admiral Mack probably wouldn't have believed such news at all. But now, he had to doubt the authenticity of this matter. That kid called Chen Yu actually had the ability to explosively modify the Tsunami 35 to the point of crushing the F-22? Chapter 81, Awarding of the First Class Medal, and Another Incident Abroad. The military engineer was even more panicked after being ranted at by Admiral Mike. "Please rest assured, Admiral Mack, that we will look into this matter as soon as possible. However, I'm afraid this will require some intelligence leads on Tsunami 35. When he said that, he didn't dare to go on. "Tsunami 35? That kind of fighter? I'm not so fancy." Upon hearing this, Admiral Mike sneered and said, "What I want is not their Tsunami 35 from the Great Dragon Kingdom, but him." While saying this, Admiral Mike raised his hand, and on Chen Yu's head on the big screen, he nodded twice. "This young man, according to the Special Intelligence Agency's investigation, has just graduated from college not long ago, and is not even 25 years old. Youths like him are very susceptible to being swayed by outside temptations." Admiral Mike lit a cigarette and sat down with a small smile on his face instead. "You mean, bring this Chen Yu to our side?" The engineer walked over to Admiral Mack, surprised. "We're not just number one in the world in terms of military power. We're number one when it comes to pulling in talent." Admiral Mike, with a cigarette in one hand, pointed at Chen Yu on the screen and said, "Sugar-coated shells are for this kind of person. He's a much better digger than those old, aged experts." As he spoke, Admiral Mike pressed a button on a nearby table. A few moments later, a head of the Secret Service walked in. "Schuster, Now I have an important task for your special intelligence to do. Next, I don't care how much you spend or what you use, money and possessions or power or women. Admiral Mac pointed to the screen and said, I want you to take the shortest amount of time possible to bring this young man on board with us and get him to work for us at the Pentagon. Is that clear? Understood, Admiral Mac. Schuster laughed. It's just a young man. I don't think it's much of a complicated task. That's it. I'll go to the finance department later. I'll allocate you 100 million knives for the operation first. Carry out the operation as soon as possible. I want to see results. Admiral Mac waved his hand, signaling that he could go. And at this time, here at the Naval Command Center of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Chunyu was also packing up his backpack intending to go back to Blue Cloud City. He didn't intend to stay here in the military all the time. This time, he also came over solely because the transformed Tsunami 35, with all aspects of its performance not yet tested to standard, needed him to sit in to avoid accidents. Chunyu, you kid is planning to leave here? Someone outside opened the door and came in, and it was none other than the two commanders, Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong. Commander Wu, Commander Zhou, you have something for me? Chunyu twisted his head around and laughed. Hasn't this operation been successfully completed? Then what am I still staying here for? I still have things to work on when I get back. You really don't intend to stay in our military? Wu Haidong came forward, sizing up Chunyu, and said, a few of us had a meeting to study it, and, also, called the big leaders of our military. Big leader? Chunyu froze. These two were both commanders, so what would be the big leader they were talking about? The great leader approved our proposal, which means that if you're willing to stay in the military now, we can just give you the rank of colonel. Zhou Changhong, who was on the side, said, you're only in your 20s now. In the future you're bound to become the youngest general in the Great Dragon Kingdom, maybe even a commander. Chunyu, won't you think about it? And this is a special military first-class medal we're giving you as a token of appreciation for your service on this occasion. Wu Haidong brought out an exquisite gift box, and when he opened it, on top of the tweed satin-lined fabric inside was a blazing gold first-class medal. The medal, too, has a saying in the military that the only people who can get it are the dead, and the living are pretty much unobtainable. Because of the extremely harsh conditions of its granting, it must be a person who has made great achievements to be qualified to obtain. Looking at the two commanders, Chunyu said, I'll take the medals, but the matter of joining the military, Commander Wu, I'd like to reconsider. Good thing too. Wu Haidong nodded. After all, you are still young now. As long as you are willing to join our military, it is definitely not too late at any time, and we definitely welcome you warmly. Although Chunyu is a valuable and incomparable talent, Wu Haidong does not want to make him join the military through forceful means. For young people, it's better to be persuasive, not hard. Receiving this grade 1 medal, Chunyu carefully stowed it inside his backpack. This thing, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a family heirloom. When he went back he planned to collect it properly. Things have stabilized over here for the time being as well. Zhou Changhong joked. Originally, I was planning to wait for the end of this joint exercise and say anything to get you kid over to our Air Force and do some more research. But now it seems there's no need to rush for now. After all, there's another F-22 in front of us here. We'll take the next step after we've studied Eagle Jam's F-22 thoroughly. With that, Zhou Changhong extended a hand to Chunyu. F-22, that is how many countries around the world are dreaming of a good thing. Zhou Changhong old long time want to get this thing to study research. It's just a shame that in a non-war state, trying to get an F-22 is like a pipe dream. After all, it was a top-of-the-line 5th-generation fighter, and after all was said and done, it could only be destroyed. So how easy would it be to catch one in one piece? Now it was good. With Chen Yu's assistance, the military had captured an intact F-22 for the first time ever. It can be said that in the next period of time, the Air Force side can have a lot of busy work, and for the time being, I'm afraid that Chen Yu will not be able to use his hands. No problem, Commander Zhou. If there's anything else I can help you with, feel free to let me know. Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong shook hands and smiled. However, it was at this time that the cell phone in Wu Haidong's pocket rang, and after he connected it, he briefly said a few words, and his face immediately became serious. Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, our Navy and Air Force will immediately organize personnel to set out, absolutely guaranteeing the lives of the people of our Great Dragon Kingdom. Wu Haidong's words also made Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong a bit puzzled. Could it be that something happened again? What's going on? It can't be another fight. We just blew eagle sauce away. Zhou Changhong couldn't help but ask. It's a foreign affair. Wu Haidong said to the duo. The superiors have just informed us that civil unrest will soon break out in the country of Serbia. So the superiors have ordered us to, at once, send out transport planes and warships to withdraw our expatriates in Serbia back to the country. Chapter 82, Civil War in Serbia. Evacuation of the Great Dragon Nation's expatriates. This news can be said to be sudden to the extreme. Even Chen Yu did not expect, just smoothed out the eagle sauce side of the matter. Foreign actually appeared again chaos. Serbia isn't exactly a big country, but for that very reason, the civil war within its borders has never stopped, and this time, it's said to be because of friction between their two factions over an inexplicable airstrike, which then turns into a firefight between the two sides. We have about 2,000 to 3,000 expatriates from the Great Dragon Kingdom in Seville, and trying to evacuate them all back is no small feat. Wu Haidong searched for a moment and said, "Let's see, why don't we just send a fleet of destroyers over to pick them up? The fleet is too slow." Chen Yu shook his head and said, "If our fleet of destroyers wants to arrive at Sevilla's harbor, the voyage will take at least a few days, and there are too many variables in these few days for anyone to say what will happen. So, Chen Yu, what other methods do you have?" Upon hearing this, Wu Haidong couldn't help but ask Chen Yu, "Just send the transports and fighters in formation and head straight for Serbia, which would cut the flight time to within 12 hours. Chen Yu said, "As for the fuel tanks, we can land and refuel at the midway position of the voyage, heading to the Camel Country in the Middle East, and then continue on our way." At the mention of the Camel Country, Chen Yu almost inevitably thought of the bearded man with whom he had dealt quite closely. This guy and his superior commander, Ben Jeton, are members of the GOP organization there in Camelot. During this recent period of time, Chen Yu every day busy hand rubbing a variety of products at the same time, will also look at the movement of foreign countries. Camel Country. Now the civil unrest has temporarily stopped. After all, with the various advanced weapons and equipment he provided, it would be hard for the bearded men not to win. Camel Country? Zhou Changhong nodded and said, "That's fine. There are exchanges between our Great Dragon Kingdom and them, so when the time comes to communicate with the head of their government, borrowing the airport for refueling shouldn't be a problem. Then it's decided." Wu Haidong made an immediate decision and said, "Time waits for no one. I'll go and arrange an emergency press conference right away. Chen Yu, this evacuation operation, are you interested in going over to take a look?" If it was in terms of rank, Chen Yu wasn't even considered a member of the military right now, and there was certainly no need for him to participate in this operation. However, what Wu Haidong was thinking about was not just this little thing. What he was thinking about now was to let Chen Yu have as much access as possible to the various affairs and operations of the military. Close to Zhu is red, close to ink is black. Often let you stay on the military side. Over time, even if you are not willing to join the military, will certainly be shaken, is not it? Zhou Changhong on the side understood and also laughed. "Yes, Chen Yu, let me tell you, our Transport 90 heavy transport aircraft, which also uses the super compressed hydrogen energy engine designed by you, is still the first time it has gone out for long-distance operations, so you'll have to follow it over and monitor it. Well then, I won't return to Blue Cloud City for a while." Chen Yu has no other idea about evacuating the foreigners to Seville. What he is considering now is actually the Camel Country side of the matter. Bearded Lasker, along with Ben Jeton and a group of them, were in all probability going to come to the airport to meet up with the military personnel of the Great Dragon Nation when the time came. At that point, there's no guarantee he won't meet up with the bearded guys. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Yu's heart was also a bit bottomless. After all, Wu Haidong and the others didn't know that he had already signed an order for an aircraft carrier with Big Beard and the others. Half an hour later, an emergency press conference from the military was immediately relayed through the major media channels of the Great Dragon Nation. Special notice, the expatriates of the Great Dragon Kingdom and the area where Serbia is located. Please immediately go to the nearest embassy to take refuge and wait for the arrival of our transportation planes to evacuate the expatriates. And at the same time, please ask the government of Serbia to cooperate in the protection of our expatriates. This conference was as simple as it could be, and even ended with just Wu Haidong arriving on stage and saying this to the camera. What anyone knows, however, is that the shorter the content of the big story, the more serious the situation tends to be. On this side of the command center, since all three commanders were present, they briefly discussed the matter and finally decided that Air Force Commander-in-Chief Zhou Changhong would be in charge of this evacuation operation. After all, the planes that were deployed were all from the Air Force side, and it would always seem a little bit off to have the commanders of the Army and Navy like Rin Taijun or Wu Haidong deployed. After Chen Yu packed his backpack, he immediately left the Naval Command Center by car under the leadership of Zhou Changhong and a group of officers, ready to head to the nearby Air Force coastal base and board a plane for departure. This evacuation operation, which is characterized by nothing else, is highlighted by one word: fast. We have very limited time. In the car, Zhou Changhong picked up his cell phone and read a message, then said to Chen Yu and the other officers, "The Serbian government forces have sent us a message through the embassy. They claim that they are willing to leave a 24-hour ceasefire in order to allow our flight formations from the Great Dragon Nation to land safely for evacuation, and that after 24 hours they will continue to suppress any aircraft in the airspace with firepower." Upon hearing this, Air Force Colonel Chu Mu, who was sitting next to Chenyu, lit a cigarette and laughed. The smaller this country is, the tougher it talks, and suppressing any aircraft in the airspace, that's a bit full of it. Admittedly, not to mention a country like Sevilla, the current flight formation of the Great Dragon Nation might not dare to directly carry out an open fire attack even if they were to go to Eagle Jam's airspace. In a nutshell, time is very tight and we board and depart first thing when we arrive at the airbase. Zhou Changhong said, we need to reach Camelot as fast as we can, preferably within 8 hours, refuel, and reach Seville in another 8 hours or so. This leaves exactly 8 full hours for the Great Dragon Nation to carry out the evacuation, which is indeed tense to the extreme. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the airfield at the airbase. As soon as Chun Yu got out of the car, he saw that over at the airport runway, there were already 2 extraordinarily large Cargo 90 heavy transport planes ready to go. The Carrier 90 is the ace transport aircraft of the Great Dragon Kingdom today, capable of transporting up to 100 tons of supplies in a single trip. The 2 Cargo 90 heavy transport planes were deployed at the same time and were apparently more than enough to take more than 2,000 expatriates. On top of that, there were a whole 6 Tsunami 35s, which were also all ready to go, and only needed Zhou Changhong's order to lift off immediately. Such a big transporter. It was the first time Chen Yu had seen such a huge transportation plane, and he couldn't help but marvel. Commander Zhou, can I touch this plane? Chapter 83, Live Broadcast of Evacuation, 10 million popularity. In fact, Chen Yu still had some small thoughts of his own in making this request. For his system tech tree to rise to a higher level, he would have to keep unlocking it with brand new, more advanced military blueprints. With the talent granted by the system, even with this behemoth in front of him, Chen Yu was able to do the same, replicating its blueprints in his mind the moment he touched it. That's certainly no problem. Zhou Changhong smiled and nodded. Feel free to touch. By the way, Ching Yu, I heard that you like to engage in live broadcasting before, right? Live streaming? That one's just a hobby. Chen Yu's heart was slightly shaken. Good lord, Zhou Changhong even knew about this? That's just right. This time for our evacuation operation, I've given special permission for you to watch the whole thing via live streaming for our people. Zhou Changhong laughed. After all, this is not a covert military operation about the evacuation of foreigners. Open a live broadcast for our citizens to understand the good. Okay. Chen Yu pulled out his cell phone and holder, then headed over to Transport 90. Meanwhile, around the airport runway, hundreds of Air Force soldiers were doing final logistical checks on fighter jets and transport planes. This time, although it was said to be an evacuation operation, the Serbian government forces agreed to a 24-hour temporary ceasefire. However, some countries may not necessarily let the Great Dragon State go ahead and evacuate their nationals in such an open and above-board manner. As a result, 6 escorting Tsunami 35s, all of them real and loaded with various missiles, set out to deal with possible hostile situations. When Chen Yu walked to the bottom of the Transport 90, goodness, the height of just one of the airplane's wheels was almost twice his height, not to mention the massive fuselage. When a person stood underneath such a behemoth, he or she would really be as small as an ant. Reaching out his hand, Chen Yu touched one of the wheels of this Transport 90. The moment the palm of his hand came into contact with the surface of the tire, countless channels of light and blueprint images flooded into Chen Yu's mind. In just a few seconds, the complete blueprints of this Carrier 90 had all been burned into Chen Yu's brain, ready to be called up at any time. Immediately after, Chen Yu took out his cell phone, and after installing the handheld bracket, he clicked on the Douyin software and chose to open the live broadcast. A few seconds later, as Chen Yu's live broadcast successfully opened, in the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers began to pour in. Boy, the anchor is finally on the air. I thought the anchor was held back by the military. Holy, what is this place the anchor is in? And what is that thing's wheel in front of him? It's so big? Anchor, show your face. In a short minute, Chen Yu saw that the number of people in his live broadcast room had quickly broken through 1 million people. You know, he didn't buy any fake traffic or popularity. This million people, it's a real million. And that number continued to skyrocket. The stats cap for Douyin Live was 1 million plus. Any higher and it wouldn't show up. However, Chen Yu still judged through the speed of the floating screen in the live broadcast room, as well as the speed of the lighting of the red heart. I am afraid that the audience of this live broadcast has already exceeded 5 million people. Hello audience, now where I am. I'm sure you can see that this is our Great Dragon Nation's coastal airbase. Commander Zhou has given me special permission to record this evacuation operation in its entirety through a live broadcast. Chen Yu trotted for a minute, then flipped the camera over, revealing his face and the immense Carrier 90 behind him. Of course, a cell phone's lens can't even capture the full Luck 90 on film, but the huge fuselage at the tip of the iceberg still had the live streaming audience abuzz. It's our Great Dragon country's Carrier 90. The country is planning to send out a formation of airplanes to evacuate the foreigners. Anchor is too good. Don't turn off the broadcast. Even if I stay up all night I have to watch this live broadcast. Can this transport plane fly to Seville in one breath? I'm afraid it won't have enough fuel tanks. Will it have to refuel midway? Hello everyone. I'm a netizen from the southern part of the Great Dragon Kingdom. I heard that this is your Carrier 90 transport plane? Can the anchor say where exactly it is located? Among the pop-ups floating on the screen, there was one that claimed to be from a southern netizen that immediately caught the attention of Chen Yu and the rest of the audience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dog thinks IP is footbath chicken. Footbath chicken side of the brats are mixed in, but also want to ask us to transport 90 of the airfield location. Kick the dog out. Report him. Go, go, go. Private Marseille. I drop. I'm just more interested in the airplanes of our great dragon country. You all misunderstand. I drop without any malice. You, his grandmother, are still on the air? Anchor quickly pull him black. Get the hell out of here. Anyone can watch this live. Just not you footpad chicken brats. Get out. As soon as everyone realized who the other person was, they immediately launched into a very cordial and friendly exchange of words at the footsie chicken spy. As Chen Yu watched this scene, he couldn't help but have a helpless smile on his face before kicking that little kid out of the broadcast room. In fact, even if they let the Foot Locker chicken people know the coordinates of the airbase, what could they do? The Footpot chickens and their Big Daddy Eagle sauce. I'm afraid I don't know how many years ago, through military spy satellites to detect the coordinates of the various military bases of the Great Dragon Country. But does it work? Even their Big Daddy Eagle sauce doesn't dare to lay a hand on the military bases of the Great Dragon Nation. And even if the Footpads chicken knew about it, it wouldn't be of any use. Chun Yu, get ready to board. Zhou Changhong's side called out to Chen Yu, followed by him, while he and a group of officers headed in the direction of the boarding gate of a transportation plane. Ladies and gentlemen, the anchor is boarding next. Chen Yu said to the live broadcast, our flight path will land in the Camel Country in the Middle East for a period of time to replenish fuel before continuing on to Seville. The whole journey will take about 16 hours. It's only been 16 hours. I'm all set with beer, mineral water and melon seeds. Anchor quickly boarded. See what is like inside our transport 90. 8 hours to get to Camelot? That's at least 3 times faster than a regular airliner. The audience was buzzing, and Chen Yu also boarded the cabin of the No. 1 transporter at this time. The enormity of the Carrier 90 can only be most intuitively felt by coming to it in person, with the entire aircraft's cabin holding 3 tanks in the left and right widths, and about 12 tanks in the front and rear. The interior of the cabin at the moment had already been cleared to maximize space, and after Chen Yu entered, he saw that Zhou Changhong and the others were already seated on the flight seats next to him, ready to fasten their seatbelts. Chapter 84, Landing in Camel Country. Meeting the Bearded Man. Although it was said to be a flight seat, in reality, it was a folding chair supplied to paratroopers for temporary standby preparation, with the backrest being the cabin wall, and the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't help but boil over when they saw Zhou Changhong, the commander, and a host of senior officers demanding to be treated like paratroopers. Isn't that the one who appeared at today's launch? Our Air Force commander? Why is he sitting here too? Other countries' military top brass are treated with special airplanes when they go out, and our commander actually travels so lightly. This gap, not to be convinced, sitting in this place have to stay up for 16 hours. While the audience was marveling, Chen Yu had also quickly run over to the rows of folding seats here on this side of the cabin wall, pressed down on a seat with force, sat down, and buckled the seatbelt around his body. Commander Zhou, why don't you send out a special airplane? Chen Yu said to him, the viewers of the live broadcast are asking about you. Specialized plane? Hearing this, Zhou Changhong laughed and said, that's what is used in diplomatic interviews. We are evacuating foreigners and not going to engage in diplomacy. So of course everything should be kept simple. I'm afraid our voyage is at least 16 hours. Can you afford it? Chen Yu was also a bit worried in his heart. As the most massive transport aircraft, everything in this cabin has been streamlined and compressed as much as possible in order to maximize cargo space. As for the equipment used for soundproofing, that falls under the category of being an extra burden for the transporter. At the moment, this transportation 90 has not even taken off yet. The strong roar of the machine is already a little deafening. Are you boys underestimating me? Zhou Changhong said to Chu Mu, who was at the side. You talked to Ching Yu. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu smiled at Chun Yu. Chun Yu, Commander Zhou was an ace pilot of our Air Force back in the day, so this bit of pressure is really nothing to him. Ace pilot? Shen Yu ate a shock in his heart. Good guy. No wonder this Air Force commander talked and laughed with a calm face. Okay, ready, let's go. Zhou Changhong gave the crew the order to depart via his accompanying radio. The 2 cargo 90s were the first to pull onto the airport runway and then began the long taxi to accelerate. Fighters are definitely faster than transports. so having the transports lift off first, followed by the fighters, is the correct order. At the moment, the power released by the two Transport 90's modified super-compressed hydrogen engines was nothing short of ferocious. At the end of the 3,000-meter runway, two heavy transport planes, both with takeoff weights in excess of 100 tons, rumbled into the air at a low angle of elevation. Altitude 500 meters, altitude 1,000 meters, altitude 1,500 meters. Over the radio, the pilot said, currently at a tentative altitude of 4,500 meters, destination Camelot Capital Airport. Estimated flight time 7 hours and 50 minutes. Under the strong request of the audience in the live broadcast room, Shenyu removed a screen device on the wall of the cabin beside him. Immediately after the approval from the cockpit side, a view screen of the cockpit there surfaced on this screen device. The viewing angle of the screen, up, down, left and right, can reach 180 degrees, completely a hemispherical field of vision. Through the picture in the screen, Shenyu held his cell phone for the audience to see. Not far in the air next to the No. 1 transporter, was the No. 2 transporter. The 6 Tsunami 35s that departed on this occasion, however, were rear-ended and have been interspersed between the two heavy transports. It's so cool, I really regret not joining the army. This is the kind of transport plane that, once in a lifetime, I could blow into my next life. Too fierce. I'm afraid our great dragon country is the first country to evacuate to Serbia. The audience marveled at the sheer size of Transport 90 and how quickly the state moved. It's been less than an hour since the news of the escalating civil war in Serbia was sent out, and already the evacuation program has been passed here in the Grand Dragon state. Within 2 hours, the flight formation of the Great Dragon Nation had departed from the airbase. What kind of speed is that? 7 hours later, here at the capital airport on the Camelot side of the country, all runways are temporarily cleared and evacuation arrangements are made for all personnel. A group of bearded men wearing white turbans and white cloth clothes, surrounded by a group of loaded soldiers, were gazing into the air with their hands on their foreheads. Rumble. Finally, extremely far in the air, the flight formation of the Great Dragon Kingdom arrived. Two cargo 90s broke into the air with a roar like thunder and were the first to glide through the airport runway and land. They were followed by 6 Tsunami 35 fighters, directly occupying the 8 airstrips on the airfield. What a fierce airplane. Here, the one who was responsible for receiving the military personnel of the Great Dragon Nation was clearly Ben Jeton, the commander of the government forces of the Camelot Nation. Beside him was the bearded Lasker, along with several other senior officers. At this moment, seeing these fighters and transport planes of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Benjamin Jeton's eyes lit up with a strange shine. That's really good stuff. I heard that this is the Tsunami 35 fighter from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Commander, the bearded man said to Benjamin Jeton. Also, those two transports, they're the Carrier 90 heavy transports of the Great Dragon Nation, and the ace power in their hands. Benjamin Jeton did not speak, but nodded his head slowly. The look in his eyes clearly indicated that he had his eye on both airplanes. At this time, the hatch of the transport plane opened, and Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong and the other officers stepped off the plane ramp. Upon seeing Chen Yu's face, Benjamin Jeton and the bearded man and the others, the surprise on their faces was even more drastic than when they had just seen the airplane. It's him! How could it be him? Benjamin Jeton was surprised to the core and said, "Isn't that Chen Yu who was working with us? He's actually in the directory of personnel for this Great Dragon Kingdom operation?" "Indeed he is, Commander." Lasker was also filled with surprise and astonishment. Neither of the two had expected that Chen Yu's position in the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom was actually so supreme. "Keep it quiet for now. Don't let the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom see that we know each other." Benjamin Jeton spoke to his men around him, then replaced his smile and swiftly made his way over to Chen Yu and the others. "Welcome, welcome, welcome. A very big welcome to all the friends from the Great Dragon Country to our Camel Country." Benjamin Jeton smiled warmly and shook Zhou Changhong's hand, saying, "You are Commander Zhou Changhong, aren't you? We have already prepared a banquet to entertain all of you. Why don't you all go and eat before we talk?" Zhou Changhong politely returned his salute and laughed. "You're the head of the Camel Country's government forces, Commander Ben Jeton, right? It's been a long time since I've heard of you. But then, this banquet will be waived. We have a tight schedule, so a simple meal will be fine. How does that fit?" Benjamin Jeton laughed. "Don't be polite, everyone. It's just a casual dinner. It won't take too much of your time, please." Chapter 85, The Tutor Wants to Buy an Airplane. You have to ask Shinyu about this. This is something that if it were anyone else, Benjamin Jeton might not have been so polite. However, these two airplanes from the Great Dragon Country really made his heart beat to the core. So how could he talk about the airplanes in passing without inviting Zhou Changhong and the others to a meal? While speaking, Benjamin Jeton's gaze also glanced at Chen Yu, and both of them certainly recognized each other. Chen Yu's behavior was sort of calm, only slightly nodding his head in greeting to Benjamin Jeton and not opening his mouth to speak. Commander Zhou, it will take at least an hour to refuel your transports. The bearded Lascar came forward and laughed. Let's simply go for a meal. There will definitely be no delay in your next action. Please feel free to rest assured. Well, then the guest is welcome. Zhou Changhong smiled. Trouble you all. While the crowd was talking, Zhou Changhong and a group of officers had followed Benjamin Jeton and the others in the front, while Chen Yu was holding a cell phone holder and walking in the back. The live feed here was also transmitted in real time through his cell phone to the viewers of the Great Dragon Nation. Holy, is this the native family of Camel Country? It's really just like what they say on TV, all wearing white turbans. Why don't they wear suits? Can they go to the bathroom in these things? Are you kidding? They are a symbol of noble royalty. Ordinary people are not qualified to wear them. The floating screen pop-ups in the live broadcast were buzzing with talk. Many viewers were seeing the real situation in Camelot Country for the first time. Our Great Dragon Nation's flying formation is just a brand name. Even the commander of someone else's government army was there in person. I've heard that the Camel Kingdom is very generous, so our flight formation may be able to pick up some big business if we go this time. Chen Yu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room and secretly thought in his heart. Thanks to the aircraft carrier thing, he hadn't let anyone know yet. But today, it seemed clear that Benjamin Jeton and the others weren't just there to invite the crowd from the Great Dragon Nation for a meal either. They definitely had something else to say. After a while, the group arrived at a gilded restaurant where almost everything was made of precious metals like gold and silver, top-quality mahogany seats and tables, a variety of very Camel Country-style food, all served on gold dinner plates, and the cutlery in front of each person was also created out of pure gold and silver, coupled with the extremely dazzling diamond chandelier overhead. Chen Yu even had the feeling that he couldn't open his eyes once he came in. Almost everything here is glowing. It is hard for people to realize cohesively. If ordinary people come here, I am afraid that their legs will be weak. Zhou Changhong, with his hands behind his back, couldn't help but secretly marvel at Camelot Nation's financial power even after he walked into this box with Ben Jeton. They say that the dirt is big and the country is located in the Middle East, and there's not much of anything else, just a lot of oil. Oil is a hard currency in the international arena. People just need to find a place, make a deep well and insert a pipe. The oil will spurt out, and the money will not keep on coming. Please, everyone, feel free to eat as much as you like. Don't you have a saying in the Great Dragon Kingdom? It's called a home away from home. After Benjamin Jeton took his seat, he invited Zhou Changhong to sit on the main seat, while Chen Yu and the other officers took their seats in their respective order. It's so sumptuous. I didn't realize that your country's diet had so many endless patterns and dishes. Since people were giving enough face, Zhou Changhong certainly did not skimp on his compliments, praising the table full of dishes. Moreover, it was very rare that Benjamin Jeton and the others actually prepared silver chopsticks instead of knives and forks for the crowd from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yu picked up a piece of camel lamb and showed it in front of the live camera before bringing it to his mouth. Not bad, Chen Yu thought secretly in his heart. Compared to the food of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the dishes here in the Camel Country had significantly fewer layers of flavor. But fortunately, the quality of the ingredients was good enough to cover up these shortcomings. Commander Zhou, after you take off from us later, your next target point, is it Sevilla? During the meal, Benjamin Jeton asked. It's not a short trip from here to Seville. Do your planes still need to be resupplied en route? Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhong nodded his head and said, we will only refuel and resupply once here in your country in the middle of the journey, and then we will fly directly to Seville, and we won't land again in the middle of the journey. Hearing these words, Benjamin Jeton and the bearded man looked at each other. We saw just now that your Great Dragon Nation's transporter is nothing short of a behemoth, and frankly, it could even fit ours in its stomach. Ben Jeton could not hide the covetousness in his heart, smiled and said, this kind of heavy transportation aircraft, I am afraid that there are not many countries in the world that can produce it. I do not know if you have the intention to engage in foreign exports in the country of the Great Dragon? Hearing these words, Zhou Changhong couldn't help but be happy in his heart. He had guessed that these guys were definitely going to ask about the airplane thing, and now he saw that they were going to start asking for a price. It's a big landlord. Anchor, quickly tell Commander Zhou to quote the price higher. Yes, quote a price 10 times 8 times as much as you want. If you miss this village you won't find this store. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also using pop-ups to remind Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu was not in a hurry to open his mouth. After all, this matter of exporting airplanes to the outside world was not something he could decide. The Carrier 90 is indeed the latest cutting-edge technological product of our Great Dragon Nation, and it can reach a takeoff weight of up to 250 tons, with a cargo capacity of around 100 tons, Zhou Changhong said. We did consider export sales to foreign countries as well, but we haven't found a suitable buyer yet. Snap! Benjamin Jeton slapped his thighs and said excitedly, there's no need to look for it. Commander Zhou, we, the government forces of the Camel Country, are more than happy to procure this heavy transport aircraft of yours. That's right, and it would be even better if your fighters were also available for sale to the public. We'd be just as happy to purchase them. The bearded man on the side also nodded. You're talking about the Tsunami 35 that we're flying with this time? I'm afraid that's not possible. That's the most cutting-edge 5th generation fighter that we have in the Great Dragon Kingdom at the moment, Zhou Changhong said. However, our Tsunami 30, as well as the Raging Wind 35, these two fighters, can be exported to the outside world, and they belong to the standard of the initial 5th generation aircraft. Don't look at Zhou Changhong downplaying the fact that both of these are early-stage 5th generation aircraft, but in reality, when these two fighters are placed here in the Middle East, they are both absolute killers. Even today's Camelot countries are still working with tons of old 4th generation fighters in service, and can't even find a single 5th generation aircraft. As for the Cargo 90 heavy transport aircraft, its sale to the public is not something I can personally make a decision on yet. Zhou Changhong patted Chun Yu's shoulder next to him and said, you still have to obtain his permission to do so. Chapter 86, taking a $10 billion order? Wrong, 100 billion. Upon hearing this, Benjamin Jeton and the bearded man subconsciously looked at Chun Yu next to them. You don't think so? Benjamin Jeton was secretly surprised in his heart. Could it be that Yun 90 was also developed by this kid Chun Yu? Not only were the two of them very shocked, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also all astonished. Good lord, our anchor actually has such great skills. Even the commander of the Air Force has to consider the opinion of the anchor. Does it mean that the anchor is the development designer of the Carrier 90? No way. Anchor, are you still going back to the steel mill? It's not like you're going to be taken in by our military in the future, is it? The audience was buzzing. At this moment, Chen Yu's height in their eyes had just like risen another step. Commander Zhou, why are you asking me about this foreign export matter? Chen Yu said with some doubt. Of course I'm going to ask you, Zhou Changhong said. Our Yun 90 was modified with your technology. Your what's his name hydrogen engine. It's called this, right? Super compressed hydrogen engine. You mean this? Chen Yu suddenly remembered that this engine he had previously developed was assembled on the Sea Dragon 3. However, once the Sea Dragon 3 was delivered to the airbase, it was copied by the engineers there and grafted onto the Tsunami 35 and Transport 90. Chen Yu's super compressed hydrogen engine proved to be simply a top-notch product that was epic-making enough. The engineers and experts of the Air Force had calculated that Chen Yu's engine was at least 35% more efficient in terms of fuel utilization than those aircraft engines in service with the Air Force. What does this mean? It means that with the same box of fuel and the same speed, an airplane equipped with Chen Yu's engine can fly 1/3 more range. And, in terms of engine speed and jet kinetic energy, a supercompressed hydrogen engine can increase an airplane's speed by at least 40%. With one engine, it was able to solve the two major problems of range and speed at the same time. Until now, the experts at the Air Force Base were still studying this engine of Chen Yu. This engine was developed and designed by Chen Yu, and our airbase technically only has the right to use it at the moment, but it doesn't have the power to independently produce it for export. Zhou Changhong joked, that's why I have to ask for your opinion, and if you agree, we'll have to ask you to be an on-site consultant when we go into mass production in the future to make sure that there are no problems in the engine production process. On the side, Benjamin Jeton and the bearded man and the others were a bit confused in their heads as they listened to Zhou Changhong's words. Good lord, could it be that the Great Dragon Kingdom's military also already knew of Chen Yu's abilities? If that was the case, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for them to pull Chen Yu in the future. As for Zhou Changhong said that there is no independent right to export. That is of course joking. After all, Chen Yu was the first time for the Air Force engine development. How to have no right to export a say? No problem. Chen Yu nodded. As long as my superiors request it, I will do my best to cooperate with the arrangements. That's good to know. Zhou Changhong twisted his head toward Ben Jeton and said, Commander Ben Jeton, as the head of Air Force One of the Great Dragon Nation, I can decide to open up the Tsunami 30, Raging Wind 35, and Carrier 90 for export to your Camel Nation. Great! A look of joy immediately appeared on Benjamin's face. He was just afraid that Zhou Changhong would not agree to his request to purchase a fighter jet. After all, without the protection of a fighter jet, the Yun 90, even if it was good enough, would easily become a living target. Being able to purchase both transports and fighters from the Grand Dragon State is obviously a great thing. I'll tell you what, I'll take 20 of each of your two fighters, and 4 of the 90s to start with. Benjamin Jeton said very painfully after a little thought. That much? Not only Zhou Changhong, even the other officers were taken aback. Internationally, it is not uncommon for arms trade to take place between two countries. However, I'm afraid that there's not much that can be done by anyone other than the Camelot Kingdom to buy 40 fighters and 4 transports directly at once. Commander Ben Jeton, our airplanes are still selling at a higher price, Zhou Changhong said with a straight face. The Tsunami 30 and Raging Wind 35 are also considered to be the 5th generation fighters in service status in the Great Dragon Kingdom, and they are only slightly behind the Tsunami 35 in all aspects of performance. As for the selling price, the standard pricing for both fighters is $250 million apiece, and the Carrier 90 is even more expensive, at $1 billion a pop. This price is not set by Zhou Changhong himself, but the price set by the No. 1 big leader of the military of the Great Dragon State, which can only be higher than this price, not lower. After all, it costs money to build airplanes, so it's impossible to just sell them at cost because we're on good terms, right? However, to everyone's surprise, after hearing Zhou Changhong's words, Benjamin Jeton laughed out loud. That's a good price, I think. Benjamin Jeton said, 40 fighters, by your standards, that's a full $10 billion, plus 4 cargo 90s, for a total of $14 billion, correct? Exactly. Zhou Changhong nodded and said, this price, which includes a full set of incidental equipment, as well as maintenance guides and other things, is a one-byte price, with no additional price tag attached. Benjamin Jeton didn't say anything. He just fished out a diamond-encrusted gold cell phone from his shirt and said something into the end. A few moments later, someone from outside the box came in and delivered a briefcase to him. Benjamin Jeton, on the other hand, took a few things out of it and swished them around and started writing. We in the Camel Country have always seen the Great Dragon Country as a very, very close partner and friend, Benjamin Jeton said. So, we also absolutely believe in your sincerity and honesty. This 14 billion, I'll make payment now, and in full. Commander Zhou, how long will it take for your planes to be in place? Saying that, Benjamin Jeton pushed the contract and a check-like thing, piece by piece, in front of Zhou Changhong. Chun Yu also immediately picked up his cell phone and shone the camera at the documents on the table. This is good to say. The aircraft delivery is expected to be completed within a month. At that time we will discuss whether we will bring the aircraft over, or your country will send someone to pick up. In the Great Dragon Country, as Zhou Changhong spoke, his eyes also scanned the contents of the document, but in the next second, he suddenly froze. Next to him, Chun Yu stretched his head to look at it, and his brain buzzed as well. He suddenly saw that on top of the note that Benjamin Jeton had sent over, the unit of currency behind the $14 billion was not the currency of the Great Dragon Kingdom, but rather the Eagle Sauce's U.S. currency. Chapter 87, What does strength mean? Look at the quiet airspace of Seville. Seeing this scene, not to mention Zhou Changhong and the rest of the generals and officers who had never seen it before, Chen Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good guy. Dare I say that what Benjamin Jeton was considering from the very beginning was the green American knife, not the dragon coins of the Great Dragon Kingdom as Zhou Changhong had said in his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really a big dirt family. Now we're rich. 14 billion US dollars. How many dragon coins is that? Does anyone quickly do the math? Nearly $100 billion. $100 billion of large orders. Up, soil big family cowhide. Anchor, hurry up and add pounds. Sell them all. The audience in the live stream went crazy. Everyone had only heard about the reputation of the Soil Big family before, and today, the nearly 10 million viewers in the live broadcast room had seen it with their own eyes. A large order of nearly 100 billion dragon coins. Even Zhou Changhong would not dare to dream about it. The offer he had made to Benjamin before was actually calculated in terms of the dragon dollars of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Even Eagle Sauce's F-22s cost $200 to $300 million a piece tops. How can these two fifth-generation planes of the Great Dragon Kingdom, which are still in their infancy and not the top fifth-generation planes of the day, be built at the same cost as the F-22? However, Benjamin Jeton didn't even consider this. To them, there wasn't much difference between 14 billion dragon coins and 14 billion US dollars. What you can spend, that's called money. What you can't spend and leave in your hand, that becomes paper for your own funeral. Having bought 40 fighters and 4 transports, on the side of the Camel Country, the group of bearded men in the government army were all smiling with satisfaction. On Chen Yu's side, Zhou Changhong and a group of officers were even more forced to hold back the happiness in their hearts to prevent themselves from laughing out loud. Well, since you have drawn up the contract and the terms of the order, Commander Benjeton, let us proceed accordingly. Within a month, my side of the Great Dragon Kingdom will have all the airplanes on the order ready to be delivered to you. Zhou Changhong stood up and handed the document to the staff officer beside him to put it away, then solemnly extended his hand to Benjamin. Have fun working together. 10 minutes later, after the flight formation of the Great Dragon Nation filled up its fuel tanks, it lifted off again and set off, heading straight towards the Sevilla region. It was only now in the transporter that Zhou Changhong couldn't help but laugh outright. Big business. Over the top. Zhou Changhong laughed. I did not expect. We really have seen a time what is called Soil Big family. Yeah, Commander Zhou, if you ask me, we should have reported more fighters back then. Sitting next to him, Shumyu laughed. Only 40? We might as well just sell all the Tsunami 30 and Raging Wind 35 in stock. And with the money we get, we can still produce Tsunami 35 in large quantities. I'm afraid that's not really a good idea. Shun Yu, who was on the side, said, if the air force of our great dragon kingdom is cut too much in a short period of time, the pressure on national defense will surely increase, and it will be more trouble than it's worth at that time. Makes sense. Shumyu nodded and said with some surprise, Chen Yu you still know about defense theory? Didn't see that coming. At this Chen Yu also just laughed. This is actually a tick on the head of the bald man. Something that is clearly laid out. Chen Yu has a point. Zhou Changhong nodded. We just gave Eagle Jam a hard punch in the joint exercises. And now, they might be wondering how they're going to retaliate against us. So we definitely can't take this lightly. Although the Great Dragon Kingdom also possessed an aircraft carrier. After all, there was still only one, and it could only carry out offshore defense missions at the moment. On the contrary, the Eagle Sauce, their military base is much thicker. These decades down, just the aircraft carrier fleet has no less than 10 as many, distributed in the global waters. Even the waters near the Camel Country were originally home to Eagle Jam's carrier fleet. Only because of the joint military exercises, that carrier fleet was temporarily transferred by Admiral Aminos. However, no matter how messy the situation abroad really is, we as soldiers have to keep one thing in mind, Zhou Changhong said indifferently. No matter what time it is, we must guard the people and territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and never let a single bullet, or even a single enemy shell casing, fall into our territory. And this civil evacuation is a good time for the Great Dragon State to show its determination and show its muscles to various countries around the globe. After all, when the joint military exercises were held, because of the secrecy, the media of all countries did not observe the whole process in detail, and they only knew that the Great Dragon Country had shot down 5 F-22s, but they did not know exactly what had happened. And this time it was different. Zhou Changhong purposely let Chen Yu open the live broadcast, not avoiding those spies and ghosts that existed on the network, just to let them and the whole globe see the strength of the Great Dragon Kingdom now. Toward evening, the flight formation finally arrived over Servian territory. Chen Yu saw through the screen panel in his hand that almost all of the cities in Servia below the flight formation were able to see fire and explosion lights that boomed like fireworks. If this scene was placed in the territory of the Great Dragon Country, people would only think that it was someone setting off fireworks, and it would be impossible to imagine it towards a military operation. But here in Servia, instead of big bared flowers, they put missiles and rockets that can easily blow up houses and buildings. All is currently normal in Servian airspace. No radiation source signatures from any anti-aircraft weapons or fighters have been detected. The leader of the flight formation radioed, reporting to everyone. It seems that the civil government forces are still very trustworthy. Chen Yu looked at the time on his phone. He had specifically set a 24-hour countdown time on his phone when he left. There's still about 8.5 hours left, which means that in a little over 8 hours, this airspace will be back in the crossfire. It's not that they love to be credible, they have to be credible, Zhou Changhong said. Later, we'll land at the military airport of the Serbian government forces, and then we'll depart for the embassy to prepare for the evacuation. As he spoke, Zhou Changhong contacted the Great Dragon Embassy on the Seville side through a specialized communication device. I'm Zhou Changhong, Ambassador Zhao. How are the arrangements going on your end? How many expatriates in total are already in place? After Zhou Changhong connected the device, he immediately asked over there. Shun Yu, on the other hand, was listening with his ears on the side, and in the live broadcast of the cell phone in his hand. The number of online viewers was still 999W+. It was nearly 15 hours that had passed, but, like Chen Yu and the others, the people of the Great Dragon Country were obviously very excited, all waiting for the outcome of this evacuation. However, soon, Zhou Changhong's brows furrowed. What do you mean? The original evacuation was scheduled for 5,000 men, and now we're only at 4,700? Where did the 300 go? Chapter 88, Critical Situation. 300 expatriates taken hostage. The news from Ambassador Zhao caused the crowd, which was still relaxed, to now look serious one by one. We've been dealing with the government side of Serbia, and the response they've given us is that those 300 or so expatriates of ours have been intercepted by the resistance side. Ambassador Zhao said on the phone. Now the resistance is holding our expatriates from the Great Dragon Nation hostage, and seems to have the intention of taking them as hostages. Assholes. The bastards. Zhou Changhong cursed angrily. I see. They can't think straight, daring to take our expatriates from the Great Dragon Nation as hostages? At this time, the viewers in Chen Yu's cell phone broadcast room were even more enraged after hearing the conversation between Zhou Changhong and Ambassador Zhao. The Serbian resistance? What kind of a thing is that? That's right. We didn't even bother to throw missiles at the little place, and now they've become smart. Wanting to rebel? they absolutely can't be spoiled, since they've come all the way here. Anchor, tell Commander Joe to assist the official Sevilla and exterminate them. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all swiping their screens at this moment, wanting Chen Yu to go and mention it to Zhou Changhong and directly exterminate that resistance. Everyone take it easy, Chen Yu squarely said to the live broadcast. It is a matter of the lives and safety of the expatriates of our great dragon nation. No matter what the other party is, we will never take any steps back. After the plane lands later, we will go to the embassy right away. If they really had to fight, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that the Servian resistance army was an ant in front of the military might of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and it would probably be the equivalent of a freshwater crayfish. There is a saying that freshwater crayfish, Procambarus clarkii, don't bite and are still disgusting. It certainly wasn't a problem to pack up the Seville resistance, but once the Great Dragon Kingdom really interfered in someone else's civil war, international public opinion would have something to say about it by then, with Eagle Sauce as the leader, and the bunch of media outlets that like to add fuel to the fire on the BCC media channel in the Great Eagle Nation. We might have to portray the Great Dragon Nation in a more or less black light by then. It's certainly not hard to fight. What's hard is how you can gag these guys. At this time, Zhou Changhong was also discussing the next arrangements with the several officers around him. 10 minutes later, the flight formation landed without incident at the military airport of the Serbian government forces. As soon as the people got off the plane, they met the number one head of the Serbian government forces. The man was dressed in a camouflage uniform and looked to be about 50 years old. Standard Slavic race. Hello, General Granite. Zhou Changhong walked forward and extended his hand to the other party. Hello, Commander Zhou. Granite is the current head of the Sevian government forces, with the rank of Major General, but in reality the same rank as the commander. All along, the relationship between the Great Dragon Nation and the government side of Serbia was still relatively cordial. So when they heard that the Great Dragon Nation's flight formation was coming to evacuate, the Serbia government forces gave it great respect. Hello, time is tight, so I'll skip the pleasantries. Zhou Changhong frowned slightly and asked, just now I received a message from the embassy saying that we still have more than 300 expatriates being detained. What's going on? This one does seem a bit difficult. Granite also had some difficulty on his face as he said, Commander Zhou, the ones who are detaining the expatriates of your Great Dragon Nation are from the resistance organization, not from my men. Chen Yu was standing behind Zhou Changhong at this time, holding a cell phone holder in his hand, broadcasting the entire scene here live. What is this general talking about? What government forces? What resistance? We want people. No nonsense. That's right, the anchor told him to hurry up. No matter what, he has to send our people over. Don't pass the buck. He has to be taken. The audience was screaming for Chen Yu to target this General Granite, and Chen Yu was really a bit helpless. The matter is not yet fully understood. Even if we want to put pressure, we have to ask for clarification, don't we? Here's the thing, Granite said. The resistance stopped your buses transporting expatriates in the direction of the outskirts of the city. 6 buses in all, about 300 people. And according to the resistance side, they fight in the name of routine inspections, and any vehicle that passes through their defense zone needs to undergo an all-encompassing security audit. As for the timing of this security clearance, the resistance, however, did not give a specific time. In short, they just wanted to hold the expatriates of the Great Dragon Nation. That's just nonsense, Zhou Changhong said with a cold face. If it's a routine security check, we can understand and recognize it, but to detain our people in the name of an inspection, this is something that we, the Great Dragon Kingdom, will never allow. Seeing that Zhou Changhong was about to get angry, Granite was also sweating all over his head. It's also very difficult for our government forces to advance right now, with the resistance occupying a portion of the city and circling us in alley battles. Plus, now that they still have your expatriates from the Great Dragon Nation in their hands, we're even more afraid to utilize those lethal and powerful weapons. Granite said helplessly, Commander Zhou, please understand, this is by no means an inaction on the part of our civil government. I understand you. Who understands our diaspora? Zhou Changhong said in a cold voice. Your ceasefire agreement only lasts for 24 hours, which means that after a maximum of 6 hours, the exchange of fire will begin again here. At that time, who will guarantee the safety of the lives of the expatriates of the Great Dragon Kingdom, in case someone gets hurt or even killed? Isn't it a deliberate attempt to trick the Great Dragon Nation by kicking the ball back and forth between the resistance and the government forces on both sides? But there's really nothing we can do about it, Granite said. The leads we've investigated so far indicate that those resistance forces that intercepted your expatriates were a small unit numbering about 150 men who occupied a government building toward the outskirts of the city, all of whom were inside. At this time, an officer beside him also said, the resistance people and your expatriates are too close, all in one building. We have no way to use rockets or missiles for bombing, and a frontal strong attack would result in too many casualties, and we might be surrounded. So, Chun Yu stood by the side and listened for half a day, and now he sort of understood. What the civilian government forces are saying is simply that it's not that they don't want to help, but that they are too intentional to do that favor. Don't you have the power? If you have the power, then you can use it against the resistance. Zhou Changhong was also very much in trouble in his heart at this time, and the current situation was such that even if he wanted to utilize the Tsunami 35 for an air attack, he couldn't. Everyone's inside a building. Missiles from airplanes don't distinguish between friend and foe. However, just at this time, Chen Yu suddenly spoke. I'll handle this matter. I've already thought of a plan. Chapter 89, Field Modification. Blasting Drone Technology. As soon as Chen Yu's words left his mouth, Zhou Changhong, Granite, and all the officers present looked over in almost unison. Commander Zhou, who is this young man accompanying you? Granite sized up the Chen Yu in front of him, his heart both shocked and skeptical. Previously, he thought that Chen Yu was merely a reporter who followed Zhou Changhong over and was responsible for recording the conversation between the two parties. After all, Chen Yu had been holding his cell phone and didn't say anything. As a result, Chen Yu directly shocked everyone when he opened his mouth. Chen Yu, you have a solution? Zhou Changhong couldn't help but ask. This is not a child's play. It's about the lives of over 300 of our expatriates. Are you sure you have a detailed layout plan? I'm sure. Chen Yu's affirmation once again caused the live broadcast room to instantly explode. The anchor is going to power up. Go, 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 go. Is the anchor planning to pull out some big kill? Looking forward to it. The number of viewers in the live stream was even surging, and had even reached 15 million people. So much so that here at the headquarters of the Douyin Group in China, the backstage personnel were sweating profusely to increase the server capacity for Chen Yu's live broadcast individually to prevent the live broadcast from crashing. At this moment, not only the people of the Great Dragon Country were watching this live broadcast, but their militaries, including the Eagle Sauce, the Great Eagle Country, the Foot Pot Chicken, and other countries, were even watching this live broadcast through different means. This is not the place to talk. General Granite, could you find us a conference room? Chen Yu looked at the time on his cell phone and said, there are still 5 hours left. It's very tense. We have to fight for every second now. No problem. Guys, please follow me. Granite nodded and led Zhou Changhong and Chen Yu and the others quickly towards a building not far from the airport. In the conference room of the civil government forces, Chen Yu presented his proposal in front of everyone. I just listened to General Granite's description of the situation, and all of our expatriates are being contained in the Resistance's government building. The terrain of this government building is easy to attack with missiles and rockets, but it could accidentally injure our people, Chen Yu said. Similarly, if we use infantry to carry out the onslaught, the other side will be on high ground with countless firing points, and the casualties are bound to be incredibly heavy. Then, I've come up with a way to maximize the reduction of casualties while also being able to eliminate the resistance to a great extent and safeguard the safety of our expatriates. Chen Yu looked at the group of generals and said, that's a remote-controlled drone. Drones. That's right. This was the strongest means Chen Yu had come up with right now. Other than drones, there was no means that could exterminate the resistance inside without accidentally injuring the expatriates. Drones? Hearing this, Zhou Changhong couldn't help but frown, including Granite and the rest of them who had odd looks. This is because the drones that are currently used in the military worldwide are actually the kind of drones that are shaped like normal fighter jets and are responsible for ultra-high-speed reconnaissance. That kind of stuff. Not to mention that we don't have it here in Serbia, and even if we did, how would we free the expatriates with that? Chen Yu, you're not kidding. Zhou Changhong frowned. I'm afraid that if we use a super-fast reconnaissance drone to carry out the attack, the effect will be the same as rockets, and it won't be able to ensure the safety of our expatriates. Not only was Zhou Changhong a bit skeptical, but on the side of the civil government forces, the generals were even shaking their heads. They thought this young man really had some brilliant idea, but they didn't realize it was the so-called drones. The drones I'm talking about are not the kind of reconnaissance drones you're talking about. Commander Zhou, Chen Yu casually picked up a piece of paper, swished and drew a sketch, and then brightened it up for a group of generals to see. See, folks, what I'm talking about is this 4-axis RC vehicle that is currently only used for filming and recreational purposes. Chen Yu said with a straight face, this kind of 4-axis flying machine actually has a huge development value in the military field. Its small size, high stability, and can be applied to combat in complex terrains are completely in line with the requirements of our operation this time. It was also on the road just now that Chen Yu turned on his strongest hand-rub system and used the blueprints from Shipping 90, along with the experience value of his hand-rubbed fishing rod, to point the tech tree to the 5th level. And the skill branch that the 5th level tech tree brought to Chen Yu was none other than the drone sequence skill. In today's world, no country has ever thought of using a quadcopter for civilian entertainment in the military field. The concepts that Chun Yu is now proposing are definitely very avant-garde and new to the generals here. Holy, the anchor isn't kidding. The quadcopter drones we usually play with can be used as weapons? You really don't say. The drone we're playing with is indeed quite stable, but that's less than 5 hours left. Can we make it? The audience in the live broadcast room was abuzz with talk. Most of them still not too optimistic about Chun Yu's move. This is ridiculous. Granite shook his head back and forth and said, "We have quadcopter drones in our country too, but those are toys sold to children and families. Taking toys for military operations. Is he Granite crazy? Or is this youth Chun Yu crazy? I'm absolutely sure." In front of Zhou Changhong, Chun Yu said with a straight face, "I will not gamble with the lives and safety of our expatriates. Commander Zhou, please approve my plan." Looking at Chun Yu's serious face, Zhou Changhong nodded somberly at this time. At this point in time, he chose to believe Chun Yu. After all, Chun Yu had brought too many shocks to the military. What if this young man was really able to reverse the situation at hand and save the expatriates of the Great Dragon Nation? Taking a step back, even if Chun Yu's operation failed, the Great Dragon Kingdom could still pressure the resistance to hand over the expatriates. Of course, the latter takes a lot more than 24 hours. Commander Zhou, why are you also? Seeing that Zhou Changhong had actually approved Chun Yu's plan, Granite's head was practically shaking yellow. It was absurd, even ridiculous, to have a young man in his 20s handling such a major military situation. There are now 5.5 hours left, reserving the next hour for boarding and evacuation. Chun Yu glanced at the time on his cell phone and said, "There are still 4.5 hours left to use as preparation for the mission and operation. General Granite, I need a brand new batch of quadcopter drone components right now. Please transfer at least 50 copies to me from the nearest factory." Because the situation was too urgent, Chun Yu didn't have the time to personally hand rub out the super drones, and could only first utilize his unlocked drone sequence skills to remodel the ready-made drones for use. Chapter 90, Self-Immolation Drone Sequence. However, it was definitely more than enough to use against those resistance forces. "Please don't worry. I'll have someone in position in 20 minutes. Granite couldn't say anything more, so he got up and immediately had the arrangements made. Chun Yu, on the other hand, was led by several other officers into the underground layer of this military airport, where there were military workshops for him to play in. Coming to the workshop, Chun Yu briefly took a look at the equipment here. It's not bad, although it's a lot inferior to that of the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom, but at least it can be used in emergencies. Chun Yu. At this time, Zhou Changhong came in, followed by a dozen or so soldiers from the Serbian government forces, each holding a large box in their hands. Here, in each case, are the components for 5 drones? 50 in all. The officer in charge stepped forward and saluted Zhou Changhong. "What else do you need?" Zhou Changhong turned his head toward Chun Yu and asked. "C4 plastic explosive, 2,500 grams. Chun Yu said without thinking. Just now, he had unpacked one of the boxes and looked at them, and these drone components that the Serbian government forces had brought him were just about 20 centimeters square in size when assembled. A drone of this size was far too different from the specs of the kind of super drones he had unlocked from his tech tree, and it couldn't carry guns or anything like that for combat. As such, Chun Yu chose to adapt to the situation and directly transformed them into demolition drones, which were used to accurately spot-kill resistance forces. After placing the cell phone holder aside and focusing the camera on this side, Chun Yu immediately began to prepare to move. Time was too tight. He had to transform into 50 self-destructing drones within 2 hours, and then within an hour, complete the next rescue mission. "Chun Yu, are you sure?" Zhou Changhong couldn't help but ask after he walked over and watched as Chun Yu was utilizing various instruments to cut pieces of metal and modify the drone components. "Commander Zhou, don't worry, I will never venture in without 100% certainty," Chun Yu said without turning his head. "Good, that's what I wanted to hear from you." Zhou Changhong nodded and whispered again. "This drone military technology, it shouldn't be your new invention as well, right?" Chun Yu nodded and said, "It should be considered. I'm afraid that no country has mastered this kind of technology at the moment." "Maru, move the camera slightly off-center." Zhou Changhong put his hands behind his back and said, "If that's the case, when we get back to China, you get a full-bodied military drone properly and show it to me. And as for the drones that are made here, make as many as you can and use as many as you can. Don't leave any of them behind." "Don't worry, Commander Zhou, I know in my heart." Chun Yu smiled and nodded. How could he not understand this? The drone sequence skill, but the precious skill of the 5th level of his technology tree. The value of this thing was many times more precious than the skills of the fighters and tanks in front of him. Military drones are also very different from civilian drones in that, in addition to speed and performance in all areas, they have to have strong anti-jamming and instantaneous picture transmission capabilities. Chun Yu did not dare to waste a single second now. and was working at full speed to remodel the chips of these civilian drones, lifting the speed and height restrictions while temporarily plugging them into the same intelligent control system of the Tsunami 35. This project, it was thanks to Zhou Changhong that they couldn't understand it. Otherwise, they would have to have their jaws dropped by Chen Yu's efficiency at this moment, let alone modifying 50 self-destructing drones. Even if it was to modify one, it would be difficult to do so without 10 hours of time. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also very much looking forward to what Chen Yu had planned next. Brothers, how long have you been watching? I've been catching up since the start of the live stream. Hey, who isn't? We've been watching for 18 hours, but we're so refreshed, we're not sleepy at all. Who's going to sleep here when we're going to rescue the expatriates in a little while? It's a shame that you can't see how the anchor is making the drone in this shot. It's good if you can't see it. I don't know how many little devils and foreign devils are hiding in this live room. Don't let them steal the technique, the audience murmured, but waited in silence. 2 hours in, on a cold day, Chen Yu's clothes were actually drenched in sweat. He barely even blinked too much in those 2 hours. From modifying the chip, modifying the strength of the fuselage, to installing the camera, and the plastic C4 explosives, all the works were done in one go. In the end, with less than 5 minutes left in the 2 hours, Chen Yu let out a long breath. On the square table in front of him, a makeshift modification of a self-destructing drone was all but complete. These self-destructing drones had been modified by him with special metal reinforcements in the fuselage to cope with the stresses generated during high-speed maneuvers. As for the charge of C4 plastic explosive, Chen Yu set it at 50 grams per drone, and the blasting range of this charge could reach about 3 meters, which was very suitable for fighting in special terrain. In order to ensure that he could control these drones in a stable manner, Chen Yu connected them directly to the Tsunami 35's intelligent control system, so that it would be absolutely foolproof. Even though from the outside, these temporarily remodeled drones weren't very domineering, Chen Yu knew very well that they would bring an incomparable shock to the resistance. To all those who saw this live broadcast, Commander Zhou, everything is ready. We can load up and go, Chen Yu said. Please send someone with a vehicle to send the drones in the direction of the front line of that government building, and then I will remotely control them from here to accomplish the next rescue mission. I'll get Granite and the others to launch the operation right away. Zhou Changhong glanced at his watch and said, there's only 1 hour for the operation. Chen Yu, make sure you succeed. On behalf of the expatriates of the Great Dragon Nation, I'm counting on you. Please don't worry about it. I promise to get the job done. Chen Yu nodded his head and quickly ran towards the Tsunami 35 parked at the airport under the leadership of Chu Momo. He wanted to borrow the Tsunami 35's control system to control those self-destructing drones. 2 minutes later, several of the government's military armored transports left the airport and drove quickly toward the government building that the resistance had taken over. As a sign of the government force's great assistance, Granite even drove an armored car himself and set off with Zhou Changhong. Chen Yu, on the other hand, climbed up into the cockpit of the Tsunami 35 with the assistance of Chu Momo and sat in. Activating Tsunami 35 intelligent control system, Chen Yu put the cell phone holder away and simply spoke, and all of the equipment in the entire cockpit automatically activated and then began to function. Chapter 91, Rascal? Then annihilate them all. Seeing this scene from the side, Chu Momo was almost too surprised to speak. Chen Yu, how did you do it? Chu Mu was originally looking for a way to help Chen Yu start up the Tsunami 35. After all, this is a military fighter. The average person would not be able to use it at all. However, Chen Yu actually just said one sentence, and this Tsunami 35 directly operated automatically. Not only Chu Momo, the audience in the live broadcast room was also surprised. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this our Tsunami 35 cockpit? It's so dominant. How does the anchor look like it's not his first time touching such an awesome fighter? So calm. Come on anchor. Hurry up and start combat action. Beer and peanuts are ready. The pop-ups from the audience floated the screen extremely fast, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room stabilized at 15 million at this moment. Of course, if you count the rest of the world, who are watching this live, the total number of people would have to be doubled. Facing Chu Momo's surprise, Chen Yu smiled and explained. Speech recognition system. Commander Chu, what our Tsunami 35 is using right now is the intelligence system that I improved back then, and at that time, in order to remodel the system for convenience, Chen Yu also left himself a back door. An ordinary person who wanted to start this fighter would need a series of programs to do so, whereas he, who only needed his voice and pupil recognition to pass, was immediately able to start the fighter directly. Chu Momo Wu didn't say anything, but his eyes were clearly filled with a look of surprise and shock. After activating the Tsunami 35's control panel, Chen Yu quickly began to conduct a retrieval before plugging the smart chips of the 50 self-destructing drones he had previously modified into the control panel via remote control. After just a few seconds, the smart screen in front of Chun Yu seemed to have turned into a large monitoring screen, capable of free split-screen operation. The view in the screen, on the other hand, was emanating from the self-destructing drones, which could be seen, now mounted on top of armed transport vehicles, rapidly making their way to the Resistance's government building. Pity, Chen Yu secretly sighed in his heart. The materials here were too little, coupled with the time constraints. He could only barely modify those drones that were originally just toys. If it was in the country, and he was given plenty of time, the full version of the drone he had built would have been perfectly capable of taking off from the airport here, and running directly over to the government building. 10 minutes later, armed transport trucks of the Serbian government forces crossed streets full of abandoned cars and burning rubber, and finally came to a halt in a square outside a building at a distance of about 100 meters. Just as the car stopped, Chen Yu could clearly see in the intelligence screen in front of him that the occupied government building, the rooms on several floors were lit up with blazingly bright searchlights at the same time. The searchlights were obviously intentional, shining directly towards the armored car's side, making it difficult for the people in the car to open their eyes to observe them. Picking up the car radio, Zhou Changhong decided to give these rebels one last chance. If they are willing to release the Dalong Nation expatriates at this time, they will be spared from the drone airstrikes. Of course, this is the ultimatum of the Great Dragon State. I am Zhou Changhong, the commander of the evacuation operation of the Great Dragon Nation. Resistance commanders in the building ahead, please release our expatriates safely at once. I repeat for the last time, this is not a request, but a formal announcement, and we are making this announcement for the last time only. Through the loudspeaker on the armored car, Zhou Changhong shouted over to the government building. After a while, the sound of tweeter shouts came from the resistance side as well. You claim to be the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom, but who can give you proof? What's more, government forces are bound to be mixed among you now, waiting for this opportunity to carry out an attack operation. Therefore, we demand the following conditions: unconditional withdrawal of all government forces by 30 kilometers out of the city, and the surrender of all weapons. Once we confirm that the downtown area is safe, we will immediately release your expatriates from the Great Dragon Nation. Mr. Commander, hearing the other party's scoundrel-like words, Zhou Changhong's face went cold. The civil war was a domestic matter for Serbia, and there would have been no need or reason for the Great Dragon Kingdom to intervene. But now, aren't these resistance forces treating them, the officers of the Great Dragon Kingdom, like little cuties? Now, getting the government forces to cede the entire capital city is simply not going to happen. Chun Yu, it's up to you. After cutting off the tweeter, Zhou Changhong spoke over the radio to Chen Yu's side before pressing the button. There was a buzzing sound as the top hatches of several armored vehicles all opened, and one of the self-destruct drones had lit up with a red beacon. Please rest assured, Commander Zhou. Chen Yu immediately began dispatching the drones for combat through the intelligence screen in front of him. Separate a squad of drones for building situational reconnaissance work. The rest of the drones will spread out in a swarm formation and strike. Chen Yu immediately gave a command through the intelligence screen. Inside the armored car, a self-exploding drone rose into the air. Despite the fact that they were toys in themselves, after Chen Yu unlocked the program that limited the speed and height, the speed of these little things could be quite impossible to underestimate. All of a sudden, the booming buzzing sound produced by the 50 drones was as if a huge swarm of bees had actually appeared in the air. Through the surveillance screen, Chen Yu and all of the officers could see that after the 50 self-destructing drones unfolded their array, they immediately flew towards the building controlled by the resistance. When they were about to approach, all the drones spread out again at the same time, each guided by the intelligent chip, specifically looking for those broken glass windows and drilling right through the gaps. That's fine. Shu Miu, who was sitting behind Chen Yu, stretched his neck and saw the scene with his mouth almost dislocated. The fact that one person could actually control 50 drones at the same time was unbelievable to him. It's nothing, Chen Yu said. If there is enough time to make a good control system, in the future, it will definitely not be a problem for one person to want to control thousands of drones at the same time. While the two of them were talking, the 10 self-destructing drones in charge of detection had already taken the lead in flying into the building, and with their light and dexterous figures and extremely fast speeds, they quickly probed the situation of the entire building. Each drone all carried high-definition cameras and C4 plastic explosives, and in just a few minutes, the situation inside this government building began to appear on the intelligence screen in front of Chen Yu by way of a three-dimensional model. And the model of this government building is clearly labeled with red and blue highlights. Chapter 92, Evacuation Successful. Drones sighted. All the red ones are members of the resistance with weapons, and the blue ones are the expatriates they're holding. Chen Yu glanced at the model of the building after the drone scan. It could be seen that the expatriates of the Great Dragon Nation were basically locked up in a large room on the 5th floor, which appeared to be a conference room, with more than 300 people all crammed into it. And outside this conference room, There were 7 to 8 resistance soldiers carrying guns patrolling each floor, and 2 resistance soldiers staring at the door, locked on all enemies, numbering 35. Chen Yu quickly pressed a virtual button on the screen and said, "Prepare to activate the solitary self-destruct program. Target, annihilate all members of the resistance." Tick-tock. In an instant, all of the self-destructing drones all let out a terrifying hum. Their speed steeply skyrocketed several times, whistling as if they were the Grim Reaper, swiftly pouncing on the darkness, those unaware members of the resistance. And at this time, outside the government building, Zhou Changhong and Granite and other generals saw an extremely appalling scene. Inside the government building, an intense explosion of fire appeared on every floor. Asterisk. It's really fierce. A toy drone can be this powerful? Will the anchor accidentally injure the expatriates of our great dragon nation? I don't think so. Can't you see those drones have cameras? They must have locked on to the enemy before they detonated. The audience in the live room was abuzz. A significant number of people even stayed up for more than 20 hours just to watch this moment of the rescue of the diaspora. Chen Yu had really put them over the edge with this precision strike that was comparable to a surgical strike. Those explosions weren't terribly powerful, but they were enough to crack the walls there, and the windows were shattered. A series of rumbling explosions followed one after another as Chen Yu's reserved. A drone tasked with acting as a surveillance camera continued to scan the building. On the big screen, the red dots representing the resistance disappeared one by one from the three-dimensional model of the government building. 5 minutes later, the targets have all been wiped out. Commander Zhou, please send someone inside the building to pick up our expatriates. Chen Yu quickly informed Zhou Changhong's side through the radio. General Granite, please. Zhou Changhong nodded his head in greeting to Granite on the side. And then, on his own, he led the officers and quickly rushed towards the building. Send a special detachment to protect Commander Zhou and the others. At this time, Granite's face, in addition to being shocked, had a look of unspeakable surprise on it. He didn't even dream that this ordinary youth brought by the general of the Great Dragon Kingdom actually had such a terrifying ability. Arms and weapons supplies here in Serbia are so scarce that the government forces, totaling nearly 30,000 men, can't even come up with the equipment for an armored brigade. As for rockets, missiles, and fighter jets, there are even fewer, all of which can be counted on an individual basis, and everything is stretched thin. And these resistance forces, they were so well equipped that each squad was even given an infantry fighting vehicle to fight in. The huge advantage in weaponry and equipment is also the reason why the resistance dares to take the initiative to start a civil war within the country of Serbia, indiscriminately killing civilians and detaining expatriates from the country of the Great Dragon. Now Granite looked at the government building, full of exploding flames, with a strange light in his eyes. This kind of weapon that was modified using civilian recreational drones was cheap and easy to use, so it was bound to be able to be the key to their comeback. With 35 minutes left in the ceasefire agreement, all of the trapped expatriates from the Great Dragon Nation, totaling 315, were safely rescued, each and every one of them. After boarding the cars prepared by the civil government, the expatriates quickly rushed to the consulate of the Grand Dragon State, ready to join the rest of the expatriates and leave the area by plane. Commander Zhou, I'm very glad that this operation was a complete success. 20 minutes later, here at the military airfield of the Serbian government forces, more than 2,000 expatriates were boarding the transport planes in an orderly fashion. And below the plane, Granite, the commander of the government forces, was shaking hands with Zhou Changhong. You're welcome. Without the assistance of your government, I'm afraid our operation this time may not go so smoothly. Zhou Changhong is also in a good mood at this moment. The expatriates have 0 casualties. This is definitely a big happy event worth bragging about. I marvel at the strength of your country and the care and concern for your people. However, what I am most marveled at is this young man beside you. Your name is Chen Yu, right? Granite twisted his head to look at Chen Yu on the side, his gaze not hiding that appreciation and praise in the slightest. Greetings, Commander Granite. Still holding the brace in his hand, Chen Yu politely nodded to Granite. I'm a pain in the ass, and frankly, I'm very interested in those drone weapons you improvised today. Granite said seriously, I very much look forward to being able to purchase large quantities of these drones from your Great Dragon Nation in the name of the government army. Please consider it. Purchasing drones? Chen Yu sniffed and laughed. What I'm using today is just a gadget temporarily remodeled from a civilian recreational drone. It's not at all the same concept as a military drone in the true sense of the word. Even if you want to discuss future procurement plans with our Great Dragon Nation, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit before you can do so. Facing Granite, Chen Yu did not directly say that the military of the Great Dragon Nation had also pressed on yet to master such technology, but instead vaguely rejected him. So, about how long will it take? Granite turned his head to Zhou Changhong and asked, Commander Zhou, we are very optimistic about this new type of weapon and are prepared to purchase it in large quantities. Please give us a rough time frame. It's not a good time to say. Zhou Changhong thought for a moment and laughed. Let's put it this way. I'll tell you as the head of the Air Force that soon, when our great dragon nation considers selling military drones to the outside world, we'll list you as our primary customer. Is that okay? This is really not Zhou Changhong does not want to take this arms order, but because at this time, his heart is also not at all bottom. Chen Yu today is a temporary rescue to get out of the self-destructive drone. This thing can be installed in large quantities. How much can have a role? How much the cost? Have to go back to the study after the study. Getting him to agree to sell Granite drones right now is certainly out of the question. Okay, Granite nodded. I know your country always keeps its promises, so I'll be waiting for your good news. It's for the best. All of you, get ready to board the plane back home. Zhou Changhong gestured, and the crowd quickly ran in the direction of the transporter as well. Chapter 93, Becoming the Center of Attention. The drone program is approved. After Chen Yu boarded the transportation plane, he was immediately greeted with loud cheers and shouts of approval from the surrounding expatriates of the Great Dragon Nation. This is the genius youth Chen Yu from our Great Dragon Kingdom, the youth who stood on the deck of the Blue Cloud when it left harbor that day. If it wasn't for the state sending Chen Yu and the Air Force formation over, I'm afraid we don't know how long we'd have to be held captive by those resistance forces. Comrade Chen Yu, can we take a picture? Can I have your autograph? Comrade Chen Yu? Good guy. After Chen Yu came up, the enthusiasm of the surrounding expatriates really startled him. Just now, on the way to board the bus and rush to the airport, the expatriates, through the officers accompanying the bus, had been informed of the general situation of this military operation of the Great Dragon State, upon learning that the self-destructing drones that had taken out the resistance were from Chen Yu's hands. At this moment, Chen Yu's height in the hearts of these ordinary expatriates had risen to another level. Holy, that's not fair. Why should the live ones get to take pictures and sign autographs? Anchor hurry, on the link autographs and photos $20 a copy. We clunk by. When we return to our country, we strongly request the anchor to organize an offline fan gathering. The viewers in the live broadcast room were sour, and through the live feed, they could clearly see that Chen Yu was taking pictures of the enthusiastic expatriates. This was also something that really couldn't be helped. Chen Yu was simply crying and laughing in his heart right now. The expatriates wouldn't even let him go if he didn't take a picture, and he'd already taken hundreds of pictures in such a short time. However, there are more than 500 expatriates in the 90, so if we keep taking pictures together, how long will it take? Quiet and quiet. Everyone, please. At this time, Zhou Changhong also boarded the airplane with a megaphone and shouted, everyone, please sit down. There are plenty of opportunities for group photos, and when we return safely to the Great Dragon Kingdom, I promise, I'll let everyone have a happy group photo. With Zhou Changhong's assurance, the expatriates were then willing to let Chen Yu pass. Moreover, seeing Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong, both of whom, like them, were also sitting right in the cabin of the transportation plane, the expatriates were more indescribably touched in their hearts. 5 minutes later, the two Carrier 90s, escorted by 6 Tsunami 35s, quickly lifted off and then reversed their course, preparing to head toward the Great Dragon Kingdom. As for the resistance, I don't know if it was because they were scared by Chen Yu's self-exploding drones or something else. The resistance hadn't budged even until the Carrier 90 and Tsunami 35 had left the range of Sevia's airspace. Report, we have entered the high seas over the Pacific Ocean. This time we will borrow the airfield in the country of Malaysia for temporary refueling. The whole journey is expected to take 15 hours and 48 minutes. The pilot's voice of briefing, over the radio, resounded throughout the cabin. The expatriates all cheered and applauded. In another 10 hours or so they would be able to go home. They would be able to return to the land of the Great Dragon Nation. Although Chen Yu was also very tired right now, he was nevertheless excited in his heart. What is physical exhaustion compared to saving over 3,000 expatriates? Chen Yu, this evacuation operation, you are definitely to be credited. Zhou Changhong sat on the paratrooper's seat and said to Chen Yu next to him, you don't need to ask much about the commendations. We'll have a meeting to discuss it when we get back and we'll never miss it. More than that, I'm more curious about those drones you made. Commander Zhou, if you have any doubts, just say so. Chen Yu had already turned off the live broadcast at this time, but that wasn't him turning it off himself, but because the live broadcast time had exceeded 24 hours, the fatigue system of the Douyin platform automatically turned it off for him. Before this, I never thought that drones could actually be used in this way. Zhou Changhong exclaimed, what does a drone represent to our Air Force, and even air forces around the world? That is a strategic weapon that breaks through radar defenses at ultra-high speeds and detects enemy airspace. And the kind of reconnaissance drone Zhou Changhong said, the cost is also incredibly high, often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, not counting the research and development funds. and advanced reconnaissance drones with equally demanding technical requirements. In order to achieve breakout speeds that ignore missiles and radar, reconnaissance drones typically depart unarmed or with only a small number of weapons, and its engines, fuel systems, intake and jet systems, etc. all have to be perfected and are by no means as well built as one might think. However, today, the effect of this simple model of modified self-destruct drone that Chen Yu had taken out had stunned Zhou Changhong and the other officers. These Air Force bigwigs of theirs could never have dreamed that a toy remote-controlled drone, shaken in Chen Yu's hands, would become a big killer in alley and building battles. After hearing Zhou Changhong's exclamation, Chen Yu could not help but smile. Frankly, at Sevia's, the self-destructing drones I made were just saving the day because of limited materials and time. Chen Yu said with a straight face, if they were made according to military standards, my self-destruct drones could remotely blow up tanks and various defense buildings, and my attack drones could form a firepower network in the air to suppress all ground infantry units. As for medical drones, tactical drones and so on, they will also be of utmost utility, even to the extent of changing the course of a battle. Although drone technology has not yet been popularized, and the power of drones is less known, but Commander Zhou, I have the confidence and ability to do so. Chen Yu's words made Zhou Changhong's blood boil quite a bit. The Air Force of the Great Dragon Kingdom used to be able to rank second among the three armies, with the Navy being the bottom strength. As for the Army, the equipment on Rin Tiejuan's side has to make even Eagle Sauce drool when he looks at it. The Army's reputation as the world's #1 is not a boast. That's a fact that even Eagle and Harry Bear and the rest of them have to recognize. However, since the successful launching of the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, Wu Haidong's waist is not normally hard. The presence of aircraft carriers means that the Navy will have a greater role and play a dominant role in the future layout of warfare. Their fighters on the Air Force side will also have to be considered in the future for partial modifications to be adapted for carrier takeoff and landing missions. Zhou Changhong knew in his heart that an increase in the strength of any of the three armies was an increase in the defense force of the Great Dragon Kingdom. It's true that the air, sea and land forces are one family, but the momentum of competition between them never stops. He couldn't swallow having him lead the Air Force as the bottom of this pad. Chen Yu, let me put it this way. Zhou Changhong's eyes were glowing as he said, I can approve your drone project right now, and it's best to implement it into research and development as soon as possible. Test it, and then include it in armaments as soon as possible. Chapter 94, the first combat drone, named Dragon King. As long as there are sufficient materials, research and development is not difficult. Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, when we return to the Great Dragon Kingdom, I'll by the way make a combat drone test at the Air Force Base first. Do you think it's okay? It's too good. Zhou Changhong laughed, it's a deal, but after you return to China, don't be in a hurry to start work, take a good rest first. Your kid hasn't closed his eyes for almost 24 hours. Hearing Zhou Changhong say this, Chen Yu, who had not been very sleepy, now instantly felt his eyelids begin to fight. The average person stays up for 18 or 19 hours, and by the time the head of excitement has passed it's hard to keep their eyes open. At this moment, Chen Yu even felt that his eyes were filled with lead, dead heavy, and once he closed his eyes, he directly fell asleep. By the time Chen Yu opened his eyes again, there were quite a few of the expatriates sitting over in the cabin resting as well. But of course, most of them were very excited at the moment and were not sleeping. How long have I been asleep? Chen Yu picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. Good lord, 10 hours had passed. We have about an hour before we reach the airbase. Chen Yu, Chu Miu, who was on the side, laughed. 3 hours ago we landed at the Malaysia National Airport to refuel, and I didn't call you because I saw that you were sleeping too heavily. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nodded, and after resting for a while, he had now regained his spirit. There was still a while before he landed back in the country, and taking advantage of this moment, Chen Yu silently opened his strongest hand rub system in his mind. After tapping on the tech tree, Chen Yu began to consult the branches of drone skills he had unlocked. Previously, when he was over in Serbia, Chen Yu didn't even have much time to research and study the new skills because time was too tight. After a brief exploration, Chen Yu learned that this drone skill branch currently had a total of 4 major categories. The 4 main categories are combat drones, medical drones, battle auxiliary drones, and self-explosive drones. One of the self-exploding drones had already been made by Chen Yu over in Serbia before. However, that beggars version of the self-destructing drone, with the self-destructing drone described in the skill given to him by the system, could be completely one underground and one heaven. Self-exploding drone, equipped with an intelligent tactical system, can be remotely controlled, intelligent tracking, fiber optic wire control, maximum remote control distance of 30 kilometers, up to 20 kilograms of C4 explosives can be carried for combat, maximum attack speed, 360 kilometers per hour. I'll go. Chen Yu couldn't help but call out I'm going to go. This system's genuine self-destruct drone can hold 20 kilograms of C4 explosives, which is already enough to directly blow up a building. This is no longer a question of the power of the explosives is not powerful. Directly a force brick fly, regardless of what you are the target. Direct bombing on the end of the matter. Moreover, its top speed during an attack can reach 360 kilometers per hour, a speed that translates to about 100 meters per second. It can be said that on the battlefield, that is 1 second you hear the sound, and the next it is already directly in front of you. No infantryman, nor motorized armored carrier, could possibly take cover from an attack of this magnitude. Shenyu followed up by checking the effects of the other 3 drones. Combat drone, equipped with an intelligent tactical system that can carry 12 small guided missiles, 2 small 10mm surge cannons, 10 drop mines, 100 anti-infantry mines, 2 anti-armor rockets, and a tactical EMI generator that can maneuver at speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour. Shenyu secretly thought to himself, "You're armed like a hedgehog, can you still call it a combat drone? Why don't you just call it a small fortress in the air?" This combat drone's detailed parameter data in all aspects was also one of the strongest in the 4 drone branches, and through the intelligent tactical system, it could perform many unimaginable ultra-difficult maneuvers. As for the medical drones and the battle support drones, Shenyu briefly checked that these 2 drones were just like their names, focusing on auxiliary effects. Among them, medical drones can remotely drop or project all kinds of medical kits and medical supplies at a fixed point, with a maximum flight speed of 80 km per hour and a load capacity of up to 100 kilograms. In case of an emergency, medical drones can even airlift the injured directly to the rear for treatment in short to medium distances. As for the battle auxiliary drone, this thing is capable of carrying a variety of tactical weapons at the same time, including electromagnetic jamming bombs, laser jammers, liquid nitrogen explosive vials, photoelectric bombs, graphite bombs, and other special projectiles, with a maximum load capacity of 200 rounds, and a maneuvering speed of up to 180 kilometers per hour. This thing is relatively weak at direct killing, but it carries all sorts of gadgets that are great at destroying rear installations and radar equipment and such. If it is guided by fiber optic guidance, this kind of war auxiliary drone can be completely free from the enemy's electromagnetic interference, and attack wherever it wants. A dozen graphite bombs dropped would shut down a power plant for maintenance, and a single photoelectric bomb would be enough to destroy a radar unit. After checking the skill branches of these 4 drones, Shenyu considered for a moment and decided to just start developing the combat drones. After all, while the other 3 drones had strong roles as well, when it came to direct combat capabilities, it was the combat drones that deserved it. If you're going to have a combat drone, you have to have a name for it, so you can't just call it a combat drone, right? Shenyu pondered for half a day, and as the plane was about to land at the airbase, the pilot's voice came over the radio speakers. "About to land at the airbase of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Please sit tight, buckle up and don't run." Hearing this voice, Shenyu's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, since it was a combat drone developed for the Great Dragon Kingdom, it would simply be called the Dragon King Combat Drone. This name is simple and direct, and it is also very domineering, very much to Shenyu's liking. Half an hour later, the plane landed and the expatriates disembarked in an orderly manner, organized by the soldiers on the airport side. Outside the cabin, a large number of news media reporters had already arrived, with long guns and flashbulbs clicking away. However, the eyes of the media reporters were all anxiously searching for one person at the moment, and that was Shenyu. Only after the expatriates had safely gotten off the plane did Shenyu and Zhou Changhong over here prepare to disembark. "Commander Zhou, on this road just now, I've already figured out my next plan for drone development." Shenyu unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, talking to Zhou Changhong on one side. "What? So soon you've thought of it?" Zhou Changhong laughed in surprise. "I'll have to wash my hands of that. How do you plan to carry out the drone program?" Chapter 95, Cluster Combat, the creation of the Hive drone. There's limited time here, and simply put, I'd like to make it so that future drones can form a large combat system. Shenyu said, "Any of our high-end military weapons nowadays basically have characteristics borrowed from various animals in nature, so the same can be done with drones." The Hive system, on the other hand, was a combat system that Shenyu had determined to be the most suitable for his mode of combat with these drones. In order to achieve high efficiency and high energy, drones have a very high demand for energy, and the probability is that lithium batteries need to be used as an energy supplement. And in the environment of the battlefield, both sides of the front will often be very far away. For the UAV, some combat targets are more complex and too far away. It is easy to go beyond the attack range. I envision Hive drones that are capable of carrying hundreds, if not thousands, of small combat drones at once, transporting them directly in the direction of the battlefield front lines. Shenyu said, "In this way, it will be able to minimize the energy consumption of the combat drones, and with the larger size and specifications of the Hive drones, it can be retrofitted with more means of protection and anti-jamming measures. And Chen Yu's words made Zhou Changhong's eyes light up when he heard them. Good lord! This Hive drone system reminded him of something. Isn't that exactly the same thing as an aircraft carrier on the Navy side? Good Chen Yu, I greatly appreciate this idea of yours. Zhou Changhong laughed. If the Navy can build aircraft carriers, why can't our Air Force build aircraft carriers? And I can feel that this Hive drone system you're talking about will produce incomparably powerful effects once it's officially developed. For an aircraft carrier, its strike limit distance is also equal to the strike limit distance of those fighters it carries. And, if the target is located deep in the land, the carrier may not always be able to attack the target unit if it is not able to drive close enough. But the Hive drone system proposed by Chen Yu was a completely different story. As long as the frontline combat positions are in place, the Hive UAS in the rear, at the start, can lift off from their positions here, and it carries a large number of small combat drones that can swoop right into the enemy's face and launch an attack in a fraction of the time. From the military for many years, Zhou Changhong can keenly feel that this is definitely a big opportunity, and even an opportunity that may change the future structure of the Air Force's weapons and equipment. The two got out of the transporter as they spoke, and at this time, the expatriates on this side of the airport, none of them were the first to leave by car. More than 3,000 people. All of them were looking forward to Chen Yu's group photo. Oops, just talking about drones. Seeing that the expatriates were all still there, Zhou Changhong hurriedly took Chen Yu and asked the officers to make arrangements for a group photo. Everyone settle down, Zhou Changhong shouted to the populace. Because of the limited conditions of our airbase and the fact that a lot of it involves classified information, you can't just take any pictures. So we'll take a group photo of you all as a souvenir. The populace cheered and applauded, and all stood in perfect silence and order in rows and rows as the officers had arranged them, with the back rows padded with stools in 2 or 3 tiers. Chen Yu, on the other hand, had become the central focus of these 3,000 people, and even Zhou Changhong, the Air Force commander, was standing beside him. At this moment, on the military airport of the airbase, more than 3,000 people all leaned their backs against the huge fuselage of the Carrier 90, leaving behind an extremely monumental photo. Hard work everyone, Zhou Changhong shouted. Everyone can go home in an orderly manner on the buses we've arranged. As for the photos, we will mail them according to your registered information after they are developed. Chen Yu stood next to him, and none of the populace that passed by him would wave goodbye to him, and Chen Yu nodded and waved to them very politely. There were simply too many people, and if it was just 100 or so people, Chen Yu would be fine even if he went over one by one to take a picture. But there are more than 3,000 people here. If we take pictures of all of them one by one, won't we have to take pictures until tomorrow afternoon? While saying goodbye to the people boarding the bus, Chen Yu thought in his heart that this was really a good place to hone social terrorism. No matter how much of a sociopath you used to be and how afraid you were to talk to people, a night of tossing and turning here will probably make that problem go away in no time. By the time all the people had boarded their vehicles and left, Chen Yu picked up his cell phone and looked at it. The time was already pointing to 3:30 a.m. Chen Yu, what are you going to arrange next? Zhou Changhong and a few officers all walked over while he said, the Dragon King combat drone you mentioned just now, as well as the Hive combat system, we in the Air Force can give you maximum support. That's right, all of our equipment, materials, and personnel in this R&D center can be arranged at your disposal. Suffice it to say that while you're with us, we'll do everything we can to fulfill any reasonable request. The other person in charge nodded and said, Comrade Chen Yu, feel free to speak up if you have any needs. The demand is not there now, or very little, I guess. Chen Yu shook his head and said, regarding the drones and the Hive combat system, I need some time for initial testing and bonding, and it's fine for this work not to be done at the airbase. You mean you're planning to still start there at the Blue Cloud City steel mill? Zhou Changhong couldn't help but ask. Chen Yu nodded and said, I'm still used to working in familiar places, but of course, I'll take what involves military secrets to the airbase. Zhou Changhong understood this and said, do you need us to provide you with some equipment or materials to ship over? The equipment won't be needed. I'll have to basically hand rub the equipment I'm going to use all over again. The materials will be a pain in the ass. Chen Yu took the notebook and pen from the officer next to him and quickly wrote down lines and lines of required materials. These included the ultralight alloy aerospace steel that he had developed, as well as composite special stealth coatings, and various raw materials for the preparation of lithium batteries. It was certainly not impossible for Chen Yu to do these things on his own, but it would undoubtedly take a lot of extra time. Granted, hand-rubbing steel and stealth paint both add to the experience value of the system, but they are minor compared to hand-rubbing the drone itself. Now Chen Yu's eyes had to be picky as well. This was because, on the voyage back, Chen Yu consulted his system's tech tree level, only to discover a very serious problem. The upgrade experience needed for this thing was already starting to rise exponentially. Chapter 96, Research and Development. Intelligent Control System is the king. A mere few hundred experience points are needed to move up a level 1 tech tree to level 2, which is more than enough to hand rub a steel pipe for a while, whereas for level 2 to level 3, 2,000 experience points were needed, and for level 3 to level 4, it was 6,000 experience points. While in Servia, Shenyu had directly ascended to the 5th level of the tech tree, which had spent all of the 20,000 or so experience points he had saved up. As a result, what Shenyu didn't expect was that a level 5 tech tree wanting to rise to level 6 actually required a full 60,000 experience points. Shenyu did the math in his head. Those 60,000 experience points meant he'd have to hand rub 600,000 steel tubes, or 60,000 kilograms of special alloy aerospace steel, or 10 tons of special stealth paint. Although Shenyu was not afraid of being tired, but such a high-intensity mechanical repetitive work was really too boring. What's more, in the later branches of technology, there would definitely be automatic intelligent mechanical systems, and then they could develop robots to rub these basic supplies for them. In comparison, Shenyu checked that if he could build a combat drone, he would be directly rewarded with 500 experience points, equivalent to 5,000 steel pipes. Apparently, the system was more encouraging of him to keep hand-rubbing higher-level weaponry rather than actually being a steel pipe-rubbing immortal. After reporting the required supplies and various materials to Zhou Changhong, Shenyu also boarded the car that returned to Blue Cloud City. An hour later, the car stopped at the gate of the Blue Cloud City Iron and Steel Factory. Shenyu quietly returned to his dormitory building, went upstairs, and opened the door. After closing the door, Shenyu dove headfirst into his own bed. It was really better to be comfortable here. After a night's rest, early the next morning, Shenyu just washed up and went out, and coincidentally saw, under the dormitory building, a person carrying something is walking this way. Shenyu, Aya, you're really back? When he saw Shenyu's figure, the man yelped in surprise. It was actually the factory owner, Huang Jun. Boss Huang, what do you want to see me about? Shenyu yawned and looked at Huang Jun, who quickly ran up. This guy was still carrying a lot of very precious tonic in his hands. See what you mean by that? Huang Jun said with a smile. I'm afraid there aren't many people in our great dragon country who aren't concerned about the civil evacuation operation, right? You are now a celebrity in our great dragon country. Saying that, Huang Jun didn't care if Shenyu refused, and rigidly stranded all those things he was carrying in the room. I was wondering if you'd stay in their military as a big officer after you got off the plane, and this morning I thought, if you weren't here, I'd go over to the airbase and drop something off for you. Huang Jun laughed, but since you're back, that would save you a lot of trouble. Shenyu, before you set off, we also discussed the matter of re-engaging the factory processing. You see how to give arrangements? Hearing him say that, Shenyu also remembered. At that time, he did intend to hand over the fishing gear technology to Huang Jun, and hired people from Huang Jun's side to carry out mass production, but this matter was pushed down one way or another because of the military side of things. Just for today, Shenyu said, Boss Huang, over there in workshop number 1, I hope to be able to use it as my specialized workshop. Other than that, I can teach you the fishing gear technology, just at the price of the contract. No problem, let's split it 30/70ths. I'll take 3 and you take 7. Huang Jun was instantly overjoyed. Compared to the market and income that Shenyu's counterintuitive fishing gear could generate, what was wrong with a workshop even if it was given to Shenyu? Back in the room, Shenyu was not ambiguous, directly opened the computer, in front of Huang Jun's face, began to write down the various points of manufacturing technology of the special fishing gear. The rough blueprint parameters, and the production process are all here, so as long as they're produced to my standards, they'll be absolutely adequate. Shenyu directly used the printer to print out that blueprint and brought it to Huang Jun. Thanks Shenyu, you can put 100 hearts in my work. Huang Jun just reached out, but Shenyu's side was a hand retreat, allowing him to grab an empty hand. I can have my word, Shenyu said. Fishing gear, this business rolls very much. Mr. Huang, you want to rely on the agent of my fishing gear to make a lot of money. Absolutely do not in the work materials and engineering on the small mind. In that case, the smash is your own rice bowl. Understood. Huang Jun hurriedly smiled. Just put your mind at ease Shenyu, I promise you, the production will be strictly according to your standards. Even if there is 1% of defects, it will be immediately returned to the furnace, and will definitely not be second best. Hearing this, Shenyu just handed that blueprint to Huang Jun. This guy immediately went out joyfully to prepare to transfer people to buy materials to start work. Looking back, Shenyu also began to conceptualize his next drone plan. Since we are trying to develop a top-of-the-line military combat drone, what is the most important thing? For general military experts, they will certainly think that the development process of material research and development, as well as a variety of wing parameters and so on, is the difficult big head. However, these were nothing at all in Shen Yu's eyes, and with his one hand, he was able to outperform any existing highly sophisticated equipment. The real difficulty in research and development lies in the intelligent control system of the drone, as well as the development of the mother aircraft of the hive drone. Shen Yu searched for a moment. The Great Dragon Country now did not even have a civilian recreational drone, let alone a military quadcopter drone. Since we're going to be working on it, let's just start testing with a lower-level civilian drone, and if the data is good enough, we can hang a little link to the doujinshi. Thinking of this, Shen Yu immediately got to work, following the memories in his mind, quickly using the computer to draw the blueprint drawings of the basic drone as well as the parameters of the various modules. By the time the afternoon rolled around, 2 transport vehicles from the Air Force side, disguised as ordinary delivery vehicles, drove into the compound of the Blue Cloud City steel factory. The one responsible for mobilizing supplies for Chen Yu was no one else. It was clearly the same Lieutenant Colonel Chu Momo who had dealt with Chen Yu before. Chen Yu, with such conditions, is it really possible to develop the kind of drone you depicted? Chu Momo arrived here at workshop number 1 under Chen Yu's leadership, looking at the oddly shaped machines here and there, as well as the various parts and components piled everywhere. Chu Momo was really a bit puzzled. He thought that the Blue Cloud City steel mill was one of those very modern, high-class factories, the kind that has everything you need, even a sterile dust-free workshop. However, the steel mill in front of us is clearly the look of an old factory that was about to be phased out in the last century. In the face of Chu Momo's doubts and worries, Chen Yu laughed. The mountain is not high, the water is not deep, the conditions here are completely sufficient for me to perform. Lieutenant Colonel Chu, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet. It's better not to bet. I believe in your strength. It's good to have that certainty. Xun Yu couldn't help but lose his smile and said, in addition, there's another special military event I want to talk to you about on this trip over here. Chapter 97, The Truth Lies in the Blade. Accelerate research and development. This is not a big deal, but it is by no means a small deal. Xun Yu said to Chen Yu, just this morning, Eagle Jam just reached a joint announcement with a dozen European countries. And what is the content of this announcement? In short, it is that they are going to join forces to develop various data and function controls for drone equipment. Those who participated in this announcement are basically the big European countries. And, on our side of Asia, of course, the footbath chicken has also tended to be the first to join this program. With his hands behind his back, Chummerwo said, our higher-ups suspect that it's because Eagle Sauce's military intelligence officers saw the bright performance of those drones of yours during the evacuation operation. Shen Yu nodded slightly. This was basically the nail in the coffin. At that time, his live broadcast was watched by more than 15 million people within the Great Dragon alone, and there were bound to be some foreign organizations or individuals present mixed in here. So it's not surprising that Eagle Jam on their side got video footage of these live broadcasts. What really made Chen Yu feel funny and angry was what Eagle Sauce did. Military drones had yet to blossom in the hands of any country in this world, and it was this evacuation operation that Chen Yu had allowed it to appear within the global horizon. This is good. Hawk Sauce see the big dragon country actually already have such advanced drone modification technology. Can not be anxious eyes? I think they're in a hurry to run out of tricks. Chen Yu laughed and joked. Since they may not be able to catch up with our drone development progress in a short period of time, then why not just introduce some kind of broken proclamation that will jointly restrict other countries' research and development of drones? In that case, at that time, once the Great Dragon country takes the lead in launching a military advanced combat drone, it will inevitably become the target of these contracting countries. That's what we're thinking, Xu Mu said. However, at present, our military's attitude is also very tough. Eagle Sauce has already made representations to us more than once through the Pentagon and the House of Representatives, ostensibly saying that they want us to join this contract, but in fact, they are exerting pressure, with the incident of the Liberty Black Hawk to head it off, and that joint military exercise in the direction of the East China Sea. Eagle Sauce suffered a big loss and fell on its face in front of its two little brothers, the footpad chicken and the southern monkey. These things stacked together. To say that Hawksbane doesn't hold a grudge is nonsense. Commander Chu, here's what I think, Chen Yu said. The more foreign powers threaten us, the more they want to restrict our military and martial development, the more we can't give in instead. Tell me what you think. Chum Humwo nodded approvingly. Today we can opt into this contract and self-limit the drone field for the sake of international stability. Then what about tomorrow? Tomorrow Eagle Sauce will introduce other requirements and regulations. Should we, the Great Dragon Nation, comply with them all as well? Chen Yu said seriously. I'm only afraid that the more we regress, the more the Eagle Jam will instead follow in their footsteps. And once our military and military power lags behind theirs, it will be a situation of a blunt knife cutting through flesh. truth never stands on the edge of the sword, and whoever holds the most powerful and shocking weapon in his hand will have the right to speak. We, the great dragon nation, have been able to achieve the international status we have today, not by signing this contract, signing that contract, one by one. Chen Yu solemnly looked at Chu Momowu and said, I hope that the senior management can fully support my R&D program, as long as we take the lead in developing a military combat drone. The so-called European contract will be a joke. It's the obvious thing to do. People's big dragon countries have already pulled out all kinds of military drones for military drills and exhibitions, so a large group of European countries, as well as the foot basin chickens, they are bound to sit up and start developing drones as well. We're relieved to have you with this attitude. Chu Mowu didn't say much, patting Chen Yu's shoulder and saying, if you need any supplies or materials, you can notify us at any time. The military will remove all difficulties and solve any problems for you. Understood. Chen Yu stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chu Momo before watching him and the transportation fleet leave the Blue Cloud City Iron and Steel Factory. After returning to Workshop No. 1, Chen Yu closed the door before returning to his workbench. Now he had to make the various modules of the basic drone as fast as he could and then assemble and test them. As long as the module testing of the basic drone can be successful, assembling other kinds of drones on top of it is just a matter of time. And according to the blueprint in Chen Yu's mind, all of the drones and the drone branch skills that the tech tree had unlocked for him could be categorized into several modules. These modules are the engine, structural frame, navigator, and energy core. The 4 modules, themselves, could be replaced and assembled at will, but the total power of the first 3, when assembled, could not exceed the total output power of the energy core, or else there would be no way for it to function properly. And on top of that, if you add chips such as combat drones or self-destructing drones, and then assemble the corresponding weapons and remodel and enhance the corresponding modules, you can transform it into a proper military drone. Chen Yu said to do. First hand rubbing burst changed a few sets of the workshop cannot see the mold of the machine. These machines were basically things that Chen Yu had spliced together with a variety of mechanical cores, and it was safe to say that no one would even use these contraptions other than himself. Once the machine was assembled, the next step was to start making the 4 modules. Among them, the engine module was the simplest for Chen Yu. And through the blueprint model of the supercompressed hydrogen engine he had previously mastered, it could be assembled and used after being modified to reduce its power and size. As for the structural frame, Chen Yu did not use alloy steel, but an ultralight carbon fiber hybrid material he developed himself. This would reduce the weight of the entire drone by at least 40%, which is a complete positive boost. For the navigator, Chen Yu used the fire control array radar system that he had previously designed for the army side. A system that had similarities with the Hive UAV system. After fusing the 2 technologies, Chen Yu began to make the most important energy core with all his might. Of the 4 modules, only the energy core was the biggest problem Chen Yu was facing right now. The range is long enough and to achieve ultra-high speed charging, but also to do it in a way that doesn't result in a violent explosion when it's punctured or cracked. I'm afraid that if these 3 points were to be fused together, it would make the energy experts in the whole of the Great Dragon Nation lose a great deal of their hair. Chen Yu's move was a full 2 days and 2 nights. It was not until the early morning of the 3rd day that Chen Yu, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, finally took a piece of the black energy core, which was emitting hot air, out of the forging furnace. Chapter 98, Testing Drones, all over the net? Global attention. This energy core wasn't particularly large, just the size of 2 palms. For the Dragon King combat drones designed by Chen Yu, the drones could all have a wingspan of about 1.5 meters and a load capacity of over 70 kilograms. Having a Dragon King combat drone use this energy core, that does seem a bit of a small horse with a big saddle. However, Chen Yu wasn't idly giving himself a hard time. The smaller the energy core is, then the lower the probability of a bullet or fragment hitting it relative to the drone itself. Moreover, Chen Yu had already planned to use aerogel insulation to lay a fire and explosion-proof grid around this energy core. This way, even if it was hit by a bullet, it would only burn slowly, and would even be able to support the drone back to base for repairs without breaking too badly. And of course the most important thing is the weight issue. The less weight in the area responsible for energy, the more room you can leave for loading ammunition and various weapons. Looking at the palm-sized energy core, Chen Yu intended to directly test it using the simplest and crudest method. Picking up a small awl on the table, Chen Yu directly poked several eyes at it. Fizzle! A trail of black smoke rose from the head of the energy core, followed by not-so-obvious flames. Chen Yu, on the other hand, pinched his watch and watched the time until it was almost 10 minutes old before he clamped it with the tongs and threw it directly into the bucket of water to cool down. There were no explosions for 10 whole minutes, and for the drone Chen Yu was going to design, this speed was already enough for it to fly a distance of several dozen kilometers. Everything was ready. Chen Yu assembled the 4 designed modules. It was like building blocks. Each module was reserved with a bayonet for biting each other, and then tightened with screws. Soon, a basic model drone with a gray body and a wingspan of about 1.5 meters had appeared on Shen Yu's workbench. This drone, the first test drone he developed through his branch of drone skills, except for the fact that it was not fitted with any drone chips and did not have any weapons. All the properties of this drone could meet military standards. It's so hard. Shen Yu couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. He hadn't closed his eyes much in the past 2 days, and it was only now that it was considered to be the relaxing part of being able to conduct the test. Taking out his cell phone, Shen Yu first changed the title of his live room after opening Douyin. Make a drone for fun. Live test flight in 20 minutes. Immediately after, Shen Yu released a live booking dynamic, and then disassembled the drone and loaded it with a specialized drone chassis, ready to go outdoors to test the effectiveness of the test. It was also in such a short period of time when Shen Yu was out of the factory that the number of people who had made reservations in this reservation dynamic of his had already exceeded 100,000 people. When Shen Yu arrived at the river where he had fished last time before, he opened his cell phone and even gave himself a shock. 5 million reservations, 20 minutes. It's only been 20 minutes. Shen Yu secretly thought, good lord, he is now considered the top stream of the platform, right? No, those so-called top stream stars and anchors, I'm afraid, are far from having such a terrifying appeal as him. Immediately afterward, Shen Yu chose to start the broadcast. The number of people in the live room began to rise steadily after the start of the broadcast, adding hundreds of thousands of viewers every minute. Anchor can be considered to be on the air. We thought you had been taken in by the military and would not be on the air in the future. Yeah, what's with the anchor getting into drones? Is it one of those drones from the previous evacuation? Is that something we can look at too? Well, it's got to be more powerful than the previous ones. And don't you forget, those previous ones were drones supplied by Serbia. The viewers of the live broadcast were enthusiastic, all talking about the drone mentioned in the title of Shen Yu's live broadcast. Hello viewers. Shen Yu propped up the bracket, and then the phone was put away. And in the meantime, he also hung a timed red packet of 500,000 yuan for the live broadcast. With his current volume is actually no need to red packet diversion. But Shen Yu did not care. As a return to the audience who accompanied him for more than 30 hours that day, like my title says, in the last couple of days, the anchor has briefly developed a drone. What I'm showing you today is a civilian drone model developed by the anchor. When Shen Yu was live streaming, he deliberately pronounced the word civil with an accent. Although no one mentioned it, Shen Yu knew in his heart that the live broadcast did not know how many countries' military intelligence personnel were staring at it through technical means. Before the Dragon King combat drone had achieved mass production, it was fine to confuse them for the time being. Civilian? We want to see one of those self-destructing drones that can blow terrorists out of the sky. The box next to the anchor is so big, it can't be a drone inside, can it? Civilian? Doesn't that mean we can buy it too? Don't say anything else. Go to the link. At the urging of the audience, Shen Yu opened the box and began assembling this basic drone in front of the camera. At this moment, far away on this side of the airbase, Zhou Changhong and several R&D experts were also watching Shen Yu's live broadcast through the big screen. A drone this big? Zhou Changhong was really startled when he saw that the civilian drone Shen Yu was talking about actually had a wingspan of 1.5 meters. I see. Shen Yu is deliberately saying it's a civilian product. A military expert laughed. Commander Zhou, take a look. This kind of drone obviously has a large amount of reserve space set aside for weapons and ammunition to be assembled. Makes sense. Zhou Changhong nodded and said, then let's see just how much weight this kid's drone has. Not only the airbase, but on the Eagle Jam's side of the Pentagon. Admiral Mike also came to the command center at the first opportunity to watch Shen Yu's live broadcast under the secretary's notice. His deep blue-black eyes stared intently at the drone that Shen Yu was assembling. The Great Dragon Kingdom is really determined to ignore our contract after all. Admiral Mike sneered. I do wonder where they got the nerve to openly let this young man call our bluff. Admiral Mack had guessed that the Grand Dragon State would not accept the drone contract they had gotten out. However, what he never expected was that it had only been a few days, but the Great Dragon Kingdom actually dared to demonstrate with them so blatantly. Wasn't this looking down on their Eagle Sauce's strength? Everyone, this is the civilian-based drone I've developed. In front of the camera, Shen Yu introduced to the audience the various capabilities and advantages of this drone. I'll talk to you all about it next while I test fly it. With that, Shen Yu took out the remote control device under the gazes of millions of people in the live broadcast room. Chapter 99, Hawk Sauce has the best nose. Seize the market. This drone, Shen Yu, was designed with two operational options in mind. The first of these, that is to control the action of the drone by means of this wireless remote control, which is a great test of the drone flyer's level and reaction speed in all aspects. As for the second option, Shen Yu had designed a fiber optic guidance scheme to cope with the high-intensity electromagnetic interference battlefield that he was likely to face in the future. Fiber optic signal transmission is not affected by those external electromagnetic influences and is controlled with the highest efficiency and stability. Amidst the gazes of the millions of live streaming viewers, Chen Yu controlled this basic drone through the remote control and began to slowly lift off. With a wingspan of nearly 1.5 meters, the drone flew in all directions, without even the slightest fluctuation, maintaining a precise vertical takeoff attitude. This drone, its load capacity can be initially estimated to be more than 40 kilograms, and its material is sufficient to cope with all kinds of intense operations. While explaining to the audience, Chen Yu quickly operated the drone, completing a variety of difficult maneuvers in the air, sharp stops and turns, 360-degree rotations, and even the falling leaf floats and cobra maneuvers of fighter jets. Chen Yu could simulate them using this drone, and, as Chen Yu's test flight lasted for more than 30 minutes, the audience began to notice that the drone's endurance was actually unusually strong. Normally, it was time for such large drones to return and come back to replace their batteries after 30 minutes or so. Otherwise there was no telling where they would land if they were too low on power. This drone is awesome. It carries so much weight. Can I have it transport my kids to school? Anchor, how much is a drone? Get on the link. It's really good stuff. We haven't even seen this stuff in this country yet. A barrage of pop-ups flew by as the viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked by this basic drone that Chen Yu had displayed. In reality, though, Chen Yu was still a bit conservative. In front of the audience, he did not show the maximum altitude and speed of the drone. For this kind of drone, if it is used in the civilian field, it is inevitable to add some insurance measures to the control chip. Limiting the altitude and speed of flight is an essential point, which also maximizes the chance that some people will take the thing and do bad things with it. But even so, the strong performance of this drone, as well as the various maneuvers displayed by Chen Yu and its speed of 80 kilometers per hour, still shocked Admiral Mike, who was far away across the ocean. The Great Dragon Kingdom has never engaged in the development of such a small quadcopter before. How is it that within just a few days they were able to come up with such an excellent product? Admiral Mike was full of incredulity. Staring at Chen Yu in the screen, it couldn't be that this kid had hand-rubbed his hands together for 3 to 5 days, could it? However, the various aspects of this basic drone's performance, even if what Chen Yu had shown was still very conservative, had already caused Admiral Mike and a group of generals to have their jaws dropped. Admiral Mac, an Eagle Sauce general, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "This 4-axis vehicle, I see that the Great Dragon Kingdom developed it, and I'm afraid that it wasn't meant to be applied for civilian use at all." "You mean the military field?" Admiral Mike nodded. "I can see that this drone has a good payload, flies a long distance, and is stealthy enough to be perfect for single-point demolition and decapitation operations on the battlefield. As professional soldiers, these Eagle Sauce generals guessed Chen Yu's purpose in a very short period of time. If this drone is improved, it will be a sharp blade on the battlefield in the future. With a flight altitude of nearly 300 meters and a speed that can reach 80 kilometers per hour, if it carries some blast mines and drops them from the air, it can kill the soldiers in the trenches with complete precision." Admiral Mac mused for a moment as something suddenly occurred to him. "General Finnet, how is the battle going in the Bear Country and at Irmo?" Turning his head, he asked a general behind him. "The weaponry we've supplied to Irmo is still relatively limited, and at the moment Irmo's fronts have been fully contracted to defense." General Finnet stood at attention. "That's not surprising. After all, the Bear Country's military strength is something that can be ranked in the top 3 globally." Admiral Mike lit a cigarette and sneered. "If they weren't in the way of us and the European side staring at them, I'm afraid they'd have had to go in for the heavy lifting a long time ago in the Bear Country. There's nothing to lose for Eagle Jam on this one, and the harder the fight between Bear Nation and Irmo, the more they Eagle Jam can eat." And now, looking at Chen Yu on the screen, and the quadcopter drone that had flown back, Admiral Mike had an idea. "You will immediately convey my order to mobilize all R&D specialists from the Pentagon and military intelligence." Admiral Mike pointed at the screen and said, "Give me the fastest time possible to copy a batch of these drones. Let's sell it to Irmo. It's a piece of fat meat. The cost of a drone, keep it within 500 knives for me, and as for the sale price to Irmo, let's set it at 3,000 knives each for now." Admiral Mike said in a cold voice, "I see that the Great Dragon Kingdom will inevitably export this kind of drone to the outside world in the future. Right now we have to do whatever it takes to get ahead of them, seize the market, and make a fortune from the war first." "Yes," General Finnet returned, and by this time, Chen Yu, who had been test flying by the river, had also completed the various test flight experiments for the day. Overall, this basic drone made according to the drone skill branch does look more suitable for civilian use. However, if it is fitted with various specialized chips and equipped with weapons, this thing will become an existence like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. "I see a lot of interest in this drone." Chen Yu laughed. "I'm not hiding from the audience. This basic drone follow-up is the probability will be on our Big Dragon country market, and will also come out with multiple versions and models for everyone to pick. Quadcopter drones are definitely one of the best for civilian use as well, transporting goods in mountainous areas, drugging farmland, fire prevention, and even saying that couriering something between the same city are all areas that can be ventured into in the future. Anchor, don't just talk about it. When will you let us buy this drone? That's right, just let us have a good time. At least upload a link. This drone shouldn't be cheap. How can one be 3 to 5,000? When the viewers saw that Chen Yu was planning to go off the air, they all asked him to put up a link. However, now that this basic drone is still in the testing stage, it certainly wouldn't be a good idea to sell it straight away. That would be too much of an understatement. Chapter 100, Airbase. Prepare for weapons installation test. Everyone, please don't rush, Chen Yu said to the live broadcast camera. Tell you what, later today, I'll send out a lottery dynamic to randomly select a few fans, and the prize, which is this drone I've shown you. But because of the time needed for testing and production, the handing out of the prize is scheduled for a month later. Hearing Chen Yu said so, the audience was satisfied. Anyway, on the link will not have many racks, basically by luck to grab. The lottery is also by luck. Two are actually the same. So, that's it for today's live broadcast for now. Everyone remember to follow my sweepstakes updates later. Chen Yu waved his hand at the live broadcast, then turned off the broadcast, packed up his things, and prepared to go back to the factory workshop to slightly improve this basic drone again. Just now in the test flight, Chen Yu also found some small problems, one of which was that the weight of this thing was too light. In the beginning, Chen Yu had specifically used an extra-grade carbon fiber blend to create the fuselage in order to maximize the efficiency of energy use and increase the bomb load as much as possible. The result of doing so is that the 1 meter and 5 square quadcopter drone itself actually weighs no more than 3 kilograms, counting the battery. The weight is too light. And the direct problem is that this drone is easily affected by strong air currents once it rises above a few hundred meters. If it's a headwind, the drone itself is so light that I'm afraid it will consume more power than a heavier drone for the same distance. After returning to the workshop, Chen Yu immediately began to improve the drone, improving some of the counterweight blocks in some key positions to make the weight of the entire drone more balanced. By the time Chen Yu finished the counterweight block design, it was already the next morning. This fully modified and optimized quad-axis-based drone weighed 7 kilograms on its own, and had the same load capacity of about 40 kilograms more. Chen Yu, by the way, hand-rubbed a set of Dragon King combat drones intelligence system. After the assembly was completed, the next remaining, that is to carry out the assembly of weapons and ammunition. This job, in the Blue Cloud City steel plant, this obviously cannot be done. You have to go to the Air Force base site to be able to do. Pulling out his cell phone, Chen Yu walked over to the side of the building outside the workshop and leaned over the fence to call Chu Momo's side. Waiting for the effort, Chen Yu also saw, in the yard came several large trucks. The boss Huang Jun is directing the old workers in the factory. There are a few newly recruited workers unloading the goods there. Unloaded from the trucks are all kinds of raw materials used to produce fishing gear. Looks like this guy is really planning on making a big deal out of it. Chen Yu secretly pondered in his heart. He had previously thought that this Huang Jun fellow was snarking with him. After all, Huang Jun, this person has previous convictions. Once because the factory revenue is too poor, directly with his sister-in-law ran away for more than a year. However, looking at this array, just those raw materials are several tons. It is estimated that Huang Jun will not run for a while this time. After a while, the call came through. I'm Chu Mu, Chen Yu. Any progress? Chu Mu on the other side of the phone asked politely. Commander Chu, I'm currently finished with basic research and development here, Chen Yu said. The next thing to be carried out is a simulated real-world test for assembling weapons and ammunition, and I'm afraid I'll have to go to your airbase there to carry it out. That fast? On this side of the airbase, Chu Momo couldn't help but exclaim in shock after hearing Chen Yu's words. Good lord, how many days have passed? He remembered that yesterday, wasn't Chen Yu still live testing that drone, and today he had already finished all the groundwork? Not soon enough. Chen Yu laughed. Time waits for no one. Let's get the drones into the Air Force earlier. It will be a huge boost to the country's military strength. You've got a point there. Look, I'll send someone over to pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone on Chu Momo's side, he thought about it. It would be better to go himself. Sending others, he really didn't feel too confident. More than an hour later, Chen Yu had arrived at the airbase's R&D center in a car with a military license plate from the airbase with that basic drone. This place is slightly smaller than the Army's R&D center, but the interior has more of a variety of highly sophisticated equipment in turn. What we're developing here is basically equipment like airplanes and missiles, and to test them we have to go to the airspace. Zhou Chanhuan led Chen Yu and the others over toward the test site and said, as for the tests conducted within the R&D center, it's nothing more than wind tunnels and such equipment. and the simulated real-world combat site is much smaller than the army's. Chun Yu, it doesn't matter, does it? No problem, Chen Yu joked. Commander Zhou, isn't the reason we developed this drone for special terrain combat? So, if it can adapt to a small range of special battlefield terrain, then it will be fully functional when placed on a large battlefield as well. As they spoke, the group arrived at the Air Force's side of the simulation field. The area here is about the size of 2 soccer fields combined, which really can't be considered small, but compared to the Army side, it's just small. Run Tiejuan side of the simulated battlefield, that is able to allow more than 10 tanks to pull out of formation to fight against each other. This is the simulation site. Chun Yu, what weaponry do you need next? What equipment do you need? Just mention it. Zhou Changhong said politely to Chen Yu. I'd like to start by looking at the smallest machine gun currently listed on our Air Force side, Chen Yu said to Zhou Changhong without hesitation. According to his design, the Dragon King combat drone, underneath the fuselage, would carry 2 high-speed machine guns, capable of simultaneously doing fire coverage on the ground, and incidentally, attacking the opposing side's small units in the air as well, in addition to the high-speed machine guns. As for the ultra-small high-explosive bombs, rotary wing projectile bombs, as well as mine-dropping and small laser missiles, this would require Chen Yu to get them himself, and there were definitely no ready-made ones for him to use here at the airbase. Zhou Changhong waved his hand and immediately 2 officers walked out. After a while, 2 officers came pushing a 4-wheeled wheelbarrow on top of which stood a long row of machine guns of various types for airplanes. To this day, there are a handful of fighters that still use machine guns, and the vast majority employ 20mm guns. An officer said, these machine guns are basically for the early warning and radar planes. Comrade Chen Yu, take a look. Chen Yu scrutinized these different models of machine guns, but even the smallest one was not suitable for his Dragon King combat drone. 9mm is too large a caliber, and I'm afraid the resulting recoil will affect the aircraft's ability to maneuver. Without thinking, Chen Yu said, it has to be a 5.56mm caliber submachine gun cartridge. It's better for me to recreate it. Chapter 101 Ermao has a military drone? There's a reason for that, although this will take some more time, but in Chen Yu's opinion, stealing work is the biggest taboo. By being more prepared now, the Dragon King combat drone will be able to play a stronger role on the battlefield in the future. Everything as you said. Zhou Changhong nodded his head and said, Chun Yu, with so many weaponry modifications involved, can you be too busy? Let me assign the team of experts from the R&D center to you to command. That won't be necessary. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, if I'm left to do it alone, I'll be able to be organized everywhere. But once there are more people, there will be more different opinions, which will affect the progress instead. Though the words were said, Chen Yu's true thoughts were simple. If he let the experts follow his blueprints on his behalf, the efficiency might actually increase a little bit, but the experience value he used to upgrade the tech tree would be much less. Right now he was still a huge amount of experience value away from the level 6 tech tree, so it wasn't possible to say that the level 6 tech, the one that unlocked, was the bionic robot skill. At Chen Yu's request, Zhou Changhong specifically arranged a workshop for him to use to remodel various weapons. As for the others, they only needed to provide various materials as per Chen Yu's requirements. After arriving at the workshop with the basic drone, Chen Yu went straight to work on the simplest 5.56mm machine gun. To a large fighter, a machine gun of this caliber is like scratching an itch, and trying to shoot down an opponent is a joke. However, drones are a completely different story. Chen Yu envisioned a drone battlefield where the main targets were enemy soldiers, armored vehicles, and fixed radar base stations and other facilities. The 5.56mm caliber rounds are just as capable of sweeping away all ground life units as long as they can stick over the opponent's position. Through the ready-made materials provided by this side of the airbase, Chen Yu didn't have to put in much effort and made the high-speed machine gun in a small half-day. After these 2 high-speed machine guns were mounted on the bottom of the drone, from the outside, it was only possible to see 2 tiny gun ports sticking out of each of the left and right sides of the drone's nose. As for the core components of its ammunition-carrying equipment and machine gun, all of them are mounted inside the drone, which will not affect the external wind resistance problem. Immediately afterward, Chen Yu continued to work and began to make all sorts of small mines, rotary bombs, high-explosive bombs, and so on. It wasn't difficult to build these things, and the equipment was readily available here at the airbase's workshop, as were the materials, saving Chen Yu a considerable amount of trouble. Each explosive mine, the size of a child's fist or so, will not weigh more than 150 grams, but the lethality is absolutely enough. Completing the manufacturing of these things only took Chen Yu a day, and what came next was the main event. Small laser-guided missiles required for combat drones. This kind of job of hand-rubbing missiles was still the first time Chen Yu had come into contact with it, as he currently hadn't ordered a real missile skill branch in his tech tree skills yet. Now, he could only rely on those skills he had previously mastered, as well as the missile skills and the combat drone branch skills, to figure out and research on his own. In Chen Yu's vision, he hoped that this small laser-guided missile would be able to lock onto a target within a range of 1 kilometer, and that after launching, it would reach a speed of at least Mach 0.9. Of course, its destructive power doesn't have to be particularly high, as long as it can blow up key facilities like radar. That's enough. As a result, this study was 2 or 3 days long, and Chen Yu was still making adjustments in all aspects. What Chen Yu did not expect, however, was that the international situation had changed dramatically in the past few days. In the conference room of the airbase, Zhou Changhong and a group of generals were meeting here, and the faces of all of them were serious. Just yesterday, there was a massive drone strike situation on the battlefield between Ermo and Bear Country. Zhou Changhong stood in front of the main stage of the conference room, and an image appeared on the large screen behind him. The generals in the audience looked over at a video of a Bear Nation armored personnel carrier traveling down a highway, only to have a bomb fall from the sky in the next second, hitting the body with pinpoint accuracy. A mushroom cloud-like wave of air instantly exploded, killing all of the dozen or so soldiers in the car on the spot. And according to Bear Country's carrier monitoring footage elsewhere, it was actually a very unassuming drone that caused the attack. The drone wasn't very fast either, only 60 kilometers per hour even, and after slowly catching up to the armored vehicle, it dropped an armor-breaking bomb from above. It's not just an example. You guys, look again. Zhou Changhong switched to several videos, which, in turn, showed scenes of various bomb-carrying drones, as well as suicide self-destructing drones, launching airstrikes against the Bear Country's positions and trenches. Ordinary soldiers faced with these drones, it was difficult to even have a chance to fight back, directly accompanied by explosions turned into a pile of broken limbs. And, even more surprising to the generals present, Ermo had also quietly used a large number of suicide drones in a direct attack on one of the Bear Nation's logistical hospital facilities. In addition to the wounded, a number of medical personnel were killed in the attack, something that has already set off a furor in international opinion. Ermo has lost a great deal of its basic energy facilities in the war between it and the Bear Nation, and its military factories have been the focus of a major strike. Under these circumstances, they are very stretched even for gun and ammunition supplies, not to mention the production of such advanced weapons, Zhou Changhong said in a deep voice, plus the fact that military drone technology has never appeared in the ranks of their country's military weapons, so I'm afraid that this is a trigger, or a fuse. A seated general also said, the way I see it, it's mostly because the drone operation during our evacuation from Seville, coupled with Chen Yu's research and development process after returning home, has unnerved certain superpowers, so they're trying to get a head start. Everyone is an understanding person. In fact, this kind of thing does not need to be said. The crowd knows in their hearts that 9 times out of 10, it is Eagle Sauce who did it. The firefight between the Bear Country and Ermo also lasted a long time, with a small number of European countries supplying Ermo with only a very small portion of their weaponry. But it can't be a weapon that grows out of the ground that Ermo was able to come up with a steady stream of weapons to fight back when military factories are being sabotaged and energy facilities are being focused on. Currently, because of this batch of military drones that suddenly appeared on the frontline battlefields, the Bear Country was taken by surprise and suffered a lot of losses. Zhou Changhong said, this also gives us a wake-up call. Nowadays, we must speed up the research and development of military drones. Lagging behind, we will inevitably be beaten. Chapter 102, is this a drone? It's a fortress. Which will come first, the war or tomorrow? Is something that none of the generals here dare to pat themselves on the back for? Don't look at the Eagle Sauce seems to be honest again in this period of time, but Zhou Changhong, as the commander of the Air Force, he has dealt a lot with the Eagle Sauce's military high command, and he knows more than anything else that these guys are vindictive in the true sense of the word. During the last joint exercise, Eagle Jam, together with the footpad chicken and the southern monkey, suffered such a big loss in the East China Sea of the Great Dragon State that 5 F-22s, 4 of which were buried in the sea, and the other one, even with its pilot, was captured. This kind of thing is obviously an unacceptable kind of shame for Eagle Jam and the others. How can they, as the global hegemon, allow their dignity to be provoked by another country? As a result, the generals of the Navy, Army, and Air Force actually understood that it was only a matter of time before Eagle Jam's retaliation would come, sooner or later. Now the battlefield between Ermo and Omao is plainly on the verge of becoming a proving ground for Hawksauce to test new weapons. Today they dare to give such drones to Ermo to strike at Big Mao. Who dares to say that tomorrow our territory will not be threatened by drones? Zhou Changhong seriously said. From now on, all departments, all in accordance with the highest standards, cooperate with all of Chen Yu's research and development work, and strive to complete the drone development in the fastest possible time. This meeting was ordered to be kept secret by Zhou Changhong, and no one told Chen Yu. just to prevent him from being distracted at this time and affecting the R&D progress. But in reality, Chun Yu was so busy at this time that he couldn't even care about closing his eyelids. The basic drone was just a basic module, and to have it upgraded to a Dragon King combat drone would not only require a variety of weapons, but also to have its internal intelligence system improved. Moreover, the programs originally designed to limit speed and height and so on, now all of them had to be unlocked, so that the Dragon King combat drone could reach its strongest state. For 2 days in a row, Chen Yu finally finished the task at hand. On the metal workbench in front of him, a quadcopter drone with a wingspan of about 1.6 meters was glowing with an eerie, cold light that made it difficult to take his eyes off of it. This Dragon King combat drone, weighing only 15 kilograms on its own, can, however, carry a load of up to 50 kilograms in the norm and 70 kilograms in the extreme state. Underneath the fuselage, it carries two 5.56mm high-speed machine guns, which can quickly eliminate enemy vital forces at short and medium ranges, or strike enemy drones. In the research room, Chen Yu said to the group of military bigwigs behind him, "The fire control system, and the one used by our Tsunami 35 fighters are exactly the same, so its attack accuracy is bound to be the strongest of all drones." Hearing these words, Zhou Changhong, Ren Taijun, Wu Haidong, these three commanders couldn't help but nod their heads, and one of them was even more eye-opening. After learning of Chen Yu's completion of the development of the Dragon King combat drone today, Zhou Changhong was so happy that he immediately invited the other two old friends over as well, intending to let them see the Air Force's new weapon as well. "You go on, Chen Yu." Zhou Changhong nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the high-speed machine gun, this fighter can also drop various small-sized mines, or high-explosive bombs, incendiary bombs, and in addition, for small laser-guided missiles can be stored in the cabin. Chen Yu said, "These 4 missiles, with just one shot, can flatten a building of about 20 square meters, and are specifically designed to strike enemy radar base stations, command posts, or moving tanks." However, although the words were said, in reality, according to Chen Yu's design criteria, the main targets that the Dragon King combat drones dealt with did not include tanks. The real thing to use against tanks is the self-destruct drones in his branch of drone skills, and that thing is just awesome at destroying things. The stuff is indeed good. Ren Taijun walked up, scrutinized the drone, and said, "It's just that, this thing isn't small. I'm worried that on the battlefield, it'll easily become a target. That's something I've already considered as well." Chen Yu said, "Commander Ren, what you're seeing now is the state of not having been painted yet. After painting it with Air Force stealth paint, it only needs to fly at an altitude of more than 100 meters, making it almost impossible to capture for ground units." "Old Ren, this is amateurish of you." Wu Haidong, who was on the side, smiled and said, "This thing looks like it's quite big, but don't forget that this is a drone that flies in the sky, and its maneuvering direction isn't just in the 4 directions of front, back, left, right, and so on." "That's true." Ren Taijun thought about it carefully, and it was really so. If it's a normal land battle vehicle or tank, the only way to avoid an attack is to accelerate left or right or stop sharply. But drones are different. They have a range of maneuverability that can almost be seen as an airtight sphere, and within that sphere, at any point, the drone can easily maneuver and fly past. As a result, it's not typically difficult for units on the ground to hit drones. Plus, with a fully loaded speed of up to about 300 kilometers per hour, this Dragon King combat drone is capable of medium and close-range surprise and defense effects that are unquestionable. Chen Yu was very confident in this drone of his, and when this thing was placed on the battlefield, it could be said that no country had a good way to deal with it, including Eagle Jam. Their improvised drones can be considered military drones? That thing worked on the battlefield of Big Harry Two-Haired solely because it caught people off guard. Good, very good. Zhou Changhong laughed. "Chen Yu, the day we came back from evacuation, you told me that you were planning to develop a system called that is specialized in controlling drones? You're talking about the Hive system." Chen Yu nodded. "That's where my next research and development will be heading. The Hive drone, which will be able to carry dozens or hundreds of small drones up in the air at the same time, arriving at the front line to be dropped off. In this way, through the transportation of the Hive drones, those small drones had stronger stealth safeguards and electromagnetic shelters, while still being able to maintain a full charge for battle, and the effect was bound to be even more powerful." "You kid." Ren Taijun saw Zhou Changhong here got such a good thing, cannot help but greatly coveted, said, "When you finish this drone say 100 kinds, I have to take you away. Cannot let them Air Force to take advantage of so many benefits." "What do you know?" Zhou Changhong, who was on the side, scoffed at this and said, "Our Air Force and Navy, that's the country's first barrier. The enemy only breaks through our defenses to have the opportunity for your army to formally take action. so it's only right to prioritize the enhancement of our strength. Chapter 103, the international situation is in chaos, and there is an urgent need for relief. That's right, I very much approve of old Zhao's opinion. Wu Haidong, who was on the side, immediately nodded and said, look, after we have the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, will the footpot chickens still dare to clamor that our Diao Yutai is theirs? Look at the southern monkeys, do they still dare to invade our South China Sea reefs? These are immediate changes that everyone can see. The appearance of an aircraft carrier meant that the fifth-generation fighters of the Great Dragon Nation, which had taken off from their original land-based airfields with a striking surface of only a 2,000-kilometer radius, could now extend directly forward without restriction. As long as the carriers are out at sea, the strike range of the fighters can easily cover the entire territory of the entire foot chicken. And as for the southern monkeys, not to mention the fact that they are not as powerful as half of the foot chicken, I really don't recognize it if you guys are going to say that. Ren Taijun had his own reasoning, saying, this aircraft carrier of yours, as well as the fighters and drones, are indeed good things, but what is the most important weapon of the country? Which one of you two will answer? Upon hearing this, Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong were both infuriated and laughed. As commanders, how could they not know that answer? Yoo-hoo, looks like you two have been commanders for so long that you've forgotten common sense and armaments, Ren Taijun said. Even if I casually ask Xingyu, people know, do you believe me? Come on Chunyu, you tell them. Upon hearing this, Chunyu smiled. Commander Ren, you should be talking about our Great Dragon Kingdom's ICBMs, the Dongfeng series, right? Dongfeng Express, mission accomplished. Those 8 words are a thunderous presence to Eagle Jam and those in the West. No matter where you are in the world, if you have a need, Dongfeng Express can launch from anywhere in the Greater Dragon Kingdom and deliver to your door. Even the capital of Eagle Jam is just 20 minutes to Dongfeng Express. Even if necessary, Dongfeng Express can be used to directly attack the opponent's carrier group in addition to destructive strikes against the enemy's urban targets. Look, it's still the other comrade Xiao Chun who understands. Ren Taijun patted Chun Yu's shoulder and exclaimed, let's see, in the future, if our Great Dragon Nation can continue to produce new breakthroughs in intercontinental missiles, then this breakthrough was bound to be brought about by Comrade Chen Jr. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yu also felt his heart couldn't help but condense. Before today, Chen Yu had never imagined that he would one day be able to come into contact with a true national weapon, the Dongfeng series of missiles. You know, a year ago, he was a young man in waiting selling tea eggs in front of the factory. But it should make sense for me, a tea egg seller, to sell missiles on the side, right? Please don't worry, if the country is in need, I will definitely not push back. Chen Yu said with a straight face, this Dragon King combat drone still needs some detailed adjustments, and within a week, after I perfect the hive system, it will be ready for a real-world simulation. No problem. Zhou Changhong waved his hand, and the 3 commanders watched Chen Yu return inside the research room. A week, Ren Taijun couldn't help but say, I don't know what new changes will occur on the battlefield on the side of Big Hair and Irmo. Do you think it's possible for us to use Chen Yu's new type of drone to relieve Big Hair's side of the siege? That's what I was thinking. Big Hair and us are kind of on the friendly side, and, again, they're seen as a thorn in Eagle Sauce's side, and would love to be able to eradicate it outright. Zhou Changhong nodded and said, news has come from our intelligence department, and I've heard that the Northern Alliance countries in Europe, too, have secretly gone down. What? At those words, both Wu Haidong and Ren Taijun could not help but be shocked. The Northern Alliance, a joint organization formed by those developed countries in Europe, includes more than 30 countries such as Eagle Sauce, Great Eagle Country, and Chariot Country. In addition to the dominant position of this organization in Europe, the member states have huge armaments and nuclear strike forces. The Northern Alliance didn't send troops directly to the Irmao side, but provided a large number of armored vehicles, tanks, and bombs and missiles and other weapons. These weapons, according to the monitoring information, were delivered directly to Irmao's logistical areas through the railroad routes of their Northern Alliance member states. Zhou Changhong said seriously, if we were to fight a single Irmao, even with Eagle Sauce intervening, Demao might not suffer too much of a loss, but with the Northern Alliance coming together, the situation would be different. Daimao's military power is strong. However, they are also not strong enough to fight against an entire Northern Alliance with the power of a single country. Ren Taijun also said gruffly, if things go on like this, the longer the war drags on, the more benefits the Northern Alliance countries will get, and the only ones who are going to be unlucky will be Irmao and Daimao and the others. All 3 of us are here today, so let's all talk about ideas. Wu Haidong said, as I see it, it's necessary to consult the great leader on this matter. After all, if Great Hair falls, our Great Dragon Kingdom will inevitably be the next target of Eagle Sauce and their siege. That's right, once Big Hair does lose, we're going to be under pressure from the Northern Alliance. and from every direction around the globe. At the same time, Zhou Changhong, with his hands behind his back, looked at Chen Yu in the research and development room through the glass, and said, "However, we must not send troops directly. Once we send troops, that would be falling on Eagle Sauce and the rest of them, and global public opinion would set off an uproar at that time. In fact, the more likely scenario is that the Hawk Jam and the Northern Alliance countries would immediately find an opportunity to get off the ground if the Grand Dragon State intervened in this war. When that happens, it won't be a matter of two countries at war. It will be a world war. It looks like we still have to rely on the drones developed by Qinyu." Ren Taijun also looked at the drones on the metal workbench in front of Chen Yu in the R&D room and said, "We can stay out of their war, but selling some military equipment is not a problem, right?" Hearing his words, the other two commanders had smiles on their faces. For an entire week, under Chen Yu's leadership and command, dozens of experts from the Air Force Research and Development Center, along with hundreds of operational technicians, had finally built the Hive drone. This speed was unbelievable, and even Chen Yu himself didn't expect it. In front of Chen Yu at the Air Force Proving Ground is an extra-large 6-axis rotor drone with a matte, cream-colored stealth paint sprayed all over its body. The entire drone's length and width reached 18 meters, and its height was also about 5 meters. Physically speaking, it was already a bit bigger than a proper fighter jet. On the hatch beneath the fuselage, a small hatch opening could be clearly seen, spread out in neat rows like the chambers of a beehive. Under Chen Yu's notice, Zhou Changhong brought people to the simulation test site here at the first time. Chapter 104, Hive Drone, the strongest air carrier. Upon seeing the behemoth in front of them, a group of Air Force generals were truly shocked. Instead of being a drone, this is simply a small aerial fortress. Even if it was a normal fighter jet, the length of the plane would only be about 18 meters. And this Hive drone, and the specifications of the fighter jet were almost exactly the same. "Chen Yu, is this the Hive drone you were talking about?" Zhou Changhong surveyed the drone and said in surprise, "Isn't this thing a bit too big? I'm afraid it's not conducive to hiding on the battlefield. Hiding presupposes that the enemy can pinpoint its location." Chen Yu explained to Zhou Changhong, "What the Hive UAV carries is an all-round electromagnetic jamming system, plus a full spray of extra stealthy paint. On top of that, this Hive drone, despite its size, can reach an extreme maneuvering speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Therefore, when it's on the battlefield, it's just absolutely coming and going as it pleases, and there's no weapon that can lock onto it at all." After spending an entire week of research and development time, Chen Yu was still very satisfied with this Hive drone. A single Hive drone is capable of carrying 100 of various small drones directly. Those small drones will fold their wings, compressing the space and then loading into the interior of the Hive drones. If it's a real battlefield, the Hive drones will transport these small drones to the edge of the battlefield and drop them at high altitude. From high altitude to close proximity on the ground, which took about 10 seconds or so, was perfectly enough time for these small drones to spread their wings and start maneuvering. "Good lord, you really did make a flying aircraft carrier." Zhou Changhong couldn't help but marvel. 100 small drones, that's already enough to conduct a covering strike on a battlefield. Coverage, I'm afraid, but it wouldn't be too much to say that it would be a coverage strike if multiple Hive drones were dropped into the battlefield. Chen Yu laughed. "In addition to the Dragon King combat drone, I made the self-explosive drone and the battle auxiliary drone, as well as the medical drone. All three of these drones, by the way, compared to the Dragon King combat drones, the essential difference between the remaining three drones was actually above the intelligent control system. Everyone was using the modules of the basic drones, and at best, the medical drones had thicker armor and stronger energy core outputs to do the job of transporting the wounded on the battlefield. As for the self-destructing drones, it was enough to fill the nacelles with C4 explosives and install a set of fiber optic guidance equipment along the way, while the Tomahawk drones were filled with a large number of tactical weapons, including special weapons such as graphite bombs and photoelectric bombs. After listening to Chen Yu's explanation, Zhou Changhong's eyes blazed for a while and said, "These drones, are they able to conduct simulation tests now?" "Sure." Chen Yu nodded his head and said, "Just at our Air Force's test site. It can start any time." Zhou Changhong, of course, immediately gave orders for the test site to start arranging various equipment. More than an hour later, the test site was prepared, and Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong and the other generals came over to the control room to observe. Currently, all drones, including the Hive drone, can be controlled through an intelligence system, Chen Yu said. Of course, if it's a self-exploding drone in a fiber optic guided situation, then it still needs to have a specialized flyer to control it. Through a large floor-to-ceiling glass window at the front of the control room, the crowd was able to look up high and easily overlook the entire test site. To the left of the test site is the already ready Hive drone, which carries two Dragon King combat drones, a battle auxiliary drone, and a self-destruct drone inside. And inside the test site, Zhou Changhong's arrangement is very attentive. and even got two 99T tanks. Of course, both tanks were eliminated from the development process on the army side, empty of shells and armor, with the internals removed. Begin. Zhou Changhong signaled that Chen Yu could start the test, and everyone's gazes, at this moment, also nervously looked towards the testing ground. Chen Yu, on the other hand, was methodically pressing a few buttons quickly on the control panel. Hive drone intelligence system activated, preparing for low-level drop. As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, he only saw the rotor blades of the Hive drone parked on the field begin to rapidly fly around, rising into the air at an extremely fast speed. The strong wind and waves and the violent buzzing sound shocked everyone, including Zhou Changhong. The drone truly is what its name suggests, almost like a steel hive flying through the air, sowing death. In the next moment, through the intelligence system, the lower chamber of the Hive drones automatically opened, and one by one, the drones in their folded state were dropped out. These drones had just been dropped and were only about a dozen meters above the ground. But, incredibly, they finished extending their wings in mid-air, and then quickly put out power, kicking up a furious cloud of dust from the ground, before heading off in every direction. At this moment, a chilling whistling buzzing sound even appeared in the air of the entire test site. The speed of the Dragon King fighter was the fastest, and therefore, it produced the highest humming frequency. Even through the thick blast glass, a group of generals could feel that their palms were sweating. Perform maneuver evasive action. Chen Yu pressed the button again, only to see the two Dragon King combat drones, rapidly prancing and flashing around in the not-so-large field, constantly dodging the obstacles in the field. As they passed a speedometer, the crowd could clearly see the data coming from the big screen. 325 kilometers per hour. This is the same speed that is still used when performing maneuvering evasive maneuvers. Moreover, while maneuvering to evade, the two Dragon King combat drones kept throwing out a large number of heat-trapping bombs and electromagnetic interference particles, and even some of the detection equipment on the grounds were affected. Locked on target, 299T tanks. After Chen Yu gave the third command, his hand left the control screen in front of him. In an instant, the battle auxiliary drone dropped two graphite bombs and photoelectric bombs one after the other from about 100 meters in the air. Rumble! A large amount of graphite fibers and dust quickly covered the 100 square meter site in the violent explosion. At this moment, all the monitoring equipment all failed because of the graphite fiber. At the same time, the instantaneous high-temperature light radiation produced by the photoelectric bomb directly destroyed several surveillance cameras in the grounds. Chapter 105, Testing the Power. Ever seen a half-drawn tank? This was followed by several rounds of low-level dives by the Dragon King combat drones, for high-speed machine guns firing at full power, as well as missiles and various bombs pouring down. For a moment, the bodies of the two 99Ts stung as if they had been stung by a swarm of iron bees, with intense sparks and smoke erupting from everywhere. Moreover, Zhou Changhong could tell just through the naked eye that after the bombardment of the two Dragon King combat drones, the shell armor of the two tanks had obviously suffered extensive damage. It was at this time that the main event really began to make its entrance, which was the self-destructing drone carrying dozens of kilograms of high explosives, as well as armor-breaking high-explosive bombs. Everyone present did not even see the figure of the self-destructing drone. It was simply as fast as a beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, it directly and ruthlessly crashed into the 99T tank. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up into the air, and the entire test site rumbled and shook violently. Even this side of the control room was violently shaken. So powerful. Zhou Changhong could not hide the horror in his heart. And when the smoke cleared, the two 99Ts, the turret of one of them had been blown away, becoming a half-drawn tank. Even the tanks, let alone the radar base station equipment. Chen Yu, you've simply built a batch of monsters out of it. This observation gave Zhou Changhong and the other generals an unspeakable shock. Of course, along with the end of the simulation test, the airbase also lost a large amount of high-tech monitoring equipment, the total value of which was estimated to have exceeded $10 million. Commander Zhou, I'm sorry, I'm afraid all that equipment is scrapped, Chen Yu said to Zhou Changhong with a bit of embarrassment. He hadn't intended to drop the graphite bomb, but now it was a command that had been programmed in before. As soon as the war auxiliary drones detected the presence of a large number of intelligent devices in their surroundings, they would directly airdrop graphite bombs, completely destroying the other side's power grids and all sorts of electronic equipment. That's all a minor problem, Zhou Changhong exclaimed. Compared to your research and development, what is that bit of equipment? Today I've realized that mass production must be mass production. At this moment, Zhou Changhong was confident. Hive drone, as well as the 4 small drones developed by Chen Yu. Other countries want to catch up with this progress. I'm afraid that without 3 to 5 years are daydreaming. Chen Yu, I have one more thing to tell you. Zhou Changhong signaled the other generals to go first while he said with his hands behind his back, you were engaged in scientific research during this period of time. So none of us really informed you of some of the things that happened internationally. What happened? When Shen Yu heard this, the first reaction in his heart was that Eagle Sauce was being dishonest again. Having suffered such a great loss at the hands of the Great Dragon Kingdom, it was indeed normal for Eagle Sauce to be dishonest, or else it wouldn't be Eagle Sauce anymore. There's been a stalemate in the war between Big Hair and Second Hair for almost half a decade now, Zhou Changhong said. Some time ago, on the battlefield between them both, Ermao suddenly used a large number of military drones, mainly suicide self-destructing drones, to attack Big Mao's army, causing quite heavy losses. Military drones? Shen Yu couldn't help but be slightly stunned in his heart when he heard this. There is no country in the world that uses quadcopter drones for military use. Where did Ermao get the energy and capital to develop this thing after being dragged out by the war for almost a year? We've had a few meetings, and judging from some of the information we have at home and abroad, there's a huge probability that these military drones were handed over to them by Eagle Jam, Zhou Changhong said. The source is because of that drone battle you had during our evacuation operation in Seville, which gave the world a huge show. CK. Because of this, Eagle Jam was keenly aware of the crisis, which is why it immediately began to order the development of military drones. And this first batch of military drones, Eagle Jam directly chose to give Ermao to go as a test subject. The speed of the speed is simply staggering. I can't believe how fast Eagle Sauce's reflexes are. Shen Yu nodded. Commander Zhou, what do you mean then? As it stands now, Big Mao is under the clampdown of the Northern Alliance Organization and international sanctions, and they're in no better shape, especially on the front lines, where they lack the means to be able to respond to and combat Ermo's suicide self-destruct drones. How much does a self-exploding drone cost? It can easily take away the lives of several soldiers, and in the long run, Daimao will only be passively beaten, and there may even be more serious consequences, Zhou Changhong said with a straight face. So, after we asked the great leader for instructions, we decided that, after mass-producing the drones you developed, we would sell a portion of them to Great Mao and put them into the battlefield with Ermao. This point, Zhou Changhong and the other three commanders specifically interviewed the big leaders, who also thought that using drones to fight drones was a good idea. And on top of that, it's kind of a military and military export revenue for the Great Dragon Kingdom. As for Big Hair? Now, except for the Great Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that no other country in the world dares to do business with them. They would like to not buy it, but would that work? If they don't buy these drones from the Great Dragon State, then they'll just keep getting crushed by Ermao's drones with Eagle Jam. In the long run, once their national power can no longer support this war, the Northern Alliance Organization will be swarming with wolves, completely dividing the fallen furry bear. I think we can do that. Chen Yu nodded and said, Commander Zhou, I support the decision of the big leader above us. Since the big leader wants to have our drones exported, then let's do it. That would be best. After all, you're the one who developed these drones, so we'll definitely have to ask your opinion before we make a decision. Zhou Changhong smiled. And what's more, the great leader said by name this time. After a while, we will invite the defense minister of Great Mao to come to us to visit the military and military equipment. And when that time comes, you'll be in charge of selling and marketing it to him. I'll do it. When Shen Yu heard this, he couldn't help but lose his smile. But, I've never done such a big business with people before, let alone selling drones. In terms of language, Shen Yu had really taken the Maoist language of Mao when he was in college, and there was still nothing wrong with conversational communication. It was just that this arrangement by Zhou Changhong really made him feel a small amount of pressure. Selling drones? Before this, Shen Yu had only sold tea eggs, which couldn't be used as a trick to sell tea eggs to deal with Big Mao's defense minister. Could it? You can count on that. We'll be there when the time comes, but the dominant one will be you, Zhou Changhong said. The main reason is that you know more about these drones than we do, and it's definitely more appropriate for you to introduce and market the sales pitch than us. Shen Yu, what do you think? Chapter 106, Meet the Minister of Defense. And I'll be a salesman? No problem. Then I'll be the one to introduce our drones to Daimao's defense minister when the time comes. Shen Yu thought about it. In fact, this is really nothing. After all, just himself. With the next-door bearded man they have done no less than 10 transactions. As for the big hair this time to come to the big dragon country exchange visit. On the surface hangs the name of exchange, but everyone in the heart is very clear. They just want to come to buy a batch of arms. Apart from the great dragon nation, there could not be a second country on the globe that dared to cooperate with their great hair, and they had no choice at all. Alright, then turn around and calculate the production cost of these drones, and when the defense minister of Daimao arrives, we'll be looking at you. Zhou Changhong patted Chen Yu's shoulder and said, although we are all friends, but pro brothers are still clear about their accounts. How much should be sold? You don't have to be polite with them. Understood. Chen Yu nodded his head and agreed. In fact, the cost of his several drones were not too far apart. the difference was mainly in the weapons. After Zhou Changhong and the others left, Chen Yu returned to the research and development room here and started summarizing the accounts on the computer. Hive drones, as the aircraft carrier of these small drones, although they do not have a lot of offensive capabilities, but whether it is anti-jamming, stealth coating, and electromagnetic strike capability, are comparable to the standard of fighter jets. Chen Yu simply calculated that the cost price of a Hive drone in mass production would have to be at least $10 million. As for the other 4 small drones, the price of their drone body is the same, which is about $500,000. However, the price of adding on the additional intelligence systems and weapons that come with each type of drone will have to be increased. Eventually Chen Yu came up with the result that out of the 4 drones in full state, the Dragon King combat drone was the most expensive, costing $5 million. A close second is the Battle Auxiliary drone, at around $3 million apiece, with the self-exploding drone and the medical drone being the cheapest, costing $800,000 each. If we calculate on the basis of one Hive drone carrying 100 drones and 4 small drones at a ratio of 3:3:1, the total price would be $272 million. Chen Yu roughly calculated. Good guy, this thing is not really cheap. You know, Hawk Jam's famous F-22 fighter. That is the standard of the top of the 5 generations of aircraft. A single is only $200 million. 7 fully loaded Hive drones would already cost as much as an F-22, which at first sounds very exaggerated indeed. Early the next morning, when Chen Yu took the offer form to Zhou Changhong to see, sure enough, Zhou Changhong was also taken aback. But after a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Changhong nodded and said, $270 million may seem expensive, but it's actually acceptable. After all, it's 100 drones. If these 100 drones were placed on the battlefield, the destructive power they could cause would be far from the same value of fighter jets or missiles. Commander Zhou, De Mao's plane has landed. At this time, Chu Mo came over and saluted Zhou Changhong. Come on, let's all go over to the airport and pick up the others. Zhou Changhong handed the form to Chen Yu and said, later you will follow this price. How much you earn is up to you. Get a grip, don't you worry. Chen Yu nodded and also followed the group of people to the airport. Because of the prior notification, the formation of big Harry's airplanes got into the middle of the landing route without any problem. At the end of the airport's runway, Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong stood here waiting, and from afar, they could already see the airplanes landing in the sky. One of the leading one is the Big Harry Standard Foreign Guest Visit Special Small Airliner. In the left and right sides, there are 2 very tough Bear 35 fighter for escort. Soon after the plane landed and stopped, the hatch opened and several old hairy men in military uniforms with blue eyes and brown hair came out one after another. The Maoist general in the lead among them, after coming to Chen Yu and the others, was very polite and shook hands with all of them one by one. Welcome General Robhoff to our airbase in the Great Dragon Kingdom to do an exchange interview. Zhou Changhong smiled and said to the surrounding crowd, come, let me introduce you all. This is the Bear Country's Minister of Defense, Admiral Robhoff. Neat and enthusiastic applause erupted all around them, and Chen Yu naturally clapped along with the other generals. While applauding, Chen Yu also observed the appearance of the Minister of Defense. The overall view is very common old Maoist face, but between the eyebrows is very deep. The gaze is like a brown bear, seemingly warm and generous. In fact, but hidden danger. You are the Air Force commander of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Commander Zhou Changhong, right? Robhoff smiled. For this exchange interview, we have already communicated with your country's great leader in advance briefing and exchanging information, and likewise, our great emperor has also made several phone calls with your great leader specifically for the sake of this matter. That's for sure. Zhou Changhong joked. I didn't realize that General Robhoff knew the language of our Great Dragon Kingdom. It's really rare. The language of the Great Dragon Kingdom is now recognized as the most difficult language to learn in the world, and it won't be that easy for Big Hair to make them learn the language of the Great Dragon Kingdom. During my youth, I came to your Great Dragon Kingdom to study for a period of time, so I have a slight understanding of your language and culture. Robhoff nodded politely and didn't brag about how good he was at what he did. Come on, let's go in and talk. I believe that this exchange interview today will definitely satisfy your bear country. Zhou Changhong laughed and led Robhoff and a few Maoist generals toward the Air Force's military exhibition hall on the side. By the time they entered the exhibition hall, Zhou Changhong was not accompanied by so many people around him, leaving only Chen Yu and Chu Mo. In the middle of this showroom, placed is a Big Dragon Country Tsunami 20 fighter. This thing is not a model, but the real aircraft, ready to pull out the kind of combat. Tsunami 20, the long-famous 5th-generation fighter of your Great Dragon Kingdom. I heard that the last time Eagle Jam conducted a joint military exercise in your East China Sea, it suffered a big loss at its hands. Robhoff stood very admiringly in front of the Tsunami 20, viewing the very modern and technologically advanced fighter jet, their Bear 35 fighters, while also belonging to the sequence of 5th-generation aircraft. are already older 5th-generation aircraft, with performance standards in all areas, some slightly stronger than the Eagle Sauce's F-22, and inferior in places. Add to that the fact that there have been no real battlefield outbreaks between the two sides, and it's anyone's guess as to which one of the Bear 35s and F-22s is actually stronger. It's really good stuff. With his hands behind his back, Robokov laughed. If your country would permit it, I would so love to purchase your country's Tsunami 20 fighters in large quantities. Chapter 107, Doing Business with Big Hair. Earn another $10 billion. Hearing this, Chen Yu and Zhou Changhong and the others also laughed. Anyone could see that Robohofer was not entirely joking with this statement. The charm of the Tsunami 20 is irresistible to any country. And didn't they, the bearded ones on the Camelot side, beg to death to buy 2 of them before? The Tsunami 20 is the national weapon of our Air Force. Chen Yu smiled. It's like your country's Tupolev 160 bomber. Oh, the one nicknamed the White Swan. If General Lobakov is willing to trade for it, we'd be more than happy to do so. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Rob Hoff turned his head in some surprise, only to notice that Zhou Changhong had been followed by this very young youth. General Rob Hoff, let me introduce you. This is a very young and talented research expert of our great dragon nation's military, Chen Yu. Zhou Changhong duly introduced himself to Rob Hoff. Chen Yu, the research expert? Robohoff's eyebrows raised unavoidably before he looked Chen Yu's appearance up and down again. No matter how he looked at it, it was hard for him to believe that this youth, who looked to be only in his 20s, was actually called a research expert by Zhou Changhong. By the look of him, he had just graduated from college. Right, and the Great Dragon Kingdom would actually employ such a young man to study military weapons? However, the fact that Chen Yu had just mentioned their bear country's national treasure, the White Swan, all at once was also really shocking to Robhoff. The Tupolev 160 bomber, generally known internationally simply as the White Swan because of its unmistakable beauty and the fact that it is the world's top-performing strategic bomber. This thing the whole bear country now also only 6, and its production line has long been discontinued for many years, belong to the money are nowhere to buy the treasure. The Tupolev 160 bomber, we have no intention of exporting to the outside world. Rob Hoff laughed. After all, it's a strategic heavy hammer in the hands of our bear country, and with it in place, it's able to deter those Western countries, including the Northern Alliance. However, what neither Rob Hoff nor Zhou Changhong and the others expected was that Chen Yu actually laughed when he heard his words. Strategic heavy hammer? The way I see it, it also just has the name Strategic Heavy Hammer. Chen Yu laughed and joked. If your White Swan really has a strategic deterrent effect, why don't you send it to cruise around the frontline battlefield twice to deter Irmo? Rob Hoff opened his mouth and actually didn't know how to retort for a moment. He had been the Minister of Defense for so many years, but it was the first time he had run into a young man like Chen Yu who dared to contradict him right in front of him. Not only him, the Zhou Changhong on the side of the heart also secretly ate a shock. This kid is really a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The situation on the battlefield is very complex, lad, and it's not as simple as you might think. Robokov explained. Our Tupolev 160 bomber, that's for responding to major targets, and for ultra-long-range surprise bombing, and the frontline battlefield is not a venue for it to play. That being the case, that means you don't have a good solution to the predicament at the front at the moment, right? Chen Yu pressed on, asking in a tit-for-tat manner. Indeed, rather than get angry. Rob Hoff nodded. Although the young man in front of me looked reckless and didn't speak too well, what he said was the truth after all. The bombing capability of the White Swan was unquestionable, but Bear Country really didn't quite dare to send it into battle on the front lines right now. Since that's the case, then I wonder if General Rob Hoff is interested in seeing the latest drone developed by our Great Dragon Kingdom? Chen Yu saw that the fire was almost ready, so he brought up the matter in passing. You guys are working on drones too? Rob Hoff froze, then drifted off. I remember that international story the other day, when you guys were evacuating people in Seville. You used drones, right? That's right, but the drones at that point were just little converted toy drones borrowed from within the country of Serbia. Chen Yu laughed. Their combat power is about on par with the ones you've run into on the battlefield. There's no way to compare them to the military drones we've developed. Oh, there is such a thing? Rob Hoff's eyes immediately lit up. At this time he could also see that the youth in front of him was indeed very unusual. This youth had been talking until now, but as a result, Zhou Changhong, who was the commander next to him, just smiled and laughed, not even inserting a word, enough to see his status in the airbase. I'm interested, please show me your military drones, Rob Hoff said, following Chen Yu to the backside of the showroom. Here, a fully loaded Hive drone was parked, the specs that were nothing less than those of a fighter jet, and the highly technological fuselage, all caused Robohoff to suck in a breath of cold air. A drone this big? Comrade Chen Yu, you're not kidding, are you? Rob Hoff wondered. Shouldn't a normal fighter be small and easy to fight on the battlefield? You are correct. In fact, the drone is called a hive drone. Its role is to be responsible for safely and at high speed transporting those small drones on board to various areas of the front line. As Chen Yu spoke, he snapped his fingers, and one of the metal chambers underneath the hive drones opened up in droves, as if they were lighting up their fangs. It was a spectacular sight to see hundreds of small drones folded up like missiles in a silo. A drone that carries so many small drones? Rob Hoff and several officers behind him were dumbfounded. They had never thought the drones could do this kind of trick. This hive drone can have a range of 5,000 kilometers and a speed of up to 420 kilometers per hour. The stealth coatings, anti-jamming systems, and electromagnetic attack weapons fitted to it are all on par with our Tsunami 20 fighter jets. Chen Yu introduced. As for the various small drones loaded inside it, I've specially made a short video documentary, so you can learn about it as you watch. Saying that, Chen Yu handed over a nearby playback screen to Rob Hoff, which displayed various drone models including the Dragon King combat drone, accompanied by the footage of yesterday's simulated real-world battle there at the test site. Upon seeing the brawny combat capabilities of these drones, Rob Hoff's breathing became noticeably ragged. If the military could be fitted with such drones, it would be almost possible to give the opposing battlefield a metal death cleansing round with drone power with zero casualties. Good stuff like this, no matter how much it costs. Buy it, it has to be bought. Chapter 108, The Emperor's Nod. The faster the drones come, the better. Just as Chen Yu had said. Until now, Damao had no good way to deal with air mouse drones, although the Eagle Sauce has rushed to build these drones, but that after all, is also the category of military drones. The overall power is absolutely not weak. A suicide self-destruct drone may cost less than 100,000 knives, but it can blow right through an armored carrier worth millions, if not tens of millions. Although Damao's family's foundation was laid down solidly in the earlier years, but even if he was rich, he could not build it like this. A battle loss of several hundred to one was unacceptable to a host of big hairy generals like Rob Hoff. Now these drones that Chen Yu had lit up were just the thing to solve their bare nation's pressing problems. Fighting drones with drones can be done with zero casualties and complete annihilation of the opposing drone force. Good stuff indeed. Rob Hoff's eyes were glowing as he said, since your Tsunami 20 can't be sold to the outside world, this kind of drone can always be exported. Right, and we in the Bear Country are very happy to do this business. After such a short while, Rob Hoff had already made plans to directly buy hundreds of hive drones, and after returning to the Bear Country, arrange them all above the frontline battlefields. By then, the battle will inevitably be reversed dramatically under the aerial attack of the overwhelming number of small drones. Sure, Chen Yu looked at Rob Hoff's too-wide look and reminded him, but I have to tell you first, the hive drone does not include these small drones it carries if it is sold alone. Oh, so you sell your small drones by the piece? Rob Hoff nodded indistinctly and said, so, I'd like to ask, approximately how much do they need to be sold for? Hive drones, 15 million apiece. Dragon King combat drones, 8 million apiece. Battle auxiliary drones, 5 million apiece, and the other 2 million apiece. Their assembly ratio is 33331. Chen Yu replied without thinking. That means one of your hive drones, plus a full load of smaller drones, would cost more than $500 million in total. Robokov and several of the big hairy generals behind him, with stunned looks on their faces, said, this is too expensive. A set of drones that actually costs $500 million. Rob Hoff couldn't deny that these drones Chen Yu had lit up were indeed good, and he couldn't find a second one better than this on a global scale. But the problem is that it's a little too expensive. In the past year or two, they had been at war with the Mao between them, and had been subjected to military and economic sanctions by a host of countries in the Northern Alliance, and their own domestic finances had been strained. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are spending very barely on the military right now. You are mistaken. I'm afraid, Chen Yu laughed. I'm talking about our dragon coins as a unit. Oh, that's okay. Hearing Chen Yu say this, Robohofer was only slightly relieved. He really thought the set of drones would cost $500 million. That's almost as much as 3 F-22s. But even though it's 500 million dragon coins for a whole set, it's still relatively expensive. Comrade Chen Yu, we are still willing to purchase it, but I'm afraid we won't be purchasing too much for the first batch. We'll have to see how it works on the battlefield first. Rob Hoff's reasoning is so hollow that it doesn't give the slightest hint that he's actually doing this because of military spending constraints. 500 million a set. If you buy 100 sets, that would be an expenditure of 50 billion dragon coins at once, and Rob Hoff wouldn't dare to take such a large order at once. Of course, you can order as many as you want. Chen Yu understands this as well. Whether something is good or not, only when you use it will you know. Not to mention that this is a weapon that is going to be used on the battlefield, so you have to let people try the effect, right? In that case, please give us a few minutes. After finishing his speech, Robhoff and a few others around him went over to the corner and used the special communication device in his suitcase to contact the Pudias on the bare countryside. That's the general situation. Archon. This drone from the Great Dragon Kingdom. I think it's very strategically valuable, but the price is on the expensive side. A set of hive drones carrying 100 small drones will cost 500 million dragon coins. Robhoff relayed the situation in full to the side of the POTUS. Since it's a reasonable military expenditure, I'll authorize you to procure a batch of hive drones to test the effects first. Our soldiers on the front lines have been suffering from drone attacks for a long time, and it's about time we had the power to counter them. On his side, Emperor Pu quickly ordered, "First batch, procure 20 drones first." Understood. After receiving the Great Emperor's authorization, Robhoff immediately returned to Chen Yu's side and said, "We've decided to purchase 20 fully loaded hive drones first, and the quicker we deliver them, the better." Hearing this number, Zhou Changhong and the other group of generals behind Chen Yu could not help but be secretly surprised in their hearts. After these 20 hive drones were sold, it was like the airbase side netted $5 billion in military expenses. "Please rest assured that we will deliver in the fastest time possible." Chen Yu nodded. "However, we also have a small request. The combat footage of this batch of drones. We, the Great Dragon Nation, need to obtain the right to share. Only by obtaining first-hand intelligence and battlefield conditions on the battlefield will it be possible to subsequently improve and optimize these drones." "No problem. That's something I can do to agree to your request." Robhoff nodded and said, "Then let's sign the contract now and get this thing in place as soon as possible." A week later, 2 o'clock in the morning, Bear Country time, on the Hawkoff front. This is the area where Big Hair and Irmo have been exchanging fire for a long time and where the casualties and losses on both sides have been the most serious and tragic. Backward from Kharkov, that's the Great Flat Plain. Break through here, then you can hit directly to the capital of Irmo, Jaeger. For both sides, this is the most important strategic location, and the combined forces of both Big Hair and Second Hair invested in this battlefield have amounted to more than 100,000 men. However, the casualties of these more than 100,000 soldiers are almost always in the thousands every day. In an urban area on the Kharkov front, 2 advanced special forces of Big Hair and Second Hair were engaged in an unbelievably fierce street battle. Any modernized war, the fight to the end must still evolve into a situation of street fighting, and only personnel into the city can be considered a real occupation of the city. Before Eagle Jam's drones changed the landscape of the battlefield, with its rich and substantial home base, Daima used a variety of aerial bombs and tactical missiles in bombing strikes against Irmo, producing considerable damage to Irmo. However, the situation is now the complete opposite. Chapter 109, Irmo still rampaging? The drone has arrived. Squad 1, alert and fall back. Airstrike in sight. It's too late. The bastards. Shoot those down. Bazooka. Hurry up and fire the bazooka. In the frontline urban area of Kharkov, a building named C by the military commanders of both sides, 2 special squads belonging to both sides were in the middle of a short fight. And this time, when the familiar and creepy drone roar appeared in their ears, several of Daimao's special soldiers immediately all raised their weapons and started firing out the window. The popping bean-like sound of gunfire was clear in the empty building, but even clearer and more desperate than that was the drone's buzzing whine like death. But how easy is it for an ordinary rifle to hit a fast-moving drone? Just outside this building, in the air, a Futamo suicide self-destruct drone was circling in search of a target. At first, the flyers manning the drones hadn't spotted the special soldiers in hiding, but the fact that they were firing gave the other side precise coordinates. This is Litchester Seed Squad. There is a special squad of Big Hair lurking in Building C. Use the drones to eliminate them immediately. Meanwhile, the Irmo Special Squad, which had already arrived downstairs, had also noticed the gunfire coming from above and immediately radioed the rear. Roger, preparing to strike with suicide self-destruct drones. The flyer immediately locked on to the target location, then pushed the joystick with full force, and the drone whizzed headlong through the window. Rumble. With a violent explosion, the entire floor of Building C nearly collapsed and collapsed straight away. The immensely strong and rapid smoke and dust burst out along the various passages and windows of the building at the same time, and along with it, there were also large clouds of blood mist and broken limbs and pieces of debris. These drones given to Irmo by Eagle Sauce are still very rudimentary, but they are loaded with real high explosives. This self-exploding drone had directly almost wiped out Big Mao's one special squad, leaving only the squad leader and 1 soldier seriously injured on the ground, while all the others had been turned into mincemeat. Tainted blood continued to spill from the young captain's mouth, doing his best at this time to reach out and try to touch the grenade hanging from his shoulder. He'd rather send himself and his comrades on their way now with a glorified bullet than suffer here for hours to die in agony. However, just at this time, outside the window, another whistling boom flew in. A drone modified with an assault rifle. The drone was also apparently sent by the flyer squad from earlier. specifically just to check for survivors. The darkened camera under the cabin swiveled around and then locked on to the squad leader. Da-da-da-da. A few bullets hit his wrists, and all of a sudden blood spray erupted. Ha ha ha, these stupid pigs still want to commit suicide? Too naive. Torture them well. Here at the rear base, the flyer who had just completed the attack by maneuvering the self-destructing drone, excitedly came to the flyer next to him and called out as he looked at the picture on the screen. Under the malevolent control of the 2 flyers, the arriving rapid-fire drone broke the arms and legs of the squad leader and the special forces soldier next to him, torturing them for a full half hour before opening fire and killing them, then flying out the window. These drones are really good. In just a few days we've already beaten Big Hair and the others to a standstill. I believe that it won't take too much time for us to complete a full-scale counteroffensive, and we may even be able to penetrate their Great Mao territory. In the president's office, the driver and the defense minister watched one of the reports of success coming back from the front line, and both of them couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even though these are small victories, what is the difference between that and a big victory when the whole big battlefield is in such a situation? And sites such as these abounded throughout the massive battlefields of Kharkiv. The commanders on Big Hair's side were able to clearly see the scene through the surveillance equipment carried on the special squad. But even though they hate these guys so much that they can't kill them alive, they still can't do anything about those pervasive drones. But it was at this time that the Chief of General Staff of Irma walked swiftly into the office. Mr. President, we just got the message, the Chief of General Staff said to the driver. Reliable news. Big Mao ordered a batch of military drones from the Great Dragon Nation some time ago, and I'm afraid they'll be installed in the frontline positions soon. What did you say? The Great Dragon Kingdom? The driver froze, but a smile soon appeared on his face as he said, this is nothing at all. It's true that the Great Dragon Kingdom is stronger than us, but could they be stronger than Eagle Sauce? Exactly. The defense minister next to him also said smugly, the Great Dragon Nation even just developed an aircraft carrier some time ago, which is enough to show that their military strength is too far behind Eagle Sauce to be feared. But, the Chief of General Staff's brow was furrowed. He always felt that this matter was very serious, but the Nayad driver was not panicked at all, and there was even a little bit of a song and dance. Go back to your position, collect the battle reports from the frontline positions and make them into propaganda leaflets and send them to the country, telling the civilians that we're about to make a counteroffensive. The driver said, I'll personally go to Eagle Jam in a few days and meet their Admiral Mac. I'll have to get them Eagle Jam to step in and bail us out of the Northern Alliance, and at the very least, we'll have to be given some more weaponry before we can do that. Hearing this, the Chief of the General Staff did not say a word. In fact, a good portion of the generals, including him, were already very unhappy with the comedian-born president. The front line is certainly an advantage now, but if, with this little advantage, one fantasizes about hitting people under the nose of the Great Hair, isn't this a daydream? You know, Big Mo still has so many tactical missiles and aerial bombs in his hands, and Irma's rear infrastructure is about to be blown up. What's more, if you really give the Big Hair angry, people directly launch nuclear strikes, including you what the North Alliance. Since you can't go on, then we simply together but good. Sighing, the Chief of General Staff turned and walked out of the office, truly disappointed in this president. And at the same time, this side of the Kollywood Palace on the Big Ma side, Emperor Pu and Defense Minister Rob Hoff personally came here to the military airfield to check out this shipment of hive drones sent by the Big Dragon Nation. This is the hive drone you procured back from the Great Dragon Kingdom? Standing next to the transporter and looking at one of the unloaded hive drones, Pu Da-di said, it's true that if you look at it from the outside alone, you can't see anything special about it. Chapter 110, Hive Drones on the Scene, Reversing the Tide of Battle. Admittedly, these hive drones are indeed not a single thing to look at other than the fact that they are huge enough in their own right. However, this is precisely what Chen Yu left behind some careful eyes. The more inconspicuous the appearance, the more this thing is able to confuse the enemy, and it will also be able to play the effect of surprise. Seeing that the great emperor didn't seem to be too happy with these hive drones, Rob Hoff immediately stepped forward and explained to him the advantages of these drones. These hive drones, according to Comrade Chen Yu, carry stealth technology, anti-jamming technology, and electromagnetic attack technology, all of which are flush with the standards of the Tsunami 20 fighter, and it carries 100 small drones inside, which is completely enough to complete the reversal of a battlefield. Rob Hoff patiently explained to the Ptarmigan, the technological equivalent of the Tsunami 20? Pu the Great's eyebrows, which were already not very visible, jumped a bit from shock and said, I don't want to just see its paper data. Immediately arrange for the flyers to be trained, and get these drones on the battlefield as fast as you can. 2 days later, on this side of Blue Cloud City, Chen Yu is still pouring out drawings here in the dormitory of the steel factory. Over the past week or so, Chen Yu had instead rested comfortably for several days. This side of the factory, Huang Jun took the drawings he gave, Full speed start. The first batch of manufacturing out of the title Chen Yu's fishing gear, a total of 5,000 sets, just on the shelves were all swept away. Right now, the entire steel plant is undergoing major alterations, and there is quite a momentum on Huang Jun's side to convert the entire plant into a specialized processing plant. However, Chen Yu didn't care much about this. In his opinion, the speed of manual labor was ultimately limited, and the cost was also relatively high. By the time he got to the next level of his tech tree, 9 times out of 10, what he unlocked would be AI technology. By then, a large number of bionic robots will fully take over these time-consuming and labor-intensive industrial heavy work, and, at the same time, will have a huge impact in the military field. However, it didn't take long for Chen Yu to receive a call on his cell phone from Chu Mu. Daimao is going to start preparing for a counterattack so soon? Chen Yu said with great surprise after hearing Chu Momo's words. On the phone, Chu Mo briefly told him that after receiving the hive drone from Daimao side, after 2 days of training for the flyer, it would be formally put on the battlefield today. Not soon enough. Chu Mu laughed on the phone. They're on fire now. 2 days of training time. I guess that's the limit of Pu Didi's patience. Shen Yu, do you want to come to the airbase to see the real-world performance of your drone? This was also thanks to the fact that Chen Yu had previously negotiated with Robhoff that the battle footage of the hive drones could be transmitted in real time to be shared on the side of the Great Dragon Nation. Okay, I'll be there now. Chen Yu responded. I'll send a car right over to pick you up. More than an hour later, Chen Yu had arrived on this side of the airbase. Unexpectedly, in addition to Zhou Changhong, Ren Taijun, the army commander, was also present. In response, Ren Tiejuan's argument was that the battle between Daimao and Air Mao was actually a joint confrontation between the land and air forces. As commander of the army, of course he had to come over and see how the battle was going. And at this time, on the big screen in the conference center, multiple images showed a total of 2 hive drones, preparing to lift off. These hive drones all had intelligent control systems designed by Qing Yu inside, and the flyers actually only needed to make some decisive orders, and did not need too complicated operations. Otherwise, in just 2 days, they wouldn't have been able to skillfully control the hive drones at all. Begin. Here at the airport. In the picture, Ta was actually present, and immediately afterward he gave the order. The wings of the 2 hive drones quickly flew in a whirl, a strong line and massive power propelling the 2 drones quickly into the air. Immediately afterward, after locking onto the coordinates of the battlefield, these 2 hive drones immediately tilted forward by 30 degrees, with full speed, and quickly flew in the direction of the battlefield. You can already see some of the advantages of the hive drones from this point. Most of the drones on Ermao's side needed to be maneuvered by the flyers here at the frontline base, because if they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to pick up the signal for one thing, and secondly, the drones wouldn't have enough energy. However, the hive drone can range up to 5,000 kilometers on a full charge, and more than 10 hours is not a problem if you just hover on the battlefield. The 2 hive drones, which were about 2 kilometers apart in the image, quickly approached over the battlefield on the Hawkoff front. Ground level 1500 meters. Hover and begin scouting for surrounding enemy targets. On the Daimao base side, the drone flyers began maneuvering the hive drones, using the optoelectronic radar to track the enemy on the battlefield. Within a few seconds, the hive drone locked onto the location inside a wooded area a kilometer away, where more than a dozen of Ermo's commandos were constructing fortifications. The clarity of its image caused a group of Daimau's generals to let out a gasp of surprise. In the picture, you can even clearly see the cigarette butts held in the mouths of those Ermao soldiers, as well as a large number of mortar and sandbags on the ground, and other amenities. Finish them off. Immediately, the Ta gave the order. Below one of the hive drones, one of the hatch lids opened and a Dragon King combat drone was dropped immediately afterward. This Dragon King drone quickly unfolded its rotor blades on its way down, and then swooped down to attack Ermao's position here in the woods at an extremely terrifying speed. Ta-da-da-da. A series of incomparably dense machine gun fire rang out, and on the ground, the heads of 3 or 4 Ermao soldiers directly exploded into a mass of blood. Once they were down, the whirring roar of the Dragon King drones came immediately afterward over their heads. Drones! Fire! Fire! The few remaining Ermao soldiers immediately raised the guns in their hands and opened fire, but they didn't see anything in the air at all, so how could they talk about hits? Under extreme speed, the Dragon King drone could reach a speed of 480 kilometers per hour. And in the blink of an eye it flew out hundreds of meters away, making it impossible for the human eye to capture. Command Center, this is frontline position 4 Woods. We have detected an enemy drone strike. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting. Our Ermao soldier had just picked up his radio, and before he could finish his sentence, the next moment, overhead, a black shadow fell from the sky. It was a small, high-explosive drop mine, and before they hit the ground, the Dragon King drones had pranced off to the other side of the battlefield. not even bothering to stop and look at them. Boom boom boom. After a series of violent explosions, a blood mist rose from this wooded position, and broken limbs were splattered everywhere. Chapter 111, Frontline Reversal. Shen Yu's drones are killing madness. This scene was clearly transmitted to the big screen of the Daimao command center through the optoelectronic recording system carried by the hive drones that were several kilometers away. What destructive power! Emperor Pu's eyes widened at once. That was a mere Dragon King combat drone, easily destroying a dozen or so of Ermao's frontline soldiers directly. Defense Minister Rob Hoff, who stood beside him, and several other generals, all had looks of excitement on their faces at the moment. Is $10 billion expensive? It's true that it's a bit expensive, but the effect is definitely worth the $10 billion in military spending. And at the same time, on this side of the frontline battlefield, just now, at the fourth frontline position there, one of Ermao's soldiers urgently radioed towards the rear base before he was blown to pieces. Though he hadn't had time to say what the other attacking unit was, Ermao's back base was used to this sort of thing, and sent two flyers straight away to take off and lift off at the controls of two suicide drones. In their opinion, 9 times out of 10, the soldiers in frontline position number 4 were killed because there were armored vehicles or tanks out on the big hair side. While we're at it, wouldn't it be easier to send 2 suicide self-destruct drones to bomb the hell out of it? After all, that's what they've done in the past. With a whirring sound, the 2 suicide drones quickly approached the frontline battlefield, while the flyers were scanning the surrounding target units through the cameras on the drones. However, what made the 2 of them a bit puzzled was that they could hardly see a single intact carrier on the frontline battlefield, and the soldiers on both sides had each relied on their bunkers to hide. What's going on here? It was also within this short second of their wondering that suddenly, in front of the cameras of the 2 suicide drones, an even larger combat drone, covered in black and red paint, suddenly rose up. Crabtree. The drone appeared far too quickly, and was barely even a meter away from their suicide drone, directly scaring the 2 flyers. Da-da-da-da. In the next second, the black and red painted drone spewed out 2 clouds of fire from the 2 high-speed machine guns underneath the cabin. Without any surprise, the 2 suicide drones instantly blacked out and crashed. Drones? Actually drones. One of the flyers took off his goggles and said in surprise, "When did Demao and the others have drones too? And it's actually a combat drone." Until today, it had never been them using those drones gifted to them by Hawk Jam to overwhelm Big Mo on the battlefield with Big Mo, and Big Hair's side couldn't come up with any effective countermeasures at all. At first, the Big Hairs tried to use various missiles for anti-aircraft interception, but when they realized that doing so was just what the second Hairs wanted, they could only give up this means of counterattack. A missile can easily be a few million, even tens of millions of dollars, in contrast to the suicide drones here in Ermao. The cost of a single one is even less than 100,000 yuan. I'm afraid, trading missiles for other people's drones. Ermao's mouth was about to split open with laughter. Don't worry about that for now. Maybe it's Daimao and their logistical arsenal trying to build drones as well. At this time, the staff officer in charge of the frontline base immediately called out, "You have to realize that it is impossible for Daimao to take out too many of these drones to fight. Immediately send more drones into the air to shoot down that black drone as soon as possible, and then launch a full-scale counterattack." With this order being given out, on Ermao's side of the base, a full 100 suicide self-destruct drones lifted off, rushing in the direction of the battlefield where Position 4 was located. But what was not known was that their suicide drones had only just flown a short distance out of the base when they had already entered the detection radius of the hive drones. There! Look! On this side of the airbase of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Changhong and the others were all watching the real-time battle along with Chen Yu. And in the picture, on the big screen of Daimao's command center, hundreds of rapidly approaching red points of light had been captured through the hive drone's electro-optical radar system. This detection distance, it's at least 30 kilometers, right? Zhou Changhong couldn't hide his surprise and said, "It's unbelievable that a drone can have such an alert distance. Even if the simulation is good, it is still not as shocking and eye-opening as the real battlefield environment." On the battlefield, if you want to checkmate the enemy first, the most important point is to discover the opponent's action first. At the moment, these hundreds of suicide drones of Ermao were still boring their way to the front line, but unbeknownst to them, they had long since become targets after the hive drones had locked on. Here in Demao's frontline command center, Emperor Pu immediately ordered, "Quickly meet the battle and annihilate these drones as fast as possible." Soon, the hive drones parked just outside the edge of the battlefield began a second round of drone drops. One by one, the hatches quickly popped open, and this time, at the order of Emperor Pu, Daimao directly released a full 20 Dragon King combat drones, as well as 5 battle auxiliary drones, and 5 self-destructing drones. The 30 drones unfolded their rotor blades as they rapidly fell, then immediately formed an attack formation and flew towards the front line. From the radar screen, Everyone was able to clearly see that each of these small drones released by the hive drones had reached speeds of almost 400 kilometers per hour or more. On the contrary, the hundreds of suicide drones on Ermao's side, their speed was obviously much too slow, and even the drones on Damao's side had already arrived over the battlefield afterward. Activating intelligent fire control system to lock onto target units, have captured target air units totaling 105. Also, send 5 self-destructing drones in the direction of the remote control base on the Ermao front line for demolition. The flyers in charge of controlling the hive drones here in Daimao's command center were actually just 5 people. Moreover, these 5 people were still responsible for different divisions of labor, including monitoring the radar screen, giving orders, observing the real-time picture of the battlefield, and so on. There was really only one person in charge of controlling these hundreds of drones. This was naturally attributed to the intelligence system that Chenyu had preset in advance, and it was precisely because of the existence of this intelligence system that allowed the hive drones to autonomously solve 70 to 80% of the workload. On the flyer's side, it was enough to just give different orders depending on the changing situation on the battlefield, and at this moment, over the frontline battlefield, Ermao's more than 100 suicide drones had already approached over, with hundreds of flyers all nervously searching around for target units, because the manufacturing was too simple and crude. These drones handed to them by Eagle Jam only have the most basic camera functions. It also means that they have to go by eye if they want to capture the target unit. Boom! Right at this moment, located at the left flank position of Ermao's drone formation, a violent explosion rang out, and a huge fireball directly engulfed 7 or 8 of the suicide drones. Chapter 112, Kharkov breaks through, driver to condemn. There's an airstrike. Spread out the drone formation. Ermao's frontline staff immediately yelled to the flyers around him when he saw the image on the screen. However, without waiting for their formation to spread out, small missiles were rapidly coming from the sky around them, one after another. After each missile hit its target, it detonated the explosives carried by these suicide drones, triggering a second, more powerful round of explosions. Within a short period of 10 seconds or so, these suicide drones of Ermao had simply become like a flock of dumb geese circled for slaughter, bumping around in the air like headless flies. Only a very few suicide drones caught sight of the Dragon King combat drone through the frame in a hurry, even though it was just a glimpse. But, that black and red painted body, like the figure of the god of death, had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of these officers of Ermao. Boom boom boom. Amidst a series of violent explosions, high above the battlefield, a dozen Dragon King combat drones kept circling around the periphery of Ermao's drone formation, utilizing small missiles and high-speed machine guns to continuously harvest these inferior opponents. The 5 battle auxiliary drones that Emperor Pu ordered to be sent out, at this time, also completely abandoned these opponents who had no power to fight back, and turned to follow those 5 self-destructing drones, heading straight for Ermao's frontline base. Prepare to drop graphite and photoelectric bombs. The drone flyer in front of the POTUS immediately gave the order. Nearly 1,000 meters up in the air, the hatch covers underneath the 5 battle auxiliary drones opened, and a fist-sized graphite bomb was quickly dropped. These bombs were still in mid-air when they instantly exploded, filling the air with large amounts of graphite fibers. These graphite fibers are not lethal to humans, but, in and of themselves, they are an almost perfect conductive substance that can directly cripple an area's power grid and electrical equipment in a short period of time. As expected, after the wisps of graphite fibers fell, here at Ermao's frontline base, a large number of wires outside immediately burst into electrical sparks. Even the only close-range radar here declared a complete strike when it was damaged by the photobombs that followed it. The entire frontline base here was instantly plunged into darkness due to the power outage, and the remaining drone flyers panicked and removed their goggles, their faces filled with fear. Start the backup power. Come on, you stupid pigs. Seated here was Baitlev, the Lieutenant Colonel Chief of Staff of the Ermao Defense Ministry, and as he saw that the base had been completely crippled, beads of sweat had broken out on his head and he roared in anger. Chief of Staff, we were activating the backup power source the moment the power went out, but it won't start. An officer next to him quivered his lips and addressed Baitlev. What did you say? Baitlev was dumbfounded. He was dying and did not think that once the graphite fibers were attached to those wires, even if there was a backup power supply was useless. The same would still lead to a short-circuit power outage. It was also at this time, high in the air, that 5 self-destructing drones had each locked onto the proximity radar here, the command post, and the 2 large armed troop carriers parked at the base. Self-exploding drones have locked on to their target. Archon, do we proceed with the attack? The flyer inquired to the Pu Daiji behind him. Hearing these words, Emperor Pu's face was very sullen as he said in a cold voice, during this past period, Ermao has wantonly abused our fighters with all sorts of cruelty, used drones to airstrike our logistical hospitals, and attacked civilians, and what they are doing today is the price that they should have to bear. Blow up their forward base and don't spare a single person. With Emperor Pu's order, the 5 self-destruct drones immediately activated their self-destruct programs. This program cannot be reversed once initiated, and in a matter of seconds, the self-destructing drone will break through 480 km per hour. Moreover, because they were swooping from a high altitude, the speed of these self-destructing drones would still be much higher than that, and it would be impossible for ground units to defend themselves unless they fired missiles in advance. Soon, in the Hive drone's observation feed, mushroom cloud after mushroom cloud erupted from Irmo's frontline positions. This self-destruct drone designed by Chin Yu had a charge of tens of kilograms, more than several times that of those suicide drones from Irmo, and the destructive power was naturally incomparably terrifying. A round of bombardment from these 5 self-destructing drones directly completely destroyed the frontline command base belonging to Position 4 into rubble. Without the command of the rear base, the Irmo soldiers here on the front line panicked, and began to retreat to the rear using bunkers, or in carriers. The scene was all within the capture range of the Hive drones. Great Emperor, we did it! Defense Minister Lobakov was ecstatic, telling the POTUS, for the first time, we have crushed an opponent's drone strike plan on a frontal battlefield. Communicate my orders immediately. All position fighters on the front line, under the cover of the Hive drones, strike quickly and take Kharkov as fast as you can. At the order of Emperor Pu, countless soldiers here at the front line positions of the Great Mao rushed out with shouts of umlaut in their mouths. Now without those pesky drones, and under the cover of fire from his side's Hive drones, as well as a large number of tank missiles, Irmo had no way of stopping this torrent of steel. In just half a day's time, this region of Kharkov, which had been the subject of fierce battles between the Big Hare and the Second Hare for several months, had been taken. Moreover, on the battlefield in several other directions, the Hive drones had been staggeringly effective, even taking out a major general commander of the Ministry of Defense in Irmo through a decapitation operation. At this moment, the anger and suffocation that Big Hare had suppressed for a long time were all released along with this round of full charge. The counterattack went on for a full day and night, and it wasn't until dawn the next day here in Jaeger, the capital of Irmo, that the driver was just learning of the great rout at the front. How is that possible? Bastards! A bunch of losers. Our drone strike tactics have always been very effective, not to mention that Kharkov hasn't been breached in months. The driver, when he heard the Minister of Defense say that the Kharkiv region had fallen completely into the hands of the Great Harry, angrily broke the coffee cup he was holding with a straight hand. Mr. President, at Omo, a large number of unidentified combat drones have appeared. Those drones are far superior in every aspect of their technology level to the suicide drones that Hawk Jam gave us. The Minister of Defense hung his head and said, our drones are like blind men on the battlefield. We can't even find people's traces, and besides, a major general and a lieutenant colonel have already been sacrificed on the front lines. Chapter 113, starting in international public opinion? Old Deng has lost his face. What did you say? The driver's face was full of incredulity and he sat on his butt on the bench. At this time, he carefully recalled, and suddenly remembered that a few days ago, the Chief of General Staff had once told him that Big Mao seemed to be purchasing a batch of military drones from the side of the Great Dragon Nation. But how can the drones of the Great Dragon Nation be more powerful than Eagle Jams? Mr. President, we still have a portion of the battle footage transmitted back from the front line before the rout. You can take a look. The Minister of Defense took out a video camera, turned it on and handed it to the driver. The point in time on the screen was clearly the time when Irmo's No. 4 frontline command base was about to be bombed. There was a Irmo's armored squad that was reinforcing from the 3rd position side, but as a result, when they were still halfway there, they saw that a shadow as fast as a black light in the high sky plunged headlong into the frontline base. Immediately after that, that's when one mushroom cloud after another went up. Watching the video, the driver just felt his brain buzzing. He asked himself that these drones in his hands could never have produced such horrific destructive power, but at this time, he still called out stiffly, how do you know it's a drone when it's so powerful? What if it's a missile fired by De Mao and the others? Hearing this, the Minister of Defense simply wanted to curse in his heart. What time is it? Still thinking of being an ostrich here, burying your head in the sand, so that you can pretend that you don't know the current situation? Mr. President, we have radar equipment here at our rear base that specializes in detecting missiles at close range. If Dai Mao launches a missile, we'll be able to capture the information in the first place, and we'll be able to conduct an anti-missile attack as well. The Minister of Defense said in a deep voice, it's a fact that only small units like drones can easily break through radar detection, so please don't run away from it. Hearing these words, the driver's face grew irritated. However, he had nothing good to do or countermeasure at all, and with the drones given by the Great Dragon Kingdom, De Mao was now like a tiger with wings. Not to mention Hakov, I'm afraid that even the capital city, Jaeger, here, won't take too much time to be overrun. No, you go and prepare for the international press conference right away. I want to solemnly protest and strongly condemn this behavior of the Great Dragon Nation. the driver stood up and said angrily, "They, the Great Dragon Kingdom, are just waiting to make a good international name for themselves." Later that afternoon, the fiery driver held a press conference here at his presidential palace. The press conference was notorious for the media present, including the BBC News media of the Great Eagle Nation, and the New York Daily News media of the Great Eagle Nation present. To prove that all he said was true, Driver had also sent a special team to quietly go to the bombed command center in Kharkiv and went through a lot of trouble to find some drone debris to bring back. One of the pieces of debris had a steel mark on it that had been stamped on it when the drone left the factory. Made in the Great Dragon Kingdom. Sold to find the Great Dragon Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, take a look at this. It's a bilingual steel seal that completely proves that the drones that attacked our frontline bases were made by the Great Dragon Nation. The driver turned to the media cameras on the stage and angrily said, "As an international power, the Great Dragon State not only doesn't want to find a way to quell the war between us and the Great Harry, but instead, they are making war chests and selling the Great Harry such high lethality weapons. I want to strongly condemn them." Behind him, on the big screen, the scraps of footage gathered from the front lines were being shown, while the reporters on stage were all rapidly recording the moment. This international conference naturally attracted the attention of many countries, of which the most important one was not the Great Dragon country, but the Eagle sauce on the other side of the ocean. Over at the Pentagon, Admiral Mack is also calling a meeting with several experts from the drone development team. "You see, the drones of the Great Dragon Nation have surpassed the drones we handed over to the driver in every statistic, and I've heard that the drones of their Great Dragon country are actually transported in a carrier-like manner. That is, a large drone that carries hundreds of smaller drones." Admiral Mike asked several experts, "Can we try this approach as well and make some stronger drones out of it?" "I'm afraid that's difficult." One of the experts frowned. "Actually, Admiral Mack, we considered this option early in the development process, but all of the hundreds of tests failed. With the means available to us, we can't have one set of intelligence systems controlling the actions of hundreds of small drones at the same time. Of course, if we can get the drones of the Great Dragon Nation as research samples, perhaps we have a chance to break into the classified information here." Another expert said to Admiral Mack, "Research samples?" Admiral Mike nodded. "Our military will do our best to help you get some samples back, and when the samples are delivered, all efforts must be made to crack their classified technology." Later that night, and just a few hours after Driver's international launch, on the Eagle Jam side, Bayodin himself opened an international launch. At the conference, Bayodin specifically named the malicious sale of destructive weapons from the Great Dragon State to the Great Mao as undermining world peace and wanting to start a world war. Of course, as for the matter of those suicide drones supported by Eagle Jam to Irmao, Bayodin did not mention a word about it, completely treating it as if it had never happened. What is even more irritating is that these Western media off-stage, also very professional clear completely do not mention the Eagle sauce drones. Light sees the Big Dragon country's behavior over and over again to analyze, with Eagle sauce taking the lead. A bunch of piggish friends from the Northern Alliance naturally chimed in, and within just one day, a huge wave of international public opinion was created. These international opinions have also been known on the side of the Great Dragon country for a long time. Looking at the news on his cell phone, Chen Yu only felt angry and amused. If this world wants peace, it's actually quite simple. All it takes is for Hawk Jam to disappear from the world, and then 90% of the disputes and wars around the globe will stop. The greatest evil of all. And at this time instead we wear the crown and accuse us of being the murderers of war? In the conference room, the three commanders opposite Chen Yu were all angry and laughed. They are used to seeing the thick skin of the Eagle sauce, but they have never seen such a shameless one. To exacerbate the war between the big two, those drones sent by Eagle sauce, and the weapons supplied by the Northern Alliance, are the real biggies. They're the only ones who will have an international launch? Ren Taijun was originally of violent temper, immediately slammed the table and said, "We are not a disadvantage. Afraid of a hair notify the next." We immediately also held an international conference, but also really let this bunch of cabs to be complacent up. Chapter 114, Reversing the Winds of Public Opinion. Old Deng is confused. Soon, at the order of the three commanders, a round of press conferences was immediately held here in the International Briefing Conference Hall at the airbase. Ren Taijun, as a representative of the three commanders, took the stage with Chen Yu and began to speak on the current international opinion. "Just today, we realized that there are a lot of skewed winds blowing internationally," Ren Taijun said in a deep voice. "Many international forces, driven by certain superpowers, recklessly advocate the rhetoric that our Great Dragon country is a war criminal and an accomplice, which is simply ridiculous. If you really want to talk about who the war criminals are, I think a certain country that has the bald eagle as its national bird is the most deserving to stand up and be blamed. Today, we, the Great Dragon Nation, formally make a few points in response to these international public opinions that have been stirred up by a certain superpower and its allies. with Ren Taejuin's speech. The domestic and foreign journalists on the stage all swished their pens and recorded, and the flashlights and cameras were set up in several rows. First of all, for the drone program developed by our Great Dragon Nation, I have specially invited Comrade Chen Yu, the head of the drone program, to come forward, and he will make a brief presentation, Ren Taijun said, signaling that Chen Yu could start speaking. And as Chen Yu came to stand here at the main seat, all the gazes and camera focuses of the entire audience all converged on this youth who was just in his 20s. At this moment, the eyes of countless high-ranking personnel here in Big Hair's Kremlin, in Ermao's presidential palace, in Eagle Sauce's White House and Pentagon, are all staring at this young face on the screen. I'm Chen Yu, and one of the people responsible for developing the Hive drone program. Facing hundreds of media and countless cameras here, Chen Yu did not have the slightest stage fright, but spoke calmly. We once had a great leader in the Great Dragon Kingdom who said that the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom love peace, oppose war, and never oppress other weaker countries with their might. We seek to build a peaceful and stable environment for development and promote peace in all countries on a global scale, and will never interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, let alone participate in wars in other regions. But, speaking here, Chen Yu's tone turned cold as he said, we in the Great Dragon Kingdom love peace, but it doesn't mean we don't dare to strike back forcefully against those with evil intentions. For more than a year now, the war between the Great Harry and the Second Harry has never stopped, and with the disparity of power between the two sides, I would like to ask certain countries how the Second Harry has managed to last until today. Those missiles, armored vehicles, tanks they're using, are they produced in their own arsenals, or are they transported via transport planes, rail lines, from other areas? Those so-called self-proclaimed righteous superpowers are constantly arching this war behind their backs, using Ermo as a stepping stone for themselves to sap the power of Big Mao? Chen Yu's questioning, even through the screen, caused Bei Laoden here in the White House to be dumbfounded for a while. In fact, these things are clear in everyone's mind. That is, Chen Yu nascent calf is not afraid of tigers. Dare to directly pick these things in the international conference. We developed the Hive drones only to defend the land and the country, to strengthen the air force of our Great Dragon Kingdom. After all, the example is right in front of us. The previous joint military exercise in the East Sea, if we hadn't struck a powerful blow, I'm afraid that the cities along the coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom would have endured the baptism of war today, Chen Yu said in a shocked voice. Next, I would like to answer the absurd claim that international public opinion mentioned that we maliciously supported drone weapons to Great Mao to exacerbate the war. Ren Taijun, who was on the side, did not speak at this moment, but instead looked at Chen Yu beside him with a strange light in his eyes. Originally, according to the arrangement, this part should have been said by Ren Taijun, but now, having Chen Yu say these words was, on the contrary, more favorable to Ren Taijun. A few weeks ago, the battlefield between the Big Hair and the Second Hair was already leaning toward a one-sided situation, and it was at this point in time that the Second Hair suddenly lit up with a large number of suicide drones. They used drones to reverse the battlefield situation and attacked a number of hospitals and civilian areas in Omao, causing a large number of deaths and injuries. Chen Yu continued, the frontline battlefield has even become a bloody meat grinder, with hundreds of soldiers dying under drone attacks every day. So with that said, I'd also like to ask the superpower that supplied Irma with the suicide drones, what is the point of your move? If the aim was to end the war, it could have been done by providing medical supplies and logistical life supplies, not by providing highly lethal suicide drones. That's why, at this time, we in the Great Dragon Nation have chosen to sell a portion of our Hive drones to Demao, mainly to be used to strike the other side's military installations rather than ordinary soldiers. The melee in the Kharkov area is now completely over, and that's a credit to the Hive drones, without which to break the formation, this meat grinder would have continued to run. Having said that, I think that you, having heard this, should be able to discern whether our moves in the Great Dragon Kingdom are intended to end the war or to intensify it. After saying that, Chen Yu handed the microphone to Ren Taijun next to him. It was not until this time that people began to gradually applaud under the stage, and soon the applause became like thunder for a long time without stopping. Not only were the journalists present convinced by Chen Yu's speech, but at this time, above the major international forums, there was also a 180-degree reversal in the direction of the wind towards the Great Dragon Nation. It was only then that countless foreigners woke up to the fact that they had been blinded by the rhetoric of their national governments. The Grand Dragon State is not a war criminal at all, but instead is credited with ending the operation of the meat grinder that is the Kharkiv region. So that's what happened. When Chen Yu said superpower, he was talking about Eagle Sauce, right? That's right. Irmo's suicide drones were supplied by Hawkjam. They're the ones who exacerbated the war. Those guys from the Northern Alliance, who are secretly supplying Irma with missiles and all kinds of arms and weapons, are beautifully stealthy at this time. Our great dragon kingdom must gain a reputation for fairness and justice. At home, countless people have been rapidly spreading news about this international launch on social media, both large and small, at this moment. And many people came to the extranet forums through means. Originally they intended to have a big battle with the foreigners, but in the end, they realized that the winds of public opinion in foreign countries became faster than at home. Crabtree, when did the Great Dragon Kingdom's reaction become so fast? And also, this Chen Yu actually dares to accuse us by name? Here at the White House, Bin, seeing that his plan to discredit public opinion had been crushed, was so angry that he slapped and knocked over a bottle of Coke on the table. Chapter 115, Southern Monkey takes the initiative to provoke. Minefield can't protect you. It has always been the most common tactic of Eagle Sauce to create information cocoons and cages in the international arena by smearing opponents through the war of public opinion. Slightly lesser than Eagle Jam. That would be the BBC News Channel in the Great Eagle Nation. Their area of expertise is to run here in the Big Dragon Country, pretending to say that they are going to conduct some kind of folk interview program, but in fact, after getting the video and audio materials, they go back to their home country and edit them and make them into a program to smear the Big Dragon Country for broadcasting. Herein lies a large part of the reason why the Great Dragon State has not been accommodated by groups in the West for so many years. But today, Bin was really panicking a bit. Once there is a crack in the information cocoon, it is very difficult to repair it as it was before. And if too many people in the West learn the truth, there will be even more trouble. This damn Chen Yu. Bin pressed a button on his desk, and it didn't take long for a white man in a suit to immediately walk into the office. Mr. President, the man who came and said to Bayonetta Den, Leotard, how long does it really take for you guys at the Secret Service to get an operation going? As I recall, I had already allocated tens of millions of dollars to you a month ago. Is it so difficult to clean up an ordinary youth from the Great Dragon Kingdom? Bin was usually always confused and rarely got angry, but today he was really a little fired up. Such a big special agency, tossed for so long, even people Chen Yu's hair have not yet been able to get back. How can this not make him annoyed? Mr. President, we've already had some of our agents infiltrate within the Grand Dragon, Liat hurriedly explained. However, Chen Yu is now under the tight protection of their military. It will be difficult for our people to find an opportunity. Please be patient for a while. I don't have that much time to wait for you, Bin said impatiently. Now that the war between Daimao and Ermo is already a one-sided situation, if the Great Dragon Nation provides Daimao with any more rare weapons, Ermo will immediately be finished. Liat didn't say anything, but at this time he was under immense pressure. Just as Bin said, once Ermo was finished, then Eagle Sauce had lost the most important position to deal with Daimao. Half a month. I'll give you another half a month at most. Even if you can't take out Chen Yu, you must still find a way to infiltrate him and obtain all his details. Bin stood up and pointed at him. If you can't do this, Liat, you can find another candidate for the position of Director of Special Intelligence. On that day, after the international launch in the Great Dragon Kingdom, surprisingly, Eagle Sauce, who usually screams the loudest, kept quiet about it. The many countries of the Northern Alliance in Europe, also like a pack of dogs without a leader, all silent. Even the most notorious BBC News channel did not broadcast the international conference of the Great Dragon State today. Chen Yu, you've knocked a bunch of vicious dogs silly with this stick. In the office, Ren Taijun laughed loudly and reached out to touch the cigarette case on the table. On weekdays Ren Taijun is a famous chimney. A cigarette is not finished to touch the next one. Okay, haven't you smoked enough? You can barely see anyone in this office. Wu Haidong fished the cigarette box into his hand first and said, there's also an exhaust fan and central air conditioner in this office, and they can't even fan clean so much smoke. Aren't we happy? Ren Taijun laughed. In the past, we have never been the object of verbal attacks by Eagle Sauce and Western countries in the International Court of Public Opinion, and today this has actually reversed. Yeah, Chen Yu. Zhou Chanhong also laughed. Your kids' guts are really not small. Dare to point their noses and scold Eagle Sauce them. Line is a good material. I see you all also do not shirk. Just stay with us to do it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but lose his smile. I'm used to being free-spirited, Commander Zhou. Even if I don't serve in the military, you see, don't I never fall off the chain at critical moments? That's true. Ren Taijun nodded and said, you don't say. Chen Yu, I am planning to discuss one thing with you, so let's just say it here today. You say. Chen Yu sat up straight and said, the international situation is all very unsettled right now, and although we have quite a few friendly and allied countries, on the whole, the military power of those countries is too weak, far too weak to have much influence in the international arena. And that's not all. Certain small, bullet-ridden countries are now getting more and more rampant on the strength of holding onto Eagle Jam's leg. Ren Taijun said, just 2 days ago, They're at the southern border of our great dragon country. A group of southern monkey soldiers clashed with our warriors near the borderline. What's the situation? Shunyu couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart and immediately asked. Neither side will be the first to fire without a hot weapons conflict. After all, once they do, the nature of the matter changes. So we greeted them with the simplest, most unpretentious means, the engineer's shovel, and the warriors' homemade wolfsbane clubs, plus a large fire axe, and beat the southern monkeys to a pulp, Ren Taijun said. However, when our fighters were repelling those soldiers provoked by the southern monkeys, they mistakenly entered a minefield, and one of the fighters had his leg blown up, requiring amputation to save his life. When they heard these words, Shunyu and the other two commanders' faces were very serious. A broken leg means that the soldier must be demobilized and return home to recover from his wounds, and will never be able to pick up a gun and defend his country again in his life. Afterward, our people investigated, and the minefield in that mountain forest didn't seem to be a remnant of the old battlefield from the old days, but a minefield deliberately set up by Southern Monkey and the others, Ren Taijun said. When they fled, they deliberately introduced our soldiers to the minefield. Their intentions are very malicious. It was thanks to the fact that the border guards on the side of the Great Dragon Country were smart enough to choose to retreat after chasing them for a certain distance, which prevented them from entering the depths of the minefield, or else the losses wouldn't have been so simple. Doesn't your army have demoning equipment? Pull it over and use it. There's also one of those long ribbons trailing from the head of the rocket, and that thing fires off and blows up a safe area of 2 or 3 miles in one blast. Zhou Changhong was all anxious to hear this and immediately asked, "You say that lightly? Our army's demoning vehicles, which themselves weigh more than 10 tons, can't get into mountainous terrain, and in addition, the demoning belts are limited by the terrain and don't make a difference. Moreover, if the manual demoning method is used, it would require too much manpower, and the border mountains and forests on the South Monkey's side stretch for a long time, so it's not like a few hundred people can clear a minefield." Ren Taijun looked at Shen Yu and said, "Shen Yu, do you have any way to solve the problem of the Southern Monkey side, the mountain forest minefield?" Chapter 116, South Monkey Soldiers. Ever seen a military mechanical dog? Upon hearing this, Shunyu also couldn't help but ponder and think for a while. The situation on the Southern Monkey side was indeed as complicated as Ren Taijun had said. Although the military strength of the Great Dragon State is far above these Southeast Asian monkeys, but why do they have eagle sauce behind them? Fighting for real. Of course, that Southern monkeys do not dare to fight, but they are still very courageous when it comes to making small moves at the border. As the saying goes, not afraid of thieves to steal for fear of thieves think. Even if the Southern monkeys do not really dare to take action, but just so 3 days harassment of the border, but also enough disgusting people, the issue at hand is actually quite clear, solving the problem of mountain minefields. The army's demoning vehicles and demoning rocket belts should be in the minority, but these weapons do make it difficult to maneuver in mountainous terrain. As Commander Rin said, Shen Yu said, this is because once the demoning rocket belt is launched, it will easily get hung up by the dense canopy and won't be able to fall to the ground at all, and the shockwave of the explosion won't be able to detonate those trick mines on the ground. As for demoning vehicles, they can be very useful in plains areas and even in amphibious operations, but the only thing is mountainous and forested terrain, where demoning vehicles can't be driven in and are prone to getting stuck in the mire. So to solve this problem, then we have to design a device that can replace our fighters, lightweight, intelligent, and automatically go into the mountains and forests and demining. After Chen Yu finished analyzing, one thing had appeared in his mind. Intelligent devices occupy a pervasive position in the future of warfare. There are all sorts of drones in the air, and even fully intelligent remote-controlled submarines can be created in the sea as a way to increase the efficiency of submarines and avoid battles due to personnel issues. The land is also a few intelligent devices, which can be called the leading product. That is, intelligent mechanical dog. Chen Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, using an intelligent mechanical dog for demoning was simply perfect. How's it going, Chen Yu? Any ideas? On the side, Ren Taijun and the other 3 commanders were waiting for Chen Yu's answer and couldn't help but ask. There, Chen Yu immediately said, I think it should be a very good idea and program to try and develop intelligent mechanical equipment to replace manual demoning. Intelligent mechanical devices? All 3 commanders froze when they heard the word. As of now, the only military products that can be considered intelligent machinery on a global scale is the category of drones. To put it bluntly, it's also a robot, Shen Yu said. However, I'm afraid that wanting a robot to reach the strength and sensitivity of a single combat level is not a problem that can be solved overnight. But if we change the direction of our research and development to a mechanical dog, that would be different. For the military R&D field, can be used as a military robot? It must be extremely sensitive, and can perform a variety of complex tactical operations, not just 2 feet walking even if the military robot. But the mechanical dog is different. The four-legged landing characteristics make it very easy to develop and test, and more suitable for use in the mountains and forests and other special terrain combat. If the intelligent mechanical dog project can get off the ground, in the future, our mechanical dogs will not only be able to act as pioneers of demoning, but also carry various firearms and even carry bombs for infiltration attacks, Chen Yu said to the three commanders. In a way, the mechanical dog is like a drone on land, only its generalized field of use is slightly different from a drone. These words caused all three commanders to listen in deep thought. Chen Yu was not in a hurry. He knew very well that the ideas and concepts he was putting forward were very avant-garde in terms of the existing military concepts of the Great Dragon State, and Ren Taijun and the others, as commanders, would obviously have to consider them carefully before they could do so. After a while, Ren Taijun opened his mouth and asked, Chen Yu, that mechanical dog you mentioned, how far can it take military missions? It's hard to say, but it's not going to be below the caliber of drones there at the Big Hair and Second Hair battlefields, Chen Yu didn't hesitate to say. With the drone technology first, like energy, maneuvering modules, and so on, we already have plenty of experience, so it won't be particularly difficult to develop. Well, since you said so, I approve this project. Ren Taijun immediately clapped his hands and said, turn around and take some time. Let's set a time to start the research and development, and strive to finish it as soon as possible and put it into the frontline areas. No need to turn back. Just now, Chen Yu said without thinking. If we compare ourselves to the soldiers at the border defense, our current life is too comfortable. Rest is not necessary. Commander Ren, let's set off now. These words heard the strange light in Ren Taijun's eyes, and without saying anything more, he led Chen Yu out the door and boarded a car before setting off towards the Army R&D Center, which was hundreds of kilometers away. For the Army R&D Center, it was not the first time Chen Yu had come here, and the last time he had come here, it was for the 99T main battle tank. After arriving at the R&D Center, as soon as Chen Yu got off the bus, a group of research experts who had waited here early surrounded him. We are all acquaintances, so I won't introduce Comrade Chen Yu too much, Ren Taijun said to the experts. I'm sure you all know that Comrade Chen Yu has made great contributions to the Air Force side after completing the improvement of the 99T main battle tank, and this time, our counterattack plan against the southern monkeys will also be led by Comrade Chen Yu. Wow! The surrounding experts applauded. This time, none of them questioned Chen Yu's youth. All of their eyes were filled with trust and determination. Comrade Chen Yu, I'm Zhang Shan, the office director of the R&D Center. If there's any order request, feel free to mention it and I'll do my best to arrange it in place. A man who looked to be in his 50s walked out and shook hands with Chen Yu. Thank you, Director Zhang. Chen Yu nodded. The minefield in the southern border area is an imminent scourge that needs to be lifted as soon as possible. I would like to temporarily borrow the research labs and production workshops of the highest caliber here in our area, but nothing else for the time being. No problem. Follow me. Zhang Shan led Chen Yu all the way into the R&D Center before taking the elevator to the second basement level. This was also a common tactic of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The higher the level of military sites, or research and development laboratories, they were often constructed underground so that they could withstand possible fire strikes, or even nuclear strikes. After arriving here at the research lab, Chen Yu spent nearly an hour designing the rough sketch of the intelligent mechanical dog, and then gestured outside. A few moments later, the experts all walked in. Only when they saw Chen Yu's design sketches, the experts all revealed surprised faces. Chapter 117, Full Responsibility. Mechanical dog landed smoothly. Zhang Shan also stood close and took a closer look at this sketch in Chen Yu's hand. He was pretty sure that this should be the drawing of the mechanical dog. Comrade Chen Yu, are you planning to design a mechanical dog to use as a weapon against the southern monkeys? Zhang Shan hesitantly said. This should already belong to the field of bionic robots, right? We currently don't have any first-hand research information on mechanical dogs. No research data? Chen Yu secretly laughed in his heart. There is no, that's right. If there is first-hand information, he still bother this effort for what? You're right, Director Zhang, the intelligent mechanical dog. This is also the research project that Commander Ren and I finalized after conferring. Regarding this mechanical dog, my design idea is to focus primarily on reconnaissance, demoning and explosives, and anti-infantry, and secondarily to take care of anti-armor and anti-construction. Chen Yu picked up another draft and handed it to Zhang Shan. This is information about the various parameters of the intelligent mechanical dog. You can take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan picked up the draft and looked at it, and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. According to Chen Yu's design, the finished product of this intelligent mechanical dog was about 70 centimeters in height and 1 meter long, with a self-weight of no more than 20 kilograms, but capable of carrying up to 80 kilograms of heavy objects. In addition, the mechanical dog is also waterproof, resistant to heat, cold, corrosion, radiation and electromagnetic interference and so on. On level ground, the mechanical dog's cruising speed can reach a maximum of 40 kilometers per hour. And if it's in a mountainous area, it can climb no more than a 60-degree incline, and its maximum endurance can reach 12 hours. These weren't what made Zhang Shan feel the most shocked. What really surprised him and the other experts was that this mechanical dog actually supported carrying a variety of different tactical modules, a demoning and detonation device, a rifle device, or a high-definition infrared reconnaissance device, or even, if necessary, such a mechanical dog can invert the Big Dipper and carry a variety of small infantry mines for dispersal. This thing is like an all-in-one product. This mechanical dog would certainly be of great use in the mountainous terrain over at South Monkey. The stuff is indeed good, but it's difficult to develop. A crowd of experts were talking. Many experts were shocked at this design idea of Chen Yu, but they were also worried about the difficulties of research and development. Comrade Chen Yu, our experts here are mainly responsible for the research and development of Army ordnance products, and for the time being, the discipline of bionic mechanics has been applied more in the Navy and Air Force. Zhang Shan walked up and said, "If necessary, I can go talk to Commander Rin and transfer some experts from the Navy and Air Force there to assist you." "No need." However, Chen Yu shook his head and laughed. "I'll be in charge of this project, as long as the experts on our Army side work in tandem with my requirements. This kind of R&D work, the more people there are, sometimes the easier it is to help." And Chen Yu didn't really think that the experts on the Navy Air Force side would know how to design a mechanical dog. Soon, everyone had finalized Chen Yu's proposal, leaving this research room to Chen Yu alone. In the research room, Chen Yu first took a brief look at the equipment here, and goodness, it was indeed worthy of being the place with the highest standards in the Army right now. All kinds of cutting-edge equipment were available, and a supercomputer could be called up at any time, which was at least 10,000 times better than the conditions of his workshop in the steel factory, even though Chen Yu had not unlocked the bionic intelligence technology yet. However, the mechanical dog was after all a relatively introductory type of mechanical device, and various aspects of the technology could be borrowed from the drone side. Considering that the mechanical dog was mainly responsible for demoning and anti-infantry, and was also a ground combat unit, and that the wear and tear would be greater than that of a drone, Chen Yu immediately decided that it would be better to design it along the lines of modularization. In this way, the body of the mechanical dog, the limbs, are all modules that can be flexibly replaced, unless they are all blown to smithereens, then whichever place is broken will be replaced. Designing the precision blueprints took Chen Yu 2 days, and after handing the blueprints over to the experts to be put into production, Chen Yu immediately began designing various tactical modules. According to Chen Yu's idea, this time the mechanical dog project is mainly divided into 3 different types of mechanical dogs. These 3, respectively, are demoning dogs specializing in demoning and explosives, patrol hunting dogs for anti-infantry units, and reconnaissance dogs for covert reconnaissance. Chen Yu showed the 3 tactical modules that he had designed to the experts one by one, and at this time, it was only the 5th day. In order to ensure as much ease of movement for the mechanical dog as possible, Chen Yu had compressed the space of all 3 modules as much as possible, and kept the weight within 15 kilograms. This allows the battery capacity of the mechanical dog to be further increased, which helps tremendously with range and burst speed. Looking at the various tactical modules on the metal table, Zhang Shan, the general director of the R&D center, was speechless for a long time. It was at this time that he realized why Ren Taijun had to find a way to keep Chen Yu with the army before. Genius. This kid is a genius. If Chen Yu couldn't even be considered a genius, Zhang Shan simply didn't know what else in this world could be called a genius. After another week's time, the first intelligent mechanical dog officially landed from the production workshop of the Army Research and Development Center. All of them were produced according to your blueprints, Comrade Chen Yu, and the mechanical dog's 4 feet and joints, as well as its body positions, all use your extraordinarily hybrid carbon fiber technology. Zhang Shan pointed at this mechanical dog in front of him and said, "In addition, the intelligent control system is also copied from the drone intelligent control system you designed for the Air Force." Chen Yu nodded, and his gaze also fell on this mechanical dog in front of him, because it is still in the testing stage. The body of the mechanical dog is not sprayed with camouflage paint, still very high-tech sense of metal color. The dog's head is directly in the position of a sagging infrared camera unit, with a high-capacity lithium battery fitted to the belly to maximize energy supply. As for the back of the mechanical dog, it was almost completely flat, with plenty of sockets and dimpled indentations reserved, that were used when carrying various tactical modules. Further down, the 4 legs of this mechanical dog looked very slim, but in fact, these slender mechanical legs are a special carbon fiber mix with alloy steel as joints to build, not to mention hitting it with a stick. Even a person standing on the side of a mechanical leg would have a hard time crushing it. Landed so soon? It's only been less than a week. When the news of the completion of the mechanical dog's development reached Rin Taejuan's ears, the commander's face was written with astonishment. Chapter 118, Pass all tests. Placement at the southern monkey border. Isn't that time? Chun Yu looked at Rin Taejuan, who was full of consternation, and laughed. If we complete the research and development here one day earlier, the pressure on the border guards there will be 1 point less, and the danger will be reduced a bit. For the safety of the border guards, this was one aspect, while on the other hand, the mechanical dog could be developed and landed so quickly thanks to the intelligent drone technology that Chun Yu had mastered. There were very many places between these two products that could be borrowed from each other. So Chun Yu developed this mechanical dog with ease and did not encounter any difficulties. Ren Taijun nodded and circled around the mechanical dog twice, carefully observing every part of its body structure. So, this mechanical dog is ready for testing now? Ren Taijun asked Chun Yu with his hands behind his back. That's right, we can schedule testing today, starting with basic performance and then gradually moving on to other tactical operational tests. Chen Yu nodded and said, Director Zhang, please prepare the test site. Half an hour later, the intelligent mechanical dog had been sent here to the Army's weapons testing site. This is not the first time Chen Yu has come to this place, and the last time he came here, he was still conducting improvement tests on the 99T main battle tank. A huge test site several kilometers on a side was clearly not a problem to accommodate a mechanical dog. Start with a level ground cruise test. Control room here. Chen Yu sat on the seat in front of the console. Behind him stood a grand group of people. Even Ren Taijun did not sit down, but stood and watched the test site in front. As Chen Yu entered the command, the mechanical dog immediately activated the power supply, then tumbled on all 4 feet and quickly began traveling. According to the speed monitor monitoring on the field, the mechanical dog had reached a running speed of 42 kilometers per hour on flat ground. Smooth speed, normal modules, normal power consumption. Ready for the next test. Chen Yu didn't really care about the results of the flat ground test. In his opinion, nothing would go wrong with this ring at all. What's more, the real test of this mechanical dog is not running on flat ground, but the ability to cross obstacles in special terrain like mountains and forests. Soon enough, Chen Yu controlled the mechanical dog and ran to a piece of simulated mountainous terrain that had already been prepared here at the venue. According to Chen Yu's previous request, this mountainous area not only had undulating terrain, but was also set up with mud bogs, rivers, and a steep slope of nearly 60 degrees on the last side. Don't say mechanical dog. Ren Taijun looked at the simulated mountainous terrain and said, even if we let our elite special warriors come to this kind of terrain to fight, it's quite a test. Human flexibility can be far better than machinery too much. Not only Ren Taijun, the experts around the same also wondered, this little thing can really work? Chen Yu continued to control the mechanical dog and soon entered the simulated mountain terrain. The ground also changed from a flat earth surface to a hard and uneven gravel beach. However, the hard and extremely strong limbs of the mechanical dog were not affected by the stone at all. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the mechanical dog actually passed the first gravel beach in all directions. There were so many times when the mechanical dog's leg stepped on a loose rock and everyone thought he was definitely going to roll over. But as it turned out, the mechanical dog just fluttered its 4 legs quickly a few times, stabilized itself through the built-in balance system, and then quickly advanced. Ta-da-da-da-da. After the mechanical dog passes through the gravel terrain, there's a 1.5 meter wide quagmire in front of him. Can this mechanical dog even swim? But the suction force inside this quagmire is very strong. I'm afraid it can't swim, right? Ren Taijun said with his hands behind his back, his face full of doubt. Swimming definitely won't work. It's a quagmire. Chen Yu smiled and said, Commander Ren, watch this. With that, Chen Yu pressed a button, and in the next second, the mechanical dog's 4 legs bent at the same time, and immediately afterward, it actually jumped forward violently. The distance of 1 meter and 5 meters was easily jumped over by it, landing firmly on the ground, and it looked as if it still retained a considerable amount of strength. At this point, all the experts who had been talking earlier were dumbfounded. Not only that, but the various complex terrains that immediately followed failed to trap the mechanical dog. 5 minutes later, the mechanical dog had successfully ascended the steep 60-degree slope through the hard alloy steel wire feet. Immediately afterward, Chen Yu conducted demoning tests, rifle firing tests, and infrared reconnaissance tests on the mechanical dog under Rin Tiejuan's arrangement. In the end, all 3 tests were passed with perfect scores, and the mechanical dog successfully completed all the test requirements. Put it into mass production immediately. Ren Taijun was filled with excitement and immediately ordered, within 3 days, build the first batch of mechanical dogs and send them over to the southern border guard. Be quick. A few days later, here on the southern border of the Great Dragon Kingdom, where it was hot and humid all year round because of its closer proximity to the equator, jungle terrain was the most common. and here in the camp where the southern border guards of the Great Dragon Country were stationed, about 5 kilometers further south, was the national border between the Great Dragon Country and the southern monkeys, where a boundary marker stood, and beyond the boundary marker, as far as the eye could see, there was all the dense jungle, which was also the favorite hiding place of the southern monkey army, and on this day, a squad of border guards from the southern monkeys had quietly slipped near the borderline of the Great Dragon Kingdom's boundary marker. They were all brownish in complexion, wearing tattered jungle camouflage uniforms, carrying Acadian 47s and sapper shovels, each with skinny cheekbones protruding from their backs, living like a bunch of monkeys. Since the last time they were warmly welcomed by the border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom with wolf tooth sticks and engineer shovels, the border guards of the southern monkeys have also learned to be smart. Shooting, of course, they didn't have the guts to do that, so they had also brought along their work shovels, just in case. Sir, up ahead is the boundary marker of the Great Dragon Kingdom. One of the South Monkey soldiers folded back and addressed the South Monkey officer on this side of the woods. Great. The only difference between the South Monkey officer and the other soldiers was a few smears of camouflage on his face and a digital watch on his hand. The fact that their group would appear here was still because the last time the southern monkeys had barged across the border, they had clashed with the border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom. As a result, the soldiers on the side of the southern monkeys were greeted by the engineer shovels and wolf-tooth clubs, and when they returned, there were 7 or 8 broken bones, 2 more seriously injured, and the rest all carrying wounds. This incident was regarded as a great shame by the South Monkeys' military hierarchy, and it was necessary to find an opportunity to get the scene back. Taking a look at the front, the Southern Monkey officer laughed fiercely. This time we'll have to properly avenge the last time. All of you, break through their boundary monument as fast as you can. Chapter 119, Crossing the Boundary Monument? You'll never come back. For the sake of this retaliation, the border guards of the southern monkeys had specially planted several minefields in the mountains and forests near the boundary markers of the Great Dragon Country. And this time, the southern monkey officers were holding the intention that as long as they lured the border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom out and into the minefield, what came next would be none of their business. Thus, a group of more than 10 South Monkey soldiers, led by a South Monkey officer, after rushing out from the shrubbery, straight away strutted towards the direction of the boundary marker. But this time, after walking out for some distance, a trace of doubt arose in the southern monkey officer's heart. How come no one's here? According to usual times, as soon as they appeared, it wouldn't take long for them to be discovered by the border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom. However, this time, there were no people to be seen on the side of the Great Dragon Country's boundary marker, as if the border guards were all resting en masse today. For a while, the southern monkey officer was a bit anxious in his heart. If this pounced, wouldn't it be a waste of his high excitement and such a long time of preparation? But just as he was anxious in his heart, suddenly, in the grass in front of him, a shadow whirled and flashed. What a guy! This sudden movement startled him and the southern monkey soldiers behind him. The grass here grows very wild and can be more than a meter high when it moves, and when a person walks in it, half of his body is completely invisible. It is precisely for this reason that manual demoning is so difficult. Shocked, the South Monkey officer immediately pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the surrounding area, shouting angrily, "I'm warning you, this is still within the territorial boundaries of our South Monkeys. You've crossed the line." While yelling, the Southern Monkey officer was also scanning left and right, trying to find the shadow from earlier. However, the speed of that shadow was just too fast and too quick, blinking out of sight in the 1-meter-high grass, without even a hint of movement. Is it some kind of beast? Maybe a wild boar? A Southern Monkey soldier said subconsciously. Wild boar? It's not impossible. Then it's better not to shoot. So as not to scare the wild boars and break into the minefields we've planted would be bad. The Southern Monkey officer withdrew his pistol when he heard this. There were not a few wild boars here on the border, and generally speaking they would not attack on their own accord as long as they were not provoked. Recalling the speed of the thing in the grass just now, the Southern Monkey officer was also more and more convinced that it should be a fallen wild boar. It can't be a living person, can it? Can a person be that fast? After a moment's pause, the Southern Monkey officer continued to order the advance, unaware that their every move, as well as the conversation they had just had all been captured by an infrared camera in the shadows, a few kilometers away. Here in the border military camp of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the person in charge of the border guards here was named Chi Jun, a regimental commander's military position, and at the moment he was standing behind the two operators, watching them as they controlled the mechanical dogs over the big screen for reconnaissance. What a treat! A hint of a smile appeared on Legion Commander Chi's perennially tanned face, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Commander Rin was able to provide us with such good equipment so quickly. Good. Continue to follow up and track them. Just yesterday, the mechanical dogs developed by Qing Yu had completed the first batch of mass production, and a total of 5 mechanical dogs were sent to the southern border guard here. According to Chin Yu's design, 2 of the mechanical dogs were scout dogs, 2 were patrol hunting dogs, and only 1 was a demoning dog. Of course, the 5 mechanical dogs could change their roles by changing modules, but for now, this 2-to-1 formation was the way to go. Chief, they're about 100 meters away from entering the boundary line of our boundary marker, an operator reported to the Zygons. Crossing our boundary markers, that's crossing the border and violating the country, Shi-jun said in a cold voice. None of you should go out this time, just use the mechanical dogs to give them a good screwing. At this time, in the area outside the boundary marker, the southern monkey officer, with the soldiers around him, could already see the bright red text of the Great Dragon Kingdom on the marker. No one's out yet? The South monkey officer looked around from side to side and said, let's wait here for 3 minutes, and if no one is there yet, we'll just cross the boundary marker. However, just as his words fell, a voice suddenly rang out. Your side has intruded into the border area of our Great Dragon Kingdom. Please leave this area immediately. Otherwise, our side will return fire by any means necessary. The sudden appearance of this shouting voice did not scare the southern monkey officer and the southern monkey soldiers behind him to death. They hadn't seen anyone around the whole time. But what about this sudden noise? Sir, look. Suddenly, a south monkey soldier behind the south monkey officer pointed diagonally ahead and shouted. All the southern monkeys all looked there, only to see a strange mechanical object covered in camouflage green paint and landing on all 4 feet actually lurking in the depths of the 1-meter-high grassy nest. The whole thing looked as if it were a dog, with an infrared camera device directly at the dog's head. The shouting sound just now came from this mechanical dog. What kind of monster is this? The southern monkey officer's mouth was open, half awake. In retrospect, I'm afraid that the so-called wild boar they ran into earlier was this mechanical dog. Final warning, leave the border area of my Great Dragon Kingdom immediately, or all consequences will be borne by your side. A second and final warning cry came from the mechanical dog. The South monkey officer didn't squeak as his left hand, which was scrunched behind his back, greeted one of the South monkey soldiers and then grabbed a piece of nylon netting that the other handed over. This mechanical dog is an extraordinary thing at first glance. If it can be captured alive and go back to 1, this is a great achievement. The southern monkey officer was still moving his little mind at the moment, not realizing that this little action of his had long been watched by a mechanical dog from another angle. Steeply, the southern monkey officer violently threw out the nylon net in his hand, but what he and the other southern monkey soldiers didn't expect was that the mechanical dog, as if it had been forewarned, tumbled on all 4s the moment he made his move and slammed into it all at once. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, accompanied by the howl of the southern monkey officer. Many parts of the mechanical dog's body were made of alloy steel, and it had a weight of more than 20 kilograms itself, and with such a violent crash, it directly fractured one of the southern monkey officer's calf. The sharp pain caused him to sit on his butt, his mouth screaming in agony. Fire! Fire! Finish these monsters! As the South monkey officer gave the order, the South monkey soldiers around him pulled out their AK-47s and fired wildly in all directions at the surrounding grass nests. Ta-da-da-da-da! Large swaths of grass and blades were splattered, and the horrific suppression of firepower caused the 4 mechanical dogs prowling around them to only quickly seek cover, and then lie down on all 4s, quietly waiting for their chance. After more than 10 seconds, the first round of strafing by the southern monkey soldiers ended. As a result, the very next second after their gunfire stopped, from a nest of grass in some direction, bang! A dark shot rang out, and the steel helmet worn on the head of a southern monkey soldier directly bounced out 7 or 8 meters away in response. Chapter 120, Capturing the Southern Monkey. Hawksauce is restless again. The shot grazed the steel helmet on the southern monkey soldier's head and did not penetrate the helmet, but even so, the terrifying impact of the bullet directly fractured the skull of that southern monkey soldier, and with a grunt from his mouth, he directly fainted. Seeing that one of his men had already been dried out, the southern monkey officer immediately ordered that he should open fire and strafe again. Intense gunfire resumed, and this time the southern monkey officer split his men into 2 groups, alternating their fire so that there would be no vacuum in the ceasefire. However, no matter how much they strafed, they simply couldn't hit the mechanical dog lying on the ground. A large part of the height of these mechanical dogs was due to their long and slender mechanical legs. As long as they were lying prone on the ground, then its height would be about 30 centimeters. When these southern monkey soldiers were about to empty all the magazines on their bodies, it was only at this time that the mechanical dogs got up again and began to slowly advance with precise point-blank shots. Nobody move. Drop your weapons. I repeat for the last time. Drop your weapons. Also, just as the southern monkey officers wanted to fight back to the death, a dozen or so border guards from the Great Dragon Kingdom rushed out, the muzzles of the Type 9-5 guns in their hands aimed at the heads of these monkeys. In fact, the border guard squad of the Great Dragon Country had already touched the neighborhood. only under the orders of the leader Chi-jun. They waited until the mechanical dogs had pretty much consumed the firepower of this group of southern monkeys before they stepped in to close the deal. On the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Weiming, the border guard captain in charge of leading the team, carried a pistol and took 3 or 2 steps to the South Monkey officer. With a swish, Zhang Weiming aimed his gun directly at the Southern Monkey officer's head, against him, and instantly made the Southern Monkey officer stand upright. "Tell your men to put down their weapons. Why don't you understand what I'm saying?" Zhang Weiming impatiently asked again. In fact, these soldiers of the Southern Monkey Border Army, including the officers, had received simple and systematic training and were able to understand some of the common communication languages of the Great Dragon Kingdom. But now, this Southern Monkey officer is deliberately playing dumb, just to keep his men from surrendering their guns. "What do you mean by raising your guns? Do you want to engage us and declare war?" The Southern Monkey officer even clamored at this time. "If you have the guts, open fire. I'll see if you can bear the consequences of going to war." His crappy accent instantly made Zhang Weiming and the other warriors wholeheartedly happy. In hell. You monkeys really don't know how to hurt, do you? Zhang Weiming inserted the pistol back into the holster on his waist, then drew out the snowstaff pinned behind his back and slashed his head. The snowstaff itself was built out of hard and light alloy steel, and when this stick was swung round to strike, the Southern Monkey officer's head was instantly opened up. As soon as he did this, the warriors of the Great Dragon Kingdom behind him all pulled out all kinds of cold weapons and rushed forward for a beating. Without any surprises, a total of 12 Southern Monkey soldiers, all of them were disarmed and captured by the border guard squad of the Great Dragon Country. A few hours later, the news that the Southern Monkey Army had violated the border of the Great Dragon Country and captured 1 officer and 11 soldiers immediately spread through the official media of the Great Dragon Country towards the world. The incident immediately caused a huge public outcry internationally. Far across the ocean in the Eagle sauce here in the White House, Bei Lao Dang learned of this matter, but also surprised to the extreme. The Big Dragon Country will actually do the initiative to take the initiative one? This is a perfect opportunity to ferment public opinion. On the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, after the battle report from the border side came back, Ren Taijun and a group of senior generals were even more delighted. Yes, great. In the conference room, Ren Taijun immediately slapped the board and said, "The mechanical dog was able to achieve such great results in its first battle, so immediately start arranging for our directly under the military factory to expand the scale of production. Let's build a few thousand units first." The border of the Great Dragon Kingdom was incomparably long. Relying on just these few mechanical dogs was obviously not enough. It would be best to have the entire army fitted with such goodies to make it work. Commander Ren, Chen Yu asked, "What are you going to do with those captured Southern Monkey soldiers?" Upon hearing this, Ren Taijun snorted coldly and said, "These monkeys are asking for their own deaths. They were the ones who crossed the boundary marker of our Great Dragon Kingdom, trespassed into our borders, and opened fire to attack the mechanical dogs, which is a felony. To put it in a smaller way, even if these southern monkeys are sent to an international military tribunal, they will at least be sentenced to more than a dozen years. If this were to be a big deal, the Great Dragon Nation could even directly regard this behavior as a war move, a war that the southern monkey was actively provoking. Let's keep them on the side of the border guards first. We're not in a hurry, but I'm afraid the South Monkey government side should be in a hurry." Ren Taijun lit a cigarette and said, "I guess this matter is inevitable that a certain self-proclaimed righteous superpower is going to intervene. We should make a layout in advance." Upon hearing this, Shen Yu understood that Ren Taijun was talking about Eagle Sauce. Eagle Jam had also fought a vicious battle with the Southern Monkey decades ago, but to this day, both sides seem to have maintained a tacit understanding to put that bitter war all behind them. Nowadays, the South Monkey has become one of the little brothers of the Eagle's ass, and in the last joint military exercise, the South Monkey sent warships to coordinate with the Eagle's ass, and this time, the little brother is about to face extinction, and in his usual fashion, Eagle Jam is guaranteed to intervene in the matter. Soon, there was a short international briefing on the matter by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Grand Dragon State. This time, the Southern Monkey border guardsmen have crossed the border marker without authorization and intruded into the territory of our Great Dragon Country. And currently all 12 people involved have been captured and are being held in our border guards' quarters. We formally warn the Southern Monkey that the Great Dragon State's territory is sacrosanct and inviolable, and if the Southern Monkey side continues to act in a way that intensifies the conflict and escalates the situation, then we will conclude that the Southern Monkey intends to provoke a war. Immediately after this foreign ministry's speaking session, the military of the Great Dragon Nation began to mobilize with a bang. Led by the army, the Navy and Air Force quickly began mobilizing elite troops and weapons and supplies toward the southern region of the Great Dragon Kingdom and the sea. On top of the official number of the Great Dragon Kingdom, several videos of arms mobilization were released one after another. One of the videos from the airbase shows several huge cargo 90 transport planes rumbling into the air, and on their flanks are a large number of Tsunami 20 fighters on escort duty. On the naval side, the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud, carrying a dozen guided missile destroyers and frigates, as well as a large number of amphibious landing ships and submarines, quickly set off in the direction of the South China Sea. The Army's release video was the shortest, but the one that scared and shook the world's court of public opinion the most. In a short, 10-second video posted by the Army's official number, a large number of special heavy transport vehicles are being mobilized, all of which are fitted with a missile silo that is even larger than the transport vehicle. Chapter 121, Armaments Mobilization. Now the world is in a panic. Dongfang Express. For the sake of this big operation, the Army simply went straight to the most chilling killer app for countries around the globe, which can be more intimidating than thousands of troops. At this moment, anyone could see that the Great Dragon Kingdom was coming for real. The successive armament moves of the Great Dragon State did not only scare the eagle sauce and the Western countries in Europe, but the one who was most panicked to death at this moment has to be the side of the Southern Monkey government. Far to the south of the Great Dragon Kingdom, here in the capital city of the Southern Monkeys, the leader of the Southern Monkeys, Liang Zhenghao, was in his office nervously calling the eagle sauce side. At this juncture, since he was the leader downwards, all the top brass of the Southern Monkey government were panicking to death, fearing that the Dongfang Express on the side of the Great Dragon country would fall on their heads in the next second. On the other hand, on the White House side of Eagle Sauce, after receiving a call from Liang Zhenghao, Bei Laodang continued to respond to him with condescending remarks in a nonchalant manner. Mr. Liang Zhenghao, don't panic. You Southern Monkeys will always be our Hawk Jam's most trusted and least abandoned strategic partner. Don't worry, the Great Dragon Kingdom and the others will just flash their weapons. They won't really make a move against you. Of course, in order to show the importance of our strategic partners, I will immediately order that an aircraft carrier battle group be dispatched to the South China Sea region of the Great Dragon Kingdom, to ensure that it will have a deterrent effect on them from a strategic point of view. While calming Liang Zhenghao, Bei Laodang asked the Pentagon side to send out a global announcement as well. With the aim of global amity and peaceful development, we in Eagle Sauce do not want war anywhere, let alone advocate the use of force to solve problems. Here, I, Pentagon spokesman MacArthur, hope that the officials of the Great Dragon Nation will consider calmly and sit down to negotiate with the Southern Monkey Party. Of course, to make sure that things don't escalate, I'll be sending 3 carrier battle groups to cruise the waters south of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Immediately afterward, Eagle Sauce's official foreign ministry number posted a video. In the video, the 3 carrier battle groups have been assembled there in the major military ports of the Eagle Sauce, and are officially heading towards the South China Sea of the Great Dragon Kingdom. These 3 carriers are all nuclear-powered electromagnetic carriers, all with a displacement of more than 90,000 tons, carrying a total of nearly 270 aircraft of all types. The Ace Force and the Eagle Jam Navy. As soon as the video came out, on the side of the Great Dragon country, countless people were enraged. That's the funniest joke in the world. That Hawk Jam doesn't advocate solving problems by fighting and staying out of other countries' internal affairs? Dogs don't believe it. There's only one way for this world to be at peace, and that's for Hawk Jam to disappear from the world. For the sake of collecting minions, Eagle Sauce is all about face, and how badly they were screwed over by Southern Monkey in the first place seems to have been all but forgotten up to their asses. 3 carrier battle groups. Isn't that just coming to take up space for their little brother? The voices of public outrage are everywhere on social media, big and small. The military of the Great Dragon Nation had already anticipated this roguelike move by Hawk Jam. If you really change into the general small countries, once heard that the Eagle Sauce 3 aircraft carrier battle group to sail over, then the legs have to be scared soft, flopping down on their knees. However, the Grand Dragon State could have never even considered other possibilities. You want peace? Then we're happy to coexist peacefully and develop together. But if someone wants to start a war, the Great Dragon Kingdom will never take half a step back. Soon after, the official number of the Air Force of the Great Dragon Kingdom released a video again. Inside the video, nearly 100 Hive drones can be seen practicing formation cruising at a military airport in the Great Dragon Kingdom. When these 100 Hive drones, at the same time, released all the sub-drones, the tens of thousands of small drones, in an instant, had a horrifying view that covered the sky. And there's another detail in this video, which is that in the distance of this military airfield's viewpoint, you can see half of an F-22's fuselage exposed. This F-22, or when the joint military exercises that time, by the Big Dragon country's Tsunami 20 directly intercepted back. The Air Force side has scrutinized the various technologies of the F-22 and has received a lot of important information from the F-22 pilots. And now the Tsunami 20 has been upgraded to another level in all aspects of its performance. If you really want to fight an air war, The Great Dragon Country is not panicked at all. The Eagle Sauce is at best the 200 or 300 aircraft carried by the carrier, while the Great Dragon Countryside, from land-based airfields, can take off hundreds of Tsunami 20s for combat. Not to mention, on the army side, a large number of Dongfeng Expresses were ready to go, which were horrifyingly known as carrier killers. If Eagle Jam's carriers really dared to make a move, they'd have to weigh whether or not they could intercept the Dongfeng Express. Shun Yu, who returned to the steel mill to rest, has also been swiping his cell phone in short videos for the past 2 days. The mechanical dogs on the army side had already been put into mass production, so of course there was no need for Chen Yu to keep watch as a supervisor, so he returned to the steel mill side. But what was unpredictable to all was, it took less than a week for this incident to escalate from the initial provocation of a dozen or so southern monkey soldiers crossing the borderline and opening fire to a major event of military confrontation between the two major countries, the Great Dragon State and the Eagle Sauce. While the military executives on the side of the Great Dragon Nation were nervously laying out their tactics, the Eagle Sauce's side was even less nervous. Bin Laden himself rode to the Pentagon to meet with Admiral MacArthur to discuss the next tactics and countermeasures. What a surprise! Bin Laden looked at the big screen, and the various videos of the military mobilizing weapons and equipment released by the Great Dragon Kingdom, and couldn't help but sigh. The Great Dragon State has never shown such a tough attitude internationally. Admiral MacArthur said, "Mr. President, I think it's likely that they're ready to go to war." "You mean they're getting ready to take on our carrier battle group?" Bin Laden's heart tightened as he heard this, and he quickly said, "If that's the case, then we can't just sit back and take a beating. We have to make a preemptive strike." The loss of 5 F-22s in the previous joint military exercise is still fresh in our minds, and Bin Laden doesn't want his carrier battle group to suffer any further losses. "I'm afraid the Great Dragon Kingdom isn't so far gone that it will take the initiative to move against us." MacArthur shook his head and said, "But what I'm worried about is that I'm afraid that Southern Monkey and the others are in danger, and that it's highly likely that the Great Dragon State will take a military strike against them, and that for our side, they'll focus on alert and standoff. In this way, if Eagle Jam really does it, then the so-called peace theory, which was previously preached to the world by Bin Laden, will not be broken. This is going to be really hard." Bin Laden's brow furrowed as he asked, "Admiral Mac, how long do you think the Southern Monkeys and the others can hold off the Great Dragon Nation's attack if we don't intervene at all?" Chapter 122, No Support? 3 hours to penetrate the land of the Southern Monkeys. Hearing this, Admiral MacArthur thought for a moment, then slowly extended 3 fingers. 3 months? Bin Laden asked, giving him a look. "No. Could it be 3 weeks? Neither, Mr. President. It can't be 3 days, can it?" Bin Laden asked in astonishment with a face full of astonishment. 3 days? That's too short. I don't know how many 3 days there were during the fierce battle between Eagle Jam and the Southern Monkey. However, what was even more unexpected to him was yet to come. MacArthur shook his head and said seriously, "Not 3 days, but 3 hours. The Southern Monkey can hold up under the full force of the Great Dragon Nation's attack for 3 hours, and that's the limit." As soon as his words left his mouth, an uproar arose throughout the large conference room. 3 hours? How is that possible? Bei Lao Deng was immediately shocked. The South Monkey government army has at least hundreds of thousands of people. This is not to mention hundreds of thousands of individuals. Even if it's hundreds of thousands of pigs, the Great Dragon Nation can't catch them all in 3 hours. Especially Bin Laden got a chill down the back of his neck when he thought about that grueling war between Hawk Jam and the Southern Monkeys back in the day. With Eagle Jam's military might, it couldn't even get a leg up with the Southern Monkeys. So how is it that the Great Dragon Nation is so capable of ending the battle in 3 hours? "I'm not kidding, Mr. President," Admiral MacArthur said seriously. "The armament strength of the Great Dragon Kingdom is now far from what it was before, and their mechanized forces, with their intelligent drones, are fully capable of completely breaking through the borderline of the Southern Monkeys within half an hour. After the borderline breakthrough in front of us, the Great Dragon Nation's land forces only need to carry out a round of rockets and missiles washing in a storm of steel to completely paralyze all of the Southern Monkeys' military installations. And don't you forget, the Southern Monkey country is not peaceful. They still have quite a few rebel organizations waiting for their chance. So within 3 hours, the Southern Monkey government will definitely declare surrender to save their lives." This analysis by MacArthur completely silenced Bin Laden and the other generals who had previously questioned it. That's how fast a strong country can beat a weak one. 3 hours? In fact, MacArthur is still said to be very generous, with the firepower, equipped and maneuvering speed of the border guards of the Great Dragons. In a real situation, 2 hours will be able to penetrate the capital of the Southern Monkeys. Even if you look to the north, the battlefield on the side of Big Hair and Second Hair, it looks like Big Hair is slow to take down Second Hair, and seems to be deserving of its name as a global military power. But in reality, It was clear to everyone that Irmao had received all sorts of assistance from the entire Northern Alliance as well as Eagle Sauce, with a constant supply of weapons and supplies, plus the fact that Big Hair wasn't about to literally slap it into the ground, which was what kept the fierce battle going. To this day, Irmao's fierce battle is about to be too much to sustain in the face of the hive drones of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Weapons and equipment are plentiful, but they can't hold up to the deaths on the front line. Baodin just heard the news this morning and said that the driver wanted Eagle Jam to back him up with some troops because the Irmao's army is running out of people and the conscription office is having to kidnap people right off the street to go to the front lines. Right now, facing a furious dragon that had completely lit up with its ghastly fangs and sharp claws, Baodin felt even more tricky. 3 hours won't do it, then all of our next layouts and plans will be lost. Baodin said, originally, my intention was to use this incident to bring the Great Dragon Kingdom and the Southern Monkeys into a fierce battle. Just like what we did back then. In this way, we were able to drastically slow down the Great Dragon Kingdom's economic development. Then, we may just have to provide some assistance to the Southern Monkey government to do so. Admiral Mike nodded. They won't last 3 hours without providing weaponry. If we provide them with advanced weapons, maybe they can hold out for 1 to 3 months. It makes sense. After all, the Southern Monkeys are also very good at fierce battles and jungle warfare. When they planted all kinds of tripwire mines and traps in the jungle, they really caused us a lot of trouble. Then why can't they use the same method against the Great Dragon Nation? As long as enough infantry mines and anti-armor mines are planted, even if the Great Dragon Nation can strike them at home remotely, the mobile units can't cross the border. Baodin's eyes lit up and said, right, that's it. You immediately arrange for Air Force transports to provide a batch of anti-infantry and anti-armor mines to the Southern Monkeys, so that they can take advantage of the opportunity themselves. After 2 more days, on the side of the Great Dragon Country, although the country remained calm, the hearts of the people were all agitated and restless. Everyone knows that the country is now facing a huge war crisis, and once the war starts, there is a chance that Eagle Sauce will be involved, and then it will be a big war. Chen Yu had also been paying attention to this matter for the past 2 days, but the military side was obviously busy, and Zhou Changhong and a few of them hadn't contacted him. Swiping his cell phone, Chen Yu opened his Douyin software, and the 999 plus private messages in the background suddenly made his phone get stuck. A large number of fans are asking Chen Yu whether he will go to war or not. After all, in the opinion of the fans, Chen Yu is clearly the military insider, and surely no more hidden information. Looking at so many private messages, Chen Yu was also really a bit helpless. Who can say this kind of thing of fighting a war? What's more, he is not the decision-making level of the military, and ultimately, how to lay out and arrange, that still depends on those several commanders. However, it was at this time that Chen Yu received a phone call from the Navy side. Chen Yu, this is Zhou Changhong. What's your current location? Zhou Changhong on the other side of the phone asked. Commander Zhou? Chen Yu returned. I'm right here at the steel mill. What's up? Any arrangements? The arrangement is not there, but there is just one thing that I need to talk to you about face to face. Let me send someone over to pick you up now. Zhou Changhong over there didn't say anything more and immediately hung up the phone. By the time an hour or so later, Chen Yu had arrived here at the main naval base by car. The 3 commanders, Zhou Changhong, Ren Taijun and Wu Haidong, were all in a small office, sitting on a couple of sofas and smoking cigarettes. As soon as Chen Yu came in, Ren Taijun signaled him to close the door and sit down to talk. Commander Zhou, is there anything you can say now? Chen Yu's head was full of fog, and he inquired after sitting down. Although he didn't understand what had happened, from the faces of these 3, Chen Yu could tell that this was by no means a trivial matter. There's just a few of us here. Chen Yu, what I'm going to say next is absolutely confidential, so don't spread it out after you've heard it. Zhou Changhong pinched his cigarette, then looked at Chen Yu gruffly and said, during this period of time, based on some clues, we suspect that there may be a mole within the military. Chapter 123, Preemptive Strike, Unidentified Missile Attack. A mole? Hearing this news, Chen Yu was slightly stunned. To be able to be carried out by Zhou Changhong and their several commanders to say, then it is obvious that it is not an ordinary mole, but the emergence of a mole in the military hierarchy. Yes, it's not entirely certain, but I'm afraid it's a 70 or 80% chance. Ren Taijun lit a cigarette and said, the matter of the mole was brought up by me, as there seems to be a leak in our classified combat program. It turns out that just this morning, the carrier Blue Cloud, carrying a dozen guided missile destroyers and frigates, had just sailed into the South Pacific when 2 of Eagle Jam's carrier battle groups made an almost simultaneous change of direction. Look at this map. Eagle Jam's carrier battle group and us have made positional movements almost simultaneously, and their original direction was to come straight towards my southern waters to form a hand to suppress us, Ren Taijun said. However, after we seized the favorable sea terrain nearby, Eagle Jam's carrier battle group immediately made a change of direction and turned towards the direction of the Foot Chicken's military base. Shen Yu looked at the map, the trajectory of the actions of the two carrier groups of Eagle Sauce. Even if he did not know professional military theory, he could also see that the carrier group's course was indeed very abrupt. If they hadn't gotten a clue in advance about the naval deployment of the Great Dragon Nation, then, in a few hours, these two carrier groups of Eagle Jam would have dug headfirst into the open pocket of the Great Dragon Nation. Looking at it that way, it does seem a bit suspicious. Shen Yu nodded and said doubtfully, Commander Ren, have you already found the suspect? We've got a couple of people locked in so far, but we're not sure exactly who. Ren Taijun said, for all the next actions, we're going to change our strategy. Calling you over is for you to keep an eye on the people around you. Understand? However, after hearing Ren Tiejuan's words, Shen Yu laughed. I don't think it's that complicated. Commander Ren, isn't it just a mole? Wouldn't it be better to pull him out than to play dumb with each other like this? Shen Yu said, leave this matter to me. I have a way to find that person out. You? Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhong and Wu Haidong, who were on the side, both exuded a look of surprise. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Shen Yu's ability in military research and development, but because, in this military hierarchy, Shen Yu couldn't even recognize all of them. How could he find out the mole? You don't have to ask about that for now. I've got this one way, hand to hand. Shen Yu said, let's continue with our next deployment as usual, focusing on the southern monkey side. I reckon, they will definitely continue to poke some holes in it. Our reinforcements are already moving towards the border area. If they dare to take half a step beyond the minefield this time, that's when they'll die. Ren Tiejuan's gaze was filled with coldness as he said in a chilling voice. This time, the state of armament and alertness of the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom was no less than the last joint military exercise, and even more so. After all, during the last joint military exercise, only the Navy and Air Force had been deployed, but this time, the Army had mobilized 2 missile brigades and several armored mechanic divisions to head south. Either you don't fight, or if you do, you destroy the enemy with thunderous speed. On the South Monkey side, Leader Liang Zhanghao had also just received a call from Bei Lao Deng at this time. Mr. Liang, we have provided your country with a large amount of weapons and equipment, and next, no matter what actions the Great Dragon country actually takes, we will stand with you, Bei Lao Deng said on the phone. I hope you can take advantage of the terrain of the border jungle to keep the army of the Great Dragon Nation out of the borderline and give them a taste of what they are capable of. Well, thank you for your concern, Mr. President. We will do our best to respond to the enemy. Hearing these words from Bei Lao Deng, the southern monkey leader Liang Zhanghao's face couldn't be any uglier. Just half an hour ago, 2 Eagle Sauce's Air Force transport planes had arrived here at the South Monkey's military airport. Out of respect, Liang Yongho personally went out with the officials around him to meet the weaponry given to them by Eagle Sauce there at the airport. As it turned out, what Eagle Sauce gave them was not even hard currency like armored car rockets, but tens of thousands of various anti-infantry mines and anti-armor mines. In this regard, Bei Lao Deng also said beautifully that this was due to the full consideration of the South Monkey's advantage of the border terrain, which led to the transfer of so many landmines to them. On this side of the White House, immediately after Bei Lao Deng hung up the phone, he said to a secretary in front of him, "You can arrange the next move." "Yes, Mr. President." The secretary immediately walked out quickly. These bastard white-headed eagles. I knew it. They're definitely the masters who won't make a move until they see an advantage. In the office, Liang Zhanghao slapped his hand on the desk in annoyance and said angrily, "What's the use of just relying on those mines? Big Dragon Nation's long-range rockets, those can hit hundreds of kilometers. If we really fight, if the Big Dragon side is reckless, a round of rockets will directly wash the ground, and the Southern Monkey side will directly return to the Stone Age." Seeing this, the Minister of Defense on the side hurriedly said, "It's better to have it than not to have it. What's more, hasn't Eagle Jam already sent 2 carrier groups over? The way I see it, the Great Dragon Kingdom doesn't have that much guts to dare to use rockets directly against us." As a result, the defense minister's words had only just fallen when a loud, earth-shattering boom was heard outside. After this loud bang, the entire building, the presidential palace, shook, and the 2 people, Liang Zhanghao and the Minister of Defense, were so scared that they went straight under the table. "What's going on? What the hell is going on?" Liang Zhanghao cried out in alarm. "Is there an air raid?" The loud explosion and the sense of vibration just now had been very close to the presidential palace where they were, estimated to be less than even a kilometer away. After a few moments passed, a Southern Monkey chief of staff walked quickly into the office and called out, "Report, President First. Where are you?" The chief of staff of the Southern Monkey looked around and the office was actually empty. "What's going on? Come on." It was only then that Liang Zhanghao got out from under the table with the Minister of Defense, straightened out his suit, and asked in a good-natured manner. Report. Chief of Staff Nan Monkey exclaimed. Just a few minutes ago, an unidentified missile struck us here, and Hawk Jam's Dashi Hall was instantly leveled. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Liang Youngho and the Minister of Defense were almost second-guessed. What the hell got blown up? Hawk Jam's Dashi Hall? What kind of international joke is this? It's true, Mr. President. The Chief of Staff, his face also hardened, said, why don't you go take a look by the window? That side has been blown to rubble. Chapter 124, the army is in place. Who should get the credit? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhanghao hurriedly ran to the balcony and stretched his head outside to look around. From him it just happened to be possible to see a small half of the neighborhood, and Hawk Jam's Dashi Hall was a short distance away, only 300 or 500 meters. As expected, when he took this look, he immediately saw that the building that should have been standing there in the direction of the street corner was now covered by violent smoke and fire. The original 5-story building was now even more wiped out, and even the 2 surrounding buildings were collapsed. At this scene, seeing Liang Zhanghao's brain buzzing, he almost fainted straight away. It must be the work of the Great Dragon Army. The Minister of Defense assisted Liang Youngho and said angrily, our radar didn't detect any fighter signals at all, and judging by the power of that explosion, I'm afraid it was a heavy-duty drill bomb. How could they not expect that at this juncture? The Great Dragon Nation would actually dare to preemptively launch a direct airstrike? It's no longer just a signal to go to war. It's actively stirring up Eagle Jam as well. Call President Beiladin immediately and inform him of this. Also, the front-line border area. Spread out all of our several regiments. Bring those mines over to lay minefields, and prepare for battle. After a short period of panic, Liang Zhanghao's heart at this time instead suddenly had a bottom. Now that the Great Dragon Nation has attacked Eagle Jam's Dashi Hall, this time, Eagle Jam will have to intervene, and even if she doesn't want to, 2 against 1, with the help of Eagle Sauce, how could the southern monkeys lose to the Great Dragon Kingdom? Within just an hour, the news of the attack on the Eagle Jam's foreign offices in the capital of the Southern Monkey immediately topped the hot search lists of countries around the globe. Moreover, what was even more shocking and incomprehensible to the countries around the globe was that the Southern Monkey actually directly named the missile that was dropped by the 5th-generation fighters of the Great Dragon Nation. Beiladin himself opened an international briefing at the White House, harshly condemning the attack by the military of the Great Dragon Nation that resulted in 3 casualties in his country. In view of the fact that the Great Dragon State has taken the lead in stirring up the dispute and has air-attacked our Eagle Sauce's South Monkey establishment in the south, we will now take the harshest retaliatory action without limitation to any means. The territorial airspace of our southern monkeys has been seriously provoked, and we will now officially declare war on the Great Dragon Nation. Once the international notices of Beiladin and Liang Zhanghao came out, they once again caused a furor in the court of world public opinion. The Great Dragon Kingdom would actually take the initiative to attack another country's Dashi Hall? That's impossible. Bai Lao Deng is purely and simply talking nonsense. And we attacked the southern monkeys? It must be that they directed themselves. Now I'm afraid that the Great Dragon Kingdom will have to face a one-on-two situation. What a surprise. The war is about to start. The court of public opinion at home and abroad has completely exploded and is simply uncontrollable. As for the military side of the Great Dragon Nation, in response to the successive announcements from the Southern Monkey and Eagle Sauce, Shen Yu guessed almost immediately that it must be Eagle Sauce that was behind the scenes. It's like stepping on a foot of ing yellow mud. It's not a shong but a shong. It's ing disgusting. Run Taijun directly gave angry storm, grabbed the brass ashtray on the table and slapped the mountain. On our side of the Air Force, I don't need to tell you much, do I? Zhou Changhong said. All the fighters, not to mention the 5th-generation planes, even the 3rd-generation trainer planes, are now parked there at the airport in good condition, and none of them have ever carried out a bombing mission. This is plainly phallic, Shen Yu said with a grave expression on his face. It's useless now even if we try to make our voices heard internationally. After all, Eagle Jam's building was indeed bombed into rubble, and that's something that people from the outside world can see. As for the unseen clues and evidence, no one has the means to get their hands on them now. If we can check there at the site of the Southern Monkey's capital, we'll easily be able to analyze the type of missile, or even its specifications, from the debris of the ruins, so we can also determine who it was launched by. Speaking of this, Shen Yu shook his head and said, Eagle Sauce and the others are just certain that we won't be able to find any evidence, so they dared to come up with this young trick. Trading the lives of 2 or 3 consulate personnel for this reasonable declaration of war was an absolutely surefire deal for Beiladin. After listening to Chen Yu's analysis, Run Taijun turned his head toward him and asked, Then Chen Yu, according to you, what do you think is the best plan to deal with it now? It's simple. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, Since Eagle Jam can't wait to go to war with us with the help of the Southern Monkey as a battering ram, there's definitely no way to avoid the war, so we can only meet it and win the fight before we can say anything about it. Upon hearing this, all three commanders actually had a chilling sensation when they looked at Chun Yu's placid smiling face. That afternoon, less than 2 hours after the Southern Monkey's declaration of war was issued, the Greater Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also formally released a notice to the world. The Great Dragon Nation side disavowed all planting by Hawksauce and the Southern Monkey. And, likewise, the Great Dragon Nation declared war on the Southern Monkey. As the response from the Great Dragon Nation appeared, the nerves of countries around the globe were tensed at this moment. Even though the two sides hadn't made any noise after the declaration of war, everyone knew that the more serene the backdrop, the more terrifying the coming storm would be. Here on the southern border of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the border guards and a missile brigade reinforced by the army, as well as a mechanical armor division, have successfully converged to meet. The officers in charge of all three units met in a conference room. I say, Old Chi, this time you border guards will rest. Lu Dashan, the brigade commander of the missile brigade, and Chi Jun, the head of the border guard side, were old brothers. As soon as he came up, Lu Dashan lit a cigarette and said with a smile, "Your border guard brethren are working very hard. Turn around and change our missile brigade to go over. I'll casually put on 2 battalions of firepower. See if I don't blow up all the border military bases of the Southern Monkeys." Upon hearing this, Chi Jun just smiled and lit a cigarette. Ignoring him, "What do you call that? What credit goes to your missile brigade?" Next to the armored division's division commander named Zheng Shujuan, heard this and immediately became unhappy, said, "Your missile casually a shot of 80 million. You as sugar beans casually take carpet strikes?" Hearing him speak, both Chi Jun and Lu Dashan turned their heads to look at him. "Any more of this? The top credit has to go to our armored division. We're well equipped, fully mechanized in combat configuration, and as soon as we break through the lines, we'll be able to poke right into the heart of the Southern Monkeys within the hour." Zhang Shujuan said, "So this credit you do not need to grab. You two-legged can outrun our four-wheeled? Come on, both of you, stop panting." Chi Jun stubbed out his cigarette and said, "Commander Rin has already issued a combat mission arrangement. 3 of our troops, none of them will be deployed this time." Chapter 125, Commander of the 3 Armies. "It's this young man. What does that mean?" Lu Dashan was puzzled. "We're not mobilizing all of us. Does the commander mean that we should just use artillery and missiles for long-range strikes? That's not going to work. You still can't occupy the borderline by just bombing their territory and not sending people there." Zhang Shujuan shook his head and said, "Don't sell yourself short. Quickly say, what's going on?" "You see, again, it's all our army, and there's still a difference in treatment," Chi Jun said proudly. "I'm telling you, Commander Rin has sent a colonel over. The command of our 3 units this time is in his hands, and until he's in place, not a single person is allowed to move out." This news was notified to Chi Jun by Rin Taijun only a short while ago, and as for not informing the other 2, the reason was that there might be a mole in the military hierarchy. Therefore, this message was only told to him by Rin Taijun, who then relayed it to the other 2. "Colonel?" Hearing this, Zhang Shujuan was not too happy at once and said, "Even though it's the person sent by our commander Ren, there's definitely nothing wrong with that, but letting the colonel command us, it doesn't feel right. His armored division is a serious reinforcement division. Zhang Shujuan himself is a major general rank, compared to the colonel can be a big head. If he, a major general, was to listen to the command of that parachuted-in colonel, how could he brag in front of his old buddies when the war was over and he was back? Don't you dare take offense yet." Seeing Zhang Shujuan's reluctance, Chi Jun said, "Let me tell you, this colonel is not an ordinary person. He is, only in his 20s this year." "What?" Hearing these words, Zhang Shujuan and Lu Dashan at the side exclaimed almost in unison before standing up in unison. "What did you say? A colonel in his 20s? No way." Lu Dashan categorically said, "Our military has never had such a young colonel. Even the ace pilots of the Air Force can't do it." "Lao Chi, you're not making fun of us, right? It's a matter of great importance to fight a war, and I'm making fun of you guys?" Chi Jun said with a stern face. "Let me tell you, this colonel that the commander sent us is called Chen Yu." "Chen Yu? Why does that name sound a little familiar?" Zhang Shujuan and Lu Dashan froze. Both of them felt as if they had heard this name before. He's the same talented young man who developed aircraft carrier blocking cables for our military, improved 5th-generation fighters and reconnaissance planes, and remodeled the 99T tank. Chi Jun lit another cigarette and laughed. "Because Comrade Chen Yu has repeatedly made great achievements, it's not too much to ask for our military hierarchy to give him the rank of colonel, right? Is that Chen Yu?" Zhang Shujuan and Lu Dashan only at this time suddenly understood. "Good guy, the above sent, actually is the military side, the genius like you thought. On our side of the border guards, we just put in place a whole 2,000 intelligent mechanical dogs this morning, and this is also the handiwork of Colonel Chen Yu, so that's why, the two of you don't eat carrots and don't worry about it. When the time comes how to fight and how to lay out, you'll just listen to others to do it. It'll be right. Although Chi-jun has not yet seen Chen Yu's face, but, to Chen Yu, he is admired from the bottom of his heart. The Blue Cloud aircraft carrier he had never seen. 99T main battle tanks. Also almost impossible to see here on the border. But the mechanical dog thing, he had personally manually manipulated. 3 mechanical dogs had directly caught a dozen southern monkey soldiers, and at this point, Chi-jun was impressed with Chen Yu's skill. Meanwhile, on a military helicopter, Chen Yu was currently sitting on the seat, looking at the large swath of land that was rapidly sweeping by outside the window of the aircraft. Thinking back to this trip to the border to command the battle, Chen Yu himself felt a bit incredulous. However, Ren Taijun and a few of them were very optimistic about letting Chen Yu command the battle. According to Ren Taijun, for one thing, there is a mole in the military hierarchy, and if the order is sent down from the command and communicated from layer to layer, it will inevitably pass through the ears of the mole. By the time the military information leaks out, it could produce a blow like destruction. On the other hand, although Chen Yu had never commanded a real war, from Chen Yu's previous mindset of conducting simulated tank confrontations in the army, as well as drone confrontations, this was not a problem for him at all. Therefore, the 3 commanders directly made the decision that Chen Yu would be in charge of the frontline command for this battle on the South Monkey border side, and then transmit the battle situation back to the command center side. 10 minutes later, the helicopter finally landed, and as soon as Chen Yu stepped off the airplane, he saw a group of officers waiting before him. "You're Colonel Chen Yu, aren't you?" When he saw that what came down from the helicopter was really a youth in his 20s, Zhang Shujuan's eyes still had trouble containing the look of surprise. "Hello, just call me Chen Yu directly." Chen Yu walked up and reached out to shake hands with Zhang Shujuan and the others one by one. "That's not good." On the side, Chi-jun smiled and said, "You are now our chief commander here, ah? This is a war. Of course we have to address it seriously. Colonel Chen Yu, let me introduce you to these people." With that, Chi-jun introduced Chen Yu to the officers present one by one. "Currently, we have a missile brigade here, 2 border regiments, plus an armored division, all under your command and arrangement, currently on standby." Lu Dashan, who was on the side, also nodded and said, "Then let's go to the command room now, and I'll arrange the next plan of action." Chen Yu didn't delay and immediately followed the group of officers to the command room side. The conditions here in the camp are obviously much more austere, and in the command room, the only high-tech thing is a large wall full of screens, and other than that, the tables, chairs, and benches here are all of a vintage. After Chen Yu arrived, he briefly looked at the current situation of the units through the large screen. "My idea for this battle against the southern monkeys is to minimize casualties and adopt mechanized and intelligent combat to directly crush the opponent," Chen Yu said. "The 2 hive drones I brought over, along with 2,000 mechanical dogs, were specifically designed to do this. Is it really feasible to not send a single fighter out at all?" Lu Dashan still had some concerns in his heart and couldn't help but ask. In fact, not only him, the other officers had the same concerns in their hearts. After all, the only people here from the Qi army were the ones who had seen how powerful the mechanical dogs were. The South Monkey border must have planted a large number of minefields by now, and if the fighters are allowed to clear the mines manually, the losses will be very high. Chen Yu decisively said, "Arrange immediately. First prepare 100 demoning mechanical dogs, scatter them in the direction of the borderline and conduct demoning in a carpeted manner. The hive drones lift off and send a portion of the war auxiliary drones to conduct reconnaissance." Chapter 126, Acting in the Night. "I'm surprised I've run into a gun." After hearing Chen Yu's tactical arrangement, all 3 officers looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Among them, even Zhang Shujuan, a major general, had never seen such a rare style of play, all with mechanized products and not a single scout sent out. Surveying the Chen Yu in front of him, Zhang Shujuan secretly muttered in his heart, "It seems that this colonel is very confident in those mechanical dog drones of his. Colonel Chen Yu, why don't we send out 2 more reconnaissance squads to pack through from the flanks?" On the side, Lu Dashan inquired, "Can this really gather enough frontline intelligence relying solely on your mechanical dog alone?" As an old veteran, Lu Dashan's heart at this time was more of a concern than a surprise. No matter how the battle is fought, in the eyes of them old senior citizens, mechanical products are never more reliable than human labor. If this battle had been fought all by mechanical dogs and drones, those elite fighters under their command would have to have a problem with it. Seeing that all 3 officers were a bit worried, Chen Yu then said with great certainty, "Please feel free to rest assured. Since I proposed this tactic, I have 100% confidence in taking down the southern monkey. Let's watch the mechanical dog perform next." Soon, taking advantage of the night, 100 mechanical dogs marched out from the southern border guards camp here in the Great Dragon Kingdom, tumbling on all fours and swiftly heading towards the border jungle in the direction of the southern monkeys. These demoning mechanical dogs are configured to the highest standards, each carrying an all-round infrared night vision camera, as well as a small array of radars. The detection waves emitted by these array radars, merged by hundreds of mechanical dogs, could probe combat units as small as a single soldier within a 10-kilometer radius. At this moment, on the large screen in front of Chunyu, a single mechanical dog was swiftly galloping through the grass. Their speed was fast, even reaching about 30 kilometers per hour. From the camera in the mechanical dog's head, a single infrared light spot revealed a sense of eerie coldness. The mechanical dogs, reinforced with additional modifications and sprayed with a jungle camouflage paint job that didn't reflect at all in the night, moved silently and swiftly through the grassy hollows. But it was only a matter of minutes. 100 mechanical dogs had already arrived near the borderline, and then began to head towards the jungle area in separate groups, ready to carry out demoning work. At the same time, a hive drone high in the sky released 2 battle auxiliary drones and headed for the border jungle in the direction of the southern monkeys. In order to ensure concealment, the 2 battle auxiliary drones didn't get too close to the ground, maintaining an altitude of about 500 meters for cruising. The images coming back from these 2 drones are much more expansive and clear. So fast. Behind Shenyu, the 3 officers looked simply dumbfounded. Si Lao Lu, Shi Jun chucked a cigarette and laughed. The speed of these mechanical dogs can be much faster than your reconnaissance company, and their alert radius is 10 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashan didn't break bread with him, but asked Chunyu, Colonel Chunyu, can these mechanical dogs support the energy consumption of moving back and forth? Totally. Chunyu nodded his head and said, these mechanical dogs were designed to be used for long endurance combat, and each one of them can have an endurance of more than 12 hours. 12 hours, which was more than enough time for the mechanical dogs to cross a distance of about 360 kilometers. And here at the borderline, it was clear that it wasn't even that far, and on the big screen, the advance team of mechanical dogs had reached the edge of the jungle. At this time, Chunyu activated the standby program, and these 100 mechanical dogs immediately quietly crouched on the ground without moving. What's wrong? Behind him, Zhang Shujuan wondered, didn't we say we were going to do demoning work? There's someone coming from the direction of the southern monkeys, Chunyu said with a serious face, pointing to the radar detection light spot on the large screen next to him. Upon hearing this, the 3 officers turned their heads to look, and sure enough, just as Chunyu had said, a large number of dense points of light appeared on top of these radars, approaching the border here. Judging by the speed and size of the opposition, there was about a company. It seems like the southern monkey can't hold back his loneliness and wants to take the lead with us. Shi Jun laughed coldly. Good. Our great dragon kingdom is waiting for them to show their teeth first. A dog fighting stick can't beat a good dog. Waiting for this time. Seeing that the southern monkeys actually dared to take the initiative to send troops to violate the border, the 3 officers not only didn't panic, but instead, they were all happy. A few decades ago, our great dragon kingdom was able to ruthlessly clean up the southern monkeys. Put it in a few decades from now, it will only be easier for us to fight these monkeys, Chunyu said. Looking at the speed of these southern monkey soldiers, there are still about 5 minutes left before they arrive near the borderline. Meanwhile, in the jungle in the direction of the southern monkeys, a group of hundreds of southern monkey soldiers, led by their officers, were struggling to advance with the AK-47 on their backs. It was pitch black around them, and they couldn't use flashlights, nor did they have any high-tech equipment, so they could only feel their way forward in the dark. It was also thanks to their commander, Toka, remembering the previously laid minefields well, which prevented the soldiers under his command from being brought inside the minefields. Men, push harder. We're at the edge of the jungle up ahead. Toka's own body, including his face, was covered with cuts from twigs and blades of grass, and his army boots were filled with mud. At this time he did not mention how wretched and difficult, but in order to boost morale and prevent this group of soldiers from running away before the fight, he also had to change the way to start drawing a big cake. Our Mr. President said that whoever comes out on top in this baiting operation will be directly promoted to a higher rank and rewarded with 10 million South Monkey Guilds. Toka barked under her breath and continued to march deeper and deeper. Chief, didn't they say up there that Eagle Jam gave us arms support? A southern monkey soldier couldn't help but ask. How come we haven't seen Eagle Sauce support gear anywhere? What do you know? Toka had to say stiffly. What Eagle Sauce is supporting us with our heavy weapons, missiles, cannons, airplanes and whatnot. As long as we take the lead, we'll be assisted by a steady stream of artillery fire from behind. After another half an hour or so, these 100 or so southern monkey soldiers finally arrived here at the edge of the jungle. About 1,500 meters further on is the border marker of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Come here, hurry up and delineate the coordinates plurality. As long as the position is determined and reported to the rear, our mission will be accomplished. Takara called over the 2 southern monkey artillerymen at his side and whispered. Seeing this, one of the southern monkey soldiers couldn't help but ask, Company Commander, why don't the higher-ups just fire their cannons to bombard the Great Dragon Kingdom's camp? It's not that far from their camp here. Chapter 127, The Fire-Loving Monkey is Not to Be Dealt With. Hearing that, Tuka nearly doubled over and didn't pass out, hating him so much that he slapped the guy on the head. Are you stupid, kid? Can we just bomb the camp of the Great Dragon Kingdom? Tuka said angrily. Even if we were able to blow up a portion of their camp, surely immediately afterward, the Great Dragon Nation would say internationally that we opened fire first and that they were reacting passively. And this time, our mission is to accurately map the location of the coordinates of the boundary markers along the border of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Later, we'll send the coordinates plurals of the shelling back to the rear base there to guide the rear to the shelling. Tuka said. In that case, the border guards of the Great Dragon Country will inevitably send their troops over to investigate, and then they will enter the minefield that we planted, and then the deaths and injuries will be no one's fault. Oh, so that's what happened. The beaten soldier scratched his head. Don't look at Tuka's righteousness right now, but in reality, he and the other southern monkey officers knew very well in their hearts. Why don't the southern monkeys just fire on the Great Dragon Kingdom's camp? Was it impossible to hit? Of course it couldn't be. Everyone's camps were not particularly far away, and normal medium and close-range artillery was sufficient. The reason the southern monkey doesn't fire first is really just one word. Fear. This word, Tuka had never said out loud, just because he was worried that after he told the truth, these guys under him would just give a scare. Only what Tuka didn't expect was that the sound of him talking to the soldiers under his hand had all been heard by a mechanical dog crouching on the ground not far away. On this side of the Great Dragon Nation's camp, Shenyu utilized the real-time translation software, and after translating the words of these monkeys, it didn't make him laugh. These southern monkeys are really whimsical. Zhang Shujuan lost his smile and said, blowing up our borderline, trying to lure us into a minefield? It's also thanks to them for thinking of it. You don't say. Shi Jun, who was on the side, said, if I may say so, if it wasn't for the mechanical dogs and drones brought by Colonel Chenyu, we might have really sent out a reconnaissance company to investigate. In that case, there are bound to be some casualties, which is inevitable. Colonel Chenyu, how do you plan to deal with them? Lu Dashan asked Chenyu. By the looks of them, once the coordinate plurals are sent back to the rear, we'll be shelled near the borderline immediately afterward. Chenyu said. At this time, their group will definitely return the way they came, because after a while the shelling will end, and according to their thinking, our people should go over. Since this was the case, it would be a good idea to take advantage of this point in time to wrap up all of this group of southern monkey soldiers. 10 minutes later, on this side of the border jungle, Tuka finally waited until the artillery on hand was measured. Hurry up and send it to the rear base. Let's get ready to retreat. In his haste, Tuka hadn't even used the military's encrypted radios yet, but instead used a near-public screen send. So much so, that after the war auxiliary drones high in the sky captured these radio signals, it didn't even take much deciphering to acquire the coordinate plurals of where the southern monkeys were about to shell. All of them are about a few dozen meters outside the borderline. Shi Jun sked. These southern monkeys are really bad and wimpy. They want to provoke us but don't dare to really make a move. Bombing all of their own territory. That's what it's called. Being a wimp and a handful. Chunyu smiled, and immediately afterward, gave a second order to the 100 demoning mechanical dogs. After a few minutes, an explosion sounded one after another near the border of the Great Dragon Kingdom. After receiving the coordinate plurals, Southern Monkey's rear base conducted a round of bombardment of the borderline with more than a dozen cannons. Through the images transmitted back from the Hive drone, it could be clearly seen that at least dozens of shells had fallen there at the borderline. A huge crater, accompanied by lifted earth and grass splattered everywhere, on the Southern Monkey side. Before Tuka retreated, he also pulled out his binoculars, wanting to take a look at the panic scene on the other side of the Great Dragon Nation's camp. These fools must have been scared out of their beds after hearing the commotion of the exploding shells. Tuka was all smiles, holding up his binoculars to watch. Yet after a few minutes of waiting, there was not even a light on the camp, let alone movement. On the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom camp, what's going on here? Tuka froze for a moment. He thought he had misread the situation, and after another closer look, there was indeed nothing moving over there. It's impossible to not hear such a loud shelling, as long as you're not deaf. Now there is no reaction at all on the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it is giving Tuka a whole lot of not going to happen. Could something be wrong? Tuka hesitated for a moment, but ordered them all to retreat, in case the Great Dragon Kingdom had left the lights on, but had sent scouts. So, more than 100 Southern Monkey soldiers quickly followed Tuka and began to retreat back. However, what they didn't realize was that also in the next second when they retreated, outside the jungle, 100 mechanical dogs ambling on the ground had all begun to move at this time. These mechanical dogs, under Chen Yu's control, chased after them from behind, and they quickly circled around to the front of the Tuka squad through the flanks. Along the way, although the surrounding forest was full of all kinds of minefields, these mechanical dogs were unrelenting in their speed and easily penetrated through them. So much so, that when they had circled around to a position more than 100 meters in front of the Tuka squad, the gang of southern monkeys hadn't even noticed a single thing. As it turned out, it wasn't long before Tuka was advancing in the dark, only to feel a dark shadow slam up in front of him. Bang! The thing was so fast that it popped up and slammed right into Tuka's head hard. In an instant, Tuka felt as if he had been swung round on his head with a construction hammer, and with a muffled grunt, his eyes rolled back in his head and he nearly collapsed. What's going on? Is it a beast? Tuka secretly exclaimed in his heart, and quickly turned his head to look around. The few southern monkey soldiers beside him were also knocked over on the ground by a black shadow at this time. Those black shadows were very fast and had a very fierce force, and their size didn't look like human beings. Wild boar. It must be a wild boar. Run! Tuka instantly thought of the wild boar, which was a relatively common beast here on the border, and if it was in herds, the destructive power was even more terrifying. If we put it in broad daylight, more than 100 gun-toting southern monkey soldiers would have been able to finish off these wild boars anyhow, but that's the problem. It's late at night. In the darkness, many of the southern monkey soldiers panicked so much that they simply raised the guns in their hands and opened fire. Ta-da-da-da-da. Stray bullets flew in all directions, hitting the dark places and even seeing metal sparks bursting out from time to time. Tuka saw the scene too. No, that's not a boar at all. It's... A flash of despair surfaced in Tuka's pupils, and in the next moment, a mechanical dog with a scarlet glow on its head had lunged at him head-on. Chapter 128, Capturing Tuka's Team Alive. If you want to fight, then fight. Howling at the top of his lungs in fear, Tuka pulled out the pistol at his waist and fired several shots in quick succession at the mechanical dog. However, the bullets couldn't produce any substantial damage at all when they hit the mechanical dog's body. In order to cope with demoning work, these mechanical dogs are specially reinforced, with an alloy steel skeleton paired with a carbon fiber hybrid body. Bullets hit the past, at best, is to drill a small eye, cannot affect the action of these mechanical dogs. As for the battery part, there are special thickened steel plate layer protection. After being knocked over, Tuka twisted his head to look around, and as far as his eyes could see, more than half of the southern monkey soldiers had already been knocked over by the mechanical dog, and in the distance, there was the sound of a great deal of tripping grass rapidly approaching in the woods. Run! Run out of this forest first! Tuka yelled out for the southern monkey soldiers around him to follow him and turn around. There wasn't much to care about now. They were no match for the mechanical dogs in the forest. Having been hit those 2 times just now, Tuka could only think that her head must be concussed, and, with the sharp pain in one of her calf cones, it was obvious that she had a broken or cracked bone. There were still more than 10 kilometers of jungle to run from here to the base, and they couldn't outrun these mechanical dogs even if they died. But on the flip side, if you run towards the Great Dragon Kingdom, you can break out of this jungle in a few hundred meters. As a result, hundreds of southern monkey soldiers were fleeing through the jungle with a ghostly cry, and many of them simply threw their guns right away in order to run faster. What's more, they crashed into the minefield inside themselves in the darkness, and a violent explosion rang out around them one after another. Tuka was full of despair by this point, and the only thing he could hope for was that he would be lucky enough not to panic and break into a minefield. Meanwhile, on this side of the Great Dragon Kingdom camp, the 3 officers were behind Shin Yu, looking even more dumbfounded. 100 mechanical dogs actually chased these hundreds of southern monkey soldiers like sheep. Captain Chi, get ready to send out some fighters to capture the prisoners. Shin Yu smiled faintly and said, in a little while, they will definitely cross our borderline after being chased out, so we'll have a good reason to arrest them. Yes, Chi Jun immediately said to the chief of staff next to him, notify the 1st Battalion's 3rd Company for me. Have them all move out and prepare to capture the livestock. Yes. The chief of staff stood at attention and saluted. 10 minutes later, Tuka finally escaped from the jungle in disarray, his uniform all tattered from the stumbling and punching along the way, and his pistol lost somewhere. The 100 or so southern monkey soldiers that followed him and rushed out, each one of them was even more in a sorry state, crying and howling. These demoning mechanical dogs were not equipped with weapons, but their bodies made of alloy steel and carbon fiber were equivalent to a heavy sledgehammer in their own right. The slightest bump and it could be a broken bone or even a fracture. Not much lighter in the slightest than taking a bullet. And at this time, the 2 battle auxiliary drones high in the air quickly dropped a portion of their photoelectric bombs down. Under Chen Yu's control, these photoelectric bombs all exploded in the air, with the same effect as a high explosive flashbang, instantly blinding these southern monkey soldiers briefly. Taking advantage of this, The mechanical dog pack once again surrounded and chased them, and Tuka panicked and quickly fled forward with the southern monkey soldiers under his command. I don't know how long he had been running, but Tuka suddenly felt a hard kick in his chest and abdomen, and his whole body tumbled to the ground at once. Do not move. You have trespassed the borderline of our great dragon kingdom. All hands on your heads. A pole of steel spears was pressed against the heads of Tuka and the other southern monkey soldiers. It was the 3rd company of the 1st battalion sent out by the Chi army just now that had arrived. I surrender. I surrender. Tell those monsters to stop chasing us. We surrender. Tuka was on the ground holding his head and howling out of his mouth. Compared to the warriors of the great dragon kingdom in front of him, Tuka was now preferring to be captured than to be chased by those mechanical dogs again. Without even firing a single shot, the 3rd company simply captured the group of southern monkey soldiers and escorted them all back to the camp. You guys have a lot of nerve. Attacking our borderline at night? It took you guys a lot of brains to come up with that tactic, didn't it? In the open space in the middle of the camp, Shen Yu and the 3 officers were present. Looking at the hundreds of southern monkeys squatting here, these guys were all bruised and swollen, and there were quite a few of them with broken bones and fractures, all from being hit by those mechanical dogs. In the face of Shen Yu's questioning, Tuka didn't say anything. At this point he realized that it was useless to say anything. Even if he was stupid, he could see that his side's tactics had long been detected by others. So what resistance and explanation was necessary? You guys stay with us honestly for now, the Chi army on the side then said. Our great dragon kingdom's army has always treated prisoners favorably and won't do anything to you. Take them away. By the time the next day dawned, here at the South Monkey Presidential Palace, Liang Zhenghao hadn't woken up when he heard someone banging on the door outside. Mr. President, something's wrong. After the Minister of Defense rushed in, he grabbed the still-awake president by the shoulders and screamed. All 100 of our scout company soldiers were captured by the Great Dragon Nation last night. What did you say? Hearing these words, Liang Zhenghao only felt a pot of cold water poured over him from head to toe, instantly widening his eyes. You see, the military and foreign ministry of the Great Dragon Nation have already issued an international conference on the matter and are condemning our behavior. Now the entire international public opinion has changed. The public opinion environment that we had created before is all over. The Minister of Defense picks up his cell phone and gives it to Liang Zhenghao, gesturing for him to read the news on it. As expected, the news was accompanied by a live video of Chen Yu examining the squatting prisoners in the camp last night. Moreover, the Great Dragon Nation has officially issued a formal notice to the world that this war was entirely triggered by several unilateral provocations by the Southern Monkey, and that the Great Dragon Nation is now officially responding to the war. According to the Great Dragon Nation side, they have been fully informed of our tactics and have openly informed the world that we are deliberately provoking and initiating a war. The defense minister fretted. Mr. President, what now? You quickly think of a solution. This, Liang Zhenghao panicked. Although he was the president, what good could he think of in the face of the Great Dragon Nation, which was now out of division? Is it possible to use those 4th-generation planes and 3rd-generation planes in their own hands to fight other people's 5th-generation planes? Or use their own shells to fight with Dongfeng Express? Quick, call me on the Eagle Saw side right away. I need to speak to President Baodin. Chapter 129, Really Fighting? We, Eagle Sauce, support you. Things had gotten to this point, and now Liang Zhenghao, as president of the Southern Monkeys, had completely panicked. Those countries around the South Monkey are now almost all holding the attitude of watching the show, doing the wall. It is impossible to go out to help them. If the Southern Monkeys are only playing a small game, perhaps these Southeast Asian countries will still be involved in 2 feet of mud. But now, the Great Dragon State has already publicly announced that it will conduct counterattack operations. This is a major event of the 2 countries to start a serious war. Except for the Eagle Sauce kind of like to join in the fun. Who will touch this mold? Liang Zhenghao couldn't care less about getting dressed, slipping on his slippers and rushing to the office in his pajamas, then taking the phone handed over by his secretary. Hello, is this Mr. President Baodin? Liang Zhenghao anxiously said. Something big has happened. Have you seen the international news today? We acted according to your plan and failed, and now the Great Dragon Kingdom is going to strike back at us. Oh, I saw the news. Far away on this side of the White House, Baodin is nonchalantly serving coffee and blowing on the heat. Well, then, you come up with something for us, Liang Zhenghao hurriedly called out. The situation is extremely urgent now. I'm afraid those mines you supported won't be of much use. Upon hearing these words, a wave of boredom appeared on Baodin's face. Those damn stupid monkeys, Baodin cursed in eagle. Don't be in a hurry. What's going on? Tell me all about it. Didn't I tell your men to feint at the borderline and draw out the Great Dragon Kingdom's army so that they could cross the boundary marker first? Baodin deliberately asked harshly. Such a simple action. You can just release a few rounds of shells during the night. Can it also go wrong? But something did go wrong. Liang Zhanghao held the phone in embarrassment and said, "Our squad went to survey the coordinates plurality of the shelling near the borderline last night, and then we were captured by the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom. This is going to be difficult. The nature of the Great Dragon Kingdom is that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, and if people offend me, I will destroy them." Baladin took a sip of coffee and said, "Things have come to a head. It's useless even if you beg for forgiveness. You can only choose to fight this war with the Great Dragon Nation." Hearing these words from Bailading, Liang Zhanghao didn't let his eyes go black and pass out directly. Letting them South monkeys go to war with the Great Dragon Kingdom? Isn't that wishing for their early deaths? I'm afraid this won't work, President Bailadin. I'm afraid our military strength is no match for the Great Dragon Kingdom, Liang Zhanghao said with great difficulty. What are you panicking about? The 2 carrier battle groups I have here are already on standby in the waters south of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and they'll have to spare more troops to deal with us, if we really fight. Don't worry, my carrier-based planes are perfectly capable of flying over to support you, and can even reach the battlefield within half an hour. Bailading does not care if Liang Zhanghao believe it or not. Anyway, it is full of talk to bluff him to start a fight with the big dragon country. Well then, I'll do as you ask. After Liang Zhanghao's side hung up the phone, Bailading casually threw the phone on his desk. Mr. President, Admiral Mack stood across from Baladin and frowned. Are you really prepared to let our noble carrier battle group go to support this group of southern monkeys? At that, Baladin waved his hand. What kind of international joke is this? Backing up their bunch of monkeys? Dream on. Baladin grinned and said, originally, I thought that if everything went well, we could have the Southern Monkey act as a stirring rod for us, deadlocking the economic and military development of the Great Dragon Nation. Now, though, the situation has gone beyond Baladin's predictions. The least mistake their southern monkeys should have made was being caught by the Great Dragon Kingdom with those scouts. And this time, international opinion instantly rolled back. Baladin said lightly, if we continue to meddle in this matter, then we will instead fail to catch the fox and cause trouble. So let the southern monkey be the victim of this operation. Mr. President, why don't I go ahead and order our carrier battle group to pull back now? Admiral Mack inquired as he nodded. Not yet. The Blue Cloud carrier of the Great Dragon Kingdom still has some combat power, and I need these 2 carrier battle groups to hold it at bay. On the other hand, the Footpads Chicken is already helping us with another plan of action, so it's still a good idea to hold off the Great Dragon Nation's navy a little longer. With that, Baladin picked up a document on the table and squinted at it carefully. On top of the document there was a photo of a youth, and a large amount of detailed information, and this youth was none other than Chen Yu. Our mole program is going well. You additionally notify him and tell him to figure out this Chen Yu's usual course of action and the people around him as soon as possible, and send the information back to us, Baladin said lightly. Chen Yu has already provided too much of an incremental rate of growth to the military power of the Great Dragon Nation. He must be dealt with as soon as possible. We can't let the night grow long and dream too much. In the afternoon of that day, here in the southern border camp of the Great Dragon State, Chen Yu's 2 Hive drones, through linked remote sensing radars, detected the southern monkey capital airport there, and the 2 large transport planes lifted off. These 2 planes, if our intel is correct, are Hawk Jam transports. In the command room, Chen Yu said to a few of the officers, this likely indicates one thing, that Eagle Jam may have given up on continuing support for Southern Monkey. That's not surprising. Zhang Shujuan nodded and said, we've already occupied an absolute advantage, whether it's on the military level or the level of international public opinion, and if Eagle Jam doesn't pull out at this time, that's not in line with the character of this group of white-headed eagles. Since Eagle Sauce is no longer going to intervene, isn't it about time we laid out a plan to knock these southern monkeys hard? Lu Dashan looked at Chen Yu and said, Colonel Chen Yu, please make battle arrangements. Good, our tactics are the same as before. Chen Yu pointed to the borderline area on the map and said, utilize a large amount of intelligent ordnance equipment, such as the hive drones and mechanical dogs I brought with me, to crush the armed forces on the front of the southern monkeys. Meanwhile, Brigadier Lu, I need your missile brigade to conduct focused strikes on the southern monkeys' rear military targets, such as airfields, oil depots, ammunition depots, military factories, and power stations. These 2 operations have to be carried out at the same time, and while the front line is doing it, our missiles will have to fall to their rear, so that we can maximize their confidence and end this battle quickly. After listening to Chen Yu's planned arrangement, several officers nodded their heads, but there was also some misgivings in their looks. Colonel Chen Yu, your tactics are good. It's just that, striking a rear target requires precise coordinate positioning to work. Lu Dashan was the first to speak, raising his own question. Chapter 130, the South Monkey Defense Force is on the move. The army is pressing in. Normally, Military targets in the rear are hard to hit. It's not as easy as one might think for a missile to travel through the enemy's frontline armies, get past the layers of anti-aircraft weaponry, and then hit its target with pinpoint accuracy. The Southern Monkey's combat power was so-so, but a lot of their weaponry, bought at great expense from Eagle Jam, was of mid-range quality globally. That's something I've thought about. Shen Yu nodded. I'll have the drones break through the other side's radar defense network to obtain the precise coordinates of the other side's logistic base and provide them to our missile brigade for precision strikes. Because there were so many strike targets involved this time, and most of them were large buildings, it was obvious that just relying on those drones carried by the 2 Hive drones was not quite enough. This was because the first batch of Hive drones made by the Great Dragon Kingdom had all been sold to the Big Hairy side as a priority. Otherwise, with a dozen or so Hive drones on hand, Shenyu simply didn't bother to use the missile brigade to strike at the Southern Monkeys, and a direct round of self-exploding drones to wash the ground was over. Then start following orders according to that tactic. Zhang Shujuan got up and said, my armored division is also on standby, so if there is a need for a frontal battle, we can be the ones to assist Captain Chi's border regiment in charging. At the same time, on the side of the Southern Monkeys, a tight mobilization for armaments had begun. However, compared to the peaceful and calm atmosphere of the camp area of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the Southern Monkey side was like the sky was about to fall. President Liang Youngho and the Minister of National Defense personally came to this side of the front line in a car to give a speech to the 1st National Defense Force under their command in order to stabilize the military. And this so-called 1st Defense Force of theirs is also the government army arm that really counts as a fighting force here in South Monkey, with a total number of about 30,000 people. However, the armored mechanized coverage of this 30,000 man army was less than 5%, with no more than 50 main battle tanks and various wheeled combat vehicles. With an army of 30,000 men, the vast majority of the Southern Monkey soldiers are barely more than a handful of AK-47s that don't even match their body armor. As for artillery, it was likewise very scarce, with about 200 grenades. Immediately after arriving at the 1st National Defense Forces compound, Liang Youngho gave a speech on top of the Grand Teaching Military Field. Brethren, the war effort is just around the corner, and I won't lie to you. Our round of shelling yesterday has scared the guts out of the Great Dragon Nation. Right now they only have 2 border regiments stationed at the border, numbering even less than 3,000, and we outnumber them 10 to 1. Liang Youngho took the microphone and said in a loud voice, and President Bailaden of Eagle Jam has announced that he's going to provide us with firepower strikes via carrier-based aircraft. The Southern Monkey soldiers in the entire arena chanted exuberantly, and the commander of the 1st Defense Army, who was also the Southern Monkey government's Admiral Shaka, was currently carrying his hands behind his back, his gaze filled with the same exuberance. In his opinion, the victory in this great battle would inevitably belong to the Southern Monkey. You must realize that the borderline of the Great Dragon Kingdom is too vast, so although their large army is large, it is divided into scattered pieces, and by coalescing together and forming a sharp knife, we'll be able to easily stab through this fragile defense of theirs. General Shaka shouted, in this battle, whichever troop is the first to rush through the Great Dragon Kingdom's boundary monument, I'll have them directly promoted to 5 ranks in a row, with a reward of 10 million Southern Monkey guilds. Boom! This time, the entire 1st Defense Force was abuzz. On top of the main stage, General Shaka was full of subdued confidence, not even noticing the intense and overwhelming fear and anxiety in the depths of the eyes of the President and the Minister of Defense and others behind him. In the afternoon of that day, General Shaka personally led a full 30,000 men of the 1st Defense Force, heading straight for the southern borderline of the Great Dragon Kingdom. By the time the army had marched near the front, it was nearly dark, and General Shaka immediately ordered the army to set up camp in place. You, take a company of men and go get the forest clear of mines first. Shaka ordered a random officer, and after giving his orders, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. 2 days ago, tens of thousands of landmines had been dropped in this jungle, which was less than 15 kilometers long, though it was not he who had ordered them to be planted, but the president. As it turned out, the mines were left in the forest and instead became a hindrance to the army's continued advance. In order not to get too many people killed by their own mines on the next march and firefight, Shaka had to get his own men to clear the forest of mines before he could do so. However, after that officer had gone out with a company, it was only but half an hour or so before he returned. General, we just reconnoitered the jungle and the mines are all gone. The officer's face simply looked as if he had seen a ghost, and muttered, not a single mine has been found. How is this possible? What did you say? When Shaka heard him say this, an annoyed look appeared on his face. Eagle Jam supported not 100,000, but 70,000 to 80,000 mines, all in the forest. Why? The mines grew legs and ran away by themselves? Really, General, we've been carefully probing for half an hour, and there's not a single mine there in the previously intended minefield, the officer said with great certainty. You better not be lying to me. General Shaka grimaced as he got up and walked out himself, followed by mobilizing the battalion of guards around him, intending to go out into the woods himself to see what was going on. 70 to 80,000 mines and you can't find a single one? I really almost believed your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As he did so, General Shaka set off for the jungle under the protection of the guard battalion. After 10 minutes or so, he was near the first minefield marked on the map. However, after his guard battalion had probed with demoning equipment, it was surprising that none of the mines had been found either. How is this possible? Shaka was confused for a moment. Is it true that all the mines here have disappeared, just like the officer said? Surprised, Shaka simply brought a grenade directly from the waist of a South Monkey soldier next to him, pulled it open and threw it into the distant minefield. Boom! After a loud bang, there was still no movement around. It could have been someone from the Great Dragon Kingdom. General, the guard battalion commander said to Shaka. Impossible, this is our territory, and the minefields are so dense. How can the Great Dragon Nation successfully clear all the mines without a map? Shaka's mind was racing. There was no reason at all for the Great Dragon Kingdom to do this. What had gone wrong? It was a pity that he could never have dreamed that. Just in the time he was fuming, there were already hundreds of cold, four-legged mechanical dogs in all directions that were quietly approaching this place. Chapter 131, Wiping out the South Monkey Guard Battalion and Capturing Admiral Shaka Alive. These mechanical dogs are not unlike demoning dogs. They all carry a specially modified assault rifle on their backs, with fully intelligent lock-on aiming and silencers. There was also a very small percentage of mechanical dogs that didn't have guns on their backs or carry demoning equipment, but instead had a slight bulge in part of their backs, as if they were carrying a small backpack. However, those small backpacks are filled with big treasures, the kind that can flatten dozens of meters in a circle with just one. In the darkness, these mechanical dogs had already locked onto General Shaka and this guard battalion through their high-definition infrared cameras. Their metal quadrupeds made so little noise and rustled in the jungle that even a normal person hearing them would just assume it was some kind of small beast. And at this time, far away in the command room here in the camp of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Shenyu gave a command to these mechanical dogs. Destroy the enemy and take the commander alive. Through the sounds of conversation detected by the mechanical dog, Shenyu and the officers around him had heard out that this one who had led the way over to check out the minefield was actually a general. Generals are extremely highly regarded in any country except one. It was obvious that this general who came out in person was most likely one of the key commanders of this southern monkey army. In the jungle, Shaka, unbelieving, with his battalion of guards, continued on, mapping 2 or 3 more minefields, with the same result. All the mines here are gone. Even the ground is flat as if it hadn't been turned over at all. Could it really be that the Great Dragon Kingdom did this? But there's no reason for them to do that. Shaka was in a daze when, suddenly, not far from him, the chief of the guard battalion grunted and then collapsed limply. The few South Monkey soldiers next to him immediately turned their flashlights around, and as soon as Shaka took a look, his pupils contracted violently. Blood was gurgling out of the guard captain's neck. The penetrating wound had broken an artery, and it looked like the guy wasn't going to make it. There is an enemy. Prepare to answer. Shaka was no less of a veteran general, and after a brief moment of shock, he couldn't care less about the general's regular uniform on his body, and rolled on the ground several times in a row. The southern monkey soldiers beside him, however, were panicking. They hadn't seen a single enemy at all, just heard Shaka shouting just now. Da-da-da-da. A handful of AK-47s began to fire wildly at the surrounding forest. However, they were just like the Tuka squad that had been caught before. They could not have imagined that their opponents would not be living people, but a group of cold mechanical dogs. The intelligence control program of these mechanical dogs was very sensitive under Chinyu's hammering, and as soon as they realized that the other party was firing, they immediately looked for cover, then crouched on the ground. The assault rifles on the backs of the 200 or so roving hounds began to harvest with point-blank precision. A bullet, with full intellectual control and computerized algorithmic calibration, is exactly like Hades naming whoever is to die. Just like that, in less than a minute's work, Shaka leaned against the back of a large tree clutching his pistol, his eyes horrified to realize that a large portion of the guard battalion around him was about to be taken out. However, even after fighting until now, he actually didn't even know, at all, what the other party was, not to mention what position the other party was in. It's okay to lose the fight, but it can't be that even their skin hasn't been rubbed a tiny bit, and one of their own guard battalions has been wiped out, right? Shaka had never seen such an evil battle in his life, and leaning behind a tree, he peeked his head out quietly just in time to see a dark, four-legged shadow run past. Behind the thing, there seemed to be an assault rifle firing automatically, and one by one, the surrounding southern monkey soldiers screamed miserably as they were reaped the rewards of their lives. In the next second, before Shaka could get up and run away. The two mechanical dogs had already rushed to the front of this big tree he was hiding in. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and we won't fire to shoot you down. From one of the mechanical dogs came Chun Yu's cold voice. You? What are you? Shaka looked at the two mechanical dogs in front of him with eyes full of horror and consternation. Combining both streamlined aesthetics and the pinnacle of bionic biology technology, these two mechanical dogs were less than 60 centimeters tall, and with the weapons on their backs, they were only 1 meter tall. However, the slightly reddened muzzle silencers proved that it was they who had just harvested hundreds of southern monkey soldiers. I repeat, put your hands on your head and follow our directions to the Grand Dragon State Camp where we will open fire immediately. The rifle behind the mechanical dog fired a point-blank shot, and the bullet grazed Shaka's scalp and shot into the trunk of the large tree behind him with a dumb muffled thud. This time, Shaka completely despaired, as he looked around, and at some point, a mechanical dog lit up with a scarlet point of light had appeared around him. They were obviously probing to see if all of those fallen southern monkey soldiers were dead, and if any of them were pretending to be dead to try to escape. I surrender. Shaka weighed his options and decided to surrender. As the commander of the 1st Defense Force, he hadn't wanted to die in the jungle so unexplained. At the very least, let him get a good look at these monsters and let him know who actually commanded the battle, right? An hour later, outside the border defense camp of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Chen Yu had led a group of officers, escorted by the guard company, and finally waited for Shaka, who had walked out. Yoo-hoo, still a big fish. Admiral, Zhang Shujuan is aware of the rank of the southern monkey, and the general's uniform on Shaka is full of mud and dirt, although his shoulder insignia is obvious. It is an admiral. Admiral? Ha ha ha, now we've made a fortune. Hearing Zhang Shujuan say this, Lu Dashan and Shi Jun on the side were both happy. Soon, Shaka was handcuffed by 2 guard warriors, holding down his arms and pushing them in front of Chen Yu and the others. Why is this face kind of familiar? Zhang Shujuan surveyed Shaka's face covered in mud and dirt and said, Guards Company Commander, get a basin of water for him to wash his face. Yes. After a few minutes, Shaka's true colors finally appeared in front of the crowd. You are the commander of the 1st Southern Monkey Defense Force, Admiral Shaka? Chen Yu asked with a frown as he surveyed Shaka's face. I am Shaka. Shaka was tough enough at this time, and said with his head held high, losing to your great dragon nation. I have long predicted it. Only, before I die, can you answer me a question, so that I can die in a clear way? Go ahead. What's the problem? Chen Yu nodded slightly. I just want to know one thing. What kind of monster was it that just attacked us in the jungle? Looking at Chen Yu's young face in front of him, Shaka couldn't help but ask after all. Chapter 132, Attacking the Heart First, Persuading Admiral Shaka to Surrender. Chen Yu looked at him and said, that wasn't some monster, but a military mechanical dog developed by our Great Dragon Kingdom. Your people didn't lose unjustly. With that said, Chen Yu gave a command through a remote control device in his hand, and immediately afterward, outside the camp, a neat line of mechanical dogs appeared in General Shaka's line of sight. Through the searchlights here in the camp, General Shaka finally got a good look at the mechanical dogs. It was a far cry from the kind of mechanical dog he'd imagined, and General Shaka was a little confused for a moment. He'd actually been captured alive by just such a thing? So, those mines we put in the nearby jungle were also cleared by your mechanical dogs? Shaka was silent for half a day before opening his mouth to ask Chen Yu. That's right, we had already made a plan of attack, and those mines left in the jungle of course had to be cleared beforehand so as not to affect the operation afterward. Chen Yu nodded. So, we sent a large number of demoning dogs out last night, and in one night, we got rid of all the mines. This news, although lightly spoken in Chen Yu's mouth, was as hard to accept in General Shaka's ears as if a thunderbolt had rung out. Now I think, General Shaka, you should have a clear perception of the situation. Chen Yu pointed in the direction of the distance and said, we still have no less than thousands of such mechanical dogs, so as long as we put in a general attack, it won't take long at all to defeat you. Shaka didn't squeak. He knew very well in his heart that what Chen Yu said was true. Earlier in the jungle, he had seen with his own eyes that even rifle bullets from an AK-47 would have a hard time breaking these mechanical dogs, not to mention the fact that they themselves were carrying firearms and other weapons. In this situation, even if the 1st Defense Force had 30,000 Southern Monkey soldiers, once the front line was collapsed, the rout would immediately spread to the entire army. This war of the Southern Monkeys is bound to end in a big defeat. Thinking of this, Shaka only felt his brain buzzing. If not for the fact that he himself had been captured today, he would have died not believing that the military power of the Great Dragon Kingdom had crushed to such a point. To directly catch him, a Defense Force admiral, without a single soldier, is probably a first in the entire history of the world's war. General Shaka, we'll give you one night to think and rest. Zhang Shujuan, who was on the side, came over and said seriously, tomorrow morning, You have to give us an answer. Whether to cooperate with us and record a video to persuade your southern monkey army to surrender, or to continue to resist and wait for us to step on the southern monkey border. You have to make a choice. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, several guardsmen escorted Shaka over to the captive area. Seeing Shaka and the other southern monkey soldiers being escorted away, Lu Dashan turned his head toward Chen Yu and asked, Colonel Chen Yu, what are you going to arrange next? That's an easy one. Either way, we're going to try to get Shaka to come forward with a persuasive video. Chen Yu said, this video is not only for the southern monkeys to see, the point is actually for the countries and powers around the world to see. I reckon that even if Shaka surrenders, the southern monkey leaders will not give up their resistance. On the other hand, Shaka was escorted here to the POW area in a grayish state. The border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom had also built a special camp in order to house these hundreds of southern monkey prisoners, and Chen Yu had deployed 2 guard companies to keep an eye on these guys. Shaka had just shown up and almost immediately set off a firestorm in front of the hundreds of southern monkey soldiers here. General Shaka, you, how did you get captured too? In the midst of the prisoners, Toka rushed out in a hurry, looked Shaka up and down a few times, and called out incredulously, Toka? Shaka froze for a moment before saying in shock, I didn't expect it, so it was actually you guys who were captured there in the second defense group at that time. The two were sort of friends with each other, but now, when friends met, there wasn't a hint of happiness between the two. Could it be that our southern monkey kingdom has been defeated? Toka was filled with incredulity as he asked, it's only been a few days. I haven't even heard the Great Dragon Nation use artillery, and our country has already been defeated? Not yet. Shaka shook his head, but immediately afterward he added something that sent a chill down Toka's spine and their hearts. But the way things are now, we're no longer any different from defeat. At that moment, Shaka told the whole story of how, after he ran to the front with the 1st Defense Force, he took another guard battalion to the minefield to remove the hidden mines, and was captured after being ambushed by the mechanical dogs. After listening to Shaka, Toka's face was brilliant. General, we are literally in the exact same situation as you. Those mechanical dogs of the Great Dragon Kingdom are a nightmare for infantry, and I really don't know of any way to stop them other than tactical missiles. Despair was written all over Toka's face, including those of the southern monkeys behind him. The battle has not even begun. Shaka, the Admiral Commander let others captured alive. Then this is still a fight? Just now, one of their young officers here said that I should cooperate with them in recording a persuasive video tomorrow. Shaka said tornly, surrendering? That would be apologizing to our southern monkey kingdom. But if we don't surrender, I'm afraid there will be even more deaths and injuries to our soldiers. This matter was on Shaka's mind all night until the next morning, when Chen Yu came over to see him in person. General Shaka, when Chen Yu arrived, he had Shaka brought out and asked right in front of the camp, have you thought about it? Will you come out with a persuasive video? Or will you be at ease as your prisoner of war and wait for us to end the war? Somehow, Shakaman knew that the young man in front of him was no more than a colonel in rank and had a youthful look on his face. However, in terms of aura, he was completely overwhelmed by Chen Yu, and it was difficult to even raise his head at all. I agree with your request to record a persuasive video. After holding his tongue, Shaka nodded and whispered. A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Yu's face, and he immediately took Shaka with him, heading over to the command room of the battalion not far away. More than half an hour later, the official number of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Dragon Kingdom, as well as the official numbers of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, all released a video through the major media outlets, both at home and abroad. In the video, General Shaka, dressed in a simple recruit's training uniform and with a small, earthy face, stands in front of the camera, seemingly waiting for someone behind the camera to remind him, I am the commander of the 1st Army Group of the Southern Monkeys, Admiral Shaka. Today, I'm here in the border guard camp of the Great Dragon Kingdom to advise the brothers of the Southern Monkeys as prisoners of war to put down their weapons and surrender, and to stop resisting unnecessarily. Chapter 133, Countries are confused. Is this video real or fake? Less than an hour after several official accounts of the Great Dragon Nation released this video toward the world, its global hits surpassed 1 billion. General Shaka, on the other hand, in the camera, was recounting sentence by sentence how he and the Tuka squad had been captured alive and captured by the Great Dragon Nation. As per the words Chen Yu had reminded him of, the Great Dragon Kingdom's military equipment and soldiers' fighting strength are far above our southern monkey army. This time I was captured by them, not because I was careless, but because one of my guard battalions was actually no match for those mechanical dogs of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Here, I would like to advise Mr. President and the Minister of Defense to order a surrender as soon as possible and sit down at the negotiating table with the Great Dragon Nation to have a good talk. General Shaka said to the camera, not only do you have to think about the future of the southern monkeys, but you have to think about me as well. A short 1-minute video that took just over an hour to make waves in the world of public opinion at home and abroad. Our great dragon kingdom's army is just strong. Look, we captured someone else's general alive before the big battle even started. Who to catch next? I think we should just grab that southern monkey president. Ha 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 ha, that's a good idea. The president of the southern monkeys is so jumpy. I hear he's on the verge of recognizing Balodin as his father. We definitely can't let the southern monkeys off the hook so easily. We have to beat them to know what it means to be in pain. Within the country of the Great Dragon Kingdom, more than 1 billion people were cheering and shouting. This war with the southern monkeys, in the eyes of the populace, victory was inevitable, but no one expected it to go so smoothly. On the contrary, foreign countries, especially the Western public opinion, this moment is a woeful sound of singing. On this side of the Eagle White House, President Balodin tensed when he saw Shaka appear in the persuasion video, and some unidentified fluid welled up in his pants again. A mechanical dog from the Great Dragon Kingdom? Shocked, Balodin muttered, "How is this possible? They've only just developed a drone not long ago. Isn't this mechanical dog appearing a bit too quickly?" From the provocation of the southern monkey to the official announcement of the Great Dragon Kingdom to meet the war, I'm afraid that the period of time was not even half a month. In half a month's time, the Great Dragon Nation could build such a powerful mechanical dog. Balao Dang was dead set against believing it. Watching General Shaka exhorting the southern monkey to surrender in the video, Balodin snorted coldly through his nostrils. I knew these monkeys couldn't be relied on. Luckily our 2 Air Force transports came back early or we would have been in real trouble. Balodin picked up the phone and dialed, saying, "Admiral Mack, you will now immediately convey my order for the 2 carrier battle groups to rest and recuperate through the military bases of the Footpads Chicken and then return home." Immediately afterward, there was an impromptu press conference at the Eagle Sauce White House. We at Eagle Sauce are not taking a position on this matter and are not doing anything to participate or intervene. However, we continue to condemn the Grand Dragon State's deplorable behavior of destabilizing world peace and stability and provoking a war between the 2 countries. As soon as Eagle Jam spoke up, so did a dozen European countries on the Northern Alliance side. There was even a small bullet country called Litapan that announced in the international media that it was going to completely break off diplomatic relations with the Great Dragon country. No, what the heck is a risotto pot? Why have I never even heard of it? In the camp, Chenyu was dumbfounded when he swiped the news of this break in diplomatic relations. He was at least a serious college graduate, but he actually didn't have any impression of this small country that came out of nowhere to act as a big brother. It's as small as it gets, and, I'm told, barely that much larger in size than Luxembourg in Europe. Bird hole, and they're breaking off diplomatic relations with us. Shi Jun laughed and said, "This is like the louse on the tiger saying that the tiger's life should be spared." Such small countries have survived to this day thanks to the peace pacts drawn up by the West after the World Wars, plus the fact that they are of some special use to those big powers. Of course, in response to Litao Basin's announcement of severing diplomatic relations, the officials of the Great Dragon Nation didn't even bother to give them a single image, replying without even returning a single word. And at this time, here at the South Monkey Presidential Palace, President Liang Zhanghao and the Minister of Defense, among others, were on the verge of cursing Shaka's ancestors all over again. A rice bucket, simply the world's greatest rice bucket. Liang Zhanghao's face was full of unintelligibility as he angrily said, "It's just the effort of going to the border to inspect it, and this bastard Shaka can actually be captured alive by the Great Dragon Kingdom? It's a living hell. Mr. President, I suspect that it may have been Shaka who voluntarily surrendered to the Great Dragon Nation and sold out," the Minister of Defense said. "It's hard to say whether or not any of the mechanical dogs of the Great Dragon Nation exist or not, and even if they do, can they clear all the minefields overnight?" After a careful search, Liang Zhanghao felt that the Minister of Defense had some truth in what he said. This would make sense instead if Shaka had deliberately surrendered the Great Dragon Kingdom and then created a panic. You have a point. In that case, I now order Defense Minister Zika to be the frontline commander and prepare to launch an attack on the Great Dragon Nation, Liang Zhanghao immediately called out. However, what neither he nor Defense Minister Zika expected at this time was that the sound of the 2 men's conversation had long since been overheard by a dripfeed of War 8 drones, not only outside the presidential palace, but at this very moment, within the southern monkey territory. There were at least more than 50 battle auxiliary drones searching around for coordinates to locate, in order to take out the South Monkey's logistical support with the most precise surgical strikes. Chenyu had specially used these drones to break through the radar barrier and fly behind the South Monkey's rear to gather intelligence. Before the war even started, all the coordinates of the South Monkey's arms depots, airfields, radar base stations, fuel depots, and so on, were already under the control of the army of the Great Dragon Nation. In the afternoon of that day, Zika, the Minister of Defense, who had rushed to the front line, immediately ordered that 3 regiments be sent out to advance on all fronts toward the boundary markers of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The news they had received in their hands was that the Great Dragon Kingdom only had a mere 2 border regiments of troops stationed here. Not a single one more. I can't be at a disadvantage if I'm fighting 2 of your regiments with 3, can I? Defense Minister Zika thought confidently as he picked up his binoculars and began to look in the direction of the front lines. They were here at the edge of the jungle at this time, and as soon as the 3 regiments had rushed out, they began to attack on foot toward the borderline of the Great Dragon Nation. To this day, the tactics of the southern monkeys are still the same as they were decades ago. If they feel they have an advantage, they will use man-to-man tactics, and if they don't have an advantage, they will retreat into the woods for guerrilla warfare. However, what Zika didn't even see was that from the direction of the borderline of the Great Dragon Country, those 1-meter-deep grassy dens, a trail left by the passage of an object was rapidly encircling the 3 regiments. Chapter 134, What does it mean to be defeated when a great war breaks out? While Defense Minister Zika mobilized 3 regiments for a frontal attack, all the intelligence had been captured long before in the command post of the Grand Dragon State Camp. All patrol-hunting mechanical dogs, prepare to enter combat annihilation. After inputting a program on the control panel in front of him, Chen Yu quickly gave the order to the hundreds of roving hunting mechanical dogs sent out. As for the dozen or so self-destructing mechanical dogs that accompanied them, they didn't need any additional changes to their command programs, because once they did, it was a violent and incomparable explosion. In this battle between flesh and blood and cold steel, the group of officers behind Chen Yu had serious faces and nervously watched the images on the screen. At the same time, Chen Yu also gave a second order that as long as there was a firefight in the forward positions, the battle auxiliary drones and self-destruct drones that had already infiltrated into the southern monkey territory would also immediately launch an attack, destroying as much as possible of their radar base station equipment. Finally, less than 50 meters beyond the borderline of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the vanguard of the patrol-hunting mechanical dogs collided with a regiment of southern monkeys right in the middle. This time, because it was broad daylight, it didn't last long for the mechanical dogs to ambush the grassy dens and take a death roll call on those southern monkey soldiers before quite a few of them spotted them. Open fire! Hurry! Groups of southern monkey soldiers have tried to crouch down to find cover, but, out of the jungle, they are like monkeys that have been stripped of their skin and fur, and they are naked everywhere. Even though the grass nests here were all about a meter in height, a person crouching in them could completely block their form. However, the southern monkeys did not even realize that these roving hunting mechanical dogs dedicated to annihilating infantry could not use their eyes to find the enemy at all. By carrying linked infrared detectors, these 500 mechanical dogs formed an enhanced infrared array, producing a coverage radius of even more than 3,000 meters. Within this range, any target with body heat present is invisible. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. Seeing the men in front of them fall like cut wheat, the southern monkey soldiers of these 3 regiments panicked and brought their rifles to bear on the grass in a burst of heavy fire. However, even though their bullets hit the mechanical dogs, they couldn't do any substantial damage to them at all. Bullets penetrated through, leaving a small eye at best. The skeletons of these mechanical dogs were made of alloy steel, not something that bullets could deal with at all. Rumble. After a while, there was a violent explosion at a position there on the left flank of the southern monkeys. Dozens of South monkey soldiers were blown up all over the sky as if they were scattered by the heavenly maidens, a mushroom cloud of nearly a dozen meters, completely blinding the other South monkeys. Not only were the mechanical dogs on the ground rapidly harvesting their lives, but at this time, a harsh whistling sound also came from high in the air. Dragon King Combat Drone, one of the trump card weapons developed in Chen Yu's hands. The top military drones of the Great Dragon Kingdom today, finally made its appearance at this time. Compared to the mechanical dogs on the ground, the Dragon King combat drone could reach speeds of up to 400 kilometers per hour, and in the blink of an eye it was already hundreds of meters away. If you want to hit this thing, you'll need a specialized anti-missile missile, and if you rely on a gun, you won't be able to hit it even if the barrel goes up in smoke. 10 Dragon King combat drones formed 2 formations, taking turns firing death sweeps from the air at the ground, while also throwing a large number of high-explosive mines down. Here at the Southern Monkey Command Post, the 3 regiments on the front line were not even half an hour old, and had already been almost eaten up by the Great Dragon Nation. At this moment, Defense Minister Zika's eyes fluttered wildly, and his heart was pounding so hard that he could barely stop it. He never dreamed that the battle would come to this. The Great Dragon Nation hadn't even sent a single soldier, and had crushed the 3 regiments of the Southern Monkeys head-on, entirely through the coordinated land and air operations of mechanical dogs and drones. Not only that, but what panicked Zika even more was when a chief of staff under his command ran to report that an unknown number of mechanical dogs had stormed into their camp. This is great. Zika was just about to order the use of missiles and other weapons of mass destruction to bombard the front lines. Although that would accidentally injure some of the Southern Monkey soldiers, it would be able to maximize the fight against these terrible mechanical dogs and drones. Now that the mechanical dogs had infiltrated their rear camp, this left Zika dumbfounded. He couldn't just let the missile base side blow up directly on his head, could he? Hurry up and send out troops, whether with bombs or grenades. Make sure to take out all these mechanical dogs. Rear missile base? This is Zika. I'm ordering you now to launch medium and short-range interceptor missiles immediately and shoot down all the drones over our heads. Zika picked up the landline phone and called the missile base side. However, just after his words were finished, the phone was filled with chaos and terrified shouts, accompanied by rumbling explosions. What's going on? Kika froze for a moment. He hadn't even realized that the battle auxiliary drones and self-explosion drones that Chenyu had sent out had also begun to blast the radar stations and communication devices of these rear bases. Within a few short minutes, Zika's 20,000 strong army on the front line became completely blind and deaf, and they lost all means of contact with their rear base. What the hell is going on? What happened at the rear base? Zika, shocked and terrified, grabbed a couple of staff officers and officers beside him and snarled angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Soon enough, though, Zika realized what the hell was going on. A battle auxiliary drone came directly over their command post and dropped a portion of a graphite bomb. When these bombs explode in the air, they produce graphite dust and fibers that can spread over a distance of several kilometers. By the time they drifted down with the help of the wind, the entire frontline command post of the southern monkeys was instantly de-energized. The sudden blackness scared the officers here into panic. Several officers were scrambling around trying to activate the backup power supply. However, after the short circuit, the electrical circuits in the place were completely burned out and could not be repaired without half a day's work. Zika sat on his butt in his chair. Even if he wasn't dedicated to commanding a war, he could now see that everything had gone to hell. The southern monkey army was considered completely finished. We've gained a huge advantage on the front. Here at the command post of the camp of the Great Dragon Kingdom, it was seen on the big screen that the drones had successfully attacked the intended combat target, destroying all the radar and circuitry equipment. As for those larger arms bases and oil depots, etc., you'd have to use missile bombing to get them. Chenyu immediately said to Lu Dashan, Brigadier Lu, please immediately arrange for the missile brigade to carry out missile strikes against the South Monkey's intended combat target area. Chapter 135, Nan Monkey Surrenders, Creating a Myth of Quick Victory. Here in the camp area of the Great Dragon State, a missile transportation vehicle arrived at the launching position according to the command's order, respectively. They were not carrying big killers like the Dongfeng Express, but rather medium and short-range ballistic missiles of the current cutting-edge caliber of the Great Dragon Kingdom. One of the main features of this missile is its high speed and strong breakout capability, which enables it to avoid a lot of anti-aircraft fire by flying at low altitude. Of course, the biggest problem with its existence is that its power is more general, and it can only strike at ordinary military targets. For example, in front of the South Monkey's various weapons depots, fuel depots and power stations and other facilities. As long as there is no special protection in front of this kind of missile, it's no different from papier-mâché. Under Chenyu's orders, Lu Dashan's missile brigade directly dispatched 20 missile launchers, all of which arrived at the target location. Prepare to launch the long-range 400 ballistic missile. Group 1 stand by. Group 2 stand by. Unit 3, stand by. All of the missile vehicles were ready to go. The missile launchers they carried were up and each vehicle was capable of launching 12 long-range 400 ballistic missiles. Fire! In the command room, Chenyu looked at the images coming back from the hive drones, and in the direction of South Monkey, from the frontline bases to the rear, there had been a large power outage. This is the best point in time to attack. In an instant, from the missile launching position here, a huge roar accompanied by the rumbling tail flames of the missile launching appeared at the same time from one of the missile vehicles. A volley of missiles was quickly launched, and with the momentum of a saved shot, an intensive strike was made in the direction of the southern monkey. 20 missile trucks, a full 240 missiles, and the rumbling and roaring of the tail flames lasted for nearly a minute or so. Through the screen in the command room, Chenyu was able to see the real-time coordinates of these missiles. According to the predetermined plan, within 30 seconds to 3 minutes after the launch, these missiles would arrive at their respective target areas and then carry out precise bombing strikes. At this moment, here at the South Monkey frontline base, Defense Minister Zika is still anxiously directing manpower to clean up those graphite fibers. But are graphite fibers that easy to clean? That stuff isn't like a spider's web. It's extremely adhesive on its own, and once it's sucked up on top of wires and mechanical products, it has to be set on fire and then blown off with a strong blower to get it to work. As the entire South Monkey frontline base was in chaos, suddenly, Zika's ears heard a whimpering whine coming from overhead. When he stepped out of the command post and looked up, the scene in the air nearly didn't make him sit down on the floor in shock, only to see that in the air, which was not particularly high from the ground, there was actually a missile that was rapidly skimming over the place. Those missiles were probably less than even 200 meters from the ground, and were extremely fast, scraping low and whooshing past. obviously aiming for the base at the rear of the southern monkeys. It's over. A look of despair appeared on Zika's face. At this point in time, there was no way for him to contact the Oval Office or the rear. What he knew even less was that, in fact, right now, almost half of the southern monkeys' territory had been struck by Qinyu's battle-aided drone. This area near the northern part of the southern monkey, 3 thermal power stations and 1 hydroelectric power station all went on strike under the influence of the graphite bombs, directly leading to a massive blackout in the southern monkey. Soon, at the military airfield, weapons depot, fuel depot and other facilities behind the southern monkeys, one missile after another came rapidly. Boom! The explosion of the missiles directly caused secondary explosions in these places, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up, clearly visible from 7 or 8 kilometers away. Southern Monkey Target Number 1 power station has been eliminated. The 2 weapons depots of the southern monkeys have been eliminated by successful strikes. Southern Monkey's northern military airport, as well as the radar base station, were all blown up. Soon, message after message continued to arrive here in the command room. Behind Shenyu, Zhang Shujuan and Lu Dashan and other officers were happy. What do you mean by a crushing war? Under a set of surgical precision strikes by the Great Dragon Nation, the southern monkey Fong simply didn't even have a chance to resist. The Great War had just begun, and their rear bases had suffered a devastating full coverage strike. Was there any possibility of this war continuing? Shenyu intentionally did not allow the missile brigade to strike at the South Monkey's frontline base just to give their frontline a chance to contact the side of the presidential office. And at this moment, here in the office of the president of South Monkey, President Liang Zhanghao had been completely dumbfounded. He just had the power restored here after emergency call that was blowing up the landline on his desk. Inside the phone, the South Monkey's military facilities, power stations, and other places have all been bombarded by the Great Dragon's missiles. Mr. President, I'm afraid that with the current situation, there is no longer any need for us to continue resisting. Defense Minister Zika rushed back to the presidential office in a dusty car and said with his head bowed, "If we continue to fight with the Great Dragon Nation, our first defense force will surely be wiped out." Liang Zhanghao didn't say anything, but his ghastly white face already said it all. Decades ago, they, the southern monkeys, had fought the Great Dragon Kingdom once, and that time, the southern monkeys had lost, but they had made the Great Dragon Kingdom pay a price. At least, the battle damage ratio between the two sides isn't as exaggerated as tens of thousands to 0, right? But now, what all the senior officials of the southern monkeys didn't expect was that, facing the Great Dragon Nation once again, they were like 3-year-olds bumping into a professional boxer. Counterattack? It would be a mistake for you to even dare to look at the Great Dragon Kingdom one more time. Did Hawk Jam provide support to our front line? At this time, Liang Zhanghao was still dreaming, thinking about what Bei Laodeng had told him earlier about using carrier-based aircraft to support him. Upon hearing this, Defense Minister Zika shook his head. Our frontline bases are completely blacked out. Orders can't even be sent out. And we haven't seen any Eagle Sauce fighters show up. Obviously, at this time, Liang Zhanghao understood even if he was stupid. Eagle Jam had no intention of really helping them to engage in a firefight with the Great Dragon Nation. When it came down to it, the Great Dragon Nation had heavily damaged a large number of the southern monkeys' rear bases and captured Admiral Shaka at the cost of 0 casualties. In contrast, here in South Monkey, he couldn't even organize an effective counterattack. It was also at this time that the Great Dragon Nation officially issued a worldwide announcement through the official number of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the number of the 3 officers. I, on the side of the Great Dragon Nation, urge the leaders of the southern monkeys to surrender immediately and not to harbor any unnecessary illusions. Since the issuance of the notice, our side, the Great Dragon State, will grant the southern monkeys 1 hour of ceasefire consideration time, at the end of which we will launch an attack on all fronts. Chapter 136, Negotiate the Price. Are you qualified? Once this news was released, the southern monkey side was completely numb. Not only the southern monkeys are numb, but a whole host of Western countries, including Hawksbane, have gone numb. How could this happen? Those media outlets that originally attacked the Great Dragon Nation before the war with all kinds of falsified and smeared news, such as BBC Media News of the Great Eagle Nation, and the Bull York Daily of the Eagle Sauce, and so on. At this moment, all the Western media were dumbfounded, and all they could do was to shield the news as much as possible from their domestic populations. However, paper has never been able to cover fire. Nowadays, information is so advanced, can it be blocked by the media alone? The news that the Great Dragon Kingdom had ordered the southern monkey to surrender quickly spread around the world. This is not even 3 hours before the Great Dragon Nation releases its reputation for starting a war. And the southern monkeys are about to be beaten and surrendered? Here at the White House, Bei Laodeng looked at the notice of the Great Dragon State with a face full of incredulity. But in his heart, he was secretly glad that he had transferred the aircraft carrier in advance. Otherwise, If they really got involved, this time it would directly become a war between the Great Dragon Kingdom and their eagle sauce, and there would be absolutely no chance for the southern monkey to intervene. At this point in time, Baodin didn't feel at all that it was a problem for their eagle sauce. If we can't beat the Great Dragon Kingdom, isn't that because the southern monkeys aren't competitive? How can we blame it on us? Eagle sauce? So, Baodin immediately ordered the Pentagon to send out a circular to the public, squarely informing the world that eagle sauce urges the southern monkeys to surrender as soon as possible to end this war and maintain a peaceful situation in the world. These white-headed eagles have not seen their skills rise, but their cheeks are getting thicker every day. After arching the fire, he took himself off beautifully, pitted the southern monkey against the Great Dragon Kingdom, and numbed the others. It's great, the Great Dragon Kingdom has had a good fight, the eagle sauce archfire has had a good time, and only the southern monkey has become a real clown. There is a lot of laughter in the international public opinion, and most of the foreigners' eyes are still open. And an hour later, here at the South Monkey Presidential Palace, President Liang Yongho himself showed up on camera to make an official announcement of heavy news. The southern monkey accepts the surrender order of the Great Dragon Nation, and all armies stop resisting and surrender fully, preparing for peace negotiations with the Great Dragon Nation. After the news reached the side of the Great Dragon Nation, Shen Yu immediately called Rin Taijun, who was far away from the army headquarters, to ask him about the matters of the concerted talks. Talks? Talk my ass off. On the other end of the phone, Rin Taijun stood in front of a huge wall-mounted military map, snorted coldly, and said, "What they, the southern monkeys, have done in the past is not enough to qualify them to sit down and talk peace with us. In the beginning, here at the southern borderline of the Great Dragon Country, the boundary markers had been wedged early on, and the borderline was very clear. However, the southern monkeys were so bold that they argued several times about the borderline between the two countries and tried to encroach on the territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom. This conflict has been going on for many years now, and according to the proper labeling of the borderline between the southern monkeys and the Great Dragon Kingdom would be there at a river south of the border jungle, with the river as the boundary. The southern side of the river was only the territory of the southern monkey, while the northern side, including the place where the southern monkey's army was stationed at the moment, should actually be the territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom. I understand, Commander Ren. Shen Yu took the phone and nodded. What you mean is that by taking advantage of this surrender of the southern monkeys, the territorial issues between the two sides will be clarified once and for all, so that the southern monkeys will never again have the chance to overrun our territory. That's right, Rin Taijun on the other end of the phone said. The specifics of the negotiations, you and a few of their officers to arrange. In this regard I still trust you very much, but the bottom line of the negotiations is that the southern monkeys fully withdrew from the maliciously occupied territories of our side. At 8 o'clock that night, two small SUVs drove up from the direction of South Monkey. When they came to the entrance of the camp area of the Great Dragon Kingdom, two people came down from the car, and only after the guards at the entrance searched and checked them did the two follow the guard warriors towards the camp area. The two men were clearly the president of the southern monkeys, Liang Zhenghao, and the Minister of Defense, Kika. What they didn't expect was that the Great Dragon Kingdom, after receiving the news that they were going to surrender, ordered them that they would have to negotiate matters that night. So much so that Liang Yongho could only hurriedly take a car from the presidential palace there, all the way to the front line, and then go straight to the Dalonghua camp. Inside the camp, Shen Yu and a group of officers had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Liang Zhenghao and Kika walking over with their gray heads, Shen Yu did not move in the slightest, much less take a step to greet him. This is not a friendly meeting between two countries, but the other side came to make peace as the loser, and the posture and position of the two sides are naturally unequal. Greetings, honored officers of the Great Dragon Nation. I am the president of the Southern Monkeys, Liang Zhenghao. Liang Zhenghao came to the front and took the initiative to bow to Chen Yu and the others. We are completely sorry for this war, so after receiving news from your side, we rushed over for negotiations at the first opportunity. I'm very sorry, and on behalf of the Southern Monkey government, I would like to apologize to you once again. Liang Zhenghao's attitude was still very good, but of course because of his hanging head, no one could see what his face looked like. Hello, President Liang, let's talk in the conference room. Shen Yu only nodded slightly before leading these two people, close by, into the conference room next to him. As soon as he came in, Liang Zhenghao realized that the place was actually very simple, just a long table, a few stools, and even an energy-saving light bulb was on overhead. Is this the standard of living for the border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom? Liang Zhenghao couldn't understand in his heart. How did the Great Dragon Kingdom come up with those mechanical dogs and drones with such a standard of living? Have a seat. Shen Yu and the other officers took their seats before making a gesture of invitation to Liang Zhenghao and the others. Moreover, in Shen Yu's hand, there was a cell phone that was sitting on top of the stand, and at this moment, Chen Yu stretched out his hand and opened his Douyin live streaming room. Live. That's right, Chen Yu intended to make the scene of this negotiation through a live broadcast, so that over 1 billion people in the entire Great Dragon Kingdom, as well as people around the globe, could witness this historical moment with their own eyes. The territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom must of course be fully taken back, and not only must it be taken, but the whole world must know about it before it can be done. Liang Zhenghao of course also saw the cell phone holder in Chen Yu's hand, but how could he be qualified to make such a request at this time? The fact that the Great Dragon Kingdom was willing to let him come over for negotiations instead of directly sending out mechanical dogs to capture him was already very much giving him face. After Chen Yu opened the live broadcast, within just a few minutes, the number of people had already exceeded 1 million plus, and the number of people in the background was almost surging by tens of thousands of people per second. Chapter 137, Signing the Contract, Territory Returns to Great Dragon Nation. After Chen Yu and the other officers had taken their seats, over here, Liang Zhenghao carefully walked over to the negotiation table, sitting with half of his butt on the stool, not daring to take a big breath. That's President Nan Monkey across the street. It's the real president. Really? This guy looks like a human being, but why does he do such disgusting things? Can't be wrong. It's this guy. I heard that his ancestors are still related to our De Longhua, but now he's become an authentic southern monkey. Serves him right. You've messed with our country, and you've been beaten this time, haven't you? In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all pointing at Liang Zhenghao, and the audience in the live broadcast room soon broke through the number of 10 million. Here, not only the audience of the Great Dragon Country is watching, many foreign countries, there are many people are also taking this opportunity to see the negotiation situation. We in the Great Dragon Kingdom like to get to the point. Chen Yu looked at Liang Zhenghao, who was directly across from the long table, and said, President Liang, let's clarify a few things about this firefight, and then I'll talk and you listen. Okay, no problem. Liang Zhenghao nodded his head in a hurry, while the defense minister beside him, Kika, didn't even dare to say more than a single word and stood behind him with his head hanging down. This war is completely unilateral, caused by the provocation of your Southern Monkey Party. My Great Dragon Country belongs to the passive response to counterattack. In the 2 points of international conventions and world peace, the Great Dragon Country has no faults. Chen Yu asked slowly, do you recognize this? I recognize that. Liang Zhenghao froze for a moment, but quickly nodded. At this point in time, the First National Defense Force under his own command is almost letting others through. Why do you still mind this bit of cheeky stuff? Then the second point, Chen Yu followed up with, the premise of this negotiation is that you, the Southern Monkey Party, have lost the war, in its entirety, from under you, President Liang, to surrender to the Great Dragon Nation to talk about peace. Do you recognize that? I admit that this war was lost by our Southern Monkey Kingdom. Liang Zhenghao nodded again. What a relief. Look at that Southern Monkey president. His face is blacker than carbon. It's their fault. What's the saying? A half-dead neighbor is a good neighbor. This time, the military of our Great Dragon Kingdom is tough enough to give us ordinary people enough face. The audience in the live broadcast room have shouted. If it is not for Chen Yu especially closed this live broadcast of the collection of dysfunction, I am afraid that now there has long been a big brother to start the rocket streak. We, the military and the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom, are united in our love of peace and never bully weak countries. However, this war was one that we responded to passively out of self-defense, and to this day, each side has suffered losses in personnel or armaments. Chen Yu said indifferently, negotiating peace is certainly possible. However, it won't be that easy to sign a contract with just a mouthful of words. We need conditions. At those words, Liang Zhenghao's face became even more ugly. In fact, he knew in his heart before he came over that the Great Dragon Nation was bound to take advantage of the matter of this war to make a good dig at the fat oil on him. But what can he do now? Dearest Eagle Sauce had already abandoned him as a good eldest son, and now facing the Great Dragon Nation, Liang Zhenghao was like a 3-year-old milk doll, with no qualifications to bargain at all. Please, what are the specific conditions? Liang Zhenghao asked in a low voice. We've got the contract written up, and if you, on the part of the Southern Monkeys, can do these things, we can cease fire and make peace. Chen Yu pushed a document that had been prepared long ago in front of Liang Zhenghao. When Liang Zhenghao picked up that document and took a look, under his glasses, those eyes couldn't help but widen. The first point of the contract is the unconditional surrender of all Southern Monkey troops and a public apology to the world and the United Nations by the government side of the Southern Monkeys. This is nothing. Anyway, they have lost the fight. It's not the first time for the Southern Monkey to lose, and it's not like the face is important. And the second point made Liang Zhenghao sit up and take notice. It was clearly written on the contract that the Southern Monkeys must, within 3 days, retreat 50 kilometers from their entire line and return to the area south of the border river, returning all territories to the north to the Great Dragon Nation. This territory was indeed the Great Dragon Kingdom's, but in the eyes of the southern monkeys, what they had hijacked over was already theirs. Isn't it a bit too humiliating to cut off the land and beg for peace? Colonel Chen Yu, we can accept compensation in terms of money and materials, but this matter of territory. Liang Zhenghao was a bit embarrassed and wanted to resist, but didn't have the guts to do so. Facing him, Chen Yu uttered a sentence that made everyone present feel both relieved and pained. President Liang, your southern monkey shield and monkey. We can't see it. What's more, nothing you have there compares to a single point of our Great Dragon Kingdom's territory. Chen Yu smiled faintly. This point is the bottom line. There is no room for negotiation. Homeland, not an inch of it. Since ancient times, there has been the ancient saying that an inch of territory is an inch of blood. Today, the Great Dragon Kingdom is the right time to recover these usurped territories. How could Shan Yu be compassionate? President Liang, we'll only give you half an hour to think about it next. On the side, Zhang Shujuan added, if you refuse to return the territory of the Great Dragon Country, we can only assume that the southern monkey side is unwilling to negotiate peace. Then our side will continue to carry out military strikes. The opportunity to talk peace is hard to come by. President Liang, Lu Dashan said with a smile. Today we are in a good mood and are willing to give this face to the southern monkey. If you don't take it in your stride, I don't know when we will have to have this opportunity on another day. Liang Zhenghao didn't squeak, but large drops of sweat were emerging from his head. Chen Yu and these few officers were clearly threatening him in plain sight. However, even if he knew that people were threatening him, did he, Liang Zhenghao, have the possibility to resist? Finally, with the last minute left on the clock, Liang Zhenghao nodded his head vigorously. On behalf of the Southern Monkey government, I recognize the terms of your contract and accept all of its contents. However, please guarantee the lives of our captives that you have captured and refrain from further attacks on our facilities within the Southern Monkey Kingdom. Liang Zhenghao stood up and said very sincerely, that's for sure. We're not violent in the Great Dragon Kingdom. We don't have that habit of beating up the weak. Chen Yu smiled, and after signing his name on the contract, he then passed it on to a few other officers. And finally, Zhang Shujuan stamped the red seal of the army command of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Immediately afterward, Liang Zhenghao signed and stamped the two contracts, and at this moment, the warriors in the entire De Longwood camp cheered loudly. So what if the southern monkeys are brutal? One day is enough to crush them completely. The Great Dragon Kingdom rises up. Let these southern monkeys learn a lesson. Chapter 138. The world is warned that the Great Dragon State is inviolable. At this time, the tens of millions of viewers in Chen Yu's handheld live broadcast room also boiled over. Because of the large number of pop-ups flying past, even so, the servers of the Douyin group once again experienced a large lag. After all, besides Chen Yu, since they had developed this software, there had never been anyone who had tens of millions of viewers in their live room. Watching Liang Zhenghao sign and seal, Chen Yu collected one of the contract. His heart was relieved and at the same time, he was even more excited. This contract letter not only represented that his mechanized military weapon had crushed the southern monkeys, but it also allowed the Great Dragon Nation to reclaim a piece of territory that had been overrun for many years. Meanwhile, far away here at Air Force Command, the three commanders were watching this negotiation meeting in real time on a large screen. When he saw the scene of Chen Yu collecting the contract, Ren Taijun, who was smiling with a big smile on his face, laughed out loud in a very unimaginative manner. Painful. Our Great Dragon Kingdom had the ability to clean up this gang of southern monkeys decades ago, and it will only be easier to clean them up decades from now. Ren Taijun laughed. This time, not only is our army getting a long face, old Wu, old Zhou, you guys can also get some glory. Come on, look at the beauty of your boy. Wu Haidong was also happy, lighting a cigarette and saying, if it weren't for my blue cloud carrier fleet staring down Eagle Jam and the southern waters, could your army have gotten it so easily? Exactly. Zhou Changhong also laughed, my specially modified Tsunami 20, all listed on the carrier, the western airbase of hundreds of fighters on standby 24 hours a day. This credit still need to be old man to get light? All three were old friends, and at this point in the gag, of course no one would take it seriously. Alright, all in all, after the southern monkeys are tidied up and convinced, I reckon that within the next 30 years, they won't dare to take half a step across the border of our Great Dragon Country again. I'll get up a report later and take this news to the great leader. Ren Taijun sked, you also see it. Chen Yu, this kid is indeed good material. If we three have no face, turn back to ask the big leader. Let the big leader to do his ideological work. How about it? That's a great idea. Wu Haidong clutched his cigarette and said, keeping Chen Yu in the military is definitely a great thing. It must be arranged as soon as possible. The next morning, the great leader's commendation report came down, passing through Ren Taijun's side of the command, and then transferred to the southern border camp here in the Great Dragon Kingdom. All of the commanders involved in this battle, including Shen Yu, all received rank promotions, and Shen Yu was directly promoted from colonel to the rank of major with 2 bars and 4 stars. Of course, in addition to this, the whole army commendation order was also rare, and on this day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other official-speaking media of the Great Dragon Country also publicized the final result of this battle to the whole world. Meanwhile, the South Monkey President, Liang Zhenghao, went back last night with his captives in ashes, and early this morning, all South Monkey troops retreated in full force. Next, that would be the redrawing of the boundary lines of the boundary markers. Inside the camp, Shi Jun, the head of the Border Guard Regiment, laughed. I'll just arrange the personnel for this kind of work, so you don't need to keep these great gods of yours around. Yo, old Chi, you're trying to kick people out when you get a bargain? Lu Dashan laughed and said, our missile brigade launched several hundred missiles this time. Before this leaves, are you going to reimburse me for the expenses? Also, my entire armored mechanic division is pulling out here this time, even though there's no real war going on, and you're going to have to pad me out with fuel. Zhang Shujuan, who was on the side, also said, let's at least get some money for running errands. Asterisk 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 Q. Shi Jun laughed and cursed as he gave each of his 2 old brothers a punch in the head. Looking at the entire camp a happy atmosphere. Shen Yu heart is not to mention how happy. Defeating the southern monkeys and reclaiming the invaded territories is more than honoring his ancestors. Even the genealogy of the family would be fine if it was opened from his side. After saying goodbye to the 3 officers, Shen Yu was also ready to move back to Blue Cloud City. This time, he personally ran to the border to command the battle. In addition to winning a great victory, Shen Yu even realized that his strongest hand rub system actually unlocked a new function. However, this function would have to wait until he returned to Blue Cloud City before he had the time to slowly study and research it. Globally, many countries that are friends with the Great Dragon Kingdom are sending congratulatory messages at this moment. Of course, led by Eagle Jam, a host of Western countries, including the Northern Alliance Organization, are now all but uniformly silent, and absolutely not reporting a single bit more on this story. Northeastern waters, a trawler was chugging along, and as the boat's lifting equipment went to work, another big pocket of fish was brought up. In the captain's room, Captain Zhou Jianmen holding a cigarette, is listening to the radio. Sunburnt dark face reveals a hint of silly smile. Hey, the army of our Great Dragon Kingdom is not a coward. This time we have beaten the southern monkeys into submission. Good. Zhou Jianmen's side was giggling when first mate Li Xiaoshu happened to walk in. Brother-in-law, why are you still giggling? When Li Xiaoshu saw Zhou Jianmen smiling, he said, we've been busy for several days on this trip, and today's net is full of small fishes and shrimps, so I'm afraid the oil money won't be enough. 2 years ago, Zhou Jianmen, relying on years of fishing savings, bought the trawler, originally intended to do a good job this year. For this reason, he simply pulled his brother-in-law on board the ship, and the fat water does not flow outside the field, and then casually hire some people to work enough. As a result, the fish catch has not been very good in the past few months, not to mention making money. It's hard enough to pay those crew members. You know, Zhou Jianmen stubbed out his cigarette and said, our Great Dragon Kingdom has won the war, and the southern monkey has ceded all of the territories that had been encroached upon by us. Shouldn't we be happy about that? Really? Li Xiaoshu's eyes lit up, but immediately afterward, he complained, of course this is a great thing, but we always have to consider the problem of eating first. Why are you panicking? Can a sea this big still starve us to death? Zhou Jianmen searched for a while, and then looked at the radar sea map in front of him, and said, in front of us is the fishing island of our Great Dragon Country, so let's first dock and take a rest for a while, and then let's go to the farther away sea, where there are more fish. Fishing Island is located in the northeastern waters of the Great Dragon Country. Farther itself is not a big island, can have a 2 or 3 kilometers in a circle on the top of the sky. However, there is no marine police or navy station here yet, and usually only fishing boats passing through will stop for a rest. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jianmen had just lit a cigarette when he saw Li Xiaoshu rush in. Brother-in-law, come out and take a look. There's someone on the fishing island. Chapter 139, a sudden change in the situation. Has the footpad chicken grown up? What did you say? Someone? There's someone you're panicking about. Haven't seen anyone. Zhou Jianmen at first did not think too much of it. After all, he was not the only fishing boat. What if it was a peer who was also here? Saying that, Zhou Jianmen followed Li Xiaoshu out of the captain's room. By this time the fishing boat had already driven into the slow water area around the fishing island and slowed down. From a great distance, Zhou Jianmen saw that there were really people on top of the fishing island, and it was a group of short people who looked at a general height of about 1 meter 5 or 6. Zhou Jianmen's eyesight was good, and he quickly realized how these guys were still wearing military uniforms on them. It can't be someone from our Great Dragon Kingdom, can it? As Zhou Jianmen was muttering, there were also crew members around him who looked above the fishing island. As a result, just as everyone was looking at it, the little group of short men on the island suddenly took out a flag and found a spot to plant it. An anointed flag, in the middle of the white waving banner like a mourning cloth. A big red circle. This flag, not to mention 100 or so meters away, even if it is 1,000 meters away, you can see it clearly. Footpad chicken brats. Zhou Jianmen almost blurted out. How come these devils are still on top of our fishing island? On the side, Li Xiaoshu frowned. There had already been a dispute between the Great Dragon Kingdom and the foot chickens in the beginning because of the fishing island. And this time, it's no small thing that the footpad's brats have snuck onto the fishing island. And a group of soldiers at that. You hurry to the captain's cabin and call our marine police. Zhou Jianmen picked up the binoculars and signaled Li Xiaoshu next to him. Hey, is this the marine police department? We're the trawler Onping. We're near the fishing island, and the foot pickers have boarded our island. After Li Xiaoshu called the marine police, he hurriedly called out, "What did you say? The foot pickers are on fishing island? Are you sure?" The marine police operator was obviously taken aback as well and quickly confirmed it. "It's true. The anointed flag has been planted. How can it be false? You guys think of a way." And at this time, Zhou Jianmen, who was watching with binoculars outside, realized that the gang of little devils, after inserting the anointed flag, were dancing and grunting as if they were very pleased. One of the officers, who looked like a first sergeant, was looking from side to side, when suddenly, he came eye to eye with Zhou Jianmen. Soon all the little devils on the island were running to the shore and boarding their skiffs at the same time that, farther away, a footpad chicken frigate appeared. "Attention! You have invaded the territorial waters of our footpad chicken. Get out of here immediately, or we will expel you by force." Upon returning to the frigate, Fujita, who was the captain of the ship, immediately had his men shout through the tannoy. What are the brats screaming about? Zhou Jianmen and the others were all authentic fishermen. How could they possibly understand the words of the footpad chicken? For a while everyone was wondering. Seeing that the fishing boats in the distance didn't move, Fujita immediately thought that it was this group of fishermen from the Great Dragon Kingdom who didn't understand their language. So he got an interpreter to come over and asked him to shout on the spot, "You drops, get out of our territorial waters right now, or all of you will be arrested and put in jail." Not one of you. After hearing this shouting in Osamu's accent, Zhou Jianmen instantly understood. Let us go? When did this fishing island become the territory of the brats? They're the ones who should get out. Zhou Jianmen sneered. I'm still not leaving today. Let's see what method they have. At this time, Fujita on the frigate waited a little longer, and as a result, instead of leaving, the fishing boat from the Great Dragon Kingdom moved a little closer to them. The distance between the two sides was only a few hundred meters away, and through the binoculars, Fujita could see that there was a big, dark man on the fishing boat, holding a cigarette and looking at him contemptuously. Baka, these people don't know how to die. Drive over to me and clean them up with a high-pressure water gun. After we subdue them later, arrest them all and take them back. Fujita smiled sardonically and immediately gave the order. That said, it's quite a coincidence. Because of this incident of the South Monkey Route, the footpad chicken, as one of the most unfavorable countries of the Great Dragon Kingdom, cannot be panicked in his heart. On the same day, the cabinet of the Foot Locker met to study the matter and decided that the fishing island and several surrounding islands should be included in the territorial waters of the Foot Locker. Anyway, the Navy and Marine Police of the Great Dragon State do not come here to cruise every day, and the cabinet officials of the Foot Locker chicken take it for granted that this is a godsend. Just let the warships occupy these islands first, and then rely on them to build fortifications and bases, and then you'll be able to lengthen the defense line of the foot chickens a lot, and pick up the Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet as well. Fujita's frigate, on the other hand, was responsible for coming here to Fishing Island to survey the area, and it happened to run into Zhou Jianmen's fishing boat by coincidence. In front of a warship, a fishing boat was obviously not quite enough, and the high-pressure water gun that Fujita was talking about could not really be described as a water gun at all, but should be a water cannon. The pressure of that thing was extremely terrifying, and after firing it could spray hundreds of meters away, and the huge jet could destroy a lot of equipment. When he had closed in to a distance of a dozen meters from the fishing boat, Fujita immediately gave the order for 2 high-pressure water cannons to sweep simultaneously at the fishing boat below. In a flash, the boarding house, electronic equipment, and so on Zhou Jianmen's fishing boat were immediately devastated. The powerful high-pressure current washed the crew overboard, and over at the frigate, Fujita and the other brats rattled and laughed strangely. Send a few men down to arrest all these fishermen from the Great Dragon Kingdom who don't know how to die. Fujita waved his hand, and a few foot chicken soldiers immediately jumped down, wearing life jackets. After boarding the ship, these foot soldiers immediately punched and kicked the crew, tied them up and held them down with nylon ropes, and then pulled them through the ropes to the top of the frigate. At this time, Zhou Jianmen couldn't care about anything else. He rushed here to the captain's room in 3 or 2 steps. It was good to see that the radio communication hadn't completely broken down. I'm the captain of the fishing boat Saddle Flat, and the footpenny chicken brats have boarded and are making arrests. Bang! As soon as Zhou Jianmen's words fell, the 2 footless chicken soldiers who rushed in directly grabbed his head and knocked it hard against the equipment in front of him, instantly knocking him unconscious and dragging him out of the captain's room. But, before Zhou Jianmen was arrested, his news still reached the Marine Police Bureau here. Bastard! How dare this group of arrest our fishermen? Wei Shan, the director of the Marine Police Bureau, almost had his eyes spitting fire. This was no longer an ordinary civil friction dispute. The warships of the footpot chickens actually dared to arrest people, which was simply provoking the dignity of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Without any hesitation, Wei Shan immediately reported this news to the Great Dragon Nation's Navy General Base. Chapter 140, Super Commander Skill? This has to be on. Here at the Naval General Base, Wu Haidong nearly smashed the desk directly in front of him with a slap after hearing the urgent news from the Marine Police Bureau. These sons of ES ghosts, I think they're tired of living. Wu Haidong's eyes opened angrily. His body exuded a horrible murderous aura, and he straightly stood up and ordered, "Immediately dispatch warships over there for me. Never mind the others, and directly open fire when you see the warships of the Foot Basin Chicken." Wait a minute, old Wu, calm down. At this time, Zhou Changhong on the side saw Wu Haidong on the head, and quickly held him down, hard to press him back to the seat. Old Chow, what do you mean? Wu Haidong questioned him with a black face. We are all soldiers of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and the fishermen of our own country have been captured by the little devils of the Foot Chicken. Can you still swallow this? Don't look at the Army, Navy and Air Force commanders. On the surface it seems to be Ren Tiejuan's temper is the most violent, but in reality, only those who are familiar with these people know that Wu Haidong's temperament is the strongest one. When the Great Dragon Kingdom had not yet built the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, Eagle Jam's carrier fleet was even more reckless, repeatedly rushing to the edge of the Great Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters to carry out provocations. At that time, Wu Haidong was still the deputy commander, so he dared to directly order a few missile destroyers to sail directly over to the confrontation, and froze the Eagle Sauce back. Now that the opponent is not yet Eagle Sauce, but only a footpot chicken, and the navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom is not what it used to be, how can Wu Haidong endure this breath? Just calm down. Zhou Changhong frowned. Of course this matter needs to be dealt with, but if you send a destroyer directly over to open fire, it's like declaring war directly with the Foot Chicken. Afraid of what? Wu Haidong said angrily. I still don't believe that the Foot Basin Chicken can go against the sky. At first, he thought he hadn't been cleaned up enough by us, and thought that he could commit crimes just because he recognized Eagle Sauce as his father, right? Irritated, Wu Haidong gradually calmed down. Right now, it was a fact that the fishermen of the Great Dragon Country had been captured, but if they opened fire directly without dealing with the Foot Chickens at all, the Great Dragon Country would inevitably be labeled at that time. If we don't get it right, Eagle Jam and the Northern Alliance countries will also use this excuse to step in, and then it won't be 1 against 1 or 1 against 2, but 1 against 10 or even more. What is the position of the Blue Cloud carrier fleet? Wu Haidong asked the Chief of General Staff at his side. Commander Wu, our carrier fleet is returning from the southern waters and is currently almost at the Haimen area, the Chief of General Staff said. Give orders to the Blue Cloud side to head for the nearest harbor to resupply and then head straight for the northeastern waters. At the same time, send 3 guided missile destroyers, 10 frigates, and a submarine formation to stand by in the direction of the northeastern sea. Wu Haidong said in a cold voice. Let's wait for the result of our foreign ministry's negotiation first. If the footpot chickens dare to show their teeth, I will have to break their dog's teeth. At this moment, the Navy of the Great Dragon Nation immediately opened a Level 1 battle readiness mobilization, and a large number of main battleships, including the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud, quickly set out in the direction of the Foot Chicken. On the same day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Dragon State also launched a solemn representation to the Footpad Chicken side through its official number. As soon as the news was sent out, an uproar immediately arose within the Great Dragon. Countless people were both outraged and shocked when they learned of the news, and many more have left messages on the internet requesting the military to directly beat up the Footpad Chickens. Those sons of ES. How long has it been since the Footpad Chicken just got 2 big babies and it's not being honest again? Half-dead footsie chickens are good chickens. They've been following their Eagle Sauce dads for the past 2 years and are starting to go wild? What is our country waiting for? If the southern monkey can fight, what can't the Footpad Chicken fight? That's right, the Footpad Chickens don't even have an army. Isn't it just some crappy self-defense force? Beat them to death. On the internet, the sky is full of indignant speeches from the public, and a very small number of irrational people who believe that the military is too wimpy to open direct fire. Of course, such comments were quickly slammed by more people, and eventually those people had to dust themselves off and delete their comments. Blue Cloud City Steel Factory office side. Shen Yu is lying on the sofa brushing the phone. Behind the desk, sitting in the boss chair, Huang Jun is also full of anger. This group of brats is really lawless. Huang Jun cursed angrily, even daring to arrest our people. I think they are really looking for death this time. Shen Yu didn't say anything. In his opinion, the military's move was already considered relatively sensible, not firing directly. Other than that, Shen Yu had no good feelings at all for the footpot chickens, which were a group of things that were notorious for knowing small manners but no great righteousness. Fishing Island had been the territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom hundreds of years ago, so when could it be the turn of the people from the footbath chicken to go over and arrest someone? While brushing the news on his cell phone, Shen Yu was still thinking about one more thing in his mind, which was a new skill that the system had unlocked after he returned from the Border Guard Corps. This skill was also brought about because of the tech tree upgrade, but it was not a new weapon or equipment manufacturing skill. Level 6 branch of the tech tree, Super Commander. Shen Yu at first pressure simply did not understand. What is called Super Commander? Their own. This is not hand rubbing the system's technology tree? Unlocked should be hand rubbing skills, right? However, after returning to the steel mill, Shen Yu carefully studied it before realizing that, good lord, this Super Commander skill is simply not too unbelievable. To put it simply, this was a complete and utter god-tier skill that could take effect at any time according to Shen Yu's thoughts as long as it was unlocked. Its effect, on the other hand, was to enhance the all-encompassing attributes of all military martial equipment around Shen Yu. The prerequisite then was that these military equipment had to be manufactured by Shen Yu's hand-rubbing or based on Shen Yu's hand-rubbing skills. This enhancement effect has an unlimited number of coverage, an initial radius of 1,000 kilometers, and the enhancement is tied to the level of the technology tree. For example, Shen Yu was now at the 6th level of the technology tree. Well, now his Super Commander skill would be able to affect all military equipment within a radius of 6,000 kilometers. For example, the hive drones and the sub-drones among them that he hand-rubbed could directly increase their speed by 60%, and the destructive power of all kinds of weapons, the blast radius, and so on, were all enhanced by 60%. Even the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier was able to be enhanced by the same magnitude. Accordingly, if Shen Yu upgraded to the 7th level tech tree, the increase effect of the Super Commander skill would reach 70%. This skill doesn't seem to be particularly strong at first glance, but realize that it's a skill that's strong when it comes to strength. The Tsunami 20, as the top 5th generation fighter of the Great Dragon State, has itself basically equalized the Hawk Jam's F-22 in all aspects. Chapter 141, Military and Police Together. Footpad chicken must pay. Now, as long as Shen Yu turned on the Super Commander skill, then the Tsunami 20's all-encompassing attributes would suppress the F-22 by upwards of 60%. In a real-world environment, not to mention one-on-one, even if it's 1-on-10, the F-22 is bound to be no match for the Tsunami 20. Again, the Blue Cloud carriers are still not as good as Eagle Jam's proper nuclear-powered carriers in all aspects of performance. However, with the Super Commander skill, the Blue Cloud carrier frontal was fully capable of toughing out 2 or 3 of Eagle Jam's carrier formations. The unlocking of the Super Commander skill both made Shen Yu's heart happy and made him feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that God had destined that he was going to move towards the military in this life and become a leading figure in the Great Dragon Nation? Although the Super Commander skill can also be effective on ordinary non-military products, it is obvious that this skill is a bit too big to be used to increase the efficiency of plowing and digging. Originally, Huang Jun asked him to come to the office today because he wanted him to help design some new fishing gear. Shen Yu brand fishing tackle has now become the #1 hot-selling product in the fishing tackle market of Dalong country, and the steel factory is running at full speed, producing thousands of sets every day, all of which are in short supply. But now, after the footpot chicken had gotten into this mess, where did Shen Yu have the heart to design fishing gear in peace? After swiping his cell phone for a while, Shen Yu suddenly swiped to a piece of news. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Locker also responded. In the video, Kakuria Tamura, a spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Locker, comes out and gives a little account of the situation there on Fishing Island. Fishing Island and the surrounding islands were supposed to be within the archipelagic realm of our footpads chicken, and the territorial waters there belong to us as well. Fishing boats from the Great Dragon State, after having sailed into this sea without authorization, had friction with our frigates and deliberately pelted our ships with various tools and stones. Therefore, the frigate's captain, Fujita, ordered that the fishermen of the Great Dragon Nation be suppressed with high-pressure water cannons, and that they be temporarily taken into custody and detained. Kakuria Tamura said with his head held high, "We are also very sorry that this incident happened, and we hope that the Great Dragon Kingdom can resolve this issue with calm and rational means." Calm down? I'm cool your ass. Shen Yu could not help but curse. This gang of brats inverting black and white is really a handful of When did Fishing Island become the territory of the footbath chicken? After those nonsense Chen Yu did not bother to read just the first sentence of this Tamora. It is obvious that the big mistake. After that there is no need to read the content. Chen Yu was upset in his heart when a phone call came in, and immediately, he got up and walked out of the office. In the factory, Chen Yu picked up the phone on Wu Haidong's side. Commander Wu, you have orders? Chen Yu asked over there. Chen Yu, you should have seen what happened over at Fishing Island from your cell phone as well. Right now, our military is planning an operation. There is a special operational mission that requires your participation. Make some time to come over. Wu Haidong said to Chen Yu over the phone. No problem, I'll be there now. Chen Yu couldn't care less about resting or not, and immediately responded. In the afternoon, Chen Yu arrived here at the naval base in a military license plate automobile. After arriving at the conference room, Chen Yu found a nearby seat under Wu Haidong's gesture. Basically all of the officers here were from the naval department, with the exception of Zhou Changhong, as the Navy and Air Force were all coordinated out, and there's not a lot of people coming to meetings on the Army side, and when it really comes time for the Army to step up, it's not going to be on a small scale. The response of the footpad chicken is a clear and deliberate attempt to turn black and white upside down. Wu Haidong said, it's an indisputable fact that our fishermen were arrested, but the footbath chicken side is portraying this incident as our personnel deliberately provoking in the first place, which shows the sinister intent of their intentions. Our Air Force's Sea Dragon 4 has gone there to scout the fishing islands. This is the footage that came back from the scout plane, so let's take a look at it. As soon as Zhou Changhong's words fell, a picture appeared on the conference room's large screen. Chen Yu looked at the large screen. On it was a sea viewed from a high altitude, with several islands spread out amongst them, obviously fishing islands. However, as the scout's image drew closer, it was able to see that a medium-sized ship of the footpad's chicken had appeared around the fishing island, with a large number of smaller boats going about their business. Based on the footage that came back, it's not hard to see that the foot chickens are trying to build military fortifications on Fishing Island and the surrounding reefs as soon as possible. Zhou Changhong said seriously, once the construction is completed, they will be able to station the army, and by then this matter will become even more complicated, so we must not allow this to happen. This kind of situation had also happened there in the Southern Sea at first. Countries such as the Southern Monkeys and the Filipinos have all coveted those islands in the southern part of the Great Dragon Kingdom and have also moved to construct military fortifications there to occupy the islands. However, their actions had temporarily subsided after several severe crackdowns by the Great Dragon State. Our guided missile destroyers are in place, but the waters around Fishing Island are complicated. Wu Haidong said, there are a lot of reefs on the bottom of the sea, and they are relatively shallow, so if a warship sails through, it is likely that it will simply run aground or fold in. So, after our Navy and Air Force met and studied the situation, we decided to strike them with full coverage without using missile destroyers first. The first thing to do now is to snuff out the idea of the footpads constructing military fortifications, which means sending men over to catch their men first. As Wu Haidong said this, he turned his head to look at Chen Yu and said, Senior Colonel Chen Yu, this is a task that I am going to leave to you. No problem. Chen Yu had already been pondering on countermeasures just now, so he nodded his head when he heard that. Since that is an area where shallow beaches and reefs are spread out, it's the world of dinghies, so let's just use dinghies against dinghies as well. I've heard that the dinghies there at Footpad's Chicken are of good quality and can run at speeds of up to 120 kilometers an hour. Zhou Changhong said, there are no ordinary dinghies here in the Navy. If we borrow from the Marine Police Bureau, the quality may not be as strong as the dinghies of the Footpad's Chickens. Chen Yu, are you sure about this? Hearing Zhou Changhong's words, Chen Yu was instantly happy in his heart. Originally, he had thought that the skill of Super Commander would find no use now. Good lord, didn't this just give him the chance to test his Super Commander skills? As long as the dinghy of the Marine Police Bureau was not in a state of obsolescence and could run at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, Chen Yu could make it run at 160 kilometers. No problem, please feel free to do so. Chen Yu immediately nodded and said, other than that, just deploy another hive drone on standby, and start the mission now. Chapter 142, Attacking in the Night. The sharp knives go straight to the fishing island. The sub-drones inside the hive drones have a range of just under 1,000 kilometers. At this time, the advantages of the hive drone were demonstrated. With its range capable of reaching more than 5,000 kilometers and a maximum time of 24 hours in combat. After the plan was finalized, the Navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom immediately acted in conjunction with the side of the Marine Police Bureau, and through a special channel, more than 20 Marine Police skiffs were dispatched over. That night, the 20 Marine Police skiffs were delivered here at the main naval base. Commander Wu, Major Chen Yu, Wei Shan, the director of the Marine Police Bureau, came over in person and said to the duo, our small boats from the Marine Police Bureau are already in position. Do you need us to send more Marine Police boats over for reinforcement? No need. Chen Yu shook his head and laughed. The speed of the marine police boat is too slow. It's only 3 or 4 hours of work for the dinghy to drive from here to the fishing island side. We'll get ready to go now. All actions are subject to safety. Chen Yu, Wu Haidong said to Chen Yu very seriously. For the sake of this operation, the Navy had specially deployed a group of elite special soldiers from the Amphibious Special Operations Brigade to come over and assist Chen Yu's operation. At this moment, these 60 special soldiers were fully dressed in their equipment and stood in formation, revealing a ghastly iron blood-killing aura. Rest assured that I will not fail the military and the people. Chen Yu walked over to the special squad, and the leading captain, Sun Ming, immediately saluted. Senior Colonel Chen Yu, the Special First Detachment is all in position. Board and go. After Chen Yu had put on his equipment, he, Sun Ming, and 2 other special warriors, first boarded a nearby dinghy. This type of MPA dinghy is not really suitable for long-distance operations. They are more often used for offshore dispatching. Each dinghy is about 6 meters long, pike-shaped, and has the insignia and bilingual name of the Marine Police Bureau printed on both sides of the hull. After Chen Yu got on, he first checked the dashboard and console. The maximum speed of this kind of marine police dinghy was only about 120 kilometers, and the small boat there in the footbath chicken. According to the military investigation, the fastest speed can reach 160 kilometers per hour. The 2 sides obviously have a small gap, but does this matter? Full speed ahead. Captain Sun Ming. After Chen Yu gave the order, he quickly activated his strongest hand rub system at the same time before turning on his super commander skill. In an instant, Chen Yu's mind buzzed. In just a few seconds, Chen Yu's mind was lit up as if countless starbursts were lit up in a pitch-black night. Those points of light were uncountable, corresponding to Chen Yu's various military and martial arts equipment, and each one of them was within the control of Chen Yu's mind. Even more, Chen Yu could immediately pinpoint what he was looking for from these thousands of points of light with a single movement of his mind. The aircraft carrier Blue Cloud. Chen Yu thought just a little bit in his mind, and in the next moment, the coordinates and directions of the Blue Cloud appeared clearly in his mind. Blue Cloud. Coordinates southeastern waters, latitude so-and-so north, longitude so-and-so east, speed 30 knots, heading due north. Clear, just too clear. Chen Yu could even almost see in his mind's eye the massive figure of the Blue Cloud chopping through the waves, as well as one of the escorting destroyers around it. What a super commander skill. Chen Yu secretly sighed in his heart. This was definitely a divine skill for command and dispatch on the battlefield. Not to mention, it also had a huge amount of increasing effect on all kinds of military and military equipment. Soon after, Chen Yu locked onto these 20 marine police skiffs through his super commander skill and chose to apply an increase. In an instant, the speed of these small marine police boats, which had just left the harbor, suddenly began to increase steeply. That's not the right speed. Captain Sun Ming, who was steering the ship, couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly discovered that the dinghy, which had stabilized at 120 kilometers per hour a moment ago, was actually soaring in speed at this moment. On the dashboard, the needle was pointing to the bottom, but the speed of the dinghy was actually rising. By feel, Chen Yu was able to sense that the speed of these marine police dinghies was at least 170 to 80 kilometers per hour. Don't worry, it's our secret weapon, Chen Yu deliberately said to Captain Sun Ming. First, get to the vicinity of the fishing island at full speed. Yes. 20 marine police skiffs formed a zigzag formation and set off rapidly toward the northern waters, with a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. It would actually take just over 2 hours to reach the fishing island there. The original plan finalized by the military and Chen Yu was to just arrive at the waters around the fishing island before dawn, but now it looked like it would be in place by the latter part of the night. While the engine roared, Chen Yu was also silently sensing the situation around him. In his mind's perception, the 3 missile destroyers already in position in the northern waters were also within the coverage of his super commander skill at the moment. They rested silently on the surface of the sea, and each destroyer carried 72 couplings of various missiles of extremely appalling power. 3 hours later, Chen Yu's squad had arrived at the waters near the fishing island. Major Chen Yu, about 5 nautical miles further ahead is the shallow sea area near the fishing island. Let's wait until dawn, Sun Ming asked Chen Yu after slowing down the speed of the dinghy. Let's start by having the high drones release 2 battle auxiliary drones to go over there and scout out the current movements of the footpads. Chen Yu picked up the binoculars and looked from afar. There were a few areas on the fishing island side where lights could be seen lit up. Obviously the footpad chickens were already working on building military fortifications. If we really let these ghosts settle down, this is really a bit difficult to handle. At that moment, the hive drones that had already taken position high in the sky projected 2 battle auxiliary drones and quickly approached the fishing island there. Through the images that came back from the drone, Chen Yu could clearly see that Footpad Chicken had already constructed the outlines of several military forts. There was also a not-so-small frigate moored on the fishing island facing the Footpicker's side of the sea. and in addition to that, there were several footpickers skiffs traversing the sea. Apparently, the footpad's chicken didn't expect the counterattack from the Great Dragon Kingdom to come so quickly, and at this hour, there was still only one frigate here. In fact, if Chen Yu let the missile destroyer bombard this place now, it would not take much effort at all. Fujita and his frigate would be buried at sea immediately. Only now, Chen Yu no longer wanted to let these brats leave easily. Even blowing them up would be a mercy to them. As dawn broke, on the northeast side of Fishing Island, several skiffs from Footpad's Chicken roared to life, ferrying materials and soldiers back and forth to board the island. One of the leading Footpad Chicken skiffs was about to pull up to the shore when there was a sudden roar in the distance. It's the Great Dragon Kingdom coming. The Footsie Chicken soldier who was driving the ship grabbed his binoculars and took a look, and was shocked. In the binoculars, in the distant sea, 20 sea police skiffs of the Great Dragon Kingdom plunged over like a sharp knife. Chapter 143, Thunderous Attack. Kill the chicken with a fire axe. The shallow sea area has always been a stopping zone for warships, and even medium-sized ships like frigates can't easily drive over to support them. Because of this, Chen Yu wasn't worried at all about the distant Footpad Chicken frigates rushing over to support them. This area was completely the world of dinghies. At this moment, the 20 marine police skiffs, under the control of Chen Yu's super commander skill, were at full horsepower, and with a whirring sound, they directly intercepted a few of the Footpad Chicken skiffs. Don't move, all of you. Get down and hold your heads. Beside Chen Yu, Captain Sun Ming nonchalantly raised the burst flashlight in his hand and swept it directly at the Footpad Chicken man. It was just dawning, and most human eyes had not yet adjusted to the light. Shaken by the bursting flashlight, all of a sudden, the little kids in the skiff were quacking and covering their faces and ducking around. The marine police dinghies were organized in groups of 3 or 2, and under Chen Yu's mobilization, all of these dinghies of the Footpad Chicken were wrapped up in the very middle. Baka, you guys drop. What's working? This is the territorial waters of our Footpad Chicken. How dare you trespass on our territory? Among them, on top of the leading skiff, an officer-looking brat even rushed Chen Yu's side, yelling in a broken accent, I told you to shut up. One more wasted word and I'll chop you all up. Chen Yu didn't even bother to talk nonsense with this guy. Backhandedly copied a brawny fire axe, straightened his arm, and the blade of the axe was almost sent in front of the little kid's nose. This immediately silenced the voices around them. Captain Sun Ming beside Chen Yu immediately commanded the other special soldiers to destroy the power of all their dinghies, and later tie a rope to tow them all back. However, coincidences arise. A few hundred meters out to sea, the frigate Fujita, which had already dropped anchor, was moored here, while Fujita walked onto the deck humming a little tune, draped in his officer's overcoat and holding a teacup in his hand. The air is just fresh in the morning, and the waters are even more beautiful without those nasty stinkers from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Fujita mouthed the words and just lifted his cup of tea to his mouth. His eyes glanced up, and in the next moment, his eyes nearly fell into his teacup in a glare. The sea was already unobstructed, and with today's good weather, the range of vision could reach thousands of meters away once the day dawned. Fujita's eyesight wasn't bad, and he saw at a glance that the skiff sent out from the frigate here, ready to board the island and start work, had actually been intercepted a few hundred meters away. It was too far away to see what the identity of the other skiff was, but the red and blue blinking sea police lights were enough to say a lot. Baka, it's the Great Dragon Kingdom coming. Annoyed beyond belief, Fujita immediately ordered the staff officer at his side to come over and film the scene, while he immediately went to the captain's room and prepared to take the frigate over. But, with such a large ship, it takes time to start raising the anchor, and with the shallow sea area ahead, the frigate can't get particularly close. On the other side, Chen Yu grabbed the fire axe with one hand and pointed at the Footpad Chicken officer on the dinghy, and next to him, a large number of De Longwei Navy Special Forces had already boarded the dinghy. When they came up, the first thing they did was to smash all the electronic equipment on the Footpad Chicken skiff with their axes and rifle butts, then fill the engines with seawater so that they lose the possibility of escape completely. The Footpad Chicken officer named Murakami who was pointed at by Chen Yu with a fire axe. The guy looked at the fact that the side of the Great Dragon Nation didn't seem to be planning to shoot, so he snapped his hand up and reached for his waist. However, Chen Yu had already seen his movements long ago, although Chen Yu was not from a military background. However, his physical fitness was not generally strong, having hand-rubbed thousands of steel pipes and personally built so many armored weapons. Chen Yu's speed and strength could not be much worse than the special forces around him. In the next second after Murakami had just stretched out his hand to touch his gun, Chen Yu was quick on his feet and swung his fire axe round, smashing it hard with the back of the axe. Ah! A scream rang out. The hard, angular back of the fire axe broke two of Murakami's fingertips directly, causing him to sit on his butt in the dinghy and howl with a twisted face in pain. Not honest? Chen Yu looked at his agonized howling appearance and sneered. I'm afraid that when you captured our fishermen from the Great Dragon Kingdom, You didn't treat them with worse methods, did you? Commander Ching Yu, the Fujita frigate is coming over. Sun Ming quickly walked over to Chen Yu's side and pointed to him in the distance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu turned his head to look, and sure enough, after the Fujita frigate had collected its anchor, its horsepower was turned on full blast, and it headed straight for this side, at a very high speed. It looks like the footpad chicken is really in a hurry. Regardless of them, this shallow sea is insufficient for warships to pass through. All taken care of? Chen Yu asked Sun Ming. All tied up, and their skiffs have all been scrapped. Sun Ming nodded. Tie their skiffs to our marine police skiffs and retreat from the shallow area to get back to our destroyer formation first. Chen Yu took a look at the Fujita frigate in the distance, and vaguely could even see that the furious Fujita on the deck was shouting something. Retreating now didn't mean Chen Yu was afraid of them. The Great Dragon Kingdom never fought nameless battles, and what's more, if they bombed the Fujita frigate now, it would be even harder to rescue those fishermen being held in the foot chicken. For this operation, what Chen Yu wants is for the fishermen to come back unharmed, and under this premise, then he will ruthlessly clean up this group of bold ghosts. The distance between the two sides was less than 200 meters. The high-pressure water cannons just couldn't hit here, and Fujita didn't dare to directly order to open fire, so he could only order the frigate to come closer. But, not waiting for him to come after him, in his sight, the sea police skiffs of the Great Dragon Kingdom had tied up all the footpond chicken skiffs and quickly left through a shoal. Baka, report to General Tamura Kakuryu at once and ask him if you can open fire. Fujita saw that the frigate was about to run aground and had to order it to fall back, while he himself walked angrily back to his side of the command room. The staff officer next to him had already prepared the video footage from earlier, and at Fujita's signal, the large screen in the command room began to play the footage of the action of the Greater Dragon Kingdom's marine police skiff just now, only to see the screen. A dozen or so of the big Dragon Country's sea police small boat quickly surrounded the small boat of the Foot Basin Chicken. The speed is simply staggering. These dinghies are going almost 200 kilometers an hour, aren't they? Fujita was surprised, but immediately afterward, the next scene caused him to immediately call a pause. Only in the right center of the screen, on the side of the Great Dragon Nation, a young man stood on the head of the dinghy, a fire axe in his hand blatantly pointing at the nose of the footpad chicken officer. Chapter 144, If you dare to fire a shot, I'll fire all my guns. Not only that, but the surrounding special forces of the Navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom were rapidly capturing the people of the foot chicken, and some of them were destroying motors and electronic equipment. Capture this footage for me and send it back to our Self-Defense Force Command Center along with the entire video. Fujita narrowed his eyes and said, this is hard evidence sent to our mouths by the Great Dragon Kingdom, using violence against our people for no reason. They're just waiting to be drowned out by international public opinion. Half an hour later, Chen Yu commanded a team of marine police skiffs, which quickly arrived here at the 3 missile destroyers, and with the help of the naval fighters, captured all of the footpad chicken captives onto the destroyers. Major Chen Yu, a middle-aged officer, accompanied by several staff officers, walked up to Chen Yu and saluted, saying, I'm Chang Qingpeng, the captain of the guided missile destroyer Funan. Nice to meet you. This Captain Chang Qingpeng was also a serious colonel rank, one rank lower than Chen Yu's major rank, but in reality, Chang Qingpeng's credentials were extremely high, and if he hadn't held on to his position as a destroyer captain, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to become a vice captain even on the Blue Cloud. Hello, Captain Standing. Although Chen Yu was still not quite used to it, he immediately returned the salute. These people from the footpad chicken, please send someone to carefully interrogate and investigate their identities and the purpose of this landing on the island. After saying that, Chen Yu roughly told Chang Qingpeng about the heated fight that had just taken place there in the shallows near the fishing island. It looks like the footbath chicken can't wait and wants to occupy the fishing island and the surrounding islands in a hurry. Chang Qingpeng nodded and said, however, they are being whimsical. Our missile destroyers are already in position. If they dare to forcefully construct military fortifications, we will not hesitate to open fire and strike. In addition to Chang Qingpeng's Funan guided missile destroyer, the other 2 guided missile destroyers had also been put on combat standby, and in the direction of the more distant waters, the carrier Blue Cloud was already on its way with a dozen or so ships of various types. Now that the Great Dragon Nation had just thwarted the South Monkey's provocative behavior, it was a time of high morale, and the footpad chicken had completely run into a gun. Fishing Island is the territory of the Grand Dragon State, and the footpad chicken actually dares to build military fortifications on the territory of the Grand Dragon State, which is no longer a question of provocation or not, but a deliberate attempt to provoke a war. The footpad's frigates had spotted us when we pulled back, but they couldn't come after us because of the shallows. Chen Yu looked at the silhouette of the fishing island in the distance and said, I don't think it will take long for the footpad chicken officials to release the news internationally. The situation was almost identical to what Chen Yu had guessed. Later that afternoon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Locker issued a notice in the international media. The circular devoted fully half of its page space to a rather artistic photograph. There is no doubt that that photo was a scene of Chen Yu grabbing a fire axe and pointing it at the footpad chicken officer. Only in the photo, the whole sea was in chaos, and all around were the naval special forces of the Great Dragon Kingdom boarding boats to arrest people. The people on the side of the footbath chicken were basically either taking punches or big kicks, and the two people, Chen Yu and the footbath chicken officer, happened to be right in the middle of the picture. Based on this photo, the footless chicken MFA also made a special caption. Anger. The Great Dragon State's maritime police side intruded into our territorial waters without authorization, and even assaulted our crew members with murderous weapons in their hands. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the footpad chicken side, now formally informed the officials of the Great Dragon State to immediately release our captured crew members and make a public international apology. The news was an immediate global sensation. Hundreds of millions of people were also abuzz after the news reached the country. In the Great Dragon Nation, Chen Yu's current fame was not just a star. Basically everyone knew that the military had produced a talented young man, coupled with the fact that Chen Yu had been live on Douyin quite a few times. The people had just seen the photo and immediately recognized the person on it as Chen Yu. This is in line with the bloodline of our Great Dragon Nation. This is how we should deal with the little devils. It's light enough not to shoot them on the spot, and they still have the face to clamor? What do you mean their territorial waters? The fishing island is owned by the Great Dragon Kingdom, and that's what the King of Heaven would say if he came. If the footpad chicken wants to go to war, then be quick and give a quick word. Fight or not, little devils of the footpad chicken. If you have the guts to fire a shot, a cannon will do. If you dare to fire a shot first, we'll fire all the cannons. Many of the people of the Great Dragon Country simply flipped directly over to the extranet side and went directly to the official number of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the footbath chicken to curse them. This can give the foot of the chicken foreign ministry scared. They also did not expect the big dragon country's people actually so tough. The comments are clear that let them have the courage to open a gun first. In international public opinion, Eagle Sauce is of course on the side of Foot Locker. Once again, Baladin spaced out to the Grand Dragon Nation via a White House press conference. We, on the Eagle Sauce side, in the interest of world peace, urge the Great Dragon State to apologize and admit its faults as soon as possible, release the crew members arrested by the foot chicken, and not to let the situation escalate. Aside from Hawksbane, public opinion around the globe is about 70-30 in favor of the Grand Dragon State and the foot chicken, and that 30% is almost all Northern Alliance affiliates. Chen Yu, your kid has made a name for himself this time, but to be honest, the brat's photo-taking skills aren't bad, and the valor of the soldiers of our Great Dragon Kingdom was captured very well. In the command room of the guided missile destroyer Funan, Chen Yu was talking to Navy Commander Wu Haidong, while Wu Haidong was sashaying over the phone. Commander Wu, this trip we captured the people who landed on the island from the foot chicken, a total of 25 people. What is the military thinking about next? With a smile on his face, Chen Yu asked Wu Haidong. We're also considering it. At the moment the big leader's side hasn't given a final decision yet. The first order of business now is to respond internationally to the statements made by Footpad's chicken. Oh, and that picture of you holding up the fire axe, Wu Haidong said on the other side of the phone. Fire axe? Chen Yu pretended to be puzzled and said, when did I hold up a fire axe? Who did you hear that I was holding? Wasn't that a selfie stick? What the hell? A selfie stick? Wu Haidong froze on the phone, not yet understanding what Chen Yu meant. It's a selfie stick. I guess they got their eyes crossed. How could I possibly swing something as dangerous as a fire axe? Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, the scene was so chaotic at that time. In order to make sure to record the full situation, I personally found a selfie stick and loaded my cell phone in the video. Chapter 145, the winds are stirring up, and there's no peace inside or out. And how considerate of our Navy Special Forces to sweetly go over and pour water on their engines to cool them down because of the high speed of their dinghies. Some of the crew members of the footpads were in shock, and our fighters even took the initiative to go up to them and give them CPR by boxing them. In the spirit of humanitarianism, to make sure their people are okay, we brought them back here to the destroyer for further observation. Commander Wu, do you think there's something wrong with what we did? After hearing these words from Chen Yu, Wu Haidong couldn't help but laugh out loud over the phone. Ha 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 ha, good, you kid, okay, you don't say, that's an interesting way of putting it. I'll call the foreign ministry later and relay the situation you described. Wu Haidong laughed over the phone. You guys stand by for now, wait for the blue cloud to get into combat position and then we'll have more confidence. Yes, less than an hour later. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Grand Dragon State responded to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Chicken by making a public statement at the international level. The fishing island has been the inherent territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years, and this is irrefutable. In addition, the the personnel of our maritime police skiffs, in a humanitarian spirit, intercepted the crew of the Footpads Chicken who stepped into the waters of the fishing island. In the meantime, the crew of the Foot Locker Chicken became agitated and some even fainted, and our fighters immediately recorded the whole situation with a selfie stick. The official fingerprints of the Foot Locker Chicken are completely wrong. What made even Chen Yu a bit surprised was that, good lord, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually repeated exactly what he had said to Wu Haidong. The statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Dragon State has almost plunged the global public opinion into a sea of laughter. The people in the country were still full of anger because of the rampant provocations of the footbath chickens, but the statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs instantly made them happy. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is right. We are the ones with the most humanist spirit. Who says this selfie stick is a fire axe? This selfie stick is fantastic. That's right. Footpad Chicken has a knack for inverting black and white, talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. At this moment, here at the Foot Chicken Maritime Self-Defense Force Command Center, Tamura Kokoryu was looking at the statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Dragon Kingdom on the screen with an iron face. Baka, do these Daronguks think we're idiots? And a selfie stick? That's clearly a fire axe. Tamura Kokoryu was practically on the verge of being pissed off and confused. He's never seen anything like it. The guy who beat up the Footpad Chickens, smashed up those dinghies, and in the end, he has to bite back and say that the Footpad Chickens were the ones who dogged him? Abominable. Simply abominable. Tamura Kokoryu really wanted to be able to send warships to open fire on the Great Dragon Nation right away. But, while he was stupid, he wasn't stupid. With the military power here in Foot Locker, they don't even have a navy right now. Instead they're called the Maritime Self-Defense Force then. The strongest force of the entire Maritime Self-Defense Force is just a few destroyers. Not even a single guided missile destroyer. And the aircraft carriers are even more of a non-event. Now, the satellites of the Foot Chicken Maritime Self-Defense Force have scouted out that less than a few dozen kilometers south of Fishing Island, there are 3 missile destroyers of the Great Dragon Kingdom parked yet. These 3 guided missile destroyers are, without exaggeration, enough to devastate all the ships of the Foot Locker. As a result, Tamura Kokoryu can only do one thing now, turn to Big Daddy Hawk Jam. Mr. Baladin, the missile destroyers of the Great Dragon Kingdom are almost at our doorstep, and their Blue Cloud carrier seems to be mobilizing as well. Holding the phone, Tamura Kokoryu anxiously said, think of a solution quickly. Is it possible to send an aircraft carrier formation over to support us? Hold your horses on this one. Here at the White House, Baladin slowly sipped his coffee and said, as long as you don't open fire first, the odds are that the Great Dragon Nation won't come down on you directly. High probability? Tamura Kokoryu was a little speechless. This was a matter of life and death for the Foot Chicken, not to mention the probability. Even if there was a 90% likelihood that the Great Dragon Kingdom would not make a move, he could not accept it. What's more, the Great Dragon Kingdom had only just finished cleaning up the southern monkeys, and the guns hadn't even cooled down yet, and the Footpad Chickens were rushing up to pick a fight. Were they so stupid as to seek death? Of course not. In fact, it was also Bei Lao Deng's idea for the Footpad Chicken to risk coming over and hitting the islands around the Fishing Island. According to Bei Lauden, as long as this island of Fishing Island can be occupied and developed into a military base, in the future Hawk Jam could then station ships and troops here as well, and even build airfields and anti-missile radar base stations. In order to fulfill his filial duty to Big Daddy, the Footpad Chicken made a hard move against the Fishing Island. Who would have thought that Bei Lauden would be a bit of a sellout for them now? Don't be in a hurry. I'm not finished with this, am I? Bei Lauden said. Our Special Intelligence Agency agents have secretly infiltrated the capital city of the Great Dragon Kingdom and have begun to plan a big event. As long as this event is successful, it will surely cause chaos within the country of the Great Dragon. At that time, I can guarantee you that the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom will be in disarray, and the operations here on Fishing Island will inevitably be put on hold. So you guys will be able to work fast and furious to catch up with the construction of the fortifications. Really? Then President Bei Lauden, I'll be waiting for your good news. At the airport in the capital city of the Great Dragon Kingdom, a man with a grave face and sunglasses got off the plane and hurriedly took a car to leave the airport, heading straight for a building in the city. This building was the headquarters premises of the Tingfei Group. In the Great Dragon Country, the Tingfei Group had already had a small history of 20 years, mainly dealing with some mechanical products and foreign trade. Sunglasses man all the way to taxi and then get off. Re-taxi, back and forth to change 3 or 4 cars before coming to the first floor of the Tinglong building lobby here. After coming to the front desk, the man in sunglasses said to the little girl at the front desk, "My name is Chu Ming. Please contact your chairman's office phone number and say that I have something to find him." "One moment, please." The little girl at the front desk was a little surprised at the man's tone. He wanted to see their chairman as soon as he came up. However, after she dialed the phone and informed the chairman of this Chu Ming's request, Unexpectedly, the chairman told her to tell Chu Ming his top floor password and let him go over. After a while, on the top floor of Tinglong Mansion, the elevator dinged, the door opened, and Chu Ming walked out. This is the special key level. You have to password to get up in the elevator. After knocking on the door, Chu Ming pulled open the office door and walked in. What's wrong? Is there some special arrangement? I'm on a tight schedule and it's not easy to make the trip here. Chu Ming didn't sit down even after he came in and stood in the middle of the office with his brows furrowed. Look at the figure behind the desk, holding the newspaper. Upon hearing this, the man put down the newspaper, revealing a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner's face, and smiled at Chu Ming. By order of Mr. President, we're about to carry out an operation in the capital, and we need your cooperation. Chapter 146, I didn't shoot. Why did you fall down? Hearing those words from the blonde foreigner, his eyes froze for a moment, his mind buzzing. This foreigner's name was Joseph, and on the surface, he was the chairman of the Tingfei Group in the capital city of the Great Dragon Country, responsible for foreign trade-related projects. And secretly, Joseph is actually a senior agent in the Eagle Sauce Pentagon, highly placed, working directly for Bailodin, taking orders only from the president and Admiral Mack. This man named Chu Ming was the one who had been invited by Joseph to come here to the capital. Only, during these 10 or 20 years, Joseph had been lurking in the capital city of the Great Dragon Country, and had not been able to make too much of a fuss. And this time, when he made his move, it was actually a major operation. Think it over. This isn't another city, it's the capital. Chu Ming took a deep breath and dissuaded with as little trace as possible. In case we fail, we'll end up in the middle of nowhere. Don't you worry. Joseph laughed slightly and joked. I understand what you're thinking, Mr. Chu. After all, you're the youngest and most promising officer in the Great Dragon Kingdom's naval military. When you cooperate with us, even though you don't say anything on your lips, your heart is bound to be on tenterhooks. Isn't that right, Mr. Chummerwo? Hearing these words, Chu Miu didn't squeak, but the look in his eyes was enough to prove that what Joseph said was true. Chu Ming was just a codename he used to connect with the Tingfei Group's side. In fact, he had already become a downline in Joseph's hands a long time ago. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, my manpower here is still relatively abundant, and as of now, there is no need for you to personally take action. Even if our plan succeeds, when your Great Dragon Kingdom investigates afterward, it will definitely not be able to investigate your head, and it won't affect your honor and wealth. Seeing that Chu Mo did not squeak, Joseph spoke again. What do you want me to do? Chu Mo was silent for a moment, both hands clenched to the point of veins appearing, and asked in a deep voice. First of all, I'll need some of the startup capital here, and that money can't be deducted from the Tempest Group's accounts. After all, it's one of the bases that we've been operating for years at Eagle Sauce. These days you as soon as possible. First find a way to get me $10 million over here, to ensure that the money comes easily will not be found out. This should not be difficult for you, right? Joseph laughed. In addition to that, I need you to provide me with the details of the whereabouts and address of someone who is also familiar to you. Hearing that Joseph was only asking for money, Chu Mo's heart was initially relieved, but the second half of his sentence immediately afterward made him a little nervous. This person you're talking about, it can't be Chinyu. Chu Miu's face was ugly as he shook his head. If you guys want to catch him, then it's better to save your efforts. He basically only stays there at the Navy and Air Force's main bases, and won't go out at all. That's not for you to worry about, Joseph said, where he lived in the outside world before he came into your military's view, who he knew, family and friend connections, etc. That would be easy for your military to investigate. Within a week, the money and the clues, those are the two things you're going to get for me. No negotiation. Sitting behind the desk, Joseph's gaze was condescending, almost looking down on the Chu Mo in front of him. He knew very well that with that handle in place, it was impossible for this guy to refuse him. Okay, I promise, but after I do these two things for you this time, I'm quitting. Chu Miu raised his head and said, I should be discharged from the army in another year, and by then I will be of no value to you. Let's wait for a year from now. Mr. Chu, you can go and arrange these two things now. Joseph's gaze contained a smile, and after he watched Chu Mo leave the office, his eyes immediately turned icy cold. From his desk drawer, he took out an information sheet that had a picture of Chenyu on it. What an interesting young man. If Mr. President hadn't asked me to kill you as soon as possible, I would have loved to take you back to Eagle Jam alive, Joseph said to himself. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, in which the footpad chicken had become a bird of prey. The three guided missile destroyers of the Great Dragon Kingdom were already eyeing the sea demarcation line between the two countries here, but as a result, the next day, the carrier fleet of the Blue Cloud was also in place. This time, the Great Dragon Nation had nearly 20 ships of all types parked directly under the nose of the foot chicken. That one standby sea-to-land missile is capable of stabbing into the heart of the footpad chicken like a sharp knife at any time. On the contrary, on the side of the Foot Locker, the Maritime Self-Defense Force had deployed more than half of the military ships in the entire country of the Foot Locker, and there were only 4 destroyers and more than a dozen medium-sized frigates, not to mention aircraft carriers. Even if it's a guided missile destroyer, the footpad chickens can't even get one out right now. The head of the Foot Locker Navy, Tamura Kakuryu, had a blister on the corner of his mouth because he was in a hurry, and the whole man was even more anxious, waiting in agony for news from Eagle Jam. However, anyone with eyes could actually see at this point that Eagle Jam's carrier fleet wasn't even out of the harbor right now. Even if Bailading really ordered the carrier fleet to support the footbath chickens, can the thousands of kilometers of sea road be finished in a moment? Forced by the pressure given by the front of the big dragon country is really too huge. Tamura Kakuria considered it again and again, but decided, for the time being, first to withdraw the fishing island side of the several warships back before. In this way, at least it can ease the tension between the two sides that are now at cross swords, and it is impossible for the side of the Great Dragon country to just cross the borderline and open fire, right? Get me the Fujita frigates over there, and pass the word to them to pull back immediately in a formation stance and return to the harbor for resupply first. In addition, inform the Great Dragon Nation again, saying that this is a misunderstanding, and that we are willing to release their captured fishermen on the premise that the Great Dragon Nation releases our crew. Soon after, the Foreign Ministry of the Foot Locker once again made a global statement. The Footpad Chicken Party, urge the Great Dragon State to release our captured crew members as soon as possible, and we are willing to release your fishermen. The dispute over the fishing island should not be elevated to a firefight between the two countries. We should sit at the negotiating table and talk about how we can resolve this matter peacefully. The news was immediately met with a global chorus of snickers and jeers. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Who can't see that this is clearly a case of the footpad chicken wimping out? It seems that they are indeed afraid. But then, the fear is not very complete. And that's not good. In the command room of the Funan, Chenyu swiped the news on his cell phone and couldn't help but TSK. Chapter 147, You're a wimp and you're showing your teeth? You should beat up the chicken. On the side, Chang Ching-peng, captain of the Bunan, said bluntly, let's release their men first. The little devils are still awake and know the stick to swing. Chenyu instantly laughed when he heard this and said, Captain Chang, you're really right. This kind of behavior from the footpad chickens, do you know what situation it's the same as? Oh, same as what? Chang Ching-peng sniffed in interest and asked. To put it plainly, it's the same thing as a dog guarding its food. But any dog that dares to show its teeth to a person, then it has a mind to bite. And at times like this, if you just carry a stick and scare it, it won't work. Chenyu said metaphorically, the more you just deter and don't do anything, the more this dog feels that you're afraid of its sharp teeth and claws, and even thinks that it's going to be more powerful than you. After hearing Chenyu's analogy, the group of officers in the command room could not help but nod their heads. And what's going on with the footpad chickens right now isn't quite the same as your average dog guarding its food. After all, what we are carrying in our hands is not a stick, but a chainsaw. One time can take a dog's life, so it will definitely be afraid in its heart. However, fear notwithstanding, the dog was not willing to budge, and still showed his teeth at us with a goated face. Chenyu smiled faintly. This situation is actually quite curable. Just give them a little lesson and they are guaranteed to be impressed for life. Fair enough, but now I'm hearing that the military there at Foot Locker seems to be holding back on the idea. Chang Ching-peng pointed outward and said, 10 minutes ago, 2 of the 3 footpads chicken frigates around Fishing Island were evacuated, and there's one left, that Fujita's frigate. Look, isn't this the chance that the footsie chickens are giving us? Chenyu had long since seen through the situation at hand and said, there's no need to rush, half a day at the most, there will definitely be a change. After discussing with Chang Ching-peng, Chenyu contacted the site of the naval base and talked to Wu Haidong about his thoughts as well. Soon after, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Dragon State also formally responded to the rantings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Chicken. First of all, we, the Great Dragon Kingdom, never bully the weak, let alone invade another country's territory. The Foot Locker military has captured our fishermen, and this is not a matter that can be easily resolved by an exchange of personnel between the two sides by any means. Negotiation is always an opportunity given by the winner to the weaker. Unconditionally release our fishermen and our side will otherwise consider giving you a chance. The statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is obviously a bit too official, but the reasoning is easy to follow. Negotiation? Do you deserve it? Since ancient times, it has been the winning side that initiates negotiations in order to leave the other side a way out, offering various conditions as the price of a truce. Right now, can Footpad's chicken be considered the winning side of the fight? If they want a ceasefire, then they can't use the word negotiation, but should say, surrender. And now, the Great Dragon Nation has also completely characterized this matter. Before releasing the fishermen, there is no room for negotiation. If not, let's fight, all the way to the eyes of the Emperor. Can you not surrender? By this time, the winds of global opinion had tended to swing one way or the other in favor of the Great Dragon Nation, not to mention those neutral countries. Even those countries in the Northern Alliance in Europe that embraced eagle sauce, their senior leaders nearly shook their heads off when they saw what the footpad chickens were doing. Stupid, just plain stupid, and a disgrace, since they dared to take the initiative to provoke the Great Dragon Kingdom, then simply and directly do neither in fight. Now, well, how can we act jointly with eagle sauce when the Great Dragon Kingdom flashes its muscles a little bit and the footpad chickens wimp out like this? Now they won't be able to wait for our support, led by the Great Eagle State, including the Chariot State and the Gallic Chicken, among others, all spoke out, urging the footpad chicken to hurry up and adopt more conciliatory means to settle the matter. As for hawk sauce, Valadin is now simply a straight-up no-squeak, playing dead. From the very beginning, Valadin was thinking about the future strategic position of Fishing Island. If the chicken can really take over this area, then it would be good for eagle sauce to build some anti-missile radar base stations and airports. Getting it, of course, is good for you and good for me and good for everyone. But now that it seems that the footpot chicken can't get the fishing island, then why would eagle sauce risk a deadly confrontation with the Great Dragon Nation to help? Anyway, Hawksbane is known internationally for its backtracking and lack of credible reasoning. If countries had credit, then Eagle Jam's credit worthiness would be absolutely negative. Too black to be true. Hawk Jam has the audacity to do what it wants with non-allied countries, let alone with its own henchmen. However, at this time, on this side of the fishing island, above the Fujita frigate, which had never left, there was chaos. Fujita himself was considered a young and talented officer in the Footlocker's navy, and was very radical in his thinking and extremely hateful of the Great Dragon Nation. It was also because of this guy's boldness and courage that Tamura Kikuria had him act as the spearhead of the fishing island operation. As a result, what he never dreamed of was that it was his initial decision that was now a major disaster. Colonel, General Tamura has ordered us to withdraw to the harbor and stand by. Soldiers have to follow orders. You can't mess around. A footpad chicken officer stood in front of Fujita and pleaded. Baka! Fujita flung his hand and smacked him over on the ground, cursing angrily, "You're a bunch of bloodless animals who aren't even considered soldiers." For the past 2 days, Fujita's mind kept drifting back to that day. The image of Chenyu standing on top of a marine police dinghy, grasping a fire axe with one hand, his gaze majestic, pointing the axe at a footpad chicken soldier. In his opinion, this was an unbelievable insult to the foot chicken soldiers. When did the people of the Great Dragon Nation become so bold? This shame could not be cleared without washing away. Fujita simply hated to be able to eat Chenyu alive in order to relieve his hatred. I am the military director of this frigate, and I now give the order to immediately turn around and set off toward the navy of the Great Dragon Nation in preparation for the start of the military assault. Fujita drew his pistol and froze, pointing and yelling at the staff officer beside him. 20 minutes later, here on the guided missile destroyer Funan, Chenyu had long since stood on the deck looking at the fishing island site from a distance. As expected, a shadow of a ship gradually grew smaller and larger until the entire thing was floating on the surface of the sea. Sure enough, it's here. Chenyu had a hint of a smile on his face. He had long guessed that Fujita's frigate was not leaving. It must be that this Oni couldn't swallow his breath and wanted to fight to the death with the Great Dragon Nation. A dead heat? That's right. Then, missiles to the door. Just waiting for your probe. Chapter 148, Global Broadcast, Firefight at the Sea Line. It didn't take long for the alarm bell to ring on the guided missile destroyer Fukunan. On the deck, a large number of naval fighters ran and quickly began to respond militarily, and the extraordinarily large ship's guns were already calibrated and aimed at the coordinates of the other side. What the hell are the brats up to? Their frigates are already looming a kilometer from our maritime boundary line. Chang Qingping and a staff officer also walked onto the deck and picked up binoculars to watch from afar. Only 7 or 8 nautical miles away, Fujita's frigate was fast, apparently intending to break through the sea line of the Great Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. They're coming just right. We've got the dog beater up now, and we're just waiting for this dog to put his head up for a beating. Chenyu's expression was subdued as he said lightly, not to mention that with the increase in his super commander skill in place, the Fortuna missile destroyer's strength in all aspects was enough to defeat 10 with 1. Even if Chenyu did not utilize his super commander skill at this time, the naval side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, which was a full carrier fleet, could not possibly be afraid of such a minor character. Walking over to the staff officer, Chenyu turned his cell phone on and handed it to him before saying a few words about something. Yes, the staff officer immediately took his cell phone and returned to the command room. While on the deck, Chenyu hurriedly ordered the Hive drones to lift off. The 2 Hive drones lifted off at the same time. and after arriving at an altitude of 500 meters, it only took 2 minutes for them to have a full lock on the Footpad Chicken's frigate. And at this time, the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom were pleasantly surprised to find that Chun Yu's account had opened up. The news media was covering the story live 24 hours a day, but the media reporters and cameramen were on the carrier Blue Cloud, 50 nautical miles away from the front lines here. So the media cameras obviously can't get a picture of what's going on here. However, it was completely different once Chun Yu started broadcasting. Just now he gave his cell phone to the staff officer. That is, he asked the staff officer to fix the live broadcast image at the big screen there in the command room. Through the real-time images transmitted back from the Hive drones, the domestic and international viewers who were flying in on the live broadcast were able to clearly see that the frigate of the Footpad's Chicken had already arrived at the location of the sea line of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The brats are crazy. Dare to bare their teeth with us? Looking at that stance of theirs, it can't be that they really want to fight us, can it? It's hard to say, but by the looks of it, that's 9 times out of 10. And we're just waiting for them to do it. We shouldn't have to wait that long. As long as the warships of the Footpad's Chicken dare to cross the sea line, we can just open fire. Fight them to the death. A barrage of pop-ups flew by. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 30 million. And in addition to the people of the Great Dragon Country, many people from many overseas countries were also watching Chun Yu's live broadcast. If the Great Dragon Kingdom really fights with the Foot Chicken, it may not be bad for us. At the very least, Hawk Jam's attention will be drawn more than halfway across the room, and we'll be able to steal development better. On the Camelot side, a group of bearded men with white turbans sat around the floor of the palace, and one of the men who spoke was staring intently at the screen of his cell phone. It was Benjamin Jetton. Commander, aren't you worried that Chun Yu and the others will be defeated? The bearded Lascar couldn't help but ask. Fail? Benjamin Jetton let out a laugh and said, if it was Eagle Sauce bringing the entire Northern Alliance together, the Great Dragon Kingdom might lose, but a single Footpad Chicken? Then it's better not to dream. Not only the Camel Country, but almost all of the dozen or so countries in the Northern Alliance, including the Eagle Jam side, had military figures watching Chun Yu's livestream. Although Douyin is the software of the Great Dragon Kingdom, but for them to get a small number to run in and dive in, cannot be a problem. Yet it was at this time, while the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were talking heatedly, here in the frontline waters, the battle took place without warning. The Fujita frigate had completely shut down the communication channels of the Footpad's Chicken military, and was in a complete state of silent attack. The medium-sized frigate itself didn't have particularly powerful firepower, but it still had all the guns, missiles, and everything it needed. Boom! On this side of the Fujita frigate's missile bay, a spiked ship-to-ship missile whistled out, trailing a tail flame and white smoke. This missile, again, is a weapon supported to them by Eagle Jam, and is considered upper middle class in terms of international standards. On the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the 3 missile destroyers appeared to be unresponsive, but in reality, the moment the Fujita frigate opened fire, Chun Yu had already given a counterattack. When is a missile most difficult to intercept? Of course it is at the end of the line, which is the most difficult to intercept because of its extreme speed. In contrast, missiles that have just been launched are far from up to speed and are the easiest to destroy. A Hive drone high in the sky had long since locked onto all of the Fujita frigate's weapons via the linked array radar. Within 1/100th of a second of a numerical change in the heat source of that missile, a self-destructing drone was dropped. Within 0.5 seconds, the self-destructing drone completed its wing extension and then immediately went into suicide self-destruct attack mode. Buzz! Above the Fujita frigate, a horrible beeping sound appeared in the ears of almost all the brats. Next moment, rumble! No one saw what was going on, but the spiked missile that had just been launched actually just exploded over the frigate. A huge ball of fire exploded in the air, incomparably dazzling. This bizarre scene, in the eyes of many of the less militarily savvy viewers in the live broadcast room, was almost as if the Footpad Chicken's missile had malfunctioned and self-detonated. No, it's us, the Great Dragon Nation, who utilized anti-missile weapons. What weapons are so advanced? Who do I ask if you ask me? You should ask our military. The foreign netizens in the live broadcast room were obviously even more surprised when they saw this scene. They had thought that with the Fujita frigate seizing the lead, the military ships of the Great Dragon Kingdom were bound to have their hands full, and might even get hit. But no one could have imagined that the situation would be like this. The 3 missile destroyers of the Great Dragon Kingdom didn't even bother to move a bit, and the missiles of the Footpad Chickens had already blown up in the air. Baka, give me continuous fire. Fire the ship's guns together. Fujita gritted his teeth and ordered furiously. Soon, the Hive drones detected a change in sound and heat source values on the Fujita frigate within a fraction of a second. It looks like Footpad Chicken really wants to die with us. Put the Hive drones into omnidirectional attack mode. Captain Chang, you don't need to fire missiles for now. We want to catch them alive. Chapter 149 Dare to offend? Then I'll make sure you don't come back. Chen Yu stopped Chang Qingpong, who was planning to launch the missile. In time. How terrifying is the firepower of a guided missile destroyer? If the Fukunin fired a single round of missiles, the Fujita frigate would have disappeared from this world. Will drones alone work? Chang Qingpong was still a bit apprehensive. After all, he had never seen what the Hive drones were capable of. Feel free to rest assured. We'll be able to capture these little brats of theirs alive without using a single soldier. Chun Yu smiled calmly and picked up his binoculars to look in the direction of the distant battlefield. The skies above the Fujita frigate were simply great at the moment. The 2 Hive drones dropped a dozen self-exploding drones in quick succession, as well as 6 battle auxiliary drones, and 10 Dragon King combat drones. All of these drones completed their wing extensions in mid-air, and then came up to full speed, whistling towards the Fujita frigate and encircling it. Speaking of which, this was the first time the Great Dragon Nation's military had used Chen Yu's drones in actual combat. Not only were the tens of millions of domestic and foreign viewers of the live broadcast opening their eyes, but the top brass of the military, too, were following the combat operation between the 3 small drones, which were commanded through Chen Yu's intelligent control system and operated in tandem. They had arrived at their combat positions in just a few seconds, and this time, unlike on Dimao's side, Chen Yu had directly accessed the signals of these small drones in his mind through his super commander skill. In a flash, dozens of points of light lit up in Chen Yu's mind, and he was even able to switch the perspective of each drone in front of his eyes at will. This feeling was incomparably marvelous. All of the drones were all within Chen Yu's control, and could even carry out attack actions based on his mind. Not only that, the super commander skill gave these drones a terrifying 60% increase in their full attributes. The maneuvering speed of the Dragon King combat drone soared right up to over 600 km per hour, so much so that the anti-aircraft machine guns on the Fujita ship could not even lock onto it. As for the self-exploding drone, it was even more powerful, and after this thing went into terminal attack mode, its maximum speed was even able to break through 1,000 km per hour. Not to mention the damage from the explosion. Even a hard smash at this speed would have put a big hole in the ship. However, this combat operation was not just about destroying the Foot Chicken's warships. It was also about taking Fujita, the officers, alive as much as possible for the next step. So Chen Yu still used the most conventional battle plan: drop graphite bombs, self-destruct drones and Dragon King drones for indiscriminate destruction of all weapons and equipment on the ship. After Chen Yu's order was given, high in the air, a fist-sized graphite bomb was quickly scattered. These bombs, on the battlefields of Big Hair and Second Hair, as well as in cleaning up the Southern Monkey, have revealed an extremely terrifying strategic strike capability. Immediately after the overhead explosion, the wisps of graphite fibers would short-circuit the radar and all electronic equipment. Still, graphite bombs have a limited effect on ships. After all, the winds on the sea are relatively strong, plus ships don't have much equipment or wiring exposed to attack, except for radar. After the first round of strategic attacks, the Fujita's command room was completely scrapped of radar, and even the radio signals were severely jammed. But that's just the beginning. Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions rang out in the direction of the deck, huge explosions from the hits of the self-destructing drones. The thick and hard deck of the ship was hardened by these drones blowing out large holes more than a meter wide, with a large number of wires and equipment inside bursting with electrical sparks. The gun at the front of the deck was a key target for blasting, with 3 self-destructing drones attacking at the same time, and the gun tubes were blown up into the air. That was why Qingyu intended to catch them alive. Otherwise the self-destructing drones would have attacked not the deck but the command room and the side of the ship, and that would have taken only 2 rounds of attacks to directly take out the ship, before Fujita could react. Behind the command room, an even more terrifying explosion sounded. This round of explosions, in addition to the commotion, caused the entire frigate to immediately vibrate and deflect violently, and thick black smoke rose up. What's going on? Baka, what's going on? Fujita's mind was blown and he grabbed an officer and yelled sternly, "Major, our missile pods were attacked by an unidentified drone and there was a large explosion." The grizzled officer shouted. Several Dragon King combat drones swept by at speeds too fast for the human eye to catch. They had just fired a round of small missiles with such precision that it directly triggered a chain of large explosions in the ship's missile compartments. Looking from the side of the Bunin, this warship of the Foot Chicken was almost on the verge of being blown in two, starting from the rear half of the section. Well played, beautiful. That's the way to them. The footpad chickens just owe it to themselves. Our navy is also too fierce. What do you mean by unilateral beating? In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers were shocked by this shocking and incomparable offense. It is no exaggeration to say that in front of the Great Dragon State, the warships of the Footbath Chicken did not even have a chance to fight back. This scene, see the foreign country's military senior but one face ugly to the extreme. Outsiders look at the scene. Insiders look at the doorway. All these people can see that what the Great Dragon Country used is clearly the kind of drones that supported the Great Hare before. Just who would have thought that this drone used to strike ships would have such a horrible effect? On the deck, Chang Ching-peng, binoculars in hand, did not squeak for a long time. Even so, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. My goodness, so easily, a frigate was taken out? Before this, Chang Ching-peng had already heard that Chun Yu's hive drones had gained a lot of notoriety, and had played a huge role on the Big Mao side, as well as the southern monkey battlefield. Hearing is believing, and after really seeing this crushing bombardment with his own eyes today, Chang Ching-peng is really convinced. Even if he let his guided missile destroyer make the strike, there was so much of a % chance that he would take a naval shot. After all, the Fujita frigate had gotten the jump on him earlier. However, within just a few minutes, Chen Yu had only sent a few dozen drones to easily destroy the frigate. Captain Chang, get ready to send some fighters out. It was only when Chen Yu opened his mouth at this time that he woke up the stunned Chang Ching-peng. What's wrong? Chang Ching-peng froze and subconsciously asked. The kid ship has been hulkied up and I expect it's going to sink soon. We've got to get their men back. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, the marine police dinghy that we sailed earlier will just come in handy. Chapter 150, the whole country rejoices. The footpad chicken has become a soft-footed chicken. Chang Ching-peng immediately ordered. Immediately send out our marine police skiffs. Go over and arrest all those who are still alive on the footpad chicken warships, and if there is any resistance, shoot them on the spot. Yes, this time, Chang Ching-peng did not send out those naval special forces that had followed Chen Yu, but instead mobilized the officers and men on top of the guided missile destroyer Funan to carry out the capture operation. After all, from the beginning to the present of this battle, the Fortuna hadn't even fired a single shot yet, and from beginning to end, it had kept Chen Yu's side busy, and Chang Ching-peng felt a little less than pleased with himself. Soon, a dozen or so marine police skiffs quickly set out and sped toward the Fujita frigate over the sea line. By this time, the Fujita ship had long been ablaze, especially the rear half of its hull, which was almost cut off by the round of explosions just now. A large number of missiles, depth charges, etc., that were still in storage were all detonated by the Dragon King combat drones, causing a chain of explosions. Fujita was even more grimy, dragged out of the warped and twisted command room by two staff officers. Colonel, our ship is on fire. Please hurry to the escape boats. One of the kid staff officers stood at attention and called out to Fujita. Baka, no retreat. Fujita glared and showed his teeth. How many men are left now? Tell them all to get their weapons ready and prepare to fight the Great Dragon Kingdom. Hearing his words, the faces of the two little kid staff officers were filled with bitterness. Fighting? What's the point of fighting at this point? They just casually sent a few drones and nearly sank the Fujita ship outright. And those guided missile destroyers and the Blue Cloud carrier have been watching the show the whole time. At this point in time, Fujita is still asking them to charge. Isn't that just a waste of time? It was also at this time that more than a dozen marine police skiffs had arrived here at the Fujita ship, and after hooking onto the deck fence via grappling hooks, the naval officers and men swished up on their hands and knees. Don't move, all of you on your knees, hands on your heads. Anyone who dares to move will be shot directly. Climbed up a dozen naval fighters directly into the submachine gun. The deck scurrying and the little kid immediately hooted and hollered down a large number of knees. Of course they don't understand the words of the Great Dragon Kingdom, but they don't understand the words, but they always recognize the gun. What's more, the footpad chicken side had known for a long time that the Great Dragon Nation was notorious for treating prisoners favorably, and all those captured Southern Monkey soldiers were also safely released after the surrender of the Southern Monkey government, and none of them were killed. Therefore, at this time the little devils were very smart and chose to kneel down and surrender. When Fujita came out from the command room here with his two staff officers and saw the scene on the deck, he was even closer to not passing out from anger. Baka, you assholes are actually kneeling to the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Fujita rushed over in a rage, raising his pistol and trying to collapse the soldier at his side. Only when he had only carried out his movements to the point of raising his hand, Gu Xiaoming, the captain of the special squad of the Fortuna, directly kicked him over onto the ground with a big kick, and the butt of the gun was slammed hard into his wrist, and the pistol immediately flew out of his hand. Don't move. Move again and we'll shoot. Upon hearing those words, Fujita's aura immediately disappeared, and in its place, there was a touch of unspeakable panic and bewilderment. This time, he rushed into the sea boundary range of the Great Dragon Country without authorization, which was entirely caused by a moment of anger. But Tamura Kakurio's side had already given the order to retreat. These could be good. Most of the Great Dragon Kingdom would probably not kill him as a captive, and would probably release him back. However, on the side of the footpad chicken, Tamura Kakurio will 1,000,000% make him cut himself to thank for the crime. Fujita would rather be shot in the head right now than in the horrible agony of cutting himself. So he got up violently and was about to pounce on one of Gu Xiaoming's legs. Not honest? Gu Xiaoming hissed out of his mouth, and a shot directly hit Fujita's arm, immediately sending a stream of blood soaring out. Ghostly screams immediately erupted. Take all the strangled dogs and tie them up and take them away. A few minutes later, all the little devils, including Fujita, were made to board the marine police skiffs and quickly transported over to the Fortuna. The Fujita, on the other hand, sank into the sea shortly after the Orioka's marine police skiffs retreated. This scene was clearly seen by Tamura Kikuria through a large screen in the command room of the Footlocker Maritime Self-Defense Force's main base. Although there is no means to capture the battlefield picture on the side of the Footbath Chicken, but Na Chenyu opened the live broadcast. The Blue Cloud carrier's remote detection system placed clear images on the screen of the Blue Cloud's command room, which in turn was broadcast live by Chenyu's cell phone for tens of millions of viewers around the world to watch. What Tamura Kikuria was watching at the moment was clearly Chenyu's live stream screen. Baka, this stupid pig, stupid ass. Tamura Kikuria was so angry that he went red hot on the spot and violently rattled all the water cups, pens, and books on the table in front of him to the floor. Fujita was a radical, something Tamura Kikuria knew all too well. And it was because of this guy's radicalism and rashness that he had put this guy in charge of the fishing island operation. But now, Tamura Kikurio has to pay for Fujita's behavior, trespassing in the territorial waters of the Great Dragon State and being the first to fire missiles. This nature, if the Great Dragon Nation pursues down, can be much more serious than the Southern Monkey side. After all, the Southern Monkey side also just mouths the declaration of war, and then was beaten by the Great Dragon Nation with a beating to submit. And the Foot Basin Chicken side can be directly as a warship into the sea line of other people to launch missiles of the big event. This is not the same as the initiative to provoke a war? General, what now? The chief of staff standing next to Tamura Kikuria's face turned green and shivered as he asked. You asked me? Tamura Kikuria said in a confused manner. Things have come to this, surely we can't continue to fight with the Great Dragon Kingdom. Our military strength is simply no match for theirs. Prepare the automobile for me. I'm going to go and meet with His Majesty, the Heavenly Locust. Such a big event. He, a head of the Navy, obviously couldn't make the decision. He had to ask their Lord Sky Locust. And at this time, the tens of millions of viewers in the Great Dragon Nation almost boiled over in Chenyu's live broadcast room, when they saw that the Fujita ship was sunk and Fujita and dozens of brats were all captured. The pop-ups from the audience went almost crazy, and the various gift effects were more than just flying across the screen. Bullskin, this is how we should fight in the Great Dragon Kingdom. Beat these dishonest guys around us until they are completely convinced. It's just a matter of armament consumption. It's not a big deal. Starting today, I'll contribute 2 more packs of cigarettes a day. An aircraft carrier is tens of billions of dollars. We have more than 1 billion people in the Great Dragon Country. More than that, I'll take the lead and put up 200, and build another one for the country. Shoot the footpads captors, the bastards. We can't let them go back easy. Chapter 151, 10 billion popularity, countless support from various countries. By this time, Chenyu's live broadcast room had already created a historic record for Douyin, with the real number of people breaking through 30 million and the popularity breaking through 30 billion. Not only were the people of the Great Dragon Country frantically expressing their excitement with pop-ups and gifts, but there were also many viewers abroad who were shocked by this scene. I can't imagine. Their Great Dragon Kingdom actually has such determination and means, especially Chenyu. Now it seems that we were right to maintain good cooperation with him in the first place. He's bound to become an important figure in the military in the future. Here in Camelot, a group of bearded men were sitting around on the ground, and Ben Jetton, the commander of the government forces, looked at the live feed on his cell phone with his eyes glowing and couldn't help but slap his thighs. Commander, this is still your foresight. The bearded man hemmed and hawed. After Chenyu finishes the carrier blueprints for us, we'll look for him to buy more advanced weapons. What do you think? Why wait until the carrier blueprints are finished? It needs to start now. Benjamin Jetton shook his head and said excitedly, especially the kind of drone they sold to Big Mao, and the mechanical dog used in packing up the southern monkeys. They're all good stuff. Turn around and find a chance to contact Chenyu right away. We're going to import them in large quantities, and the price isn't a problem. Understood. The bearded man immediately nodded. You guys, go open 100 trumpets for me, and give Chenyu's live broadcast some gifts to show our appreciation. How about 100 million eagle dollars? Benjamin Jetton pointed to a few bearded subordinates around him and said, just run for this price and brush until he goes off the air. Not only the Camel Country, but on the side of Servia, where the Great Dragon Country had previously conducted an evacuation operation, the government department had also specifically given Chenyu's live broadcast through a small number and started to give him a frantic bounty. Of course, in terms of financial power, Seville was obviously no match for the Camelot Kingdom, but even so, they were still very generous and rewarded the congratulatory gift of more than $10 million. At this moment, the backstage staff of the Douyin group were confused. This is outrageous, isn't it? A large wave of overseas accounts were frantically rewarding Chen Yu's live broadcast, especially with Camelot Country being the main one. Their reward amount had already exceeded $10 million within 2 minutes. However, with the previous experience, coupled with Chen Yu's special identity, this time the Douyin officials do not dare to directly kick Chen Yu off the air. Then they shall not let tens of millions of viewers scolded to death? On the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, a helicopter whistled and landed, and out of it came the two figures of Navy Commander Wu Haidong and Air Force Commander Zhou Changhong. Where is this brat Chen Yu? Where is he? Wu Haidong asked once he entered the command room, and his gaze went to the cell phone. Commander Wu, Chen Yu is currently still on top of the guided missile destroyer Funan. Why don't we invite him over now? The captain of the Blue Cloud immediately inquired to Wu Haidong. Well, let's get him here by helicopter. Wu Haidong nodded. Today he looked red-faced, obviously in a rather good mood. Not too long afterward, Chen Yu had already arrived here at the command room under the leadership of several officers. Just coming over, Chen Yu realized that the large command room, at this moment only two Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong. Other officers did not come in. Commander Wu, Commander Zhou. Chen Yu stood upright and said, "You wanted to see me about something? Can that be okay?" Wu Haidong lost his smile and said, "You kid has made a big name for yourself this time. Even more so than when we evacuated Sevilla last time. Let's turn off your live feed before too many people hear our conversation later." Zhou Changhong then reached out and pointed at the cell phone. Okay. Chen Yu walked to the front of the phone. Good guy. This does not look good. A look immediately put him a big jump. Is this still his live room? The headline remains the same, a live stream of an engineering genius delayed by T-eggs. However, the popularity of the live broadcast room had now come to 35 billion, and the displayed number of online viewers had reached 999W, which was the upper limit of the Douyin platform's display. What surprised Chen Yu even more was that the countless special effect gifts had already made his phone stuck, and the top 100 of the gift list was clear of Camelot Country IP accounts. Another handiwork of the bearded ones. Right. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Hello audience, I'm Chen Yu. Tidying up his face, Chen Yu turned on the camera flip, and his face appeared in the live broadcast. Anchor Cowhide, where are we now? Otherwise, we should just their territory directly. That's right, where are those kid prisoners? When are we going to let them shine? Anchor, I heard you became a general, is that true? Anchor, quickly tell our military to build a few more aircraft carriers, and we'll contribute our nation's efforts and money. Looking at the audience's passionate and incomparable pop-ups, Chen Yu's heart was even more excited and very excited. Now that's the cohesion of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps on a normal day, some people would say that the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom are not united, and some would complain about this and that. But when the day comes to go to war, you look again? There won't be any other country in the world that can do what the Great Dragon Country has done by raising the country with one heart. Moreover, the Great Dragon Nation also has a super buff that increases the mood of the nation by 100% and enhances its fighting strength by 100% when the enemy it faces is the foot chicken. It's fine to lose to anyone but the footbath chicken? That's absolutely impossible. Thank you all for your support. This is a complicated matter, so let me tell you briefly. Chen Yu calmed his excitement for a moment before saying, so far, we've sunk one of the footpad chicken's frigates and captured 50 prisoners alive, including the captain. Given the fact that the Pelican Chicken side has yet to show any signs of continuing their attack, we've decided to give the Pelican Chicken military 1 hour to respond, and if they continue to be forceful, we'll hit them right under the nose of the Sky Locusts. As for the Footpad Chicken prisoners, for the time being they will be temporarily held here on the carrier Blue Cloud, and there may not be a chance for anyone to see them in the country. Hearing Chen Yu say that there was no chance of being able to meet the Footpad Chicken prisoners, many of the people cried out for pity. They still wanted to ruthlessly clean up these hateful brats in person. So, I'm going to go off the air. Thank you all for your support, and stay tuned for our national news media broadcast next. Only after Chen Yu finished speaking did he turn off this live broadcast, and the live settlement picture was such that he couldn't help but be secretly shocked in his heart. Beantone pop-up, your live broadcast room this time has a viewership of 41.28 million people, cumulative gift income of 530 million yuan, and a cumulative increase in fans of 17 million people. Chapter 152, Looking to the Future. More carriers are not better. Only after seeing Chen Yu put away his cell phone did Wu Haidong joked, Chen Yu you're not just a star in our Great Dragon Kingdom now. I'm afraid there are many people around the globe watching you. That's a nice thing to say. Zhou Changhong also nodded and said, just now we heard on the helicopter that you have tens of millions of viewers in this live broadcasting room. Or does it cover both at home and abroad? There are indeed so many. Chen Yu laughed. I didn't start the broadcast for the sake of gifts or not. but so that people all over the world can see that our Great Dragon Nations division is famous. And not only do we want to take back the fishing island, but in the face of the provocations of the footpot chickens, we dare to strike back with a heavy fist. You did the right thing. Wu Haidong was very convinced and said, earlier years, our Great Dragon country was the one who suffered a big loss in international public opinion. And Eagle Sauce brought a large number of Western countries to create a momentum, so that many countries around the globe held prejudice and misunderstandings towards us. This is really not Wu Haidong said casually, but indeed real things. In earlier times, even just a few years ago, many countries in Europe had their perceptions of the Great Dragon Kingdom biased by some unscrupulous media, and actually thought that the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom had a long braid. And, in the eyes of the foreigners, the people of the Great Dragon Country are acerbic and calculating, and the country is backward, with nothing to show for it except for handmade items such as porcelain. To whom do I owe these stereotypes? That would be Hawksbane and the rest of their countries, and the Western media who harbor ill will. Zhou Changhong said sternly. Nowadays, with advanced technology, everyone can watch national events and world changes through their cell phones, and it's a good thing to use live broadcasting to let the West and Europe recognize the changes in our Great Dragon Kingdom today. After the two war operations of the Southern Monkey and the Footpad Chicken, the well-known rumor-mongering media in Europe, led by BBC News, and the Farthing News Agency, among others, have now shut up for almost a month. Is it because they don't have any black information to report on the Great Dragon State? Of course not. The reason is that even if they show those black materials again, not many people will believe them, but will think they are the clowns. I see. Chen Yu nodded and said, Commander Wu, do you have any tactical missions to arrange for this time when you come over personally? This is not true. We are now waiting for a response from the Foot Locker. Just now our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued a circular, ordering the Foot Locker military to give a reply within an hour. Otherwise our side will consider this conflict as a signal for the Foot Locker to go to war. Wu Haidong said, Old Joe and I came over here for another matter actually, before the Southern Monkey operation. You remember we told you that there might be a mole in the military hierarchy, right? Remember. Chen Yu nodded. That's why the command asked me to go to the Border Guard Regiment to take charge of command and mobilization, and then transmit the battle situation directly back to the command. So, this time over, we wanted to ask you who you think is a little more suspicious? Zhou Changhong said. You can make as bold a guess as you like about this person. Don't worry about what will happen if you guess wrong. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not give an immediate reply. In fact, he had considered the possibility of the existence of this mole when the war at the Southern Monkey was coming to an end. Since it's the ones who have access to the commander's intelligence, it's bound to be the people at the top of the military, and it can't be these officers at the front line. In fact, this searchable area was already quite small, and minus the cadres of military civilians, there were only a few suspicious people. One person that comes to mind is Lt. Colonel Chu, who participated in the evacuation operation earlier. Chen Yu said to the two commanders, You mean Chumo Mu? We actually suspect it's him too. Wu Haidong lit a cigarette and said, And 2 days ago, Shumyu took a leave of absence saying that he wanted to go back to his hometown to sweep the graves. However, the military cadres over at his hometown had once gone to see that there was no one to take care of his mother's grave at all. Since Chu Momo didn't go back to his hometown to sweep the graves, it was obvious that his reason for taking leave was a lie, and he was naturally even more suspicious. However, we can't bite the bullet and say it's him until there's solid evidence, and it wouldn't be good if we were to misunderstand our good comrade. Wu Haidong looked at Chen Yu and smiled. Chen Yu, you're young, you have a lot of ideas, and your brain turns fast. I hope you'll think of a method when the time comes to see if you can make him reveal himself. Understand what I mean? Understood. Chen Yu nodded his head and said, It's just to test Lieutenant Colonel Chu right. This I have a way to do. Just don't worry about it. Good. Only then did Wu Haidong get up and go to the door, asking the guards to call back the officers on the deck outside. Although he was called to the deck by Wu Haidong to go up a bit puzzled, but the officers of the Blue Cloud ship did not ask anything more. The military order is larger than life. The execution of the order is the vocation of the soldiers. The military of the Footpad's Chicken is still slow to respond to us, but we can consider our response now. Wu Haidong said, The vast majority of our Navy's main force has now been deployed here, and the defenses of several other seas are much weaker. And this is the time when we need to be most wary of Eagle Jam's movements. Comparing the number of carriers, the Great Dragon State is still too far behind Eagle Sauce after all, and that's a real tough one. Eagle Jam has a dozen or so carrier battle groups that could easily be dispatched to the Pacific waters for a full-scale suppression or blockade of countries like the Great Dragon and Camelot nations. However, the Great Dragon Kingdom only had the Blue Cloud carrier fleet right now, and it was not a simple task to guard such a vast sea area of the Great Dragon Kingdom at the same time. Our Navy is still relatively well funded this year, So I guess if we propose to the great leader to build 2 more carriers, what do you think? Wu Haidong's proposal immediately drew enthusiastic support from the officers. We're all in the Navy, so who can be bothered to have more carriers than their own? This is a good thing, Commander Wu. If our Navy has more than 3 carriers, we'll be able to take care of both defense and suppression, and we won't be led by the nose by Eagle Jam. Chang Qingpeng nodded. I support our proposal to the great leader to build more aircraft carriers. This is a hard power boost. Yes, aircraft carriers, that is certainly the more the better. Our Navy is lacking such a large maritime combat platform. We also support building more aircraft carriers. The officers took a stand, and not one of them was in opposition. Major Chen Yu, what do you think? Wu Haidong nodded and looked to the side at Chen Yu, and had deliberately and seriously called him by his rank. Just now Chen Yu has not been squeaking. His face is also in a state without much fluctuation, which makes Wu Haidong very puzzled. Does this kid have other ideas? Commander Wu, frankly, I don't think that vigorously developing aircraft carriers in the future is the right idea. Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, or rather, my opinion is that there is no need to build so many carriers. At these words, a murmur of disbelief rang throughout the command room. Wu Haidong frowned slightly and asked, why? Tell me your reason? Chapter 153, Surrender and you want to do it standing up? Neil, honestly, in the military cognition of the world's countries, aircraft carriers will always be the general existence of the country's most important weapon, is the thing that countless countries want to get in their dreams. Otherwise, why would Camelot be willing to spend tens of billions of U.S. dollars directly to buy a copy of an aircraft carrier blueprint from Chen Yu? The reason is very simple. With their scientific research capability, without ready-made blueprints, not to mention 10 years, even if they are given 50 years to develop an aircraft carrier, it is bound to be a backward product that cannot keep up with the intensity of modern warfare. Everyone should know that among the 3 armies of the sea, land and air, the big killers of the land forces are intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, such as our country's Dongfeng Express, the intercontinental ballistic missile codenamed Sea King Trident there in Daimao, and the Bald Eagle ICBM in Eagle Jam. Chen Yu said, these intercontinental missiles can carry ordinary conventional warheads for long-range bombing missions, and are more capable of directly carrying guided nuclear warheads for destructive strikes against multiple enemy cities, which can be said to be the final step in the war. Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong and the others nodded. The 2 of them still relatively recognized what Chen Yu had said. Nowadays, although the global war situation, but even the Eagle sauce, but also never dare to take the lead in the use of nuclear bombs for combat. Once someone opened the prelude to nuclear war, the result is that no one wants to run. Altogether finished. On the premise that the army doesn't use this big killer undercard, what else do we have? That would be the Air Force's fighter jets, and the Navy's combat ships. Chen Yu squarely said, the reason why aircraft carriers are held in high esteem by various countries lies in the fact that it can be used as a temporary launching platform for fighters, extending the combat radius of fighters by unlimited advancement and expanding the striking surface and striking depth. Major Chen Yu, an officer, couldn't help but speak up. What you're talking about can be a matter of common sense in the eyes of our military. So why don't you just get to the point? Why don't you support the Navy in continuing to build more aircraft carriers? Okay, I'll answer that question head on. Chen Yu nodded and said, there are several reasons for this. Firstly, aircraft carriers are expensive, bulky in action, require a large number of escort ships for coordinated operations, and are not adapted to the high-speed maneuvering wars of the future. The second point, the role of the aircraft carrier is nothing more than launching carrier aircraft, but in my opinion, the future battlefield will be dominated by unmanned weapons, drones, and the mechanical dog is the ace force. Like the Hive drones I developed, even a large destroyer can easily carry more than 4 to 5 of them, and destroyers are far more maneuverable than carriers, don't you think? After hearing Chen Yu's words, the group of officers fell silent. Wu Haidong gave a startled cry in his heart. It was really what Chen Yu said. If the carrier was replaced with drones, how many advantages would the carrier still have to speak of? According to my vision, I think that our great Dragon Kingdom Navy, in the future, should take high-intensity large destroyers as the main direction of research and development, and 1 or 2 aircraft carriers at most will be enough to supplement it. Chen Yu said with a straight face, for the matter of striking the enemy, today's most sophisticated large drives are fully capable of exerting a striking effect no less than that of an aircraft carrier. Other than that, even these missile destroyers that are now in service in the Great Dragon Kingdom, their own striking capability is already terrifying. If they were facing some small or medium-sized countries, 3 missile destroyers would even give them a chance to completely eliminate all the military armed forces of the other side. Your analysis does make sense. But Commander Chen Yu, destroyers have always had one hard wound, and that is the lack of air control capability. Wu Haidong said. Aircraft carriers can efficiently intercept each other's missiles and deal with each other's fighters by taking off their carrier planes, but the only means a destroyer has is anti-missile missiles. In other words, in the future large-scale naval war situation, if all the big dragon country to build destroyers do not have a few aircraft carriers, the right to control the air will certainly be behind other countries. However, Chun Yu laughed when he heard this. It's simple. Wouldn't it be enough for me to develop a weapon that can take out any airplane? Boom! At this statement, surprise rose throughout the command room. Even though the officers were aware of Chen Yu's youthful vigor and knew that Chen Yu had developed quite a few advanced weapons, hearing these words still made it difficult for them to hide the shock in their hearts. A weapon that can take out any airplane. I'm afraid even Eagle Jam wouldn't have the guts to say that. There's no drama in the military, Zhou Changhong said with a serious face. Chun Yu, you should know that as of today, like our Tsunami 20 and Eagle Jam's F-22, no anti-missile weapon has dared to say that it can shoot them down 100%. 7 days. Chen Yu said with the same confidence. Give me 7 days, and I promise to come up with a product that will satisfy you. Looking at Chun Yu's calm and confident face, Wu Haidong pondered for a moment and clapped his hands. Good, I'll give you this power. As for what weapons to develop, it's up to you to decide, and we'll need to see at least one complete design in 7 days. This is not a discussion with Chun Yu. Rather than a discussion, it is better to say that Chen Yu has made a military order in front of the Navy officers and soldiers, as well as these two commanders. It was also at this time that Foot Locker officials finally responded through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm terribly sorry, but there was a minor situation at our Maritime Self-Defense Force Command Center that caused the Fujita frigate to mistakenly fire a missile at the Great Dragon Nation. Our Heavenly Locust Majesty is so distressed by this that he has ordered the top brass of the Maritime Self-Defense Force to conduct a rectification and introspection, and the officer in charge of conveying the order has cut his stomach to thank him. Here, we, the official Footpot Chicken, wish to make peace with the Great Dragon Nation and not let this war escalate any further. So let's end with this incident. In the video, the Foreign Ministry spokesman for the Foot Locker Chicken scrunches his head, and is not the same as he was before. The brats are out for blood, and even got someone over as a scapegoat in order to take the big black pot off the table. Wu Haidong chucked his cigarette and laughed. However, you want to get rid of our Great Dragon Kingdom with just 3 or 2 words? Aren't you looking down on us too much? The Footpad Chicken has gone soft, but not completely. Chen Yu said, if they want peace, they can agree to it, but there must be a few prerequisites. Release our fishermen and have their sky locusts come out to apologize and publicly acknowledge the ownership of the fishing island's waters in the international media. And, of course, pay out money. Well, that's it. Wu Haidong immediately ordered the Blue Cloud here to contact the Maritime Self-Defense Force of the Foot Chicken directly, and by name. He was going to let Tamura Kokoryu himself answer the phone personally. You Footwell chickens are pretty thick-skinned. Wu Haidong waited for Tamura Kokoryu to pick up the phone and then asked with a sneer. Our fishermen are still being held captive, and now you want to talk to us about ceasefire and peace? Do you think that's possible? Chapter 154, Against the Heavens, Level 7 Technology Tree, 3 Super Weapons. After hearing Wu Haidong's questioning, Tamura Kokoryu's brain was vaguely sweating, and his entire face had a tendency to warm up a bit red. Red Bean Mud Private Marseille, Commander Wu, we are already discussing the release of your fishermen. Please rest assured that the fishermen of your country have not suffered any injustice in our place, and their lives are absolutely safe. Tamura Kokoryu said, this firing incident is a complete misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. It's not up to you to decide if it's a misunderstanding or not. You'll have to have your sky locusts come out in person, apologize to our fishermen, and make a public international speech proving the sovereignty of the fishing island waters. Wu Haidong ordered. In this matter, you have to give an answer now. Our ships have spent a few days here, and the expenditure on supplies in all aspects can be quite a lot. Those few words caused more sweat to form on Tamura Kokoryu's face. Letting the celestial locusts come out to apologize is not tantamount to rubbing the cheeks of the footbath chickens under their feet. However, thinking of those terrifying drones, and the great army of the Great Dragon Kingdom that had now pressed in, was Tamura Kokoryu in a position to refuse? Rules are never negotiated. They are mercy given by the strong to the weak. Not killing you brats has already given the UN face, and now you dare to bargain. Isn't that too itchy? Well, I'll call His Majesty the Sky Locust right away and ask for his opinion. Tamura Kokoryu hung up the phone in ashes, and at this time, although Chun Yu was also in the command room, but now he was sitting in the corner, his eyes a bit glazed over. By this time, the panel of the strongest hand rub system had unfolded in his mind. After commanding the battle this time, Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that he could not only gain experience value by hand-rubbing military products, but he could also accumulate experience through his super commander skill. And now, his experience value had come to the upgrade node of the level 7 tech tree. And this upgrade, The first thing that brought him a boost was the increase effect of the skill Super Commander, which would be fully upgraded to 70%. And the tech tree above shows that there are 3 branching skills to unlock. Finally, it's here. Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart while choosing to unlock the tech tree without hesitation. In an instant, a tinkling crunch appeared in Chen Yu's mind, and immediately afterward, a sensation like an enlightened feeling caused Chen Yu's body to be bathed in a soothing warmth. The strongest hand rub system. The 7th level tech tree has now been unlocked, unlocking the following skill branches for the host. Ultra Electromagnetic Weapons Branch contains Ultra Electromagnetic Energy Device, Ultra Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon, Ultra Electromagnetic Mech Shield. Bionic Intelligent Weapons Branch contains Intelligent Bionic Robots, Bionic Drones, Bionic Firearms, Bionic Vehicles. Space Weapons Branch contains God Staff, Space Storm. Even if the mind is as tough as Chen Yu, at this time, the heart can't help but shout out. It looked like the level 7 technology tree had only unlocked 3 skill branches for him, but in reality, the skills that were actually unlocked were a whole lot. These 3 skill branches actually represented 3 skill areas, which were Ultra Electromagnetic Weapons, Bionic Intelligent Weapons, and Space Weapons. Of course, at present, the world's countries for these 3 areas of military equipment, research and development progress is very low, almost can be said to be equivalent to the state of 0. The electromagnetic weapon thing, Chen Yu knew about it before. Eagle Jam claimed a few years ago that they were going to develop electromagnetic cannons, but they didn't say that the development was successful until today. With Eagle Jam's good-for-nothing personality, it's impossible for them to hold back if they've really succeeded in their research. Globally, electromagnetic weapons hadn't even reached a mature research and development system yet. Yet, Chen Yu had already unlocked super electromagnetic weapons. As for bionic smart weapons, they are obviously adapted for use by the army and can greatly enhance its combat capability. The last space weapon, in some ways, should also belong to the category of Air Force. After all, no country has ever formed a too much Air Force. In his excitement, Chen Yu immediately decided to start with the Ultra Electromagnetic Weapons branch. Arm the Navy to the teeth first, then give the Army and Air Force side improved enhancements. That afternoon, Chen Yu had planned to take the ship back to the naval base to go, after all, 1 day earlier to start research and development, 1 day earlier to make the super electromagnetic weapon present. Still, the news coming from the footpad chicken's side made Chen Yu decide that it wouldn't be too late to wait until this mission was over before going back. Good news! Tamura Kikuria just said that their heavenly locust majesty is willing to personally come out and apologize to our fishermen and publicly acknowledge the ownership of the fishing island. After Wu Haidong announced this in the command room, there was thunderous applause all around in an instant. Our fishermen were taken there by them without authorization, and since they want to take our fishermen home, it's only right that we do it ourselves. Give the order. Blue Cloud Carrier Formation departs directly. Target: Footpad Chicken Maritime Self-Defense Force Main Baseport. At this moment, the carrier formation of the Great Dragon Nation was at full power, quickly crossing the sea line and setting off straight towards the base harbor of the Footpad's Chicken. The rest of the ships, on the other hand, returned to their respective ports offshore of the Great Dragon Kingdom to carry out defense work, so that certain countries would not want to take advantage of the situation. 8:30 p.m. Deronian time. The harbor of the general base of the Maritime Self-Defense Forces of the Footpad Chicken is as brightly lit as day here, and the harbor platform is filled with a huge crowd of people. At the front of the crowd was a group of footsie chicken officers in doggy uniforms, who were clustered around a short, stocky, nervous man in a suit. This man looks very law, but his position here in the Footbath Chicken can be superb, is exactly their heavenly locust. When it was learned that the carrier formation of the Great Dragon Nation was going to personally come to the port of Foot Chicken to pick up the people, all these people, from the heavenly locusts to the Tamura Kikuryu, felt strangely humiliated. But do they have any means of resistance? Hawk Sauce has now completely chosen to play dead, and even the Hawk Sauce military base in Foot Locker has chosen a state of silence at this time, and is simply not going to intervene in this matter. From a distance, the carrier Blue Cloud and a formation of a dozen or so ships around it had surfaced in the blackness of the sea. The sense of oppression created by the huge fleet of carriers made the little devils on the pier feel a little breathless. If the Great Dragon Kingdom didn't speak of martial virtues and directly bombarded them with a round of bombardment at this time, they would all be doomed. At the thought of this, the Sky Locust of Footpad's Chicken couldn't help but gulp, his eyes wandering, wishing he could get out of here right now. However, at this very moment, from the Blue Cloud carrier of the Great Dragon Nation, a hive drone with navigation lights on suddenly took off and flew straight toward them. Chapter 155, Driving Over the Ghosts' Heads, Taking the Fishermen Home. The hive drone itself had a wingspan that was almost as big as a normal fighter jet, and with the lights on, it flew over fast and conspicuously. Air raid! Air raid! In an instant, The heavenly locusts and the Tamura Kakuryu and the others were so frightened that their voices broke, and they hurriedly clutched their heads and were about to get down. The surrounding wharf was even more chaotic, and there were even a few unlucky people who were directly squeezed and fell off the platform, directly into the sea. What are the brats screaming about? On the deck of the Blue Cloud, Wu Haidong, Zhou Changhong, and Chen Yu were all here watching. By now the Blue Cloud was less than 150 meters from the pier, and the screams of the little devils on the pier reached the ears of the crowd. Is it possible they misunderstood and thought our hive drones were trying to bomb them? Chen Yu was happy and said, Commander Wu, this is your fault. You don't explain to the little devils. See how scared they are. Wu Haidong laughed out loud and said, I don't know. Our drone was used as a video camera in the past. If we really wanted to blow them up, why would we need to go through so much trouble? Soon, the Blue Cloud side of the ship began shouting through the ship's radio speakers to the footpad's chicken pier. Please don't be alarmed. We are sending out drones that are responsible for audio and video recording and will not be attacking you. Upon hearing the shouts of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the Sky Locusts then stood up under the assistance of a few bodyguards with terrified gazes, and by this time, the massive bow of the Blue Cloud had already arrived close to the pier here. Come on, let's get ready to go down. Wu Haidong straightened his naval commander's uniform and then straightened his large brimmed hat, while Zhou Changhong next to him did the same. Despite the fact that the Great Dragon Nation came over to accept the surrender of the footpad chickens as the absolute winner, however, in terms of grooming and clothing, it was absolutely sloppy and could not leave the footpad chickens with a single gap to exploit. Shan Yu, at the request of the two commanders, also put on a major's uniform, though not a large brimmed hat, and followed the two commanders down the gangway there, with his young face and that major's uniform with the 2-bar, 4-star epaulets. It was really hard not to focus people's eyes. Because of this, when the officers of the Great Dragon Kingdom boarded the pier, they, the Sky Locusts and Tamura Kakuryu, had their gazes on Shen Yu even longer than on the two commanders. At this time, the hive drone high in the sky lowered its altitude and hovered at about 100 meters, and the ultra-high-definition camera it was equipped with was transmitting all the live images and sounds, in real time, to the live broadcasting room that Shen Yu had opened in advance. You're the Sky Locust of the footpad chicken, aren't you? Wu Haidong politely nodded slightly and said, I'm Wu Haidong, commander of the Great Dragon Kingdom's navy, and I've specially come here today to take our fishermen home as agreed upon by both sides. Hello Commander Wu. Sky Locust quickly nodded and said, your country's fishermen, we've already arranged for them to come over right now. Wu Haidong didn't squeak, while the Sky Locust waved his hand in a sensible manner and asked the people next to him to send over the fishermen from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Soon, the fishing boat captain Zhou Jianmen, the first mate Li Xiaoshu, and a dozen fishermen who had been caught there on the fishing island before were all sent to the pier. Chen Yu looked at these fishermen. The body cannot see any injuries. The spirit is also still good. Look should not be mistreated, or the foot basin chicken eyes look to lose the fight, so they dare not mistreat them. Upon arriving at the pier, Zhou Jianmen and the other fishermen caught a glimpse of the two commanders carrying 3 golden general stars in front of them, as well as a group of officers from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Behind them was the bow of the massive Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, like a demon suppressing sword, pointing at the people of the footpad chicken from a distance. Brother-in-law, it's our Great Dragon Kingdom's military coming to pick us up. Li Xiaoshu was filled with joy and excitement and hurriedly shook the tearful Zhou Jianmen. There was no need for Wu Haidong to open his mouth at all, as Chen Yu immediately stepped forward after seeing Wu Haidong's eyes. On behalf of the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom, I apologize to all of you fishermen who were captured by the foot chickens. Today, we have come to take you home, and the state will compensate you to the fullest extent for all your losses. Chen Yu's firm and powerful voice caused the eyes of the group of fishermen to redden. Thank you country. Zhou Jianmen wiped tears from his eyes and said excitedly, please rest assured that the country is also assured that although we don't have much ability, we definitely haven't done anything to apologize to the country when it comes to the little devils. In these 2 short days, Zhou Jianmen and the others actually had a hard time. In order to get back as much as possible in the court of public opinion, Tamura Kakuryu had even ordered his agents to press Zhou Jianmen and the others. As for the content of the forced questioning, they wanted to force them to admit that they were the ones who had violated the waters of the Foot Locker, and that it was not the Foot Locker that had deliberately provoked them in the first place. However, Zhou Jianmen's degree of hardness was still beyond the imagination of the footpad chicken agents, and all the coercion and baiting didn't have a single effect at all. Please board the Blue Cloud with the rest of the fishermen, and soon you will be home. Chen Yu held Zhou Jianmen's hand and said with a straight face. More than 24 fishermen stepped onto the deck of the Blue Cloud with their heads held high and their chests puffed out under the cameras of the Blue Cloud's media reporters, as well as the cameras of the high-altitude hive drones. This scene, moreover, caused the tens of millions of viewers in Chen Yu's live broadcast room to feel energized and excited by it. Our military knows too much. We should just pick up the fisherman in such a dignified manner. Let the whole world see it. Eagle Sauce's spies must be hiding in the live broadcast room. You all look at it with wide dog eyes. Our great dragon kingdom is not that easy to mess with. Come all the way here. Why don't you just take away the sky locusts of the footpad chickens piece by piece? I think this guy just looks like he's in need of cleaning up. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, and more than a few of them were hoping that the military would just capture the sky locusts and bring them back. Of course, that's just what the big guys were thinking emotionally. After all, the blue cloud carrier driving into someone's face would have been tantamount to accepting the Footlockers' surrender. If they opened fire and attacked again at this time, then I'm afraid Eagle Jam and the others would have a point. Your fishermen have all been released, so is it possible to release our captured crew members to us as well? The heavenly locusts saw that the fishermen of the Great Dragon Kingdom had boarded the blue cloud, and only then did they ask Shen Yu in a low voice, "What's the rush?" Shen Yu smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Sky Locust, let's put the matter of people aside first. The account of this thing, we have to do a good job of calculating it now." Accounts for stuff? I don't understand what you mean. Sky Locust froze. He really didn't understand what Shen Yu was talking about. Can't understand? Shen Yu pointed to the carrier behind him and asked, "So, does Mr. Sky Locust recognize what this is behind us?" Chapter 156, Learn the Virtues of the Camel Kingdom, and Play with the Heavenly Locusts. Of course I know. Sky Locust compensated with a smile. This is your Great Dragon Kingdom's Blue Cloud aircraft carrier. Of course we know about it. Oh, I thought you didn't know what this was. Mr. Sky Locust. Shen Yu laughed and joked. Such a behemoth. Not to mention combat. Even running around requires a huge expense cost, right? At those words, the heavenly locust froze for a moment, and now he understood what Shen Yu meant. The implication is that the navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom has made such a big trip because of this matter. And you, Footpad Chicken, want to send people away with a smiling face? Is it possible? I see what you mean. Sky Locust nodded. We, the Footpad's Chicken, can compensate in full for the amount of fuel supplies your party has expended on this trip. Okay. Shen Yu didn't make any nonsense and said, "Then I'll simply report it now. The Blue Cloud carrier's loss in all aspects of this operation, which translates to about $1 billion. In addition, the other ship formations have a total of $500 million in wear and tear, and our drones have had quite a bit of wear and tear, $20 million each. Finally, regarding the fishing island there, we need to demolish your foundations and give our fishermen a certain amount of compensation, which also costs $500 million. Let me give Mr. Sky Locust a final total account. This time, we, the Great Dragon Kingdom, are going to propose a total of $3 billion. Do you accept it?" After Chen Yu finished speaking, he waited for the Footpad Chicken Sky Locust's reply with a cold face. $3 billion? This number, the Footpad Chicken Sky Locust did not have much fluctuation in his heart after hearing it. The money is dragon currency, which translates to nearly $60 billion in footsie chicken money, but it's still within the acceptable range. No problem. Then it will be calculated according to the dragon currency of your Great Dragon country. A total of $3 billion, right? I'll have the Ministry of Finance call you over. Sky Locust nodded and smiled. Then please release our crew now. However, hearing these words from the heavenly locusts, Chen Yu instantly widened his eyes and let out a laugh through his nostrils. $3 billion? You're not awake, are you? Senior Colonel Chen Yu, please respect our heavenly locust majesty. To the side, Tamura Kokuryu's face darkened. Wasn't it the $3 billion you said? Sky Locust was puzzled. That's a number we all heard. It's true that I said $3 billion, but did I say dragon coins? Chen Yu smiled. What I'm talking about is $3 billion in US dollars. If it's in dragon dollars, then it's $18.5 billion. Boom! After Chen Yu's voice was transmitted to the live broadcast room in its original form, the audience exploded. Anchor Cowhide $185 billion. This battle is not a loss. Not a loss at all. You guys, look at the face of the little daybreak locust. It's whiter than his butt cheeks. Ha 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 ha. In this regard we have to learn a little bit of good character from the camel country. They never do things according to the American knife. We also have to learn. 185 billion is asking for less. A straight up 30 billion isn't much. On the pier, the face muscles of the two commanders, Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong, were also tight with smiles, forcing themselves not to laugh. In fact, they hadn't even negotiated a specific amount on the matter of making the Footpad Chicken pay up as of right now. After all, the Great Dragon Nation basically had little to lose. Strictly speaking, except for fuel losses from fleet movements, the decision on how much money should be made to pay out to the Footpad's Chicken was made directly on the Navy side by the big leader's side. And Wu Haidong thought for half a day, simply waved his hand and let Chen Yu do it. How much he can get is how much. However, what no one expected was that Chen Yu actually opened his mouth and said $18.5 billion. That's enough money to build several big drives. Hearing these words, Sky Locust's face suddenly turned white, and behind him, the footpad chicken officers all had angry looks on their faces. You tricked us? Tamura Kikoria said with a black face. Just now when you said 3 billion you didn't mention that it was U.S. dollars, so it should have defaulted to your dragon currency. Who said anything about defaulting to dragon coins? Chunyu smiled. I've heard that you footpot chickens here just like to get in line with Eagle Sauce, so since you're going to lose money, you should also calculate it according to Eagle Sauce's U.S. currency, which is very reasonable. How can that be reasonable? Where do you need such a large payout when you have virtually no damage other than the drones? Tamura Kikorio are fast being angry. This maritime self-defense force. A year's military expenditure there is no 3 billion U.S. dollars is not good to say. This is going to cost 3 billion U.S. dollars. It can be imagined that in the next few years, the Maritime Self-Defense Force's military expenditure will certainly be significantly reduced. Seeing Tamura Kikorio glaringly sophomoric, Chen Yu's face instantly sank. I am now talking to you in a good and proper way about compensation, so don't be ungrateful. Chen Yu said indifferently, the rules are all about the winner granting mercy to the weaker, and we have an old saying in the Great Dragon Kingdom, don't refuse to drink a toast until you've been punished. Tamura Kikoria didn't say a word, and at this time, he subconsciously glanced at the blue cloud carrier behind Chen Yu. The other guy's cannon is right under his nose, so show your teeth? Aren't you waiting for them to blow your head off? Okay. Sky Locust could only bow his head in the end and say, we are willing to pay 3 billion US dollars as compensation. However, I hope that this conflict of ours ends here, and that we all stop talking about it in the future. Of course, by the way, Mr. Sky Locust, there are a few words that I need you to say in front of our media cameras. Chen Yu pulled out a note and said, here, I've already written it. Receiving the note, Sky Locust read word for word from it. We, the Footpot Chicken officials, formally announced to the world, today, that the fishing island and the surrounding islands, are owned by the Great Dragon Nation. After reading these words, countless naval officers and soldiers on top of the Blue Cloud ship cheered loudly. The ship's media reporters were even flashing their lights and chugging away to record the moment. This time, Sky Locust and Tamura Kikorio and their faces turned green. Playing dirty tricks this is. Tian Locust thought with hatred in his heart. How can anyone cheat others like this? However, the reading had already been read, and it didn't take any guessing to realize that his words must have been proclaimed globally by the media of the Great Dragon Nation by now. Commander Qing Yu, please release our crew. Then your side can leave the harbor and leave our territorial waters. Tamura Kikoria's face was so black that he could barely see his 5 senses as he stepped forward and said in a cold voice to Qing Yu, release your crew, of course, but there's one of these men we can't release. That's non-negotiable. The smile on Chen Yu's face, as well as these words, instantly made Tamura Kikorio want to explode. These people from the Great Dragon Kingdom, are they deliberately playing them like clowns? Chapter 157, Returning Victorious. Finalizing the development plan for the new big-wheel drive. What do you mean by that? Tian Locust came forward with a dark face and asked, we have already released the fishermen, compensated the money, and recognized your territorial sea sovereignty according to your Great Dragon Kingdom's request. But Major Chen Yu, aren't you going overboard? Am I going overboard? Chen Yu laughed and said, I do think that you guys will find it reasonable after hearing what I have to say. As for what Chen Yu said, the brat that could not be released was undoubtedly Fujita himself. This guy was the direct trigger for the official opening of fire between the Great Dragon Kingdom and the Foot Chicken this time around. And if Fujita hadn't ordered the ships to break through the Great Dragon Kingdom's sea line, it's hard to say whether or not it would have been a fight. However, since you took the lead in firing at the Great Dragon Nation, you are deliberately provoking a war, and no matter what, you will be dealt with as a war criminal. Today, our Great Dragon Nation's military and you have indeed made a deal. However, our Great Dragon Nation's people are not yet satisfied. Chen Yu laughed. We still have an old saying in the Great Dragon Kingdom, kill one to warn others. Captain Fujita has committed war crimes. We are prepared to send him to the International Court of Justice for trial. What does Mr. Sky Locust think? Sky Locust didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Frankly speaking, in fact, if Fujita were to be picked up here at Foot Locker, with the crimes he committed, the odds are that the Foot Locker military would also make him commit harakiri. However, dying here in the Footbath Chicken and dying at the hands of the Great Dragon Kingdom are two completely different concepts. Other than that, today, in front of the global live camera, he, the Sky Locust, lowered his voice to apologize to the Great Dragon Nation, which was already enough of a fall, and now he had to promise people that he would hand over Fujita to the International Court of Justice? It can be imagined that the folk on the side of the Footbath Chicken will definitely make a big commotion, and by then it is not likely that their Sky Locust government will have to be affected by a small amount of ripples. We are on a tight schedule. so please give us an answer as soon as possible. Chen Yu kindly reminded. If Mr. Sky Locust doesn't agree to this condition, then all the previous promises, we in the Great Dragon Kingdom can only assume that your party intends to nullify it. As soon as those words were uttered, the sound of loudspeaker announcements rang out from several destroyers on this side of the Blue Cloud's carrier fleet, and teams of naval officers and men were running. Seeing this scene, sweat came down on the Sky Locust's head and immediately called out, "All right, we accept your request. Please release the rest of the crew." Release. Chen Yu waved his hand, and behind him, over the gangway of the Blue Cloud, a team of naval special forces escorted the little devils who had already been stripped of their uniforms. Like rolling pigs, each of these brats was gray, but there were few injuries on their bodies, and at best they were a bit snotty. As for that, it was no one's fault to blame Chen Yu and the others. Who made these guys keep resisting when they were arresting people at that time? Commander Wu. After Chen Yu was done, he walked over to Wu Haidong and said, "Officers and soldiers belonging to the Great Dragon Kingdom, all of you, prepare to board the ship and retreat." At Wu Haidong's command, hundreds of naval officers and soldiers lined up and boarded the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud in an orderly fashion. The buzzing hive drones high in the sky were also rapidly heading in the direction of the carrier, watching the huge Blue Cloud carrier fleet slowly retreat, gradually disappearing in a black curtain of the sea. The Sky Locusts and Tamura Kakuria finally couldn't help their legs go limp, completely paralyzed. Ouch! On deck, looking at the fleet that was turning around, Wu Haidong laughed with his hands behind his back. "Although we only knocked out one frigate of the foot chickens this time, we have hit them hard. It's a lot more enjoyable to make the footpads chickens facepalm and humiliate themselves in front of the whole world than it is to take out a few more of their ships. After all, ships can be built all the time, but international reputation and status can't be achieved just by talking about it. Actually, it's still a shame." Zhou Chanhong also nodded his head and said, "If that Fujita hadn't interfered, I think that if we circled around more, we might have had a chance to take out a few more of their ships and hit their maritime self-defense forces home base hard." Although the two commanders said that it was a bit of a pity, in reality, by this time, the public opinion within the Great Dragon, as well as internationally, had already tended to be completely one-sided. Chen Yu looked at his cell phone. Good guy. The forums at home and abroad. His name almost all on the top of the hot search list. With just these two live broadcasts, his Douyin fan base had directly increased by more than 50 million, and now the number of fans had come to 70 million people. What especially made Chen Yu a bit teary-eyed was that the last live broadcast, when he sank the Fujita frigate, the Camelot nation sideswiped a small $100 million in gifts for him. Without thinking about it, Chen Yu knows that it must be the handiwork of Big Beard and the others, and it seems that they are hinting to him that it's time to put that aircraft carrier blueprint on the agenda sooner rather than later. But right now, Chen Yu didn't have much time to mess around with Camelot's carrier blueprints. Anyway, the time limit agreed upon before was 1 year, and it was only a few months past now, so there was no rush. Right now, what Chen Yu cared about the most was the level 7 technology tree skill he had unlocked. Of those 3 skill branches, Chen Yu was the first to choose the ultra-electromagnetic weapons branch. This thing had the highest degree of adaptability with the Navy. According to Chen Yu's vision, what he wanted to build was a brand new kind of large destroyer, which could be directly responsible for the full range of combat missions such as air-to-air, sea-to-sea, land-to-land and anti-submarine on the Navy side. Moreover, this big drive must be characterized by high efficiency and high speed, so that the Navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom can become a unique existence in the world. With this idea in mind, Chen Yu started sketching first in his room, and by the time the Blue Cloud fleet arrived at the Naval General Base, his sketches were pretty much done. "Chen Yu, we've arrived at the harbor. As it happens, there's an impromptu meeting right now. Why don't you go back after that?" The door to the room was opened, and the person who walked in was clearly none other than Wu Haidong. "No problem, Commander Wu." Chen Yu originally thought of taking the sketch to Wu Haidong to take a look, but since there is a meeting, it can only be put off first. "Okay, you pack up and get ready to disembark." Wu Haidong finished and left first by himself. In the room, Chen Yu was packing up his accompanying backpack, stuffing things into it with a brain, when another person came in through the door. "Major Chen Yu, are you packed?" Hearing the voice, Chen Yu turned his head to look and his gaze was slightly stunned. Then he laughed. Right away. The person who came in was actually Chu Mu, a lieutenant colonel uniform. Chu Momo came in, smiling and looking left and right, said, "South Monkey, this battle, we have not met. I did not expect to see again. You are a major, then I am still 2 levels higher." With pleasantries on his lips, Chu Momo's eyes, however, were dead set on the Great Drive sketch that Chen Yu had placed on the table. Chapter 158, Filipino maids are restless? Then let's teach them a lesson. In terms of education, Chu Momo is also a serious graduate of the Naval Officers University. The ship blueprints certainly understand, With just a quick glance, he realized that this sketch on Chen Yu's desk was very unusual. It was not any kind of ship currently in service with the navy of the Great Dragon Nation. "Hey, Commander Chu, you're too kind," Chen Yu smiled and joked. "Rank and whatnot, actually I don't care too much. After all, I'm not a serious military camp." "Chu, Lieutenant Colonel, what are you looking at?" "Ha, oh, I was just looking at it casually." "And you did this sketch?" Chu Mia hastily averted his gaze and laughed. "I saw that the drawing was quite good, so I looked at it a few more times." That, Chen Yu recalled the matter of the mole that Wu Haidong and the others had mentioned earlier, so he laughed and said, "Casually drawing for fun, if you like it, Lieutenant Colonel Chu, it's fine if I give it to you." How embarrassing. Chu Mu was taken aback in his heart, but on his lips, he still smiled and returned, "What's the use of me wanting this? Put it away quickly. The meeting over at the base will start soon." Although his mouth was saying so, Chu Mo could not help but look at that sketch a few more times. Can using this drawing as a price get Joseph's side to terminate the operation? Chu Mu thought darkly in his heart. At this time, he still retained an existence of reason, because he knew very well that once Joseph's action succeeded, it would inevitably produce a huge casualty situation. After Chen Yu packed up his things and disembarked from the Blue Cloud carrier, he arrived all the way here at the Navy's General Conference Room under the leadership of Chu Mo. In the meantime, in the conference room, Wu Haidong and a group of admirals had already taken their seats, and Chen Yu's position was in the first place under Wu Haidong. "Everyone sit down," Wu Haidong gestured. "This time, our navy has moved in a big battle, only to completely suppress the ghostly heart of the footpot chicken and stabilize the sovereignty of the territorial sea in the waters of our fishing island. The higher-ups have already issued commendations to our Navy and Air Force, and it will take some time as far as recognizing individual meritorious personnel. This meeting today is not about the footwell chicken. So Old Fong, give your report." With that, Wu Haidong signaled a Navy major present to speak. This naval colonel's name was Fong Changhun, and he was mainly in charge of the southern sea area of the Great Dragon Kingdom. "It's a question that's not really new to people," Fong Changhun said. "The southern islands and seas of our Great Dragon Kingdom have always been coveted and thought about by the Filipinos and Indochinese and other countries because they are far from the territory and deep into their regions. And this is something that actually had its beginnings a few months ago. The Filipino side, relying on the Big Dragon country's navy, is not able to guard all sides of the southern hundreds of islands and reefs. Actually quietly has already boarded 2 islands and reefs. And, compared to the footbath chickens, the Filipinos are even more daring, as they simply want to directly connect all those small islands and reefs by reclaiming the sea and land, and then designate them as their territory. This kind of bad behavior is something we can never allow. National sovereignty is not allowed an inch. This is the red line," Fong Changhun said in a deep voice. "For this reason, I have communicated with the head of the Navy on the Filipino side several times, and their attitude is not only tough, but also very ridiculous. According to the Filipino Navy, the southern islands are almost under their noses, so of course they should belong to them Filipinos. How can they be considered the territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom?" Chen Yu couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened. There was still such a saying under the sky? If that's the case, Eagle Jam still has that small island of Hawaii hundreds or thousands of miles away, and their territory is even divided into 2. So how dare the Filipinos say that those territories aren't Eagle Jam's? To put it bluntly, this is a typical sea people under the dish. See, the Big Dragon countryside always advocate peace, more and more stomping on the face. According to our naval investigation, the Filipino side disguised a large number of army soldiers as ordinary workers, and then carried a large number of sand mining ships and barges to reclaim land between the southern islands of 100 and 102, which are 2 islands, Fong Changhun said. And the Filipino side questioned us, flatly denying that it was a military decision, obviously stalling for time in a vain attempt to fill in a military base. After listening to Major Fong's speech, Chen Yu could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. Big Dragon is now a world power, but even so, there are still countless guys in the neighborhood who want to get a piece of Big Dragon, occupying 2 islands on the left and swallowing a piece of territorial sea on the right. Of course, at this point in time, the actions of the Philippine side must be curbed, and the ownership of the southern islands is even more non-negotiable. After communication on the part of the Marine Police proved fruitless, we are now being asked to ask our Navy for support, Wu Haidong said with a straight face. However, over in the Southern Sea, there are even more shallows. The sea currents are in a special situation, and hundreds of islands and reefs are spread out in a row, not to mention the aircraft carriers, and even the destroyers have a hard time getting over there. This leads to the fact that it's difficult to put a large number of troops over there to start a counterattack operation, and right now, that's what we desperately need to address. The conference room was abuzz with chatter, but no one stepped forward to offer their own solutions to what was a very complex dilemma. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is obviously going to involve amphibious landing operations, and the Great Dragon State as of now has little experience in amphibious landing operations. On the fishing island side, it is only a solitary island, and the surrounding waters can be easily passed by either a large drive or an aircraft carrier, but not on the southern island side. Without large ships for sea support, small boats alone are not enough, and drone scheduling is problematic. It was already relatively close to the territory of the Filipinos, and because of that, the Filipinos thought that the Great Dragon Nation couldn't do anything about them. Chen Yu searched for a while. Since the Navy is now in need of amphibious landing operations capability, he simply did not build a large drive. Commander Wu, I have an idea. Chen Yu spoke up. Currently, our Navy is relatively well established in all aspects, but the only thing we lack is the amphibious operation capability. I wonder if it is possible to develop an amphibious assault ship. Amphibious assault ship? Wu Haidong's eyes lit up as he said, this is indeed a good thing. It's just that we don't have any experience in research and development on this kind of ship yet. Amphibious assault ships, best known for landing operations and support operations, can adapt to most harsh environments. If the aircraft carrier is the command and brains sitting in the rear, then the amphibious assault ship is a hard and heavy warhammer, enough to crack open the Phil's brains. Chapter 159, Amphibious Assault Ship with Super Electromagnetic Technology. Chen Yu said with great certainty, the issue of R&D technology has never been a problem in my case, and I am willing to undertake the R&D task of the amphibious assault ship. If he hadn't unlocked the level 7 tech tree yet, Chen Yu would still feel pressurized about this quest, but now it was a completely different story. He had just unlocked the hyper-electromagnetic technology. Wouldn't that be just the thing to apply to an amphibious assault ship? Looking at Chen Yu's very certain eyes, Wu Haidong nodded and said, good. Then the task of developing amphibious assault ships targeting the southern reefs and the Filipinos will be assigned to Senior Colonel Chen Yu. After the meeting was adjourned, Chen Yu was not idle for a moment and immediately came here to the Navy's R&D center. Before sketching, he'd have to take a brief look at what their amphibious assault ships currently look like on the international scene, in countries like Eagle Jam and Chariot Nation. Through the Navy's data center, Chen Yu quickly accessed the parameters of several international mainstream amphibious assault ships. On the screen was a picture of an amphibious assault ship, the Queen Elizabeth, of the Great Eagle Nation. At first glance, these ships are somewhat similar to aircraft carriers in that they have extremely large and long deck spaces, with the island of the ship compressed as much as possible, and a number of helicopters and fixed-wing fighters parked on the deck. Of course, the number of aircraft that can be carried on an amphibious assault ship is very limited compared to an aircraft carrier, and the number is usually no more than half that of an aircraft carrier. Beyond the deck, the real secret and heart of the amphibious assault ship actually lies in the interior of its ship, with a sizable portion of the space converted to an open dock design. Inside the cabin, it is able to park a large number of amphibious tanks, hovercraft, submarine and other various equipment at the same time, which corresponds to its name of amphibious warfare. After a brief understanding, Chen Yu already had a general idea in his mind that since he was going to build, he would have to build the world's most leading amphibious assault ship. The new amphibious assault ship, according to the Navy's current ship number, will be named Type 077 Amphibious Assault Ship. The previous sketches of the large drive were obviously not useful, so Chen Yu directly opened his laptop and started redesigning the rough blueprints of the amphibious assault ship using the drawing software. According to his vision, this amphibious assault ship of the Great Dragon Nation would be about 240 meters long and 85 meters wide, with a full loaded displacement to reach a standard of about 50,000 tons. The design difficulty of the attack ship itself is actually not that big, because there are a lot of ready-made data for reference. Not to mention that Chen Yu even the carrier blueprints are branded in his mind, and at any time he can retrieve some data for comparison and reference. Straight flight decks, that's a lot of strength to demand for aircraft takeoffs and landings. In the research room, several veteran naval experts could not help but be surprised after looking at Chen Yu's design drawings. Commander Chen Yu, the deck of an amphibious assault ship, not to mention being almost as long as an aircraft carrier, does not have the outward fluttering design of an aircraft carrier's deck, making it very difficult for aircraft to take off and land at short distances. The current Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, even with the electromagnetic catapult device, the front of the deck is still slightly curved up. That is to be able to help the fighter jets efficiently lift off. The decks of amphibious assault ships are completely straight ahead with large flat plates, and the acceleration required for an airplane to take off smoothly would have to be much greater to make it work. That's something I've already considered. Chen Yu nodded and said, through the electromagnetic catapult device, the initial speed of the fighter can be maximized, allowing it to reach the takeoff standard within 180 meters. In reality, Chen Yu hadn't told these old experts that his killer weapon was a super electromagnetic energy device. According to the system, the hyper-electromagnetic energy unit is capable of efficiently converting electrical energy to give the ship itself a speed and power increase that is more than 3 times that of a normal engine block. If it is applied to the ejection of an airplane, the super electromagnetic energy device is about 5 times more effective than a normal electromagnetic device. So theoretically speaking, the amphibious assault ship envisioned by Chinyu had a 240-meter-long deck that was entirely more than adequate. Aside from the issue of the carrier, there's also this. Another old expert pointed to a spot on the blueprints and said, "Major Chinyu, this gun you designed is smaller than a frigate's gun. Is it powerful enough to be seen?" Where he was pointing was one of the guns above the tower of the amphibious assault ship in the blueprints. The space occupied by the ship's gun was very small, so small even that it could not be easily noticed without looking closely. For the amphibious assault ship, its main means of offense is still the various hovercraft and amphibious tanks released through its internal dock, as well as the various fighter jets and helicopters it carries. The gun was strictly something that came standard on big drives and frigates. On the subject of the ship's guns, I've designed another blueprint specifically. Chenyu clicked the mouse twice, and soon, the detailed drawings of that small naval cannon that had just appeared on the screen. It's not a ship's gun in the traditional concept, but a pulsed electromagnetic gun powered by electromagnetism, so it doesn't require a lot of space. As for the power, according to my design, the projectile speed of this pulse electromagnetic cannon can reach Mach 10 to 15, relying entirely on the kinetic energy of the projectile itself to strike the target. Chenyu said calmly, "I'm afraid that no countermeasure can intercept a cannonball of this speed." "What do you mean? A cannonball at Mach 10? That's just not possible." After listening to Chenyu's explanation, one of the experts even shook his head straight and said, "Senior Colonel Chenyu, do you know that for the current conventional naval guns, it is quite difficult for the speed of the shells to barely reach 2,000 meters per second. A Mach 15 pulsed electromagnetic cannon. What is that?" Equivalently, the projectile reached a speed of over 5,000 meters per second and was almost 3 times as powerful as a traditional naval gun. In other words, if an average ship received such a pulse electromagnetic cannon shell head-on, the ship's hull could be directly torn open with a large gash several meters wide. It's ridiculous. The pulsed electrospike technology. No institute at home or abroad has published a paper yet, right? This is simply impossible. Even if such a weapon could be built, what materials would have to be used to build it? And how would the energy problem be solved? And there are costs to consider. A host of experts shook their heads. If the electromagnetic ejection and so on that Chenyu had just mentioned was still feasible, then the pulse electromagnetic cannon technology had completely exceeded their cognitive understanding. Senior Colonel Chenyu, now that the activities of Filipino maids are rampant in the southern island strip, we need to take targeted means to curb the crackdown as soon as possible. That old expert said seriously. If you still want to bring up some unrealistic proposals at this time, I can only tell Commander Wu to terminate your R&D project. Chapter 160, Mach 10 Pulse Electromagnetic Cannon, Conquest Specialist. Seeing these old experts questioned, but Chenyu was not angry in his heart. Instead he was pleased that the Navy had these responsible research experts. There's a process of integration and acceptance of anything new and emerging. Not to mention that, at this point, as you all have said, electromagnetic weapons have no precedent in the global arena. Chenyu's eyes burned as he said, "Then, why can't we, the Great Dragon Kingdom, start this? Just like in the field of drones, we have already achieved a position of global leadership today. Hive drones, and a host of sub-drones including the Dragon King combat drone. That's the kind of good stuff Hawk Jam drools over when she looks at it. Who says that on this blue planet, only Hawk Jam can have the power to develop advanced weapons?" Looking at Chenyu's eyes, several of the old experts were silent for a moment. "Alright, Major Chenyu." After a while, the old expert at the head of one of them nodded and said, "Your proposal for the amphibious assault ship 077, we hereby give it a pass. And in terms of research and development, we will provide all the help we can." The implication of this sentence was also telling Chenyu that I'm afraid he would have to figure out how to do that electromagnetic weapon on his own. After all, there simply wasn't a lot of readily available information that he could refer to for this thing. "Thanks for understanding." Chenyu stood up and solemnly thanked the old experts before immediately taking his design blueprints with him and preparing to officially begin construction. To build a large ship is never easy for any country, especially this tens of thousands of tons, and the requirements for docking ports are very high. While designing the blueprints for the amphibious assault ship, Chenyu piggybacked on the gantry cranes of the major shipyards in the Great Dragon Kingdom now and made some improvements to them. This would increase the efficiency of the dockyard by at least 30%, and with readily available materials and all personnel working at full capacity, it wouldn't take long to build this amphibious assault ship. In reality, the engineering of the hull is not the challenge. The real challenge still lies in the practical application of the super electromagnetic technology. After Chenyu arrived at the research lab, he decided to handroll a small pulsed electromagnetic acceleration device himself first to test whether the idea was feasible. Generally speaking, the power of a conventional shell is derived from the gunpowder inside the casing. Whether it is a tank shell, a naval gun, or a cannon, it is exactly the same thing. The advantages of conventional artillery shells are also obvious. They are cost-controlled, capable of mass production, and do not require high combat conditions, while the disadvantages lie in the problems of range and power. Can you take out an aircraft carrier with a single shot from a powerful cannon? It's hard to say. Chen Yu is now testing the design of the electromagnetic cannon, the energy power to promote the projectile, but from the energy generated by the motorized unit, through the gas pedal device into an electromagnetic energy that can drive the projectile forward at high speed. This leads to the fact that EM guns are completely free of the need to additionally spend more energy on gunpowder and cartridges. Just firing the warhead alone is enough to strike the target. Chen Yu spent the night hand-rolling a small current-turned electromagnetic acceleration device before feeding a soybean-sized titanium steel projectile into the launch port. Target: steel plate 10 mm thick, range 350 meters, ready to fire. As Chen Yu pressed the button on the computer, almost in the next second, a huge ball of metal sparks instantly erupted from the steel plate more than 300 meters away. What followed was a loud boom like thunder. The entire steel plate was pierced through a large hole by the titanium steel projectile in a split second, and the tremendous kinetic energy directly collapsed the bracket that held the steel plate in place, smashing into the ground with a clanking sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if there is some anticipation in his heart, when he really saw the horrible destructive power of this thing, Chen Yu still couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The test data on the computer showed that the titanium steel projectile just now had been launched at a speed of Mach 10, which was about 4,000 meters per second of high speed, and that's just a lab device, not a real pulse EM gun put on the battlefield. It was also at this time that a group of guards hurried outside. What's going on? Major Chen Yu, are you alright? The two old experts also walked in. The violent roar just now. Almost the entire R&D center could be heard on the upper and lower floors. They thought that something had happened to Chen Yu. I'm fine. I just tested the electromagnetic device, and so far the results have been remarkable. Chen Yu brought the two experts to the computer, explaining to them one by one the concept and all aspects of the performance parameters of this pulse electromagnetic cannon of his. Laboratory data alone reached Mach 10 per second? The white-bearded expert's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? That loud noise just now was the noise made by piercing through the steel plate? Despite the fact that the projectile fired by Chen Yu was at least 100 times smaller than the warhead of a conventional artillery shell, it wasn't really certain who would lose and who would win just from the point of view of destructive power alone. Using electrical energy from DC units, it is converted into electromagnetic energy through various electromagnetic devices, which is then used as the driving force to propel the shells at high speeds. Another expert exclaimed, "It's simply a genius idea. If this weapon can really be installed in the army, I'm afraid that in the future it will be enough to replace all naval guns. I'm afraid it's not realistic to replace all naval cannons in a short period of time. After all, none of the military factories in our Great Dragon Kingdom are capable of producing pulse electromagnetic cannons nowadays." Chen Yu smiled, but given time, gradually integrating these high-tech weapons into our military-industrial enterprises will gradually complete the weapons renewal. For the time being, the best option for the ultra-electromagnetic weapons branch was to first install and conduct real-world testing on top of Chen Yu's 077 amphibious assault ship. As long as the fight to achieve results, playing out of the limelight, that can still be afraid of the major military regions and military factories do not come to take the initiative to talk about cooperation. In addition to the pulse electromagnetic cannon, the high-performance ultra-electromagnetic engine block, and the ultra-electromagnetic catapult device, are the next major directions of my research and development, Chen Yu said with a straight face. I will complete these things in the fastest time possible, and I hope to be able to catch up with the construction speed of our shipyards. No problem. After seeing this finished product, we are now doubly confident as well. The white-bearded expert laughed. Colonel Chen Yu, next, there are any staffing needs, just open your mouth. Don't take all the work by yourself. All hands on deck. Just as the research center side was a meltingly happy place, on this side of the naval base, at the entrance of Chen Yu's residence, a figure quietly walked in. Chapter 161, The Blueprints for the Great Drive. After looking around to see that no one was there, the figure quickly opened the door to Chen Yu's room and walked in with a flash. It was only after he came in that the man breathed a little sigh of relief and turned on the lights in the room, revealing his face, which was clearly Chu Momo. However, at this time Chu Momo was not idle. He immediately made his move and began to rummage through the various draft papers and documents on Chen Yu's desk. Even the bed and backpack were not spared, and the thing he was looking for was naturally the Great Herald sketch he saw in Chen Yu's hand during the daytime. It was only a pity that Chu Mo actually didn't know that in that earlier meeting of the Navy's top brass that he hadn't participated in, Chen Yu and Wu Haidong and the rest of them had already finalized their new plan. This large drive sketch had been discarded, and what Chen Yu was now developing was an amphibious assault ship code named Type 077. While rummaging around, Chu Mo secretly thought in his heart that he must find that sketch. As long as he found the drawings, he would have the capital to talk to Joseph Tsai for leverage, and he might be able to get them to give up their attack on the capital side. At this time, Chu Mo's heart was actually still somewhat self-moved. In his opinion, the fact that he had cooperated with Eagle Jam's spies was a compulsion. It didn't mean that he wasn't a member of the Great Dragon Nation and didn't love his homeland anymore. Now that Joseph was going to carry out a large-scale attack operation against the capital, if he could use the Navy's classified drawings in exchange for the other party's cessation, wouldn't he, Chu Mo, be the one to take credit for it? However, after rummaging around for 10 minutes or so, Chu Mo still couldn't find that sketch of Chen Yu's either. This kid isn't going to tear up that paper, is he? Chu Mu was wondering, when suddenly, the alarm in his pocket went off. A small infrared sensing head that he had placed in the hallway outside before he came in. As soon as someone showed up, he was immediately alerted on his end. In the next second, Chu Mo immediately restored the place to its original state as much as possible before dodging out the door and just happened to bump into Chen Yu, who was coming over from the corner side of the corridor. If it isn't Commander Chu, why are you here? Chen Yu had just returned from the research center side, and as soon as he saw Chu Mu standing in his doorway, there was obviously still a bit of weakness in his eyes. In just an instant, Chen Yu had already seen through everything. There was definitely something wrong with this guy. Oh, I was just about to come over to see if you were there. Chen Yu. Chu Mu smiled. How's the research program going? Did it go well? It didn't go too well. Chen Yu shook his head instead. Let's go inside and talk. Commander Chu. What's wrong? After Chu Mo followed Chen Yu into the room, he wondered, you're the youngest authoritative expert in our Navy right now. Are the others still not cooperating with you? Hey, what's with the authority? Chen Yu sighed. I'll be honest with you, Lieutenant Colonel Chu. As far as I'm concerned, I still have connections at this age, and I don't have any status. So in front of those old experts in the research center, how can I have any majesty to speak of? I brought them my design ideas and drawings to look at, and what happened was, they nitpicked one left, reasoned with another, and just looked the other way anyway. Now it's making me a bit irritated. If it wasn't for Commander Wu's face, I would have carried a bucket and run away. Why stay here and take the heat? As Chen Yu spoke, he casually threw his laptop bag on the bed, and without taking off his shoes, he directly laid down on the bed. This kid is quite the ing actor. Yes, not to mention, Chen Yu acted quite like that. Those who don't know, really think that our Navy is not good to him. At this moment, here in the Naval Command Center, Wu Haidong and several generals were smiling with their hands behind their backs as they watched the scene on the big screen. What was on that screen wasn't exactly the picture in Chen Yu's room. Chu Mo could not have dreamed that he had actually been closely monitored by the Navy's top brass for a long time. Even though he had been careful enough, even before entering Chen Yu's room, he had first used his device to scan for any surveillance cameras. However, what he couldn't imagine was that the camera wasn't in the room at all, but inside the handbag that Chen Yu had brought back. Now, the two men's conversation, their every move, was all transmitted back to this side of the command center via the pocket camera in their handbag. Seeing Chen Yu's depressed face, Chu Mu laughed. It's not that serious. I remember that our military experts aren't treating you very well. What can I do if they don't know what they're doing? Anyway, I've gotten all the blueprints for the ship out and shown them, and they just don't believe me. Chen Yu deliberately rolled over on the bed and faced the wall, fearing that he would laugh later and be discovered by Chu Mo. At those words, Chu Mo's heart couldn't help but move slightly. This trip he made was for that blueprint. As a result, to his surprise, Chen Yu suddenly rolled over and jumped up. That's right, Commander Chu. How did I forget? You're also an expert in our Navy, and didn't you graduate from the Naval Ship University? Chen Yu excitedly said. How about this? I'll give you that blueprint to look at. You take it back and study it, and then when the time comes, you'll help me talk about those experts together. Okay? This isn't good, is it? Chu Mu's heart jumped wildly, but his mouth still said modestly, after all, I'm not in charge of this research and development mission. The blueprints are classified. How can I look at them? What can't it be? You're in the Navy anyway. Come on, I'll give you the blueprints first. You take them back and study them carefully. Chen Yu could not help but take out a stack of design blueprints from his bag and shoved it to Chu Mo, saying, just for these 2 days, after you finish your research, turn around and go with me to talk about those experts. Just as a favor to me. Looking at this blueprint handed over by Chen Yu, the corners of Chu Mo's mouth could hardly be tensed. This is really a step in the right direction. Chunyu design of military products is a level Chu Momo that is well aware of. No need to ask. This drawing 1,000,000% is a good thing. If the complete blueprints were given to Mr. Joseph, it would immediately please Eagle Sauce, and perhaps President Bailodin would even give him a commendation. Well then, I'll take it back and study it on their behalf, and I'll go with you later and persuade those old experts again. After Chu Mu collected the blueprints, he quickly left Chen Yu's room. Half a bell later, Chen Yu came over to the Naval Command Center, where Wu Haidong and several generals were present, and just 3 minutes ago, Chu Momo had just driven away from the naval base, saying that he had to go out temporarily for a trip home. At times like this, even a little cutie also knew that this guy must have a ghost. Chapter 162, Late Night Tracking, a net of Eagle Sauce spies. Let's get our comrades in the military counterintelligence organization out there. In Wu Haidong's eyes, there wasn't too much excitement at this time. Instead, it was filled with a coldness and anger. More than the excitement of catching this big fish of spies, Wu Haidong's heart was now more pained, puzzled, and angry. Why? Wu Haidong simply couldn't figure it out. Was the military not good for Chu Momo? In terms of seniority, Chu Momo was almost smooth sailing after entering the Navy, and was already a lieutenant commander level officer at around 40 years old, which is not a low level. Moreover, of the few men that Wu Haidong used to trust the most, one of them was Chu Mu. Why did you defect to the state? This question simply caused Wu Haidong's heart to burn with rage. He hated to be able to send someone over right now and capture Chu Momo Wu back to ask for a clear answer. Don't worry, Fang Chunghun said with his hands behind his back. The people from the counterintelligence organization have already been out a long time ago, and looking at Chu Momo's movements, he should be heading to the capital, with a similar route as last time. When the time is right, just arrest the man, along with the people he's meeting with. Wu Haidong turned to Chen Yu and asked, Chen Yu, your kid didn't get the wrong drawings, did he? Don't give him the real blueprints. How is that possible? Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, the drawings of our 077 amphibious assault ship are being kept there in the R&D center, and I gave them to Chumo Wu to keep them as good things that will make Eagle Sauce unforgettable for the rest of his life. Hearing Chen Yu say this, Wu Haidong also had a smile on his face. Eagle Jam has been running rush-out over the globe for so many years. It's always been them taking advantage of others, never at a loss. This time, since they want to profit from our great dragon kingdom here, let them learn a good lesson. That night, Chumo Mu winds up in the capital and meets his superior connector, Joseph. Mr. Chu, why are you back so soon? Joseph was a bit surprised by Chu Mu's sudden arrival and frowned. Didn't I tell you? I asked you to raise $10 million for me as soon as possible as funds for the operation. What are you doing? $10 million? Chu Momo's face was full of complacency at this time, casually slamming the briefcase on the desk, saying, this is worth $10 million. What is it? Joseph froze, and after opening that bag, he looked through it, and it was actually a thick stack of blueprints. With just a little scanning, Joseph was sure that it was the blueprints for a large ship, and at least a 10,000-ton Magnum class as well. Where did you get that? Joseph's gaze immediately became burning, and his breathing quickened a few points as he grasped the blueprint and questioned Chunyu. Navy, Chun Yu there. Chu Mo Wu smiled slightly and said, this blueprint is the blueprint of the latest model of 10,000 tons of large drives that our Great Dragon Kingdom Navy is currently developing. It's the big killer weapon that Commander Wu will use against the Filipinos in the future. How did you get this blueprint? When Joseph heard this, his gaze became even more filled with shock, and he hurriedly asked Chu Mo Wu after him. It's just using a little bit of tactics. Who made me on good terms with Chun Yu? Chu Mu laughed. He, will not pit anyone against me, and whoever he suspects, he cannot suspect me. Mr. Joseph, this blueprint, please pass it on to Grand President Bailodin. Good stuff. Joseph's eyes showed a touch of appreciation and smiled. Mr. Chu, you are indeed a good partner and ally for our Eagle Sauce. This great drive blueprint will add a pair of wings to our Eagle Jam's navy. Who in the world doesn't know whether Chen Yu's weapons are good or not? Joseph did not have to think about it to understand that this blueprint, if built, it is absolutely the world's leading level of 10,000 tons of large drive. Mr. President at that time will not be able to avoid praising him. In his excitement, Joseph immediately called two of his men. Just in case, he didn't choose to send the blueprints back as a photo using the internet. It would be too easy to get caught. Joseph chose, by the simplest and most effective means, to have his men send the blueprints back to Eagle Sauce by human means. You guys get more manuscripts and materials to mix up, then get on a plane and leave the capital as soon as possible. And make sure to deliver the blueprints to Grand President Bailodin the first time. After watching the two henchmen walk away, Joseph by this time had begun to fantasize about a better life for him in the future. With this blueprint, How can the president give him a bonus of tens of millions of US dollars? Mr. Joseph, you don't intend to make another move against the capital? Seeing Joseph joyfully reclining in his boss's chair, Chumyu opened his mouth and asked, Of course not, now that I know we've made our mark, why risk attacking the capital? Joseph grinned and said, You and I will just wait for a citation from Mr. President and then take a plane back to Eagle Jam to receive our reward. Just as Joseph's words fell, in the next second, a terrifying explosion erupted outside the burglar-proof and coated door of the office. Rumble. In the loud explosion and thick smoke, the two gates were directly blown to curl and fly several meters away. Chumomo and Joseph were still in a state of stunned silence, when several loaded Special Forces soldiers wearing black combat uniforms had already rushed in from outside. The black holes of the guns pressed against the two men's heads, immediately making them not dare to move. Don't move! Get down with your hands on your head. The ones who rushed in were the soldiers of the Direct Guard Company of the Naval General Base, each one of them well trained, and after holding down these two men, they immediately began to search the room for communication equipment and dangerous items. What are you doing? Chummervu's mind was buzzing, but at this point, he still had a shred of fantasy and called out, I'm Chummervu, Lieutenant Commander in the Navy. Let go of me. It's you we're arresting. LT, Colonel, Chummervu. A very familiar voice came from outside the door, causing Chumyu's face to instantly turn white. In the next moment, the figures of Chen Yu and Fong Changhun appeared at the doorway one after the other, and the two of them walked in one after the other. Chen Yu's face was calm, and there was even a hint of a teasing look in the corner of his eyes, forming an incomparably sharp contrast with the panicked and stunned Chu Mo. Chun Yu, what do you mean by that? Chu Mu dryly defended. I'm catching up with an old friend. It's not what you think. We think like that? Which way? Just say it. Chen Yu teasingly stretched out a hand and said, Commander Chu, where is that blueprint I handed you? Bring it out now and we'll believe everything you say. Chu Mu was instantly dumbfounded, for 10 minutes ago the blueprint had been sent away by Joseph's men. You what? Chen Yu asked. I'm asking you, where are my blueprints? Lieutenant Colonel Chu, do you want to answer me here or on the firing range? Chapter 163, Roots Up, Hawk Spy Destroyed. Chu Mu was silent for a moment, and said stiffly, that copy of the great dried blueprints you gave me is sitting at my house, and I don't have it with me. Yes? It's come to this. And you're still going to continue to argue with us to the death and refuse to confess? Wu Haidong's face was gloomy, and after walking over, he asked coldly, I'm going to ask you one last time. Xiao Chu, this is also the last chance I'm going to give you. Say, where exactly are the blueprints? In front of Chen Yu, Chu Mo still had a little naive idea of muddling through, but in the face of Wu Haidong, in the face of his old superior who knew him well, there was really no way for him to lie anymore. However, Joseph, who was being held down on the ground by the warriors on the side, jumped the gun at this time and called out, I took the initiative to prosecute. It was him, it was Chu Mo who handed over your great dried blueprints to me. Upon hearing this, both Wu Haidong and Chen Yu's gazes looked at him at the same time. Major Chen Yu, and this general, I voluntarily confessed my guilt. In fact, I am an agent under Grand President Bailaden, Joseph hurriedly said. However, I was originally only in charge of collecting some basic information and data here in your great dragon kingdom, and was not in charge of military information. It was he who took the initiative to find me. Oh, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and said, this is the first time I've heard of spies running to someone else's country, specializing in gathering basic information that doesn't target the military field. Do you believe that yourself? 1,000 times over. Joseph compensated with a smile. I'm really just an ordinary investigator. He was the one who insisted on giving me the blueprints of that destroyer, and he also wanted me to pass them on to the hands of Mr. Grand President in exchange for Eagle Sauce's green card in bonus. I'm just going along for the ride. In the face of Joseph's flip-flopping, Chu Mo only smiled miserably at this time. The other party was after all a senior spy agent of Eagle Sauce, and flip-flopping at this time was instead a perfectly normal thing to do. It was a pity that Chen Yu and Wu Haidong didn't believe any of the nonsense that Joseph was saying. A veteran agent who's been hiding in the capital for nearly 2 decades is just a minor player in charge of investigating basic public sentiment? That's simply not possible. Let's put your business on hold, Wu Haidong said indifferently. Regarding whether you are an ordinary investigator or a military agent, our counterintelligence organization will use the most meticulous means to investigate clearly. As for you, Chu Mo, hearing Wu Haidong's voice, Chu Mo's body shivered almost subconsciously. Just now, considering our relationship, I've given you a chance to voluntarily confess to the crime. It's you who didn't fight for it. Get rid of his rank and uniform, cuff him, and send him over to the counterintelligence organization as well. After Wu Haidong finished saying this, he had already turned away. He really did not want to see Chu Momo in front of him anymore, after all, at the beginning, but he step by step to bring Chu Momo to now this position. The friendship between the two is not only up and down as simple. Wait a minute. The uniform and officer's shirt were all stripped off of Chu Mu and replaced with the special prison uniform brought over by the guard company. At this time, however, Chu Momo suddenly shouted, "You guys hurry up and send someone to the Capital International Airport, maybe we can still stop those two people who sent the blueprints out of the country." "You shut up!" Joseph burst into a rage at the words and cursed angrily. "When did your copy of the blueprints come into my people's hands?" Other than that, Joseph was actually calculating at this point. If he was able to escape the detection of the counterintelligence organization after a lucky break, he might only need to serve a few years in jail in the Great Dragon Kingdom before being released. That way, he'd still be able to go back to Eagle Sauce and still get all the glory and riches he could ever want because of that Great Drive blueprint. However, Chu Momo actually wanted to destroy his reckoning now. Chunyu looked at Chu Mu and said suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" "I pleaded guilty. The blueprints are being manhandled to Eagle Jam by two of Joseph's men, and there might be a chance if we go to the airport and intercept them now." Chu Mu hung his head and said, "I don't expect to take the credit for my crimes either. I just don't want our Great Dragon country's cutting-edge technology to still flow out of the country at this time." Hearing Chu Momo's words, Chunyu instantly laughed. "Don't worry, that blueprint, it's specifically for you to give to Baodin." Chunyu smiled and said, "If you don't send that drawing out, we'll have to have a headache over it instead." "Ha?" Hearing Chenyu's words, Joseph was stunned and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean it's specially for Mr. Grand President? It's not your business." Chunyu smiled. "Mr. Joseph, do you think that if that Great Drive blueprint was the real deal, we would be talking to you so calmly right now?" Soon, two soldiers handcuffed Joseph as well, then put a black head bag on him, and, along with Chum Humvu, they were pushed out of the office. Commander Wu. The place quickly emptied out, while Chen Yu walked behind Wu Haidong, who was not far away and was looking at the furnishings in the office with his hands behind his back. "All taken?" Wu Haidong turned back and sighed. "Don't worry, I'm just lamenting the fact that Eagle Sauce was actually able to plant such a large spy organization within our Great Dragon, and for a full decade or two. This was in the capital city. How much Joseph's Tingfei group had done behind his back, and how many more people were in his downline. All of these needed to be sorted out and detected step by step. This also reflects that our military's counter-detection of this aspect of espionage is not strict enough. Otherwise, how could Joseph have lurked here for more than a decade?" Wu Haidong was pained, and immediately had the Naval General Base contact Rin Taijun on the army side, asking him to take full responsibility for taking over this matter, starting from Tengfei Group here, and investigating as many spies as possible that Eagle Sauce had planted within the Greater Dragon Kingdom. This matter, within the military hierarchy of the entire Great Dragon Kingdom, caused a non-trivial shock. But in the outside world, the public was almost ignorant of this. 3 days later, all the fixed assets of the Tengfei Group were seized, and, in a joint effort between the Army's Special Operations Force and the Counterintelligence Organization, nearly 50 spies with different divisions of labor were captured. The story soon reached the ears of Eagle Jam across the ocean as well. At the White House, President Baodin was looking over the blueprints for the great drives that Joseph's two men had sent back. His face did not look good. His white eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his whole body was as motionless as if he had been poured, except for his eyes and hands, which were moving. The drawings look rather like that. "Admiral MacArthur, what do you think?" President Baodin turned his head to MacArthur next to him and asked, "Mr. President, I think there is something wrong with this drawing in all probability. How could the Great Dragon Kingdom easily let such a drawing fall into our hands?" Chapter 164, Baodin's Decision. Imitation of Rokoku's Great Destroyer. MacArthur, a cigarette in his hand, bristled. "Although this drawing is very detailed, I'm not so sure about its authenticity. However, as the head of the Eagle Sauce Pentagon and the highest-ranking general, MacArthur has a very keen sense of what's going on in Udarong Nation. Therefore, after the two agents returned the big drive drawings, he had already concluded that there was something wrong with the thing without even looking at it very much." "Yes?" Seeing MacArthur's look of certainty, Baodin's heart in turn felt some pain. "Even if you're in a hurry to deny it, shouldn't you take a look at the blueprints first? You haven't even looked at the blueprints yet, and you're saying they're no good? Go get Hammond, the Pentagon's military-industrial expert, and have him look at the blueprints, too," Baodin said. "I see that this blueprint is very detailed and precise. Instead, there is a real possibility that it could be the original draft in Chenyu's hands. If so, we could make a lot of money." With a 20-minute escort from the Secret Service, Hammond, the Eagle Jam military expert, had arrived at the Oval Office. Hammond was an old man of about 60 years of age, with disheveled hair and a slightly insane spirit, but he was no slouch, and had a very high voice in the military. After looking at that grand drive blueprint, Hammond's blue-gray eyes swept back and forth behind his glasses and said, "Impossible. What's impossible?" Baladin froze. "There's no way this is a drawing designed by someone from the Great Dragon Nation." "Mr. President, you must be joking, right?" Hammond said very categorically. "This big drive blueprint has tons of design ideas for electromagnetic devices and cutting-edge weapons that are even better than our Pentagon's upstarts." In the eyes of Eagle Jam's military personnel, it was an inherent perception, almost engraved in their minds, that the Great Dragon State was inferior to their Eagle Jam, both in terms of military and R&D capabilities. Hammond was even more so. He simply couldn't believe that a young lad could make such precise drawings. "So you're saying that this is indeed a big destroyer blueprint, and of a very cutting-edge caliber?" Baladin was a bit excited and hurriedly pursued the question. "That's right, judging from the data on paper. This big destroyer of Chunyu's is more than 40% better than our strongest active destroyer, the USS New York, in terms of attacking power, fire striking range, anti-reconnaissance capability, and range and speed." Hammond nodded with great certainty and said, "This is simply a genius design. Mr. President, I propose that we should now immediately develop and produce this destroyer." "Yes." Baladin was instantly happy and laughed. "I was waiting for your words. Although our agents have suffered heavy losses this time, and even Joseph has been captured. However, to be able to exchange this blueprint, it is also considered that their deaths are not regrettable." At that moment, Baladin also does not care about MacArthur's thoughts. Directly signed an order to let the Eagle sauce of several naval dockyards to completely terminate the production of all the ships, all converted to the production of Chunyu's this big drive. At this point, Baladin hadn't the slightest inkling of how hard this decision would hit Eagle Jam's navy. Nearly another month has passed in the blink of an eye. In this month's time, here in the dockyard of the Grand Dragon Nation's Naval General Base, tens of thousands of workers and fighters, under Chunyu's arrangement and scheduling, were well organized in building the Type 077 amphibious assault ship, the super electromagnetic ejection device, the energy device, and the pulsed electromagnetic cannon have all passed the tests of the research and development phase, and are officially ready to be installed on this huge amphibious assault ship. According to our final design plan, the amphibious assault ship, No. 077, has a deck length of 265 meters, 65 meters at the widest part of the deck, and 80 meters at the highest part of the ship, with a full load displacement of about 57,000 tons, Chunyu said to Rin Tai-jun, who had especially come to visit the naval dockyard. In addition to this, the amphibious assault ship will be able to carry more than 30 amphibious tanks on land and sea, hovercraft, and equipment such as submarine boats, and 50 various types of airplanes can be taken off and landed on the deck. This series of data, listening to Rin Tai-jun heart that is like a cat's claw scratching, simply itchy. Good stuff. It's all good stuff. Rin Tai-jun heart is difficult to avoid some envy of the Navy side. No matter how to look at, the Navy is now the strongest existence of the front strength of the Great Dragon country. If it were not for the fact that the army had the Dongfeng Express in its hands as a big killer, I am afraid that Wu Haidong would have been bragging about it in front of him and ridiculing him. And this time he came over, on the one hand, to see how the construction of the amphibious assault ship 077 was going, and on the other hand, to arrange for the mobilization of some of the amphibious tanks for this amphibious assault ship. This kind of tank, the army produces a very small number. Exactly how to arrange, Ren Tai-jun intends to all follow Chen Yu's 57,000 tons of amphibious assault ship. With his hands behind his back, Ren Tai-jun stood in front of this incomparably huge ship and marveled. Even the aircraft carriers of certain countries, I'm afraid they don't have this tonnage. In fact, in some ways, the 077 amphibious assault ship could be approximated as an aircraft carrier. Chen Yu nodded. As for the differences between it and the aircraft carrier, all of them are to cope with the complex terrain and amphibious operational needs of the southern island waters, and do not overlap with the carrier's combat field. You don't have to explain that aspect to us. You're the one in charge. Ren Tai-jun patted Chen Yu's shoulder and lowered his voice. When you're done with this amphibious assault ship, don't make a sound about it when the time comes. I'll quietly send someone to get you to the army. Hey, old Ren, what are you muttering about? Wu Haidong just happened to come from not far away at this time. Saw Ren Tai-jun's sneaky look, think quasi no good. What's wrong with me talking to Comrade Chen Yu? Look at you like that. Those who don't know think that people are really from your navy. Ren Tai-jun said to Wu Haidong rather disdainfully. That can't be said. At least Chen Yu is now buttressing our navy's R&D mission. Wu Haidong smiled and said, even if you old kid wants to intercept and make peace, you have to honestly wait until we've cleaned up the Filipino maid and convinced him. Nonsense. Can I not understand this? Ren Tai-jun said with his hands behind his back. That is, our army can't use those powerful intercontinental missiles, or else there would still be your navy? The two were old friends for many years. Meeting and fighting was rare. no one took it too seriously. Chun Yu thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Commander Wu, why are the Filipinos so deeply hostile to our great dragon kingdom? Chapter 165 Amphibious assault ship launched, headed for the southern reefs. Yo, that's a pretty deep question. Wu Haidong smiled and said, this topic, if you put it there in the Military Research Institute, it is estimated that you can get the experts to write dozens of papers out for you. Come on, look what you can do. It's really not that complicated. Ran Taijun said with a big grin. To put it bluntly, this is actually a very simple truth. Rising rice and fighting rice. To put it in perspective, the relationship between the Filipinos and the Grand Dragon State was very cordial some years ago. The Philippines itself is relatively weak in heavy industry, and a large amount of industrial raw materials and iron and steel need to be imported from the outside world, which in itself is a very heavy expense for the government. And since their country is in the tropics, all kinds of crops are relatively average in production, and the only thing that they can get is all kinds of tropical fruits. Some years ago, the Filipino maids were being chased by Eagle Sauce for the $50 billion in debt they used to owe, and they were at the end of their tether, and it was us, the Great Dragon Nation, that stepped in to help them on an international level. After all, our country has a lot of people, and we are able to digest a large amount of fruit produced by them through the private market. So at that time, our big leaders signed a mutual assistance agreement with the Filipinos. Ren Taijun said, in short, is that the Filipino made through a large number of fruit exports? From our big dragon country this can be exchanged for a variety of industrial raw materials and steel and so on, and a part of it will also be converted into cash payment to them. Chen Yu nodded. He really didn't know about these things, but he knew that some years ago, there were indeed a lot of very cheap tropical fruit products on the market, with bananas and mangoes being especially abundant. If you look around the world, which country doesn't want to hook up trade lines with our great dragon country? The Filipinos are simply blessed in 8 lifetimes to get such good trade terms. The business between our two countries is getting bigger and bigger. This domestic will not be able to avoid a lot of businessmen traveling far and wide, running to the Filipino side of the local business or second-hand dealers and so on the work. Ren Taijun said, this has also disguisedly driven the local economic development of the Filipinos, and it can be said that they can escape from death and breathe a sigh of relief to live until today, and we can't get away from our great dragon nation. However, it was precisely because of the amicable behavior of the Great Dragon State that in turn made the Filipino maids gradually become proud. After paying off the $50 billion owed by Eagle Sauce, the Filipino government immediately began to order a purge of all of the dragon traders in the country. With regard to the land and assets of those businessmen from the big dragon country, the Philippine government simply took the direct approach of confiscating them and then forcibly repatriating them back to the big dragon countryside. And what's even more annoying is that the Filipinos actually went back to sucking up to Eagle Sauce again. Even though Eagle Sauce almost forced their government to collapse some years ago for those $50 billion. But people just think that Eagle Sauce's air is all sweet. In the words of our great dragon kingdom, isn't this raising a white-eyed wolf? Chun Yu heard a burst of fire in his heart and couldn't help but say angrily, that's really what happened. Wu Haidong nodded his head and said, the Filipino maids took the lead in doing this kind of thing to disrupt the trade between the two countries. So of course we had to cancel all trade with them. So the relationship between our two countries immediately lowered to the freezing point. And recently, the Filipinos don't know what kind of wind they've been smoking, or what Eagle Sauce has been drumming in their ears. But these monkeys have actually moved against the southern islands of the Great Dragon Kingdom. According to the investigation conducted by the Marine Police Bureau, during this month, tens and hundreds of Filipino domestic helpers have been traveling between the southern 100 and 102 islands on various boats every day. Only that the technical means of the Filipinos are so limited that they do not even have sandblasting vessels, and the so-called reclamation plan actually involves the use of barges to transport sand and gravel one by one. This one gave the Grand Dragon State very ample time to build the amphibious assault ship 077 for military operations against the southern islands. Ran Taijun lit a cigarette and said, in retrospect, the matter between us and the Filipino maids, isn't this the farmer and the snake, Mr. Dongboy and the wolf, Lu Dongbin and the dog? And now there's one more, the Great Dragon Nation and the Filipinos. Chen Yu also laughed. This matter was simply both good-natured and funny. Abandoning such a reliable and kind strategic partner as the Great Dragon State to seek refuge in the power of the Eagle Sauce. The consequences of doing so have already been precedent by the Southern Monkey and the Footpad Chicken. And as a result, the Filipinos are actually still having unrealistic dreams. So, this time, our military, including the big leaders, have extremely high expectations for your amphibious assault ship 077. Wu Haidong said to Qin Yu, since we're going to fight, we have to beat the Filipinos into complete submission, and at the same time, we have to do what we didn't do before, including regularizing patrols in the southern islands, building military bases, and the future reclamation project. These major tasks, all in 077 amphibious assault ship is inseparable from the connection. It will soon become a sea pin in the southern island area of the Big Dragon country, so that any small people dare not transgress the Thunder Pool half a step. Please don't worry, Commander Wu. Chen Yu nodded and said, now that the amphibious assault ship 077 has basically been fully completed, when the weapons are assembled and the tanks on the army side are in place, it can be launched for testing, a process that is expected to be completed within a week. Good. Let's not only be fast, but let's be steady. That's something to keep in mind, Wu Haidong said very solemnly to Chen Yu. Another week had passed, and all the work on the amphibious assault ship 077 was in place. The weapons were installed, and the amphibious tanks were all in the hull dock. Early that morning, the dock doors of the naval main base opened, and when the sea line was flush, the amphibious assault ship 077 slowly pulled out of the dockport, surrounded by countless salutes and ribbons. From the land, this amphibious assault ship is too shocking. The ship's deck is parked 50 fixed-wing aircraft of all kinds. The huge degree is completely no less than an aircraft carrier. Wu Haidong, who was the commander-in-chief of the Navy, personally performed the bottle-knocking ceremony for the amphibious assault ship 077, which today would be heading to a designated location 50 nautical miles away for a simulated real-world test. Prepare to increase speed. Tentatively scheduled cruising speed is 50 nautical miles per hour. In the brand-new command room, Chen Yu rapidly input a string of instructions on the general control screen. Soon, through the powerful ultra-electromagnetic energy device, the aft waters of the amphibious assault ship 077 churned up horrifying waves, and with full horsepower, it rapidly approached the depths of the ocean. This speed was so fast that even the officers and soldiers on the ship were able to feel a sense of pushing back. Wait, how many miles per hour did you say? Wu Haidong thought he had heard wrong and said in shock, 50 knots? This amphibious assault ship can go that fast? Chapter 166, Pulse Electromagnetic Cannon. It'll blow the Filipino maid's brains out. The current norm for warships of all nations around the globe is around 30 knots, whether it's an aircraft carrier or a destroyer, and they're all at that level. Chen Yu's amphibious assault ship, on the other hand, could actually reach a cruising speed of 50 nautical miles per hour, which was equivalent to a speed of 50 knots. What kind of concept is that? A 260-70 meter long, 70 to 80 meter wide, and a dozen-story tall behemoth, capable of speeds on the sea that were on par with cars on the highway. Not only Wu Haidong, but the admirals in the command room were all filled with surprise and disbelief. Commander Ching Yu, isn't the speed of this amphibious assault ship a bit too high? Fong Chenghan frowned. Voyage speed is too high. Sometimes it's not a good thing. You should be clear about that. That I understand. Chen Yu nodded and explained to the group of generals. The current international naval configuration will basically set the ship at the maximum speed limit of 30 knots and will not continue to go up. The reason for this is actually very simple. The word material. A ship is not like a car. As long as the four wheels are grounded and the engine is good enough to go as fast as you want. Some specialized auto racing events, moreover, go to great lengths to build their bodies with lighter carbon fiber skeletons and polymerized plastics to reduce weight and increase speed. But ships are a complete no-no. Warships sail through the water. The resistance of seawater will start from the bottom of the ship and exert pressure in all directions toward the hull. The faster the speed, the greater this force, the higher the demand for the toughness and rigidity of the material. Chen Yu said with a straight face, it's not that Eagle Jam and the others can't build a warship that can run at 50 knots, but it's because they can't overcome the material hurdles. And our amphibious assault ships are a completely different story. At the beginning of the design, Chen Yu had already taken into account the pressure on the ship generated by the high cruising speed. Therefore, the amphibious assault ship 077, all the use of alloy steel mixed materials to create the shell and keel, the internal equipment, most of the use of carbon fiber mixed steel technology to increase the strength at the same time. The weight can also be reduced a lot. According to my design plan, this amphibious assault ship is capable of carrying at least the pressure generated by 80 knots of airspeed at its limit, so please feel free to rest assured. After listening to Chen Yu's explanation, Wu Haidong and the other generals could not help but nod their heads. They, the generals, might not understand the techniques and doorways involved, but, to Ching Yu, they had absolute trust. After sailing out of the harbor, the 077 amphibious assault ship began to speed up at full speed, and soon rose to a high speed of 50 knots, even leaving the two escorting frigates far behind. This time, our mock battle is divided into the following subjects. Chen Yu said, they are attacking enemy ships at sea, suppressing the enemy air force in the air, anti-submarine, and amphibious landing operations. An hour later, the 077 amphibious assault ship had entered the predetermined position in the sea, where an island was used to be used as a target for the maneuver. On the large screen, the intelligence system locked onto the three hypothetical enemy warship targets in front of them directly on top of the radar screen. through the Joint Control Array-type radar installed on the amphibious assault ship. Fire Stinger ship-to-ship missiles, 3 of them. Chen Yu immediately pressed the launch button after giving the command. Aft of the amphibious assault ship's island, there is a 72 vertical missile silo equipped with various types of missiles, covering all operational requirements. In the next moment, the hatch covers of the 3 missile ports popped up to a height of 3 or 4 meters under the impact of the high-pressure gas. The sharp warheads of the 3 missiles emerged from their silos immediately afterward, bouncing up through the high-pressure gas to an altitude of about 3 meters before the tail flames of the sharpshooter ship-to-ship missiles were rapidly ejected. Rumble! With a loud roar, the 3 missiles dragged their tail flames and white smoke at an acute angle and immediately shot at the imaginary enemy warships a dozen nautical miles away in front of them. Soon, from the large screen in the command room, Chen Yu and the admirals of the Navy clearly saw that all 3 targets in the target sea area had been hit by the missiles, erupting into a violent column of water. Now, prepare for a destructive strike on the enemy land military base via pulsed electromagnetic cannons. These few missiles were nothing more than an opening act. And the real showstopper was the ultra-electromagnetic weapon that Chen Yu had specially prepared for the 077 amphibious assault ship, the pulse electromagnetic cannon. In order to test the real-world effectiveness of the pulse electromagnetic cannon, the military has specialized in building several heavy military forts on top of the island, using special concrete. The strength of such a fortress could almost withstand a frontal bombardment of missiles, and if it was bombarded with ship's artillery, 3 or 2 hits wouldn't do much at all. At the same time, above the 077 amphibious assault ship's island, 2 unremarkable pulse electromagnetic cannons had already finished accumulating energy through the super electromagnetic device. The pulse electromagnetic cannon itself looked extremely modern and technological, with a streamlined shape throughout, a thicker barrel, and an overall size that was far less spectacular than that of a typical ship's cannon. At the beginning of its manufacture, almost all of the generals, except Wu Haidong, questioned the gadget that Chen Yu had researched. Even now, several admirals, including Fong Changhun, were still somewhat less convinced of its power in their hearts. The larger the caliber of the shell, the more powerful it is, and this is a truth known to all. As a result, Chen Yu had told them that the pulse electromagnetic cannon only needed to fire coin-sized shells, which would be enough to destroy any armored target. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to bluff them? After the fire control radar locked onto the target, the next moment, the 2 pulse electromagnetic cannons opened fire at the same time. Boom! 2 cannons were fired at the same time, but there was only one sound. No smoke or fire appeared. But, at the same time as the cannons sounded, all the generals saw an incomparably shocking scene on the big screen. The 2 special concrete forts on top of the target island reefs blew right up into a roiling mass of debris as if they were paper mache. Not only were those 2 fortresses shattered, but even the foundations beneath them were lifted up in a huge crater of more than 10 square meters. Wu Haidong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he watched the scene. Holy crap! What the hell is this? 2 electromagnetic cannons for such horrific destructive power? What a sight to see! And, with this electromagnetic cannon traveling at Mach 15, I'm afraid any target won't have a chance to react before it's hit. The faces of the crowd of generals changed, and at this moment, they sort of understood why Wu Haidong trusted this young man so much. However, before the generals could launch their inquiries to Chen Yu, suddenly, the 077 amphibious assault ship's early warning radar emitted a sharp chirp. Unidentified flight target intruding into airspace. Chen Yu looked at the radar screen, his eyes condensed, and said in a deep voice, "This is not our intended target. It's a real foreign reconnaissance plane." Chapter 167, to deal with a peeping eagle. Use missiles. Initiate level 1 operational response immediately. At Chen Yu's command, the entire amphibious assault ship was immediately transformed from a drill state to a combat state by all the naval officers and soldiers. Don't look at this time 077 amphibious assault ship is pulled out of the test, but it carries all the weapons are real, ready to put into the war kind. It's just too good to be true that a foreign reconnaissance plane dares to come over to spy on the naval maneuvers of the Great Dragon Kingdom at this time? At this moment, about 20 kilometers away from the 077 amphibious assault ship formation at a height of 10,000 meters in the air, a Freedom Black Hawk II had entered the airspace of the territorial waters of the Great Dragon Nation. This scout plane, as the name suggests, was the second-generation scout plane that Hawk Jam had gotten from the Liberty Blackhawk that had been captured by the Great Dragon Nation in the first place after it had been remodeled. That interception of a reconnaissance plane by the Great Dragon Nation was once viewed as a disgrace by Eagle Jam's Pentagon, and as a result, Beiladen ordered an immediate full rebuild and upgrade of the Air Force's Freedom Blackhawks in service. According to Eagle Jam's claims to the public, they think to themselves that the modified second-generation Freedom Blackhawks are already equivalent to fifth-generation and a half reconnaissance planes, and that no country can detect them. Mostly Eagle Jam's scout planes, Wu Haidong said with a cold face. Their country has a lot of military satellites. I'm afraid that after our amphibious assault ship came out of the dockyard, they've already sensed something and are preparing to shoot down this scout plane. The truth of the matter was really the same as what Chen Yu and Wu Haidong had guessed. It was only more than 2 hours ago, after Bei Laoben in the White House received a message from Admiral MacArthur, that he learned that the Great Dragon Nation, which had been muffled for some time, had built another large warship. Through military spy satellites, the Pentagon obtained not particularly clear photos of the 077 amphibious assault ship. However, just by looking at the photos, there are so many fighter jets parked on top of this amphibious assault ship that it's hard not to suspect that this is a real aircraft carrier. A single Blue Cloud carrier had already made Eagle Jam's navy afraid to rampage around the outer reaches of the Great Dragon Kingdom's waters with impunity. Now, you're telling me that the Great Dragon Kingdom has built another aircraft carrier? Shocked, Baodin immediately ordered the second-generation Freedom Blackhawk to lift off, ready to detect whether the Great Dragon Nations was an aircraft carrier or a large amphibious assault ship. Looks like Eagle Sauce still has thick skin, Chen Yu said indifferently. Unless they are truly beaten and scared, they will never show any restraint. The homeland will always be the red line of red lines. Whether it is the southern monkey or the footpad chicken or the Eagle Sauce, the Great Dragon Kingdom will always have only one reason for them. Dare to come, then we dare to fight. Prepare to lift off 2 Tsunami 20 fighters, shoot down the enemy aircraft, and take off with a hyper-electromagnetic catapult trajectory. Chen Yu quickly gave orders through the big screen. At this time, above the straight deck of the 077 amphibious assault ship, 2 brand new super-electromagnetic catapults were already in place, while 2 Tsunami 20s slowly drove into orbit. No wonder the deck of this amphibious assault ship is designed to be so wide, more than 10 meters wider than a conventional aircraft carrier. Fong Chunghun couldn't help but exclaim. Being able to carry out the catapult liftoff of 2 fighters at the same time directly doubles the efficiency. Dual shipboard aircraft catapulted into the air at the same time. Looking around the world, now only the big dragon country dares to do this. Even the Eagle Sauce do not dare to play like this. In addition to the catapult technology and the design requirements of the deck, there is a more important point. That is, the performance of the fighter, and the skill of the pilot should be excellent. A few seconds later, the 2 hyper-electromagnetic catapults emitted a gradually rising hum. Next, whoosh, whoosh, the 2 Tsunami 20 fighters started accelerating steeply. Even the fuselage appeared to go up and down slightly due to this terrifying acceleration. Within seconds, the Tsunami 20 fighter jet, accelerated by the super-electromagnetic catapult, reached liftoff flight speed directly, and leapt into the clouds with a single lift of its nose at the end of the straight flight deck. After these 2 Tsunami 20s lifted off, Chen Yu was not idle, but silently opened his super commander skill in his mind. The target had just been captured through radar reconnaissance, and it was one of Hawk Jam's Freedom Blackhawks. However, Eagle Jam's scout had already suffered a big loss once before, and since they still dared to come, it was obvious that they had modified this scout and were very confident. It's just a shame that you, Eagle Jam, can't resist the increase of the super commander skill even if you're bursting at the seams with scouts. Now that Chen Yu's super commander skill had reached a 70% level of terrifying increase, as long as the target was hand-rubbed by him personally, or utilized his techniques within, it could all be controlled by him with his super commander skill. In an instant, a wide-open, extremely high-altitude view surfaced in front of Chen Yu's eyes, who could now mobilize the observation frames of the 2 Tsunami 20s at any time, in order to avoid letting the Tsunami 20's speed be too fast, resulting in the pilot not being able to maneuver it. Chen Yu only chose to increase the Tsunami 20 with the 2 items of reconnaissance and firepower. At the same time, inside the second-generation Freedom Blackhawk high in the sky, the 2 Eagle Jam pilots hadn't even realized that there were already fighters coming from the Great Dragon countryside. Tsunami 20's super stealth technology is still at the mercy of Eagle Jam until now. However, MacArthur naively believed that his second-generation Freedom Blackhawk was fast enough and stealthy enough that surprise defense would not be a problem. If you can't, you can run away if you can't beat them, right? As a result, the next second, the shouts of the pilots of the Great Dragon Nation appeared in the headphones of the 2 Eagle Jam pilots. Warning, you have invaded the territorial waters and airspace of our Great Dragon Nation. Immediately turn on all electronic control systems and surrender according to our request. I repeat, turn off your cloaking and slow down immediately or we will open fire immediately. The voice of the Duronian pilot instantly made the Eagle Jam pilot giggle. Shatter, where the hell are they? The Eagle Jam pilots in front of them stared intently at the radar screen, but their 5.5-generation reconnaissance planes, which Eagle Jam was so proud of, couldn't capture any trace of the Tsunami 20 at all. The most horrible situation is never being surrounded by enemies, but not being able to discover where they are at all. Horrified, this second-generation Freedom Blackhawk immediately chose to turn around and run. Target is escaping. Launch 2 PL-17 air-to-air missiles, spotting Eagle Jam's plane trying to run. the Duronian pilot didn't hesitate. Before lifting off, Chun Yu had already given them the order that as long as the target refused to surrender, then they would be shot down on the spot without any room for maneuver. Whoosh! From underneath the Tsunami 20's belly, two PL-17 air-to-air missiles were launched simultaneously. Chapter 168, Warships heading for the southern islands. Time to close the net. Under the increase in Chun Yu's super commander skill, the speed of these two air-to-air missiles was simply staggering. A few short seconds later, in the airspace in front of them, a huge ball of fire suddenly exploded. In the command room of the amphibious assault ship 077, Chun Yu and the generals also saw that the Eagle Saw scout coordinates on the radar screen had disappeared. Reporting to command center, target unit has been destroyed. Requesting return. The pilot's voice came over the HF radio here in the command room. Approved. Return to flight. Wu Haidong nodded and a smile appeared on his face. Next, prepare for an amphibious landing combat maneuver. Chun Yu also once again took command from Wu Haidong. 10 minutes later, the amphibious assault ship 077 had arrived a few kilometers off the target island. Immediately afterward, the bottom dock doors of the behemoth slowly opened. Raging seawater and waves immediately poured into the dock, while inside the dock, a full 20 T-99C amphibious tanks were parked, with armor and tracks specially adapted to float on the surface of the sea and maneuver at high speeds by means of water-pulling teeth on the tracks. This tank was the core force in amphibious landing warfare. On top of that, there are 10 troop-carrying hovercraft that are all ready to go. With Chun Yu's order, the T-99C amphibious tank roared out of the dock and advanced at high speed over the sea, landing towards the island. Right behind them, the 10 hovercraft carrying 100 naval special forces were likewise at full power, roaring as they approached the shoal. While the navy of the Great Dragon Nation is in full swing with amphibious landing combat maneuvers, over at the White House, Bin Laden is about to blow up. Assholes. Bunch of losers. Are the Air Force guys on a diet? Didn't they say the second-generation Freedom Blackhawk couldn't even catch up with a missile? Bin Laden stormed out, pointing at the nose of the commander of the Eagle Sauce Air Force and cursing, blowing up in front of me. But in the end, when it comes to others, the Great Dragon Kingdom, a single glance and it's gone. Mr. President, there is indeed something wrong with this situation. The Air Force commander couldn't help but wonder. We've investigated that the PL-17 air-to-air missiles of the Great Dragon Nation don't reach their extreme Mach 5 speed until 5 seconds after they've been launched. Our second-generation Freedom Blackhawk, with a terminal speed of Mach 4 and great stealth, can easily evade air-to-air missiles. I think it's a matter of poor pilot handling, not a problem with our planes. It was better if the Air Force commander didn't explain, but when he did, Bin Laden's face darkened. So, you think we don't have any ace pilots in Eagle Jam? Bin Laden said coldly. I don't care what you use. Give me a full examination of the problem immediately, or I'll remove you from your post. A second-generation Freedom Blackhawk costs tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention the value of 2 pilots is even harder to measure. But this time, although Bin Laden was so angry that he was going to vomit blood, there was nothing he could do in the end. Was he still going to take this matter to the international media to question the Great Dragon State? Isn't that just pure self-smacking? There's no need for you to be in a hurry, President. At this time, MacArthur came in from outside and said, I've had the experts look into it, and what the Great Dragon Nation has just launched is supposed to be an amphibious assault ship, not an aircraft carrier. Oh, sure. Upon hearing this news, Bin Laden's face only looked slightly better. It's basically a safe bet, since the Grand Dragon State appears to be conducting a simulated operation against an island, which fits very well with the amphibious assault ship strike field. MacArthur said, our Navy, following the blueprints of the Grand Dragon State sent back by our agents, has also been in full development and expects to be able to complete the launching in a week's time at the most. Okay, speed me up. Bin Laden nodded. Also notify the Filipino side again. Tell them to get ready. Just follow the methods I taught them, and be ready to deal with the Great Dragon Nation's advances. 2 days later, the amphibious assault ship 077, in coordination with 2 destroyers and 4 frigates, formally set off towards the area of the southern islands and reefs. In the amphibious assault ship straight deck above, Chun Yu, in order to satisfy the curiosity and enthusiasm of the public, specially opened a live broadcast, Catching the Sea, with the previous live broadcasts of military operations to pave the way. Shortly after Chun Yu started broadcasting this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room once again broke through the 10 million level. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this our Navy's amphibious assault ship 077? Why does this look just like an aircraft carrier, with all those fighters on the deck? More than that, it's no different from an aircraft carrier. I heard it's built specifically to clean up after Filipino maids, professional counterparts. While the people of the Great Dragon Nation in the live broadcast room were raving, many foreign viewers also flocked to the live broadcast room. I didn't realize that it's only been a short time since then. And the Great Dragon Kingdom is about to close the net on the southern island side? Now I'm afraid that the Filipinos are in trouble. I'm afraid that this kind of large amphibious assault ship, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a second one in the world. No movement from the Navy on the Filipino side yet? Navy? Do they even deserve to be called a Navy? It's all left over from the last century. I heard that even the battleships are still in service. That's not necessarily true. It's rumored that the Filipinos have Eagle Jam's backing, so maybe they're hiding some killer weapon too? The speed of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room was just too fast, so much so that Chun Yu could only selectively pick some questions to answer. And this time, the Navy's target, the southern 100th Reef, maliciously occupied by the Filipinos, an island also nicknamed Sea Cucumber Island, for the quality of the sea cucumbers produced nearby. In order to deal with the navy of the Great Dragon Nation, the Philippine government had already thought of a countermeasure long ago, and that was to arrange for a large number of fishermen to be stationed on the island, while at the same time letting some of the soldiers disguise themselves as fishermen to blend in. Aren't you a big shot in the Dragon Kingdom? You wouldn't dare to shoot civilians, would you? At this moment, on top of Haisan Island, dozens of Filipino fishermen had seen the dark shadow of the Great Dragon Kingdom fleet that was gradually emerging above the sea horizon in the distance. Because there are so many shallows here on the southern reefs, all but the amphibious assault ships are parked on the outside. The amphibious assault ship 077 under Chun Yu's command, on the other hand, with its high-strength hull and super electromagnetic power plant, approached the edge of Haisan Island directly as if no one else was there. As the dock doors opened, two hovercraft carrying Chun Yu and a dozen or so naval special forces whistled their way onto Haisan Island. Stop! You people are bold enough to invade our Filipino territory? Hurry up and get out of the way. Leave our territory immediately. Seeing that the hovercraft of the Great Dragon Kingdom had already boarded the island, the Filipino fishermen immediately surrounded them, still grasping harpoons and other weapons in their hands, shouting and yelling. Chapter 169, Surrendering on the Island. The Filipino maids chatted until they blew themselves up. The Navy Special Forces behind Chun Yu immediately raised the assault rifles in their hands. Drop your weapons. Song Chuan, the leader of the Special First Detachment beside Chun Yu, bellowed. No matter what, ensuring the safety of one's own personnel is the most important thing. And if the other party is dressed like a fisherman, does it really have to be a fisherman? Good. You soldiers of the Great Dragon Kingdom actually dare to open fire on civilians. We'll show the whole world the hypocritical face of your Great Dragon Nation. If you have the guts, shoot. When the Filipino fishermen saw that the special forces of the Great Dragon Kingdom had all raised their guns, their faces were obviously a little panicked, but they were still colorfully shouting and refusing to back down. And at this time, the live broadcast in Chun Yu's cell phone even exploded. What the hell? When did our Haisan Island become the territory of Filipino maids? Do these brown-skinned monkeys still want to lose face? Thinking that because they are civilians they can be unscrupulous and act as shields for the Filipino army? What's the point of talking to him? Just go up there and do it, then arrest them first. Don't get excited upstairs. If we act impulsively at a time like this, we may leave them in the lurch. We have to take back the island in name only. Chun Yu raised one hand in a gesture, while Song Chuan, the leader of the special detachment, and his teammates all lowered their muzzles back down. You. Chun Yu pointed at the Filipino fisherman who had just shouted and said, "Just now I heard you say that Haisan Island is your Filipino territory? How can that be a lie?" The Filipino fisherman said without thinking, "For your information, we've been living on top of this island and fishing around here for a long time now, and Haisan Island is ours." Indisputably. These words all but amused Chun Yu. Don't be nervous, our Great Dragon Nation's military came over today, not to use direct force against you. Rather, it's your comment just now that intrigues me a bit. Chun Yu asked rhetorically, you said that you've been on this island for some time, so how long is that time? Why do you ask? The Filipino fishermen were stunned and a little panicked in their hearts. The Filipino government did not explain this matter to them. Before they came to the island, the government just told them that if they encountered the army of the Great Dragon Kingdom boarding the island, they would just use human wall tactics to block it and buy time for the government army side to come over and surround the Great Dragon Kingdom. As for other information, they don't know anything about it at all. Casual conversation. I've heard that your Filipino government's supply transports haven't been here for a little over half a month. Is it possible that they've dropped you off? Chun Yu deliberately asked whichever pot was left open. You're talking nonsense. How can the government abandon us? And let me tell you, see Cucumber Island and the islands next to it. We've been operating here over a year ago. The Filipino fisherman screamed at Chun Yu in an underhanded manner. Really? Chun Yu raised an eyebrow and asked again. Then let me ask you, where did the name Sea Cucumber Island come from? Can you guys give me an explanation? Does it matter? All in all, this is our Filipino land. We call it what we call it in Egypt. The tough and unreasonable explanation of the Filipino fisherman not only amused Chun Yu, but even the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Laughing my ass off, and an Egyptian pharaoh. Great, it's an Egyptian pharaoh. Now we're in for a treat. It's sad that they don't even know how they got the name Sea Cucumber Island. Making a monkey out of their government. The people of the Great Dragon Nation were happy, but besides the people of the Great Dragon Nation, the foreign viewers were equally baffled. Not to mention them, even the higher-ups of various countries only knew that there was a place called Sea Cucumber Island here on the southern island reef of the Great Dragon Country. As for the reason, they're not really sure. Let me tell you, this southern island is a territory in territorial sea that was opened up by our Great Dragon Kingdom hundreds of years ago when the fleet of ships that went to the West Ocean passed through here. Among them, especially the white jade sea cucumber produced near this island is of the best quality, so at that time, we in the Great Dragon Kingdom named it Sea Cucumber Island. Chen Yu said indifferently. This matter is evidenced by the ancient books of cultural relics passed down from hundreds of years ago in our Great Dragon Kingdom. And, over the centuries, our Great Dragon Kingdom has never given up on this territory and has frequently inspected this place. Not to mention now, hearing Chen Yu's words, the dozen or so Filipino fishermen were all dumbfounded at once. I know that you are all innocent fishermen who have been hoodwinked by the government and cajoled into coming here to be used as human shields. So today, on behalf of the military of the Great Dragon Nation, I give you the following options. Chen Yu said coldly, I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. The first option, all of your fishermen, now immediately and unconditionally leave the territorial waters of our Great Dragon Country by boat, and order your Filipino government to publicly apologize internationally and recognize the fact that the southern islands and reefs belong to the Great Dragon Country. As for the second option, you could have continued to resist here. Then our military will consider you as foreign elements that have maliciously trespassed into the territory of the Great Dragon Nation. Chen Yu stared at the leading Filipino fisherman and said, I'll give you another friendly reminder. The territorial issue is the red line of our Great Dragon Nation. Once you guys are caught, you won't be able to get out of jail without 10 or 20 years. It must be said that Chen Yu's words, together with the Naval Special Operations team behind him, as well as the amphibious assault ship 077 not far away eyeing the Tiger, the deterrent effect that is directly pulled full. At this point in time, Chen Yu hadn't used military force directly, because he wanted to give these Filipino fishermen a chance, not wanting them to become victims of the two countries' exchanges. What to do? The people of the Great Dragon Kingdom aren't really going to arrest us, are they? Or let's run. We can't afford to fight them to the death. On the side of the Filipino fishermen, several of them began to talk in low voices. They were, in the final analysis, ordinary people, so how could they not be afraid of guns and ships? Afraid of what? At this time, the leading Filipino fisherman then forcefully shouted at Chen Yu, Don't you pull so much crap. You dare to arrest us civilians? Your Great Dragon Kingdom doesn't have the ability to do that. That's right, do it if you have the guts, and when the time comes, our government will definitely avenge us. A Filipino soldier disguised as a fisherman also deliberately incited. Revenge? Chen Yu laughed and said, I see that your government has long since stopped trying to care about you. Do you think that we haven't scouted Haishan Island during this time? How long has it been since your government's supply ship came? It's not like that matters. Another Filipino fisherman called out. Our government told us a long time ago to stick around for a while, and when you guys leave, they'll send someone to pick us up and give us a bonus. Oh, Chen Yu raised his eyebrows, and in the live streaming room in his phone, this moment was even more explosive. Good lord, this guy chatted himself to self-destruction. Chapter 170, the one who threatens the world's security is always hawk sauce. You stupid thing. Shut up. The lead Filipino fisherman kicked him in anger and scolded. Can't you see the people from the Great Dragon Nation recording with their cell phones? But as much as he was in a hurry at this point, it was useless. Chen Yu wasn't videotaping, he was broadcasting live. The words of that fisherman just now had been played out in the live broadcast as is, and tens of millions of viewers had heard and seen them clearly. I told you, there's no way these fishermen could have done this. I can't believe the Filipino government secretly told them to do this, using the people as human shields. Okay, we'll play. These few Filipino fishermen have directly exploded the sky with their chatter, and now the whole world knows that the island dispute was deliberately provoked by the Filipino government. Not to mention, let's see, the Filipino government doesn't have the guts to dare to mess with the Great Dragon Nation all by itself. Who else could it be? Who's there? He's got his big daddy Eagle Sauce at his back. After all, Eagle Sauce is the world's beacon country of freedom and civilization. That's so free and civilized, isn't it, that there isn't a dispute anywhere on the globe where you can't find an Eagle Sauce trail. The viewers of the live broadcast completely exploded. In fact, even if these Filipino fishermen had not let their mouths slip, sooner or later this matter would have to be made public. Moreover, all of them, after calming down and thinking back carefully, were able to realize that this included the Great Dragon State and other countries as well. Whenever there's a dispute or a firefight in any country or region, there's almost inevitably going to be Eagle Jam in the mix. In front of the world, Hawksbane pretends to be the defender of justice, but in reality, they are the real culprits of destabilizing world peace. And at this time, in the presidential office in the Fijian homeland, President Makos was even more furious with the scene on the screen. These fools, our plans are about to be ruined by these stupid fishermen. Makos's face was ugly. He didn't expect that after the people from the Great Dragon Kingdom landed on the island, they just didn't follow his script and directly opened fire on the fishermen or arrested them. Originally, officials such as Marcos and the Secretary of Defense had already discussed this behind their backs. Those Filipino fishermen on Sea Cucumber Island have long been categorized in their list of victims, just to use their lives to splash the Great Dragon Nation with dirty water to come. But what they didn't expect was that Chen Yu froze and went off the beaten path, letting these fishermen blow themselves up with a few condescending remarks. Mr. President, if you look at it now, the fisherman's human shield plan is definitely not working. Secretary of Defense Gilbert frowned. As I see it, we'd better send the army in spite of ourselves. I'm afraid that if we keep this up, we'll lose our advantage. You have a point. Makos nodded. Only one hovercraft from the Great Dragon Kingdom has boarded the island. I'm afraid they don't have much ability to strike at the island. Immediately have the Navy send out a frogman team to board the island in a submarine boat and use the bunkers we built earlier to return fire. Inside the forests of the fishing island and the other island reef, the Filipino maids took advantage of the time that the Great Dragon Nation was building amphibious assault ships to quietly repair a number of dark fortresses as well. These dark fortresses, the Philadelphia made is a big money. All high-strength special concrete fortresses, just like the 077 amphibious assault ship first real test when the target fortress. At this time, on Haitian Island, with his hands behind his back, Chun Yu quietly looked at these Filipino fishermen and asked, 10 minutes are up. Now it's time for you guys to give me an answer. Are you staying, or are you leaving on your own? Many of the fishermen were already resigned, but they didn't dare to really leave because there were still a few Filipino soldiers mixed in with these fishermen. The role of these few Filipino soldiers was obvious. In fact, they were meant to act as an inspector-like role to prevent the fishermen from fleeing from the battlefield. Therefore, these fishermen all looked at the few people inside with averted eyes, and no one dared to open their mouths and say that they wanted to leave. In which case, even if they returned to the country, their family members would surely be implicated and imprisoned. On the side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Chun Yu had already seen the beginning. The state of these dozen or so fishermen was completely divided into two factions, most of which had averted gazes and hung their heads, not daring to squeak. There were also a handful of people with icy, menacing gazes, occasionally glaring viciously at the fishermen around them. It's not difficult to tell them apart. Thus, Chen Yu quietly used one of his hands behind his back to gesture at Song Chuan, the leader of the special detachment beside him, signaling him to prepare to make a move to capture the Filipino soldiers inside. A few seconds later, Song Chuan suddenly fired a shot into the sky. Snap! All the Filipino servants were given a big shock, and without waiting for them to react, the Navy Special Forces had all rushed up. In 3 tries, all the Filipino fishermen were all held down on the ground. Search, Chen Yu said. Anyone who has a weapon hidden on their body or matches the characteristics of a soldier will be arrested, and the rest will be released where they are. Yes, on Song Chuan's side, he took the special warriors and immediately searched these fishermen. As expected, under Chen Yu's live camera, there were a few guys dressed as fishermen who had pistols and submachine guns of sorts seized directly from their bodies, and their hands had calluses left over from obvious gun practice, something that no ordinary person could have. They were sent by your Filipino government to supervise you, right? Chen Yu said to the remaining fishermen. Now you may leave. I know you are not maliciously trying to make enemies of our Great Dragon Kingdom. All of you leave. When two countries are at war, they can't easily lay hands on civilians unless everyone has already fought to the point of no return. What's more, now that Chen Yu had 100 ways to play the Filipino government to death, arresting these fishermen was completely unnecessary. Seeing Chen Yu say so, the dozen or so Filipino fishermen hurriedly turned their heads in a panic and ran away, leaving the 3 captured Filipino soldiers, who had already been tied up. Major Chen Yu, what about these guys? Song Chuan asked as he walked over to Chen Yu carrying those guns. Let's go back to 077 and keep them in custody for the time being, and I expect that the Filipino government will be speaking out soon. At Chen Yu's command, everyone returned on hovercrafts toward the amphibious assault ship 077 in the offshore zone. It was also a few minutes later that the Philaem's naval frogmen squad finally arrived in a submarine. The first thing they did after arriving at Haisen Island was to immediately pull out all those weapons hidden in the forest, even 2 land-to-sea missile launchers. Almost simultaneously, the Filipino government, just as Chun Yu had expected, did begin to speak out. Just now, The military of the Great Dragon Kingdom maliciously arrested our fishermen, and the evidence is overwhelming. We now issue an ultimatum to the Great Dragon State to immediately release our hostages, or else we will return fire by any means necessary. The video released by the Philippine Ministry of Foreign Affairs shows President Marcos with a righteous face, actually calling for a declaration of war with the Great Dragon Nation. Chapter 171, You call this a card? I've seen through my pants. The news was an instant global sensation. The Filipino president is really more than shameless, and at this point in time, he still dares to bare his teeth with us? A dog that dares to show its teeth is not a good dog. It must be beaten until they are completely convinced. By the looks of them, I'm guessing their Big Daddy Eagle Sauce quietly backed them up with some kind of weaponry? No matter what kind of equipment he has, all in all, our Great Dragon Nation has never been afraid of provocations and wars. Whoever dares to cause trouble, him. The tens of millions of people in the Great Dragon Nation were enraged in Chen Yu's live broadcast. The most ridiculous thing under the sun is nothing less than the fact that after catching a burglar in one's own home, the burglar's family actually clamors for his release or else they'll beat him to the door. Is there any law? Is there any law? Chen Yu had just returned to the deck of the amphibious assault ship 077 when he saw the video of the announcement released by President Marcos of the Philippines. Judging by their stance, it's probably something hidden on Haitseng Island, and there could be warships or mini-submarines hidden in the nearby waters as well. Prepare to release the Hive drones for all-around reconnaissance of all surrounding airspace and sea. With Chen Yu's command, a Hive drone slowly unfolded its 4 rotor blades in the drone deck area of the amphibious assault ship, then with full horsepower, lifted off in place. After rising several hundred meters into the air, the Hive drones immediately set off in the direction of Haisan Island, while 2 battle auxiliary drones were released from the chambers below to aid in the detection. The Filipino frogman team hiding in the forest never dreamed that their disguise, which they thought was seamless, was in fact even their bottoms being seen through by the Great Dragon Nation. Chen Yu had just arrived at the command room when he saw Wu Haidong signaling him to come over. Sure enough, Chen Yu, the Hive drones just put out and immediately made a discovery. Look, this is the infrared heat tracking screen, and this is the ultra-high altitude reconnaissance video screen. Wu Haidong pointed to several large screens in the command center and said to Chen Yu, and in the footage, one can clearly see at least a dozen concrete forts in the forest in the middle of Haisan Island. In addition to this, 2 missile launchers were already in place, emitting heat radiation so obvious that their outlines and utility could be seen almost at a glance. In order to keep the military operation secret, Chen Yu did not show the radar screen to the audience in the live broadcast room. After all, it is possible that the Filipino people may hide in the live broadcast room to peek at it. It's not just the island. Chen Yu pointed to the sea to the south of Haishan Island and said, there were also unknown thermal radiation fluctuations and electric frequency fluctuations here just now. The probability is that it's a small submarine. Can't go wrong. Wu Haidong nodded his head and said with a sullen gaze, it looks like the Filipinos are planning to make a preemptive strike and engage in a head-on firefight with us. The Great Dragon Nation. Crossfire? Chen Yu laughed. This is the territorial waters of our Great Dragon Kingdom. Even if there was a firefight and they were all exterminated, there would be nothing to say internationally. Commander Wu, give the order. All units, enter level 1 combat status and prepare for simultaneous all-round strikes on the enemy's land targets and sea targets according to our predetermined plan. Wu Haidong ordered through the command center's high-frequency radio. Use the fastest, cleanest way to completely eliminate the advancing enemy. And at this time, the Filipino soldiers on Haisan Island are still waiting in the wings, relying on the fortifications. They took it for granted that the Great Dragon Nation would surely still be sending soldiers over in hovercrafts if they were to start a fight. In that case, they would definitely be able to gain a huge advantage by relying on the fortress to return fire. Not to mention them, even Filipino President Marcos, Secretary of Defense Gilbert and the rest of them are thinking the same thing. EMP cannons in position. Prepare to strike the enemy fortress target on Haishan Island. Hive drones, release the Dragon King combat drones and prepare to strike the enemy missile launchers while eliminating any remaining enemy forces. Anti-submarine helicopters lift off to search for enemy submarines. Open the docking bay. Release the 99TC amphibious tanks, and make a strong frontal landing attack. One of Chen Yu's commands was swiftly given. At this moment, he linked up all the units out of battle in an instant through his super commander skill. 70% increase in all attributes. Asterisk 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 we're finally going to start the fight. Exciting. Everyone, get ready to record. There's no time to lose. There's no time to lose. Big battle. The Filipino maid is in trouble this time. As Chen Yu pointed the live camera at the large screen in the command room, the audience understood at this moment that the military was about to launch an attack. The first to fire were the 2-pulse electromagnetic cannons of amphibious assault ship 077 located on top of the ship's island. Through the array fire control radar, the pulsed electromagnetic cannons quickly locked onto all of the fortress units on top of Haisan Island. Next moment, boom, boom, boom. The sound of blazing artillery was heard, almost at the same time, on the large screen in the command room. It could be clearly seen that an earth-colored mushroom cloud with a diameter of more than 10 meters had exploded above Haishan Island. Pulsed electromagnetic cannons can reach projectile speeds of up to Mach 15, relying entirely on terrifying kinetic energy for target strikes. Not to mention concrete. Even a 2-foot-thick steel plate is no different from paper maché in front of a pulse electromagnetic cannon. By the time the cloud of mushrooms dissipated, a large number of trees and earth and rocks were tumbling around in the forest in the middle of Haishan Island, and the fortress that had originally stood there had long since disappeared. Asterisk 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 up. What kind of cannon is this? It's so powerful. Not just any ship's guns. Ship's guns aren't even that powerful. Is it our country's big killer? The Navy hides quite deep. Not a bit of news released. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed with great joy, and at the same time, they were deeply shocked by the 077 amphibious assault ship's terrifying striking power. And the firing of the pulsed electromagnetic cannons was just the first step in the Grand Dragon State Navy strike. With all of the fortress targets on Haishan Island eliminated, the Dragon King combat drones in the air quickly swooped down, reaching instantaneous speeds of even more than 400 kilometers per hour. Two small precision-targeted missiles locked onto a missile launcher hidden in another forest. Through the images transmitted back from the Dragon King's combat drone, in the command room, Chun Yu and the others recognized it as well. It's an HC-800 ship-to-ship missile from Eagle Jam. It seems that Eagle Jam has also put down some money. This missile is their cutting-edge stuff, claiming to be able to strike aircraft carriers. Wu Haidong's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered. This kind of missile, the Filipinos couldn't even buy it even if they wanted to, unless Eagle Jam volunteered to give it to them to use. Only, before the two missile launchers could even make an appearance, they were blown up in the forest directly by a Dragon King combat drone. Chapter 172, Three-Way Attack. Thunderous defeat of the Filipino maids. Two even bigger balls of terrifying fire ignited in the air in the forest. The strong heat wave and explosion shockwave directly blew the surrounding woods of about 100 meters backwards, and on the frontal waters, 20 amphibious tanks were at full power, whistling and breaking the waves, their gun barrels already aimed at the forest above the island, ready to fire. On the other side, under the increase of Chun Yu's super commander skill, the two anti-submarine helicopters found the two small submarines that the Filipinas had hidden at the bottom of the sea without much effort. Submarines are something like that. The only advantage on the battlefield that is concealment. Once they are discovered, they will become a big coffin on the bottom of the sea. The Filipino submarines of the last century are clearly not equipped to fend off detection by the Grand Dragon State head-on. After a round of explosions from depth charges and torpedoes, the two submarines were directly blown to pieces and completely sunk to the bottom of the sea. This battle didn't even last more than an hour from the beginning to the victory of the entirety of the Great Dragon Nation. Not even the entire time. The horrifying combat power of the Navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom, at this moment, completely dumbfounded the foreign hackers in Chen Yu's live broadcast. You know, not too long ago, when the Navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom confronted the Foot Chicken because of the fishing island incident, there was a considerable portion of foreign rhetoric to discredit and bring up the tempo. And the word of those offshore elements is that the Navy of the Great Dragon State is too wimpy to open direct fire to beat up on other people's footpads and chickens. As a commander, of course, Chen Yu cannot, and do not care to go in those outside the molecules to argue what victory or defeat, and the stakes are in the hearts of the people. Why bother to explain too much? And today, the Navy of the Great Dragon State is using even tougher and more overbearing means to directly strike on three fronts, swiftly overthrowing the Filipino mates' plan to occupy the island in a thunderous manner. At this moment, there was no longer any foreign IPs in the live broadcast who questioned that the Navy of the Great Dragon Nation didn't dare to fight. Holy, our Navy is so fierce now. Of course it's fierce. You have to be impressed after 3 days. The armed forces of our Great Dragon Kingdom are not what they used to be. But the Filipinos too. This is too fragile, isn't it? We haven't even put up a fight yet. Why are they falling down? The viewers in the live broadcast room were excited to the extreme. Ask, which country's viewers have this treatment? To be able to directly watch the combat images on the big screen in the command room? And the Great Dragon Country this fight. Not only is the fight out of the heart of a mouthful of depressed gas, fight out of the momentum and national prestige, but also shocked countless countries. The Great Dragon Kingdom's navy actually has such a strong amphibious operation capability, and it's a three-pronged all-round strike. So it seems that our maritime self-defense force, which still lacks a lot of strength, must accelerate the construction of more destroyers as soon as possible. Here at the Footbath Chicken Naval Base, the new commander, Tojo Haidkun, sat in a chair, his bald head covered in cold sweat, and the pair of eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses were even more filled with envy and a few moments of fear. Last time, because the Blue Cloud carrier formation of the Great Dragon Kingdom drove right up to the footpad chicken's nose to ask for people, For this reason, the footpad chick and heavenly locusts were so annoyed that they went back to Tamura Kakuryu and removed him from his position. And Tojo Haikun, as the name suggests, has a certain ancestor who could be considered notorious, one of the few international war criminals who enjoyed a fluke. However, with the family's connections, Tojo Haikun is now mixed into the top level of the foot chicken military again. And, with his ambition and hatred of the Great Dragon State, he is an extreme radical. Only now, after witnessing the horrific combat capabilities of the Great Dragon Nation's 077 amphibious assault ship, Tojo Haikun immediately calmed down a lot. Is it not purely looking for death to get into a hard fight with the Great Dragon Kingdom at this time? On the side of the camel country, the bearded men had even more eyes. They don't have much in the way of islands here, but an amphibious assault ship could come in handy to take a shot at the Eagle Sauce military base there off the coast of a rival country. That's really good stuff. Turn around and contact Shenyu, the blueprints for this kind of amphibious assault ship. Tell him we can offer $30 billion. Commander Benjamin Jetton's eyes lit up and he called out to the bearded man next to him. Of course, in the spirit of convention, on the side of Camelot Nation, dozens more digital trumpets entered Shenyu's live broadcasting room, brushing gifts at a rate of hundreds of thousands of dollars per minute to express their congratulations. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Some people laugh, then there must be some people cry. Here at the Phil's presidential office, President Makos was dumbfounded when he received the frontline war report. In fact, that couldn't even be called a battle report anymore, because the military side had completely lost contact with all the frontline troops. Coupled with the live feed from Shenyu's side, the Filipino military had only confirmed that their own frontline troops had been completely wiped out. When did the Great Dragon Kingdom's navy become so fierce? Makos slumped back in his chair as if he had lost all his strength and means, and muttered with a listless gaze, "Mr. President, what now?" Defense Secretary Gilbert hastened to say. "Why don't we rush to Eagle Sauce for help and ask President Bayodin for his opinion?" Useless. Makos shook his head and said, "I've called Bayodin several times before you came over, but none of them answered. There is an idiom in the Great Dragon Kingdom that says things don't happen 3 times, and this time, Hawkjam is 3 times. 3 times playing his own little brother, the previous southern monkey and the footpad chicken, both bluffed by the big pie painted by Bei Lao Deng, really thought that Eagle Sauce would fight to the death with the Great Dragon Nation for them. As a result, with those 2 precedents, Marcos still whimsically believes that the Phils are more important to Eagle Jam than those 2 countries. Otherwise, we surrender to the Great Dragon Kingdom now? Makos suddenly asked Gilbert. Do you think this will make the Great Dragon Kingdom retreat? After all, there were times when our 2 countries were friendly and cooperative in the past. After hearing this naive statement from Makos, Gilbert couldn't help but look at him with a look like he was an idiot. Mr. President, don't be so whimsical. Our relationship with the Great Dragon Nation was lowered to the freezing point more than a year ago. Where is there any friendly relationship left? Gilbert said. I'm afraid it's useless to ask for help from Eagle Sauce now. I think that the only thing that can check the Great Dragon Kingdom is the White Elephant Kingdom, and asking for their help might be useful. White Elephant Country? Thinking about this, Marcus gave a thoughtful look. Meanwhile, on this side of Hyson Island, on the deck of the amphibious assault ship 077, Shenyu was watching the hovercraft below bursting back into the dock. Report! Song Chuan, the captain of the Navy's Special Detachment, boarded the deck and saluted at Shenyu. Commander Qingyu, the mission has been fully accomplished, with a total of 15 captives captured. Bring them all up here. I have something to ask them. Shenyu nodded his head in greeting. Chapter 173, Global Witness. Filipino Maid's Anti-Human Behavior. Soon, all 15 Filipino Army prisoners were brought up to the deck of the 077 under the escort of the members of the Naval Special Warfare Team. Before Shenyu even opened his mouth on this side, the group of officers saw that these Filipino soldiers had been scared to the point of shivering, and some even directly softened their legs and knelt on the ground. Sir, please spare our lives. We were all temporarily drafted by the government, and we are willing to surrender to the Great Dragon Nation. A few Filipino soldiers who knew the language of the Great Dragon Kingdom were filled with fear and stuttered as they begged for mercy from Shenyu. We, the Great Dragon Kingdom, are not bandits and robbers. We have military rules and discipline and do not kill prisoners. Shenyu said indifferently. I have a few questions to ask you, and after you answer truthfully here on camera, I will guarantee your lives. In Shenyu's live broadcast room, more than 30 million online viewers had already converged at this time. In addition to the people of the Great Dragon Nation, there were also a large number of overseas viewers, official governments, media organizations included, and even people on the side of the Filipino presidential palace were watching the live broadcast. When he saw that Shenyu was about to question those few captives, the face of the Filipino President Makos became even more ugly. Shenyu pointed at a Filipino captain among these men and said, come on, tell us a little bit about the setup and arrangements of your military superiors. I think that an officer like you should have the right to know. Yes, sir, the Filipino captain hurriedly said. We were originally a Coast Guard stationed at the coastline, and a few months ago, our superiors arranged for us to head to a certain island in the southern part of the Great Dragon Country to carry out a reclamation project. Our superiors say that it's simply unreasonable that the southern territorial waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom actually have such a large expanse that they've reached under the noses of other countries. So, our military leadership has ordered that we start here on the very edge, at Hyson Island, and gradually reclaim the land and designate it as our territory in the Phils. This project can be imagined. Once discovered by the Great Dragon Country, it is bound to cause friction between the two countries, or even a firefight situation. So, what makes the Filipino government dare to do this? After Chen Yu asked this question, the Filipino captain rightfully said, our president arranged for a large number of civilians to be stationed on these islands in advance, and the president said that your Great Dragon nation wouldn't dare to open fire on the civilians, so the civilians are the best shield. Boom! As soon as he said this, the deck erupted in an uproar, and the live broadcast room was even more blown up at this moment. Are Filipino maids still human? This is just a bunch of cold-blooded monkeys, using civilians as a shield? It's too disgusting. You can't beat our Great Dragon Kingdom, so you play this kind of underhanded trick? I can't believe that when it comes time for their nationals to go to the battlefield and send their lives to fill the lines, these guys are the first to think of civilians instead. Even if the southern territorial waters of our Great Dragon Kingdom reach under the nose of the Kangaroo Kingdom, what does it have to do with them? That's right, if you have the ability, you can also go to fight down a piece of territorial sea. Eyeing other people, what is the ability? The people of the Great Dragon Nation are outraged, not only because of the malice and stupidity of the Filipinos, but also because of the absurdity of the Filipino government, which actually fills the lines with human lives. It was also thanks to Chen Yu himself, leading the just-built amphibious assault ship No. 077, which had quickly wiped out the Filipino frontline army with extremely skillful, almost surgical strikes. If this war of annihilation had been delayed longer, it is conceivable that the Filipino government would certainly have tied up, if at all, a large number of civilians to send to the front lines. Not only were the people of the Great Dragon Country shaken to the core, but the foreign viewers were also cool to eat a wave of big melons. This guy, Marcos, is so stupid. Does he think that getting a few civilians will be able to stop the Great Dragon Kingdom? To deal with the Great Dragon Kingdom, then there are only two choices, either peace to the end, or to fight them to the death. In the Prime Minister's office of the White Elephant Country, a dry old man with a dark complexion, wearing the native robes of the White Elephant Country and bare feet, looked at the live feed on the screen and shook his head straight. This old man's identity could be quite uncomplicated. He was the current Prime Minister of the White Elephant Country, M.O. Laude. It was only less than 2 hours ago that Morodi received a phone call for help from the Filipino President Marcos. On the phone, Marcos was in a hurry to ask the White Elephant Country to help them out, even if they didn't send troops to directly fight the Great Dragon Country. This request, M.O. Laude did not agree to it with his mouth full, but after pondering for a while, he gave Marcos many harsh conditions. These include, but are not limited to, the fact that the Filipinos are going to sell a lot of tropical products to the White Elephant State for the next 5 years at extremely low prices, as well as many skewed trade pacts between the two countries. What's it called? It's called taking advantage of a fire. Prime Minister, how are you going to organize our actions against the Great Dragon Kingdom? A military chief inquired of Morodi after entering the office. There's no hurry for now. Anyway, the Filipino side definitely can't stand up to the Great Dragon Nation's navy. Besides, in fact, even if we don't intervene, the Great Dragon Nation won't be able to exterminate the Filipino. M.O. Laude had a cunning smile on his face as he said, so well, this is our chance to reap the benefits, both to eat the benefits at both ends, and at the same time not to cause too much trouble. With that said, M.O. Laude got up from the floor and went to a military map on the wall. Well, here, this area near the western Malaya Mountains is slightly lower in elevation, and it's where our White Elephant Kingdom borders the Great Dragon Kingdom. I've heard that the conditions of their Great Dragon Kingdom's border defense army are tough and there aren't many of them, so let's just make some noise there at the border to attract the Great Dragon Kingdom's attention. M.O. Laude pointed to a river valley area on the map and said, you go for this matter. Remember, send more soldiers, don't shoot. Use cold weapons to clean up the border guards of the Great Dragon Country. Once you shoot, the state of affairs will be different. Understood. The military chief officer standing in front of him immediately saluted. And at this time, the live broadcast screen, that the Filipino-made captain one by one accuses the Filipino-made government of all kinds of inhumane behavior, but also in the global public opinion caused an uproar. I know that the head of your Filipino government must be following this live broadcast of ours as well. Chen Yu turned the screen back to himself and said sternly, we, the Great Dragon Kingdom, annihilated your frontline army, but that doesn't mean that our military operations will end here. From now on, we will give the Filipino government 1 hour to think about it, and after that hour, ask your president to personally board the ship, publicly apologize, and sign an agreement. As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, he waved his hand, and the camera showed the pulse electromagnetic cannons of the amphibious assault ship 077, as well as the 72 coupled missile silos all turning their direction and aiming at the Filipino mainland. Chapter 174, Soldiers are coming to the city. It's the ultimatum of the Great Dragon Kingdom. There was a horrible sense of oppression from those morose gunports and missile silos, and the naval formations of the Great Dragon Nation began to recalibrate their course and coordinate positions, ready to fire strikes towards the Filipino mainland at any time. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were buzzing about this military action by the Navy of the Great Dragon Nation. Awesome! I've never seen our country fight such a tough battle in my life. That's right. This time, let's see which dog thing still dares to say that our Great Dragon Kingdom just has a head that doesn't dare to fight. Upstairs, you guys are still too young. Have we fought fewer battles in the earlier years in the Great Dragon Kingdom? That's right. You think, how did we stabilize the borders of the Great Dragon Kingdom? You can't rely on your lips alone. It is highly recommended that our Navy just arrest the Filipino president. This is a thug against humanity. He must be shot. Support! Chen Yu looked at the pop-ups that flew by in the live broadcast room, and couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Nowadays the country's popular cohesion is getting higher and higher, and in fact, the Filipino maid is indeed considered unlucky. Let's just say that the southern monkey and the footpad chicken were in front of it. The southern monkeys had already been ruthlessly cleaned up by the Great Dragon Kingdom some years ago, and had been honest for so many years before they dared to act foolishly on the borderline. And the result? How dare a son stare at his old man? That's not a good idea. A couple of big slaps in the face and he'll be honest right away. Not to mention the footpot chickens. Every person in the Great Dragon Kingdom is inherently hostile to them. A deep ancestral hatred. Nowadays the populace of the Great Dragon Nation is only sorry that the footpad's chicken slipped to its knees too quickly back then, and didn't have time for the Great Dragon Nation to throw a couple of ruffled eggs to get over the top as well. And after the end of that unprecedented war in the first place, the footpad chicken was considered to be completely wasted by countries such as the Great Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce, and has no formed military force until today. Therefore, when the carrier Blue Cloud sailed directly into the harbor of the foot chickens, their sky locusts didn't hesitate for a second and chose to slide to their knees on the spot. The southern monkey and the footpad chicken. One of them will be honest in 2 slaps, and the other will be down before the slaps are out. However, Filipino maids can be a completely different story. The footbath chickens are just moving to build a military fort on Fishing Island, and the foundations have not yet been laid. Good lord, the Filipino side is straight up trying to reclaim the land. The territorial waters of the southern part of the Great Dragon State are indeed not small in scope and are deep in the middle of the Southeast Asian countries, together with the hundreds of islands and reefs that are sporadically distributed. It is impossible not to attract envy. But aren't you Filipino maids a bit too crazy? The countries next door don't even dare to smell this piece of meat in the hands of the big dragon. But the Filipino maids dare to open their mouths to lick a bite? This is no longer ordinary disobedience to the Great Dragon State, but the Filipinos feel that there is no difference between the Great Dragon State and them, and that the territory can be blackmailed at will. Can we deal with this kind of person without a strong dose of medicine? Chen Yu was in no hurry at all in his heart. Within an hour, if the Filipino President Marcos didn't come, then the amphibious assault ship 077 would sail to their harbor to invite him over. At this moment, the Philadelphia presidential palace here is more has become a pot of porridge. Marcos had just gotten a letter back from M.O. Loudy of the White Elephant Kingdom, who claimed that he would take action against the Great Dragon Kingdom, but it would take some time. Isn't this pure and simple fooling us? Mox was angry and afraid, jumped up from his chair and said, the Great Dragon Country only gave us 1 hour. The White Elephant Country even sent some fighters over. Hearing the president's words, the Secretary of Defense and other officials in the office secretly wanted to curse. This president is also stupid enough. Other people's warships will soon be in the face. This time even if the White Elephant Country wings cannot come to help. Mr. President, otherwise, why don't we just admit our fault with the Great Dragon Nation first? Defense Minister Gilbert said in a good-natured voice. I think the Great Dragon Society will give us this face if you personally come out to admit your mistake and apologize. What face? Marcos said with a lifeless face. Even if the Great Dragon Nation lets us off the hook, won't our international reputation be completely finished? International reputation? Hearing this, Gilbert and the other officials were secretly saying, you still know about international reputation, don't you? The plan to use civilians as human shields was proposed and finalized by Marcos. A president who cares about international reputation couldn't care less now. Better dead than alive. Mr. President, let's stabilize the Great Dragon Nation first, and when they're gone, then find a chance to unite with the White Elephant Nation and the others, and wait for an opportunity to retaliate against the Great Dragon Nation. Won't that be fine? Gilbert said. What's international honor? We don't deal with those Western countries anyway. Makes sense. You're right. Mako's pondered this for a while, and it was really true. So he just broke down and decided right then and there that he and the government spokesman, Lombit, would go to the amphibious assault ship in the Great Dragon Nation to negotiate. With the last 5 minutes left in the 1-hour countdown on Shan Yu's cell phone, a small speedboat appeared in the waters in the direction of the Filipinos. It looks like the Filipino president has figured it out. Wu Haidong carried his hands behind his back and sneered. I thought that, with Eagle Sauce's shelter, they would still be hardened and fight us to the bitter end. The navy of the Great Dragon Kingdom nowadays has everything, except that it lacks the sharpening of a great war. What with opponents like the footpads and the Filipinos being a bit too subpar to be able to them up without even throwing a heavy punch. Soon, through the counter-frequency radio, the Filipino dinghy contacted the side of the 077 and it was President Marcos himself who spoke, requesting to board the ship for a talk. Captain Song, go pick up the Filipino president and the others. With a wave of Chen Yu's hand, the deck immediately began to move, and another person carried long negotiation tables and seats to the deck. The sea breeze was bitterly cold, and as the Filipino-made skiff pulled up close to the amphibious assault ship 077, Marcos subconsciously stood up and craned his neck to look up at the behemoth in its full splendor. A ship this big is nothing like an aircraft carrier. Marcos's heart is full of shock and horror. They Philadelphia here. The largest tonnage of the ship is only 4 or 5,000 tons. In Marcos's perception, there had never been such a huge ship. He thought that even an aircraft carrier with a displacement of 10,000 tons would be an exaggeration, and an amphibious assault ship, the 077, is close to 60,000 tons of displacement fully loaded, almost on par with a conventional aircraft carrier. Just as Marcos was staring, suddenly, below the bow of the 077, a huge motorized gate rumbled open like a giant mouth, swallowing the Filipino dinghy right up. Chapter 175, the President of the Philippines is on board. How dare he be dishonest? As the sea surged and rolled backward, Marcos and Lombit, the government spokesman at his side, both broke into screams of terror. After a few seconds, however, the two realized that behind the behemoth's open gates was not some mechanical cog or incinerator that was going to tear them apart. Inside the motorized gate was an immense in-ship dock. Here, a large number of amphibious tanks, hovercraft are parked. Each carrier is parked in a fixed position, well organized, vertical and horizontal listing in order. Just by looking at these tanks and hovercrafts, Marcos was almost able to feel the extremely serious military discipline and military rules of the Great Dragon Kingdom Navy, as well as the incomparably strong combat power. It's inconceivable that this ship can still hold so many tanks inside. Marcos only felt that the scene in front of him was going to overturn his cognition. Tanks and such things are able to drive into the ship? By this time, Song Chuan, the captain of the 1st Division of the Navy's Special Operations Team, had already come over with a few warriors. Mr. Marcos, interested in our amphibious tanks? Hearing Marcos muttered words of amazement, Song Chuan smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, our Type 99 TC amphibious tanks, each one of them weighs only about 20 tons. 20 of them is only 400 tons. Not heavy. That's right, our amphibious assault ship No. 077 has a full load displacement of nearly 60,000 tons, so this is nothing. The little warrior next to him also raised his head in pride. Hello. Marcos and the others stood on top of the dinghy and watched as the naval warriors secured the dinghy in the docking bay with ropes before politely saying, we rushed over here the first time after we received your announcement. It's just that the journey was too far so. This we understand all. Song Chuan nodded his head and interrupted. Major Chen Yu and Commander Wu, they are waiting for you on the deck. Follow me. With that said, Song Chuan and the Special Forces fighters around him, led the two of them, Marcos and Lombit, up the gangway, while the few Filipino military bodyguards on the dinghy were left in place with fighters to keep an eye on them. There was a strong sea breeze on deck at the moment, but it didn't feel dry or unpleasant on one's face. On the contrary, because of its proximity to the tropical waters, the climate is on the hot and humid side, and the cold current sea breeze, on the contrary, forms a complementary relationship with the hot and humid climate. No wonder they say the tropics are good. This place is indeed quite nice. Wu Haidong straightened his collar and joked, if I have to say a disadvantage, it's that the ultraviolet rays are too strong. It doesn't matter if it's white and yellow or whatever. It doesn't take long to get a tan when you come here. The surrounding officers laughed, while Chen Yu said, I see. The plan to reclaim the sea and create land is really good, Commander Wu. In the future, we can also consider joining up the islands and reefs in the southern territorial waters. The island itself is relatively small, and it's a pain in the ass to try to build a base on it. However, the situation is totally different if it is reclamation. Between the two neighboring islands and reefs, which are basically shallow waters, the depth will not be too exaggerated, and a large area of land can be filled in within a month or two by means of joint work by a number of sandblasting vessels. With sufficient land, for the Great Dragon State, infrastructure is a handful of watchwords. I predict that, assuming reclamation right here from Sea Cucumber Island, and between Reef 102, which is next door to Mango Island, we'll be able to fill in a piece of land about 2 kilometers wide and 8 kilometers long. This area is fully capable of building a military base with an attached airfield runway, so we can keep our ships here for a long period of time for garrison patrols. Chen Yu pointed to the distant Haishan Island and planned to Wu Haidong and the other officers. That's a good plan. Wu Haidong expressed his approval and said approvingly, we can't just focus on the military. People's livelihood should also be taken care of. And infrastructure projects can't be neglected. We have to utilize these islands and reefs to make it work. However, reclamation projects, strictly speaking, do not fall within the scope of naval administration. After the people had discussed the matter, Wu Haidong then decided that he would propose this plan of Chen Yu's to the great leader when he returned home after the matter of the Filipino maid had been dealt with. By then, as long as the big leader's side approved Chen Yu's reclamation plan, he could work with his counterpart. And at this time, over by the gangway on the side of the deck, 2 representatives of the Filipinos, Makos and Lambit, finally ascended the deck. Seeing the 2 Makos come up, Chen Yu and Wu Haidong and a host of other generals had serious gazes. All of them stood on the deck and watched as these 2 men walked towards the side of the negotiation table. Makos, as the president of the Philippines, and, moreover, had to face the cell phone camera that Chen Yu had placed on the table, the one watched live by more than 30 million people. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous, and Makos did his best to look more imposing, only to have the way he scrunched his neck had caused laughter on the air. So this is the Grand President of the Phils. Ha, is this what he looks like? Like a monkey? Or why don't you say that people can't look like people? They look like people, but what they do is not personnel. Our big dragon country is still too kind. If other countries will not give the Filipino maids the opportunity to kneel down and apologize for their mistakes, and would have bombed their native land. Don't worry, let's see what our military is going to do next. At this time, Marcus finally walked over to the negotiating table, sweeping his eyes over the people in front of him one by one. Marcos quickly noticed Chen Yu. He had heard about Chen Yu for a long time. After all, when Chen Yu led the border guards of the Great Dragon Kingdom to clean up the southern monkeys, as well as the news and videos of the aircraft carrier formation crushing into the face of the foot basin chicken were few and far between. However, when he saw Chen Yu in person, Makos still couldn't stop feeling shocked in his heart. This young man is only in his 20s, right? He's got the rank of colonel? Did he get promoted? Also, I heard that all those cutting-edge weaponry in the Great Dragon Kingdom are related to this youth. Makos' gaze was baffled, and while he was pondering, Chen Yu spoke. You're Mr. Makos, the president of the Philippines. Right, I'm Makos. Returning to his senses, Makos quickly nodded and said, I'm very sorry for being a bit late. Please forgive me. Coming in late because you're preparing those trinkets in the sky? Chen Yu's gaze was playful as he pointed to the air above the crowd and asked Makos. This question instantly gave Makosi a jolt, and even stumbled over his words, saying, Senior Colonel Chen, what do you mean by this? I thought you Filipinos came here with sincerity, but now I see that I overestimated you. Chen Yu waved his hand, and not far from the flight deck side, a Tsunami 20 quickly activated through the super electromagnetic catapult and whistled into the air. Chapter 176, Trickery. World War I old-timers are on the battlefield? Under the gaze of the crowd on deck, and the tens of millions of viewers in the broadcast room, the Tsunami 20 hadn't even run the full length of the deck before it had begun to raise its nose and fly off the deck. The whistling roar of the Tsunami 20 fighters taking off, and the blazing blue electric sparks that erupted from the super electromagnetic catapults as they were propelled, once again caused the live broadcast to explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did you guys see that? Our Tsunami 20 is really fast. That's definitely not an ordinary electromagnetic ejection device. Not even the catapults on an aircraft carrier could accelerate a fighter jet that fast. It's true. I didn't realize our navy was hiding so deep. The people of the Great Dragon Kingdom were of course in a state of shock and shouts of awe. However, those government organizations and media outlets abroad who are hiding in the live broadcast room to watch can't be calm. This super electromagnetic catapult, the shock to the foreigners, can be no less than the scene when the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier was launched. My hair. That's impossible. Even our Fulton-class nuclear-powered carriers don't have that kind of takeoff catapult speed. And, if I'm not mistaken, this amphibious assault ship of the Great Dragon Nation actually has dual electromagnetic catapult tracks. White House, Baladin, although they are more than 80 years old and fragile, but the scene in front of him is far beyond common sense. But he still made him on the spot upright. The commander of the Air Force beside him, and Admiral MacArthur, were equally hard-faced. They had thought that being able to steal the blueprints of the Great Dragon Nation's destroyer through their agents was already a bloody good deal. But who could have thought that the Great Dragon Nation had hidden such a big secret? And the black technology on this amphibious assault ship was simply too much to count. Balon eyed the two hyper-electromagnetic catapults on the flight deck in the live feed. Admiral Mac, I don't care what your Pentagon uses, development or theft by agents. It must get all the information on this electromagnetic catapult in the shortest possible time. Baodin said somberly, if our carrier fleet could have such catapults, our navy would be invincible and unbeatable. Rest assured, Mr. President, I'll send someone to investigate right away. How could MacArthur not understand this in his heart of hearts? With only one aircraft carrier, the Blue Cloud, and this amphibious assault ship, which had just been unveiled in Philippine waters, the Great Dragon Nation's navy hadn't technically formed multiple battle sequences yet. But what if we give the Great Dragon Kingdom 1 or 2 more years? By the time the Great Dragons have 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 aircraft carriers in their hands, the Eagle Jam's navy will have lost all its existing advantages by then. But, shocked as he was, Balodin wondered, isn't Big Dragon negotiating with the Filipinos? How is it that when People's Makos arrived, Shenyu suddenly ordered the carrier planes to take off and lift off? At this time, on the southern territorial sea side of the Great Dragon Kingdom, as he watched the 5th-generation Tsunami 20 whizzing into the air, Mako's face changed in a flash. Mr. Marcos, you're not being honest. Shenyu deliberately said playfully, if you negotiate with us in good faith, we in the Great Dragon Kingdom will give you maximum tolerance and understanding. But you are not here in good faith. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Mako said playing dumb. Yes? Then I'll just have to put the evidence in front of you. Shenyu took the high-frequency radio communicator sent by a staff officer and said, prepare to shoot down the target unit. A few seconds later, high in the sky, an incomparably huge ball of fire suddenly exploded. Immediately afterward, everyone clearly saw a large spindle-shaped ball of fire falling from the sky with something hanging below it. After the thing fell into the sea from a high altitude, it triggered an even bigger explosion, and the waves rose more than 10 meters high, but the amphibious assault ship's side remained as stable as ever. Familiar? Shenyu twisted his head toward Marcos and asked with a smile. You guys. Mako's blanched and his lips trembled. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more filled with confusion. What's going on? Did our military shoot something down? It's a Filipino fighter jet? But that fireball just now didn't look like the wreckage of a fighter jet. Could it have taken down the Filipino satellite? Upstairs, you are military illiterate, right? Fighter jets can shoot down satellites? Not to mention the fact that the Filipinos don't even have a few satellites, so how can they be so coincidental as to pass by at this time? It's a high-altitude blimp, right? Take a blind guess. As it turned out, it really was a good guess by that pop-up. High-altitude airships. This is a product of the time of one of the Great Wars. I can't believe that I can still see this thing today. Shenyu snickered. Mr. Makos, are you thinking that the high-altitude airships have no engines and rely purely on mechanical power to move forward, so flying above our heads will not be detected by us? These words instantly caused Mako's face to go white. That's right. What Shenyu had just allowed the Tsunami 20 fighter to shoot down was precisely a high-altitude airship that the Filipino side had quietly floated over from 10,000 meters in the air. As the name suggests, a large spindle-shaped airbag is filled with a gas such as hydrogen as a source of buoyancy to float in the air, and a large number of catapults are able to be suspended below to drop bombs. These were prevalent for a while during one of the Great Wars, and were superior to fighter planes in that they flew very high and were able to silently break through many blockades to bomb. However, with the development of technology, high-altitude airships have been withdrawn from the military field almost at the speed of light, and are only used in meteorological engineering. As for the reason for this, it's really very simple. The maneuvering speed of this high-altitude airship is just too slow, not to mention modern fighters. The old biplane fighters like the ones from World War I are perfectly capable of teasing it. And its massive spindle-shaped airbag, whether it was broken or blown up, would immediately cause the entire airship to all explode and crash. To put it bluntly, this thing is only good for fighting primitives. Its own depletion rate is too high, and its margin for error in combat is low, so once it's discovered, it's a living target. The reason that high-altitude airships were almost extinct prior to World War II was that they were no match for fighters and radar. Well, put it in today's context, what is not a daydream for the Filipinos to try to attack the 077 amphibious assault ship formation of the Great Dragon Nation with a decades-old antique? In fact, the airports within close to half of your Filipino territory are under our radar surveillance, and it's pointless to pull this kind of stunt. Shenyu said with a cold gaze, Since you, Mr. Makos, do not intend to accept the goodwill of our great dragon kingdom, then as the price for your foolish actions, the fire of this war will burn on and on. Chapter 177, Be lenient with others, but the Filipino maids will not stop. No, 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 Major Chen, you guys are really mistaken. We Filipino maids definitely have no intention of sneaking up on your great dragon kingdom. The situation is not what you think. Seeing that Chen Yu was about to give an expulsion order, Ma Kasi instantly panicked and hurriedly stood up to give Chen Yu, Wu Haidong and the others a non-stop bow and apologize. Misunderstanding? There are no misunderstandings to be found on the battlefield, Chen Yu said with a cold gaze. Didn't you guys want to take advantage of the sneak attack to take out our amphibious assault ship? Then feel free to use whatever tricks you have, and only realize it's a misunderstanding after being poked and prodded? It was only at this moment that the audience in the live broadcast room finally realized what was going on in the scene just now. Asterisk 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 now. Filipino people with such a thick skin don't even have a face. They say they want to surrender, but they end up secretly getting some kind of high-altitude blimp over here, trying to play dirty? This is just a pure and simple bunch of monkeys. I don't even see the need for the military to reason with them. Why don't we just them? Unfaithful, backtracking, and able to use its own civilians as meat shields. This government can only be imagined to be so dark and corrupt. The people of the Great Dragon Kingdom were almost overflowing with anger at this moment. Earlier, Makos' human shield plan had already caused quite a public debate on the air. However, what no one expected was that when it was time to surrender, Makos actually came to make a big deal out of it. Mr. Marcos, Wu Haidong also stood up at this time and said with a serious gaze, just now, that high-altitude airship was carrying at least a certain number of pounds of aerial bombs, so I don't think we need to describe your intentions too much, right? This is really a misunderstanding. Commander Wu, please listen to my explanation. Makos was so anxious that he was on the verge of tears, and offended. I was just worried that my life would not be safeguarded, so I got confused and let the Air Force get a high-altitude blimp over here. According to Marcus, this high-altitude blimp of his was actually a precautionary measure, in case the Great Dragon Nation waited for him to board the ship and then directly had to hold him hostage. Then the Filipino government would be able to threaten the Great Dragon Nation to release him through the high-altitude blimp. The idea, it has to be said, is naive, and naive to the point of being a bit stupid. Not to mention the 077, the most advanced ship in the Great Dragon Kingdom now. Even the radar carried by an ordinary destroyer in the Great Dragon Kingdom was fully capable of detecting high-altitude airships dozens of kilometers away. What decade is this? And does anyone still think that radar can only detect targets through electromagnetic waves? The array radar system that Chen Yu had developed not long ago was capable of locking onto all target units within hundreds of kilometers directly by detecting wavefront reflectivity. Although the high-altitude airship had no engine, no electromagnetic signals and no heat radiation, the wavefront radiation created by its massive airship itself was simply not too obvious. It's like having a guy hiding in the grass in the middle of the sun, and then waving a mirror in someone's eyes all the time, and being delusional enough to think that they can't spot him. Not to mention Chen Yu and the surrounding admirals. The foreign viewers who were also watching the live broadcast were equally confused, completely unable to figure out why Makos was doing this. Though I don't like the Great Dragon Kingdom much. In the office of the Prime Minister of the White Elephant Kingdom, Mo Laudit Sked. However, it is true that I have not seen any country in the world that keeps its promises more than the Great Dragon Kingdom. The Filipinos are totally scaring themselves and digging a hole for themselves. On the Camelot side, Ben Jetton also looked on and shook his head, saying breathlessly, if Chen Yu really wanted to attack the Filipinos, where would he need this kind of tactic to open the way? Makos is simply too naive. As for Bei Loudon, not to mention that he now can't wait to order government departments to delete all records of cooperation with the Filipino government. Shame on you, it's almost all the way to outer space. How in the world did you come up with the idea of taking a once-in-a-great-war-era high-altitude airship to fight the Great Dragon State? I recognize the error, Makos hurriedly pleaded. I promise that there will be no more provocations from our Filipino government. Please forgive me. With that, he simply bowed 90 degrees straight to Chen Yu and the others. Looking at the fire almost, Chen Yu estimated in his heart that this was as far as Makos could go, and there was no point in continuing to push him. Well, since Mr. Marcos is so sincere, we can consider that just now was a hiccup. Please be seated. Next, on behalf of the military of the Great Dragon Nation, I'm going to read out a few conditions required for our Great Dragon Nation ceasefire, so please listen carefully. Chen Yu walked over to Wu Haidong and solemnly received the red-headed document stamped by the Naval Command. The content of this document was not something that he alone could decide, but something that had just been reported to the Great Leader for approval and adoption not long ago. Article 1. Starting immediately. the Philippine government issued a statement to the world recognizing the fact that the southern islands and territorial waters belong to the Grand Dragon State and respecting the sovereignty of the territorial waters of the Grand Dragon State. As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, Makos immediately nodded his head at the live camera. I am President Makos of the Philippine government, and on behalf of the Philippine government, I formally apologize to the Great Dragon Nation, and we recognize all the statements made by the Great Dragon Nation, and the southern islands belong to the Great Dragon Nation. The fighters on the deck cheered as Marcos shouted the words, good. Then the second one, the military expenses for this military operation of our Great Dragon Nation, the Filipino government is fully responsible for, and the current preliminary estimate is 10 billion dragon coins. The third rule is to immediately evacuate all your Filipino maids who are staying on the islands and reefs of our Great Dragon Nation, and to guarantee that, in the future, there will not be a single case of malicious intrusion. After Chen Yu read out the 3 articles, he handed the document to Makos. At this moment, in the presence of tens of millions of viewers, Makos picked up a pen, signed his name on the document, and then pressed his handprints again before getting up and respectfully handing the document back to Chen Yu. Boom! The deck erupted in cheers, and the live stream audience was abuzz. Being able to witness a great battle from the beginning to the end, and then signing the Philippine maid's admission of defeat, the people of the Great Dragon Nation could not help but cry out for joy. Is this okay, Major Chen? Makos said as politely as possible, we accept all the conditions your side has offered. Soon enough, Makos and Lombard left the amphibious assault ship 077 in black and gray in their boats. After returning to the presidential office, the first thing Makos did was to immediately call Mo Laudi of the White Elephant Kingdom. The lowly voice on the Great Dragon Nation's warship and the feeling of humiliation made Makos simply angry and almost mad now. The moment the phone was connected, Makos roared at Mo Laudi over there. I want you to immediately launch the most ferocious retaliation against the Great Dragon Nation, no matter what price we have to pay. Chapter 178, Triumph and Victory. The Filipino maids are really beaten up. By this time, Makos knew in his heart of hearts that he, as president, was bound to drop to the freezing point in terms of his approval rating within the Phils. If he was not able to make the Great Dragon Nation pay a certain price, then he would not be able to regain the support of the people, and when that time came, it would be a small matter for him to step down alone, or perhaps the entire government would be dissolved and reorganized, in order to save his future position in politics, and out of a mouthful of malice, Makos simply go out of his way, no matter what, to make the Great Dragon Country to pay a heavy price for this cannot be. Only, on the White Elephant Country's side, Mo Laudi, after hearing Makos's roar, instead had a devious smile on his face. President Makos, we can very much appreciate what you are feeling right now, but you should know that the Great Dragon State is a very strong opponent. If it's for the sake of avenging your Filipino maids that we, the White Elephant Kingdom, have to provoke the Great Dragon Kingdom, then we will have to bear more unforeseen risks for nothing. Morodi laughed. So, President Makos, shouldn't you give us some adequate goodwill? Help people to do things. There is still a prerequisite. You have to receive money. Morodi is more than 70 years old this year, but still able to be active in the world political arena, relying not on his kind and benevolent appearance, but the real wisdom of the mind. Although before this, Mo Laudi had already planned to make trouble in the River Valley area on the border between the Great Dragon Country and the White Elephant Country. The situation was different now. Since someone is willing to underwrite this plan of action for the White Elephant State, why wouldn't Mo Laudi be happy about it? No problem, Makos said painfully. I'll give you another tenfold increase in the trade goods I discussed with you before. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must make the Great Dragon Kingdom pay a price, and a bloody one at that. 10 times? Ha ha ha, no problem. To tell you the truth, our White Elephant Kingdom has long since figured out the habits of the Great Dragon Kingdom's border defense army, Mo Laudi said smugly. As long as it's our men who don't open fire, they certainly won't be the first to do so either. I plan to arrange for a regiment of troops to ambush their border defense forces. Just wait for my good news. With this deal, Morodi was really cool and got a large amount of trade goods from the Filipino side without any effort. As for the Great Dragon Kingdom, Mo Laudi is really not very afraid of the Great Dragon Country. After all, in their White Elephant Country's view, the name of the strongest country in Asia should be the White Elephant Country in the first place. At the very least, it has to be with the Great Dragon Country tied for first place. What are Filipino maids? Of course the Great Dragon State is just going to beat them up whenever it wants to, just like an old man beating up his son. But the White Elephant State is a different story. Overjoyed, Mo Laudi immediately called the Minister of Defense to his office to prepare for the next plan. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The navy of the Great Dragon Nation had all triumphed, and Chen Yu had a rare break, escorted by a special military vehicle, returning to the Blue Cloud City Machinery Factory. During this period of time, Chun Yu had been running around outside, and by the time he returned to the factory's entrance, the scene in front of him even made him think that he had made a mistake. Originally the dilapidated old Blue Cloud City machinery factory has long since disappeared. The doorway of the 3-meter-high rusty large iron fence door, also replaced with an electric retractable door. There is a security guard on duty in the kiosk. Not only that, in the factory compound, all the weeds were all pulled clean, and the ground was repaired again. Very flat. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this still a machine shop? Chen Yu was just surprised when Huang Jun, who had received the call, had already hurriedly arrived here. Seeing that Chen Yu had returned, Huang Jun greeted him very cordially and laughed. Chen Yu, old brother, you finally returned. Oh no, this mouth of mine, I should call you Major Chen Yu. After realizing that Chen Yu was no longer the hairy little worker under him nowadays, Huang Jun hurriedly raised his hand and gently slapped his face twice, smilingly apologizing to Chen Yu. It's alright, boss Huang, you can still call me Chen Yu. Chen Yu also laughed. There are no outsiders here. There's no need to call out any majors. It always makes people want to strain their nerves when they hear it. Well, Chen Yu brother, you see how this factory is done? Huang Jun led Chen Yu towards the factory, introducing him to the changes in the machinery factory today. On one side, today's Blue Cloud City Machinery Factory, strictly speaking, should be renamed Blue Cloud City Machinery Processing Factory. Currently the main business is Chen Yu before the design of the set of fishing gear. Originally, there was already a complete market for fishing gear on the market in the Great Dragon Kingdom, and many of the brands were 10 or 20 years old. So although there was a market for Chen Yu's fishing gear, it was not large. However, with Chen Yu's successive appearances in the military and the world's cameras, Huang Jun's side of the Chen Yu brand of fishing gear was naturally catapulted to the top stream of the fishing gear world within a period of time. Nowadays, the Blue Cloud City Machinery Factory is able to produce nearly 10,000 sets of fishing gear every day, but the market is actually still in short supply. The people of our Great Dragon Kingdom don't just buy your fishing gear for this fame of yours. Huang Jun heatedly laughed. That's more because the quality of your fishing gear is great. Playing all over the country, this market is not the hand to pinch it. It's good to be able to run the industry smoothly. I was worried that you'd lose money if you changed careers. Boss Huang, Chen Yu joked. Now that you've made money, you're not going to go out of town for the new year this year, are you? That's certainly not true. Huang Jun said in a serious manner. That is impossible. The factory is my home. The workers, that is my life. Come Chen Yu. You see, I specially leave this side of the dormitory building. Your things in workshop. No one has ever gone in. Came to the old dormitory building this side. Although the whole building looks very shabby, but Chen Yu is very satisfied. After all, this is where he first started. Thanks, Boss Huang. I'm going to take a break for a while, so if there's nothing important, you can go ahead and get busy. Back here in the machine shop, Chen Yu 1 is in order to be able to rest and relax this period of time tense mental state. The second is in order to conceptualize the next arrangements. On the Navy side, with the augmentation of his multiple military weapons products, the combat power had come to an unprecedented height. As for the Air Force, the specially modified Tsunami 20 fighters and the Hive drones were also perfectly adequate to support the Air Force of the Great Dragon Kingdom for some time. The only thing left now, then, is the Army's weapons replacement program. Back in his own dormitory, Chen Yu's mind went back to what Ren Taijun had told him earlier, that it would be best to give the Army's equipment a big change. The sooner the better. And this time, Chen Yu had already thought of a plan to give the Army a major upgrade by using the skill branch of his level 7 technology tree, the bionic weapon system. ______.